Where am I right now? Why is everything pitch black? Where are my hands? My feet? Where has my body gone? Chen Yuan felt his body moving slowly, yet although he was clearly in motion, he could neither see nor sense his hands and feet. What is happening? What on earth is going on? Chen Yuan tried to shout only to be stunned to discover that he had no mouth at all and no way to speak. All the words he had just spoken existed only as questions in Chen Yuan's heart, as he sat there dazed and at a total loss. You have obtained the celestial devouring system. You have obtained sensory perception. A mechanical voice suddenly rang out within Chen Yuan's mind. Hearing this voice, Chen Yuan's heart trembled. A system? Could it be that I've caught up with the great tide of transmigrators and crossed over into another world? Perceptive ability. So that means the five senses, right? In that case, I should be able to see things now. As this thought surfaced in Chen Yuan's mind, Chen Yuan began to see the surroundings around him. Yet when he perceived what lay on all sides, he was utterly dumbfounded. What is this situation? Within his field of vision, he realized that he had actually become a small asteroid. I've actually turned into a small asteroid. It's pitch black all around with distant stars scattered about. Could this be the universe? My God, I've really turned into a small asteroid. No, wait. What is that ahead of me? That's Earth. It's really Earth. When Chen Yuan perceived that azure planet before him, his eyes seemed to shine with light. It was Earth. I'm currently flying toward Earth. Ooh, doesn't that mean I'm going home? This is fantastic. I'm going home. Huh. No, wait a moment. I'm an asteroid, and judging by my current size, I should be roughly as large as the moon. Right now, I'm heading straight toward Earth. Judging from Earth's orbital path and my own current trajectory, does this mean I'm going to collide with Earth? No way. Am I really going to crash into Earth? That's way too absurd. If I smash into it, leaving aside what happens to Earth, I'll definitely be dead for sure. What do I do? What do I do? I'm an asteroid. Can I control this body and change direction? Chen Yuan wondered frantically. He wanted to move to steer his body away from Earth. Your spiritual sense is far too feeble to control your body and alter its course. The mechanical voice sounded again. Chen Yuan froze. Who is it? Who's talking? I am the celestial devouring system, the mechanical voice replied once more. The celestial devouring system. Right. That was the system he had just obtained. Then what must I do to control this body? If this continues, I'm going to crash into Earth. If that happens, not only will Earth be gone, I'll be gone too. Though he had become a nameless, unidentified asteroid, Chen Yuan still had no desire to simply GG like this. You can acquire spiritual sense by devouring other asteroids. How do I devour them? Chen Yuan asked. You need only come into contact with an asteroid and then activate Devour. But where am I supposed to find asteroids to touch? Chen Yuan said. Are they just going to drift over to me on their own? You must move your body to come into contact with other asteroids before you can touch and devour them. Then how am I supposed to move this body? You must devour asteroids of the same level or weaker. Listening to the system's mechanical reply, the corner of Chen Yuan's mouth twitched in disbelief. He couldn't move, and to move he first had to devour other asteroids. Yet the other asteroids would not take the initiative to approach him. How was he supposed to devour them? Wasn't this utter nonsense? Chen Yuan looked at the distant blue planet. He could only fall silent. I'm perceiving Earth through my senses using perception in place of eyes. Though I can sense it, the distance is still enormous. Judging from my speed, I probably still have some time. The universe is all darkness. I have no idea whether it's day or night, nor how much time will pass. Forget it. No point thinking about it anymore. Chen Yuan stopped pondering and simply allowed himself to drift through the boundless cosmos toward Earth. As time passed, Chen Yuan could feel Earth drawing ever closer. Now in his perception, Earth had already become an enormous presence. It seemed to be nighttime on Earth. From Chen Yuan's vantage point, he could see a swath of the planet flickering with light's blackness interwoven with countless points of different colored brilliance. Just then, Chen Yuan perceived a fighter jet blasting off from Earth. The fighter jet was suffused with a strong sense of science fiction. Seeing this, Chen Yuan's gaze seemed to narrow. The craft wasn't large, very much like the fighter jets in his memories. Yet this fighter could fly straight out of Earth and into outer space. What is going on? Did so much time pass after I was reborn as an asteroid that Earth's technology has advanced enough to send fighter jets directly into outer space? Though hard to believe, that seemed to be the only explanation. Wait a second, why have they sent a fighter out here? Chen Yuan took a deep, steadying breath in his heart. They're not here to blow me up, are they? After leaving Earth, the fighter flew in a dead straight line toward Chen Yuan. Its speed was astonishing. In almost an instant, the fighter suddenly vanished, then reappeared near Chen Yuan. The craft began circling around him. Sensing the fighter right beside him, Chen Yuan's face would have gone deathly pale if he still had a face. The fighter slowly descended, landing on his surface. So they really did come for me. What are they planning to do? Are they going to blow me to pieces? After the fighter landed, 3 humans in bulky spacesuits emerged from within. They disembarked, and one of them carried a device of unknown function. If Chen Yuan's guess was right, it was most likely some kind of massively destructive weapon. Realizing this, Chen Yuan immediately panicked. It really was some kind of weapon of immense destructive power. The three humans began installing the device onto his surface. Seeing this, Chen Yuan was thrown into a frenzy. Yet he could not control his body, and there was no way to stop them. It's over, it's over. I'm going to be blown to bits, I'm going to be blown to bits. From their perspective, though, their actions were perfectly reasonable. If they let him continue drifting forward, he would inevitably collide with Earth. With a body comparable in size to the moon, if Chen Yuan struck Earth, the planet would almost certainly suffer a mass extinction of life. Yet the thought of being blown apart left Chen Yuan completely at a loss. Come on, don't do this. Can't you think of some other way to stop me from hitting Earth? Going straight for the explosives is really too ruthless. Chen Yuan roared silently in his heart, but as an asteroid, he had absolutely no way to speak. Once they finished installing the device, the three returned to their fighter and departed. Not long after they left, Chen Yuan saw the device suddenly light up. In the next instant, it exploded. He watched as his body was blown into countless fragments. In that moment, his consciousness faded into nothingness. When Chen Yuan regained consciousness, he found himself drifting in the boundless pitch-black expanse of the cosmos. I didn't die, eh? Startled back to his senses, Chen Yuan examined his own body, only to discover that it had shrunk. Judging from its current size, it was perhaps less than 1,000th the size of the moon. Smaller, but not dead. Excellent. Chen Yuan murmured, a trace of excitement stirring within him. Yet in the next instant, he sensed something amiss. An overwhelming force nearby was binding his body in place. His body was being dragged at an astonishing speed in a single direction. This force was far more intense than anything he had felt before, as though the moment his velocity decreased, he would be sucked in and devoured. Chen Yuan steadied his thoughts and looked ahead. His expression changed. This is... Before him loomed a monstrous, terrifying giant. With his heightened perception, Chen Yuan could survey an immense field of view, yet even so he could not see the entirety of the behemoth before him. This thing was simply too enormous, at least several hundred times larger than the Earth he had seen before. Chen Yuan also noticed many rocks of varying sizes around him, all being drawn toward that colossal body, circling it in graceful arcs and moving along orbital paths. Some of these stones were large 2 or 3 times his own size, others were much smaller than he was. I was likely blasted apart by that unknown bomb and driven by the inertia of the shock wave pushed all the way out here, he reasoned. Then I was captured by the gravity of this planet and turned into one of its satellites. But the question is, what exactly is this planet? How can it be so enormous, so absurdly large? He sighed in relief. Still, it's fortunate I didn't plunge straight into its embrace, or I would probably have been swallowed whole already. With my perception, I can observe countless things, perhaps even the entire solar system. Let me see where I am within it now. With that thought, Chen Yuan unleashed his perception, projecting the entire solar system into his mind's eye. In that instant, he understood exactly where he was located. He was near the 5th planet from the sun in the solar system. The 5th planet? That must be Jupiter. No wonder it's so huge. I was blasted away near Earth. How long have I been drifting to end up here? To think I've actually been caught by Jupiter's gravity and turned into one of its moons. He felt a surge of frustration. This is ridiculous. What should he do next? Then a thought flashed through his mind. Devouring. In my current state, can I still devour other celestial bodies? You can, but you may only devour celestial bodies equal to or smaller than your current size, a mechanical voice intoned in his ear. So it was indeed possible. Chen Yuan tentatively tried to move his body forward. He felt his body inch a small distance ahead. Sensing this, a faint light stirred in Chen Yuan's eyes. I can move. What's going on? Could it be that my reduced volume allows my spiritual sense to fully control this smaller body, he wondered. That must be it. Perfect. Whatever the reason, I can finally move my own body again. The sense of achievement and joy at regaining control over himself filled Chen Yuan with profound comfort. Casting his gaze over Jupiter's surroundings, Chen Yuan saw numerous moons of varying sizes orbiting nearby, some smaller than he was, others much larger. He selected the nearest moon that was just a little smaller than himself and began steering his body toward it. The speed, however, was agonizingly slow. After expending a great deal of effort, Chen Yuan finally drew close to the target moon, only to realize that their orbits were not the same. He calculated the moon's subsequent trajectory, then moved ahead of time to a point along that orbital path. Right on cue, the moon slowly drifted toward him. The two moons collided. In the perfect vacuum, no sound could be heard. Devour, Chen Yuan intoned silently in his heart. Suddenly, the moon before him flared with golden light, which surged madly into Chen Yuan's body. In a short span of time, the massive moon vanished, entirely transformed into pure golden radiance that poured into him. After devouring it, Chen Yuan discovered his own body had expanded, dramatically swelling by a full ring of size. Although he was still not as large as he had once been, he had grown considerably. Previously, the devouring system mentioned that swallowing celestial bodies grants spiritual sense, which can be used to control movement. Now it seems that's not all. It can also increase my size, he concluded, casting a glance at the nearby Jupiter. Remaining so close to it was far too dangerous. Jupiter sits within the solar system with immense mass. As one of its moons, I could be dragged into it and swallowed at any moment by its gravity. But right now I'm clearly bound by Jupiter's gravitational pull. To escape from its vicinity, I'll need far greater speed to break free. Speed, then. Chun Yuan pondered, directing his spiritual sense to drive his body outward. In an instant, his orbit around Jupiter accelerated. As his velocity increased, he pulled a little farther away. Faster. Chun Yuan urged, accelerating again, and once more he edged slightly farther out. But only slightly. Continue accelerating. Your spiritual sense has been exhausted and requires time to recover, the mechanical voice announced once more. Hearing this, Chun Yuan froze. Already depleted, he tried to use his spiritual sense to move again, but his body simply continued its natural orbit around Jupiter, utterly unresponsive to his will. So, it seems that with my current level of spiritual sense, I still can't control my body well enough to escape Jupiter's hold. Fortunately, his spiritual sense would recover over time, likely returning to its original level before being used. To raise its upper limit, however, he would probably have to continue devouring celestial bodies. Forget it. For now, I'll wait for my spiritual sense to recover. Chun Yuan allowed his body to keep circling Jupiter. As time flowed by, he gradually felt control returning to him. Good. Next target. He scanned the surroundings and locked onto the nearest moon. This one is a bit too large. The moon before him was nearly as large as Earth's moon. Far too big compared to Chun Yuan himself. He gave up on it. That one will do, he muttered, noticing another moon in the distance roughly equal to his own size. He guided his body and flew toward that moon. Upon drawing near, Chun Yuan adjusted his own orbit to close the distance between them. The two touched. Devour. The moon dissolved into golden radiance and poured into Chun Yuan's body. At once his form flared with golden light, and his volume swelled yet again, growing by another full ring of size. After devouring yet another satellite, Chun Yuan noticed that his own mass had expanded once more and his spiritual sense had grown significantly stronger. My size has increased and my spiritual sense has strengthened. I estimate that when I control my body's movement now, my speed should become much faster, Chun Yuan murmured to himself. Let's give it a try. Let's see if I can break free from Jupiter's gravity. Chun Yuan once again accelerated in a single direction. He could clearly feel that his speed was noticeably faster than before. Yet to his frustration, even though his speed had increased considerably, he had only managed to distance himself slightly from Jupiter and was still utterly unable to break free of its gravitational pull. After running for a while, Chun Yuan confirmed that it would not work and simply gave up, allowing his body to continue circling Jupiter in its orbit. It seems escaping Jupiter's gravity is not so easy. If I want to break free of its pull, I must devour more celestial bodies and obtain even more spiritual sense. With that thought, Chun Yuan locked onto his next target. Not far away, there was a Jovian satellite slightly larger in size than himself. He used his spiritual sense to guide his body toward that satellite. When his body made contact with it, he commanded, "Devour." But a cold mechanical voice answered, "Devouring failed. The target's volume exceeds your own. You cannot devour this target." That mechanical voice echoed in his mind. So it really doesn't work. This satellite is only slightly larger than me. I had thought I could devour it. Forget it, I'd better look for smaller targets. With that thought, Chun Yuan separated from the satellite. After parting ways, he quickly set off in search of the next satellite. Just then, Chun Yuan caught sight of a distant asteroid belt, and far beyond it a gigantic luminous planet, Saturn. The asteroid belt was composed of countless small asteroids lying between Jupiter and Saturn. Like the 8 major planets, these asteroids also revolved around the Sun. However, compared with the Sun's gravitational pull on them, Jupiter's gravity played an even greater role. The combined gravity of the Sun, Jupiter, Saturn, and other bodies held those asteroids confined within the belt. Those asteroids were incredibly numerous. If only I could make my way into that asteroid belt, that would be ideal, Chun Yuan mused. There are so many celestial bodies there similar to me, they would be enough for me to devour for quite some time. He muttered to himself, but he knew that for now he could only look from afar. He still could not escape Jupiter's gravitational field, and thus had no way to rush into that belt. At that moment, Chun Yuan noticed a small asteroid twice the size of Earth's moon flying toward this region from a distant direction. That asteroid clearly had come from within the asteroid belt. It was likely knocked out of the belt after colliding with other asteroids there. Seeing this, Chun Yuan's heart stirred. If this asteroid keeps charging in this direction, it must be heading toward the region where Earth lies behind. Even nuclear weapons would likely be of little use against something like this. If it collided with Earth, Earth would be essentially done for. Yet Chun Yuan was no longer human. He had no intention of intervening and merely watched in silence. Judging by its path, the asteroid would pass by Jupiter and then rush toward the region of space where Earth resided. Chun Yuan watched as it flew closer. Suddenly, as the asteroid neared Jupiter, its trajectory shifted. It turned abruptly and flew straight toward Jupiter itself. Chen Yuan was taken aback. What is this? Then he understood. Gravity. That thing has been captured by Jupiter's gravity. As time went on, the asteroid plunged headlong into Jupiter. It was torn into pieces by the planet's terrifying forces and smashed into its interior, turning into a meteor-like existence before vanishing from Chen Yuan's sight. How terrifying. If I hadn't been lucky, I probably would have ended up just like that asteroid, swallowed by Jupiter in an instant. Still, it really is incredible, Chen Yuan muttered. I once heard that the reason Earth can safely remain in the solar system without suffering too many asteroid impacts is precisely because Jupiter shields it. Now I have finally witnessed it firsthand. Jupiter's volume and gravity were immense. Its gravitational pull easily captured nearby asteroids, and under that tug, many asteroids that could have reached Earth were instead forced into Jupiter's embrace and devoured. Without Jupiter's presence, no one knew how many asteroid strikes Earth would have suffered. From this perspective, Jupiter was like Earth's big elder brother. Of course, none of this mattered much to Chen Yuan. What mattered most to him now was how to break free from Jupiter's gravitational pull. I'll start by devouring more satellites, he decided. With that thought, Chen Yuan guided his body toward the nearest Jovian satellite. Devour. He continued to devour the satellites around Jupiter. After devouring one satellite, his body grew a bit larger again, and his spiritual sense strengthened further. I wonder what I will eventually become if I keep devouring like this and my size continues to increase. Could I become a star like the sun, he mused. Satellites are celestial bodies orbiting near planets. Planets are celestial bodies orbiting near stars. Stars are blazing spheres of gas capable of emitting their own light. The sun is the name humans on Earth have given to the star at the center of the solar system. The sun is a star. Chen Yuan did not know whether if he continued devouring, he could one day become a sun. No matter. I'll first devour the satellites here, strengthen my spiritual sense, increase my speed, and then use that speed to break free from Jupiter's gravitational shackles. However, there were no more satellites visible nearby. Chen Yuan controlled his body, accelerated, and moved to another region. He soon noticed a satellite ahead about the same size as himself. To his annoyance, that satellite was traveling in the opposite direction, whistling past right beside him. Chen Yuan did not dare to collide with it. If he tried to ram into it, both he and the other satellite would likely be shattered into pieces. Chen Yuan could only switch targets. Using his perception, he located the Jovian satellite closest to himself and began shifting his body in that direction. He devoured yet another satellite. Chen Yuan's body expanded once again. Comfortable, he sighed. Continue. He went on searching for and devouring Jupiter's satellites. However, the distances between satellites were vast. Although Chen Yuan could use his perception to discover their locations, actually making contact still required carefully guiding his body through space. This took a great deal of time. During this period, Chen Yuan could not help but study Jupiter before his eyes. Those white-yellow and orange-yellow bands of unknown material on its surface were slowly rotating. It was a gigantic gaseous planet similar in nature to the Sun. It was said that Jupiter's core also generated heat, and much of its internal energy came from itself. However, Jupiter's mass was far smaller than that of the Sun. Even though its mass exceeded the combined mass of all the other planets in the solar system, it was still insufficient for it to become a star. I wonder if after I devour enough celestial bodies I will be able to become a star, Chen Yuan thought. He could not help but look forward to that possibility. Expectation was one thing, for now, if he wanted to break free from Jupiter, he still had to strengthen his spiritual sense. I finally see you, Chen Yuan murmured inwardly as he noticed a satellite not far away. He guided his body toward that satellite, closer until they touched. Devour. The satellite was swallowed by Chen Yuan in an instant. Chen Yuan's mass grew slightly larger. Let's try again. He once more used his spiritual sense to control his body and started running swiftly through the void, his speed continuously increasing. As his speed climbed, Chen Yuan felt Jupiter's gravitational pull on him grow weaker and weaker. He looked ahead. Directly in front of him lay a belt of asteroids. With a fierce burst of acceleration, he finally tore free from Jupiter's gravity. Because of the inertia from his acceleration, his body skimmed toward the nearby asteroid belt. A small asteroid loomed ahead, small by cosmic standards, yet still enormous compared to Chen Yuan. With his current momentum, if he smashed into that asteroid, Chen Yuan estimated, he would be shattered into pieces. Realizing this, his breath seemed to freeze. If I crash into that, it's all over. Stop now. Chen Yuan hurriedly used his spiritual sense to restrain his body. As he flew into the asteroid belt under his control, his speed gradually decreased. Only after entering the belt did his speed truly slacken. As he slowed, he happened to arrive at the front edge of the asteroid cluster. Having avoided a collision, Chen Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Good, Chen Yuan muttered as he surveyed the surrounding asteroids. Now I'm finally free of Jupiter's gravitational threat. Some of these asteroids are smaller than I am, perfectly suited for me to devour. And there are so many of them. How satisfying. Overjoyed, Chen Yuan immediately used his spiritual sense to guide his body toward the nearest asteroid. Devour. The moment he touched the asteroid, Chen Yuan uttered the command. The asteroid dissolved into golden light and was gradually consumed by him. Bang! Suddenly something slammed into Chen Yuan's body. The impact was terrifyingly violent. His form shuddered from the collision and chunks of stone broke away from him. Struck by this sudden force, Chen Yuan's body was flung away by inertia. He hastily used his spiritual sense to regain control. When he gathered his thoughts, he realized he had lost a portion of his mass and additional fragments now floated nearby. His overall size had shrunk by an entire ring's width. What happened? Regaining his senses, Chen Yuan looked around and finally understood what had occurred. In the spot where he had just been, there was a satellite slightly larger than himself. It was that satellite which had collided with him moments ago. There were simply too many asteroids in this belt. A single careless moment was enough to be knocked flying by a nearby rock. Chen Yuan felt a bit dejected. I worked so hard to enlarge myself through devouring, and with one collision, it's all wasted again. It seems I'll have to be cautious even within this asteroid belt. I may have escaped Jupiter's gravity and gained my freedom by coming here, but if I avoid being swallowed by Jupiter only to get smashed to bits by these rocks, that would be utterly miserable. Just then another asteroid streaked past. Chen Yuan hurriedly maneuvered his body aside. The asteroid howled by skimming past him. Good thing I reacted in time. Wait, that's strange. My body seems noticeably faster than before. Suddenly a spark of insight flashed through Chen Yuan's mind. Could it be this? Although I took a hit and my mass decreased, my spiritual sense did not diminish with it. With my volume reduced, but my spiritual sense unchanged, my speed naturally increased. With this kind of speed, I don't have to fear being struck by other asteroids as long as I stay alert. With that thought, Chen Yuan once more began selecting nearby asteroids, searching for those smaller than himself. After locking onto one, he guided his body closer. As he approached, he had to overtake it at a slightly higher speed, then match its velocity as he drew alongside. Only then could he avoid a violent collision that would damage them both. Chen Yuan closed in on a small asteroid and gently made contact. Devour. The asteroid turned into golden radiance and was absorbed by Chen Yuan. He immediately sought out another asteroid, devouring them one after another to increase his own mass. Chen Yuan had no idea how much time had passed. In this vast cosmos, he felt no fatigue and had no sense of time's flow. He only knew that his devouring was endless. His mass grew larger and larger until one day, he suddenly realized that his size had already reached that of the moon in the past. Moreover, he could still use his spiritual sense to direct his movements, and the speed he could now achieve far surpassed what he had been capable of before. Just as Chen Yuan was about to continue devouring, he suddenly noticed something unusual. A futuristic-looking space battleship was flying toward the asteroid belt from the direction of Jupiter. Trailing behind that battleship was a vast flotilla of others. Each warship was enormous, and their numbers were overwhelming. They passed Jupiter, then the asteroid belt, and finally vanished from Chen Yuan's field of view. Those are space battleships built by humans. How many years have passed by now? Are humans planning to leave the solar system and begin interstellar voyages? And it looks like a collective migration. Puzzled and intrigued, Chen Yuan decided to go take a look at Earth. Ever since he had transformed into a planet, Chen Yuan had lost all sense of time and had no idea how long had truly passed. Now he simply wanted to return and see what had become of Earth. Relying on his speed, Chen Yuan shot straight through Jupiter's orbit, skimmed past Mars's orbit, and arrived at the position where Earth should be. Gazing at the not-quite-spherical world before him, Chen Yuan was stunned. The Earth he remembered had been azure and green. Now the planet before his eyes was a uniform expanse of white. It was completely buried under snow. Through the white shroud, he could faintly discern ruined structures across the surface. Buildings infused with advanced technology unlike those from the era before Chen Yuan's reincarnation. During the time I spent as a planet, just how many years have passed on Earth? What exactly happened down there? Chen Yuan did not understand at all. He had no idea what had transpired. Still, perhaps it's for the best. Those humans left in their warships, most likely searching for a new homeworld somewhere out there. Muttering to himself, his gaze shifted to the moon beside Earth. His eyes gleamed faintly. In that case, no one needs the moon anymore. I'll devour it. At his current speed, Jupiter's gravity was no longer worth considering, and as for Earth's pull, it was even less of a concern. So Chen Yuan flew directly into the moon's orbit, running parallel with it. Gradually, he increased his speed, drawing ever closer, until as he neared the lunar surface, he suddenly noticed human-made facilities upon it. He froze at the sight. Could it be that humans were actually living on the moon? Chen Yuan carefully extended his spiritual sense to observe the moon. Only after confirming that there were no traces of human habitation left upon its surface did he finally breathe a sigh of relief and begin slowly devouring the lunar body. The moon dissolved into golden radiance and was swallowed by Chen Yuan. His entire form was wrapped in brilliant light, and his body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the light finally dispersed, Chen Yuan's body had increased by an entire size. Yet compared to the Earth before him, he was still far smaller. Gazing at the blue and white planet, he realized that his own immense form was now circling around the Earth. He had stepped into the former lunar orbit and become the Earth's new satellite. I wonder what happened on this Earth, he mused. Why has the entire planet turned snow white? It looks just like an ice age. Forget it. This no longer has anything to do with me. Chen Yuan cast his gaze into the distance at the sun wreathed in terrifying flames. Since there are no humans left on Earth, even if I devour celestial bodies and become the 9th planet of the solar system, altering its balance, it no longer matters. My next step is to become the 9th planet of this solar system. With that thought, Chen Yuan used his spiritual sense to control his colossal body and began to move. He returned to the asteroid belt and once more activated his celestial devouring system, consuming the asteroids within it. Time flowed by bit. As Chen Yuan devoured more and more, his volume and mass steadily increased. Yet when he had finally consumed every last asteroid in the belt, he discovered that he had only grown slightly larger. No more asteroids. That's it. Far too few. In truth, although the asteroids in the belt were numerous, their total mass was not great. Chen Yuan felt a bit dejected. Forget it. He could not be bothered to dwell on it. He might as well seek out other celestial bodies to devour. With that thought, he expanded his perception. With a single sweep of his sight, Chen Yuan paused in mild surprise. He had noticed another celestial body, its size only slightly larger than the moon had been. But compared to Chen Yuan's current size, it was slightly smaller. That's the first planet of the solar system. The first planet. The first planet, Mercury. Mercury is smaller than I am. Chen Yuan had never expected Mercury to be so tiny. It was the smallest planet in the entire solar system and only just a bit larger than the moon. To Chen Yuan, as he was now, Mercury was perfectly suited to be devoured and used to enlarge his own body. With that in mind, he guided himself with his spiritual sense. He traversed the solar system and flew directly to Mercury's vicinity. As he approached, he could feel the intense sunlight. The nearby star seemed almost within reach, unleashing fierce rays before his eyes. Fortunately, Chen Yuan was no longer human and could not feel temperature. Even so, merely beholding the ruler of the solar system at such close range filled him with profound awe. Chen Yuan's gaze fell upon Mercury beside him. Looking at this planet, even smaller than himself, he could not help but feel another wave of astonishment. Was it truly this small? Mercury's surface was gray-white, and because it possessed almost no atmosphere, every crater carved by ancient meteor impacts could be seen clearly. Being the closest planet to the sun, Mercury's temperatures were extreme, making life impossible. Without further hesitation, Chen Yuan guided his body into Mercury's orbit. He adjusted his speed, making himself move just slightly faster than Mercury. His body brushed against the planet's surface. Devour. In an instant, golden light engulfed Mercury. Though it was a planet, its size was not much greater than the moon's. Yet for Chen Yuan, this was his first time devouring a full-fledged planet, and the sensation was entirely different. Mercury's planetary body transformed into golden light and completely merged into Chen Yuan. His volume swelled dramatically in an instant. Yet just then, because he had come to a halt, an immense and terrifying force seized him and dragged him in a single direction. Chen Yuan realized at once that his body was being pulled rapidly toward the sun. He stared at the raging tongues of flame erupting there. A tingling dread crawled over him. Even if he had no scalp to prickle, if he were swallowed by the sun, he would be burned to nothing but ash. I have to escape. Chen Yuan hastily used his spiritual sense to control his body, fleeing outward at extreme speed. The velocity granted by his spiritual control instantly carried him beyond the sun's gravitational grip, flinging him away. He shot off violently in one direction. Only after he felt himself slip free of the sun's pull did Chen Yuan allow himself a small sigh of relief. He slowly reduced his speed. As he did, Chen Yuan sensed movement nearby. He saw a planet hurtling toward him on its orbit. Startled, Chen Yuan hurriedly shifted his massive body aside to avoid it. He examined the passing planet. It was a brownish-red world with a deep scar-like trench across its surface, as though something had cleaved it. This planet was still slightly larger than Chen Yuan was now, even after swallowing Mercury. At this size, given some time, I should be able to devour it as well. Which planet is it? With that question, Chen Yuan extended his perception across the solar system. He realized that his current position lay along the orbit of the 4th planet. The 4th planet? That must be Mars. So this is Mars. Almost without thinking, Chen Yuan followed after it to take a closer look. Mars's surface was uneven and pitted with that same deep mark. On Earth, it would be called a canyon. Even from space looking inward, that canyon was astonishingly long. There was also an enormous crater on Mars, seemingly formed by the impact of some colossal object. Strange. Mercury bears so many scars from meteor strikes, and Mars too shows the marks of massive impacts. So why does Earth show none of that? Suddenly another thought occurred to Chen Yuan. Could it be because Earth has crustal movement, while Mercury and Mars do not? How fascinating. Besides the massive crater, there was also an enormous bulge on Mars, a mountain range vast and towering. It held Chen Yuan's gaze. Earth is the third planet in the solar system and Mars the fourth. The two are relatively close to one another. So why can Earth nurture life while Mars cannot? Chen Yuan decided to take the opportunity to examine Mars's interior. He merged into Mars's orbit and extended his perception into the planet. Unlike Mercury, which possessed almost no atmosphere, Mars did have one. Chen Yuan could sense the thin veil of its atmosphere far more tenuous than Earth's. He was deeply curious as to why Mars had failed to give rise to life. But when his perception touched Mars's surface, the scene that appeared before him made him pause. On the ground within Mars, he saw stones. They were not ordinary rocks, but rounded pebbles, stones whose sharp edges had been worn away by the flow of water. Could Mars have water? Or rather, had it once possessed water? There are pebbles on Mars, and pebbles only appear in riverbeds. So that means Mars once had water. Water is the source of life. Could it be that Mars once harbored life, and later for some unknown reason that life vanished? Chen Yuan gazed at Mars's rugged terrain and the enormous craters left behind by meteorites. When exactly were these craters formed? By rights, with Jupiter shielding the terrestrial planets, they should not have suffered such terrifying impacts, unless Jupiter's protective barrier had not yet fully formed at that time. In other words, a long time ago, Mars possessed water. Judging from how widely these pebbles are distributed, a vast portion of the planet must once have been covered by water. Later, a cataclysmic meteor bombardment shattered Mars as a whole, turning it into what it is now. This was Chen Yuan's conjecture. The existence of pebbles could only prove that water had once flowed on Mars. As for why Mars eventually became like this, there was nothing but speculation. What could now be said with near certainty was that Mars held no life at all and was no longer suited for any to dwell there. Enough thinking. I'll devour a few moons first. Once my size increases, I'll swallow Mars as well. Chen Yuan noticed two irregular natural satellites orbiting beside Mars. Those two natural satellites were far smaller than Earth's moon and far less round. They looked like misshapen pockmarked potatoes circling around Mars. So Mars has only two moons. In the solar system's 8 major planets aside from Mercury and Venus, all others possess their own satellites. Mars's two natural satellites were known as Phobos and Deimos in common parlance, bearing the names of the sons of the ancient Greek war god Ares. These two moons are truly small, but something is better than nothing. With that thought, Chen Yuan guided his divine sense toward them, adjusting his speed to merge into Phobos's orbit and drift closer. Devour. Phobos turned into golden light and sank into Chen Yuan's body. His size grew slightly. The increase isn't obvious, but it's there. That's enough. With that in mind, Chen Yuan's gaze shifted to Deimos. He directed his divine sense toward it as well and swallowed the second moon. In an instant, Mars was left a lonely commander without troops. Chen Yuan swept his gaze over the gnomenless planet. So Mercury has been devoured and Mars's moons are gone as well. What comes next? Chen Yuan looked toward distant Jupiter. Around Jupiter, one satellite after another circled continuously, those natural Jovian moons still faithfully revolving around their giant primary. Jupiter possessed more natural satellites than any of the solar system's 8 planets. Chen Yuan had already devoured several, yet many still remained. Among them, 2 particular moons drew his gaze. Those 2 moons were enormous. One slightly larger, the other a little smaller, though the difference was not striking at a glance. Though called moons, each was far larger than Mercury. They were Ganymede and Titan. Ganymede was just a bit bigger than Titan, a difference barely noticeable from Earth. Ganymede was the largest moon in the solar system, even surpassing the planet Mercury in size. Chen Yuan had taken note of these 2 moons before, but at that time his own size and mass had been too small to devour them. Now, after swallowing Mercury, his volume and mass had finally surpassed those of the 2 moons by a modest margin. Now is the perfect time to devour them. With that thought, Chen Yuan used his divine sense to steer his now immense body toward Jupiter. As he drew near, he immediately felt the giant planet's tremendous gravitational pull. But with the divine sense he now commanded, he could already use speed to counteract the sun's gravity, let alone that of Jupiter, whose mass was smaller than the stars. Chen Yuan guided his body with his divine sense, slipping into Titan's orbit and then adjusting his speed to approach the moon. At such close range, he could clearly see Titan's appearance. Titan was also known as Himalaya, one of the largest moons in the solar system. In the past, people had even called Titan a second Earth. Through their probes, humans had discovered that Titan possessed an atmosphere, an exceedingly rare trait among moons, and that it also held liquid methane. Now, as Chen Yuan looked at Titan, he could see streams of liquid flowing across its surface like rivers winding over the moon's face. Those liquids were not water, but methane, rivers composed of liquid methane, a rare sight indeed. Yet Titan lacked a magnetic field. The solar system teemed with radiation. Any life exposed to such radiation would perish. Only a magnetic field could act as a barrier warding off external radiation and allowing life to flourish. Without a magnetic field, Titan could never truly become a second Earth. So these are rivers formed of methane. Chen Yuan's brow relaxed slightly. How extraordinary. But it doesn't matter, Chen Yuan said. Since no life can be born here, I shall devour you instead. As he approached Titan, he gradually reduced his speed, closing the distance bit by bit, until his body finally touched the moon. Their speeds were nearly matched, so only slight friction arose. Nothing significant. Devour. Titan's entire body turned into golden radiance and slowly poured into Chen Yuan. His size and mass both swelled noticeably. Comfortable. The next target was Ganymede. Chen Yuan fixed his gaze upon it and guided his body to move toward the massive moon. He slipped into Ganymede's orbit and continued to draw nearer. Ganymede was the largest moon in the solar system and possessed a powerful magnetic field. From this vantage point, Chen Yuan could see Ganymede clearly. Its surface gleamed in shades of azure and blue interspersed with patches of brown. Those brown regions appeared to be impact craters, while the bright azure areas were formed of ice. Ganymede resembled a polar world blanketed in ice. This Ganymede before him even bore a certain resemblance to Earth, though Earth did not suffer nearly so many impact craters. Such a colossal moon. This must be Ganymede. In the past, Chen Yuan had studied a bit of astronomy and knew that orbiting Jupiter was a single largest moon, Ganymede. They say there is an ocean beneath Ganymede's ice shell. I wonder if that's true. I'll find out. With that, he maneuvered his body closer to Ganymede and struck the moon at a slightly higher speed. At the moment of impact, the ice layer on Ganymede's surface shattered beneath his body. Liquid jolted by the collision erupted from the fractured gap in a powerful spray. Seeing that liquid, Chen Yuan's eyes brightened. Was that water? There truly was water concealed beneath Ganymede's ice. Water gushed forth from beneath the ice layer, spreading across the surface of Ganymede, only to freeze once more into ice within a short time. Chen Yuan was slightly astonished. Though he had heard rumors that liquid water might exist beneath Ganymede's icy crust, witnessing it firsthand still stirred a profound sense of awe within him. After all, water is the source of life, wherever water exists, life may follow. Perhaps Ganymede harbors life after all. At this thought, Chen Yuan activated his perception ability, extending it through the point of contact and deep into the ice layer, revealing astonishingly a vast subsurface ocean. It was indeed an ocean, but utterly barren. Not a single trace of life stirred within its depths. It was merely a desolate, silent expanse of water. Ganymede possesses water, oxygen, an atmosphere, and even a magnetic field, yet its surface temperature is exceedingly low and its oxygen concentration extremely thin. Even with water present, no known organism could survive under such harsh conditions. Thus, the absence of detectable life came as no surprise to Chen Yuan. Yet even on ancient Earth, in environments of extreme cold and oxygen scarcity, certain life forms endured. Could Ganymede truly harbor no such resilient beings? This question evoked memories of Earth's evolutionary history. In Earth's primordial era, atmospheric oxygen was exceptionally abundant, giving rise to colossal creatures. Later, as oxygen levels declined, successive generations of life gradually shrank in size. Given Ganymede's exceedingly thin oxygen, any native life, if it existed at all, would likely be microscopic, far beyond the resolution of Chen Yuan's perception. Either way, such life would remain invisible to him, not to mention the possibility that none existed at all. Chen Yuan dismissed the thought. He had not forgotten his true purpose. Devour. Ganymede dissolved into golden light, surging into Chen Yuan's body. Golden radiance flared around him, enveloping his form completely. His physical volume swelled visibly before his eyes, expanding by nearly an entire increment compared to before. Now with this new size, perhaps I can devour Mars. Mars ranks as the second smallest planet among the 8 major planets of the solar system. Mercury is the smallest by volume, while Mars exceeds Mercury, yet remains far smaller than Earth. By mass, however, Mercury is actually greater. Yet Chen Yuan's celestial devouring system operates solely on volumetric criteria. Using his perception, Chen Yuan compared his current volume against that of Mars, and found himself still slightly smaller. Then I must first consume Jupiter's natural satellites. As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden geyser erupted into view before him. A geyser? Chen Yuan froze in disbelief. Geysers exist in space. He turned his gaze, and saw the plume rising from one of Jupiter's nearby moons. Its surface gleamed pure white, blanketed in snow and ice, smooth, unbroken, and unmistakably frozen. From that icy crust, warm water surged upward, wreathed in mist, clearly heated beneath the surface. The jet soared high above the surface, piercing into the void of space, only to flash freeze instantly in the frigid vacuum, then fall back under the moon's weak gravity. The resulting ice crystals formed delicate frost flakes, shrouding the satellite in a hazy, luminous veil. Among Jupiter's many moons, one stood apart, Europa. Europa erupts geysers towering up to 200 kilometers high. It possesses a tenuous atmosphere composed primarily of oxygen, carbon dioxide, and methane. Oxygen typically forms when solar radiation splits water molecules in the air, thus confirming unequivocally that Europa contains abundant water. Staring at the moon before him, Chun Yuan felt a quiet astonishment stir within. Never imagined I'd witness a geyser in the cosmos, water bursting straight from a planetary surface. Incredible. But no matter, I'll set that aside for now. First, I'll consume more satellites to increase my volume. Seeking life was never his goal. His ambition lay in devouring celestial bodies to expand his mass and volume, until perhaps he transcended into a stellar entity. With that resolve, Chun Yuan guided his colossal form along Jupiter's orbit, scanning for suitable natural satellites to devour, one after another, until dozens had vanished into his being. At last his volume surpassed that of Mars. He steered his immense body toward Mars' orbital path, entering and synchronizing with its trajectory. He adjusted his velocity to match Mars, then gradually accelerated, sliding closer along the same orbital plane, before decelerating sharply as he neared. Now matching Mars in sheer scale, even a gentle collision between them would unleash catastrophic force. Thus Chun Yuan slowed himself to near stillness, ensuring the softest possible contact as their surfaces met. Devour. Mars dissolved into radiant gold, flowing steadily into Chun Yuan's form. The planet was consumed, and his volume swelled dramatically. Exhilarating. When I devour a celestial body, I absorb its full volume and mass. Having devoured Mars, both have increased substantially. Still too little. Among the 8 planets, Mars ranks second to last in mass, Venus third to last. Even after consuming Mars, my volume remains smaller than Venus. So becoming a star will require an exceedingly long time. No matter. I am in no hurry. I possess infinite time. Onward. More satellites to devour. With nothing else to occupy him, Chun Yuan directed his immense form across the solar system, using his divine sense, seeking satellites to consume and amplify his volume. Simultaneously, his attention shifted toward Venus, observing the planet nestled between Mercury and Earth. Venus, Earth's sister planet, is the second brightest celestial object visible from Earth, outshone only by the moon. Through his perception, Venus shimmered with a dazzling burnished gold, its name perfectly embodied in its luminous hue. His awareness pierced its dense oppressive atmosphere and descended into its interior. What greeted him was staggering. From within Venus' depths, his perception looked upward, to a sky choked with suffocating leaden clouds. Below, the land lay parched, drier than any desert, while lightning fractured the eternal gloom, silver serpents writhing across the blackened firmament. Thunderclaps detonated across the landscape, their deafening roars reverberating directly into Chun Yuan's consciousness via his perception. Boom, boom. Good heavens, this very realm rivals the deepest hells. The interior of Venus is like a hell on Earth. Venus is relatively close to Earth, and compared to Mercury, is further from the Sun. However, through his perception, Chun Yuan can sense that the temperature inside Venus is extremely high. It is much higher than what he saw on Mercury before. This is indeed a hell on Earth where no life could possibly exist under such conditions. Clearly, Venus is so close to Earth, yet Earth has become the cradle of life, while Venus has turned into a hell. In fact, the temperature on Venus is even higher than that of Mercury, which is closest to the Sun. This feels quite unbelievable, but this is the truth. Chun Yuan looked at the thick atmosphere surrounding Venus. In reality, 97% of Venus' atmosphere is composed of carbon dioxide. Moreover, it is much thicker than that of Earth. This atmosphere, made of so much carbon dioxide, wraps around Venus like a blanket. The heat generated by the sun's rays falls onto Venus' surface, and that heat should rise and dissipate, but it is blocked by this atmosphere. All the heat is trapped inside Venus. To describe it, Venus has become like a pressure cooker. This is the reason for the extreme heat within Venus. Chun Yuan didn't think much of it. He withdrew his perception, which had been released out of curiosity, and his figure appeared in the orbit of Jupiter's satellites. Chun Yuan had no intention of letting any of Jupiter's satellites escape. He noticed a satellite not far away that was much smaller than himself, and he controlled his body to approach it. Devour. As time passed, Chun Yuan's size grew larger day by day. On this day, he discovered something that left him somewhat astonished. After having devoured 2 of the 8 planets in the solar system, the orbits of the remaining 6 planets began to change. Jupiter's orbit slightly deviated from its original path, starting to move towards the solar system. The orbits of the other 6 planets also began to show changes. Within the solar system, it's not just the planets that have gravitational pull on the sun, there is also gravitational interaction among the planets. After losing Mercury and Mars, the orbits of the other 6 planets naturally began to change. However, due to the relatively small mass of Mercury and Mars, the changes in the orbits were not that severe. Still, this scene made Chun Yuan feel a bit uneasy. Because with the changes in the orbits, if this continues, it could very well lead to overlapping orbits among the other 6 planets, at which point some planets might be devoured by Jupiter. Chen Yuan suppressed his unease. Forget it, after all, these things don't exert that strong a gravitational pull on me. As long as I'm fine, everything will be fine. With this thought, he began to continue devouring satellites. After an intense period of devouring, as if forgetting the passage of time, his size gradually increased, and now he was large enough to devour Venus. My body seems a bit off. Chen Yuan could see his own form through his perception. At first, his body was similar to that of the moon. Although the surface was still uneven, it was relatively round. Now Chen Yuan's body had become exceptionally round, and one could see rivers of lava spreading across his surface. With the increase in mass and volume, a core had already formed within Chen Yuan, and above the core beneath the surface was lava. Due to Chen Yuan's speed, the gravitational pull of nearby planets, and other factors, the surface cracked, and volcanic eruptions of lava were a normal phenomenon. Because of Chen Yuan's own gravitational pull, the erupted lava returned to his surface due to gravity, and the mass loss was negligible compared to Chen Yuan's volume, so it wasn't a big deal. However, as Chen Yuan looked at his body, he felt something magical. He moved his body controlled by his divine sense, and found nothing unusual, which put his mind at ease. Let's devour Venus first. With that thought, Chen Yuan used his divine sense to control his massive body and approached Venus orbit. Upon entering Venus orbit, Chen Yuan accelerated to catch up with Venus. Bang! Chen Yuan collided with Venus. Devour. Venus was instantly enveloped by golden light, which then merged into Chen Yuan's body. Chen Yuan's body began to grow in size at a visible rate. When the golden light dissipated, his volume was noticeably larger than before. Venus had vanished, or rather it had been devoured and absorbed by Chen Yuan. Now the next target is to be found. The next target. Chen Yuan instinctively looked behind him. There, a blue planet already covered in ice was orbiting the sun. This was Earth. Earth's size and mass are both larger than that of Venus, but not by much. The sizes and masses of Earth and Venus are quite similar, and their positions are also similar. Thus, Venus and Earth are often referred to as sister planets. After devouring Venus, Chen Yuan's size and mass were now slightly larger than Earth's. This means that if Chen Yuan wanted to continue devouring and increase his size and mass by consuming other planets, then Earth would be the best choice. Looking at the icy frozen Earth before him, Chen Yuan felt somewhat confused about what had happened. Earth used to be Chen Yuan's home, filled with countless animals and life, but now this Earth is a cold wasteland. He could not see any signs of life. Why is this? Nuclear winter. After Earth experienced a terrifying nuclear war, the dust and smoke produced by the nuclear bombs covered the sky, blocking all sunlight. The entire world has become like the Ice Age, with deadly darkness and cold enveloping the planet. All living beings on Earth faced imminent disaster. In such an environment, humanity could not continue to survive. From the looks of it, the remaining humans on Earth had likely left via spacecraft. Now Earth is a desolate planet devoid of any life. Chen Yuan controlled his body and entered Earth's orbit. Looking at this planet before him, Chen Yuan used his perception to observe everything inside the planet. However, what he saw was only cold and silence. There wasn't a trace of life. Earth is no longer suitable for human habitation, and the solar system is no longer suitable for life. So let's devour it. With that, Chen Yuan approached Earth, and his body collided with it. Devour. Earth was engulfed in golden light. The golden light merged into Chen Yuan's body. Chen Yuan's entire being turned golden, and his size and mass increased at a visible rate. After devouring the Earth, Chen Yuan's body had grown significantly in both size and mass. However, this mass alone was still far from sufficient to constitute a star. If he wanted to continue increasing his size and mass, there was only one choice left to keep devouring. Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars have all been consumed by me. Currently, there are still 4 major planets remaining in the solar system: Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. It turns out that there were 9 planets in the solar system, including Pluto. The reason Pluto was later reclassified was that its size is very small, only 2/3 that of the Moon. Additionally, a planet must have the ability to clear its orbit of other celestial bodies. Pluto does not possess this capability. Pluto was initially classified as one of the planets because early scientists had miscalculated its mass. With the advancement of science, Pluto's size and mass were ultimately confirmed. It was these factors that led to its reclassification. Pluto is now defined as a dwarf planet, a new classification that lies between planets and asteroids. Thus, if Chen Yuan wished to consume planets, his gaze would naturally not fall upon Pluto. Now, out of the 8 major planets, only the last 4 gas giants remain. Chen Yuan used his perception ability to observe the 4 gas giants. Among these gas giants, the smallest was Neptune, the 8th planet of the solar system. However, through his perception ability, Chen Yuan could see that Neptune's size was significantly larger than his current form. It was impossible to devour Neptune. In other words, I can only consume some dwarf planets or satellites to increase my size. Chen Yuan felt a bit of a headache. With my current size, how much do I need to consume to surpass Neptune? And one more thing. Even if I were to consume all the remaining satellites and dwarf planets in the solar system, would that be enough for me to surpass Neptune in size? That seems quite unlikely. Wait a minute. I feel like I saw something with my perception earlier. With that thought, Chen Yuan expanded his perception ability. Previously, Chen Yuan's perception had encompassed the 8 major planets of the solar system, but now he magnified his perception. He could see much further. He noticed that beyond Neptune's orbit, there was a vast belt of asteroids composed of smaller celestial bodies. This asteroid belt was significantly larger than the one located between Jupiter and Saturn. It was about 20 times wider, resembling a gigantic disk. Within the asteroid belt, the dwarf planet Pluto was nestled among them. The Kuiper Belt. This is a region similar to an asteroid belt located beyond Neptune's orbit, but it is 20 times wider and contains many small celestial bodies. Inside the Kuiper Belt, there are countless asteroids and dwarf planets. Upon discovering the Kuiper Belt, Chen Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Currently, the asteroid belt between Jupiter and Saturn had been mostly cleared by Chen Yuan. The satellites of Jupiter had also been nearly consumed by Chen Yuan, leaving only a few small satellites that would not significantly contribute to his increase in size. And now the densely packed celestial bodies within this Kuiper Belt were the key to Chen Yuan's continued growth in size. With that thought, Chen Yuan immediately used his divine sense to control his body and rushed towards the Kuiper Belt. As Chen Yuan passed through the orbit of Jupiter, he caught sight of Saturn. As he drew closer, he saw the stunning rings of Saturn composed of icy particles. The rings of Saturn encircled the planet, creating a breathtaking sight. Chen Yuan continued onward, passing by Uranus, observing it up close. Chen Yuan felt a unique sensation. This planet Uranus was a light blue color, appearing particularly beautiful. It also featured planetary rings which were a gorgeous shade of light blue, much like Saturn's. Interestingly, these rings encircled Uranus from above, while Uranus rotated from top to bottom as if lying on its side. Chen Yuan flew past Uranus, continuing on to Neptune, which was distinctly different from Uranus. While Uranus was light blue, Neptune was deep blue and slightly smaller in size. Chen Yuan merely glanced at it and did not linger. Before him lay his target for this occasion, the Kuiper Belt. It was filled with densely packed celestial bodies that captured Chen Yuan's attention. Chen Yuan controlled his body and flew into the Kuiper Belt. As soon as he entered, he halted. The nearby asteroids were drawn towards him by his gravitational pull, rushing towards him. Seeing this, Chen Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Devour. He activated his devouring ability. As those asteroids approached his atmosphere, they transformed into golden light and were consumed by him. Now Chen Yuan felt immense satisfaction as he controlled his body and plunged into the Kuiper Belt. His gravitational force acted like a vacuum cleaner, drawing nearby small celestial bodies directly towards him, and then using his devouring ability to consume those small celestial bodies that approached. Through his perception ability, Chen Yuan could now witness a scene where a massive spherical celestial body was racing around within the Kuiper Belt, devouring the densely packed small celestial bodies. That massive spherical celestial body was none other than Chen Yuan himself, or rather it should be called the main sphere. The area of the Kuiper Belt was enormous, and there were countless small celestial bodies within it. For Chen Yuan, this was a means to increase his own size and mass. He was not polite at all. The Kuiper Belt was the remnant of the primordial solar nebula. Perhaps due to the gravitational tug of Neptune and the insufficient mass within, these remnants had not formed into planets. There were many dwarf planets, small celestial bodies, satellites, and comets present. Previously, many comets that passed over the Earth originated from the Kuiper Belt. After becoming a planet, Chen Yuan's concept of time became quite vague. He thought about completely devouring the celestial bodies within the Kuiper Belt, and with that intention, he continuously used his divine sense to control his body to devour. It was uncertain how much time Chen Yuan spent. He even lost track of time. Finally, the celestial bodies near the Kuiper Belt were completely devoured. When the Kuiper Belt vanished from sight, Chen Yuan finally snapped back to reality. He used his perception ability to check his own size. Currently, his size was slightly larger than before, but still not surpassing Neptune. It looks like a lot, but when consumed, it's actually quite little. The Kuiper Belt was composed of many small celestial bodies, and the total mass of those bodies was actually not much. Chen Yuan didn't think much of it. A little progress was still progress. He set his sights on the satellites of other planets. Chen Yuan left the Kuiper Belt, flying towards Saturn. The moons of Jupiter were nearly consumed, and if he wanted to further enhance his size by devouring more moons, he would have to turn his attention to the moons of Saturn. However, upon returning, Chen Yuan discovered that Neptune had completely deviated from its previous orbit, now drawing closer to the sun. What is going on? Chen Yuan was somewhat puzzled. Previously having consumed 4 terrestrial planets, the gravitational pull of the terrestrial planets should have caused other outer planets to drift away. Why is Neptune not only moving inward, but getting closer? What is the situation? Chun Yuan flew further and becoming increasingly astonished. As Chun Yuan flew between the orbits of Uranus and Saturn, the scene revealed through his sensing ability left him utterly shocked. Like Neptune, Uranus also began to shift inward, and at this moment the distance of deviation between Uranus and Neptune was even greater. Saturn also seemed to be shifting inward, though the movement was slight. This led to a reduction in the distance between Uranus and Saturn. If this situation continues to diminish, the two are likely to collide. Why is this happening? Chun Yuan, through his sensing ability, took in the entirety of the solar system. Chun Yuan noticed that besides Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune shifting inward, Jupiter was moving outward. With this, he could make a conjecture. This is due to Jupiter's gravitational pull. The disappearance of the 4 terrestrial planets caused Jupiter to shift outward, which also intensified the gravitational pull on the outer planets. Saturn, attracted by Jupiter's gravity, began to shift inward, but due to its massive mass, the deviation was not severe. In contrast, Uranus and Neptune were shifting much more significantly. Furthermore, as Uranus and Neptune drew closer, Saturn's gravitational pull on them increased. Naturally, these two gas giants were drawn closer by the gravity of Jupiter and Saturn. They began to move towards Jupiter and Saturn. If this continues, Uranus and Saturn are likely to collide. If Uranus collides with Saturn, it may be torn apart and devoured by Saturn. If Uranus is devoured, how can I then consume Uranus? This left Chun Yuan feeling somewhat frustrated. Suddenly, Chun Yuan had a thought. What if Neptune and Uranus collided? What would happen then? The masses and volumes of Neptune and Uranus were quite similar. If they collide, both are likely to be shattered into pieces. In that case, I could take advantage of the situation. But the problem is that Uranus is currently very close to Saturn, and given the present situation, it is evident that Uranus will hit Saturn first. What should I do then? With this thought, Chun Yuan conceived a bold idea. System, if my divine sense can control my own actions, can I also use my divine sense to control the actions of other planets? Yes, a mechanical voice echoed in his ear. However, since the divine sense is yours, the speed at which you control other celestial bodies will be reduced. Slow speed. That's fine, as long as I can control other planets, that's enough. Chun Yuan activated his sensing ability, projecting his divine sense onto Neptune. He then used his divine sense to guide Neptune's body closer to Uranus orbit. Under Chun Yuan's control, Neptune indeed moved. However, the speed of Neptune's movement was painfully slow. If Chun Yuan controlled himself with his divine sense, he could easily ignore the sun's gravitational pull at close range, but controlling Neptune with his divine sense was frustratingly slow. Yet in this vast universe, Chun Yuan felt no sense of time. Even if it was slow, as long as he could make Neptune collide with Uranus, he would achieve his goal. Time slowly passed. Finally, Neptune entered Uranus orbit. As Neptune and Uranus drew closer, suddenly a collision occurred. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound. In the vacuum, this sound could not be heard, but within Neptune and Uranus they could hear it. With this collision, the two colossal gas planets shattered like two colliding stones. However, due to the extremely high density between the two planets, most of the shattering occurred at the periphery. As the periphery shattered, their volumes also shrank down to a level that Chun Yuan could consume. Upon seeing this, Chun Yuan used his divine sense to control his body and moved forward. Approaching the nearest Neptune, he exclaimed, "Devour." Some of the planetary fragments attracted by Chun Yuan's gravity fell onto him and were consumed. At the same time, golden light engulfed the already shattered Neptune. Neptune transformed into golden light and merged into Chun Yuan's body, while the fragments of Neptune drawn in by Chun Yuan's gravity and devouring ability rushed into his embrace. In an instant, Chun Yuan's size and mass increased at a visibly rapid rate. In no time, his size surpassed that of a complete Neptune, and before him lay the battered Uranus. Upon nearing Uranus again, Chun Yuan activated his devouring ability once more. Uranus also transformed into golden light and merged into Chun Yuan's body, causing his size and mass to increase again. He controlled his body, still glimmering with golden light, using his devouring ability to consume all the scattered planetary fragments around him. After devouring all of Neptune and Uranus, Chun Yuan's size had grown even larger. Of course, compared to Saturn and Jupiter, his size and mass still fell short. Chun Yuan glanced at his current size, then looked at the distant Saturn and Jupiter. At this moment, he had consumed 6 out of the 8 major planets in the solar system, leaving only Saturn and Jupiter. Yet even so, Chun Yuan realized that the combined volume of the 6 planets was still smaller than Saturn, let alone when compared to Jupiter, the largest behemoth in the solar system. The gap was too vast. Then next, I will use my divine sense to control Saturn to collide with Jupiter. With this thought, Chun Yuan directed his divine sense to control Saturn, moving it. Your divine sense is insufficient to control the target's movement, a mechanical voice sounded. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan was taken aback. What? I have consumed so many planets, yet I still cannot control Saturn. Such a realization was quite frustrating. What should I do next? Suddenly Qin Yuan had another idea. He used his divine sense to control his massive body flying between Saturn and Jupiter. That's right, I now have mass and volume, which means I can exert gravitational pull. My gravity may not significantly affect Saturn and Jupiter, but it will surely have some impact. Using my gravity, I can make Saturn and Jupiter draw closer more quickly. As long as they get close enough, they will inevitably be attracted by each other's gravity and collide. Once they collide, I will have my opportunity. It would take a long time for Saturn and Jupiter to collide. Although Qin Yuan's gravitational force was at play, it only slightly increased the speed at which Jupiter and Saturn approached each other. There was a vast distance between Jupiter and Saturn. In the face of this distance, the speed generated by Qin Yuan's gravity was, to say the least, minuscule. At present, only time could bring Jupiter and Saturn to collide. As a planet, Qin Yuan had essentially lost all concept of time. As time passed, Qin Yuan noticed that the volcanoes erupting on his surface gradually ceased their activity. A young planet tends to experience frequent volcanic eruptions for a certain period after its formation. But as time went on, the volcanoes within the planet would calm down. Simultaneously, Qin Yuan also noticed that his size was slowly shrinking due to the passage of time. This made Qin Yuan somewhat melancholy. I am already smaller than Saturn. If I continue to shrink, won't I become even smaller? This was rather troubling for Qin Yuan, yet there was nothing he could do to stop it. When a planet's mass and volume are sufficiently large, the gravitational force generated within the core compresses the outer material inward. When that planet's mass and volume reach a certain threshold, it will continue to collapse inward, and the gravity will become immense. The terrifying gravitational force can easily absorb the abundant gases from the universe, transforming the planet into a gas giant. Once the planet's mass reaches a certain level, nuclear fusion will occur, turning it into a star. Qin Yuan's current mass was still insufficient to become a star. He was merely experiencing the gravitational effects that caused the low-density materials on his surface to shrink inward. However, the decrease in size left Qin Yuan feeling a bit disheartened. After all, the celestial devouring system relied on volume to engulf, and a smaller size made devouring more challenging. With nothing else to do, Qin Yuan utilized his perception abilities to observe Saturn, which he had not looked at before. Saturn was a gas giant, but it was not entirely gaseous. It was primarily composed of hydrogen. The pressure and density within Saturn increased progressively towards its core, and at deeper layers within Saturn, hydrogen would convert into a metallic state. Only the outer layer was gaseous while the core was solid. The most captivating aspect of Saturn was undoubtedly its rings. Saturn boasts the brightest rings in the entire solar system, and some astronomy enthusiasts can easily see them from Earth using telescopes. The rings of Saturn are composed of rock and ice, possessing a strong ability to reflect light. However, for gas giants like this, the possibility of life existing within them is nearly zero. Qin Yuan glanced at it, and then moved on. While it was beautiful beneath that stunning exterior lay a hellish reality. As he continued to orbit the sun, he awaited the approach of Saturn and Jupiter. Uncertain how much time had passed, Qin Yuan saw a cosmic warship flying towards him from the orbit of Saturn. Qin Yuan felt puzzled. Humans, didn't they move away from Earth? Why are they back? With these doubts, Qin Yuan noticed that the warship was flying directly towards him. What do they want? Are they trying to deceive me again? Qin Yuan contemplated whether to flee, but now running seemed too strange for humans. Qin Yuan chose not to run and decided to see what these humans intended to do. The cosmic warship passed through Qin Yuan's atmosphere and landed on his surface. The door of the warship opened. Several men and women dressed in what appeared to be high-tech attire emerged from the vessel. After descending, they moved about Qin Yuan, collecting soil and rock samples. After gathering the soil and rock, they activated the warship and departed. They left. Don't they want to check the situation on Earth? Qin Yuan was pondering whether they would return to check on Earth when he secretly used his perception abilities to observe their expressions. Now it seemed that plan had fallen through. Forget it, Qin Yuan was too lazy to think more about it. Now that he was a planet, he had no interest in what humans intended to do. As time gradually passed, the distance between Saturn and Jupiter grew closer. Uncertain how long it had been, Qin Yuan also didn't know how long he had been orbiting the sun in this place. That day finally arrived. Saturn and Jupiter came into alignment on the same orbital path. As they revolved at a certain intersection, a collision occurred. Boom. With a muffled sound, both planets shook violently. Gaseous and solid materials were shattered, scattering into fragments that flew outward. Saturn was shattered into pieces, and the materials on it were flung outward due to the force of the impact. Seeing this, Qin Yuan hurriedly approached, entering a devouring state. He began to harvest the fragments of Saturn. After consuming the fragments of Saturn, Qin Yuan was astonished to discover that he had not devoured much. Most of Saturn's mass had been entirely absorbed by Jupiter's terrifying gravity, becoming part of Jupiter. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yuan was somewhat stunned. This was completely different from what he had imagined. There was no shattering phenomenon like that which occurred during the collision of Neptune and Uranus. Instead, Saturn was simply absorbed by Jupiter. Through his perception abilities, Chen Yuan could see that Saturn's volume was about 80% of Jupiter's. Yet volume does not equate to everything. Jupiter's mass was more than 3 times that of Saturn. During the collision, Saturn was unable to inflict significant damage on Jupiter, resulting in the final outcome of Saturn being consumed by Jupiter. Chen Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. If Saturn was consumed by Jupiter, how am I supposed to devour Saturn? Devour Jupiter? What am I to do now? Wait. Chen Yuan's mind raced. Divine sense. He quickly used his divine sense to lock on a Saturn, which was being devoured, attempting to drive Saturn away from Jupiter. Your divine sense is insufficient to control the target's movement. Still not working. Chen Yuan felt a headache coming on. With no other options, he could only watch helplessly. Uncertain how long had passed, Saturn was completely consumed by Jupiter. Now only Jupiter remained among the 8 planets of the solar system, along with Chen Yuan, of course. Chen Yuan gazed at the colossal Jupiter before him. This is bad, this is really bad. If I can't devour Saturn and Jupiter, then becoming a star is basically impossible. Saturn collided with Jupiter and was directly swallowed by it. What now? Chen Yuan instinctively looked towards the distant stars shimmering with light. Outside the solar system, there must be other stellar systems, and within those systems there surely exist more planets. But they must be too far away. That would be interstellar travel. Wait a minute. I'm a planet. Oh, why should I fear interstellar travel? Let's go. At worst, I can travel a few hundred light years. Thinking makes it so. Chen Yuan used his divine sense to propel his massive body outward towards the expanse beyond the solar system. I don't even know how long I've been flying. When will I finally leave the solar system? I also have no idea how long I've been controlling my divine sense to fly. Chen Yuan felt a bit bored, yet there was nothing to do. It felt somewhat tedious, but he had long gotten used to the monotony and had nothing pressing on his mind, though he couldn't help but silently complain. Chen Yuan had already flown out of the Kuiper belt and was slowly heading towards the outer direction of the solar system. He had been flying out of the Kuiper belt for quite some time. During this time, Chen Yuan had hardly seen any other matter existing, so it felt just empty. Indeed, it was quite boring. At that moment, Chen Yuan sensed a resistance. He controlled his body with his divine sense, maintaining a balanced speed. Even the slightest resistance was perceivable to Chen Yuan. Although this resistance wasn't significant to him, he still felt it quite clearly amid his boredom. What is happening? Chen Yuan felt a bit puzzled. Suddenly he had a thought. Could it be the solar wind layer? The entire solar system is enveloped by solar winds, forming a bubble-like existence that surrounds the solar system, and this layer of solar wind is known as the solar wind layer. Earth has its atmosphere, which can shield against the sun's thermal radiation. The solar wind layer formed by solar winds can protect against cosmic rays, shielding the solar system from cosmic radiation. The solar wind layer is precisely where solar winds collide with cosmic rays. The collision creates a resistance. However, this resistance is quite negligible for Chen Yuan, who is a planet. It had almost no effect on him. Thus, Chen Yuan easily passed through the solar wind layer and continued to fly outward. Before him lay an empty world. In this empty world, Chen Yuan flew for some time. In his field of vision, he saw other matter appearing ahead. What is this? Before Chen Yuan was a cloud composed of rocks and ice. This substance was different from the asteroid belt he had seen earlier. Its components were similar to those of the asteroid belt, consisting of comets, ice blocks, asteroids, and other small celestial bodies. However, the area it covered was extraordinarily vast. Chen Yuan spread out his sensing ability to observe from the outside. The sight that met his eyes left him somewhat dumbfounded. This mass resembled an incredibly large cloud, taking a spherical shape. It enveloped the entire solar system. In comparison to this colossal cloud, the solar system appeared exceedingly small. However, although this cloud looked immense, the individual masses of those small celestial bodies were extremely light. Combined, their mass hardly amounted to much. It's the Oort cloud, a spherical cloud that surrounds the solar system, teeming with many active comets. The Oort cloud is located far from the sun, with a maximum radius of 1 light year. It is believed to be the remnants of the nebula left over from the formation of the solar system. As the sun formed from dust clouds, other materials that were not attracted by the sun and the planets were pushed outward. These remaining materials became the Oort cloud. This mass looks enormous, but if I were to consume it, even if I devoured it all, its mass would likely be minimal. Not very interesting. Chen Yuan lost interest and continued to fly forward. In this interstellar journey, time seemed to stand still. Flying into the Oort cloud, he continued outward. While passing through the Oort cloud, Chen Yuan discovered a gigantic gas giant. There is a planet within the Oort cloud. Does this mean there are not 8 planets in the solar system, but 9? Seeing this gas giant, Chen Yuan felt a sense of novelty. The gas giant appeared deep blue, somewhat similar to Neptune. But it was immense, nearly larger than Jupiter. Could this be the hypothetical planet Xing Shin Xing? Scientists speculate that there is a planet within the Oort cloud, which they named Xing Shin Xing. It is hypothesized that Xing Shin Xing's mass is slightly greater than that of Jupiter. Chen Yuan surveyed the immense blue gas giant before him. I had often heard scientists say that there exists a Xing Shin Xing within the Oort cloud, but it had never been confirmed until now when I finally saw it. It's a pity it's so large, but if it were smaller, I might consider consuming it. But something this big, I probably couldn't devour it even if I tried. This isn't a suitable food source. Chen Yuan planned to turn back. Wait a moment. Suddenly he halted in his tracks. He looked at Xing Shin Xing. If I could control such a large Xing Shin Xing and make it collide with Jupiter. Chen Yuan's heart stirred. He locked onto Xing Shin Xing with his divine sense. Insufficient divine sense to control the target's movement, a mechanical voice echoed. Previously, Chen Yuan struggled to control Saturn, let alone a mass larger than Jupiter like Xing Shin Xing. Although it was expected, it still left Chen Yuan feeling a bit frustrated. What if, like before, I used gravitational methods to draw Xing Shin Xing closer to Jupiter? Considering this, Chen Yuan controlled his massive form to fly towards the solar system, intending to attract Xing Shin Xing using gravity. However, Xing Shin Xing completely ignored Chen Yuan. Observing the self-rotating Xing Shin Xing, Chen Yuan felt a headache coming on. After all, the mass of Xing Shin Xing was not comparable to Saturn. With Chen Yuan's gravity attracting Xing Shin Xing was no small feat. Judging by the speed produced by this gravity, trying to make Xing Shin Xing collide with Jupiter would indeed be quite challenging. Thinking this, Chen Yuan decisively gave up. He controlled his body to pass by Xing Shin Xing and continued to fly outward. The Oort cloud was indeed massive. Currently, Chen Yuan's speed was already considerable, yet it would take a long time to fly out of the Oort cloud. For Chen Yuan, as a planet, time held no significance. He drifted through the vastness of space, searching for planets smaller than himself. Yet the universe was indeed vast beyond measure. After leaving the Oort cloud to avoid lacking direction, Chen Yuan continuously locked onto the brightest point of light in the universe. However, along the way, apart from seeing some stars, he could not spot any nearby celestial bodies, which troubled Chen Yuan greatly. I initially planned to consume some exoplanets out here and then return to devour Jupiter, but now that seems impossible. There's no other option but to keep flying onward. After flying for an unknown period, Chen Yuan's eyes brightened slightly. That is, a planet. After such a long flight, he finally encountered a planet. Oh, this planet does not revolve around a star. No wonder it feels strange. I remember that planets not revolving around a star are called rogue planets, also known as orphan planets. Chen Yuan said, "This is my first time seeing an orphan planet." Wait a minute, does that mean I am also a rogue planet now? Chen Yuan felt a bit gloomy, realizing that he himself was also a rogue planet. Rogue planets, broadly speaking, are those that do not orbit a star. They were originally orbiting their own star, but due to certain factors they broke free from their star's gravitational pull, leading them to drift through interstellar space, becoming a rogue planet that meets the conditions of a planet but has no star to orbit. Chen Yuan was too lazy to think further and steered his body closer to the rogue planet. In a vacuum, due to inertia, the speeds of planets are quite uniform. This rogue planet is no exception. Its speed is naturally no match for Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan followed the rogue planet, getting closer. The contact was initiated from behind the rogue planet to avoid any collision. As he was about to make contact, he adjusted his speed. Maintaining his velocity as much as possible, Chen Yuan made contact with the rogue planet. Devour. The rogue planet transformed into golden light, which entered Chen Yuan's body and was absorbed by him. Chen Yuan's body seemed to turn into golden light, gradually expanding. As the golden light receded, Chen Yuan discovered that his body had taken on the characteristics of a gas giant, with a rocky structure inside enveloped by a thick gaseous layer. Now Chen Yuan appeared as a gas giant. He assessed his appearance. I've grown quite a bit, but with this size alone, swallowing Jupiter or becoming a star is basically impossible. It seems I must continue my interstellar journey and search for prey. Chen Yuan used his divine sense to control his body, flying toward the brightest light ahead. The universe is truly vast. Although Chen Yuan's speed had not yet reached the speed of light, it was already quite fast. At this speed, traveling through the universe for a long time, he had only discovered one planet. This shows just how expansive the universe is. At this moment, through his perception ability, Chen Yuan detected a planet within his visible range. Seeing that planet, Chen Yuan's heart stirred. Although he was still quite far from that planet, through his perception ability, he could observe its size and mass. It was a massive gas giant, even larger than Jupiter. How frustrating. Being larger than Jupiter meant that devouring it was basically impossible. Forget it, since I'm here, I might as well see what this thing truly is. He immersed his perception ability into the rogue planet. Upon entering the rogue planet, Chen Yuan discovered that it had a very thick atmosphere. Jupiter within the solar system possesses the largest atmosphere in the entire solar system. However, the atmosphere of this rogue planet was even more exaggerated and larger than Jupiter's. Planets surrounding the solar system are mostly influenced by solar winds and the gravitational pull of other planets, causing their atmospheres to diminish or weaken. Rogue planets are different. Without a star to orbit and no nearby gravitational forces, they can better preserve their atmosphere. Having surveyed the area, Chun Yuan, who only had a superficial understanding of astronomy, found nothing particularly remarkable. He withdrew his perception ability and bid farewell to the giant rogue planet. Chun Yuan continued on his journey. Along the way, he encountered another rogue planet which surpassed his understanding of the universe. It was a rocky planet the size of Earth with a very thick atmosphere, even thicker than that of Venus. With such a thick atmosphere, if it were in the same position as Venus, it would probably become a hellish inferno. However, in this interstellar space, it might be something similar. Not having turned into a high-temperature, high-pressure inferno likely meant it had transformed into a frigid hell instead. However, when Chun Yuan's perception ability penetrated the atmosphere and entered inside, what he felt left him somewhat perplexed. The imagined frigid hell did not appear. Upon entering the atmosphere, Chun Yuan discovered that the surface of this rocky planet was surprisingly warm. What is going on? There is no light, and there are no stars nearby. How can it be warm? This left Chun Yuan somewhat baffled. Most people believe that when a planet is far from its star, the temperature must approach absolute zero. Yet rogue planets can retain a thick atmosphere. The radioactive isotopes formed in the core of the rogue planet undergo decay, generating geothermal heat. This heat rises to the surface and is trapped by the atmosphere remaining within the planet. Over time, the heat retained inside the planet can reach significant levels. Although Chun Yuan had some exposure to astronomy, he only knew a little and didn't understand much about rogue planets. Forget it. Regardless of the situation, I should just devour it first. It would be a shame not to consume a planet smaller than himself. With that thought, Chun Yuan approached the rogue planet. Devour. The rogue planet transformed into golden light and entered Chun Yuan's body. His size increased slightly, though it was still far smaller than Jupiter. After the devouring, he continued to fly forward. Along the way, Chun Yuan encountered more rogue planets. He let the larger ones go and devoured the smaller ones. Time passed quickly. Chun Yuan was uncertain how long he had been flying. Finally, he arrived at his destination, looking at the star before him. Chun Yuan was stunned. What kind of star is this? Is it really that big? Before Chun Yuan's eyes appeared a massive star. Its size was nearly twice that of the sun, and the light it emitted was bluish-white. It appeared extremely bright. No wonder it was so luminous earlier. It was due to this. Sirius, also known as Alpha Canis Majoris A, is located in the constellation Canis Major. Viewed from Earth, it is the brightest star in the entire sky after the sun. From Earth, its brightness is lower than that of Venus and Jupiter, but it is usually brighter than Mars. Due to its status as the brightest star, it has been recorded in various ancient civilizations on Earth. So bright, so large. Fortunately, my purpose for coming here was not to find it. I have no appetite for this thing. I wonder what the planets nearby are like in size. Oh, let's take a look. Chun Yuan utilized his perception ability, taking in the situation of Sirius with his eyes. To his astonishment, he found that there was no planet visible at the location of Sirius. Instead, he could see another luminous star. As Chun Yuan followed the source of light, he beheld Sirius A, a star twice the size of the sun. Beside Sirius A, there was another star named Sirius B. These two stars were in a mutual orbit. Two stars orbiting around each other. This must be a binary star system. But why is there not a single planet? It is quite difficult for planets to survive in a binary star system made up of two stars. This is because the two stars influence each other, creating their unique orbits. A planet must orbit one of the stars, and during this orbit it is very likely to collide with the other star, either being devoured or simply ejected into interstellar space. Thus, it is quite challenging for a planet to remain in a binary star system. Sirius A and Sirius B represent such a system where planets are unlikely to exist. Even structures similar to the Kuiper belt or Oort cloud of the solar system are hard to find near binary star systems. If there are no planets, then my journey has been in vain. This is incredibly frustrating. Wait a minute. Chun Yuan seemed to realize something and looked towards the location of Sirius B. He spread out his perception ability, locking onto Sirius B. He observed the size of Sirius B and felt somewhat astonished. Is this? No way. The size of a star is actually the same as that of Earth. The sun in the solar system is indeed a star. In Chun Yuan's understanding, stars are immensely large existences. However, upon seeing Sirius B, he was somewhat bewildered. For Sirius B had a size merely equal to that of Earth. Yet it was burning, emitting bright white light while generating terrifying heat. This was clearly a star, but its size was far too small, only as large as Earth. Sirius B is the companion star to Sirius A. Its size was that of Earth, yet its mass was nearly equivalent to that of the Sun. It belongs to the category of white dwarf stars that have ceased nuclear fusion, representing older stars. Although it has stopped nuclear fusion, the immense mass transformed into internal energy due to gravity, which results in the newly formed white dwarf being extremely hot. The surface temperature can reach 1000 K, giving it a white hue. Thus Sirius A is such a star. So with my current size, can I devour it? To devour a star? As this thought arose, Chun Yuan felt a rush of excitement. That is a star after all. If he could devour it, it would surely feel exquisite. Although its size is small, its mass is great. I just wonder if its immense mass, when devoured by me, could convert part of it into size biff, so that would be immensely pleasurable. But regardless of anything, it is still a star. Can I really devour it? The mass of a star is so great that the gravity it produces probably won't allow it. With my current mass, if I approach it. Chun Yuan hesitated. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Ooh, I must give it a try. With this thought, Chun Yuan controlled his body to move closer to Sirius B, gradually approaching as he reached a certain distance. Suddenly, Chun Yuan felt a strong gravitational pull that yanked his body closer to Sirius B. He controlled his speed to prevent being directly sucked in by this terrifying gravity. Truly worthy of being a star, this gravity is outrageous. Thankfully, having devoured so many celestial bodies, my current speed is sufficient to counteract its gravity. Chun Yuan continued to approach Sirius B. As he got closer, the gravitational pull from Sirius increased. Chun Yuan continued to use his speed to counteract its gravity, simultaneously inching closer. Suddenly, Chun Yuan noticed a terrifying sight. He discovered that the gaseous matter enveloping him was being pulled towards Sirius B by its gravity. The material on the surface of Chun Yuan began to fracture. The gas detached from Chun Yuan's gravity and rushed towards the embrace of the star, while the broken planetary fragments also surged towards each other. Chun Yuan's volume began to decrease. He was stunned, nearly using his divine sense to control his body to retreat. With a terrifying speed, he broke free from the gravitational pull of Sirius B, flying out and escaping its gravitational range. He flew into the outside world. Chun Yuan sighed in relief. This damn thing, I wanted to devour you, but ended up almost becoming your meal. Even a latest-stage star's mass and the gravity it produces are truly exaggerated. If I had continued approaching, I would have likely been torn apart by this thing. It seems that devouring this star is quite impossible. I'll have to wait until my mass is sufficient. In that case, I must continue my interstellar journey to seek other planets. Chun Yuan thought as he gazed at the not-so-distant Sirius B. That thing seemed to be unfazed, continuing its motion in its orbit. Chun Yuan gritted his teeth. I refuse to believe it. After spending so much time flying here, I won't leave empty-handed. It's impossible. After taking so long to get here, I can't leave empty-handed. Oh, Chun Yuan felt unwilling. He began to calculate. Along the way, I have devoured quite a few wandering planets. Although my mass isn't comparable to Jupiter, it is already considerable. Regardless, the gravity of Sirius B is strong, but it would definitely take time to consume all of my mass. So as long as I can approach Sirius B with a volume greater than that of Sirius B, I will have the chance to devour it. In other words, as long as my speed approaching Sirius B is fast enough, then the loss of volume and mass won't be too significant. With this thought, Chun Yuan immediately made up his mind. Got it. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Chun Yuan drove his divine sense to propel his massive body. His body rushed towards Sirius B at a speed inversely proportional to his mass. At the moment of approach, the gravity took effect. The outer layer of Chun Yuan's body began to split. First, the outer atmosphere was stripped away, followed by fractures appearing in the surface rocks. The material on him was devoured by the white dwarf Sirius B. However, just as Chun Yuan had thought, devouring takes time, and Chun Yuan was moving rapidly. As Chun Yuan's body approached the star, he slowed down. He had to slow down, otherwise a collision would lead to being torn apart. Even though the material and volume of his body were still being stripped by the white dwarf, Chun Yuan had no choice but to reduce his speed. Then he approached the white dwarf at a moderate pace. At this moment, Chun Yuan's body had already been torn apart by the terrifying gravity of the white dwarf star Sirius B, with most of the surrounding gaseous matter being consumed by it. The surface was shattered and planetary debris was gradually flying towards the white dwarf. However, just as Chun Yuan had anticipated, even though the gravity of the white dwarf was immensely strong, it still required time to engulf a mass of Chun Yuan's size. Now Chun Yuan's body had already made contact with the white dwarf. In that instant, he felt an unimaginable pressure, as if his entire being was being ripped apart from the core. What was even more terrifying was the dreadful temperature of the white dwarf. As he approached, Chun Yuan felt as if his body was instantly melting. The area of contact was essentially evaporated into a gaseous state. A white dwarf is a late-stage star. It shines due to the immense heat generated as its mass collapses toward the center, with this heat being transferred to the surface. Due to the extremely high temperature, it appears to emit white light. When this heat is exhausted, the white dwarf will transform into a black dwarf. However, the heat generated during the collapse of a white dwarf is so intense that the time required to cool down is extraordinarily long. The surface temperature of the sun is around 6,000 degrees Celsius, while no instances of white dwarfs having temperatures below 100 degrees Celsius have been found. That is an incredibly terrifying amount of heat. Chen Yuan knew that if this continued, he would either be melted by the temperature or crushed into fragments by the pressure. Therefore, he spoke out directly. Devour. Chen Yuan realized he could no longer hesitate. If he continued to delay, he would likely simply cease to exist. He directly used the devouring technique. It must be effective. Chen Yuan's body was already beginning to tear apart. Although from his sensory perception his size still appeared larger than that of Sirius B, his body already bore the marks of being torn apart, and he had no idea how the celestial devouring system would judge this situation. If this devouring was deemed ineffective, then Chen Yuan would be finished. He would be torn into pieces by the white dwarf and consumed. At such a close distance, even with Chen Yuan's speed, escape would be difficult. Just when he was feeling uneasy, the white dwarf, surrounded by scorching sparks, was suddenly enveloped in golden light. Those materials that were being pulled towards Sirius B's terrifying gravity also transformed into golden light and flew back into Chen Yuan's body. Seeing this, Chen Yuan was filled with wild joy. It worked. Sirius B transformed entirely into golden light, which surged rapidly toward Chen Yuan and entered his body. Both Chen Yuan's size and mass were increasing. He was covered in the incoming golden light, and his size and mass were growing at a visibly rapid rate. Chen Yuan was in close proximity to Sirius B, devouring its size and mass. This continued for a period. Chen Yuan sensed that something was amiss. What was going on? Although he had taken time to absorb other planets before, it had never taken this long. It was taking an unexpectedly long time. Chen Yuan felt that a significant amount of time had passed, yet the size of the golden light-covered Sirius B had hardly diminished. What's going on? The target's mass is far greater than yours. Absorbing it will require time. The mechanical voice of the system responded to Chen Yuan. Hearing this voice, Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. No problem, I have plenty of time to just absorb it slowly. Sirius B is a star with a mass comparable to the sun. Although it is small, it is still a star. This being is comparable to the sun. If it had consciousness, I would just be a tiny speck to it. The idea that such a colossal entity could be devoured by me seems quite unbelievable. It makes sense that it would take some time. This is truly comfortable. The conditions for the celestial devouring system only consider size, not mass. That's so convenient. One planet devouring a star, I bet no one would believe it if I told them. Chen Yuan felt incredibly happy. However, Sirius B's mass was indeed too great. Chen Yuan felt that he had already spent quite a bit of time, and his size had increased significantly due to the influence of Sirius B's mass. Currently, the volume Chen Yuan had gained from absorbing Sirius B had far surpassed the size he had previously observed Sirius B to possess. It seems that the change in volume is also related to the mass being absorbed. When the mass of Sirius B enters my body, does it naturally convert into volume? However, it makes sense. If the mass of Sirius B did not convert into volume, then I would be saying that my mass is the same as its, which would make me another star. If I continue to absorb like this, by the time I completely absorb Sirius B, my mass will likely satisfy the requirements to become a star. At that point, I could also become a star. At that time, Jupiter, the sun, I will go and devour them all. With this thought, Chen Yuan's enthusiasm soared. Suddenly, Chen Yuan noticed something strange. Through his sensing ability, he saw a star glowing with blue-white light slowly flying toward him. Seeing this, Chen Yuan was dumbfounded. Sirius A. No way. When Chen Yuan was absorbing Sirius B, both were in a state of stillness. But Sirius A was moving. Now Chen Yuan and Sirius B were exactly on Sirius A's orbital path. As Sirius B was being devoured, its gravity had become zero, merely awaiting its consumption by Chen Yuan. Sirius A and Sirius B are a binary star system. Losing the gravity of Sirius B would alter Sirius A's orbit. However, Chen Yuan never expected that his position was right in the new orbit of Sirius A. What to do? Watching as Sirius A drew closer, Chen Yuan looked at the remaining mass of Sirius B. There was still a significant amount left. If he didn't absorb it, it would be a huge loss. Chen Yuan had an idea. He would first use his divine sense to control Sirius B away from Sirius A's orbit, then follow it. With that thought, Chen Yuan used his divine sense to lock onto Sirius B. Your divine sense is too weak to control the target's movements. Even after absorbing for so long, the mass of Sirius B still far exceeded Chen Yuan's own mass. With his current divine sense, controlling other celestial bodies of similar mass was somewhat difficult. Controlling the larger Sirius B was naturally impossible. At that moment, Chen Yuan noticed that Sirius A was getting closer. There was no other choice. Chen Yuan used his divine sense to control his body and separate from Sirius B. He quickly retreated to the side. Chen Yuan had barely flown away when Sirius B resumed its appearance as a white dwarf because Sirius A was too close. Sirius B was directly pulled into Sirius A. Chen Yuan saw a burst of searing white light. Sirius A gradually tore Sirius B apart bit by bit. Sirius B was being consumed by Sirius A little by little. This process seemed to take some time. Just watching Sirius B being swallowed, Chen Yuan felt a bit gloomy. If I could completely devour Sirius B, I would surely be able to become a star directly. What a pity. Chen Yuan looked at his current mass and volume. Now Chen Yuan had already surpassed the volume and mass of Jupiter, but in terms of size, he was only slightly larger than the previous Jupiter. However, Chen Yuan's mass was far greater than that of Jupiter, estimated to be twice its mass. The size of a planet has its limits. When a planet's size reaches that of Jupiter, it is already close to its limit. After that, any further increase can only enhance mass and density, but once the mass is sufficient to trigger nuclear fusion, it will transform into a star. Currently, the reason Chen Yuan had double the mass, but only slightly larger volume than Jupiter, was due to certain exceptions. Some planets are larger than Jupiter because they are very close to their stars. This causes extreme heat on the planet's surface, leading to an expansion in size, making them much larger than Jupiter. Under normal circumstances, a planet's size limit is roughly comparable to Jupiter. Chen Yuan had already reached his size limit, which was just slightly larger than Jupiter. Fortunately, although I can't become a star yet with my current size, swallowing Jupiter is not a problem at all. Compared to when he first arrived, his volume had increased significantly and his mass had tripled. Compared to Jupiter, Chen Yuan had now surpassed it, yet when compared to a true star, he still fell short. Taking Sirius A as an example, Chen Yuan still felt incredibly small. To become a star, I still need some time. First, I should return to the solar system and consume Lucky Star and Jupiter. With this thought, Chen Yuan used his divine sense to control his body and flew towards the solar system. Leaving the vicinity of Sirius, Chen Yuan re-entered interstellar space. He had no idea how long he had been flying. Chen Yuan returned to the Oort cloud of the solar system. Through his sensing ability, Chen Yuan brought the solar system into view. He had lost track of how much time had passed since he left the solar system to go to Sirius, and then back again. Upon seeing the current solar system, Chen Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Jupiter's position had moved much closer to the Sun. Now Jupiter was located where Venus used to be, and the previous Lucky Star had already vanished. What happened? Where did Lucky Star go? Why is Jupiter so close to the Sun? After pondering for a while, Chen Yuan reached a conclusion. Previously, Jupiter had shifted outward due to the consumption of 4 terrestrial planets by Chen Yuan. At that time, Chen Yuan was outside Jupiter, so the loss of gravitational influence from the 4 terrestrial planets naturally caused Jupiter to move outward. But now Neptune, Uranus, and Saturn, which once exerted gravitational force on Jupiter, were all gone. Losing the gravitational influence of these 3 gas giants naturally had a greater impact than that of the 4 terrestrial planets. Thus, Jupiter naturally moved inward. As for Lucky Star, it was also affected by the gravitational influence of the 8 inner planets, and when Chen Yuan left, he took away the mass of 6 planets, leaving Lucky Star lacking the gravitational pull from that mass. Naturally, it moved outward and ultimately was flung into interstellar space, becoming a rogue planet. After understanding the situation, Chen Yuan felt a bit depressed. After all, Lucky Star was a planet with a volume and mass larger than Jupiter, and he had originally planned to return and consume both Jupiter and Lucky Star. This way, Chen Yuan could further increase his mass and volume. To become a star, I would need at least the mass of 13 Jupiters. This would allow me to become a brown dwarf. Currently, my mass is only equivalent to 3 Jupiters. To transform into a brown dwarf, I still need to consume the equivalent of 10 Jupiters in mass. A brown dwarf exists between the smallest stars and the largest planets. It cannot be classified strictly as a star or a planet, but to become a star, one must first become a brown dwarf. Enough thinking, I should first consume Jupiter. Chen Yuan used his divine sense to control his body and approach Jupiter. The appearance of Jupiter came into view. Like Neptune, Uranus, and Saturn, Jupiter is also classified as a gas giant. Many people would think of gas giants as balloon-like entities. However, that is not the case. Jupiter is primarily composed of hydrogen and helium. What can be seen from the surface is indeed gaseous, but due to pressure. In the middle, the gas is compressed into a liquid state, and further in, hydrogen is compressed into a metallic form. In other words, whether it is Neptune, Uranus, Saturn, or Jupiter, all of them contain solid matter in their interiors. They are called gas giants because of their gaseous exterior. At this moment, Chen Yuan had also become a gas giant similar to Jupiter. His volume was only slightly larger than Jupiter, just a bit. This slightly larger volume perfectly met the conditions for Chen Yuan to devour Jupiter. As usual, Chen Yuan first controlled his body to enter Jupiter's orbit. Then he approached Jupiter. Due to the terrifying gravitational force, the gases from Jupiter were pulled away by Chen Yuan's gravity, while some of Chen Yuan's gases were also pulled away by Jupiter's gravity. As they drew closer, two streams of gas connected, appearing like a bridge linking the two planets. Since Chun Yuan's mass was twice that of Jupiter, the gravitational force he generated was greater than that of Jupiter. The gases on Jupiter began to be stripped away by Chun Yuan. Now that the gases from both were in contact, Chun Yuan could begin to devour. However, he felt that he was still too far from Jupiter, making the consumption too slow. Thus, he chose to get closer. As Chun Yuan approached, the gases from Jupiter escaped even faster. The terrifying gravity generated by Chun Yuan forcefully stripped the gases from Jupiter, capturing them and swallowing them. Chun Yuan drew closer to Jupiter. The two spheres made contact. Devour. Along with the sound Chun Yuan uttered in his heart, Jupiter transformed into golden light. The golden light quickly flew toward Chun Yuan. His volume no longer increased, but his mass and density were skyrocketing. Because Chun Yuan's mass overwhelmed Jupiter, this time's devouring was much faster than when he consumed Sirius B. Jupiter completely vanished. Only the Sun remained as the sole commander in the solar system. Chun Yuan was enveloped in golden light, which gradually dispersed. He looked at his own body. As my volume stopped increasing. Now the only way for Chun Yuan to increase his volume was to become a star. Only by becoming a star could he continue to increase his volume. Chun Yuan glanced at the sun in the distance. He retracted his gaze and propelled his body with divine sense, flying out of the solar system. Now Chun Yuan was not only massive in size and mass, after consuming so many celestial bodies, his divine sense had also become significantly stronger and his speed had increased. Previously, Chun Yuan had visited Sirius and knew that the brightest star seen within the solar system was the light emitted by Sirius A. Thus, this time, Chun Yuan chose another brightly shining star and flew swiftly towards that direction, passing through the Oort cloud and returning to interstellar space. He continued to fly forward. Chun Yuan's body was enormous, yet his speed was entirely inversely proportional to his massive mass and size. In an instant, his figure vanished from the spot, entering interstellar space. Due to the different directions this time, Chun Yuan did not spend much time and soon encountered a rogue planet. The size of this rogue planet was comparable to Chun Yuan's own. A gas giant of similar size to mine. It seems to be about the same size as me. I wonder if I can devour it. With this thought, Chun Yuan controlled his body and flew towards it. His massive form made contact with the gas giant that was slowly drifting in interstellar space. The two gradually approached each other, and the gaseous substances from both sides began to tear apart due to gravitational forces. The gases from both bodies shot out, forming a bridge in the vacuum. Devour. Devouring failed, target volume too large to consume. A mechanical voice echoed. Hearing this, Chun Yuan felt frustrated. Suddenly, he noticed that the gas giant, which had been drifting slowly, began to slow down. Seeing this, Chun Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Perception ability. He unleashed his perception ability. Through it, Chun Yuan could not only see the surroundings, but also gather information about the celestial body. For instance, information regarding whether it was larger or heavier than him. Utilizing his perception ability, Chun Yuan discovered that the gas giant before him had a mass similar to that of Jupiter. And Chun Yuan's current mass was 3 times that of Jupiter, meaning he was 3 times more massive than the gas giant before him. No wonder its speed slowed when I approached it. Is this due to the overwhelming gravitational influence I possess? Chun Yuan pondered, formulating an idea in his mind. The celestial devouring system determines whether I can consume an object based on its volume. But now, although my size is comparable to its, my mass is significantly greater. In other words, even without the celestial devouring system, I can still consume it. With this thought, Chun Yuan controlled his body and continued to approach the gas giant. Due to his excessive mass, the gravitational pull he generated was much greater than that of this gas giant. As Chun Yuan drew closer, the gravitational pull he exerted pulled the gas giant directly towards him. Though the gas giant had less mass than Chun Yuan, its gravity was also tugging at the material on Chun Yuan. However, it was evident that the gravitational pull from the gas giant was not as strong as that created by Chun Yuan. Under the immense gravitational force exerted by Chun Yuan, the gaseous matter of the gas giant was forcibly stripped away. The gas slowly surged into Chun Yuan's body. Its volume was gradually decreasing. Amidst this transformation, Chun Yuan whispered, "Devour." The gas giant, forcibly deprived of part of its volume by Chun Yuan, was instantly enveloped in golden light. The golden light gradually seeped into Chun Yuan's somewhat damaged form. While Chun Yuan's volume was nearly the same as the target, his mass was vastly greater. As both bodies moved closer, more material gravitated towards Chun Yuan. Although both were losing material due to their gravitational interaction, the target was losing much more. Therefore, after a while, the target's volume would become slightly smaller. And this reduction constituted the condition for Chun Yuan to utilize the celestial devouring system. All the golden light was consumed by Chun Yuan. His surface, which had been somewhat damaged, was restored with the influx of golden light. Chun Yuan's body reverted to the appearance of a gas giant. At that moment, he absorbed the mass of the target, and now his body contained a mass equivalent to 4 Jupiters. To become the smallest brown dwarf in the celestial system, I need a mass of 13 Jupiters. That means I still lack 9. Chen Yuan was filled with enthusiasm as he continued to fly forward. Along the way, he encountered another gas giant. Its size was comparable to his own, but it posed a significant challenge. This one had a mass of 6 Jupiters. Chen Yuan took a glance and immediately abandoned the idea. This one may not have the outrageous mass of a white dwarf, but I also cannot reduce its size. Abandoning it next. On his journey, Chen Yuan encountered several rogue planets, all relatively small, most comparable in size to Earth. However, it was evident that massive rogue planets like Jupiter were quite rare. At the same time, Chen Yuan realized that in this vast universe there was ample space, and within this spacious universe, planets which he initially thought were abundant were actually quite difficult to encounter. Chen Yuan continued to devour rogue planets as he flew. Time passed without him noticing how long he had been flying. As a planet, Chen Yuan had even stopped considering time. One day, Chen Yuan discovered a familiar sight ahead. Is that the Oort cloud? A massive cloud appeared within the realm of Chen Yuan's perception. It was a cloud composed of comets, rocks, and ice chunks. Chen Yuan had seen the Oort cloud twice when entering and exiting the solar system. The unique shape of the Oort cloud left a deep impression on Chen Yuan. He immediately recognized the Oort cloud before him. However, this Oort cloud appeared denser than the one in the solar system. It looked like a spherical veil, seemingly existing to obscure something. The Oort cloud consisted of debris left over from the birth of the solar system. Some of that debris was already on the outskirts of the solar system, while others were expelled to the periphery by certain forces. This place is definitely not the solar system, but the shape and material composition of this thing surely resemble the Oort cloud. Could it be that within this unfamiliar cosmic space there exists an Oort cloud similar to the solar system? If so, could there be life present? Well, since I have nothing to do, I might as well go in and take a look. Chen Yuan used his divine sense to propel his body into the Oort cloud. He activated his perception ability. Once activated, it encompassed the entire Oort cloud within his sight. His perception ability penetrated through the Oort cloud, looking inside. As he looked, Chen Yuan saw a star emitting a crimson glow. This scene left him momentarily in shock. This is truly amazing. Through his perception ability, Chen Yuan saw a star surrounded by several planets orbiting around it. This arrangement was almost identical to that of the solar system. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars. This star is surrounded by 6 planets, 3 terrestrial planets, and 3 gas giants. In this star system, the terrestrial planets seem to be larger than the gas giants. These rocky planets are enormous, appearing to be at least 3 times the size of Earth. So are these 3 terrestrial planets considered super-Earths? Terrestrial planets are defined as those with canyons, impact craters, and volcanoes. In our solar system, terrestrial planets are relatively small in mass and volume. In some regions, however, terrestrial planets are larger than those in the solar system, earning them the designation of super-Earths. Some might think that a super-Earth is a planet teeming with life, but that is not necessarily true. A super-Earth simply refers to terrestrial planets that are significantly larger than those in our solar system, not implying the existence of life. Of course, there could be life present. There are 6 planets here, all seemingly sizable. Although they are much smaller than Jupiter, they are still within the realm of being devoured. Shall we go ahead and devour them? Wait a moment. Chen Yuan thought this place is so similar to the solar system, there might be a possibility for intelligent life to exist here. If I fly straight, and even a slight alteration in my gravitational pull could change the orbits of these planets, potentially leading to the destruction of any developing life. Given Chen Yuan's current mass and gravitational influence, as soon as he entered this celestial system, his gravity would affect all the planets. Even if life exists, it could be destroyed for this very reason. Currently, Chen Yuan remains in the Oort cloud, so his influence on that celestial system would not be significant. Before taking action, I should first check if there is any life in this celestial system. Fortunately, after devouring numerous planets, Chen Yuan's divine sense was now sufficiently capable of encompassing this entire celestial system. To ascertain the presence of life within this celestial system, he merely needed to use his perception abilities. Chen Yuan took a glance. Initially, he held little hope, but as his perception swept across the area, his discovery left him somewhat dazed. Chen Yuan focused his perception on the second planet near the star. This planet had an atmosphere, and it contained oxygen. The entire planet's volume was larger than Earth, with a mass nearly twice that of Earth. Vast blue oceans and lush green forests were visible across the planet. This was indeed a planet with life. Does that mean humanity is not alone after all? Chen Yuan delved into the planet using his perception abilities. Chen Yuan saw a massive creature lying on the ground. A few beings resembling primitive humans were gathered around it, using their hands to tear at the creature's flesh and devouring it. Are these primitive humans? No, these beings resemble the primitive humans recorded on Earth, but they are much smaller than those described on Earth. They appeared to be only about 1 meter tall. However, crude weapons made of stone were visible beside them. This indicated that these beings possessed some level of intelligence. But compared to humans from the solar system, the intelligence of these life forms was considerably lower. Just then, a massive creature suddenly charged out from behind the group of primitive beings. Roar! Upon seeing the enormous creature behind them, the primitive beings were terrified and fled in all directions. The massive creature lunged forward and bit down on one of the primitive beings. It seems that the lives of these primitive beings on this planet are not very optimistic. Chen Yuan withdrew his perception abilities. He began to ponder. The celestial system in front of him was remarkably similar to the solar system, so it was not surprising that it gave rise to planets capable of sustaining life. Since this celestial system contains life, Chen Yuan could not devour any of its planets. If he interfered with even one planet, it would trigger a chain reaction affecting the others. At that point, it would be an apocalypse for the planet nurturing life. Well, never mind. Chen Yuan marked this celestial system with his perception abilities and then flew out of the Oort cloud, continuing toward his previous destination. The emergence of the solar system was an incredibly coincidental event, and the appearance of Earth was even more fortuitous. The birth of life can only be described as a miracle. Yet in this vast universe, amid the infinite expanse of the starry sky beneath an absolutely and unfathomably large number of celestial systems, even the rarest occurrences can become the norm. It is not surprising what level of civilization extraterrestrial societies might belong to. Chen Yuan continued his journey through interstellar space, occasionally encountering wandering planets, which he would devour to increase his own size. Chen Yuan had no idea how long he had been flying. Suddenly, Chen Yuan spotted a celestial body he had never seen before. What is that? This celestial body before him emitted a faint glow. The light was dim, not nearly as bright as the sun, nor as exaggerated as a white dwarf. It had a brownish hue. However, its size was massive, estimated to be half the size of the sun. Compared to Chen Yuan now, it was a colossal entity. A brown dwarf. Chen Yuan never expected to encounter a brown dwarf. This brown dwarf is now his target. A brown dwarf is a celestial body located between the smallest stars and the largest planets. When a planet's mass exceeds that of 13 Jupiters, it transforms into a brown dwarf. Brown dwarfs have insufficient mass to initiate nuclear fusion. Thus, they are not considered stars. However, their mass exceeds the limits of planets, so they cannot be classified as planets either. People refer to brown dwarfs as failed stars, meaning they are stars that did not become stars. If Chen Yuan wishes to become a star, he must first become a brown dwarf, as a brown dwarf would allow him to exceed the planetary size limit, enabling him to devour other celestial bodies and gain volume and mass. The brown dwarf is Chen Yuan's goal, but he never anticipated encountering one. Suddenly, Chen Yuan sensed something amiss. Having wandered through interstellar space for a long time, the celestial bodies he had seen so far, such as wandering planets, were all on linear paths. Yet this brown dwarf seemed to have its own orbit. It appeared to be rotating while also revolving around something. Chen Yuan amplified his perception abilities. With a glance, Chen Yuan was stunned. Next to this brown dwarf, there was another brown dwarf that was significantly larger. Is this another brown dwarf? A binary system composed of two brown dwarfs. The brown dwarf binary system. Chen Yuan found it hard to believe. Chen Yuan had previously seen the binary system composed of Sirius A and Sirius B, but those were stars, and binary and trinary systems formed by stars do exist. However, brown dwarfs do not belong to stars. I never expected there to be a binary system made up of brown dwarfs. Chen Yuan examined the two brown dwarfs before him through his sensing ability. Through his sensing ability, Chen Yuan could ascertain the mass and volume of these two brown dwarfs. One of the brown dwarfs has a diameter of 70% of the sun's diameter, and its mass is only about 5% of the sun's. For now, let's call it brown dwarf A. The other brown dwarf has a diameter of 50% of the sun's diameter, and its mass is only 3% of the sun's. For now, we'll refer to it as brown dwarf B. The masses of these two seem quite small, but if we compare them to Jupiter, the difference becomes apparent. Jupiter's mass is about 0.1% of the solar system. Meanwhile, the smaller brown dwarf B is as massive as 30 Jupiters. Chen Yuan's current mass is estimated to be just slightly greater than that of 4 Jupiters. For Chen Yuan, these two brown dwarfs not only possess immense volume, but also completely outclass him in terms of mass. Although brown dwarfs are described as failed stars, which seems unremarkable, they are still far larger than me, a mere planet. Chen Yuan pondered, since I've seen them, I can't just do nothing. With that thought, he focused his divine sense on brown dwarf B, attempting to control its movements. If he could control brown dwarf B and make it collide with brown dwarf A, perhaps he could gain something. Movement failed. Your divine sense is insufficient to control the target's actions. A mechanical voice predictably echoed in Chen Yuan's ears. Although this voice was entirely expected, hearing it still left him somewhat frustrated. I am still too small. It seems I need to increase my mass quickly and become a brown dwarf. With that thought, Qin Yuan withdrew his gaze and continued to fly forward, exploring this vast universe. Qin Yuan had no idea how long he had been flying or how much time had passed. On this journey, Qin Yuan encountered several wandering planets, but their sizes and masses were comparable to Earth. Given Qin Yuan's current mass, planets of Earth size and mass were hardly sufficient to satisfy him. However, little by little adds up. After spending so much time, Qin Yuan had managed to gather roughly the mass of 1 Jupiter. Currently, his body mass equaled that of 5 Jupiters. Once Qin Yuan's body mass reached that of 13 Jupiters, he could become a brown dwarf. That day, Qin Yuan looked at the scene before him filled with wild joy. Directly ahead, 3 planets appeared. All 3 planets were gas giants, and 2 of them were about the same size as Qin Yuan. These 2 gas giants, which were the same size as Qin Yuan, were orbiting each other. This resembled the binary system he had seen earlier. Beside these 2 gas giants was another planet roughly the size of Saturn in the solar system, but at a greater distance. However, it seemed to be influenced by the gravity of the 2 gas giants, thus forming a unique orbit. These 3 planets constituted a remarkable trinary system. Generally speaking, binary and trinary systems refer to celestial systems formed by 2 stars. However, it doesn't mean that only stars can attract each other to form a celestial system. There is also gravitational attraction between planets. Clearly, these 3 planets were wandering planets. This should be 3 wandering planets that have come close to each other in this vast interstellar space, captured by each other's gravity, ultimately forming this trinary system of wandering planets. In the vast universe, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. But for Qin Yuan, this was unimportant. What mattered was that these 3 gas giants were the perfect targets for him to gain mass. Should I charge straight in and devour them all? No, that won't work. Qin Yuan was not foolish. The 2 gas giants, similar in size to him, were not far apart. If Qin Yuan wanted to consume them, he couldn't do so directly as their sizes were comparable. To devour them, Qin Yuan could only use his own gravity to forcibly compress their volumes before consuming them. However, during this process, Qin Yuan would also be affected by the gravity of the target. As the gas was absorbed, the crust would fracture as well. If it were unknown, Qin Yuan could guarantee a victory. But if Qin Yuan started absorbing one target while the other approached, he might not even finish absorbing one before being torn apart by the dual gravitational pull of the 2 gas giants. Thinking of this, Qin Yuan decided to first examine the mass of the targets. If their masses were merely comparable to Jupiter's, then he wouldn't have much to fear. Qin Yuan opened his sensing ability. The mass of the first gas giant, which was the same size as Qin Yuan, was equivalent to 3 Jupiters. The second gas giant of the same size had a mass of 2 Jupiters. The other one, similar to Saturn in size, had a mass equal to that of Saturn. Qin Yuan took a deep breath inwardly. Fortunately, I'm glad I didn't act rashly. The combined mass of these 2 is just 5 Jupiters. If I were caught between 2 planets of such mass, it would be quite difficult for me. Although the combined mass of these 2 isn't as formidable as that of the previous white dwarf, it's important to note that the white dwarf was much smaller than Qin Yuan and was only 1. If I used Devour, the white dwarf's gravity would lose its effect. But if I want to devour these 2 beings before me, I would have to compress their volumes at the cost of my own mass and size to use Devour. In that case, many uncertainties would arise. It would be much more dangerous than facing the white dwarf before. What should I do? Qin Yuan was struck by a thought. He focused his divine sense on the planet the size of Saturn nearby and used it to control that planet to leave the trinary system. Although Qin Yuan couldn't control brown dwarfs, it was easy to control a wandering planet with a mass and volume equal to that of Saturn. Once that planet was pushed away, Qin Yuan moved directly towards it. No extra maneuvers were needed. Devour. As he approached, the wandering planet turned into golden light and was consumed by Qin Yuan. After devouring this smaller wandering planet, Qin Yuan focused on the 2 massive wandering planets. He used his divine sense to control one, driving it to separate from the other wandering planet. Since he couldn't go directly to them, he used his divine sense to pull them apart. As long as their gravities didn't interact, Qin Yuan wouldn't face any threat in devouring them. This made it convenient for devouring. Qin Yuan was astonished to find that controlling Neptune had felt extremely difficult before. Yet now, while controlling this wandering planet with a mass equivalent to 2 Jupiters, he found it surprisingly easy. Clearly, during this time of increasing his size and mass, his divine sense had also undergone a terrifying leap. Compared to brown dwarfs, Qin Yuan was certainly far inferior. Disassemble this binary star system composed of planets directly. After disassembling, Qin Yuan controlled his body with divine sense and flew towards the gaseous giant planet, which had a mass similar to that of 2 Jupiters. As the 2 approached each other, their gravitational forces began to affect one another. The gases surrounding them started to escape and drift toward Qin Yuan. The gases around Qin Yuan were also attracted by the gravity of the target celestial body. The gases in the periphery of both entities intertwined as Qin Yuan continued to approach. As they drew closer, the crusts of both began to crack. Due to Qin Yuan's significantly greater mass, more material from the target shifted toward him. Its volume also began to diminish. Qin Yuan's crust was cracking as well, but it was evidently slower than that of the target. When the target's volume became visibly smaller than Qin Yuan's, Qin Yuan spoke. Devour. The target was enveloped in golden light, which gradually permeated into Qin Yuan's body. Qin Yuan was devouring the gaseous, giant planet before him. Its mass was not greater than that of a white dwarf, and its volume was less than Qin Yuan's, making the process swift. Before long, the gaseous giant planet was completely consumed by Qin Yuan. After acquiring its mass, Qin Yuan now possessed a mass equivalent to that of 8 Jupiters. I just need the mass of 5 more Jupiters to transform into a brown dwarf. With that thought, Qin Yuan's gaze fell upon the last gaseous giant planet in the planetary system of 3 stars. He flew over. Currently, Qin Yuan had a mass equivalent to 8 Jupiters, while the gaseous giant planet before him had a mass equivalent to only 3 Jupiters. Although Qin Yuan's volume was nearly the same as that of the planet, his mass was already more than double. Thus, he did not hesitate and approached directly. Using his own gravity, he forcefully tore apart the target's mass and volume, devoured it, and then utilized the devouring ability of the celestial devouring system to consume it entirely. A planetary system composed of 3 stars provided Qin Yuan with a mass equivalent to 6 Jupiters. Qin Yuan was immensely pleased. Now Qin Yuan effectively possessed a mass equivalent to 11 Jupiters, needing just 2 more Jupiters worth of mass to become a brown dwarf. 2 Jupiters worth of mass can be achieved by casually devouring some planets while traveling. Qin Yuan felt a surge of excitement and continued on his journey. After flying for a while, Qin Yuan encountered several Earth-sized rogue planets. He devoured them all without hesitation. However, after flying for quite some time, he lost track of how long it had been. Qin Yuan finally consumed a celestial body comparable to a Jupiter in mass. Now Qin Yuan was only 1 Jupiter-sized celestial body away from transforming into a brown dwarf. Yet he continued to fly for a long time. Qin Yuan involuntarily thought of the celestial system he encountered earlier that resembled the solar system. I've flown long enough. I wonder how the primitive inhabitants of that super-Earth are faring now. I recall that the outermost part of that celestial system seemed to have a gaseous giant planet the size of Jupiter. If I were to devour that gaseous giant planet, it shouldn't have any impact on the life-bearing planet, right? Perhaps there won't be any impact. Continuing to fly like this isn't a solution. Should I go back and take a look? Good. Qin Yuan made up his mind, turned around, and flew toward the celestial system he had visited earlier. In this vast interstellar space, he had no idea how long he had flown. He had almost forgotten the concept of time. It felt as if time did not exist for Qin Yuan. Finally, he saw the familiar Oort cloud again. I've finally returned. I truly don't know how long I've flown. When I was still human on Earth, I always felt trapped and unfree there. Now I've realized that freedom can be so exhausting. Forget it, let's go in and see what's happening in this celestial system similar to the solar system. He entered the Oort cloud and activated his sensory abilities. What is going on? The previously azure planet had now turned into a desiccated yellow planet. The entire planet had a brownish red appearance. The crust was ravaged by magma, and the sky was filled with dust. Through his sensory abilities, Qin Yuan discovered a massive impact crater on the planet's crust. Even from space, the crater was exceptionally eye-catching. Qin Yuan had not seen this crater before. Upon seeing the crater, Qin Yuan understood. During the time he had been away, that planet had suffered an asteroid impact. The life that once existed on the planet had already experienced a mass extinction. Why? There are obviously entities similar to Jupiter on the outer part of this planet. Why did it still suffer from asteroid impacts? Qin Yuan pondered. Suddenly, his sensory abilities detected a belt of asteroids. The location of that asteroid belt was between the 3rd and 4th planets of this celestial system. The planet that once nurtured life was located at the position of the 2nd planet. The 3rd and 4th planets were quite far apart, and the asteroid belt in between was not small like that of the solar system. The asteroids in this belt were of considerable size. Although not large, any single asteroid from this belt could cause devastation upon impact with a planet. The planet with mass equivalent to Jupiter was situated at the outermost part of this celestial system. This meant that the impact on the life-bearing planet had come from the asteroid belt between the 3rd and 4th planets. So fragile. Qin Yuan felt a strange sensation. Asteroids seemed so insignificant to him, akin to dust, and he found himself slightly looking down upon these small celestial bodies. Yet for the life on the life-bearing planet, a single asteroid was enough to lead to their extinction. So fragile life is so fragile. Reflecting back, that planet named Earth was an extraordinarily coincidental existence. Its existence was incredibly precious. The ability of life on Earth to survive stably for such a long time was nothing short of a miracle. Forget it, let's not think about it. Chen Yuan's gaze turned toward the gaseous giant planet at the outermost part of the celestial system comparable in mass to Jupiter. He used his divine sense to control his body and approached that gaseous giant planet. As Chen Yuan drew near, the orbital speed of the gaseous giant planet gradually slowed down. Its gases were attracted by Chen Yuan's terrifying gravity, starting to escape from the planet and rush toward him. Chen Yuan unabashedly devoured this gas. He approached the gaseous planet. Upon contact devour. This was the last one. Once he consumed this, he would become a brown dwarf. In an instant, the gaseous giant planet transformed into golden light, which then entered Chen Yuan's body. When the entire volume and mass of the gaseous giant planet merged into Chen Yuan's being, a muffled sound echoed deep within Chen Yuan's core. Boom! Chen Yuan heard a tremendous noise and felt his body begin to expand. This sensation was surprisingly similar to the feeling he experienced when he was a satellite and was shattered by a nuclear bomb. In an instant, Chen Yuan's consciousness vanished. Chen Yuan fell into a deep slumber. He did not know how much time passed during this sleep. Gradually, Chen Yuan's consciousness began to return. He regained his awareness. Where am I? Chen Yuan opened his senses and looked around, discovering he was still within the celestial system of the life-bearing planet from before. He was now orbiting the nearby star naturally. This meant that during his unconsciousness he had been captured by that star and had become its planet. I really didn't expect to faint. Had I known I would lose consciousness, I would have found a safe place to devour it. Fortunately, I wasn't pulled into the star's gravity. If I had been swallowed by the star, it would have been the end for me. Chen Yuan muttered to himself as he looked down at his own form. He stared in astonishment. Is this a brown dwarf? At this moment, Chen Yuan's volume had significantly increased with a diameter of nearly 30% of the sun's size. One should not underestimate this 30%. To put it in perspective, Jupiter's volume is only 1,000th of the sun's. By comparing, one can grasp how massive Chen Yuan's current size was. When a planet reaches the size of Jupiter, it is nearing its limits. Clearly, at this moment, Chen Yuan had already become a brown dwarf. When a planet attains a mass equivalent to 13 Jupiters, it meets the conditions to ignite the tritium within. When the tritium within can be ignited, the celestial body can generate heat on its own. Although this is insufficient for nuclear fusion to form a star, the heat produced from igniting tritium will cause expansion, ultimately forming a brown dwarf. The size equivalent to 30% of the sun pleased Chen Yuan greatly. This way, when he devours planets the size of Jupiter in the future, he can directly utilize his devouring ability. As for mass, Chen Yuan discovered that his mass had indeed increased. After devouring the gaseous giant planet and losing consciousness, he now possessed a mass equivalent to 14 Jupiters, having previously been at 13. Transforming into a brown dwarf and still being able to increase in mass. This was quite peculiar. This feels nice. He awoke to find his changes so significant. Chen Yuan felt ecstatic. First, let's see what the situation is now, then he'll consider what to do next. Chen Yuan surveyed his surroundings through his sensing ability. Not knowing what to expect when he looked, Chen Yuan was left dumbfounded. The star before him was evidently the star from the celestial system that had the life-bearing planet. However, upon closer inspection, Chen Yuan noticed that all the planets that had previously orbited that star had vanished. This celestial system now resembled a binary system consisting of himself and that star. What is going on? Suddenly a thought struck Chen Yuan. Could it be that I have swallowed them all? This thought, combined with the newfound mass equivalent to a Jupiter, made him understand. Chen Yuan realized. It seems that is indeed the case. While I was in slumber orbiting this star, those planets were likely attracted by my gravity, pulling their orbits outward. And then, I devoured them all. No wonder my size has increased. So that life-bearing planet was also consumed by me. It appears so. Chen Yuan felt somewhat melancholic. It was rare to discover a life-bearing planet, yet it ended up like this. Chen Yuan gazed at the star. The star before him was larger than the sun, emitting a red light. I didn't notice it before, but now I realize that this is a red giant. When a star passes through a long mature phase, it eventually enters old age. Many might think stars are eternal and indestructible, but that is not the case. Stars also have lifespans. When they enter old age and become red giants, their size increases. During the expansion of a red giant, the surrounding planets are affected. The solar system is the same. The sun is currently in its prime. If Earth had not been swallowed by Chen Yuan, when the sun turns into a red giant, its size would expand, potentially swallowing Earth whole. Even if Earth were not consumed, humanity would not survive. Once the hydrogen within the star is completely burned out, it will become a white dwarf. If this star is a red giant, it means that this celestial system has been here for an incredibly long time. That life-bearing planet has likely experienced many mass extinctions. Given time, new life might emerge again. What a pity. Chen Yuan sighed, not dwelling on it further. This celestial system was left with only the enormous red giant before him, which was far too large to devour. To attempt to devour it was essentially impossible. In other words, remaining here held no significance. Chun Yuan used his divine sense to control his increasingly massive body to depart. Although his size and mass had increased, his speed had not only not slowed down due to the greater mass, but had actually increased. Chun Yuan continued to drift through interstellar space, searching for suitable wandering planets to devour. While searching, he flew towards a point of light. The universe was simply too vast. Even with Chun Yuan's current speed, traveling from one celestial system similar to the solar system to another would take an incredibly long time. Along the way, Chun Yuan devoured several planets, increasing his mass by 3 Jupiters. On this day, through his sensing ability, he spotted something unusual. Are those space battleships? 3 enormous space battleships appeared within Chun Yuan's sensing capability. These 3 massive battleships were flying quickly. These battleships were unlike those on Earth. Earth's battleships resembled aircraft carriers, while these were circular. Alien civilization. Wait. Their direction is exactly the same as mine. If that's the case, we will meet. The thought had barely crossed his mind. Chun Yuan noticed that the 3 massive battleships were approaching, having reached a point where they could see each other with the naked eye. The 3 battleships swiftly flew closer. Suddenly, from these 3 massive battleships, countless missiles were launched. The missiles flew towards Chun Yuan. What? Chun Yuan was taken aback. Boom, boom, boom. With a deafening sound, the missiles exploded against Chun Yuan's body. The power of these missiles was immense, far exceeding what Chun Yuan understood about nuclear weapons. Could it be hydrogen bombs? But these hydrogen bombs, when striking Chun Yuan's massive body, seemed to have little effect. The 3 battleships continued to bombard him with various missiles like a torrential downpour. As Chun Yuan flew, they closely pursued him, bombarding him as if intending to scatter him. Chun Yuan was somewhat displeased. Devour. Chun Yuan changed his trajectory, sweeping towards the 3 battleships. The 3 battleships, caught off guard, were swallowed by his gravity. As the battleships touched the outer atmosphere of Chun Yuan, they transformed into golden light and entered his body. Swallowed by Chun Yuan. What are they doing? This is truly strange. Suddenly attacked by a certain civilization, Chun Yuan felt a bit dazed. Why would a civilization attack him? He continued to fly in the direction he had been heading. Through his perception ability, Chun Yuan discovered a distant Oort cloud ahead of him. The existence of the Oort cloud suggested that there might be a solar system similar to the one he came from. Chun Yuan stopped outside the Oort cloud and activated his perception ability, which surged into the cloud. He saw the situation within the Oort cloud. Inside the Oort cloud, there was a celestial system. At its center was a star surrounded by 7 planets. Among these 7 planets was a blue planet that appeared somewhat similar to Earth. Clearly, this planet was one capable of supporting life. Earlier, the 3 warships had evidently flown out from that planet. Indeed, there is a civilization ahead. But why would this civilization suddenly attack a friendly planet like mine? Suddenly, Chun Yuan instinctively glanced at the direction he was heading. He understood. The other party must have observed his presence through some technological means and determined that he would continue moving forward. If Chun Yuan continued forward and entered their celestial system, given his mass and volume as a brown dwarf, even without colliding with the planet they relied on, the gravitational effect would alter the environment of their celestial system. For them, that would be catastrophic. In other words, as long as Chun Yuan stepped into this celestial system, that civilization would face a biological extinction. Realizing this, Chun Yuan understood the situation. No wonder that civilization dispatched warships to attack me. It was for self-preservation. This civilization must be an alien one, quite different from the primitive civilization I encountered earlier. Having traveled through the stars for such a long time, Chun Yuan felt a hint of curiosity. He wanted to see what these higher intelligent beings of alien civilizations looked like. Through his perception, Chun Yuan looked at the blue planet. Unlike primitive beings, this planet had advanced life forms resembling humans, but they were different. Their limbs were long with pale green skin, and their heads and eyes were disproportionately large. For someone who was once human like me, they certainly looked strange. At that moment, Chun Yuan noticed a massive artificial space station outside the planet. Through the space station, he could see rows of warships inside. The artificial space station was large enough to compare to half a moon. The warships that had just come to attack Chun Yuan clearly flew out from that space station. If Chun Yuan wanted to attack them, he would hardly need to do anything. Just flying into their celestial system would ensure their demise. However, planets capable of supporting life are rare. Chun Yuan glanced at the celestial system, a star surrounded by 7 planets. That star was as large as the sun, making it impossible to swallow. As for the 7 planets, their combined mass was likely only about the size of Jupiter. Before transforming into a planet, Chun Yuan was also a high-level life form. He still held a deep respect for the existence of life. Let's take a detour. Thinking this, Chun Yuan changed his course, selecting another luminous star point and heading in that direction. Along the way, Qin Yuan absorbed any wandering planets he encountered. Ever since he became a brown dwarf, consuming wandering planets not only increased his mass, but also enlarged his volume. Brown dwarfs have the ability to ignite tritium. As I consume other planets, I gain more tritium. The more combustible material I have, the larger my burning range and volume become. Qin Yuan had not learned much about brown dwarfs in his studies of astronomy on Earth. Therefore, he could only speculate about the current increase in the brown dwarf's volume. Planets have a volume limit. Jupiter's size already represents the upper limit of planet volume. There are planets significantly larger than Jupiter, and the reason those planets can exceed the volume limit is largely due to having a star nearby. They undergo heat baptism from the star, causing their volume to expand. As a brown dwarf, the only way for Qin Yuan's volume to expand to its current state is due to the ignition of tritium within him, thus providing enough heat for his body to expand. Therefore, Qin Yuan speculated that the reason his volume increased after consuming other celestial bodies was due to acquiring more fuel. In other words, as long as I continue to consume more planets and gain more mass, my volume will also grow. Thinking back to the binary system formed by two brown dwarfs he encountered earlier, in that earlier binary system, one of the smaller brown dwarfs had a diameter 50% that of the Sun. So if my diameter exceeds 50% of the Sun's diameter, can I consume that brown dwarf? But to exceed 50% of the Sun's diameter, I wonder how many Jupiter-sized planets I would need to consume. Qin Yuan continued to fly forward. Qin Yuan aimed for a point of light in the universe, but halfway there he noticed that the nearby point of light was getting brighter. Meanwhile, the light he was pursuing slowly dimmed and eventually disappeared. It's gone, and Qin Yuan immediately understood. Some light comes from very distant places, hundreds or thousands of light years away. In other words, some light had taken hundreds of years to reach him. That star might have already died during that time. Let's change targets. Qin Yuan looked around and found the brightest star. After locking onto the target, he set off toward that star. Thus, Qin Yuan continued to devour the wandering planets he encountered while flying towards the star. He did not know what that star was. It could be a star, a planet, or perhaps even the remnants of a star that had burned out thousands of light years away. For now, he just needed a target. After all, without a target in the vastness of interstellar space, it was quite boring. Thus, Qin Yuan lost track of how long he had been flying. The mass he absorbed from wandering planets approached that of 5 Jupiters, and now he possessed a mass equivalent to 22 Jupiters. To become a star, he needed a mass of 80 Jupiters. He only needed 58 more Jupiters worth of mass, and then Qin Yuan could become a true star. Hello. A voice echoed in Qin Yuan's mind. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Yuan came to his senses. What is this sound? Is it the voice of the celestial devouring system? It shouldn't be. The voice of the celestial devouring system is emotionless, but this voice carries feelings. Who is it? Qin Yuan wondered. Do you possess consciousness? Another voice came through. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan regained his focus. He activated his perception ability to observe his surroundings. Upon looking, Qin Yuan was astonished. He had no idea when, but another person had appeared by his side. This was a person, a human. However, this human was different from the Earthlings Qin Yuan was familiar with. With pure silver-white hair and blue eyes, the body resembled a finely crafted work of art. Yet this scene was too bizarre. What is happening? Am I asleep? Am I dreaming? Now Qin Yuan was in interstellar space, flying at an incredibly fast speed. Humans could not fly in the universe without protection, let alone reach Qin Yuan's speed without any equipment. This was too exaggerated. Perhaps I've been flying in this vast universe for too long, which has caused my consciousness to blur, leading me to see such a scene. No, I have flown in this vast universe for so long without experiencing blurred consciousness. Could this really be real? Qin Yuan carefully sensed the existence of this person. Upon perception, Qin Yuan was left dumbfounded. The person appeared to be about 1.7 meters tall, but their mass was immense, far beyond what a human should have. While flying, a blue glow emanated from its body. In other words, its body served as the propulsion system. This was not a human, it was a technological creation. The flesh and blood of biological entities are incredibly fragile. Even highly intelligent life forms are composed of flesh and blood, making them very vulnerable. When a civilization wishes to leave its home planet, there are 2 methods. One is to harness external power such as spacesuits to protect the flesh and blood from the terrifying forces of the universe. The second is to abandon the flesh and blood using technology to recreate a body capable of adapting to the cosmic environment, implanting consciousness into the new body. The civilization before him, resembling humans, had clearly chosen the second option. Yet it was hard to imagine how advanced their technology must be to achieve such a feat. Regardless, as far as Qin Yuan knew, the civilization of Earth before his reincarnation could never reach this level. I am communicating with you through consciousness. You should be able to understand my words. With the voice came a sudden acceleration as it flew in front of Qin Yuan. It abruptly stopped, causing Chun Yuan to cease his movements. Indeed, you possess consciousness, it observed Chun Yuan, and said, please do not move forward. There is a civilization ahead, the one I belong to. With your mass and gravitational pull, should you enter the celestial system of our civilization, it would collapse. Chun Yuan amplified his perception ability to look ahead. Far off in the distance, there was a massive red giant star. Surrounding the red giant star were 3 planets. When Chun Yuan saw the first planet, it was an artificial planet. The closest planet to the red giant star was a sphere brimming with technological aesthetics. This sphere was entirely composed of metal lacking any core or similar structure. Chun Yuan was unaware. However, one thing was certain: that planet was entirely man-made. It was completely an artificial planet. It was unimaginable, almost unbelievable. Can planets really be artificially created? This civilization was far more advanced than Earth or the previous civilization he encountered. Did such a civilization possess the means to destroy a brown dwarf star? On Earth on January 2, 1959, the world's first artificial planet was manufactured by the Soviet Union. They sent Luna 1 into interstellar space via a rocket, freeing it from Earth's gravity, and it became an artificial celestial body that would forever orbit the sun, becoming an artificial planet. Of course, such an artificial planet was very small. Compared to the massive artificial planet before him, which was the size of Earth, it would have been impossible to create such a terrifying planet without robust technological support. Through his perception ability, he could see many people living on this artificial planet. It was incredible. Had that artificial planet originally existed in this celestial system? Perhaps not, as Chun Yuan noticed that this celestial system lacked the Oort cloud and asteroid belt. It was merely composed of a red giant star, an artificial planet, and 2 natural planets. This artificial planet was very likely relocated from another civilization. The universe is vast, one can encounter anything. Chun Yuan withdrew his perception ability and gazed at the artificial being before him. It was staring back at him. Observing its expression, Chun Yuan changed his trajectory. Are you searching for celestial devouring? A voice came through. Chun Yuan stopped his actions. He used his perception ability to observe the artificial being speaking. This fellow actually knew. Chun Yuan regained his focus. He understood. If this civilization could construct such a large-scale artificial planet, it implied that they could certainly observe Chun Yuan's presence from far away. No wonder it knew Chun Yuan possessed consciousness. If you wish to find celestial bodies to devour, fly in that direction. There are celestial bodies you need over there. As it spoke, it pointed in a direction. Chun Yuan glanced at the direction it indicated and flew towards it. Chun Yuan was uncertain if it would deceive him, but he was indeed searching for celestial bodies to devour. Chun Yuan flew in that direction. The concept of time had faded for him. He felt as though he hadn't flown for long. Is this a brown dwarf star? A binary star system composed of brown dwarf stars. Chun Yuan never expected to see a binary star system of brown dwarfs here. However, unlike the previous brown dwarfs encountered, the 2 brown dwarfs before him were evidently smaller. The smallest brown dwarf had a diameter slightly smaller than Chun Yuan's own, yet its mass was considerable, equivalent to 16 times that of Jupiter. The other was slightly larger than the first, but smaller than Chun Yuan, with a mass equal to that of 20 Jupiters. Fantastic! Chun Yuan felt ecstatic. Both brown dwarfs were smaller than Chun Yuan, meaning they were both within his capacity to devour. Devouring brown dwarfs is much faster than devouring gaseous giants. Chun Yuan locked onto the smaller brown dwarf with his divine sense, controlling it to fly away from the gravitational range of the nearby brown dwarf. Once the gravitational connection between the 2 brown dwarfs was severed, Chun Yuan used his divine sense to control his body and moved closer to the brown dwarf. This target was inferior to Chun Yuan in both mass and volume. As long as the 2 brown dwarfs did not entangle due to gravitational effects, there would be no danger in Chun Yuan devouring them. Chun Yuan approached the smaller brown dwarf he had separated. As he got closer, the outer atmospheres of both bodies began to attract and intertwine due to gravitational forces. A bridge formed between their atmospheres. When the atmospheres touched, Chun Yuan could also use his devouring ability. However, he sensed that such devouring would be relatively slow, so he chose to approach the brown dwarf. As their gravitational forces interacted, the crust of the target instantly tore apart, and scorching magma surged forth. Devour. Although Chun Yuan's mass was far greater than that of the target, even without the celestial devouring system's abilities, he could still consume it. However, Chun Yuan had no intention of experiencing the sensation of his body being torn apart by the target's heart. In an instant, the brown dwarf before him transformed into golden light. The golden light quickly entered Chun Yuan's body. Chun Yuan's mass and volume increased at a visible rate. Before long, the brown dwarf was completely devoured by Chun Yuan. His volume and mass had grown, and even before devouring this brown dwarf, he already possessed the mass of 22 Jupiters. After devouring the brown dwarf before him, Chun Yuan's mass increased to 36 Jupiters, and his volume diameter was now half that of the sun. Chun Yuan's gaze fell upon another brown dwarf. He used his divine sense to control his body and approached the brown dwarf. Devour. This brown dwarf was larger, but compared to Chun Yuan now, it was still small. This brown dwarf was smaller than the previous Chun Yuan. Compared to the current Chun Yuan, it was even smaller. He directly devoured it. The brown dwarf turned into golden light. The golden light gradually entered Chun Yuan's body. Chun Yuan's mass and volume rapidly grew. The brown dwarf was completely devoured by Chun Yuan. With both brown dwarfs fully devoured, Chun Yuan used his perception ability to examine his body. Now Chun Yuan's volume diameter was over 60% of the sun and his mass had reached 53 Jupiters. In other words, he only needed the mass equivalent to 27 more Jupiters to become a star. This feels good. Chun Yuan was extremely happy. With my current volume and mass, I am now sufficient to devour the two brown dwarfs I encountered earlier. He thought of the prospect of becoming a star. Chun Yuan was very excited. He used his divine sense to control his body and flew towards the direction where he previously encountered the brown dwarfs. Earlier, Chun Yuan had made marks with his perception abilities, so he was not afraid of getting lost. Chun Yuan's speed was extremely fast, much quicker than before. On the way to search for the brown dwarfs, he discovered an Oort cloud, and within it a celestial system. Upon discovering the new celestial system, Chun Yuan instinctively slowed down. He observed the celestial system. Could this possibly be another life-bearing celestial system? He glanced around. In the center of this celestial system was a star. Orbiting around it were 5 planets. Chun Yuan noticed that all 5 planets were gas giants. Specifically, they were gaseous giant planets. Chun Yuan noticed that one of the gas giants close to the star was very large, at least 1.5 times the size of Jupiter. This was quite extraordinary. It's important to note that the volume of planets has its limits. At most, they are only slightly larger than Jupiter. To be 1.5 times the size of Jupiter is extremely rare. However, the gas giant before him clearly exceeded the size of Jupiter. After observing, Chun Yuan made a judgment. It's quite rare for a planet near a star to be a gas giant. Could it be that due to its proximity to the star, it absorbed too much heat, causing its volume to expand beyond the planetary size limit? How unique. Hot Jupiter. Hot Jupiters are gas giants that are extremely close to their stars. Because they are too close, they absorb excessive heat, leading to their volume expanding beyond the limits of planetary size. Such gas giants are referred to as hot Jupiters. Chun Yuan glanced at the other 4 planets. The other 4 planets were also gas giants, each smaller than the hot Jupiter. However, this is normal as hot Jupiters have exceeded the limits of planetary size. Chun Yuan didn't think much of it and said, "Let's devour them first." Saying this, he used his divine sense to propel his body into the celestial system. One by one, he devoured all the planets in this celestial system. The hot Jupiter was large, but not as large as Chun Yuan. Its mass was also not high, just slightly larger than Jupiter. Chun Yuan entered the orbit of the hot Jupiter. However, as he got closer, Chun Yuan instantly felt a gravitational pull coming from the star. Sensing this pull, Chun Yuan instinctively looked at the star. Am I too close? The hot Jupiter was very close to the star, even closer than Mercury is to the sun. With Chun Yuan's large mass and volume, the star's gravity was naturally significant at such a close distance. Fortunately, this gravitational pull was still within Chun Yuan's acceptable range. He controlled his body with his divine sense, easily countering this gravitational force. Chun Yuan's gaze fell upon the hot Jupiter as he controlled his body to move closer to it. Just like before when he devoured other planets, he approached the hot Jupiter. Devour. The hot Jupiter was enveloped in golden light, gradually transforming into golden light that entered Chun Yuan's body. Possibly due to Chun Yuan's massive mass and volume, the speed of devouring increased significantly. In no time, the hot Jupiter was devoured by Chun Yuan. Just after devouring it, Chun Yuan did not have time to examine himself. A gravitational pull yanked him in a certain direction. Coming back to his senses, Chun Yuan realized he was being pulled toward the star. Chun Yuan's heart sank. If you want to devour me, your gravitational force is still not enough. Using his divine sense to control his body, Chun Yuan forcefully broke free from the star's gravitational pull and flew out. After flying away from the star and escaping its gravitational pull, Chun Yuan assessed his own volume and mass. Having devoured 5 more planets, he gained the mass equivalent to 3 Jupiters, now totaling 56 Jupiters. I just need 24 more Jupiters' mass to become a star. Adding the 2 brown dwarfs he planned to devour later, he estimated he would be almost there. Chun Yuan felt exceedingly joyful. He controlled his body to fly towards the brown dwarfs. Chun Yuan flew to the location of the 2 large brown dwarfs in the binary star system marked by his perception. Sure enough, the 2 brown dwarfs remained in their original position. One had a diameter of 50% of the sun and a mass of 3% of the sun. The other had a diameter of 70% of the Sun and a mass of 5% of the Sun. Now Chun Yuan's volume had reached 60% of the Sun's diameter. Although his size was smaller than that of the larger brown dwarf, his mass was already 6% of the Sun. With his current mass, Chun Yuan only needed to devour one of the two brown dwarfs before he could shed the name of brown dwarf, completely activate nuclear fusion, and transform into a star. Chun Yuan's gaze fell upon the smaller brown dwarf, which he had named Brown Dwarf B. He used his divine sense to control Brown Dwarf B. Previously, Chun Yuan had attempted to control Brown Dwarf B with his divine sense, but at that time his volume and mass were too small, and his divine sense was naturally weak. He couldn't control the brown dwarf. But now it was different. Chun Yuan easily controlled Brown Dwarf B to move away from Brown Dwarf A. The two brown dwarfs were separated by Chun Yuan's divine sense. Once their gravitational forces were separated and could no longer connect, Chun Yuan locked his gaze on Brown Dwarf B and used his divine sense to control his body closer to the brown dwarf. As they drew closer, their gravitational forces acted upon each other. The atmospheres of both were attracted and torn apart, intertwining. Chun Yuan could completely feel the gravitational pull of Brown Dwarf B on himself. The surface of his body cracked and magma erupted. Of course, the other side wasn't faring well either. Chun Yuan's gravitational force was much stronger. The material on the outskirts of Brown Dwarf B had already fractured, turning into debris that flew toward Chun Yuan. Devour. Chun Yuan activated his devouring ability. The body of Brown Dwarf B turned golden. Chun Yuan moved closer to Brown Dwarf B, bringing them together. Brown Dwarf B unraveled like golden threads, and the golden light was rapidly absorbed by Chun Yuan. His body was quickly covered in golden light, and his volume was visibly increasing. Both his volume and mass were growing. Brown Dwarf B was completely engulfed by Chun Yuan. After the devouring, the golden light on Chun Yuan gradually faded. Chun Yuan heard a loud sound erupting from within him. Is it starting again? He barely had time to think further. His consciousness faded away. Chun Yuan had no idea how long he had been asleep. When he regained consciousness, he didn't know how many years had passed. Upon regaining consciousness, Chun Yuan didn't bother to observe his surroundings. He first looked at himself. Previously, he had been a brown dwarf, but now his volume had surged. He radiated a scorching red light. His entire body had transformed into a red fireball. Compared to the brown dwarf he had been, Chun Yuan was now a true star. At this moment, Chun Yuan's mass had reached 10% of the sun's size. He had enough mass to ignite nuclear fusion. Chun Yuan was now a bona fide star. However, at the moment, Chun Yuan could only be considered the smallest star, a red dwarf. A red dwarf is a star with a mass less than 50% of the sun's mass, classified as a low-mass star. This can't be true. Chun Yuan's mass was now 8% of the sun's mass, and he had successfully transformed from a brown dwarf into a red dwarf. But the problem was, Chun Yuan noticed that his volume had shrunk. This discovery left him dumbfounded. At that moment, his volume diameter was estimated to be less than 30% of the sun. Compared to Chun Yuan's size before becoming a star, it had halved. A red dwarf is a low-mass star with a mass less than 50% of the sun's mass, and most red dwarfs have a volume diameter of less than 1/3 of the sun. There is a relationship between mass and volume. Sometimes a smaller mass results in a larger volume. Conversely, a greater mass can lead to a smaller volume. When a brown dwarf's mass is sufficiently large to ignite hydrogen and form nuclear fusion, the gravitational force increases, causing the previously expanded atmosphere, due to heat, to be drawn back. This explains why Chun Yuan, despite successfully increasing his mass and forming nuclear fusion to become a star, ended up with a smaller volume. How frustrating! When I was a brown dwarf, I was so large. I thought that after devouring Brown Dwarf B and becoming a red dwarf, my volume would directly spike beyond that of the sun. But it makes sense, as the smallest star, if a red dwarf's volume exceeded the sun, that would be a problem. Indeed, I was thinking too much. Forget it, just continue to devour. Once my mass reaches that of the sun, I believe my volume will surpass the sun as well. At that time, I will give the sun a taste, thanking it for its care in my past life, haha. With that thought, Chun Yuan looked around. He realized he was drifting in interstellar space. Previously, he could see Brown Dwarf A, but now he couldn't see it at all. I wonder how many years I've been drifting in this interstellar space. Chun Yuan didn't want to think too much. Since he had flown far, he might as well look for celestial bodies to devour. Chun Yuan activated his perception ability. At that moment, he was astonished to find so wide. His perception range was now incredibly vast. Compared to when he was a brown dwarf, it had almost increased by 5 to 6 times. Although Chun Yuan didn't know how far he could see, he was certain it was an astonishing distance. The expansion of my perception ability is a good thing. The universe is too vast. Previously, using my perception, I could see very little. Now I can see much more. What is that ahead? Is it a black hole? A black hole appeared within Chun Yuan's perception. The black hole was consuming everything around it, with material spiraling around in a helical motion, various substances being torn apart, forming a distinctive accretion disk. Material was gradually being pulled into the black hole, consumed by it. A black hole is a high-density entity formed from the evolution of a massive star. It possesses a gravitational pull so strong that even light cannot escape, voraciously devouring surrounding celestial bodies. In the entire Milky Way there are countless black holes, and at the center of the galaxy lies a gigantic one, a supermassive black hole. Just as satellites orbit planets and planets orbit stars, all stars in the Milky Way orbit that supermassive black hole. What Chen Yuan was seeing now was not that supermassive black hole. The black hole before him was merely one of the countless black holes in the Milky Way. Fortunately, my perception ability has expanded, otherwise if I got too close to that black hole, I would likely be torn to shreds by its gravity. Chen Yuan used his perception ability to observe the black hole from a distance. The black hole's gravitational pull was so immense that even light could not escape. Without the reflection of light, it was impossible to see the appearance of the black hole. What could be seen now was an expanse of darkness. The reason for deducing the presence of a black hole in the center was the accretion disk formed around it, which allowed others to ascertain that there was indeed an object at the core. Some might think of the accretion disk as a whirlpool in the ocean, believing that the black hole is not a solid object, but rather a swirling mass similar to oceanic currents. However, through observation it was not difficult to determine that it was not a whirlpool. A whirlpool resembles a planar existence, whereas a black hole is a spherical entity. The accretion disk enveloped a sphere. Thus it could be concluded that the black hole was not a cosmic whirlpool, but rather a spherical mass that could not be seen with the naked eye. Nearby the black hole were many substances being consumed by it. These materials appeared quite enticing. However, Chen Yuan was not foolish enough to compete with the black hole for these items. Chen Yuan changed direction and flew away from the black hole. That thing was not something a red dwarf star could contend with. Although Chen Yuan had already become a star, the gap between him and the black hole was as vast as heaven and earth. While flying, Chen Yuan used his perception ability to observe his surroundings. In the distance it was unclear how far away this place was. The range covered by his perception ability was exceedingly vast. Even if Chen Yuan could see through it, flying over would take an unknown number of years. Chen Yuan noticed the nearest celestial system to himself, which seemed to be where he had previously encountered that large artificial planet within the celestial civilization. Looking further into the distance, there was another celestial system composed of 3 stars, a trinary system. Among these 3 stars, the largest was over 3 times the size of the Sun and had a mass of at least twice that of the Sun. The second star was somewhat smaller than the largest, but still over a time larger than the Sun. The third star was similar to the Sun. The first 2 stars orbited each other while the third was farther away, yet still influenced by the other 2 stars revolving around them. The 3 stars formed a trinary system. In this trinary system, there were no planets. It was already difficult for binary systems to have planets survive, let alone such a trinary system. Too big. The sizes and masses of these 3 stars were evidently not to Chen Yuan's liking. They were too large for him to consume. Suddenly Chen Yuan noticed a star. It was a red dwarf star. This red dwarf star had a diameter only 1/5 of Chen Yuan's size. However, its mass was considerable, possessing 6% the size of the Sun. This was precisely what Chen Yuan needed. Without a moment's hesitation, he flew directly toward the red dwarf star. Although he saw it with his perception ability, the coverage of this ability was too vast. Even if he could see it, flying over would take a significant amount of time. Chen Yuan flew in the direction indicated by his perception ability. He did not know how long it would take. Eventually, he arrived in front of his target. Upon seeing the red dwarf star, Chen Yuan was astonished to discover that there was a planet orbiting it. Right, red dwarfs are indeed a type of star, and it is normal for planets to orbit around them. However, that planet appeared somewhat unusual. It was a terrestrial planet very close to the red dwarf star, and as it orbited one side, faced the star, keeping that side perpetually directed toward it. It showed no signs of rotation or changing its orientation. Logically, where there is a star, there should be a habitable zone, and where there is a habitable zone, there's a possibility for advanced life to thrive. However, for a long time, scientists believed that planets around red dwarfs could not harbor life. This was due to the relatively weak light emitted by red dwarfs compared to stars like the Sun. To obtain sufficient warmth, the planet must be very close to the red dwarf. This distance must be even shorter than that between the Sun and Mercury. Thus, a phenomenon arises. The planet would be drawn in by the tidal forces of the red dwarf, becoming tidally locked forever, facing one side toward the star. This meant that only one side would receive light, while the other would remain in perpetual darkness. Moreover, from time to time, the red dwarf would exhibit flare activity with ultraviolet radiation spiking hundreds to tens of thousands of times, capable of instantaneously annihilating all life on the planet. Even without considering flare activity, the usual ultraviolet radiation and high-energy, charged particles emitted by the red dwarf could strip away the planet's atmosphere. Without an atmosphere, life could not survive. Hence, for a long time, scientists believed that planets near red dwarfs were incapable of supporting life. However, later on it was discovered that the frequent high-energy radiation from red dwarfs primarily came from young red dwarfs, while mature red dwarfs were much more stable. This meant that if a planet could maintain its atmosphere while remaining close to a mature red dwarf, it could achieve rebirth and possibly harbor life. Chen Yuan focused on that Earth-sized terrestrial planet for a while through his perception ability. The side facing the red dwarf star was a deep red, while the side turned away was a pitch-black cold. Through his perception ability, Chen Yuan could ascertain that the terrestrial planet bore no signs of life. This planet looks just like an adornment to the red dwarf star. Chen Yuan's gaze fell upon the red dwarf star as he slowly approached. The red dwarf star's atmosphere began to escape, drawn in by Chen Yuan's gravitational pull. Chen Yuan was the same. The atmospheres of both entities intertwined. The terrestrial planet was also drawn in by Chen Yuan's gravity, beginning to move toward him. As Chen Yuan drew nearer, the terrestrial planet was directly torn into fragments by the gravitational forces of both Chen Yuan and the red dwarf star. Devour. Chen Yuan felt a surge of thought. The fragments of the terrestrial planet turned golden, and the red dwarf star followed suit, transforming into gold. Chen Yuan moved closer. The golden light swiftly entered Chen Yuan's body, rapidly absorbed by him. His size and mass continued to increase, accompanied by the dispersal of golden light. Chen Yuan observed his enlarged volume and significantly increased mass through his perception ability. He felt a wave of satisfaction. This red dwarf star had a mass equivalent to 6% of the sun. In an instant, Chen Yuan's mass became 13% of the sun. This meant that with just a few more red dwarfs to devour, he could become an existence akin to the sun. Chen Yuan activated his perception ability to search for the nearest red dwarf star. Found it, Chen Yuan said with some joy. With the expanded range of his perception ability, locating his target was much easier than before. Chen Yuan flew toward another red dwarf star. Halfway through his flight, he noticed an unusual presence approaching rapidly. Through his perception ability, Chen Yuan was taken aback. He discovered that the approaching figure was a silver-haired woman clad in silver armor. Chen Yuan regained his composure. Was it another cyborg? Humans cannot fly in interstellar space. Only those who have been modified or are artificial beings can do so. The woman approached at a terrifying speed, seemingly spotting Chen Yuan from afar. She halted, her gaze fixed on him. It seemed she was waiting for Chen Yuan to come closer. If they can develop technology to fly in interstellar space, then creating a telescope to observe the surrounding interstellar universe must be a piece of cake for them. The purpose of this individual flying toward me is likely related to me. They probably witnessed me devouring planets along the way. I wonder what they intend to do this time. As he pondered, Chen Yuan found himself increasingly close to the mysterious being. He slowed down and hovered at a distance. She stood there observing him, and upon seeing him stop, she spoke. A conscious star, how remarkable. A voice echoed in Chen Yuan's mind. The woman did not vocalize. The voice resonated directly in Chen Yuan's consciousness, akin to the celestial devouring system communicating with him. If it weren't for knowing that these civilizations possess high-tech methods that allow me to understand their words, I would genuinely think everyone in the world spoke Chinese. Chen Yuan mused inwardly. However, this civilization likely can only express its intentions as the previous one did. If I cannot communicate with her, then it is of no use. Chen Yuan was lost in thought as the unknown being displayed a hint of curiosity. Her eyes lit up slightly as she looked at Chen Yuan. I just captured a fragment of dark information. That dark information was emitted by you, wasn't it? When discussing dark information, one must also mention dark communication. And when talking about dark communication, it leads to dark energy and quantum entanglement. Dark matter is an existence invisible to the naked eye, something that the Earth civilization Chen Yuan belonged to could not comprehend. Yet through evidence, its existence can be undeniably proven. Thus, relying solely on gravity, the universe cannot achieve its current balance. Scientists have allowed a mysterious energy to maintain the universe's equilibrium. That energy is emitted by dark matter. Quantum entanglement refers to a phenomenon. To make a bold comparison, if two people are 100 light-years apart, it is absolutely impossible for one to instantaneously share acquired information with the other. Yet in quantum entanglement, it allows for both individuals, regardless of how far apart they are, even if separated by hundreds of thousands or millions of light-years, to instantly share the same information upon one obtaining it. This is quantum entanglement. The Earth civilization Chen Yuan was previously part of relied entirely on radio waves to transmit information, with the speed of radio waves being the speed of light. However, quantum entanglement has revealed to everyone that there exists superluminal phenomena in our universe. Some have analyzed that the reason for this occurrence is due to the influence of dark matter. Advanced civilizations might be able to discover and decode dark matter. By utilizing dark matter and quantum entanglement, they can establish dark communication to transmit information and communicate across millions of light years. The consciousness of others in advanced civilizations might be some existence used for transmitting dark communication referred to as dark information. Of course, Chen Yuan was unaware of all this. Seeing that this person could actually discern his thoughts, Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. You can tell what I'm thinking. The woman looked at Chen Yuan. I merely captured the dark information you emitted and perused it. It's nothing significant. What I'm more curious about is why a star would possess consciousness. The woman gazed at Chen Yuan. Can you tell me? I don't want to tell you, Chen Yuan replied. I am not obligated to inform you. Had this conversation occurred when he had just reincarnated as a planet, he would have been elated to communicate with a high-level being. However, it had been countless years since his reincarnation as a planet. Now Chen Yuan's understanding of life had faded. He viewed himself merely as a red dwarf star. His current goal was to rush towards another red dwarf star to devour it, not to engage in idle chatter with this strange being. The woman looked at Chen Yuan curiously. I have been observing you for 20 years. You have consistently sought celestial devouring, increasing your volume and mass. Is your goal to become a black hole? It seemed she had no intention of giving up the opportunity to communicate with Chen Yuan. He altered his direction and flew away. He had no intention of continuing the conversation. It was meaningless. As he left on his own, Chen Yuan continued flying toward the red dwarf star. Though the universe is vast and the existence of alien civilizations is expected, I didn't anticipate encountering so many cosmic civilizations all at once. First there was that primitive civilization, then the green-skinned civilization followed by the artificial planet civilization, and now this advanced civilization capable of reading others' consciousness. And all these civilizations exist within this galaxy. I wonder how many more novel civilizations I might encounter after leaving this galaxy. With the advancement of technology, advanced civilizations must inevitably free themselves from reliance on their home planet to continue their development. I simply didn't expect that once civilizations reached a certain level, they could allow a person to fly freely in interstellar space. Truly astonishing. Though it was a modified body, it still gave Chen Yuan an incredible feeling. He mused to himself. No more thinking about it. Chen Yuan continued flying toward the red dwarf star. Hi. A voice once again resonated in Chen Yuan's mind. Startled by the sound, Chen Yuan paused. It was the voice of the woman from earlier. He activated his perception ability to look around, finding no one nearby. Don't worry, I'm not following you. I'm currently at home, using dark communication to talk to you. Chen Yuan fell silent. He didn't understand what dark communication was, but he knew that the cyborg was somewhat bothersome. What exactly do you want? I have observed you for 20 years. Your trajectory is quite peculiar, and I suspected you must possess consciousness. Now it turns out you indeed do. So, I am very curious to know what is your purpose. To continue devouring smaller celestial bodies, increasing your mass, and eventually becoming a black hole. She indeed seemed genuinely curious about Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan replied, Are you particularly idle? He subconsciously thought. After observing me for 20 years, if I were not a red dwarf star now, I would definitely consider this individual a pervert. However, is the technology of advanced civilizations really that advanced? Her consciousness does not resemble that of an artificial being, which means she is a modified human. You mean one that preserves human consciousness? The other party responded. I am relatively idle, but I am not a pervert. Chen Yuan's heart stirred. His previous thoughts were not meant to answer her. Yet she seemed capable of capturing Chen Yuan's thoughts while simultaneously reading them. In other words, she already knew everything he just thought. The technology has reached such a level, it is truly terrifying. Does that mean all my thoughts are known to her? Is there no secret between people? Chen Yuan pondered. The other party spoke again, saying, That's not entirely the case. Here we create a dark information repository for ourselves and lock it. If others want to know what I am thinking, they must break that lock. As for your dark information, it has no repository or lock. It can be captured at will. Actually, it's quite impolite to do this, and I do not wish to capture your dark information, but if I don't, I cannot communicate with you. Chen Yuan felt somewhat helpless. The civilization she belonged to already knew how to utilize dark matter and dark energy concepts beyond Chen Yuan's comprehension. Before her, there was no secret at all. Let me reveal some information from our side. I am neither an artificial being nor a modified human. Since the day I was born, I have always been like this. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Are you joking? I have encountered numerous civilizations, and those civilizations were all composed of flesh and blood at their inception, and such bodies perish in interstellar space. If you are neither an artificial being nor a modified human, how did you survive? Confused. Then let's make a deal. Exchange secrets. I will answer this question of yours, and in return you must answer one of mine. It cannot always be you asking me, right? Fine. Chen Yuan readily agreed, as he knew she could capture his thoughts. Even if he hid them now, she would eventually know, so he might as well tell her directly. Indeed, my ancestors were modified humans, just as you mentioned. But contrary to your assumptions, our modification was not to turn a human into a robot, but to alter genes. At that time, we used technology to modify our genes so that we could withstand cosmic pressure while also incorporating the ability to wield dark matter. In simple terms, we underwent artificial evolution through technological means. Subsequently, the children born to our ancestors possessed the evolved genes, and I am a descendant of those evolved beings. Gene evolution. This was a technological method that Chun Yuan's earthly civilization could not comprehend at that time. However, if civilization's technology continued to develop, it might be possible to decode and rewrite biological genes. The decoding and rewriting of genes would equate to a form of artificial evolution. If the earthly civilization were to advance, could it adapt to the interstellar universe through genetic modification? Whether it could be achieved remains uncertain, but the future cannot be deemed absolutely impossible. Yet when Qin Yuan heard the term gene evolution, he still felt somewhat shocked. Her ability to survive and travel in the universe did not stem from being a robot-like modified human, but from simply harnessing the power of genes. This was something Qin Yuan had never expected. To put it simply, she could not be considered modified, rather she had evolved. Artificial evolution. So can you answer my question now? Qin Yuan replied. You guessed correctly, I do intend to continue devouring other celestial bodies. As for whether I will become a black hole, I am uncertain. So that means you have no specific goal. You could say that otherwise. What do you think a red dwarf star needs as a goal? I am very curious about what you will become if you continue to devour. She seemed quite interested. Qin Yuan felt somewhat annoyed and troubled. Your curiosity is your own. Oh, it has nothing to do with me. If there's nothing else, please stop staring at me. It doesn't feel good to have my thoughts pried into. That's not good. Although it is indeed impolite to sift through your dark information, studying you for the past 20 years has been my only enjoyment. You cannot deprive me of this sole pleasure. Qin Yuan fell silent. You really are a pervert. I think. Observing a red dwarf star does not count as perversion. Forget it. Qin Yuan was too lazy to engage with her further. He had encountered several civilizations earlier, but this was the first time he met one capable of prying into others' thoughts. Such a civilization is truly frightening. There's no escaping it. One's inner thoughts are exposed. There's no secrecy at all. Is this what advanced intelligent life forms look like as civilizations develop further? I truly wonder what circumstances might arise if civilization continues to progress. But it doesn't matter. Qin Yuan had no interest in such matters. If she wanted to look, let her look. The red dwarf star named Qin Yuan expressed that he felt no fear. Qin Yuan continued to fly toward the red dwarf star, detected by his perception abilities, unaware of how long he had been flying. Throughout the flight, that woman kept trying to engage him in conversation. Previously, while flying in interstellar space, Qin Yuan always felt that having someone accompanying him would alleviate the loneliness. But now he realized he was wrong. Having someone nearby did not alleviate loneliness, instead it became bothersome. Especially since she could see through all his thoughts. That feeling was extremely annoying. The discomfort of having no secrets was overwhelming. Qin Yuan was too lazy to pay her any mind. The red dwarf star appeared ahead. The size of that red dwarf star was exactly as perceived, slightly smaller than Qin Yuan, with a mass equivalent to 8% of the Sun. This red dwarf star was accompanied by 2 planets. However, these 2 planets were not large. They appeared about the size of Mercury. Neither of them was within the habitable zone, meaning they harbored no life. Qin Yuan did not think much about it. Devour. He activated the celestial body devouring system, guiding his body closer to the red dwarf star. The 2 planets orbiting the red dwarf star were drawn to Qin Yuan's gravitational pull as he approached, diving straight into his embrace, transformed into golden light that was devoured by him. Due to the gravitational forces, the atmospheres of Qin Yuan and the red dwarf star were torn apart. In the instant Qin Yuan drew closer, the target red dwarf star turned golden. Qin Yuan continued to approach the golden light emitted by the red dwarf star, being gradually consumed by him. His mass and volume increased at a visible rate. Every time I see you consume other celestial bodies, I find it incredible. When you turn your target into gold, its movement and gravitational pull vanish. It truly is astonishing. What exactly is this? How did you turn it golden? The woman's voice echoed in Qin Yuan's ears once again. Having grown accustomed to this voice, Qin Yuan was not overly surprised. He ignored her, focusing solely on completely devouring the red dwarf star. With the mass of this red dwarf star added, Qin Yuan's mass now amounted to 21% of the Sun's. However, to become in existence like the Sun, he would need at least 50% of the Sun's mass. Otherwise, he would remain just a red dwarf star. After devouring it, Qin Yuan once again used his perception ability to search for another red dwarf star. The range covered by his perception ability had increased once more. Ever since becoming a red dwarf star, the scope of his perception had undergone a qualitative enhancement. Finding nearby celestial systems had become much simpler. Yet the universe was vast and expansive. Currently, Qin Yuan could see 5 or 6 celestial systems through his perception ability, but the problem was that among those systems were stars as large as the sun, or even larger. In that case, I can only continue my interstellar journey in search of other red dwarf stars, Qin Yuan thought. There was no other choice. Qin Yuan had no choice but to take action, flying in one direction. His perception ability operated as a sphere with him at its center, searching for targets. Since there were none in this area, Qin Yuan could only move his position to seek out other red dwarf stars. The closest red dwarf star to you is on your right hand, located 20 light years away. There is a celestial system composed of red dwarf stars, and that red dwarf star's volume and mass are not greater than yours. It should serve as a viable target for your consumption. Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback. This was the woman's voice. Through observation, she could naturally discern Qin Yuan's intentions and what he was seeking next. As an advanced civilization, she possessed formidable technology. Finding a red dwarf star in the vast interstellar space was not a challenging task for her. Qin Yuan responded, "I don't like relying on others' favors. I only wish to find my targets and consume them through my own strength. I do not need your assistance, so please refrain from prying, all right?" Sorry, she seemed a bit embarrassed. "I was just bored and wanted to make a friend. I just wanted to help you." Qin Yuan continued, "I don't know what you're thinking, but please don't keep probing into my thoughts. You are an advanced intelligent being, so you should understand what it feels like to have your thoughts invaded. Your civilization and the technology you possess are indeed formidable. But that does not mean you can act at will. If you continue like this, don't blame me for destroying your civilization." Qin Yuan was genuinely feeling uncomfortable. "Are you threatening me?" "Yes. Then I need to reveal something to you. You seem unable to perceive the existence of dark matter, while our civilization's celestial system is already enveloped by dark matter as a barrier. No other civilization can discover our location. If you cannot perceive dark matter, it means you cannot find where my civilization is. If you cannot find my civilization, then you cannot use your massive form to destroy it. In other words, your threat is ineffective against me. As civilizations reach a certain level, the advanced intelligent beings within those civilizations will no longer rely on their home planet. Advanced intelligent civilizations can freely navigate through interstellar space, treating it like a roadside street. Simultaneously, to prevent malicious actions from other civilizations, they use technology to conceal their home, that is their home planet, or the artificial planets they create. This is to avoid detection and potential attacks from other civilizations. However, what you said is indeed correct. It is quite rude of me to probe your thoughts. Here I apologize to you. To express my apology, I will use the energy of dark matter to create a dark information repository for you while also locking it. This way others will not be able to read your thoughts. I will also establish a dark communication channel with you. You just call my name to open that channel for direct communication. Of course, all of this is contingent upon your agreement. If you disagree, then consider it as if I never said anything. I will also leave directly and no longer pry into your thoughts. If you agree, then we shall be friends. What do you say?" Qin Yuan was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected that after saying all this, she actually intended to help him. Qin Yuan pondered for a moment. The universe was so vast, and civilizations like hers would certainly be encountered again in the future. If he could not accept their technology and establish a dark information repository for himself, he would likely be subject to thought probing by other civilizations in the future. That feeling would be quite unpleasant. No matter how he considered it, what she was doing was beneficial to him, with no downsides. Qin Yuan replied, "I indeed need what you refer to as a dark information repository. That would be troublesome." "All right, then we are friends. My name is Ya. I will set up a dark communication channel for you shortly. To contact me through that channel, just call my name. To close it, just think close in your mind." "Do I need to do anything?" Qin Yuan asked aloud. "No need, just do what you want and leave the rest to me." "Okay." Qin Yuan directed his body towards the red dwarf star. The technology possessed by the civilization you belonged to was so advanced that Qin Yuan could hardly comprehend it. He didn't bother trying to understand it anymore. His next target was another red dwarf star. Since she had revealed the location of that red dwarf star to him, there was no reason not to consume it. All right. Qin Yuan controlled his body with divine sense, flying toward the red dwarf star. Not long after he took off, a voice came through. It was Ya's voice. Qin Yuan casually responded. "I don't know if you've been talking to me. I am currently communicating with you through a dark communication channel. You can hear my voice, but if you haven't entered the password to log into that channel, I won't be able to hear you." Ya laughed. Qin Yuan was slightly silent. To log into that channel, simply put, he needed to silently recite her name in his mind. Qin Yuan silently recited Ya. After logging into that channel, he said, "The dark information repository is indeed very important to me. I am very grateful for your help in building the dark information repository. Between friends, there's no need for gratitude." Although she said this, it was easy to hear her joy through the fluctuations in her tone. Qin Yuan asked, "Are there many civilizations like yours in this galaxy?" Qin Yuan's exchange with her was conducted through a technological means allowing them to ignore language barriers and transforming what they said into sounds that each could understand. On Qin Yuan's side, this region was the galaxy, but on her side, it was probably referred to by another name. However, this did not hinder the communication between Qin Yuan and her, because when she heard what Qin Yuan said, the galaxy she heard was another term. Thus, Qin Yuan was not afraid she wouldn't understand. Civilizations like ours. Currently in the entire galaxy, there is only our civilization that has reached this level. 1. No wonder it's so impressive. Qin Yuan said, after a civilization reaches your level, what do you plan to do next? What to do? We have many things to do now. However, if I were to say our most important current research is to find the edge of the universe. The edge of the universe. Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback and said, is there an edge to the universe? Of course there is. The universe is indeed vast, but it has edges. It's just that we have not discovered it yet. Then what are you searching for at the edge of the universe? To break through the edge of the universe and leave this universe. Leave this universe. Why? Qin Yuan was bewildered by what she said. Leave this universe. Our universe is like a balloon expanding. The speed of this expansion has been increasing. One day the speed of the universe's expansion will cause celestial bodies to move faster than light. When celestial bodies exceed the speed of light, everything in the universe will disappear. At that point, the universe will no longer be suitable for habitation. The purpose of finding the edge of the universe is naturally to find another universe that is suitable for habitation. The universe is expanding. Since the Big Bang, the universe has been continuously expanding. This expansion is not at a constant speed, but is accelerating. Galaxies are moving apart from each other, and this separation is not a repulsive force, but a result of the universe's expansion. Simply put, as the universe expands, all the celestial bodies within it are moving along with it. In other words, as the universe expands at an accelerating rate, the movement of celestial bodies also speeds up. One day the speed of celestial bodies will exceed the speed of light. But if celestial bodies exceed the speed of light, perhaps they will cease to exist. Of course, this process will take a very long time. Oh, someone is contacting me. Ooh, I have something to do. See you next time. You suddenly spoke. Qin Yuan replied him. He disconnected from you. Qin Yuan continued flying toward the red dwarf star. Although he knew the red dwarf star was in that direction, he had no idea how long it would take to see it. The universe was far too vast. During this flight time, she seemed to have finished her business and contacted Qin Yuan again. I'm back. You're really indifferent. By the way, I still don't know your name. You know my name, but I don't know yours. Isn't that a bit unfair? My name is Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan. Sounds a lot like a human name. You're not a person, are you? Hearing this, Qin Yuan paused, and he didn't respond. At this moment, through his sensing ability, he noticed a small celestial body far to his right. That celestial body had a radius of only about 10 kilometers. Its size was too small, even smaller than the moon. Although it was small, it possessed a terrifying mass. Its mass was as much as twice that of the sun. This was an extraordinarily large mass. The reason Qin Yuan was drawn to that celestial body was due to the gravitational force it exerted. It was rotating while tearing apart a wandering planet that was countless times larger than it. Such a small size, yet such an exaggerated mass. Could it be a neutron star? A neutron star is a type of celestial body with a density second only to a black hole. Its size is generally very small. Some neutron stars are even smaller than a city on Earth, but they have a density comparable to that of a black hole. Before becoming a neutron star, it was a massive star with a mass more than 8 times that of the sun. When such a massive star reaches the end of its evolution, it becomes a neutron star. Through his sensing ability, he perceived the size and mass of a neutron star. Qin Yuan was moved. If he could devour a neutron star, wouldn't he instantly become powerful enough to swallow the sun? Thinking of this, Qin Yuan felt somewhat tempted and slightly slowed down. However, he was also hesitating. Looking at the neutron star that was devouring the nearby wandering planet through his sensing ability. Although the neutron star was small, its mass was so exaggerated that its gravitational pull was also quite formidable. If I just go over there, will I be devoured by it? Can I turn it into gold before touching it? Or will I be torn to pieces before I touch it and lose consciousness? This thing was far scarier than the previous white dwarf star. The neutron star had twice the mass, but its terrifying density and gravity could allow it to devour celestial bodies larger than itself. Did you discover that neutron star? If you intend to devour that neutron star, I advise you to give up. Even if you have that peculiar devouring ability, it won't work. Your ability requires a larger size than the opponent's, and you need to be close to the celestial body to activate it right. I can assure you. As soon as you step into the gravitational range of the neutron star, you will be torn to pieces by its gravity. Even if you touch it, your size cannot possibly be larger than it. Neutron stars can devour celestial bodies that are many times more massive than themselves. Some scientists even believe that neutron stars can consume stars with masses up to 300 times that of the sun. A neutron star is a very extreme celestial body. The matter known to us is composed of atoms which in turn consist of atomic nuclei and electrons. Atomic nuclei and electrons themselves have space in between, and under normal circumstances this minuscule space is impossible to breach. However, due to the terrifying pressure, neutron stars directly break the space between atomic nuclei and electrons, compressing electrons into the nuclei and merging protons within the nuclei to form neutrons. This leads to an incredibly exaggerated density and mass. Just to illustrate, within a neutron star, a volume equivalent to that of a fingernail would weigh between 1 to 1 billion tons on Earth. Although Chen Yuan is now a star, attempting to consume a neutron star with the mass of the smallest star is no small feat. He looked towards the minuscule yet immensely massive neutron star through his sensing ability. He withdrew his gaze. If I succeed in consuming it, I would instantly gain tremendous mass, but if I fail, I would likely cease to exist. This is a gamble with my life, best to refrain from it. His rationality led Chen Yuan to abandon the idea of consuming the neutron star. Chen Yuan used his sensing ability to lock onto the distant red dwarf star ahead. He controlled his enormous body with his divine sense and soared towards the direction of the red dwarf. Your speed seems a bit slow, do you need me to help? Ya inquired through the dark communication channel. No need, Chen Yuan replied. Is your speed fast? Chen Yuan asked with curiosity. He was unsure how fast he was currently traveling, but it did not seem slow to him. Her statement sparked Chen Yuan's curiosity. Could future civilizations travel even faster? You replied, yes, we can utilize wormholes for space-time jumps. The theory of wormholes suggests that there exist vortices in the universe that connect two realms of space-time composed of dark matter. Entering one vortex allows you to exit from another. Wormholes are ubiquitous, much like dark matter itself. This is the essence of wormhole theory. If future civilizations can decipher dark matter, they might very well understand and utilize wormholes for space-time jumps. With your current distance from that red dwarf star, a simple wormhole jump could bring you right in front of it in the blink of an eye. Wormholes, huh? I've heard that term before. Supposedly a wormhole is a narrow tunnel, and if a human enters, they won't be torn apart right. You just need to program dark matter to expand the wormhole, creating a passage for humans to enter the space-time tunnel. That's not difficult, you responded. Programming. Did you just say programming? Chen Yuan suddenly focused on a term, programming. Programming. Wasn't that a term used in computers? All right, programming, you said. To control dark matter, you must use programming methods. Never mind, Chen Yuan said. No point in discussing this with you. I wouldn't understand even if you explained it to me. He felt a bit overwhelmed. The technological knowledge of these advanced civilizations had entirely surpassed Chen Yuan's comprehension. It was baffling how this physical knowledge had turned into computer science. Forget about it. Before transforming into a small asteroid, Chen Yuan had only skimmed through a few astronomy books and had never even glanced at computer programming. Unable to relate to this unknown being from an advanced civilization, Chen Yuan simply listened on the side. He had no idea how long they had been flying. A sense of restlessness rose in Chen Yuan's heart after a long time. It's strange, it feels like we've been flying for ages. In the past, when my sensing ability detected a target, I wouldn't need to fly long to see that celestial body. Why is it so slow this time? It felt too slow. By his sense, such a duration would have already brought him to the target before. Yet now, through his sensing ability, he found the target still far away. This is odd. Has my speed decreased? The theory of relativity concerning spacetime and gravity was founded by Einstein. He once lectured many scientists on relativity. When discussing this matter, Einstein made a comparison. When you're on a train and sitting next to an old lady, time seems to drag on. However, if you sit next to a beautiful woman, time appears to pass quickly. When Chen Yuan traveled alone in this vast universe devoid of any communicative presence, he would lose track of time, feeling as if it was moving swiftly. But now, with someone constantly talking to him, he could feel the existence of time. This led Chen Yuan to naturally believe that he was moving slower. Slower? I don't feel that way. Or isn't your speed just the same as it was before? Ya's voice came through. Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned. Had he been overheard? Alright, he had forgotten to exit the dark communication channel. It's too slow at this rate. I don't know how long it will take to reach our destination. At your current speed, it would likely take 123 years. 100 years. How is that possible? I've traveled that distance before, and back then I didn't feel like it took such a long time, Chen Yuan said, somewhat dazed. Time requires a reference point. Flying in such a vast universe without any reference makes it normal not to feel time passing. Chen Yuan's head suddenly felt heavy. Alright, I've come to say goodbye today. I have things to attend to, and will likely be unable to accompany you for a long time. He knew what she had to do. Her civilization was currently at war with another. As for the reason, Chen Yuan did not inquire. Naturally, she was going to participate in the war between civilizations. Don't die, Chen Yuan replied. Haha, I didn't expect you to care about me. Don't worry, I won't die. I'm off now. Her voice disappeared. Chen Yuan looked ahead at the red dwarf star through his sensing ability. Is that distance really going to take over 100 years? I can't believe I didn't feel it at all before. It's truly incredible. Without another person's voice, Chen Yuan traveled once again through the vast universe. It was uncertain how much time had passed. Finally, Chen Yuan saw the silhouette of a red dwarf star. Of course, during this journey, Chen Yuan also devoured a few wandering planets by the roadside, increasing his size and mass. However, those wandering planets were too few, providing only a slight increase in size and mass. It was estimated to be about the mass of 2 Jupiters. For Chen Yuan, at present the mass of Jupiter was too little. This red dwarf star before him was his target. Upon closer inspection, the volume of this red dwarf star was slightly smaller than Chen Yuan, with a mass of about 9% of the Sun. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan's current mass was 21%, making him heavier than the star. Chen Yuan approached the red dwarf star. The 2 red dwarfs drew closer, their gravitational forces attracting each other. The atmospheres intertwined. Devour. The red dwarf was engulfed by gold, and then a stream of golden light flew from the red dwarf and was absorbed by Chen Yuan. Before long, the entire red dwarf was consumed. Chen Yuan's body was covered in golden light. As the light dissipated, his size and mass increased compared to before. Currently, Chen Yuan's volume was around 40% of the Sun, while his mass was 30% of the Sun. Using his sensing ability, he discovered that there was another red dwarf star not far away. This red dwarf star was somewhat smaller in volume and mass. It was only half the size of Chen Yuan, with a mass of merely 7% of the Sun. In comparison to Chen Yuan, its mass was significantly less, but having it was better than nothing. Chen Yuan's sensing ability had increased considerably, yet finding a suitable target to devour in this vast universe remained challenging. With his current sensing ability, he could only see that 7% mass. That works. Even if the mass isn't great, devouring a few more should allow me to surpass the Sun. Thinking this, Chen Yuan controlled his body to fly toward the target direction. During the flight, he fell into contemplation. Earlier, she said it would take her over 100 years to fly here, but why does it feel like it hasn't been that long? How strange. If it truly took over 100 years, is she still alive? Did one battle really last over 100 years? He thought, realizing she might have already perished. Chen Yuan felt somewhat odd. Although he hadn't spent face-to-face time with her, their communication through the dark communication channel constituted some form of interaction, making her a friend. A friend just like that was gone. Chen Yuan found it hard to accept. However, regardless of the circumstances, he was currently a star, while she was a highly intelligent being of an advanced civilization. The two were fundamentally different. With this thought, Chen Yuan ceased to ponder further and continued flying through the vast universe, heading toward another red dwarf star. Time passed slowly. Due to the lack of any reference points, time felt as though it did not exist for Chen Yuan. He could sense that he was getting closer to the target. "Hey, can you hear me?" A voice echoed in the only dark communication channel Chen Yuan possessed. Hearing that familiar voice, Chen Yuan entered the dark communication channel. "You're not dead." "Not dead. My Bodis genes have been enhanced, allowing me to withstand the pressures and radiation of the universe, along with an automatic repair capability. As long as I have a few cells left, I can regrow into a person." Chen Yuan responded, "I don't quite understand your technology. Glad you're alive, but you guys sure fight for a long time. Hasn't it been over 100 years? Not really, this war has just ended. It has been over 600 years since the start of the war. You've been flying through this vast universe for over 600 years, you just haven't felt it. 600 years. Has it been that long? I can't feel time. 600 years of civilization war is far too long." Chen Yuan said, "It is indeed very long. In these 600 years we've experienced too much. However, looking back, it feels like a blink of an eye." "You asked, so during these 600 years did you think of me?" Chen Yuan replied, "Of course I thought about you. I was wondering if you were dead." "Even so, that means you've thought of me." Ya's voice was filled with joy. Chen Yuan was unsure what she was so happy about. Chen Yuan couldn't be bothered with her. Through his sensing ability, he gazed at the red dwarf star ahead, continuing to maintain his forward trajectory. "Actually, it's quite interesting, you know." You remarked, "I've observed many celestial bodies, and in all the universe you are the only one with consciousness. Moreover, your consciousness is quite unique. In our civilization, there is a distinction between males and females, and these two possess different dark messages within their consciousness. We can analyze the other's gender through the different dark messages. And through analyzing your dark message, we can determine that you are male. This is quite contradictory. How could a celestial body have a gender? Unless before becoming this celestial body, you were also a highly intelligent life form." Listening to her analysis, Chen Yuan felt no surprise. With her civilization's technology, it was easy for her to analyze such information through interaction with his consciousness. It was likely that she had already analyzed it from the beginning of their communication, only not disclosing it to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan had a vast amount of time and could naturally anticipate these matters. "Sorry, I may be a bit presumptuous, but I am very curious about you. In this universe, an existence like yours is incredibly eye-catching, so I want to know. Chen Yuan replied, so what? And what if not? For you, perhaps it satisfies your curiosity whether it is or isn't, but to me this answer is not important. That's true. The next moment was silence. Chen Yuan did not dwell on it further. He noticed a celestial system ahead. It was a massive celestial system. In the center was a star emitting blue-white light surrounded by 7 planets. Similar to the solar system. Chen Yuan's gaze fell upon the star emitting blue-white light. So big. This star was enormous, its size being double that of the sun, and its mass was 2.5 times that of the sun. It emitted a blue-white light similar to the Sirius A that Chen Yuan had encountered before. This meant that it was a celestial system centered around a blue dwarf star. A blue dwarf star is a type of star with a spectrum of OB and A. In simple terms, it is a star that emits blue light. This type of star is immense in both volume and mass. Its mass is typically around 2.5 times that of the sun. For Chen Yuan, who possesses only 30% of the sun's mass, this is a colossal entity. Chen Yuan gazed at the blue dwarf star. He then shifted his gaze to the several planets orbiting around it. These planets varied in size, some larger than Jupiter, while others were similar to Earth. For Chen Yuan, these sizes and masses were insufficient. However, having something was better than nothing. Chen Yuan dove straight in activating his devouring ability and began to consume the 7 planets that were near the blue dwarf star one after another. Chen Yuan, I have a question for you. After consuming the 7 planets, Chen Yuan continued to fly towards the red dwarf star. Hearing Ya's voice, he replied, "What question?" "I can transform you into a highly intelligent being like myself, granting you a body similar to mine. Would you like to become like me?" This question was tantamount to asking Chen Yuan, "Do you wish to become human again?" The query caused Chen Yuan to slightly slow down his pace. To become human again. Chen Yuan recalled the scenes from his previous life before his reincarnation. Before turning, he was merely an ordinary member of the lower class, spending his days at work and nothing else, living in a state of lethargy. As a human, he was a failure. After becoming an asteroid, although he lost his physical form, Chen Yuan at least possessed his own pursuits and the things he wanted to do. If he were to become human again, what would he do? Chen Yuan couldn't think of anything and didn't want to. He replied, "I'm not interested." "I knew it would be like this," he said. "If you knew it would be this way, then why ask?" "Because it's very boring and uninteresting. I won't hide it from you. I have lived for 5,000 years. In these 5,000 years, my days have been nothing but work. Meeting you and having you as a friend feels special to me. So I thought if I could turn you into a being like me, you would be able to stay with me and I could share everything around me with you. That would certainly be interesting." Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. "No friends?" Chen Yuan asked, "What about your family?" "They died in a civil war 2,000 years ago." She mentioned that with their technology, as long as a few cells remain, they could use high-tech methods to restore them to a whole. In other words, did her family leave not even a single cell during that civil war? "Don't you have any other friends?" "I do, but none like you." Chen Yuan found it hard to understand. "Never mind. I'm not interested in becoming a part of your civilization, but I can be your friend." But your speed is still too slow. Do you need help?" "No thanks." Oh, from this conversation, Chen Yuan could tell that she seemed quite bored. If she weren't so bored, she wouldn't keep pestering Chen Yuan to talk. Chen Yuan was not the type to engage in conversation and was not used to chatting with others, so he remained silent when she did. Continuing to fly towards their target. It was unclear how long they had been flying. If you keep flying forward, you will see a civilization called the Blue Sea Civilization. That civilization is quite special. A special civilization. Chen Yuan looked ahead, using his perception ability. He could see an Oort cloud in the distance. Inside that celestial system, there was likely the Blue Sea Civilization that you mentioned. She said that the Blue Sea Civilization was somewhat special. This piqued Chen Yuan's curiosity. He instinctively used his perception ability to look through the Oort cloud. Looking inside, there was indeed a celestial system with a star in the center surrounded by 6 planets. One of the blue planets caught Chen Yuan's attention. That planet was almost 90% covered by water, with only 10% being land. There were many animals living on the land, but looking at those animals, they did not seem to be intelligent. The special thing about the Blue Sea Civilization is that those advanced intelligent beings do not reside on land. Ya's voice came through. Chen Yuan was taken aback and instinctively directed his perception into the sea. To his shock, he discovered that the entire ocean was inhabited by creatures resembling dolphins. These creatures were clearly intelligent. They were gathered in the ocean, forming a group as if they were communicating about something. In the entire ocean, many dolphin-like creatures were congregated together. For someone like Chen Yuan, who once was human, this scene was quite bizarre. However, the universe is vast and future civilizations need not necessarily be composed of advanced intelligent beings with 4 limbs. It is entirely possible for underwater creatures to possess advanced intelligence and establish their own civilization. An underwater civilization? Chen Yuan asked. Yes, they communicate through brain waves. If this civilization continues to develop, what will happen in the future is uncertain. You replied, the universe is vast, and there are countless strange things. Chen Yuan sighed. He withdrew his gaze, bypassed the Oort cloud in front of him, and continued to fly forward. Do you know this civilization is here, and yet you don't plan to destroy it? Chen Yuan instinctively asked. You said, why destroy it? Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. I previously heard of a principle in a civilization called the Dark Forest Principle. They say the universe is like a dark forest. Every civilization is like a hunter holding a shotgun. When one civilization discovers another, if it feels that the other civilization is weaker, it will directly erase that civilization, destroying the other to protect itself. Your civilization is obviously more powerful than theirs. Aren't you worried that it might develop and become stronger than you, causing trouble for you? You replied, the Dark Forest Principle, huh? It does make sense. Fearing the rise of other civilizations leading to one's own extinction. Therefore, before other civilizations develop, one must destroy them. I have another analogy. There are two wild men, one strong and one weak, each living on their own territory, unaware of each other's existence. Then one day, while the strong wild man is searching for food, he discovers the existence of the weak wild man. Fearing that the weak wild man might become strong and treat him as food, the strong wild man chooses to eliminate the other first. This should be what you refer to as the Dark Forest Principle. However, the civilization I belong to is not like wild men, it is more akin to gods. When gods discover a wild man, do you think they would fear the wild man becoming strong? Also, with the technology of Ya's civilization, she could observe all civilizations within the Milky Way. If her civilization killed every civilization they encountered, then likely only their civilization would exist in the entire Milky Way. Of course, that doesn't mean the Dark Forest Principle doesn't apply to us. After all, there are civilizations like gods, and we are not the only ones. If we discover other civilizations as powerful as ours, we would choose to communicate first. If we can be friendly, then we will. If it cannot be friendly, then it will be like the previous civil war. If the other party desires war, then we will go to war. Chen Yuan's question has been answered. The Dark Forest Law only applies to weaker civilizations and has little effect on advanced ones. Chen Yuan fell silent. After all, as a red dwarf star, observing these civilizations felt like a mere spectator watching a play. Chen Yuan continued to fly towards the target red dwarf star. Just because Chen Yuan was silent, it didn't mean she was. As she mentioned, Chen Yuan was a special existence to her, so she often shared her matters with him. Chen Yuan engaged in conversation with her casually. Time passed without notice. The red dwarf star appeared before Chen Yuan. Seeing the red dwarf star, which was smaller in volume and less than 1/3 of his mass, Chen Yuan couldn't be bothered to think and directly activated his devouring ability, charging towards it. The red dwarf star was enveloped in golden light and was devoured completely by Chen Yuan in the blink of an eye. After consuming one red dwarf star, Chen Yuan continued searching for the next. Through his perception ability, Chen Yuan detected the location of another red dwarf star. This star was nearly the same size as Chen Yuan and had a mass equivalent to 20% of the sun. Currently, Chen Yuan's mass was 37% of the sun. Upon observing the mass of this red dwarf star through his sensing ability, Chen Yuan felt an overwhelming joy. As long as he could devour that red dwarf star, his mass would exceed 50% of the sun. This meant he would become a yellow dwarf star like the sun. Wonderful. Chen Yuan controlled his massive body with his divine sense and swiftly flew towards the red dwarf star. Your current position is already at the edge of the Milky Way. The voice of Yi came through. Chen Yuan acknowledged with a sound. You said if you look to your right, you can see the Andromeda Galaxy. Hearing this, Chen Yuan instinctively used his perception ability to look to the right. He could see only a few twinkling star points, and not the so-called Andromeda Galaxy. A galaxy, also known as a cosmic island, refers to a system composed of numerous stars and interstellar dust containing stars, dark matter, and cosmic dust. The Milky Way is a galaxy. The galaxy closest to the Milky Way is the Andromeda Galaxy. The Andromeda Galaxy has a diameter 1.6 times that of the Milky Way and possesses twice the mass. Currently, the Andromeda Galaxy is moving towards the Milky Way at a speed of 300 kilometers per second, expected to collide with the Milky Way in 3 to 4 billion years. The Andromeda Galaxy is moving towards us. In 3.6 billion years, it will collide with the Milky Way. I wonder what will happen to the Milky Way then. Listening to Ya's statement. 3.6 billion years. That's too long. Let's talk about it. Then by that time, the civilization you belong to will likely have found the edge of the universe and left it. True. For Chen Yuan, 3.6 billion years felt exceedingly long. By then, he had no idea what he would become. Not wanting to think about such a distant matter, Chen Yuan decided it was pointless. After all, he couldn't change anything now. In this vast universe, he didn't know how long he had been flying. Chen Yuan arrived at his new target. Looking at the red dwarf star before him, which was nearly equal in size to him, Chen Yuan controlled his massive body and slowly approached. This thing looks about the same size as you. Do you have a way to devour it? Ya's voice came through. As Chen Yuan approached the red dwarf star, their mutual gravity began to react. The atmospheres entangled first. Due to Chen Yuan's greater mass, the resulting gravity was even more formidable. Both their sizes were being consumed, but the target red dwarf star was clearly diminishing more rapidly. Before long, the red dwarf star, originally similar in size to Chen Yuan, suddenly became slightly smaller than him. This minor size difference was enough for Chen Yuan to utilize his devouring ability. Devour. The target red dwarf star was covered in golden light, which swiftly entered Chen Yuan's body and was consumed by him. Impressive. Ya laughed. As the volume and mass were absorbed by Chen Yuan, his body was also enveloped in golden light. Chen Yuan's size grew at an observable rate. When the red dwarf star was completely devoured by Chen Yuan, his volume had reached about 70% of the sun's mass. Suddenly, Chen Yuan heard a muffled sound from within his body. Here we go again. Chen Yuan's consciousness instantly vanished, falling into a deep sleep. He had no idea how long he slept. Finally, as his awareness gradually returned, he opened his eyes again. Upon opening his eyes, Chen Yuan hurriedly used his perception ability to check his body. Previously, as a red dwarf star, his brightness was very low. But now Chen Yuan discovered that his entire body was engulfed in scorching flames, occasionally emitting tongues of fire. He was radiating bright and intense light. This was completely different from the previous red dwarf star. Yellow dwarf. It feels good. I've finally transformed into a star like the sun. Chen Yuan felt a surge of joy. Red dwarf stars are the smallest stars. They can cause nuclear fusion, allowing them to emit light and heat, but their mass and gravity are relatively low, so the fusion is not very intense. The heat and luminosity produced are also quite low. At the same time, due to insufficient mass, red dwarf stars cannot fuse helium. This means that when a red dwarf star's burning comes to an end, it will not expand into a red giant, but will gradually extinguish and shrink until the hydrogen is exhausted. However, yellow dwarf stars are different. Yellow dwarf stars can be considered true stars, typically having a mass between 1 to 1, 4 times that of the sun. They undergo nuclear fusion internally, fusing hydrogen into helium, meaning that when their hydrogen is nearly exhausted, they will expand into red giants and begin burning helium. The sun in the solar system is a yellow dwarf star. Currently, Chen Yuan's mass is 60% of the sun, and his volume has reached 70% of the sun. This has already exceeded the mass limit of red dwarf stars, which is 50% of the sun, hence, he naturally transformed into a yellow dwarf star. However, his mass is still slightly lacking, so he can only be considered a small yellow dwarf star. Congratulations. A voice came through, filled with a hint of joy. Hearing this voice, Chen Yuan's heart stirred. Are you still there? Of course I'm here. I told you I won't die. However, you really slept for a long time. A long time. How long? Chen Yuan had no sense of time to him. It was simply a nap. You had a temporal scale. It was just the right time to ask her. 3,691 years, 9 months, and 3 days. You recited a series of time numbers. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan was stunned. So long. It has been quite a while. I even thought you were dead. But now it seems I was overthinking. Chen Yuan said, I transformed from a red dwarf star to a yellow dwarf star, and some reactions occurred within my body, causing my consciousness to fall into slumber. These events had occurred before, but I didn't think much of it at the time, so I didn't mention it to you. It's fine as long as you're still here, everything is alright. Ya's voice carried joy. So you are now a yellow dwarf star. What's next? What do you plan to do? I will continue to devour. Chen Yuan said, my current mass is still far from my target. Haha, I knew you would say that. She laughed, seemingly unfazed by Chen Yuan's response. Chen Yuan didn't think much and directly activated his perception ability to its limit. The sight that entered his view left him trembling. He was instantly filled with a sense of shock. When he had turned into a red dwarf star, his perception ability could only catch sight of 4 or 5 stars simultaneously. But this time Chen Yuan discovered he could see a multitude of stars, at least hundreds, appearing within his range of perception. In other words, Chen Yuan's perception ability had expanded 100-fold compared to before. This was incredibly pleasing. Chen Yuan was now searching for 2 targets. One was a yellow dwarf star, slightly smaller in size and mass than himself, and the other was a red dwarf star. As long as he encountered a red dwarf star, Chen Yuan could easily devour it. The yellow dwarf star was naturally the best choice for him, although some yellow dwarfs had greater mass and size than him. Moreover, the number of yellow dwarf stars was far fewer than red dwarf stars, so at this stage the best choice for Chen Yuan was undoubtedly the yellow dwarf star. Now, as a brown dwarf star, it was extremely difficult for Chen Yuan to locate a star. His perception range was too limited, and at times he couldn't even see a single star. After becoming a red dwarf star, he could see 3 or 4, and now, as a yellow dwarf star, his range had vastly expanded, allowing him to see hundreds of stars. one must realize that a single star could very well represent a planetary system similar to the solar system. Now Chen Yuan could see hundreds of such planetary systems. I never expected that after transforming from a red dwarf star to a yellow dwarf star my perception ability would improve so much. This is fantastic. Chen Yuan was ecstatic. Never mind, let's first look for the nearest suitable target to devour. He scanned around. The nearest star to me. Is a blue dwarf star way too massive? A neutron star? No, I really don't want to gamble with my life. A yellow dwarf star, indeed a yellow dwarf star, but its mass and size are larger than mine. In the past I wouldn't know who would devour whom. A red dwarf star. Its mass is 9% of the sun. My mass is currently 60% of the sun, much smaller, but better than nothing. After finding the closest red dwarf star, Chen Yuan looked around. Although he could see some better choices through his perception ability, those choices were too far away. Alright, I will choose this red dwarf star for now. Having made up his mind, Chen Yuan controlled his increasingly massive body with his divine sense and flew towards the target. From the outside, one could see a colossal fireball soaring through the interstellar space at an incredible speed. This speed is truly fast. Chen Yuan could clearly feel that his speed was much greater than before as he flew. The stars on either side rapidly receded. Your current speed is significantly faster than before. It is now approaching half the speed of light. Previously, your speed was only about 1/5 of the speed of light. Ya's voice came through confirming Chen Yuan's speed. The speed of light is a fixed value, 299792, 458 kilometers. To put it simply, the speed of light is about 3000 kilometers per second. Using numerical values might not convey much sense, so let's use a metaphor. If traveling at the speed of light, it would take just over a second to reach the moon from Earth. However, driving from Earth to the moon would take over 3,700 hours. Traveling at the speed of light from Earth to Mars would take just 2 minutes, whereas driving would take 44.5 years. Even if Chen Yuan's speed is only half the speed of light, it is still a terrifying speed. Chen Yuan continued to fly towards his target. However, in this vast universe, even with half the speed of light, it would still take a long time to reach the position of the red dwarf star. During this time, Chen Yuan encountered numerous wandering planets. He naturally did not refuse any of them, devouring them one by one. While flying, Chen Yuan observed his surroundings through his perception ability. At that moment, Chen Yuan saw one of the hundreds of stars suddenly explode through his perception ability. Instantly, the star that exploded emitted an astonishing brightness. This light seemed to illuminate everything. Chen Yuan looked towards the source of the light. A very bright light source appeared. That should be where the star exploded. What is happening? Did a star explode? As a novice in astronomy. No, although Chen Yuan had flipped through a few popular science books on astronomy, he hadn't truly studied it, so he wouldn't consider himself a novice. A star can explode. This was something Chen Yuan had not expected. A supernova explosion. This is a violent explosion experienced by certain stars at the end of their evolution, and the light produced by this explosion could be extraordinarily bright, said to illuminate an entire galaxy. Then that light could last for several weeks or even months before fading away. In simple terms, a star has exploded, that's all. After a star explodes, 2 scenarios can occur. One is that the star disappears entirely, and the other is that it leaves behind a high-density celestial body, which could be a white dwarf, a neutron star, or a black hole. What Chen Yuan had just witnessed was the scene of a supernova explosion, which is the image of a star exploding. A star with sufficient mass will undergo this scenario during its later evolution. You said, I wonder if you will also become like that in the future. Chen Yuan adjusted his emotions and continued to fly forward. As for me, I probably won't. They will only evolve to that stage while I can devour the mass of other celestial bodies, meaning I will continue to survive. Perhaps. You smiled. It was unclear what she was laughing about. Never mind, he continued to fly towards his target. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Yuan arrived at the location of the red dwarf star. Given Chen Yuan's current size and mass, he did not need to think much about anything else and simply approached. Devour. The red dwarf star transformed into golden light and was devoured by Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's mass increased from 60% of the sun's mass to 69%, and his volume became approximately 75% of the sun's volume. Not enough. With this volume and mass, I still cannot devour the sun. I need to at least elevate my volume and mass to the point where I can consume the sun. Only then can I be considered a proper star. I need to find my next target. With this thought, Chen Yuan used his sensing ability to search for the next target. A red dwarf. Is it another red dwarf? 7% of the sun's mass is too little. Suddenly, Chen Yuan saw another star. It was another red dwarf. A mass of 21% of the sun. This was significantly higher than the first red dwarf. With 69% of the sun's mass already, if he consumed that red dwarf, he would have 90% of the sun's mass. In other words, as long as he devoured a few more red dwarfs, he could surpass the sun's volume and mass. With this thought, Chen Yuan felt a surge of excitement. You will be my next target. Determined, Qin Yuan set off directly. He flew halfway when he noticed a yellow dwarf star not far away. This yellow dwarf was much larger, about 1.5 times the mass of the Sun and 50% larger in volume. 6 planets orbited around the yellow dwarf. The 6 planets formed a plane revolving around the yellow dwarf, resembling a solar system. 4 terrestrial planets were in front, while 2 larger gas giants were behind. That yellow dwarf was too big. Qin Yuan had little appetite for it. Habitually, he glanced at the 6 planets orbiting the yellow dwarf. For Qin Yuan now, as a yellow dwarf, the volume and mass provided by the planets were hardly sufficient to meet his needs. However, he often helped these stars tidy up the surrounding planets when passing by, which became a habit. After glancing back, Qin Yuan's attention was drawn to one of the planets. That planet was slightly larger than Earth, with patches of blue and large areas of green visible across its surface. Those colors represented oceans and forests. This meant it was a planet with life. Has a new civilization emerged on that planet? I wonder what kind of advanced intelligent beings exist there. With curiosity, Qin Yuan peered inside through his sensing ability. The scene that entered his view shocked Qin Yuan. There were numerous creatures within. These creatures gave Qin Yuan a sense of enormity. They were incredibly massive. The largest among them seemed to be as big as 6 or 7 stories. The sizes of the other animals were also astonishing. Qin Yuan also discovered that the oxygen concentration on that planet was several times higher than that of the Earth civilization he once belonged to. The creatures on this planet are truly large. Qin Yuan was pondering this when suddenly, through his sensing ability, he saw several individuals. They looked more like primitive beings than humans. These primitive beings were holding enormous clubs and walking in groups. What shocked Qin Yuan was their colossal sizes. Their estimated height was about 5 meters, covered in black fur, appearing quite intimidating. A civilization of giants. Qin Yuan instinctively thought, is it really a civilization? A graceful voice chimed in. They do possess some intelligence, but this is merely a fleeting civilization. A fleeting civilization. Indeed, the current high oxygen levels on that planet have caused the animals to grow to such enormous sizes, but this situation will not last long. After a while, the oxygen on the planet will gradually decrease until it reaches about 20%. The animals there will all perish, including the civilization you see now. Oxygen levels are related to the size of animals. The higher the oxygen concentration on a planet, the larger the size of its flora and fauna. Conversely, if the oxygen concentration is lower, the size will also decrease. For instance, humans in Earth civilization live in a world with an oxygen concentration of 20.9%. Some may wonder, if Earth's oxygen were to become denser, would humans grow larger? Would they become giants? The answer is no. Humans have adapted to a low concentration world, and for them it is not necessarily better to have a higher oxygen concentration. With less oxygen, humans would experience symptoms of hypoxia, but if the oxygen concentration is excessively high, the human body cannot withstand it, leading to premature oxidation and aging. If the oxygen concentration exceeds 70%, humans would suffer from oxygen toxicity, resulting in death. Is that so? Qin Yuan looked at that planet and asked, so are there no highly intelligent civilizations with giant sizes in the Milky Way? There are, but such civilizations are rare. Are you interested in seeing them? I can take you there. The voice of Yo was tinged with interest. Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback, responding, forget it, I have things to do. I knew it. Qin Yuan withdrew his gaze and continued flying towards his target. According to Yo, there were indeed giant civilizations in this vast universe. Currently, the civilization on this planet was likely to perish, but elsewhere giant civilizations still existed. This vast universe truly has everything. Wait a minute, if there are giant civilizations, does that mean there are also tiny civilizations? With this thought, Qin Yuan suddenly became intrigued. One doesn't need to think too hard about it. The universe is so vast that if giant civilizations can exist, tiny civilizations must also exist. Qin Yuan decided not to dwell on it further. Forget it, these things are not important to me. What's crucial now is to devour some celestial bodies to grow as large as the sun, and then return to the solar system to see our old friend the sun. After flying through the vast universe for a while, he encountered some wandering planets. He devoured them all. However, these wandering planets were almost useless to Qin Yuan now, and consuming them hardly increased his volume and mass. Later on, he simply chose to ignore them altogether. He only absorbed a little when colliding directly, otherwise he let them pass. One day, through his sensing ability, Qin Yuan noticed that something seemed to be approaching him. What is that? Instinctively, he fine-tuned his sensing ability to lock onto the object flying toward him. Upon looking, Qin Yuan saw a massive warship charging directly toward him. It was clearly a warship from some civilization, but the question was, why was a civilization's warship heading toward Qin Yuan? There was only one possibility: their target was Qin Yuan. Previously, Qin Yuan had been bombarded by warships, and now he saw the giant warship coming straight at him. Qin Yuan had a bad feeling. They aren't coming to bombard me again, are they? They are indeed here to bombard you, Ya's voice echoed. I forgot to mention. Ahead on your current path, there exists a blue wave civilization. If you proceed on this path, their planet will likely be devoured by you. In such a vast universe, just flying around means I might get framed. Chen Yuan was momentarily speechless. In the vastness of the universe, logically speaking, the chances of colliding with a civilization by running in one direction are extremely small. However, during an interstellar journey, one must traverse distances of thousands of light years. As the duration of the journey increases, the probability of encountering a civilization naturally rises. A voice came filled with a hint of interest. She seemed quite happy. What could she possibly be happy about? Chen Yuan said, I am currently feeling gloomy. Why are you the one feeling happy? Because it's interesting. Rather than watching you drift through this dark universe every day, I would much prefer to witness some extraordinary events unfold. It's far more interesting than watching you navigate through the cosmos. Chen Yuan suddenly felt a headache. What should I do? You asked, are you going to wage war against them? With their civilization's technology, their most powerful weapon is nuclear fusion, yet its lethality is not even comparable to one of your flares. They cannot harm you, a celestial star, at all. They are merely taking actions to protect their civilization. Of course, such actions cannot inflict any harm upon you. One could only say it's a dying struggle. You can completely ignore them and continue flying forward. Previously, you had mentioned that based on Chen Yuan's current flight trajectory, continuing forward would inevitably lead to a collision with their civilization. If he ignored them and flew straight ahead, their civilization would be directly consumed by Chen Yuan's gravity. Of course, aside from that planet, there are those highly intelligent beings within. They may not be human, but they are undoubtedly a group of intelligent life forms. Chen Yuan halted his movements. His massive form stood still in the universe. My. There was a hint of curiosity in Ya's voice. Chen Yuan changed direction and flew to the right. As Chen Yuan altered his course, he could perceive through his abilities that the enormous battleship had slowed down and then come to a stop. They must have been stunned. Initially believing their civilization to be doomed, they approached with a mindset of desperation to stop that terrifying star, only to find halfway through that the star had unexpectedly changed its direction. After flying a distance, Chen Yuan resumed moving forward. This change in trajectory meant that he would not collide with that civilization. Why do you care about that civilization? Ya's voice carried a note of curiosity. Chen Yuan replied, my principle is if others do not offend me, I will not offend them. I have no enmity with them, so I have no need to destroy their civilization. Moreover, the evolution of a civilization is exceedingly difficult, and it can easily face extinction. Even if I do not collide with them, they will eventually perish. That aligns closely with my principle as well. Indeed, as you said, it is incredibly challenging for a civilization to grow. Countless civilizations have existed within the Milky Way, yet only 1 in a million can evolve to the point of being independent from their home planet. Only 1 in a billion can achieve interstellar travel, completely freeing themselves from planetary dependence. As an ancient civilization in the Milky Way, Ya is certainly qualified to speak on this matter. The emergence of civilizations is a highly serendipitous occurrence, yet within this vast universe, due to sheer numbers, even the rarest events become inevitable. However, Chen Yuan did not expect that throughout the long expanse of time, the Milky Way alone had birthed so many civilizations. Nor did he anticipate how few of those civilizations actually managed to survive. Chen Yuan stopped pondering. He had no idea how long he had been flying. Finally, Chen Yuan arrived beside his target. Looking at the red dwarf star before him, he approached without hesitation. Devour. The red dwarf star was enveloped in golden light, gradually consumed by Chen Yuan. After devouring this red dwarf star, Chen Yuan's size had increased to about 80% of the sun's volume, with a mass reaching 90% of the sun. Chen Yuan activated his sensing abilities to search for other targets. Before long, a new target appeared before him. Is it another red dwarf? Chen Yuan noticed that among the stars discovered by his sensing ability, red dwarfs were the majority. Other types like yellow dwarfs and blue dwarfs were relatively rare. Data shows that red dwarfs constitute 80% of the stars in the Milky Way. The remaining 20% consist of other types of stars. Clearly, red dwarfs are exceedingly abundant. Never mind. If there are red dwarfs, then let's devour red dwarfs. Resolute, Chen Yuan locked onto the nearest red dwarf as his target and set off. By the way, if we encounter any civilization ahead, next time remember to let me know, Chen Yuan said. Sure, sounds good. Ya's voice was filled with delight. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. Are you happy? Happy? Am I happy? I am indeed very happy. It's the first time in all these years that I've heard you ask me to do something. You seem to be in a good mood, as she said with interest. I consider you a friend, yet you always seem so distant. I thought you didn't regard me as a friend. You asking me for help is indeed something worth celebrating for me. Am I cold? I'm just not accustomed to chatting with others. Chen Yuan didn't want to discuss his past life, but without discussing his past, he could only talk about his current self, which was a yellow dwarf. And this being had been studying him, perhaps knowing more about him than he did. Thus, Chen Yuan had little to say to Ya. In this way did it give her a cold and distant impression. Is that so? Haha, then I can rest easy. Listening to Ya's words, Chun Yuan felt oddly emotional. She was indeed a bit strange. Who else would stare at a star all day? But then again, if her task was to study celestial bodies, it wouldn't be strange for her to focus on him. Chun Yuan didn't think much more. Based on your current trajectory, in another half-month you will be able to see an interesting civilization. Upon hearing Ya's hint, Chun Yuan asked, an interesting civilization? Yes, interesting. I won't spoil it for you. You'll see it for yourself when the time comes. All right. Chun Yuan continued to fly forward. The journey ahead was not much different from before. The only difference was that Chun Yuan no longer devoured Earth-sized planets. He would only slow down slightly to consume a Jupiter-sized wandering planet. Half a month passed like this. That civilization is on your right side. Right side. Chun Yuan did not slow down. He continued flying while activating his sensing ability to scan a glance. Upon scanning, Chun Yuan immediately saw it. The moment he spotted that planet, he was taken aback. There was a giant red star with several planets orbiting around it. One of the planets was covered in countless metallic structures. Looking inside, Chun Yuan could see many towering robots, 3 to 4 meters tall, armed with firearms, patrolling within. Chun Yuan scanned the surroundings with his perception ability, but saw no semblance of any human-like existence. It appeared that aside from this robotic presence, there were no other advanced intelligent beings. Could the advanced intelligent beings on that planet be iron-based life forms? The primary component of humanity is carbon, thus humans are carbon-based life. Scientists have hypothesized that in this vast universe, life may not be limited to carbon-based organisms. There could also be silicon-based life, boron-based life, and so forth, including iron-based life. The development of life requires a lengthy process, and for life to evolve the elements that constitute it must be relatively stable. Carbon is a stable element, while iron is highly reactive with other elements in the air. Therefore, although some have hypothesized about iron-based life, it is widely believed that such life forms cannot exist. However, the robots that Chun Yuan observed through his perception clearly possessed advanced intelligence. Could that planet be home to iron-based life? Iron-based life. They are not iron-based life forms, came Ya's voice. Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan was slightly taken aback. Not. Ye continued, that planet was once inhabited by another form of advanced intelligent life. Those beings established a civilization, but later they created highly intelligent robots that waged war and exterminated the original advanced intelligent life forms. Now that planet is left with these highly intelligent robots who have established a robotic civilization. The material they are made of is not iron. Their cores are made of semiconductors which do not qualify as iron-based life. Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan understood. The advanced intelligent life on that planet was not robots. Rather, those beings invented robots, and the robots, having gained self-awareness, exterminated the original advanced intelligent life. Thus, what Chun Yuan saw was a robotic civilization which plunged him into deep thought. Previously, Earth civilization had also been researching and inventing highly intelligent robots. Had Earth civilization not experienced a nuclear winter, the research on robots would have undoubtedly continued. In the future, civilization would inevitably become reliant on robots. Would those robots destroy humanity and dominate Earth? If robots gain self-awareness, would they still be considered robots? Should they be regarded as another form of advanced intelligent life? Do humans need to grant them human rights? Chun Yuan abandoned his thoughts. As a yellow dwarf star, Chun Yuan did not see the need to ponder such matters, and clearly these questions were beyond his ability to answer. You did your civilization not research robots earlier in its development? Yes, but that was over 100,000 years ago. Due to technological reasons, some robots like those on that planet gained self-awareness and even attempted to exterminate us to dominate our planet. However, it was not us who were exterminated, but them. Ya's tone was casual. What about now? Do you still use robots? Chun Yuan asked with curiosity. You responded, we do have some, but only a few still use robots. Currently, our technology does not rely on those external things. Chun Yuan nodded slightly. The emergence of highly intelligent robots or robots with self-awareness equates to the emergence of a new form of advanced intelligent life. As long as they possess intelligence and consciousness, they will desire human rights. If they seek human rights while humans treat them as slaves, conflict is inevitable. This is unavoidable. Chun Yuan did not dwell on it any further, as such matters were beyond his contemplation. He lost track of time flying. Eventually, Chun Yuan arrived at his target point, a red dwarf star emitting a crimson glow. It was half the size of Chun Yuan and had 8% of the mass of the solar system. After surveying it, Chun Yuan approached and devoured the red dwarf star. Golden light flowed into his body. Both the mass and volume of Chun Yuan were increasing. Once the red dwarf star was completely consumed, his volume equaled that of the sun and his mass was nearly that of the sun, reaching 98% of the sun's mass. Chen Yuan looked at his body radiating with scorching waves of heat, feeling the increase in both volume and mass. He was filled with ecstatic joy. All right, it's time to return and visit our old friend the sun. Although he was still slightly short, he could easily reach that mass by consuming another nearby red dwarf star on the way back. Thinking about returning to the solar system made Chen Yuan particularly lively. He immediately set off, flying towards the solar system. It's quite a distance. Even with my current perception ability, I cannot see the location of the solar system. Fortunately, I marked it before I left, otherwise I might have had trouble finding it. Chen Yuan rapidly flew towards the solar system. Suddenly, within his perception, he saw a star erupting. The bright light illuminated the surroundings. Chen Yuan instinctively glanced at the source of the light. Is it another supernova explosion? He withdrew his gaze and continued flying forward. He was too lazy to think much about it. Time passed slowly. Chen Yuan was unaware of how long he had been flying, or it felt as though he had forgotten the concept of time. One day, Ya's voice suddenly rang out. Your current trajectory is about to collide with a civilization. At your current speed, you will collide in 63 years. Is there civilization? Chen Yuan checked through his perception. Now through his perception, Chen Yuan could already see the presence of the solar system. The existence of the sun drew his attention. 63 years. It seems that it should be near the solar system. Does that mean there is a new civilization near the solar system? Suddenly Chen Yuan's heart jolted. Could it be a migration from the solar system? Earth civilization. Is Earth civilization still alive? Chen Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, what is the name of that civilization? Do you know? Of course, you replied. I know the names of civilizations throughout the universe, especially those in the Milky Way. The civilization you are about to encounter calls itself Earth civilization. Earth civilization. Is it really Earth civilization? Does that mean the Earth civilization found a new home next to a star near the solar system? So many years have passed, I wonder how much Earth civilization has evolved. Chen Yuan was very curious. Although he had transformed into an asteroid, he was still fundamentally a former inhabitant of Earth. It is only natural to be concerned about the current state of the civilization he once lived in. In the solar system, only the solitary sun remained lingering alone within its confines. Around the solar system, numerous stars existed. During the time when Chen Yuan had just departed from the solar system, he was unable to see them. But now he could easily see them. There were only a few stars close to the solar system, and in the current trajectory of Chen Yuan, only one star remained. That star was surrounded by 3 planets. Only one of those planets lay within the habitable zone. This particular planet captivated Chen Yuan's gaze. The planet was half the size of Earth, and surrounding it were various artificial satellites, including a gigantic warship. The warship hovered beside the planet, resembling a massive satellite. Through his perception abilities, Chen Yuan could discern that the warship had a deck. On that deck, a group of soldiers clad in black battle armor, wearing black helmets, and wielding firearms were training. All dressed in black. However, in the vast cosmos, such attire could certainly provide some degree of concealment. So wearing that black gear with helmets allows humans to withstand cosmic radiation and pressure. This is far superior to the previous spacesuits. Chen Yuan focused his perception abilities on that small Earth, allowing his senses to enter it. He could see the humans inside. A sense of familiarity surged forth. Chen Yuan had been a planet for too long. He had almost forgotten what he looked like before becoming a planet, and nearly forgotten the appearance of humans. But now, upon seeing them, those memories surfaced from Chen Yuan's consciousness. These were the familiar humans he knew. He recalled the appearance of Ya. Although Ya resembled humans, she differed significantly from Earthlings. He had nearly forgotten the appearance of humans, and now that he looked again, there was indeed a noticeable difference. Earth's civilization had various faces, Oriental and Western features. Yet Ya's visage was entirely different, as she resembled a complete work of art. Flawless. No matter who humans are, they inevitably have some flaws, as she is indeed different, Chen Yuan contemplated. Thank you for the compliment, Ya's voice unexpectedly echoed. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Yuan was taken aback. You heard me. Ya's voice brimmed with joy as she laughed. Of course you forgot to exit the dark communication channel. This was rather awkward. Never mind, I am just a star, there's no need to feel awkward. Chen Yuan was musing. Suddenly, he noticed that some humans on the small Earth were looking in his direction. They seemed to be discussing something. Can they see me? Considering my distance from them, if they were to see me, I would probably appear as a star. Chen Yuan was still at a considerable distance from them. From the small Earth, they could only see a bright star. However, because this star was particularly bright, it easily attracted their attention. Chen Yuan thought no more and withdrew his gaze. After flying for a while longer, Chen Yuan finally spotted the familiar Oort cloud of the solar system. He entered the Oort cloud and arrived at the solar system. Chen Yuan gazed at the solitary sun within the solar system. He had flown a long distance during the journey, devouring several Jupiter-sized planets and 2 red dwarf stars. Currently, Chen Yuan's volume was already 2 times that of the sun, and his mass was 1 times greater. He looked at the sun before him, which was much smaller than his own body. My volume and mass have finally surpassed yours. Previously, when I devoured Mercury, I nearly fell prey to you. Now it is my turn to consume you. Chun Yuan controlled his body with divine sense and approached the sun. As they drew closer, their atmospheres intertwined. Devour, Chun Yuan commanded, and the enormous body of the sun was instantly enveloped in golden light. Chun Yuan continued to close in, and the sun, now transformed into golden light, was gradually drawn out, the golden essence seeping into Chun Yuan's body. His volume increased at a visibly rapid pace. His mass also quietly augmented. Chun Yuan's entire body was enveloped by the golden light that he had absorbed from the sun. The sun was a colossal entity, and consuming it would have been slow in the past. But now Chun Yuan had become a yellow dwarf star nearly equal in size to the sun. Thus the speed of devouring was naturally not slow. The sun was completely consumed by Chun Yuan. Suddenly Chun Yuan felt a tremendous rumbling within his body. Chun Yuan was startled again. What will I transform into this time? As this thought arose, his consciousness abruptly vanished. Once again he fell into a deep slumber. Chun Yuan had no idea how long he had slept. Finally his consciousness gradually revived. Chun Yuan opened his perception abilities and looked at his body. Upon seeing his body, Chun Yuan was instantly astonished. So big. At this moment Chun Yuan's volume had expanded significantly compared to before his slumber, reaching a diameter 1.5 times that of the sun. After acquiring the sun's mass, his mass had also transformed into 2.1 times that of the sun. At this moment Chun Yuan emanated a white-blue light, appearing extremely bright. He was at least 10 times brighter than the sun. A blue dwarf star. No way. After consuming a sun, I became a blue dwarf star. A blue dwarf star. Previously, when Chun Yuan encountered Sirius A, it was a blue dwarf star with a mass twice that of the sun and a diameter 1.7 times that of the sun. And at this moment Chun Yuan's mass was comparable to that of Sirius A, and his volume was not far off either. He had now become a bona fide blue dwarf star. Awake? Ya's voice came through her neutral tone, carrying a hint of surprise. Chun Yuan replied, yes. I'm awake. It seems your volume and mass have increased considerably. Yes, you've transitioned from a yellow dwarf star to a blue dwarf star. Congratulations. However, you have slept for quite a long time this time. You said with great interest, if it weren't for your sudden sleep before, I would have thought you were gone. Chun Yuan glanced around. He found himself still within the solar system. Of course, the sun and other planets had vanished, leaving only the Oort cloud behind. Chun Yuan opened his perception abilities. Once he did, he discovered that his perception had expanded immensely. With just a glance, he could see thousands of stars. Though he was unsure how many years had passed, it was likely that quite a bit of time had gone by. He wondered how far Earth civilization had progressed. With this thought, Chun Yuan looked towards the direction of the small Earth, which was surrounded by two massive black circular rings brimming with technological flair. The giant rings rotated slowly around the small Earth. What kind of technological product could that be? Giant ring? Are you referring to the giant ring of that Earth civilization? It is a planetary transformation and protection device capable of altering the internal environment of a planet to suit their needs while shielding it from stellar radiation. You casually explained it took them over 1,000 years to build that giant ring. However, the ability to create this giant ring implies that they have already mastered the means to transform planets, a technique necessary for constructing massive artificial planets. Chun Yuan nodded, so that's how it is. Having been in this solar system for quite some time, given his current brightness and the distance to that small Earth, it would be quite easy for the Earth civilization to observe him. He wondered what they would think when they saw him regain consciousness and start to act. Never mind. Chun Yuan used his sensing ability to search for a suitable target to devour. His gaze swept across, and Chun Yuan was captivated by a familiar blue light. It was a blue dwarf star, precisely the Sirius A he had encountered earlier. Sirius A has a mass twice that of the sun, comparable to Chun Yuan's current state, while its volume is 1.7 times the diameter of the sun, slightly larger than Chun Yuan. If he wished to devour it, Chun Yuan would need to continue growing larger. For now, he had to let go of Sirius and search for other targets. With the range of perception he currently possessed, he could easily find a target with just a casual glance. Given his current mass and size, almost all yellow dwarfs and red dwarfs could be considered potential targets. Chun Yuan locked onto a nearby yellow dwarf and used his divine sense to control his body to leave the spot. His speed increased significantly, far faster than when he was a yellow dwarf. Inside the small Earth, Dr. S7894 has begun to move. Moving. That star has been in slumber since it devoured the sun, and it has been over 5,000 years now, right? The last time it was observed swallowing the sun was in the days of my ancestors. Why is it moving now? Upon hearing that S7894 had moved, the person referred to as the doctor turned pale as a sheet, as if he had seen a ghost. The assistant sitting in front of the computer screen casually said, I don't know, but this star is indeed special. a star with its own consciousness unprecedented in history. The doctor hurriedly rushed over and asked, "Don't talk about that, is it coming this way?" Based on its previous path of devouring celestial bodies after becoming a blue dwarf, it should seek the nearest star to consume. If our star is the closest to it. Doctor, it doesn't seem to be. Look at the screen. The assistant glanced at the doctor and gestured for him to look at the screen. She noticed the doctor's tense expression staring intently at the screen. The assistant then shifted her gaze back to the screen and said, "It seems to be flying off in the opposite direction. Doctor, do you think it hasn't detected us?" The doctor gazed at the blue dwarf star that had flown away, her expression slightly dazed with a hint of confusion in her eyes. "This is impossible. S7894 is a remarkable star. Almost any scientist would want to study this strange celestial body that defies the norms of physics. I have also researched it. When it previously devoured stars, it could locate suitable targets from a range of tens of thousands of light years. We are less than 1,000 light years away from the solar system. It shouldn't be able to miss us." The assistant crossed her arms and pondered, "Could it be that it thinks our star is too small?" The doctor frowned. When it flew in from a distant place, it devoured whatever came in its path, with the smallest targets being as large as Jupiter. For it, our star should be just right. It couldn't possibly disregard it simply for being small. That's strange. So, doctor, what do you think is the reason? It is a celestial body with self-awareness. It probably has its own thoughts. Or maybe it doesn't want to harm humanity. The doctor fell into contemplation. Upon hearing the assistant's words, she remarked, "If that's the case, maybe it could become a friend to our Earth civilization." The doctor seemed lost in thought as she absorbed the assistant's words. "I remember from previous records that our ancestors observed a planet with consciousness. That planet appeared from the solar system and devoured all 8 planets, growing from a small asteroid into a gas giant the size of Jupiter. That conscious planet feels very similar to this conscious star. Some scientists believe that the conscious planet and this star could very well be the same entity." The doctor murmured, "Could it really be the same one? Regardless, as long as it doesn't come our way, everything is negotiable. If it were to come our way with its physique and our current technology, we would have no means to deal with it." The assistant said, "Well then, doctor, we can share this good news with the Space United Army to ease their tension." The doctor nodded slightly. After the appearance of that conscious celestial body, they have all been on edge, considering moving away from this place. Now they wouldn't need to relocate anymore. On the other hand, Qin Yuan was completely unaware of how frightened the people on the small Earth were. Currently, he continued to search for stars smaller in size and mass than himself to devour. Although his speed hadn't reached the speed of light, to Qin Yuan it felt almost as if it had. After some time, Qin Yuan arrived at the target yellow dwarf. "Devour." Qin Yuan pounced forward. The yellow dwarf and its surrounding planets transformed into golden light, consumed by Qin Yuan. The golden light gradually merged into Qin Yuan's body. His size and mass were increasing. At this moment, Qin Yuan's diameter had already reached twice that of the sun, with a mass 9 times that of the sun. Qin Yuan's size and mass had completely surpassed that of Sirius A. So fast indeed, after growing larger, the rate of gaining size and mass has increased significantly. "With this, I will approach 3 times the mass of the sun, and my diameter will be twice that of the sun." How exaggerated. It is worth noting that when Qin Yuan initially sought to obtain a size and mass like the sun, he had invested a significant amount of time. In fact, he couldn't even count how much time he had spent. Now that he had reached the size and mass of the sun, he could rapidly increase his size and mass. After devouring just 2 yellow dwarfs, his size and mass had already surpassed that of Sirius A he had previously observed. "It is time to devour Sirius A." Qin Yuan activated his sensing ability, locking onto Sirius A, and he controlled his massive form to swiftly glide towards it. Ya's voice came, "With your current volume and mass, you could swallow 80% of the celestial bodies in this galaxy." Qin Yuan said, 80%? That sounds like a great deal. What about neutron stars and black holes? Could I devour those? You replied, "Perhaps. You could try, but the danger is considerable. I worry that before you even reach a neutron star or a black hole, the pressures near them will have crushed your body down to protons." Qin Yuan felt a sudden urge to test it, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. After all, by continuing to consume matter, his mass would surely exceed that of neutron stars and ordinary black holes. Since an easier path lay before him, deliberately choosing a perilous gamble was not something Qin Yuan, a prudent being, would do. Qin Yuan asked, "If I keep devouring, can I become a black hole? Is that even a question? As long as your mass grows large enough, you can become a black hole." Ya answered casually, "Really? Aren't black holes the dense remnants of massive stars that after exhausting hydrogen and helium undergo core collapse to become such objects? If I continue to replenish my mass like this, my hydrogen and helium would never be consumed. Could I still become a black hole that way?" Qin Yuan had once read a little astronomy and had a basic understanding of how black holes form. Qin Yuan was currently a blue dwarf star. If he did not consume other bodies to replenish his material, he would steadily burn hydrogen through nuclear fusion. Once hydrogen ran out, he would begin fusing helium. After that, he would expand violently, becoming a blue giant. When the blue giant exhausted its helium, it could undergo a supernova explosion, and then there might arise a black hole. But Chen Yuan had been continuously devouring other celestial bodies, which meant he was constantly replenishing his hydrogen. In that case, he would continuously consume hydrogen without swelling or collapsing, and no supernova would occur. So how could he possibly become a black hole? You are mistaken. Becoming a black hole does not always require a full stellar evolution. Once your mass exceeds a certain threshold, your body will spontaneously collapse and form a black hole. Judging by your current mass, multiply it by 50, and you will collapse into a black hole, you explained nonchalantly. Chen Yuan was after all a novice in astronomy, who had only skimmed a few books. His earlier theory had been little more than a conjecture. In truth, black holes do not necessarily have to form through the evolution of massive stars. If a star's mass exceeds a certain value, its nuclear fusion, whether hydrogen or helium burning, cannot resist its own gravity, and the core will collapse on its own, producing a black hole. This process does not require waiting until all fusion has ceased. The threshold has no fixed value, but it is roughly above 150 times the mass of Taiyang. Chen Yuan's current mass was 3 times that of Taiyang. Multiplied by 50, it would approach the limit for self-collapse. So that's how it is, Chen Yuan said, enlightened. He understood. You don't seriously intend to become a black hole, do you? Ye asked with puzzlement. Chen Yuan considered and replied, if it is possible, why not try it? If that is so, then I am a little worried. Worried? I worry that I will grow bored again without you as a friend to talk to. Eternity is not easy. Endless life and long years can be terribly dull. Chen Yuan was stunned. Why do you say that? I only said I would become a black hole. I did not say I would die. But how do you know that becoming a black hole would not be death? In our civilization's terms, a black hole is a dead star, the corpse of a star. If you become a black hole, will your consciousness remain? I cannot be certain, so I am worried. Chen Yuan was taken aback. He had never considered this. If he became a black hole, would he still be alive? Black holes swallow everything. Even light cannot escape their gravity. Could his consciousness escape? Would becoming a black hole amount to suicide? Knowing that becoming a black hole may mean death, do you still intend to become one? Ye asked with intrigued amusement. Is it so that becoming a black hole likely equates to suicide? Chen Yuan fell silent. After a long while, he made his decision. I will become a black hole. I want to know if my mass and volume continue to grow without bound. That is my goal and my purpose. If my mass and volume continue to expand, and I become a black hole and thereby invite death, then I will accept death. Whatever the outcome, I want to witness the final result. You fell silent for a long time. Indeed, you are extraordinary. Knowing you might die, yet still unflinching. Ya's voice held a trace of admiration. I support you. As for whether becoming a black hole will kill you, that I cannot determine. After all, you are the first conscious celestial body, a unique and singular existence. Whether you will perish upon becoming a black hole remains a mystery. Perhaps you may continue to exist, perhaps not. Do not burden yourself with too much pressure. You smiled. Chen Yuan fell silent. After flying for an unknown span, Chen Yuan saw a familiar silhouette, the vast Tianlingxing A loitered there, radiating brilliant light. It was Tianlingxing A. Tianlingxing A was immense, boasting a diameter 1.7 times that of Taiyang and a mass of 2.1 times that of Taiyang. To the earlier Chen Yuan, it had been a gargantuan leviathan. He had once nearly been swallowed by it at back, then he had been fortunate to flee quickly. Now Chen Yuan's diameter was already twice Taiyang's, and his mass 2.9 times Taiyang's. At this moment, he too was a colossal behemoth. An even larger behemoth than Tianlingxing A. The two drew closer, the distance between them had diminished. The two blue dwarf stars felt one another's gravity, and their atmospheres began streaming toward each other. Their gases intertwined in the middle. Devour, Chen Yuan willed. Tianlingxing A slowly transformed into a vast golden sphere. Chen Yuan's volume had already exceeded that of Tianlingxing A, so he needed no theatrics. He could simply consume it. Chen Yuan guided his body with his spiritual sense and moved in. The golden light from Tianlingxing A seeped into Chen Yuan, becoming part of his volume and mass. His size grew at a rate perceptible to the naked eye. Chen Yuan's mass increased as well. When Tianlingxing A had been fully swallowed, the golden light around Chen Yuan slowly dispersed. For a moment, Chen Yuan's mass became 4 times that of Taiyang. He was still short by the mass of 146 Taiyang's from collapsing into a black hole. After swallowing Sirius A, Chen Yuan activated his sensing ability to search for nearby targets to devour. Through this ability, he discovered a neutron star. The diameter of that neutron star was larger than that of a city on Earth, with a mass 1.3 times that of the Sun. A neutron star, huh? Its mass was a bit smaller, but it would suffice. Chen Yuan controlled his massive body with his divine sense, flying towards the neutron star at a speed that belied his terrifying size. Traveling through interstellar space, Chen Yuan no longer deliberately slowed down to consume wandering planets. He flew straight towards his target, using his devouring ability only when some wandering planets threatened to collide with him. Even though Chen Yuan's speed had increased significantly after becoming a blue dwarf in the vastness of the universe, it was still not considered fast. From Chen Yuan's starting position to the neutron star, it was still going to take some time, although it was less than before. Halfway there, Chen Yuan noticed a strange phenomenon through his sensing ability. In the distance, a mass of dust was coalescing, appearing to wrap around something. The volume of that dust was incredibly large and heavy. Dust was something Chen Yuan could always see. In this interstellar space, there were countless particles of dust, but those particles were too small and numerous, so Chen Yuan paid them no mind. However, the mass of dust before him captured Chen Yuan's attention. The tiny particles now gathered together formed a massive cloud. The cloud reflected the light emitted by Chen Yuan, and the dense dust cloud radiated a spectrum of colors, appearing stunningly beautiful. Using his sensing ability, Chen Yuan delved into the cloud to take a closer look. When he saw the images within the dust cloud, he was instantly struck with awe. Inside the enveloping cloud, spherical celestial bodies were forming, gathering the mass of the dust cloud and converting the dense particles into their own mass and volume. One particular sphere drew Chen Yuan's attention. It was rapidly increasing its mass and volume by absorbing the mass of the dust cloud. Seeing this, Chen Yuan understood. The dust cloud, it's a dust cloud. If anyone were to ask where stars are born at this moment, Chen Yuan could answer. Dust clouds are composed of countless particles. Though small, their mass is sufficient to form a star. Stars are born from dust clouds. Dust gathers into spheres within the cloud, absorbing other dust to slowly form a star embryo, eventually devouring more dust to become a full-fledged star. Stars are entities nurtured by the cosmic dust clouds. What Chen Yuan saw now was the very dust cloud nurturing a star. New stars are being birthed within the dust cloud. At this rate, it's estimated that in about 10,000 years that star will come into existence. This is a fascinating scene. It feels very interesting, came a voice from Ya. As the dust cloud nurtures a star, its massive volume naturally envelopes the star embryo, blocking the light it emits inside. Ordinary civilizations would want to observe, but they would be unable to. It's akin to a mother protecting her child. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment, taking in the vast dust cloud through his sensing ability. This enormous dust cloud connected to all the dust in the universe. The dust of the entire universe. Its mass must be greater than that of a supermassive black hole. If I were to devour all the dust in the universe, I could instantly surpass that supermassive black hole and become the heaviest entity in this universe, right? Thinking this made Chen Yuan feel a surge of excitement. Could it be that I've discovered a bug in this world? Dust clouds, dust, these existences could allow me to soar to great heights. Is that so? Ya's voice carried a hint of doubt. Isn't your devouring ability determined by volume and mass? Can you really devour all the dust in the universe? Chen Yuan's exhilaration quickly faded. The dust cloud connects all the dust in the universe, so its volume is larger than mine, and its mass is also greater than mine. How can I devour it? Chen Yuan's mood plummeted. Haha, you're quite amusing. However, if you're judging by volume and mass, I think you should try devouring that dust cloud, he casually remarked. After all, though it is called a dust cloud, it is not a celestial body, but merely a mass of matter clustered together. Hearing this, Chen Yuan's thoughts shifted. He looked at the dust cloud ahead and realized, so the particles of dust are not connected. This meant that while he couldn't devour all the dust in the universe at once, he could indeed devour the dust cloud before him. Whatever, I won't think too much about it. We'll just try first. With that thought, Chen Yuan controlled his massive body and dove into the dust cloud. Devour. However, what Chen Yuan didn't expect was that as he plunged into the dust cloud, the particles of dust eagerly rushed towards him. Seeing this, Chen Yuan remembered, right, I do have gravity. These particles were too small, so they were easily consumed by his gravitational pull. Even without using the celestial devouring system's abilities, the dust cloud would still become part of Chen Yuan's mass and volume due to the force of gravity. This feels great. Chen Yuan devoured the nearby dust cloud like a massive vacuum cleaner, soaring through the vast dust cloud, consuming the dust around him. At the same time, he also made sure to devour the star embryo. In the face of Chen Yuan's terrifying speed, it didn't take long for the dust cloud to vanish. Chen Yuan stopped, having expanded in size and gained significant mass. He used his sensing ability to observe his own form. At that moment, Chen Yuan's diameter was already 4 times that of the sun, and his mass was equivalent to 6 times the sun's mass. He was still 144 solar masses away from becoming a black hole. Indeed, these particles of dust were not connected. I devoured the dust cloud, but I couldn't devour all the dust in the universe. What a pity. But that's fine. If they were connected, I doubt I could have devoured them. At least I've gained some mass. Next, target the neutron star. Through his perception ability, the neutron star was not far away, but flying over would take a long distance in time. While flying, Chen Yuan casually struck up a conversation with you. Previously, didn't you say that your civilization was searching for the edge of the universe? After so many years, have you found it? To be honest, Chen Yuan was also very interested in the edge of the universe since he had nothing better to do. We haven't found it. We have been searching all these years. It's just that the universe is endless, as if it has no edge. Have you still not found it? Does the universe actually have an edge? Chen Yuan asked instinctively. You replied, something that expands naturally must have an edge. If there were no edge, how could it possibly expand? However, we don't need to rush. After all, it will take a very long time until all the planets in the universe reach the speed of light or even exceed it. We can take our time searching. Chen Yuan nodded and said, if you find the edge of the universe, then you still have to find a new universe. That would probably take quite a bit of time as well. That's not the case. Oh, we don't plan to search for a new universe. Our scientists believe that rather than searching for a new universe, it would be simpler to directly create a new one. Off. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Did I scare you? Haha, our civilization is currently researching how to create a new universe. Therefore, we plan to find the edge of the universe, break out of it, and then recreate a new universe which would eliminate the need to search for a new one. Isn't it a bit exaggerated for the civilization you belongs to? Creating a new universe. It's truly hard to imagine. Chen Yuan thought no more about it. Indeed, compared to her civilization, the knowledge he possessed was almost negligible. What a joke, creating a new universe. Looking back, that's quite interesting. The universe was born from a big bang, then it nurtures stars and planets, and when the environment is suitable, it gives rise to highly intelligent life. Then highly intelligent life seeks the edge of the universe, breaks out of it, and creates a new universe. It feels like the universe is reproducing itself. Perhaps this universe is a gigantic advanced intelligent entity, who knows? Listening to Yas' remarks, Chen Yuan felt somewhat headache. Nice imagination. In any case, Chen Yuan dared not think further. Are you really okay being this idle every day? Are you concerned about me? Ye asked with interest. No, I was just changing the subject. Of course he couldn't say that. My profession is quite special, so being very free every day is fine. Besides, focusing on you and studying a unique celestial body like you is also a productive endeavor, not a waste of time. Is that so? Then what have you discovered? Quite a bit. Through observing you, I have gained a lot. At least I have made a friend. All right. Chen Yuan stopped talking and fell into silence. He didn't know how long he had flown. Chen Yuan arrived at his destination. It was a neutron star. The neutron star was rotating, absorbing the surrounding matter. Looking at the neutron star in front of him. This neutron star had a mass of 1.3 times that of the sun, but its size was quite small, estimated to be slightly larger than a city on Earth. This was Chen Yuan's first attempt to devour a neutron star. The mass of this neutron star was not very large, and it was also the closest celestial body to Chen Yuan, which attracted his attention, so he decided to give it a try. After all, the mass of this neutron star was not very large, so it was worth a challenge. Currently, Chen Yuan had a mass of 6 times that of the sun, but the thought of devouring a neutron star still made him somewhat uneasy. Let's give it a try. How else could he know if he could do it? At his current speed, if he felt it was not feasible, he could just run away. The neutron star's gravity was strong, but Chen Yuan's current speed was likely enough to escape its gravitational pull. He had to be quick. If he was slow, he would probably be crushed into protons by the terrifying pressure of the neutron star. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan used his divine sense to control his massive body and suddenly pounced towards the neutron star. As he approached the neutron star, a terrifying gravitational force came directly from it. Chen Yuan had intended to rush straight in, but he was instead pulled into a spiral motion by the terrifying gravity. The atmosphere around him began to escape, frantically fleeing from his body towards the neutron star. Chen Yuan had a mass of 6 times that of the sun, yet this neutron star, which was not very massive, could still pull away the matter from him. If this continued, his body would likely be torn apart by the neutron star's gravity before he even got close, and then it would directly swallow him. That would be ridiculous. Chen Yuan controlled his body with divine sense and was about to withdraw. It can't swallow you. Yas' curious voice came through. Chen Yuan was taken aback. As a high-level civilization, since she dared to say, so there must be a reason behind it. Chen Yuan looked at the neutron star in front of him, reassured, and once again used his divine sense to control his massive body, lunging towards the neutron star. The matter on him was being torn away by the neutron star, flying into it. Chen Yuan's size and mass were rapidly decreasing, but his speed was fast enough. By the time he got close to the neutron star, his size and mass still remained at half. His atmosphere made contact with the neutron star. Devour. In an instant, the neutron star was covered with golden light. Little by little, the golden light was peeled away from the neutron star and returned to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's size began to visibly increase, and his mass was also growing. This thing it's better not to challenge, it's too dangerous. Chen Yuan sighed in his heart. He laughed with interest and said, its mass is not large, but if it were any larger you would really be in danger. I looked at my body, which was slowly increasing in size, and I said, previously my mass was nearly 6 times its own. Oh, why is its gravity so much greater? Didn't we say that the greater the mass, the greater the gravity? This neutron star is breaking the rules. Ha! You laughed. Indeed, the greater the mass, the greater the gravity. But when you approach a neutron star, because it is a mass concentrated in a small volume, the gravity emanates from that tiny volume, whereas you are far too massive. The surface gravity between you two is different. Your overall gravity is indeed greater than its, but its surface gravity is much greater than yours. Many people might wonder, didn't we say that the greater the mass, the greater the gravity? Then why does this neutron star, which is obviously smaller than Chen Yuan, have greater gravity? In fact, that statement is incorrect. If we talk about overall gravity, Chen Yuan is indeed larger than the neutron star. But the issue is that gravity is not calculated from the surface of celestial bodies, but from the center of mass. For equal masses, the closer the center of mass is to the surface of the celestial body, the greater the surface gravity. The center of mass of the neutron star is too close to its surface, which results in its surface gravity far exceeding that of Chen Yuan. This explains why Chen Yuan's matter was being pulled away while the neutron star remained unaffected. The entire neutron star was completely devoured by Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's size had increased slightly compared to before, now approximately 2.9 times the diameter of the sun. His mass had now reached 7.3 times that of the sun. To become a black hole, Chen Yuan still needed to reach 142.7 times the solar mass. He thought, I feel significantly larger now. However, I will avoid neutron stars, they are too risky. I should find another celestial body to consume. Initially, Chen Yuan thought his mass was sufficient to challenge a neutron star, but he had now experienced it, and the outcome was rather perilous. If it weren't for Yas' reminder, Chen Yuan would have considered fleeing. If he had fled, it would have meant that the neutron star gained some of his mass for free. Fortunately, Yas' warning prevented a significant loss. As for how he knew that the neutron star could not consume Chen Yuan before he approached, that was something Chen Yuan didn't need to ponder. He understood that Yas' civilization was an advanced one that intended to create a new universe. Such a civilization could easily calculate whether a neutron star could consume Chen Yuan before he got too close. Of course, Chen Yuan was unaware of this and could only rely on his intuition to make judgments. His intuition told him that neutron stars were far more terrifying than the white dwarfs he had encountered before. Without further thought, Chen Yuan activated his perceptive ability to search for his next target. After all, aside from neutron stars and black holes, other targets would be considered. The closest suitable target was a red dwarf star with 15% of the sun's mass. That's too little. Well, I can just consume it on my way, treating that red dwarf as a stopover. With that thought, Chen Yuan locked onto the direction of the red dwarf and set off. Shortly after he began his journey, a bright light caught his attention. Through his perceptive ability, Chen Yuan could see the dazzling halo emitted from the explosion of that star. The light reflected was composed of tiny particles released after the star's explosion. Could these be the small remnants left after a supernova explosion? Upon seeing this, Chen Yuan had an idea. Could it be that the dust of the universe originates from supernova explosions? This was merely his speculation. The cosmic dust comes from supernova explosions, and then those dust particles gather to form dust clouds. Dust clouds give birth to stars, stars evolve to their end, and then another supernova explosion occurs. Is it an infinite cycle? Chen Yuan pondered. Indeed, most of the current cosmic dust originates from supernova explosions. However, an infinite cycle is rather unlikely. Yas' unique neutral voice came through as she said with interest, in the universe, hydrogen and helium are also consumable. One day, both of these elements will be completely consumed. Without hydrogen and helium, the universe will no longer be able to give birth to stars. You said with a playful smile, simply put, once those two elements are exhausted, this universe will no longer see light, and only endless darkness will remain. So an infinite cycle is impossible. Chen Yuan subconsciously thought about this unexpected matter. Of course, after all, hydrogen and helium are burning and being consumed every day, you explained. Since they can be consumed, there will certainly be a day when they are completely used up. In the universe, hydrogen does not increase. But don't worry. By the time hydrogen and helium are exhausted, it will be an unfathomable number of billions of years from now. Listening to Yas' nonchalant remarks, Chen Yuan fell into contemplation. If this universe were to run out of hydrogen and helium, it would signify the complete loss of light in the universe. Stars would disappear, all turning into black dwarfs, neutron stars, or black holes. Then the entire universe would just be the remnants of stars. Chen Yuan thought reflexively. Black dwarfs were completely dead stars evolved from white dwarfs, essentially the corpse of a star. Neutron stars and black holes were also the remnants of dead stars. Yes, it can be said that by that time, if we haven't discovered the edge of the universe and moved away, we would be doomed. Do you want to know what will happen to the Milky Way by then? You said softly. She was quite idle and always wanted to talk to Qin Yuan when she had the chance. Qin Yuan asked, what will happen? You said playfully, except for some materials ejected by other factors, all other materials will be swallowed by the largest supermassive black hole in the Milky Way, until the entire Milky Way is left with only that supermassive black hole. After that, the entire universe will be left with only a bunch of black holes, and those black holes will orbit around the massive black hole until they are consumed. That sounds terrifying. Qin Yuan felt a shiver deep within his soul as he listened to you. By then, there would likely be no life remaining in the universe. But don't worry, when that time comes, I can take you to the new universe. Let this one be destroyed, you said casually. Qin Yuan replied, I won't think about it anymore. If I continue to think, the universe will probably cease to exist. Ha, you laughed. Qin Yuan's gaze fell ahead as he continued to fly forward. There's a civilization ahead. At your current trajectory, it won't have any impact on them, you gently reminded. Civilizations are highly intelligent life forms. Life? The universe initially had no life. So is life considered a form of matter? Of course, cellular genes are in superficial terms a fusion of various matter, you responded with interest. According to scientists, the human body is composed of various elements, and elements are a form of matter. Life originates from planets. Stars and planets both originate from dust clouds. Dust clouds are formed from the accumulation of dust. Thus, life is composed of dust. For Qin Yuan, as a blue dwarf star, devouring a red dwarf star was naturally not a difficult task. In no time, the red dwarf star transformed into golden light, its mass becoming a part of Qin Yuan's own. However, the mass of this red dwarf star was too little to satisfy Qin Yuan. For his colossal mass, the addition of the red dwarf star's mass was hardly significant. Qin Yuan searched for the nearest suitable star to devour through his sensing ability. A red dwarf star. Its mass is too small, that's not going to work. A giant red star with a diameter 6 times that of the sun and a mass 20 times that of the sun. No, that's too much trouble. A yellow dwarf star, 3 times the mass of the sun, but it's a bit too far. Guess I'll go for that one. Though it was somewhat distant, there were no suitable targets nearby, so he had no choice but to select that yellow dwarf star. On the way, I can also devour some nearby stars to gain additional mass. Resolute, Qin Yuan set off. Previously, your trajectory would not collide with the civilization I'm referring to. However, now that you've changed direction, this orbit will indeed collide with that civilization. You reminded him. Will it collide? Qin Yuan slightly altered his course and flew in another direction for a while, then relocked onto the yellow dwarf star and continued flying forward. It won't collide now. Ya's voice carried a hint of amusement as she said, you need to be a bit cautious with that civilization. Although it is not as advanced as mine, their weapons are capable of harming you. Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback. This was the first time he realized that there were civilizations that could inflict harm on him. After all, he was a colossal blue dwarf star. What weapons could harm me? What kind of weapons are those? Qin Yuan asked with curiosity. Before his rebirth, the civilization on Earth could only utilize hydrogen bombs and nuclear bombs. And those two types of weapons would be nearly impossible to harm Qin Yuan as a blue dwarf star. Has advanced civilization already developed weapons that can harm him? What kind of weapons could those be? They refer to those weapons as stellar cannons. The principle is quite simple. They collect energy from nearby stars for compression and then attack using gigantic cannon-like weapons, absorbing the energy of nearby stars for attack. In their celestial system, there is a giant red star at the center, which you should be able to see. A giant red star. Through his sensing ability, Qin Yuan located the giant red star. Is that it? That thing has a mass 20 times that of the sun. They can absorb the energy of the giant red star to launch attacks on you. Of course, doing so will reduce the lifespan of the giant red star, but the impact isn't very significant. Moreover, if they want to use an attack that penetrates your body, they only need to compress the energy, and it won't require much energy at all. You said with interest. Qin Yuan replied, well, whatever. I can't be bothered to provoke them, and I believe they wouldn't want to provoke a conscious star either. Not necessarily. You refuted Qin Yuan's thought. Not necessarily. Qin Yuan didn't have time to inquire further. Suddenly, through his sensing ability, he saw a white light approaching from a distance. Boom. Qin Yuan heard a sound. The white light pierced through his body. As a blue dwarf star, Qin Yuan suddenly found himself with a large hole in his body. After the appearance of that white light, everything suddenly brightened. Countless beams of white light shot from afar, all aimed at Qin Yuan. Seeing the dense mass of white beams before him, Qin Yuan instantly understood. This was the stellar cannon. That unknown civilization intended to obliterate Qin Yuan directly. Those beings had clearly been preparing for a long time. The accumulation of so many stellar cannons with this much energy indicated they had been ready for quite a while. It was very likely that as Qin Yuan approached, they had already observed him through some instruments. Then they began preparing to confront him well in advance. Now their barrage aimed to directly cause Chun Yuan's disintegration. As Chun Yuan had said, indeed no one would want to provoke a self-aware star, but when that star posed a threat to their families, it was a different story. Moreover, if they possessed the weapons to obliterate Chun Yuan, their answer was quite simple: to eliminate Chun Yuan. Then the question arose: what to do? The attacks before him were already upon Chun Yuan. Even with his speed, he couldn't escape. If these attacks all struck him and his core was hit, he would definitely disintegrate. If their attacks continued afterward, they might bombard him to the point where not even atoms would remain. He would die. Yet to his astonishment, Chun Yuan discovered that he had no defensive means. This was a disaster. In the moment of Chun Yuan's bewilderment, suddenly a graceful figure appeared before him. Seeing that figure suddenly appear, Chun Yuan was stunned. Yeah? He saw you raise her hand. Boom, 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 boom. The stellar cannons bombarded an invisible barrier which shimmered with a scorching light. Through his sensing ability, Chun Yuan looked at Yas back, watching her silver hair. Chun Yuan was somewhat dazed. Saved. He gazed at the stellar cannons ahead. The stellar cannons crazily bombarded the barrier. The large hole that had just been created in Chun Yuan's body began to heal. He watched in horror as the stellar cannons continued for a considerable time. Finally, the bombardment ceased. Yu withdrew her hand and said that was close. She turned to Chun Yuan and said, now that I see you up close, I realize you're quite large. She didn't speak out loud as she was communicating with Chun Yuan through a private channel. Chun Yuan was stunned for a while. He regained his senses and asked, why did you save me? Isn't it normal for friends to help each other? Yu revealed a bright smile. So what are you planning to do next? Do you want revenge? Chun Yuan replied, of course, I'm not the kind of person who would just take a beating without retaliating. I had no intention of provoking them, but since they took the initiative to provoke me, ignoring it would be too rude. However, that stellar cannon, the existence of the stellar cannon still made Chun Yuan somewhat apprehensive. Yu laughed and said, I can use dark energy to construct a barrier around you. This way the stellar cannon will be ineffective against you. What you decide to do next is up to you. Saying this, she raised her hand towards Chun Yuan. Invisible energy surrounded Chun Yuan. Yu said with interest, it's done. Now I'll head back and watch your performance. As she spoke, Yas' figure vanished from sight. Watching the spot where Yu disappeared, Chun Yuan withdrew his gaze, and through his sensing ability, he saw a new array of stellar cannon energy projectiles approaching from a distance. What a violent civilization. The stellar cannon bombarded the dark energy shield surrounding Chun Yuan. Waves of ripples surged across the shield. Through his perception ability, Chun Yuan gazed towards the direction of the red giant star, locating the life-bearing planet within it. Within the red giant star there were 8 planets, among which the 4th planet was a super-Earth with a diameter twice that of Earth. On the super-Earth, hues of blue intermingled with various architectural colors, while the side facing away from the red giant star shimmered with vibrant city lights. Outside that super-Earth, there was a space station equipped with a deck that housed numerous giant cannons, all aimed in this direction. Next to the cannons stood a group of strange creatures with 4 limbs. These beings had elongated limbs and appeared to be composed of glass, their eyes resembling 2 black gemstones set within their eye sockets. Their bodies were glass-like, yet quite soft. They had 4 fingers on each hand. Some were looking towards Chun Yuan, while others operated the giant cannons. Boom! A searing and terrifying white light shot from the cannon towards Chun Yuan's direction. Upon seeing this, Chun Yuan locked onto the position of the life planet. He watched as the light from the stellar cannon struck the dark energy shield, causing ripples to ripple across it. With the protection of the shield, the stellar cannon could not harm Chun Yuan at all. Knowing the location of that civilization, Chun Yuan used his divine sense to control his massive body, flying directly toward the direction of that civilization. He never expected that a civilization could develop such powerful weapons after reaching a certain level. As a blue dwarf star, I nearly faced annihilation at the hands of a civilization. Is this the kind of power a civilization possesses after developing for a certain period? The giant red civilization has developed for over 20 million years since its birth on that planet. Although they do not yet know how to utilize dark matter, they have already conducted some research on it. It's not surprising that they can harness the power of stars to attack other targets. It's not strange that you are attacked by civilizations. With your current energy levels, a single misstep could result in the destruction of another civilization. Moreover, your trajectory is something they cannot anticipate. Compared to determining their fate based on your mood, they clearly prefer to take fate into their own hands. Any civilization with the power to destroy stars will naturally choose to bombard you when they sense your approach. However, you don't need to worry too much. After all, you have me. Later, once you become a black hole in this universe apart from some super civilizations that have mastered the use of dark matter, no other civilization will be able to threaten you. Listening to Yas' words, Chun Yuan fell into silence. The energy cannon continued to bombard him relentlessly. Chun Yuan could now see the red giant star up close along with the stellar cannons currently targeting him. He suddenly lunged forward. Boom! His massive body directly engulfed the space station used by the giant red civilization to position the stellar cannons. Ahead lay the base of the giant red civilization, the super-Earth, with a diameter twice that of Earth. Chen Yuan didn't hesitate and moved forward. The super-Earth was swallowed by Chen Yuan, crushed into pieces by the terrifying temperature and pressure emanating from his body, and became a part of him. The advanced intelligent life within the super-Earth also transitioned from a state of life to a material state, being devoured by Chen Yuan. He scanned the other 7 planets near the red giant star. No rest for the wicked. Devour. The 7 planets were pulled into Chen Yuan's embrace by his gravitational pull. With a single command, the planets turned golden one by one as they were consumed by Chen Yuan. Once finished, he instinctively glanced at the massive red giant star. This red giant star was incredibly massive, with a diameter 6 times that of the Sun and a mass 20 times that of the Sun. Chen Yuan's diameter was only 3 times that of the Sun, and his mass was merely 7 times that of the Sun. To devour this red giant star was naturally impossible. The red giant star was in its old age. Young stars burn hydrogen, while stars in their old age burn helium. Before Chen Yuan reincarnated as a small planet, the Sun in the solar system where his civilization resided was a young star. For the Sun to become a red giant, it would need to burn for another 5 billion years. Unfortunately, the people of Earth civilization could not wait that long and were already facing a nuclear winter. While he could not consume this red giant star, he had finished swallowing the other planets. It was time to leave. Chen Yuan used his divine sense to control his body and flew away. Chen Yuan traversed through interstellar space at incredible speed, swiftly approaching his next target. His next target was a yellow dwarf star with a mass 1.3 times that of the Sun. This was a target he had set beforehand. The giant red civilization, a civilization that developed for tens of millions of years, has been wiped out just like that. It's truly remarkable, Ye said with a light laugh. Hearing Ya's words, Chen Yuan asked, "Do you pity them?" "Pity? I do not pity them. They sought to destroy you, leading to their own annihilation. That was their choice. A wrong choice will naturally lead to erroneous results." Ye smiled with interest, saying, "I am merely expressing my sentiments. No matter how powerful a civilization may be, they still appear insignificant in the face of stellar power." Chen Yuan fell silent for a moment. He said, "Thank you for earlier." "Thank me? For what? If it weren't for your dark energy shield, I would have likely been blasted to pieces by their stellar cannons." "That's not the case. At most, it would have reduced your size and mass somewhat. It's not so easy to annihilate you." Ye said with a smile, "You underestimate your own power. Even without my help, if you wished, you could have easily destroyed the giant red civilization on your own. Of course, doing so would slow the growth of your size and mass somewhat." Ye smiled, saying, "So my assistance merely sped up the process of you annihilating the giant red civilization. Don't take it too seriously." Though she said that, her joyful tone revealed to Chen Yuan that she was in a good mood. Chen Yuan didn't dwell on it, saying, "Anyway, I've thanked you, so let's not discuss it further." Chen Yuan flew towards the yellow dwarf star. After what felt like an eternity, he finally saw his target. The yellow dwarf star, similar to the Sun, appeared before Chen Yuan. This yellow dwarf star had a diameter 1.2 times that of the Sun and a mass 1.3 times that of the Sun. It was already quite substantial. But from Chen Yuan's perspective, as a blue dwarf star this size seemed almost childish. Devour. A yellow dwarf star was devoured by Chen Yuan in no time. Chen Yuan's size increased slightly, though this growth was rather insignificant. Before devouring this yellow dwarf star, his diameter was 3 times that of the Sun, and now it had only become 3.1 times. The increase in mass was more noticeable. Previously he was 7.4 times the mass of the Sun, and now he was 8.7 times. He still had 141.3 times the mass of the Sun before he could become a black hole. Next, Chen Yuan activated his sensing ability. Red dwarf stars. Their mass is too small, but there are indeed many of them. Blue dwarf stars. Upon seeing a blue dwarf star, Chen Yuan was suddenly delighted. The larger the celestial body, the fewer there were. There were many stars in the Milky Way, and among these stars, red dwarfs accounted for 80%, while the rest, including yellow dwarfs, blue dwarfs, and red giants, made up the remaining 20%. The number of blue dwarf stars was indeed very few. Since the last time he devoured Sirius A, Chen Yuan had not seen any other blue dwarfs until now. This blue dwarf has a diameter 3 times that of the Sun and a mass 5 times that of the Sun. Just right. Through his sensing ability, Chen Yuan could determine the size and mass of the blue dwarf star. Finding that the size and mass of this blue dwarf star were exactly what he needed, Chen Yuan immediately controlled his massive body with divine sense and flew towards the blue dwarf star. It would still take some time to reach the target. During this time, Chen Yuan found himself with a bit of leisure. With some downtime, he began to ponder. A civilization that can harness the power of numerous stars is extremely terrifying. Even if I am just a blue dwarf star, they could still pose a threat to my existence. I must be cautious. Previously, Chun Yuan had encountered many civilizations, but apart from the one where he resided, the others were not advanced enough to pose any threat to him. However, this time was different. The emergence of the giant red civilization warned Chun Yuan. In this vast universe, there are indeed some civilizations capable of destroying him, and those civilizations could suddenly attack him without any warning. Traveling through the cosmos, it was inevitable that he would be discovered by civilizations existing within this universe. Encountering some powerful civilizations, it was unavoidable that he might be attacked by those who revered violence. Once I become a black hole, such issues would decrease significantly, right? It seems I need to accelerate the rate of devouring celestial bodies. However, even if I want to speed up, there's nothing I can do right now. It's truly frustrating. Despite wanting to hasten the process, he was already at the fastest speed possible. There's no other choice, they'll have to stick with this for now. Such matters cannot be resolved in an instant. Chun Yuan lost interest in pondering further and continued his flight through interstellar space. Suddenly, Chun Yuan's sensing ability detected a planet. Upon seeing that planet, Chun Yuan was slightly taken aback. It was a rogue planet roughly the same size as Earth. Given its size and mass, Chun Yuan had no intention of devouring it. However, it captivated his gaze as it emitted a brilliant light. The light was very bright. It clearly reflected the light emitted by Chun Yuan, but it was the first time he had seen a rogue planet with such a high reflectivity. In this universe, it was indeed the first time Chun Yuan had encountered a rogue planet with such high reflectivity. Since he had some spare time, he used his sensing ability to enter the interior of that rogue planet. Upon entering the interior, he exclaimed, "Wow, what is this?" The surface of this rogue planet was covered in countless substances resembling snowflakes reflecting the light emitted by Chun Yuan, but they were not snowflakes. The reflected light was produced by these materials. This is diamond. The surface of this rogue planet was littered with diamonds. Some were large, as big as mountains, while others were as small as grains. Of course, aside from the diamonds, the ground was pitch black. It looked like charred coal. Could it be that this rogue planet is entirely composed of carbon? Carbon planets are also known as diamond planets. It was composed of carbon and a small amount of oxygen. When carbon is subjected to high pressure, it forms diamonds. The surface of this planet is pure carbon. These diamonds must have erupted from the core during volcanic activity and reached the surface. In other words, the core of this planet is likely a massive diamond. Diamonds. It's truly incredible that there exists a planet made of diamonds in this world. Suddenly, Ya's voice echoed, "Diamonds. What are they?" Chun Yuan was slightly startled. "You don't know what diamonds are?" "Not really, I've never heard that term before." Diamonds are an expensive form of decoration. In some civilizations, they are extremely valuable. "Oh, decorations, huh? That sounds quite interesting," Yu responded with curiosity. "The diamond planet you mentioned is indeed the carbon planet that is flying towards you, right?" "Yes, the things that look like rubble on its surface are diamonds," Chun Yuan explained. "Is that really diamond? Isn't that just a pile of compressed carbon elements? Are those things very expensive?" "The civilization you mentioned sounds quite strange," Yu commented curiously. Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan was slightly taken aback. Coming to his senses, Chun Yuan had an idea. Indeed, in Earth civilization, diamonds were extremely rare and valuable substances. However, if we talk about their essence, diamonds are merely carbon compressed under pressure. Why should such things be so expensive? If these diamonds were placed in other civilizations, they would likely be no different from ordinary stones. It seemed that only in Earth civilization did this carbon earn the title of diamonds. "Are you interested?" Ye asked with curiosity. Chun Yuan replied, "I find it somewhat novel. This kind of thing is indeed very expensive for certain civilizations, but for a blue dwarf star, these things are no different from ordinary stones." He ceased his thoughts and continued to fly forward. The diamond planet was flying towards him. Bang! The diamond planet collided with Chun Yuan, creating a surge of scorching flames before being directly devoured by him. Chun Yuan did not dwell on it further and continued to fly ahead. He needed to increase his mass quickly and become a black hole. Currently, Chun Yuan was still 141. 3 times the mass of the sun away from becoming a black hole. Chun Yuan was unaware of how much time had passed when he arrived at his destination. He gazed at the blue dwarf star before him and wasted no words. He approached directly. The 2 blue dwarf stars drew closer, their gravitational forces attracting each other's atmospheres. Their atmospheres intertwined. Devour. The blue dwarf star, with a mass 5 times that of the sun, transformed into golden light. Chun Yuan began to devour this blue dwarf star, absorbing its mass. Chun Yuan was gradually enveloped by the golden light absorbed from the blue dwarf star. The blue dwarf star was completely absorbed by Chun Yuan. The golden light around Chun Yuan faded, and his diameter had grown to 4 times that of the sun, with his mass increasing from 8 times that of the sun to 13.7 times. You have met the activation conditions. Congratulations on acquiring a new ability, control ability. At that moment, the celestial devouring system, which had been silent, suddenly spoke in Chun Yuan's ear. Chun Yuan was taken aback. New ability. A third ability aside from devouring and sensing. After such a long time it finally informs me. Wait a moment. Chen Yuan quietly exited the dark communication channel. He inwardly asked the celestial devouring system, control ability. What is that? Control ability allows you to possess the power to control forces. The mechanical voice echoed. This explanation is akin to nonsense, Chen Yuan retorted, then continued to ask, power? What power? Matter, fire, gravity, energy emitted from hydrogen fusion and helium fusion all belong to the category of power. With the control ability, you can use your divine sense to control these forces. This is what the control ability entails. The voice of the celestial devouring system remained as mechanical as ever. However, Chen Yuan still couldn't comprehend it. Nonetheless, Chen Yuan was well aware that it was nearly impossible for the celestial devouring system to explain things to him like a teacher. In other words, he could only explore gradually. With this in mind, Chen Yuan looked at his own body through his sensing ability. Matter, fire, gravity, hydrogen fusion, and helium fusion are all forms of power. The implication that I can control these forces means... A thought crossed his mind. Under the gaze of his sensing ability, as a blue dwarf star, Chen Yuan saw blue-white flames bursting from his body. At that moment, a portion of the flames suddenly condensed under his control. The flames on both sides formed two robust arms made of blue-white fire. This scene made Chen Yuan involuntarily take a deep breath. What Chen Yuan saw was a star suddenly sprouting two muscular arms made of flames. This sight was truly terrifying. What the hell? Chen Yuan suddenly heard a shout nearby. This familiar shout left him somewhat stunned. The fiery muscular arms on either side of the blue dwarf star vanished. My God, what did you do? Ya exclaimed. What did I just see? My God. Clearly the civilization of Ya probably didn't have the term what the hell, but it was directly translated into that phrase during the telepathic communication. Chen Yuan could fully sense Ya's astonishment. Although he had exited the dark communication channel, Ya couldn't hear his inner thoughts, yet he could hear her voice. At the same time, it was important to note that Ya had been closely watching Chen Yuan like a voyeur. She had evidently witnessed him displaying his muscles. What was that just now? Arms made of flames so gigantic. What? What did you do? You seemed quite excited. Hearing this, Chen Yuan awkwardly entered the dark communication channel and said, It's nothing, just a small thing. A small thing? My God, how did you manage that? Could it be that not only can you move with your consciousness, but now you can also control your body? Ya's voice was filled with shock. To control one's body. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. Right. Now that he thought about it, it seemed to have always been this way. Although Chen Yuan could move his body with divine sense, in reality, he had never gained the right to use his body. The only function was to enable movement. The control ability seemed to have returned the right of control over his body to Chen Yuan. In other words, now within this massive body, every bit of matter and every atom was under his control. This is the control ability. Chen Yuan was stirred. So this is the control ability. Then, I wonder if I can do this. Chen Yuan had a bold idea. With a thought, the flames on the blue dwarf star glowed brightly. Flames lack structure. They simply emitted in a circular form due to hydrogen fusion. Now that Chen Yuan had obtained the control ability, he could change the shape of this circular flame. Previously, these flames were bound to the star's atmosphere due to gravitational forces. But now, through the control ability, a force akin to a law could be generated. The flames were stirred by Chen Yuan suddenly expanding and growing in size. Then he extended his hands, feet, and head. In an instant, a giant made of flames appeared in the vacuum. What the hell? Ya's voice was filled with shock and disbelief. What a massive fire person. Unfortunately, although he had taken on a human shape, he still lacked the six senses. He merely resembled a person. The volume has expanded. Too much divine sense cannot maintain it any longer. Accompanied by the prompt from the celestial devouring system, the flames dispersed. Chen Yuan reverted to a spherical shape. Chen Yuan was slightly stunned. It seemed that this control ability also required control over divine sense strength to maintain it. Huh, where did it go? Ya's voice carried a hint of astonishment and confusion as she asked, Where did it go? Chen Yuan replied, Do you think maintaining that form is easy? Just kidding. Haha, it does seem quite complicated. However, it seems you can indeed control your own body now. Can you control the energy within you? You suddenly asked curiously. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. Energy. I think I can. Why? If you can truly control your own energy, then you could completely create an energy shield from your own stellar energy. In that case, even if future civilizations have stellar cannons, you'd have nothing to fear. The energy of your body, if it can be utilized, would be... Wow, that would be a stellar arsenal. You praised repeatedly. Chen Yuan's heart stirred. Yes, with this control ability, wouldn't I no longer need to worry about being bombarded by stellar cannons? Receiving a hint from Chen Yuan attempted to control his energy, envisioning it transforming into a shield ahead. In an instant, a light blue shield appeared before Chen Yuan, encompassing his entire body. Upon seeing this, Chen Yuan felt a surge of joy. Indeed, it was possible. With this, he no longer needed to worry about being attacked by other civilizations. However, he wondered about the strength of this shield. It seems to be real. Although your shield's strength doesn't compare to that of a dark matter shield, it can easily withstand a few shots from a stellar cannon. Yas' evaluation reached him. Knowing that this thing could withstand a stellar cannon made Chun Yuan happy, and he said, "That is sufficient." Wait a moment. Suddenly Chun Yuan had an idea. He moved his body towards the direction of the giant red star. The celestial devouring system requires a larger volume than the opponent to devour. Now that Chun Yuan could control his body, did this mean he could forcibly enlarge his volume using his controlling ability? If so, could he then devour the giant red star? Chun Yuan first exited the dark communication channel, then thought to himself, "System, can I forcibly enlarge my volume with my controlling ability and then devour celestial bodies larger than me?" The devouring ability can only devour celestial bodies smaller than your volume, a mechanical voice responded. Chun Yuan replied, "I know, that's why I said if I use my controlling ability to enlarge my volume. If my volume is larger than the target's, can I then proceed to devour it? The devouring ability can only devour celestial bodies smaller than your volume." The system's response was as mechanical as ever, repeating the same phrase. Asking is just a waste of time. Chun Yuan felt a headache coming on. Forget it, he'll know after conducting an experiment. With that thought, Chun Yuan took some time and flew back towards the giant red star. He gazed at the massive giant red star before him. The diameter of the giant red star was 6 times that of the sun, while Chun Yuan's diameter was only 4 times that of the sun. Moreover, the mass of the giant red star was 20 times that of the sun. To devour it seemed almost impossible. Before Chun Yuan gained the controlling ability, upon seeing this, he would have turned and fled. But now things were different. Chun Yuan wanted to conduct an experiment. Control. Suddenly, Chun Yuan's body began to enlarge. His body grew larger due to the effect of the controlling ability, expanding to over 10 times the diameter of the sun. Chun Yuan controlled his enlarged body and approached the giant red star. As they drew nearer, their gravitational forces began to tug at each other's atmospheres. The atmospheres made contact. Chun Yuan exclaimed, "Devour." Target volume too large, unable to devour, the familiar mechanical prompt echoed in his ears. Chun Yuan froze momentarily. No way. His volume had increased, but his mass had not. With the increase in volume, his density had actually decreased, resulting in the red giant's gravitational pull on him being even stronger. The atmosphere around Chun Yuan was pulled towards the red giant, rushing inward. Run. Chun Yuan used his controlling ability to revert his volume and then fled. He escaped the gravitational pull of the red giant. Chun Yuan retreated to the side. So this devouring ability only considers my original volume and not the altered volume after using my controlling ability. Chun Yuan felt somewhat helpless. I thought I had found a bug, but it seems they had already fixed it long ago. Feeling a bit of a headache, Chun Yuan looked at the massive red giant before him and had another idea. Since I can't enlarge my volume to devour it, can I use energy to blast it apart and then devour it? The thought filled Chun Yuan with excitement. Let's give it a try. Chun Yuan used his controlling ability to gather energy before him. To shatter this giant red star will require a great deal of energy. I wonder what my strongest attack looks like now. Before Chun Yuan, a compressed blue energy sphere began to form. Chun Yuan gazed at the giant red star. "Hey Chun Yuan, take a look at yourself." Yas' voice took on a more serious tone. Chun Yuan was taken aback. "Look at myself." Chun Yuan used his perception ability to examine himself. Upon looking, he was slightly stunned. This is... Chun Yuan noticed his body was converging towards the energy sphere, and as it did so, his body gradually shrank. Before long, Chun Yuan's volume had decreased by a third. What the hell? The energy used by this ability is actually from my own body. This realization hit Chun Yuan. The controlling ability used his power, and his power was essentially his own matter. Is this a joke? In other words, was he essentially using his body to contain the target? No way. Chun Yuan thought about canceling the energy sphere's gathering, but what troubled him was he stopped gathering the energy sphere, but the energy gathered within did not return to his body. Instead, it hovered in front of him, seemingly waiting for another command. How do I cancel this thing? Is it impossible to cancel it? Chun Yuan felt bewildered. System, he said, I no longer wish to attack. Can the energy from this energy sphere be returned to me? After converting one's matter into power, only the gained power can be used. It is impossible to convert power back into one's matter. The mechanical voice replied. Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan felt utterly dumbfounded. Is this a joke? So I can only use it? With no other choice, Chun Yuan looked at the giant red star, suppressing his pain as he glanced at the energy sphere before him. Use it. Energy cannon fire. Chun Yuan roared in his heart. The energy sphere responded to his command, and the energy within suddenly erupted forth, resembling the stellar cannon fire he had witnessed before. The energy shot out, crashing into the body of the giant red star. Boom. With a tremendous sound, a large hole was pierced through the center of the giant red star. Boom. The entire giant red star shattered before Chen Yuan's gaze. Elements exploded in all directions, resembling countless small stars. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned. Did the energy cannon that cost him a third of his volume truly shatter the entire giant red star? Chen Yuan felt a sense of shock, but he had no time to dwell on it. He quickly used his divine sense to control his body. Devour. Chen Yuan began to devour the matter flying away from the giant red star. Some stars possess cores, but most are composed of gaseous matter. The gravitational force from the center is what holds these gases together. However, Chen Yuan's energy cannon directly shattered the central elements, causing the entire giant red star to lose its central gravitational pull, leading to its collapse. After the collapse of the giant red star, a significant amount of mass was expelled due to the explosion at the moment of collapse. Yet there remained a considerable amount of mass nearby. Chen Yuan devoured all this mass. Both his mass and volume underwent a terrifying increase. Now Chen Yuan's radius was 5 times that of the sun, and his mass equated to 25 suns. This mass was still 125 solar masses away from becoming a black hole. Observing his transformation, he mused, if I expend 1/3 of my volume to use this energy cannon, it seems like a worthwhile trade. I thought I would suffer a huge loss, but unexpectedly it turned out to be a great profit. Chen Yuan was instantly exhilarated. He had discovered that using energy would reduce his volume and mass, leaving him momentarily stunned. Realizing that once converted to energy, it could not revert back to its original matter, Chen Yuan had initially intended to use the energy cannon with the mindset of losing 1/3 of his mass. However, he never expected it would succeed. He directly profited 12 solar masses, and his volume had increased so much. It was indeed a tremendous gain. Having tasted the sweet benefits, Chen Yuan activated his perception ability. After absorbing nearly 12 solar masses, his perception ability was also enhanced. He glanced around and locked onto another red giant star that was closest to him. That red giant star had a diameter 10 times that of the sun and a mass 30 times that of the sun. This was an enormous object that in the past Chen Yuan wouldn't have even glanced at. But now things were different. With a mass 30 times that of the sun, if I launch an energy cannon using 1/3 of my current mass, I should be able to destroy it directly. However, it's a bit far. Forget it, although it's a bit distant, my divine sense is already strong enough, and I believe my speed has also improved. In that case, this distance isn't a problem. With this thought, Chen Yuan set off towards the direction of the red giant star. This new ability is a bit too outrageously powerful. You remarked a red giant star of that size is shattered by you just like that. Your attack methods and power are rather terrifying. You smiled and said, with your current strength, you are like a true armory. I believe among all the civilizations in the universe, those that can contend with yours can probably be counted on one hand. Counted on one hand. Is it that exaggerated? Our universe is still young, and civilizations are naturally still in their infancy. He continued, as far as I know, there are indeed not many civilizations in the current universe that can pose a threat to yours. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. He replied, that's good. I have no intention of using these powers against civilizations. The primary purpose of this ability is still to help me increase my volume and mass. Of course, being able to use it for self-protection is also not bad. Yu gently agreed. Your ability can shatter stars, and once they are shattered, you can absorb them to gain their mass. In that sense, wanting to become a black hole is merely a matter of time. You smiled and said, do you need my help? I can inform you of the positions of the nearest giant red stars. No need, Chen Yuan said. I prefer discovering targets and devouring them myself. All right. You are currently flying straight towards a red giant star. That star is about 6,000 light years away from you. It seems that with your increase in volume and mass, the range you can detect has also expanded. Previously, the distance you could see was only about 500 or 600 light years. You analyzed. Have I been discovered? Chen Yuan said, the greater my volume and mass, the larger the range I can indeed see. It's just that I can only see it, and I don't know how far away it is. Yet you can calculate the distance so easily. It seems advanced civilization tools are indeed useful. If you need to know the distance, I can tell you anytime. I, after all, am just idle. Over the years, you have been my greatest source of amusement. This. Chen Yuan paused slightly. He finally couldn't help but exclaim, you are really quite idle. What can I do? Not dying means having a lengthy lifespan, and having a lengthy lifespan means having a lot of time. When one has a lot of time, it naturally leads to idleness. What exactly do you do for work? Is your job just to observe me? Well, as for work, I am actually working right now. However, my job rarely requires me to act personally. At most, I just need to speak a few words, which leaves me with a lot of free time. This only made Chen Yuan more curious. So what exactly is your job? Are you curious about me? That's fine, or I can get you a body and help you implant your consciousness into that body. That way you can come over to my side, and at that time I can introduce my daily life and work to you bit by bit, letting you fully understand me. She said this with a playful smile in her voice. No thanks, I have no desire to become human. My current goal is to become a black hole. If I become human, how can I still become a black hole? Why not? This way you could understand me while satisfying your curiosity about me. Isn't that good? You asked. I want to become a black hole, that's my goal. Becoming human would make it impossible for me to achieve my goal, so no thanks. Alright, let's not discuss this anymore. It's a bit of a pity, you said with a smile. Of course, if you change your mind, you can at any time. Chun Yuan, disinterested in further discussion, continued to fly forward. Ahead, a wandering planet caught his attention. That wandering planet was gliding slowly, appearing quite leisurely. The speed of wandering planets is uniform, neither fast nor slow, as they are in a vacuum. Moreover, without acceleration, they can only maintain their initial speed. Chun Yuan had seen both fast and slow wandering planets. The reason this particular wandering planet attracted his attention was its surrounding planetary rings. The planetary rings were exceptionally eye-catching. Layer upon layer, there were at least 50 rings, even more than Saturn. These rings were situated in a single plane encircling the wandering planet. It looked rather interesting. Truly, in the universe, there is everything. These planetary rings were actually fragments, probably once satellites that collapsed for some reason, breaking into pieces and forming the rings. In fact, the Sun also has 2 rings. One is called the Asteroid belt, and the other the Kuiper belt. If the 8 major planets were to disappear, then those 2 asteroid belts would essentially be the Sun's rings. Boom. Suddenly, everything around lit up. A star had exploded. Another supernova explosion. Chun Yuan muttered. Truly, the universe never rests. Chun Yuan had no sense of how long he had been drifting through this interstellar expanse. In the boundless cosmos, he had entirely lost track of time. The passage of moments no longer registered. He only knew to keep flying toward his destination. There is a civilization's wormhole base ahead, you warned. At your current trajectory, you will collide with that base in 2 days. Ya's voice sounded the warning. Chun Yuan was startled. A wormhole base? What is that? He knew what a wormhole was, but a wormhole base? What could that be? A wormhole is a vortex channel composed of dark matter. Generally, natural wormholes are exceedingly small, though aside from the dark matter itself, almost nothing else can pass through. Thus, if a life form wishes to use a wormhole to achieve a space-time jump, it must manipulate dark matter, employing it to expand the wormhole's aperture. That method requires harnessing a particular power. Of course, not every civilization possesses the ability. My people have to construct wormholes instantly. They must spend time building a wormhole, and sometimes that time stretches across millennia. Unable to emulate my civilization's instant methods, yet still yearning for space-time travel, they must pile up time to forge a suitable wormhole corridor. A wormhole forged over thousands of years cannot be discarded after a single use. Therefore, they erect a wormhole base at its entrance. If the wormhole base is damaged, the wormhole becomes unusable. Hearing Ya's explanation, Chun Yuan finally understood. Indeed, only an existence like Yas could casually construct and toss away a wormhole after one use. Lesser civilizations simply could not afford such extravagance. Once again, Chun Yuan felt the lofty advancement of Ya's civilization. 2 days until impact. Then alter your trajectory to avoid trouble. He was about to adjust his orbit when a voice suddenly reached him. Greetings, star friend. A masculine voice spoke in Chun Yuan's ear, robust and politely measured. The abruptness of it left Chun Yuan momentarily stunned. Who is it? Huh, you laughed. That voice isn't from my side. I just sensed a pulse of dark information. Someone is attempting to contact you via dark communication. You must exit my channel before you can converse with them. Dark communication. So this meant yet another civilization capable of dark comms. Chun Yuan left the dark communication channel linked to ya. Allow me to introduce myself. I am of the Leiyu civilization, and my name is Abasai. Our civilization has known of your existence for a very long time. We are aware you are a star with self-awareness, so we sought to commune with your consciousness through dark communication. Can you hear me? Meanwhile, within the Leiyu civilization, Shun Xing, our scholars, since Mr. Alive first observed it, has it not been 3,000 years? 3,000 years ago, Mr. Ali observed through his telescope that it used its own energy to destroy a colossal crimson giant, and even devoured that giant. Since then, our scholars have succeeded one generation after another. Now there have been 256 generations. I never imagined that in our generation it would draw so close to us. This is exhilarating, exclaimed a young scholar of Leiyu. Standing on the deck of a space station, he stared at the brightest star in the distance, his face alight with excitement. Bear in mind, from the moment Chun Yuan entered Leiyu's sight to the present, more than 3,000 years have passed. During those millennia, the Leiyu people named him Shin Xing. Legends about Shin Xing sprung up throughout Leiyu civilization. Scholar B said, "Hey, don't get so excited. It is indeed extraordinary, but its current path is heading straight for our wormhole base. If the base is struck, 6,000 years of our ancestors' labor will be gone." Scholar A faltered. Then let the commander try to communicate with it. That celestial body appears to possess self-awareness. if communication succeeds, our wormhole base might be spared. A celestial body with self-awareness. Scholar B glanced at the commander standing on the high platform, communication device in hand, gazing into the starfield. Although nearly every scholar who has seen that star believes it to be self-aware, we cannot be certain. After all, if it truly possessed self-awareness, it should think, and thought would leak dark information we could intercept. Yet we have captured none of its dark signals so far, which is strange. Scholar A protested. Even so, it must be self-aware. If it were not, how else explain that it actively attacks other bodies and can alter its own trajectory? Scholar B folded his arms. Let's wait and see. Yes, let's, Scholar A agreed. Elsewhere, on hearing the voice, Chen Yuan responded instinctively. Anything amiss? Those 3 words broadcast across Leiyu. Upon hearing them, the commander's eyes brightened. The scholars and astronomers gathered below displayed looks of shock, surprise, and exhilaration. Shenxing. It really is Shenxing. It truly has self-awareness. My heavens. Could the legends be true? It is a deity incarnate as a star, hence it possesses its own consciousness. Shenxing. Scholar A's face showed both astonishment and joy. Scholar B looked at Scholar A's expression. Wasn't this within your expectations? Why are you so stunned? Scholar A replied excitedly, don't you understand? Even if one believed with all one's heart that it was self-aware, without hearing it one could not be sure. Now certainty has dawned. It truly possesses self-awareness, a star with consciousness. My heavens. I feel faint. Watching Scholar A's excitement, Scholar B cautioned, don't pass out. All of Leiyu holds the legend that Shenxing is the incarnation of a benevolent god, but whether it is truly benevolent remains unconfirmed. If its purpose in coming is to destroy our wormhole base and to regard us as enemies, then we must take up arms. Scholar A's expression turned solemn. That cannot be. Shenxing is the faith of many in Leiyu. It must be a benevolent deity. At the same time, Chen Yuan heard the scholar's conversation. Though faint, their words reached him. Chen Yuan fell into silence. How had he become a god? Chen Yuan felt as if he were cracking open on the spot. For a civilization, the stars in the night sky are mysterious entities. Thus, there will always be people who habitually assign names to those stars that can be seen with the naked eye, and some who enjoy weaving tales will out of boredom create stories about certain stars. As those stories spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, they became myths. On Earth, there are also tales regarding celestial bodies. The most well-known is undoubtedly the story of the cowherd and the weaver girl. The cowherd star, located on one side of the Milky Way, is also known as Higu Air and Tian Ingzhuoya. It is in fact a star within the constellation Aquila. Its mass is 1.7 times that of the Sun, with a diameter 1.8 times greater than that of the Sun. The Weaver Girl star, also known as Ji Nu E and Tian Qinzhui A, is the brightest star in the Lyra constellation, located just 25 light-years away from the solar system. It is a blue dwarf star larger than Sirius by 60%, yet still significantly larger than the cowherd star. For intelligent civilizations, a blue dwarf star like Chun Yuan, which possesses self-awareness, is particularly special and naturally becomes the subject of many legends. Since it was first observed by the Leiyu civilization, over 3,000 years have passed. In this time, the stories centered around Chun Yuan have undergone countless versions. For Chun Yuan, time holds little meaning. However, for the Leiyu civilization, those scholars studying Chun Yuan have changed countless generations over these 3,000 years. Naturally, it is not surprising that over this long period Chun Yuan has been deified. Of course, this is somewhat perplexing for Chun Yuan. It is like this, said Commander Abes of the Leiyu civilization. If you continue on your current path for 2 more days, you will collide with our wormhole base. Could you change your course to avoid our wormhole base? Chun Yuan paused slightly. Was that wormhole base really theirs? Scholar B glanced at Scholar A and said, next we will find out whether he is benevolent or malevolent. Scholar A replied, in our civilization, 1/3 of ordinary people believe in the divine star, and some even continue to hold rituals to pray for blessings from the divine star. I believe it must be a benevolent existence. Let's hope so, Scholar B replied. Meanwhile, hearing Abes's words, Chun Yuan said, I understand. I will change my course and will not damage your wormhole base. As he spoke, he shifted his form and adjusted his direction. At that moment, a Scholar C sitting at the instruments observing Chun Yuan showed a hint of surprise and said to Abes, Commander, he has changed direction. This way he will not collide with our wormhole base. Great. The eyes of the crowd below lit up. The divine star respected our wishes and changed direction. Indeed, the divine star is a manifestation of the divine, the embodiment of a benevolent deity. The legends from over 2,000 years ago are indeed true. The divine star is truly a manifestation of the divine, possessing self-awareness and willing to help us. Everyone was excited. Scholar A looked at Scholar B and said with a triumphant smile, what do you think? Scholar B nodded slightly, saying, it seems he bears us no hostility. But if he bears us no hostility, why would he pass by our wormhole base? Scholar A stated, many scholars from the older generation have analyzed that there is a massive red giant star 900 light-years away from our wormhole base. 3,000 years ago, after it devoured a giant red star, it changed direction toward that red giant star. Many scholars believe that its current target is that red giant star. Abe spoke into the communication device. Thank you for your understanding. Chen Yuan said, all right, if there's nothing else, I won't say more. Good. Abe's hung up the device. He turned to look around at the dense crowd below and announced, I hereby declare that the divine star is a self-aware and benevolent star. Our wormhole base is safe. Great. Wonderful. The crowd erupted in excitement. On the other side, as Abe's voice faded, Yas' voice emerged. Why don't you try using your new abilities to have a good encounter with them? Yas' voice was filled with interest. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan replied, I am not a warmonger, and this holds no significance. Are you not afraid that these civilizations might cause you trouble once they grow stronger? Trouble me. How long do you think it will take for the Leiyu civilization to pose a threat to me? Let me calculate. Given the development speed of the Leiyu civilization, they currently possess the means to destroy blue dwarf stars. However, you can now utilize your own energy, and for a blue dwarf star capable of using its own energy, their current technology cannot threaten you. If they want to destroy you, they will need to acquire more powerful weapons. I estimate that it would take around 60 million years to eliminate you. 60 million years. Then how powerful do you think I will become in 60 million years? Chen Yuan asked. Huh. You laughed. You will probably be close to becoming a black hole. Chen Yuan responded. In 60 million years, I might have already transformed into a black hole. Once I become a black hole, even if they have grown, they will still be unable to threaten me. Right? That is indeed the case. Once you turn into a black hole, the civilizations that could threaten you if placed in the past would have been few, but now with your new abilities, you can harness the energy of a black hole. Although I do not know what the situation will be like then, from what I see now, once you become a black hole, it can be said that there will be almost no civilization capable of threatening you. You stated confidently. That's good. Boom. Suddenly the entire star system lit up. From afar, a brilliant light could be seen. Another supernova had erupted. Chen Yuan paid it no mind and continued to fly forward. Supernovae often erupt within the Milky Way. Chen Yuan could often observe them. The first time he saw one, it was quite fascinating, but now he couldn't be bothered to look any longer. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Yuan's field of vision revealed the massive red giant star ahead. This giant red star has a diameter 10 times that of the sun and a mass 30 times greater. It looked quite terrifying, immense beyond measure. Chen Yuan gazed at the colossal red giant star before him without hesitation. Chen Yuan poured 1/3 of his energy into the energy sphere. The sphere appeared to be the size of the moon, yet it contained the compressed energy equivalent to 1/3 of Chen Yuan's volume. That was an incredibly terrifying energy. Chen Yuan gazed at the massive red star ahead. Launch. The energy sphere left Chen Yuan's side at a speed just below the speed of light, hurtling towards the gigantic red star. The energy sphere crashed into the center of the gigantic red star with an explosive impact. The red star was directly penetrated, leaving behind a colossal hole. With the central gravitational support lost, the entire red star collapsed. Chen Yuan rushed forward, devouring the debris of the shattered red star piece by piece. As the red star collapsed, a significant amount of its mass flew outward. However, this behemoth, which was 30 times the mass of the sun, still retained a considerable amount of mass despite some loss. Chen Yuan completely consumed the scattered mass of the red star. His size surged dramatically. Chen Yuan's volume became approximately 20 times that of the sun's diameter, while his mass soared to 43 times that of the sun. This is too big, it feels absolutely exhilarating, Chen Yuan exclaimed, perceiving his size with excitement. Given your current state, if your mass doubles, you will collapse into a black hole. A voice responded. Hearing this, Chen Yuan was taken aback. Double. If that's the case, doesn't that mean you'll have less mass than previously stated? If it doubles, Chen Yuan would have a mass equivalent to 96 suns, which is significantly less than 150 suns. You said, Under normal circumstances, it indeed wouldn't be as much mass as previously mentioned, but the issue is that much of the substance you've absorbed is not hydrogen. Normal stars are primarily composed of hydrogen, which is a crucial element for nuclear fusion. Later, hydrogen gets compressed into helium, leading to helium fusion. The power obtained through fusion can counteract your own gravitational force. Thus, it can't collapse inward, but you've previously consumed white dwarfs and neutron stars, and the helium from the red giant you just devoured is also nearly burned out. In other words, the proportion of power in your body that can resist your own gravity is somewhat low. You are currently maintaining a very delicate balance. If you continue to acquire mass from neutron stars and white dwarfs which lack hydrogen and helium, you will accelerate the process of becoming a black hole. Based on your current material ratio, if your mass continues to increase, you will collapse and become a black hole. Listening to Yas' explanation, Chen Yuan understood. Indeed, under normal circumstances, a typical star must have a mass of at least 150 suns. However, Qin Yuan is an exceptionally unique entity. He does not acquire mass naturally, but rather through devouring. This way, the elements obtained are certainly uneven, naturally hastening Qin Yuan's progression towards becoming a black hole. So, if I want to become a black hole, I just need to consume more white dwarfs and neutron stars to achieve that faster rate. You could say that, Qin Yuan replied. Neutron stars. Do you think with my current mass I can consume one? From your current mass and speed, you could consume all the neutron stars in the universe. But, do you really want to do that? Yas' voice carried a hint of concern. I'm still very worried. If you become a black hole, will you still retain your consciousness? Hearing this, Qin Yuan replied, if I don't try, I'll never know the answer. Since I am a celestial body and have been granted such abilities, becoming a black hole is my destiny. Since it is my fate, I cannot evade it. Even if it leads to my demise, I will not shy away. All right, you said. Perhaps I was overthinking things. Currently, Qin Yuan was already a colossal entity, 20 times the diameter of the sun and 43 times its mass. After gaining significant volume and mass, Qin Yuan's perception ability also increased. Through this ability, tens of thousands of stars appeared as specks of light within his sensory range. The universe is vast, and the distances between stars can span dozens, if not thousands, or tens of thousands of light years. Yet Qin Yuan's perception could encompass tens of thousands of stars, showcasing the terrifying extent of this ability. With the increase in volume and mass, the range covered by my perception ability has also expanded significantly. With my current perception ability, finding a neutron star in this vast universe has become much simpler. Realizing this, Qin Yuan glanced around and quickly locked onto the nearest neutron star to his position. That neutron star was small in size, but had a mass of 1 times that of the sun. Its volume was roughly the size of 2 large cities on Earth. That's the one. If I only consume neutron stars and white dwarfs, Qin Yuan would be increasing the mass devoid of hydrogen and helium. Consequently, his self-collapse rate would accelerate. By only consuming neutron stars and white dwarfs, Qin Yuan would quickly turn into a black hole. After locking onto his target, he controlled his body with divine sense and sped towards the neutron star. With this movement, Qin Yuan could clearly feel the increase in his speed. It was incredibly fast. He sensed his speed had greatly surpassed that of before. Wow, impressive. Your speed has reached sublight speed, Yas' distinct neutral voice exclaimed, filled with surprise. The speed of light is approximately 3000 kilometers per second. Sublight speed refers to speeds greater than 2700 kilometers per second, but less than the speed of light. That speed was very close to the speed of light. You have already reached sublight speed. If you become a black hole, I wonder if your speed could reach or even exceed the speed of light. Yas' voice was filled with enthusiasm. Reach the speed of light. That's impossible, right? Based on the knowledge Qin Yuan acquired when he left Earth civilization. As long as a substance has mass, when at rest it cannot reach the speed of light. To Qin Yuan, reaching sublight speed seemed rather strange. He thought reaching the speed of light was utterly impossible. Yas' voice was filled with excitement as she laughed and said, indeed, in my civilization, to surpass the speed of light one must harness the power of dark matter and dark energy, but with you I see potential. You firmly believe that Qin Yuan's speed could reach the speed of light. Yet the knowledge Qin Yuan had acquired informed him that such a feat was impossible. Thus Qin Yuan could only remain silent. The neutron star was still quite a distance away. Even though Qin Yuan's speed had reached sublight speed, it would still take time to reach the location of the neutron star. During this time, Qin Yuan could only occasionally use his perception ability to observe the surrounding scenery while searching for other suitable targets nearby. Finally, Qin Yuan arrived at his destination. The neutron star, which had a mass 1 times that of the sun, but was small enough to fit into 2 cities on Earth, appeared before Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan flew towards the neutron star. As usual, when he got closer, the gravitational pull of the neutron star immediately took effect, beginning to tear at the matter on Qin Yuan's body. However, Qin Yuan's mass had become extremely formidable. Even the gravitational force of the neutron star would find it exceedingly difficult to completely pull him in. Thus, Qin Yuan faced almost no obstacles as he approached the neutron star. The atmosphere around him was already entangled with that of the neutron star. Devour. The neutron star transformed into golden light and gradually merged into Qin Yuan's body. A mass equivalent to 1 times that of the sun was not a large amount. After absorbing it, Qin Yuan noticed that his mass had slightly increased by 1 times that of the sun. However, his volume had changed. This volume. Qin Yuan discovered that his size had actually decreased. Before devouring the neutron star, his volume was 20 times the diameter of the sun. After this absorption, his diameter not only did not increase, but instead decreased. Currently, Qin Yuan's diameter was 7 times that of the sun. The golden light that surrounded him dissipated. His volume not only did not expand, but rather shrank. It was evident that his body had begun to undergo changes. While pondering this, Chen Yuan set off towards another neutron star. I detected that your fusion reaction is beginning to struggle. Before I mentioned to you that if you continued to devour and doubled your mass, you could become a black hole. This was based on the premise that you were only absorbing giant red stars. However, Ya's voice became more serious. If you only consume neutron stars, it will accelerate the imbalance in your body and hasten your transformation into a black hole. Simply put, how much mass of a neutron star do I need to consume to become a black hole? Just one more neutron star of equal mass to the one you just devoured, and your body will completely lose balance. At that point, the expanding force generated by the fusion reaction will no longer be able to counteract your own gravity, leading to a collapse at the core, you explained. 1. This left Chen Yuan somewhat stunned. He had originally thought he needed to devour stars with over 100 times the mass of the sun to achieve this result. Becoming a black hole had such a shortcut. Chen Yuan used his perception ability to look ahead at the next target. It was also a neutron star with a mass twice that of the sun. In other words, after devouring that neutron star ahead, he was very likely to cause a collapse. Ya's voice took on a hint of seriousness. I looked at your next target, that neutron star. If you devour it, then the expanding force from fusion will no longer withstand your gravity, and you will collapse into a black hole. If you become a black hole, I don't know if you can survive, or if you can still maintain consciousness as you do now. Let me reiterate my previous proposal. I can create a body for you. With the capabilities of my civilization, crafting a form is not difficult. As long as you are willing, I can implant your consciousness into that body, allowing you to become an existence like me. You would also be able to achieve immortality. You said, I can assure you that both my civilization and I will protect you. Chen Yuan fell silent for a moment. To be honest, he had previously stated that becoming a black hole was his destiny, and he would choose to do so even at the cost of death. But now, realizing that swallowing the second neutron star might very well result in his death, he felt hesitant. After a period of silence, Chen Yuan finally spoke. No. He recalled the days before he was reborn as an asteroid. At that time, he had lived on Earth for over 20 years. He had been safe with no one harming him. Yet each day was merely a cycle of work with little else beyond that. Life had passed in a blur devoid of goals, almost like living as a mere automaton. Now that he finally had something he wanted to pursue, asking him to give it up was impossible. I want to try, no matter the outcome, I want to experience it. Trying may cost me my life, but if I give up here and now, I will truly be dead. You remained silent for a long time. I respect your decision. Her voice carried a hint of helplessness and a cheerful laugh as she said, You are my friend and I should support you. Chen Yuan adjusted his emotions and replied, You don't need to make the topic too heavy. After all, whether I become a black hole and lose my life is still an unknown. Maybe it will be fine. Good. By that time, you'll probably fall into a long sleep again, and during that time, I will wait for your return. You laughed. Chen Yuan felt very relaxed as he perceived himself getting closer to the neutron star. He no longer thought further. Time passed little by little. He lost track of how long it had been. Finally, Chen Yuan saw the neutron star. The neutron star was relatively small, yet its mass was equivalent to 2 suns. More importantly, as long as I devour it, my body is very likely to collapse on its own. Chen Yuan hesitated slightly, yet he still moved. His body surged towards the neutron star. At the moment his body made contact with the neutron star, devour. The neutron star transformed into golden light, slowly consumed by Chen Yuan. His body was enveloped in golden light. The neutron star was completely devoured. The golden light surrounding Chen Yuan gradually dissipated. As the golden light faded, Chen Yuan said, Yeah, I'm here. Ye softly responded. Chen Yuan said, I am very glad to have met you as a friend. If there is a chance, goodbye. The golden light completely vanished. Chen Yuan felt a gravitational force emanating from within him, and his massive form suddenly contracted. Boom, accompanied by a loud explosion. Chen Yuan's entire body suddenly exploded. A bright light illuminated the entire star system. A supernova explosion. He never expected to witness his own supernova explosion. Chen Yuan felt his consciousness darken, and then he could feel nothing at all. A supernova explosion. When the force of stellar expansion could no longer resist its own gravity, an explosion would occur. That explosion is what is known as a supernova explosion. After a supernova explosion, there are 2 possible outcomes. One outcome is complete disappearance. The other outcome is that the star collapses into an extremely dense celestial body. It could be a white dwarf, a neutron star, or a black hole. Time passed without notice. Chen Yuan's consciousness, which had already faded, returned. He awakened. The consciousness is restored, which means I am not dead. Chen Yuan opened his perception ability. What? What is this? Previously, Chen Yuan's perception ability was like the eyes of a human. He could see various colors. But now Chen Yuan's perception ability had changed. Everything he saw was composed of green values of 0 and 1, resembling code in a computer. The entire universe had transformed into one constructed of code. Chen Yuan was bewildered. The celestial body devouring system, what am I seeing now? You have become a singularity, now your consciousness has been sent to a parallel universe. What you see now is a parallel universe located in another time and space. Off. Parallel universe. Chen Yuan was confused. He looked around and said, how can I go back? The parallel universe is a new ability unlocked after you became a black hole. As long as you wish, you can return to the universe you were previously in at any time. A mechanical voice sounded. Hearing this, Chen Yuan said, I want to go back. As Chen Yuan's thought fell suddenly, he felt a change around him and saw familiar scenes. The pitch-black universe and bright stars appeared before Chen Yuan. In addition, he also saw himself. Upon seeing himself, Chen Yuan was taken aback. What Chen Yuan could see was a pitch-black sphere. Surrounding the sphere was an accretion disk. A black hole. Is this a black hole? I have turned into a black hole. Chen Yuan felt a rush of joy. Although the size of this black hole seemed to be only as large as Earth, it was still a black hole. Even if it was not large, its gravity was enough to devour any matter other than the black hole itself. No matter how large or massive the opponent was, it didn't matter. First, let's see if there has been any increase in my mass and volume with the perception ability. Chen Yuan checked his mass. 8 times the solar mass. That's too little. Forget it, less is less, it doesn't matter. After becoming a black hole, even if the mass is small, it is still an invincible existence. What about the volume? Through the perception ability, Chen Yuan could know the volume and mass of any celestial body. But when Chen Yuan used the perception ability on himself and saw his volume, he was completely stunned. Chen Yuan's volume was infinitely close to 0. The theoretically smallest matter is a quark, and at this moment Chen Yuan's volume was even smaller than a quark. The essence of a black hole is actually a singularity. A black hole equals a singularity plus an event horizon. The singularity is the essence, which is a material with infinitesimally small volume and infinitely large mass. Its volume is exceedingly small, infinitely close to 0. The event horizon refers to a radius surrounding the singularity within which there exists a terrifying gravity generated by the singularity. Within that radius, even light cannot escape the singularity's gravity. The singularity plus the event horizon is the black hole we are familiar with. In reality, the singularity with its volume infinitely close to 0 is the essence. This volume. Chen Yuan suddenly felt a headache. If that's the case, wouldn't the devouring ability of the celestial body devouring system be rendered useless? Although after becoming a black hole, it could absorb mass on its own, Chen Yuan still felt somewhat gloomy about losing an ability. Congratulations, you meet the conditions and your devouring ability has been upgraded to devour celestial bodies with mass twice that of your own. Congratulations, you meet the conditions and you have obtained the ability to freely traverse parallel universes. Hearing this, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up slightly. Can I use mass to devour? If that's the case, that's not bad. But not being able to devour with volume is still somewhat troublesome. I have lost an ability. Chen Yuan felt a bit down. Don't be gloomy, shouldn't you be happier now? A joyful voice came in. Hearing this voice, Chen Yuan's heart stirred. Yeah. Haha, you remember me, that's good. I was afraid you wouldn't remember me. Ya's voice carried a hint of ease. How could I forget you? Chen Yuan said, so how long have I been asleep? Not that long, about 16,000 years. You said, since you collapsed into a black hole you have lost consciousness, and now it's been 16,000 years. 16,000 years. Is that not long? That's a bit too long. How about you? Have there been any changes at work? Same as before, no difference. For our civilization, with infinite lifespan, time holds no significance. What about the edge of the universe? Have you found it? Not yet. Chen Yuan responded with an, oh. Then what are your plans now, Ya's voice was filled with interest. I want to continue increasing my mass. I want to know what I will eventually become, Chen Yuan said. All right, you laughed. Your answer is just as I imagined. I support you, and I am also very interested in seeing what you will ultimately become. Chen Yuan nodded. He habitually used the perception ability and maximized it. For a moment, Chen Yuan's heart stirred. Through the perception ability, Chen Yuan found that he could see a complete spiral galaxy. Is this the Milky Way? After becoming a black hole, can my perception ability now encompass the entire Milky Way? This change is too great. Previously, Chen Yuan could see tens of thousands of stars, but for the Milky Way, those tens of thousands of stars were just a tiny fraction. To know there are hundreds of billions of stars within the Milky Way. Now, however, Chen Yuan's perception ability allows him to see the entire Milky Way. This is an incredibly exaggerated ability. To know Chen Yuan's perception ability is not a telescope. If he can see it, it means he can observe the mass, volume, and even the appearance of any star within it closely. Forget it. Chen Yuan didn't feel like thinking much right now. He just wanted to know what would happen if he continued to increase his mass. With that thought, Qin Yuan found a blue dwarf star. The mass of that blue dwarf star was 20 times that of the sun. As for the volume, Qin Yuan was too lazy to look. After all, no matter how large the volume, it wouldn't affect him at all. Qin Yuan set off. As he moved, everything around him transformed into tiny points of light. Suddenly, Qin Yuan felt a brightness around him. Qin Yuan was stunned. This is... One fragment after another appeared before Qin Yuan's eyes. These fragments resembled scenes from a moving lantern. One after another appeared within Qin Yuan's perception ability. Qin Yuan looked at those fragments and found that they were precisely the events he had experienced earlier. He had fragments of his journey from a small asteroid to becoming a black hole. Even more unexpectedly, he could also see fragments of events he had never experienced before. Those are fragments of the future. What is going on? Is this a four-dimensional world? Some say that this world may have 11 dimensions. The 0th dimension is an infinitely small point. The first dimension is an infinitely long line. The second dimension is a plane connected by lines adding length and height. The third dimension is a volume composed of height, a three-dimensional space. The world where humans reside is a 3D world. The fourth dimension adds the dimension of time. The fourth dimension transforms the time within the 3D realm into segments, creating a new dimension. By the way, before I turned into a black hole, my speed had already reached sublight speed. After becoming a black hole, my speed would reach or exceed light speed. Is it because my speed broke the light barrier that I transcended dimensions and entered this 4D space? So what am I now? Qin Yuan pondered, using his perception to look at himself. To his astonishment, he realized that he was no longer there. He was left with only consciousness. His body had completely vanished. Is it because matter exists dependent on time that my body has disappeared? This won't do. I must return to the 3D world. Without my body, I can't do anything. I need to return to the 3D world. The question is, how do I return to the 3D world? Qin Yuan's gaze fell upon those time segments. There were an overwhelming number of these time segments. There were segments of Qin Yuan's past, as well as his future. However, the future was not singular, but split into countless paths. Qin Yuan found the segment from before he set out. His consciousness dove into the time segment. The surroundings transformed. Qin Yuan returned to the 3D timeline. Everything around him reverted to its previous state. Qin Yuan's body was restored. He looked at his body and said, finally back to the 3D world. What are you talking about? Yas' voice held a hint of confusion. Qin Yuan paused slightly and said, I just arrived in the 4D world. 4D? You exceeded light speed? Yas' voice was filled with shock. Qin Yuan replied, I guess so. After I set out, I ended up in the 4D space. In the 4D space, what did you see? Yas' voice held more curiosity. Qin Yuan thought for a moment and said, once I got there, I was left with only consciousness, and I saw many time segments. There were segments of things I had experienced in the past, as well as segments of time I had not experienced. However, there were many paths of those unexperienced segments. Then I chose the segment I saw before I set out. My consciousness returned to that segment, and I came back. You said, so as long as you wish, you can choose the future you desire. Wouldn't it be better to re-enter the 4D space and choose a memory segment of your best future? Yes. So for the 4D space, time holds no significance. As long as I utilize the memory segments of the future seen in the 4D space, I can choose a better future for myself. You said with interest. Moreover, you can also see your final outcome through the timeline of the 4D space. Forget it. Qin Yuan suddenly rejected the idea. He was slightly taken aback. Forget it. Why? Qin Yuan replied, one's life naturally encompasses all sorts of joys and sorrows. The path of life is walked step by step. Only after tasting the joys and sorrows can it be considered one's own life. If, as you said, I directly observe my life in the 4D space and choose my life's endpoint, it would indeed be an easy task, but doing so would render my existence meaningless. It's not much different from being dead. Hearing this, you laughed. Truly, once you reach a higher dimension, many things will lose their significance. Compared to the higher dimensions, the 3D space is much more interesting. So since you don't want to enter the 4D space, you can't use superluminal speed, you remarked with a smile. You need to control your speed. Controlling speed. How was Qin Yuan supposed to know how to control it? He had always pushed his speed to the maximum. Qin Yuan said, Cosmic Devouring System, do you have a way to help me limit my speed? Yes, the Cosmic Devouring System responded. Your current maximum speed is 5,000 kilometers per second. To limit your speed, you can only adjust it below 5,000 kilometers per second. The mechanical voice slowly resonated, devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan was instantly delighted. This Cosmic Devouring System was surprisingly useful. At times, Qin Yuan even forgot about it, not expecting it to have such functionality. I want to limit my speed to 29,000 kilometers per second. Limitation successful, came the voice of the Cosmic Devouring System. Done, Qin Yuan said happily. He propelled his body toward the target blue dwarf star. At sublight speed. The accretion disk around Chun Yuan revolved as he flew toward the target at sublight speed. His terrifying gravitational pull directly drew in nearby dust and rogue planets into the accretion disk, entering the event horizon, and was swiftly consumed by the singularity. From the perspective of outside civilizations, a black hole was racing through interstellar space at sublight speed. The sight was incredibly frightening. Now those civilizations observing you are probably terrified, you remarked. They are likely praying for you to stay far away from their location. You are now several million times more terrifying than the previous blue dwarf star. It's fine, Chun Yuan replied, casually, I'm not interested in those planets with civilizations. You laughed, I know, but those people will still be frightened by you. Chun Yuan paused, forget them. I'm a black hole now, no need to pay attention to them. He couldn't be bothered to think much more. He continued flying forward. All the way. Throughout this journey, Chun Yuan's accretion disk remained bright. He was somewhat surprised to find that he had not intentionally absorbed any mass, yet after flying for a while, Chun Yuan's mass had increased by the equivalent of 2 suns. Now Chun Yuan's mass had reached 10 solar masses. Just flying like this can gain so much mass. Truly as expected of a black hole, it's impressive. Never mind, let's take a look at our target this time. Chun Yuan focused his perception on the colossal blue dwarf star before him. It's my first time using a black hole to absorb such a large star. I wonder what it will feel like. Chun Yuan approached the blue dwarf star, controlling the black hole. As he drew nearer, the atmosphere of the blue dwarf star was attracted by his gravitational pull rushing towards him. He entered the accretion disk, crossing the event horizon, and was consumed by Chun Yuan. In the past, when Chun Yuan was still a blue dwarf star, to devour this massive entity, which had a mass 20 times that of the sun, he only needed to approach. The gravitational forces would cause some of his own mass to be pulled away. But now it was merely the target being devoured by Chun Yuan. He gained mass without losing any, not even a tiny bit. Chun Yuan could not lose any mass. The blue dwarf star rotated, and while it spun, its mass was stripped away by Chun Yuan. It felt like a magnet entering a sphere made of iron filings. As Chun Yuan approached, the blue dwarf star was torn into atoms by his terrifying gravity, sinking into the event horizon beside him, consumed by Chun Yuan. Chun Yuan slowly entered the interior of the blue dwarf star. The entire star collapsed, all its mass compressed into Chun Yuan's body. His mass increased from 10 times that of the sun to 30 times. The blue dwarf star had completely vanished. Chun Yuan's accretion disk gleamed. The residual material of the blue dwarf star was slowly being absorbed by him. Through his perception, Chun Yuan could see that as a singularity, he had not changed at all. However, with the increase in his mass, the radius of the event horizon around him had expanded significantly. So does that mean that devouring other celestial bodies increases my mass, while also expanding the event horizon? A singularity is an infinitely small, infinitely massive entity, its volume approaching zero. The center of the black hole, its true essence, is a singularity. The terrifying gravity produced by the singularity has an influence range centered on the singularity. It opens into a sphere where the gravitational pull is so immense that even light cannot escape. This range is the event horizon. After devouring mass, the volume of the singularity remains almost unchanged, but the mass increases and the event horizon expands. So, does that mean the gravity has increased? Chun Yuan was too lazy to think further. But this feels great. I just devoured a blue dwarf star of such immense mass. I didn't even need to use the devouring abilities of the celestial devouring system. Indeed, a black hole is a black hole, truly remarkable. Although my size is small, my gravity is infinite. As I approach celestial bodies, I only devour them. No celestial body can devour me. Is this what invincibility feels like? Chun Yuan felt immensely comfortable. By the way, Ya's voice suddenly came through. Chun Yuan returned to his senses. You said, earlier you mentioned you could use that ability called control. Now that you are a black hole, has that ability changed in any way? Hearing this, Chun Yuan was taken aback. Control ability. I almost forgot about that ability. When he was still a blue dwarf star, Chun Yuan felt very weak. He wouldn't dare act against a massive star, fearing that if he didn't devour it, it might devour him instead. But now as a black hole, a sense of invincibility arose within him. Immersed in the novelty and terrifying power that being a black hole brought, he nearly forgot everything else. Control ability. I remember the celestial devouring system mentioned that ability allows me to wield certain powers. Powers include many things, such as the energy produced by hydrogen and helium fusion, which are considered powers. I recall. It even mentioned that gravity is a type of power. With this thought, Chun Yuan's mind stirred. Could it be? With the thought came the action, and Chun Yuan used his control ability. The event horizon is spherical, and when he utilized his control ability, the shape changed. From the outside, one could see a large pitch-black hand reaching out from the event horizon of the black hole. My goodness. Ye, usually calm, suddenly sounded shocked. The event horizon has transformed into a hand. What have you done? Ya's voice held a hint of disbelief. Chen Yuan used his perception to look at his hand and clenched it. I used the control ability to change the shape of gravity, just like I previously altered the flames of the blue dwarf star. I intended to try it out, but unexpectedly it succeeded. You can even change the shape of gravity. This is too strange. You said incredulously. It feels like your ability surpasses comprehension, contradicting the rules of this world. However, a celestial body with self-awareness, you inherently defy the rules of existence. Thinking of it this way makes it easier to understand. Seemingly coming to terms with it, you relaxed a bit. Chen Yuan looked at his hand and gazed towards a planet floating in the distance. That planet was originally one of the blue dwarf star's planets. It was too far from the blue dwarf star, so Chen Yuan's gravity did not pull it in. Just right for an experiment. He thought extending the hand composed of terrifying gravity. Perhaps it should be called shooting rather than extending. With his hand open in an instant, a long black arm shot out at nearly sublight speed. His palm touched the planet. The planet instantly shattered into countless particles, merging into the hand, then along the arm, entering Chen Yuan's body, transforming into his mass. He retracted his hand. Chen Yuan reached a conclusion. Not much use. This thing merely looks like a hand. Its essence is still my gravity, simply extending my gravity outward. Gravity is intangible. All it can do is draw things towards Chen Yuan. For Chen Yuan, as a black hole, it holds little practical value. Well, after all, it's just a shape formed by gravity and has no physical entity. You said with interest, if you want to try a real hand, I can assist you, but it depends on whether you're interested. I feel more comfortable like this, Chen Yuan replied. I knew it. It seems making you take on a human form is quite challenging. Transforming into a human holds no significance for me, Chen Yuan said as he flew towards his next target. How could it be meaningless? At least you could understand me and satisfy your curiosity about me, you said with a playful smile. Chen Yuan laughed. That indeed has some significance, but understanding a person doesn't necessarily require transforming into their form. I can understand you now, or it just depends on whether you're willing to let me understand you. In the past, Chen Yuan had no interest in joking with you. But now it was different. Chen Yuan acknowledged you as a friend, allowing him to relax and joke around. Huh. You laughed cheerfully. All right then, let's gradually get to know each other. Ice is a substance formed by the crystallization of water at low temperatures. Of course, the character ice does not necessarily represent a physical substance. For example, a warrior named Bing exists a million light years away from where Chen Yuan is within a civilization known as the Celestial Emperor Civilization. The Celestial Emperor Civilization is located within the Milky Way and is a high-level civilization that has existed for over 2.3 billion years. It is a civilization of warriors where everyone within it is a fighter. The individual who wields all the power within the Celestial Emperor Civilization is also the strongest person therein, and this person is revered as the Celestial Emperor by the people of the civilization. Bing is a newly emerged warrior currently just over 600 years old, which is considered quite young in the long history of the Celestial Emperor Civilization. However, she is highly regarded by the Celestial Emperor. 50 years ago, she was chosen by the Celestial Emperor to be his personal bodyguard. As a bodyguard, Bing must ensure the safety of the Celestial Emperor and assist him in handling various matters daily. Thus, she inevitably has to stay by the Celestial Emperor's side. Over the 50 years, Bing discovered something that left her somewhat shocked. She realized that the Celestial Emperor seemed to have developed feelings for a celestial body. Specifically, that celestial body is a black hole. Bing, you don't look so well, what's wrong? The one speaking to Bing is her senior Lian. Like Bing, Lian is also a personal bodyguard of the Celestial Emperor. Lian looked at Bing in confusion. Bing glanced at Lian and said, Senior Lian, I've been feeling quite stifled during this time. This matter feels very important, yet I dare not speak of it, fearing that I might make a mistake and embarrass the Celestial Emperor. Since both you and I are the Celestial Emperor's right hands, I think it should be fine. Lian looked at Bing with curiosity. Bing spoke, haven't you noticed? The Celestial Emperor seems to have developed feelings for that black hole. Upon hearing this, Lian laughed, so that's it. Looking at Lian's relaxed smile, Bing was slightly taken aback. Senior, did you know about this already? Lian replied, this is something everyone knows, you are still young. You don't know about the relationship between our Celestial Emperor and that celestial body. The Celestial Emperor has been paying attention to that celestial body even before she became the Celestial Emperor, which was 60,000 years ago. That celestial body possesses self-awareness, its consciousness appears to be male, and it exudes a unique, male charm different from many men we are familiar with. It is said that the Celestial Emperor was quite close to him back then. The Celestial Emperor has always wanted to turn him into a being like us, but that existence has always rejected her. Bing remarked, so that's how it is, you knew each other 60,000 years ago. Lian replied, yes. Endless lifespan and time bring endless loneliness. Humans are emotional beings, and as long as there are emotions, it is difficult to bear the solitude brought by infinite time. That celestial body has accompanied the Celestial Emperor for over 60,000 years. For the Celestial Emperor, the consciousness of that celestial body is a unique existence. As for whether the Celestial Emperor likes that celestial body, this matter has always been speculated within the Celestial Emperor civilization, but whether it is true or not we will only know in the future. Meanwhile, Celestial Emperor civilization. Is that the name of your civilization? Chen Yuan asked while consuming the surrounding matter chatting with you. Upon hearing you mention her civilization, Chen Yuan was somewhat surprised. A civilization that has lasted over 3 billion years, no wonder you possess such terrifying abilities. However, you said your civilization is under the absolute rule of the Celestial Emperor. Isn't that a dictatorship? Chen Yuan asked curiously. A dictatorship that has lasted this long is quite remarkable. Civilizational systems are limited in number. As civilizations develop over time, it is natural for one of those systems to prevail in the end. And a dictatorship is not necessarily an erroneous system. For a reincarnator from Earth, Chen Yuan felt that dictatorship was a flawed system. But upon reflection, the universe is vast, and it is only natural for all kinds of systems to exist. It is not surprising that a dictatorship can exist within this universe. Although Chen Yuan does not believe dictatorship is correct since it is the system chosen by other civilizations, he chooses to respect it. You mentioned that your civilization is a warrior civilization where everyone is a warrior. Does that mean there are no professions like doctors or teachers in your civilization? Chen Yuan instinctively inquired. You smiled. Doctors and teachers did exist in my civilization long ago, but with technological advancements those professions have disappeared. All the genes in our entire Celestial Emperor civilization possess self-repair capabilities. As long as we have a single cell, our bodies can restore themselves. At the same time, our bodies do not require eating or drinking. Chen Yuan responded, if your genes have evolved to not require treatment or food, it is indeed true that many professions would lose their significance. But what about teachers? Are teachers unnecessary? Human knowledge is essentially a form of dark information. Explained. The role of a teacher is to impart their own dark information to others. Currently, we have mastered the ability to write and implant dark information, meaning we can copy our knowledge and place it into another's dark information repository. Hearing this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Is this what a high-level civilization is like? This is truly impressive. Ye gently laughed in her unique, gender-neutral tone. Therefore, the only concern we have is the threat from other high-level civilizations. As a result, many professions have disappeared while the profession of a warrior will never vanish. Only those strong enough can protect their civilization from invasion. Thus, in the Celestial Emperor civilization, everyone is a warrior. Of course, some warriors also have other jobs such as exploring the edges of the universe. In the future, when Earth civilization reaches a certain stage after human bodies evolve to adapt to the cosmic environment requiring no food and possessing self-healing abilities, many existing professions in Earth civilization may disappear. Without the need for eating, drinking, or the cycle of life and death, people will no longer revolve their lives around work. Perhaps in that world, people will finally be able to sit down and contemplate the true meaning of life. Will the profession of a warrior always exist? This is indeed an interesting question. By the way, I previously asked you what your job is, but you always seemed reluctant to say. Now can you tell me? You smiled. If you promise to transform into the form of our civilization and come visit me, I will answer that question for you. Chen Yuan was taken aback. All right, if you don't want to say, then forget it. Haha, you chuckled, but it was unclear what she found amusing. Chen Yuan continuously devoured 5 medium-quality stars. The volume of the singularity remained unchanged, but its mass had increased to 96 times that of the sun, and the diameter of the event horizon had slightly expanded. However, even if it has grown, it is still quite small. A singularity with nearly 100 solar masses has an event horizon diameter of only about 300 kilometers. What does 300 kilometers mean? To put it into perspective, the diameter of the sun is over 1,300,000 kilometers. Yet the diameter of Chen Yuan's event horizon is merely 300 kilometers. If we consider the event horizon as part of Chen Yuan's volume, then his volume is still very small. The event horizon is fundamentally different from the volume of a star. It cannot be counted as volume. Chen Yuan pondered. You must understand, within this event horizon, there is gravity so strong that even light cannot escape. But, this is just too small. Chen Yuan felt a bit of a headache. If we consider the accretion disk, that won't work either. The accretion disk isn't always present. The formation of a black hole's accretion disk requires 2 conditions. The first is that the singularity must be rotating. If the singularity does not rotate, matter will be directly consumed by the black hole, and an accretion disk will not form. The second condition is that the black hole needs to absorb a large amount of matter, with that matter rotating around the black hole, thereby forming a bright accretion disk. In other words, as long as Chen Yuan does not rotate or absorb matter, the accretion disk will disappear, leaving only a pitch-black black hole. Thus, considering the accretion disk as part of the volume is naturally not feasible. You are a black hole, a black hole. How can you compare your volume to that of a star? You said with interest for you no matter how large a star is, as long as you approach it, it will only become your food. The larger the star, the greater the mass. For you, the only outcome is to be devoured. The power of a black hole is not measured by volume, but by gravity. You can compare gravity with them. You laughed. Only then do you have a significant chance of winning. Qin Yuan said, I know, but it's just that my volume used to be so large, and now it's so small. Oh, it's a bit frustrating. You smiled. What's the rush? For you now, as long as you don't provoke other black holes with greater mass than yours, you are invincible. Just give yourself time, and the entire universe will surely have nothing stronger than you. That's true. Qin Yuan saw a massive star before him. Seeing this star, Qin Yuan's heart stirred. Wow, this thing is really big. Before him was a gigantic red supergiant star. The red supergiant is a type of massive star on the brink of death. It evolves from massive stars, and such giant stars generally have a very large diameter. The diameter of this red supergiant before Qin Yuan is a full 700 times that of the Sun. This is Qin Yuan's first time seeing such a large star. However, its mass is only 20 times that of the Sun. Such a small mass can produce such a large volume. Helium fusion is indeed impressive. Devouring such a red supergiant seems like it would be quite enjoyable, Qin Yuan thought as he slowly approached. From the outside, one could see a black hole approaching the red supergiant. As it got closer, the material from the red supergiant was drawn into Qin Yuan's body by his gravity. As Qin Yuan, as a singularity, was rotating, an accretion disk quickly formed around him. The closer he got, the brighter the accretion disk became. The mass from the red supergiant rapidly flew toward Qin Yuan, becoming part of his mass. When Qin Yuan stepped into the red supergiant, he could feel himself completely enveloped by the mass of the supergiant, with that mass rapidly converting into his own. This feeling was akin to a small, incredibly hot sphere being thrown into a large ice sphere. The small sphere was so hot that the large ice sphere had barely touched it before being vaporized. Of course, it was somewhat different as the material of the giant red star was already vaporized. They were directly crushed into atoms by Qin Yuan's gravity entering the black hole, and then further crushed into something smaller than atoms being devoured by Qin Yuan's mass. The mass of the red supergiant was completely devoured by Qin Yuan. His mass experienced a tremendous increase. The feeling of a small volume consuming a large celestial body is quite pleasurable. Qin Yuan greatly enjoyed it. Next, he leisurely flew in another direction. Look at your proud look. Yas' voice carried a hint of laughter. Qin Yuan chuckled, having risked my life to become a black hole. If I can't be proud, then becoming a black hole would be meaningless. That's true. By the way, I must remind you that if you continue on your current path at this speed, you will encounter a civilization in 20 years. That civilization you have seen before is called Earth civilization. Earth civilization. Back again. He looked through his sensing ability. He saw a blue planet surrounded by a gigantic ring. That blue planet resembled Earth, though it was much smaller compared to the old Earth. However, since the people of Earth lived inside, let's call it Little Earth. After so many years, an additional ring had appeared around that blue planet. Previously, there were 2 rings, but now there were 3. Those rings, as Qin Yuan knew from Yo, were meant to repair the planetary environment and protect the humans inside from harm. Next to Little Earth, there were also several artificial satellites orbiting. These artificial satellites were quite different from the ones before. The previous artificial satellites were merely used to observe the Earth's exterior. The artificial satellites next to Little Earth were half the size of the moon. These artificial satellites were made of rock and metal. Moreover, like Little Earth, these artificial satellites also orbited rings, and in greater numbers, with each half-moon-sized artificial satellite orbiting 5 rings. It seems those artificial satellites are intended for habitation. Qin Yuan murmured, and through his sensing ability he indeed saw people moving around on the artificial satellites. Inside the artificial satellites, numerous cities were established. The people in the cities were living their daily lives, just like those on Little Earth. Some wore smiles while others bore frowns. Clearly, they had adapted to life on the artificial satellites. They had settled on the artificial satellites. Are there a total of 6 artificial satellites suitable for habitation? The materials for these artificial satellites must have come from other rocky planets, otherwise Little Earth alone could not provide so much mass. Impressive. I didn't expect Earth civilization to have already manufactured habitable artificial satellites. Things have changed a lot. Qin Yuan idly surveyed this brand new Earth civilization. How come every one of these people is a beauty or a handsome man? Is the prevalence of handsome men and beautiful women in today's Earth civilization that widespread? Qin Yuan glanced at the small Earth and the artificial satellites, noticing that the young people inside were mostly stunning, as if they had stepped out of a television show. The Earth civilization has a history of millions of years, and in the last few tens of thousands of years, they have reached a peak in technological development. Currently, they have mastered the method of altering genetic fragments. However, it seems that the present Earth civilization still cannot withstand the pressures of the universe with purely genetic bodies. You're chuckled with interest, saying, however, altering a person's appearance by changing genetic fragments is not a difficult task. Most of these individuals have undergone genetic evolution, so it's normal for them to be predominantly beauties and handsome men. Yer smiled, saying, just like many organisms, appearance is quite important. After all, mating sometimes requires good looks. Once the technology to alter genetic fragments is mastered, changing one's appearance becomes a matter of course. Has Earth's civilization already begun artificial evolution through genetic modification? This implies that their technology is indeed advancing. Although Qin Yuan was no longer a part of Earth's civilization, he had been a member before his reincarnation. Seeing his civilization grow made him feel quite good. Looking at the cities on the small Earth, Qin Yuan noticed that they were completely different from the cities he had previously seen. The architectural styles and various flying vehicles in the sky were filled with a sense of technology. I hope Earth's civilization can develop well, although you all once bombed me for self-preservation. Qin Yuan didn't mind, after all Earth was his home planet, so he took it as being beaten up by his mother planet. He slightly adjusted his trajectory. If he continued straight ahead, the small Earth would be shattered into pieces by him. Meanwhile, that black hole has altered its trajectory. A cry of surprise rang out within a research institute. Hearing this, the others in the institute turned to look at the speaker, a scientist in a white coat, her face filled with excitement. You all look at the screen. One of the older scientists adjusted his glasses, his aged face showing a hint of shock. What is going on? Is it the gravitational influence of other celestial bodies? Another young scientist, upon seeing this situation, hurriedly sat down and swiftly operated his computer. The old scientist looked at the female scientist who had just spoken, saying, Ollie, hurry, calculate whether its change in trajectory will affect us. All right. The female scientist sat down and operated the computer. Various data and text appeared on the large screen. The female scientist said, according to the calculations, after its trajectory change, it will not have any impact on our planet. That's great. Everyone in the research institute was excited. This scene is somewhat similar to what was recorded. Are you talking about the record from over 20,000 years ago? Yes, according to the record, over 20,000 years ago, S7894 was still a blue dwarf star. At that time, it came directly towards us, and later it altered its trajectory by itself. This time I thought that after S7894 turned into a black hole, it would collide with us, but unexpectedly it changed its trajectory once again. It is a celestial body with self-awareness, and it also has the ability to devour other celestial bodies for evolution. Such a celestial body is truly terrifying, but fortunately it seems to harbor no hostility towards us. No hostility. Are you implying that the celestial body has already discovered us? The reason it changed its trajectory this time is because it didn't want to collide with us. Yes, there is a strong possibility of that. Is that possible? It is still over 30 light years away from us. We can see it through our instruments, but it might not be able to see us. Even if it can see us, it has no relation to us. Why would it choose to avoid us? This question is indeed worth pondering. The male scientist who had been tapping away at the computer suddenly furrowed his brow. Strange, too strange, how could it suddenly change its trajectory? There is clearly no gravitational force nearby that could make it change its trajectory. Could it really be that it used its self-awareness to alter its own trajectory, just to avoid us? Hearing what the male scientist said, everyone felt somewhat puzzled. The female scientist also furrowed her brow, saying, based on its previous course of action, its current target should be the giant red star 291 light years behind us. When it changed its trajectory, it merely shifted slightly in one direction and then altered its path again, with its new target still being that giant red star. The purpose of its two trajectory changes seems to be to avoid us. The old scientist exclaimed, incredible. S7894. Truly an astonishing celestial body possessing self-awareness, capable of knowing our location and even actively avoiding us. Incredible. The entire research room fell into an atmosphere of disbelief. Well, no matter what, we won't have to worry too much going forward. The old scientist wore a smile. This is indeed wonderful. Previously, calculations showed that it would collide with us in just 20 years. I thought humanity would have to prepare for another interstellar migration. Although our technological advances have been steady during this time, if a black hole like that were to fly over, we would have to run or face certain death. Thanks to S7894 for sparing us. Haha, we should definitely thank S7894. Instantly, the atmosphere in the research room became much more relaxed. Originally, they felt the threat of death and despair, but after Qin Yuan changed his path, Earth civilization once again saw hope. Qin Yuan was unaware of the impact his change in path had on Earth civilization. Now he continued to fly through the vast interstellar space, heading towards the target red giant star, while he also discovered something. Qin Yuan saw a planet the size of Earth being dragged along by his controlling ability, and he suddenly realized that the energy used by his controlling ability did not necessarily have to come from itself. Can controlling ability also utilize the powers of other celestial bodies? I never knew this before. Chen Yuan, feeling a bit idle, began to manipulate the nearby planet with his control ability. That planet was something he had casually controlled with his power. Its size and mass were similar to Earth. Of course, for Chen Yuan, this mass held no interest for him to devour. However, it could be used to experiment with his control ability. The control ability, evidently similar to divine sense, could act upon oneself as well as on other celestial bodies. When acting upon oneself, the effect is enhanced, but when acting on other celestial bodies of the same mass, it requires more power. Currently, Chen Yuan was like a black hole. With his control ability at its peak, he estimated he couldn't manipulate another black hole, but to toy with a planet was effortless. Chen Yuan used his control ability to directly disassemble the planet into atoms. Watching the planet transform into its atomic state, Chen Yuan thought, I truly didn't expect this to be possible. It seems this control ability does have some effect. He mused, as with a thought the planet reassembled from its atomic state back into a planet. It was effortless. This is really interesting, Chen Yuan pondered briefly before dismantling the planet into atoms once again. Based on his memories, Chen Yuan arranged the atoms into the shape of a human. He gazed at the humanoid figure made entirely of brownish-yellow material resembling soil. Huh, what are you doing? You've made a clay figure. It was clear that you had seen him. Hearing her laughter, Chen Yuan felt somewhat speechless. Chen Yuan replied, What's so funny? I'm just conducting an experiment. Ahem. You seemed to choke on water, coughing a few times to regain her composure, and said with interest you disassembled that planet into atoms and are using those atoms to form a human shape. This idea is feasible. But the problem is that atoms are a broad category. Atoms are divided into many different elemental types like hydrogen atoms, nitrogen atoms, etc. Only by arranging those different atoms under complex conditions can a true human body be formed. If you simply merge all the atoms together into a human shape, you won't create a real human. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan suddenly had an idea. Are you saying I can create a real human? Of course you can. Your control ability is very magical. It can serve as a tool for combining atoms. As long as you understand human composition and know how to distinguish and arrange the different types of atoms, you can construct a human body. However, you need to learn, and that will take time. Wow. Chen Yuan was excited. What? So I can create life? I want to learn. Chen Yuan said, Isn't it just time? I have plenty of time. You smiled. All right, then I will teach you. Don't you have that thing called perception ability? Can you see the composition of atoms through it? Yes. The human body is composed of many atoms, including oxygen atoms, carbon atoms, hydrogen atoms, nitrogen atoms, calcium atoms, phosphorus atoms, and various trace atoms. In these atoms, an oxygen atom consists of 8 protons, 8 electrons, and 8 neutrons. As long as you use your perception ability to observe those atoms, you can identify which ones are oxygen atoms. Then a carbon atom is made up of 6 protons, 6 electrons, and 6 neutrons, while the composition of other atoms varies. You need to recognize them properly. Through his perception ability, Chen Yuan could see the atomic structure before him. He began to listen carefully to Ya's instructions while learning. For Chen Yuan, time was of little concern. Feeling idle, he found it better to learn some knowledge. If this were before, when Chen Yuan was in school, learning something would have made him feel frustrated. Yet now he felt calm without a hint of irritation. He could remember everything he said. Not a single word would he forget. This memory ability was astonishing. By the way, do I not have a brain? Where is my memory stored? Oh well, it doesn't matter. He didn't bother counting or keeping track of how much time had passed. For him, time was an inconsequential existence. However, Chen Yuan still felt overwhelmed. After understanding all the names of the atoms, he began to grasp human composition. He only knew that the human body was incredibly complex, extremely complicated. Fortunately, Chen Yuan wasn't frustrated and had plenty of time, so he still managed to force himself to understand. All right, let's try again. Chen Yuan looked at the atoms before him. After mastering the method of human composition, he decided to attempt constructing a human body once more. Under Chen Yuan's command, the atoms began to construct in the vacuum. The scene before him was quite novel for Chen Yuan. Atoms formed a cell, cells formed one organ after another, nerves and blood began to permeate. Bones appeared, followed by muscles, fat, skin, and hair. Before long, a complete human appeared before Chen Yuan. Seeing this scene, he was somewhat astonished. Did it really succeed? Although Chen Yuan had long known that the human body was composed of various elements, witnessing the actual creation of a human left him utterly shocked. It succeeded, but Ya's voice chimed in, and she said with interest, Currently, he is in a state without consciousness, like an empty shell. Simply put, he is a dead body. Are you interested in transferring your consciousness into it? Hearing this, Chen Yuan was taken aback. Consciousness. I know how to create consciousness, but our civilization has regulations against creating conscious life, so I cannot teach you that. However, if you transfer your consciousness into it, then it would be different. Chen Yuan felt speechless. You little girl, is this your true intention? You want me to become human? Of course I do. If you become human, I can see your true expressions, which would probably be very interesting. You said with keen interest. Chen Yuan was truly taken aback. No wonder she would patiently teach him. It turned out to be for the sake of making him human. Chen Yuan replied, "Forget it. Tisk, how boring." You appeared somewhat disappointed and said, "Well, since you still refuse. By the way, I must remind you of one thing. The human composition I just provided is a simple flesh composition, the most basic form. That type of human composition cannot withstand the pressure of the universe. If you can construct it in space without it exploding, it is likely due to the influence of your controllability. As soon as you withdraw your controllability, that body will be unable to withstand the pressure and will explode. I don't want to scare you, so I just needed to mention this." Oh. Chen Yuan looked at the human figure before him, feeling a bit of a headache. However, keeping such a lifeless entity around seemed pointless. With the thought, Chen Yuan dismantled the shell back into its atomic state. "I can teach you a more advanced human composition ability, one that can withstand cosmic pressure. Do you want to learn?" He said with keen interest. Ye intended to teach Chen Yuan about the human composition method to withstand cosmic pressure, although Chen Yuan knew that Ya's true goal was to tempt him into taking on a human form. However, Chen Yuan was indeed very interested in the knowledge of creating humans. The sensation of becoming a creator was simply exhilarating. So far, he could only construct a soulless shell. However, Ya's civilization did not permit others to create conscious and living bodies, so it was clear that she would not teach Chen Yuan how to create consciousness. Chen Yuan was not foolish. He recalled that Ye had mentioned before that human thoughts existed within a dark information repository, and the creation of consciousness likely related to something similar to dark information. Chen Yuan did not want to overthink. "If you are willing to teach, I naturally wish to learn. But is that all right? Creating technology capable of resisting cosmic pressure must take a long time to acquire advanced technology, right? You want to directly teach me the technology of your civilization. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by your civilization and facing the Emperor's punishment? Are you worried about me?" Ya's voice rang out, laced with a hint of playful amusement. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yuan replied, "Of course I'm worried about you." In the past, he wouldn't have cared what happened to Ya, but now that he acknowledged her as a friend, he naturally had to consider her situation. However, upon saying this, Chen Yuan felt it was somewhat strange. He added, "I certainly don't wish for my friend to suddenly disappear. Indeed, such technology is extremely confidential for a civilization. If leaked, it would indeed face punishment. But you need not worry about me. I am on good terms with the Emperor. Even if discovered, he would not punish me, so you can rest easy." "Is that so?" Chen Yuan said. "Then that's good." Confirming that you would not face punishment, Chen Yuan chose not to think further. Now that you know how to construct a basic human body, constructing other human forms will be much simpler. When we evolved the human body artificially, we divided the gene evolution process into several generations. Currently, my present body has already undergone 6 generations. Our current gene body is termed the 6th generation gene body. What I am going to teach you is the construction of the 6th generation gene body. This is far more complex than the original human body and requires much more time. Wait a moment. Chen Yuan suddenly recalled something, saying, "Did you not mention before that to teach others knowledge, one should simply copy the knowledge to be taught and then hand it over? Can't you just copy your knowledge and give it to me?" Previously, Chen Yuan had not thought too much about it and almost forgot this point. Hadn't you stated that her civilization had no classrooms because knowledge was akin to dark information which could be copied and transferred? The method for constructing the 6th generation gene body was naturally knowledge as well. This meant that it could also be copied to Chen Yuan through dark information. In that case, direct copying would indeed be much simpler. That would be quite uninteresting. You replied with her uniquely neutral voice, filled with enthusiasm. Your back and forth takes so long it sounds so boring. While teaching you, I can still chat with you, and I can hear your ignorant inquiries. How interesting that is. This. Chen Yuan felt frustrated. "So you're just using me to pass the time? No wonder you want copy the knowledge for me. What you said is rather hurtful. Aren't you bored and don't want to chat with me?" You laughed with interest. Her words indeed held some truth. Indeed, compared to the dullness of flying, chatting and talking was much more engaging. Just like in a car. If a person is sitting in the driver's seat driving alone, it can be extremely dull and time seems to pass very slowly. But if there is someone beside them to chat with, it feels much more interesting and time seems to pass more quickly. In this vast and boundless universe, having a familiar friend to talk to is indeed quite enjoyable. "All right, you make a valid point." Chen Yuan said, "So what should I do?" Come here." You was very patient and meticulous. Teaching others is not an easy task. It entails answering many questions. Those lacking patience might even jump up. Yet Ya's patience and meticulousness towards Chen Yuan made him feel very good. A 6th generation gene body requires a vast amount of materials. The mass of an entire planet is needed to create a 6th generation gene body. Simply put, the 6th generation gene body is equivalent to a planet, although it is not as heavy as an actual planet. We primarily convert the mass of the planet into life energy through special calculations and constructions, while our own weight is essentially the same as that of the original human body. A human body composed of a planet Qin Yuan was dumbfounded. To have civilization develop to the point of the emperor's civilization, they actually considered an entire planet as a human body. The complexity lies in how to convert these elements into energy and compress them into such a minuscule body. Now let's get started. Time passed little by little. Finally, Qin Yuan graduated. He disassembled an entire planet into atoms and then constructed the atoms through complex equations. As the atoms coalesced, a body gradually formed, complete with cells, blood, organs, bones, and muscles slowly being constructed. At last, a body appeared before Qin Yuan. Just like the last body he constructed, this body was merely a shell. Not bad. I didn't expect that you mastered this technology in just 23 years. Quite impressive. You voiced her praise. Just 23 years. Qin Yuan didn't know where to start with his complaints. However, the sixth-generation gene body is indeed complex. I never imagined that an entire planet could actually transform into a human body, Qin Yuan remarked with emotion. You laughed and asked, so what's next? It is merely a shell now devoid of any consciousness. Do you want to attempt to place your own consciousness into it? This again. Forget it. Qin Yuan directly refused. What a pity, after all that effort to construct the body, you said somewhat helplessly. Qin Yuan looked at the body before him. He placed his control ability over this body, commanding it to open its eyes. The person slowly opened its eyes. Qin Yuan watched as it opened its eyes, but they were hollow and devoid of any consciousness, much like a vegetative state. This is merely a shell devoid of consciousness. After spending so much time, is it not too much of a loss to end up with a soulless vessel? Not entirely, as having learned about this human exterior, Qin Yuan can also use atoms to create numerous things. For instance, utilizing carbon atoms along with his own gravitational pull to effortlessly form a diamond. Alternatively, using the knowledge acquired to mold a lion is also within reach. Qin Yuan glanced at the shell. Elegant. My, could you teach me how to create consciousness? The creation of consciousness is forbidden by our civilization. In our civilization's view, life is noble and precious. Creating or destroying life at will tarnishes our beliefs. However, since you brought it up, I'm not entirely unable to share. Just know that in doing so, I might face punishment from our celestial emperor. You said playfully, deliberately elongating her tone. Forget it, forget it. Qin Yuan quickly dismissed. I wouldn't want you to be punished, so let's leave it at that. You're truly kind. You replied happily. Qin Yuan looked at the shell before him. Although reluctant, it was of no use to keep. He disassembled it back into atoms. How many civilizations in this universe possess such technology? Qin Yuan instinctively inquired. You responded. As for the sixth-generation genetic entity, currently, in the entire universe, only our celestial emperor civilization possesses this technology, making it quite unique. Alright, what about the technology to create primitive life? Qin Yuan asked. Primitive life? That's quite common. Countless civilizations across this vast universe can create primitive life. You replied casually. As long as a civilization develops for over 10 million years, they naturally grasp that technology, nothing remarkable. Is that so? Qin Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, so do you think there are advanced civilizations that utilize that technology to create primitive, higher intelligent life on other planets? Upon realizing that humans could be created through technology, Qin Yuan suddenly contemplated a question. Is it possible that humans themselves were created by advanced extraterrestrial civilizations? If humans were indeed created by extraterrestrial civilizations, wouldn't that make those civilizations akin to creator gods to humanity? Of course there are. You stated some civilizations enjoy doing such things. They create a planet capable of sustaining life near a star, then introduce some life forms onto that planet for research. It's not a rare occurrence. Indeed. So was Earth's civilization created by another civilization? Qin Yuan questioned. You still curious? You had existed for a very long time. She was aware of the time it took for human civilization to develop, meaning she likely knew the history of human civilization. Earth's civilization isn't. You casually replied to Qin Yuan's question. A significant portion of civilizations across the universe have evolved naturally. First there was matter, then single-celled organisms which evolved into multicellular life, slowly culminating in the emergence of advanced intelligent life through a series of evolutions. The Earth civilization evolved and was not fabricated by another civilization. However, the journey of Earth's civilization has been quite tumultuous. The Earth you see now is the product of its fifth civilization, while the previous four civilizations all perished due to various events. Currently, according to records, Earth has undergone 5 civilizations. Qin Yuan's Earth before reincarnation was the 5th civilization. The first 4 were. The first was the Jendaya civilization. The Jendaya civilization originated from the texts of the Maya. The intelligent beings of the Jendaya civilization were about 1 meter tall, with males having 3 eyes and females having none. The second civilization was the Mesopotamian civilization. This civilization also came from the records of the Maya. It is said that some of the people from this civilization survived a great catastrophe and were once part of the Jendaya civilization, but they lost their memories and the male's 3 eyes disappeared. This civilization perished due to the Earth's magnetic pole reversal. The third civilization was the Mu civilization, also recorded by the Maya. It is said that this civilization discovered the immense plant energy contained within plants, and thus created machines capable of harnessing that energy. The fourth civilization was the Atlantis civilization. This civilization is said to have been established by extraterrestrial colonizers from Orion who possessed the power of light, thus being referred to as the civilization of light. It is said that the Mu civilization and the Atlantis civilization coexisted on Earth during the same period. Later, the two civilizations engaged in a nuclear war, triggering great earthquakes, ultimately leading to the destruction of both. And currently, the fifth civilization is the Earth civilization. As for how many civilizations preceded Earth, Qin Yuan thought, what does that have to do with me? He had no interest in that. He was merely curious whether humanity was created by extraterrestrial civilizations. It seemed that was not the case. What a pity. Had it been true, Qin Yuan would have intended to visit his creator god. Enough of that. Qin Yuan gazed at the giant red star ahead and stated, "It's time to get to work." Qin Yuan dove directly into the giant red star. He began to absorb the energy of the giant red star. The singularity spun, and an accretion disk gathered around the black hole. In an instant, the giant red star was entirely consumed by Qin Yuan. The mass of this giant red star equaled that of 22 suns. Additionally, after sweeping through some red dwarf and yellow dwarf stars along the way, Qin Yuan's mass had now reached 213 solar masses. This mass is still too little. I need to continue striving for more. Qin Yuan said, "I wonder when I can compete with that thing at the center of the Milky Way. That would be much more interesting." You said meaningfully, While I believe you just need time to surpass it, I feel it won't be easy. The black hole at the center of the Milky Way has a mass 20,000 times that of yours. If your mass could surpass that by 20,000 times, then it could be done. Just the difficulty is too great. 20,000 times. Qin Yuan suddenly felt a bit breathless. He currently had 213 solar masses, meaning he would need 4 million solar masses to compare with the supermassive black hole at the center of the Milky Way. No worries. Qin Yuan steadied his emotions and said, "Isn't it just 20,000 times? I have all the time in the world." "Haha, I'm impressed by you." You laughed. "All right then, let me see how you plan to do it." "What else can I do but continue to gain mass?" Qin Yuan replied casually, "Since I'm just idle anyway. Let's go to the next target." To rival the black hole at the center of the galaxy, a mass of approximately 4 million suns is needed. Qin Yuan possesses the ability of mass consumption capable of devouring celestial bodies with double the mass. In other words, a mass of 2 million suns is required to attempt to consume the opponent. However, regardless of the situation, the priority is to increase his own mass first. The entire universe is filled with dust. There is an abundance of these particles, though their individual masses are insignificant. Consuming these is indeed less effective than directly seeking out larger celestial bodies to devour. Qin Yuan activated his sensing ability and took a look around. Suddenly, he was drawn to one of the celestial bodies. A black hole. What Qin Yuan saw was indeed a black hole. Approximately 20 light years away from Qin Yuan, there existed a black hole. Through his sensing ability, he could discern the mass of the black hole, which was 132 times that of the sun. Black holes are relatively difficult to detect. When a black hole is devoid of surrounding matter, it becomes virtually invisible, blending into the vast cosmos, making it hard to see. Thus, a cursory glance with his sensing ability would not reveal a black hole. Only when Qin Yuan noticed a celestial body in that direction and focused his sensing ability could he perceive the black hole's form. In other words, when Qin Yuan did not concentrate his sensing ability, he could not see it with a mere cursory glance. Unless the black hole was rotating while consuming matter, forming an accretion disk that could reflect light, allowing it to be seen. The reason Qin Yuan noticed that black hole was precisely because it was consuming a star which had been torn apart into fragments, forming an accretion disk. Thus Qin Yuan saw it. "Excellent, you are the one." With that thought, Qin Yuan rose and flew towards the direction of the black hole. After a few days, Qin Yuan arrived beside the black hole. The black hole had completely consumed the star, and its accretion disk had vanished, leaving only the black hole itself. In a state of concentrated sensing ability, Qin Yuan could fully perceive the existence of the black hole before him. A black hole worthy of consumption. This was Qin Yuan's first time engaging in such an endeavor. Qin Yuan adjusted his mood and lunged forward. As the two black holes approached each other, Qin Yuan could feel the gravitational pull of the black hole before him. The gravity caused Qin Yuan's body to begin to drift. He approached the black hole in a spiral motion, and the black hole was also drawn by Qin Yuan's gravity, beginning to spiral around him. It's indeed not that simple. I thought I could just approach and devour it directly. Even though this black hole is smaller than me, its gravity is still somewhat exaggerated. Qin Yuan accelerated his approach. As he sped up, the black hole also accelerated due to the gravitational influence. Two black holes, or two singularities, spiraling around each other. Thump, Thump. Thump. Chen Yuan heard a sound. What is that sound? What's happening? Chen Yuan was terrified. Could something strange be happening again? Chen Yuan regretted his decision. Had he known, he wouldn't have attempted to consume a black hole. But now that their gravities had ensnared each other, he could not escape even if he wanted to. Chen Yuan was unaware that the terrifying gravity produced during the merging of the black holes would ripple through the surrounding space-time. The sound was generated by the ripples in time. As they drew closer, the rotational speed around each other increased. The agitation of space-time accelerated, and the sound grew faster and faster. Thump, 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 thump. The sounds merged into a single rhythm. Chen Yuan realized that his sensing ability seemed to have lost its effectiveness. He was engulfed in darkness, unable to see anything except for the target black hole. Suddenly, Chen Yuan felt a bright light around him. He regained his senses. Looking around, he found that the entire world had returned to normal. However, the target black hole had vanished. Chen Yuan glanced at himself and discovered that his mass had become equivalent to 345 suns. This meant that the black hole had just been consumed by him. Ah, that felt good, though the process was somewhat frightening. Ooh, I thought I was done for. It seems that as a black hole, my best bet is to consume other black holes to gain mass more reliably. This way I can obtain mass more quickly. It's just that black holes tend to remain stationary. Even with my sensing ability, they are hard to track. No worries, there are so many black holes in the entire galaxy. Oh, I refuse to believe that all black holes are this docile. With that thought, Chen Yuan changed his target. He aimed to consume black holes. Chen Yuan activated his sensing ability to search for black holes within the vast galaxy. He took a glance and found that there were indeed quite a few active black holes in the galaxy. There are indeed a considerable number of black holes actively consuming other celestial bodies and forming accretion disks, though they are a bit far from me. After all, the number of black holes is significantly fewer than that of stars. But that's all right, the mass of a black hole is much greater than that of a star. Let me see the nearest black hole to me. A mass of 13 suns. After discovering the nearest black hole, Chen Yuan used his sensing ability to observe its mass, but upon realizing its mass, he was somewhat stunned. 13. Well, that's not too great. Not all black holes have large masses. When Chen Yuan first became a black hole, his mass was minimal, only equivalent to 8 suns. Thus, in this vast universe, there are indeed black holes with small masses. Chen Yuan also noticed that a star was orbiting that black hole. It was a yellow dwarf star. A binary system of a black hole and a yellow dwarf star. Chen Yuan observed with interest. It seems that due to the black hole's relatively small mass, its gravitational pull on the exterior is slightly weaker, allowing it to form a binary system with the yellow dwarf star. However, it appeared that these two entities would gradually draw closer, and eventually the star would be consumed by the black hole. This was likely just a brief binary system. A binary system of a black hole and a star is rather rare. However, Chen Yuan merely glanced at it and lost interest. The mass of that black hole was too small, only 13 suns. Compared to those massive stars, it was inferior. Thus, he had no interest. Further out, there's another black hole, with a mass of 649 suns. Chen Yuan felt somewhat anxious. This mass was slightly less than double Chen Yuan's own. Chen Yuan now had the ability to consume celestial bodies with double his mass. Yet the other party was a black hole, approximately twice my size. If I use my consumption ability, can I devour it? The devouring of black holes is essentially a collision of singularities. If we say that this ability to devour based on mass, like the ability to devour based on volume, also requires contact with the other party to execute the devouring, then this would likely be of no use to Chen Yuan when devouring a black hole. After all, at the moment of contact, the black hole would have already merged, leaving no time for Chen Yuan to utilize his devouring abilities. Moreover, if the other party's mass is twice that of Chen Yuan, he would be instantly erased. Therefore, one thing must be confirmed first. Chen Yuan asked System, does my new ability, the ability to devour based on mass, also require contact with the other party, like the ability to devour based on volume? The mass devouring ability is different from the volume devouring ability. It can devour all celestial bodies within a radius of 1 million kilometers centered on the user. A mechanical voice rang in Chen Yuan's ears. Hearing this voice, Chen Yuan took a deep breath. Why didn't you say this earlier? I said that after becoming a black hole and acquiring new abilities, how could it still be as useless as the abilities obtained at the beginning? It turns out this is the super upgraded version of the devouring ability. A radius of 1 million kilometers, what does that even mean? To put it in perspective, the radius of the sun is only about 7,000 kilometers. In other words, Chen Yuan doesn't need to touch the black hole. As long as he uses this devouring ability within 1 million kilometers of the black hole, he can directly devour it. This is so comfortable. However, when the celestial devouring system granted Chen Yuan this ability, it provided no further explanation, merely stating that Chen Yuan could devour celestial bodies twice his mass, leading Chen Yuan to believe that mass devouring was also as useless as volume devouring. He never expected that this ability would actually be a divine skill. Chen Yuan was extremely excited. With this, he no longer needed to worry about being devoured by black holes that were larger than himself. Thinking this, Chen Yuan fixed his gaze on the direction of the black hole with a mass equivalent to 649 suns and set off flying toward that direction. Devour. Chen Yuan activated his mass devouring ability. In an instant, everything within a radius of 1 million kilometers, including dust and passing rogue planets, was devoured by Chen Yuan and absorbed into his body. As a black hole, the radius of the time boundary it possessed was 1,000 kilometers. But when Chen Yuan used this mass devouring ability, he was astonished to discover he was enveloped by another unknown event horizon. A black sphere with a radius of 1 million kilometers wrapped Chen Yuan inside. Chen Yuan understood that this was his mass devouring ability, but from the outside it looked just like the event horizon of a black hole. In other words, this devouring ability could devour everything within a radius of 1 million kilometers, including light. Chen Yuan knew this was his ability, but to the outside world, it clearly resembled a massive black hole. This is wonderful. I should have known it could be used like this. Why was I worried about my mass not increasing? Chen Yuan was very happy. Forget about it, let's just devour everything in our path. With that thought, Chen Yuan swiftly flew in the direction of his target. Along the way, all nearby matter was completely devoured by Chen Yuan. It's important to note that while black holes have infinite gravity, their gravitational influence also has its limits. Outside the event horizon, black holes also exert gravity, but the mass that Chen Yuan currently has can only influence a distance far less than 1 million kilometers. Now Chen Yuan was enjoying himself immensely. Time slowly passed. On this day, what the hell? A voice from you sounded, filled with a hint of shock and disbelief. What did you do? Hearing this familiar voice, Chen Yuan smiled. You're back. During this time, you had suddenly gone silent. Chen Yuan guessed that something must have happened in her civilization that required her attention. Yes, there was an urgent matter earlier, and I didn't greet you before joining the war. The war just ended, and I've only now had a moment to relax. But you are indeed polite. You always manage to surprise me every time you leave for a while and come back. I see that your mass hasn't increased much. How come your event horizon has expanded so dramatically? What's going on? Secret. Chen Yuan chuckled. Fine, I won't ask then. You said casually, but you can't continue flying forward. If you do, in another 3 years you'll crash into my civilization. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Your civilization? What a coincidence. The universe is vast, and it's indeed not easy to discover my civilization, but every time you act, you traverse thousands or even tens of thousands of light years. Sooner or later you will encounter it. Saying this, you paused for a moment. Changing her tone, she laughed with great interest. How about this? I'll prepare a body for you. I can help you transfer your consciousness into that body. This way you can come visit me. It would be a perfect excuse to drop by. This girl really knows how to make excuses. Chen Yuan laughed helplessly. Let's skip that for now. I'm currently only interested in how to increase my own mass. I knew you would say that. You replied casually. Chen Yuan opened his perception ability and looked ahead. Since Ya's civilization was in the direction he was flying with the technological level of her civilization, it should be quite noticeable in this universe, so it shouldn't be hard to find. But as Chen Yuan swept his perception ability around, he found nothing. You mentioned your civilization is on my current path. Why can't I see anything? Chen Yuan asked in confusion. You chuckled and said our civilization uses dark matter to hide our location. The naked eye or some ordinary technological means cannot see or detect our existence. Since you cannot comprehend dark matter naturally, you cannot see my planet. Of course, if you want to come, I can come and pick you up. However, your current body won't do. If you enter with this body, our home would likely be wiped out. I can give you another body. Chen Yuan understood what you meant. He laughed. You really are persistent about turning me into a human. Of course, because with your current form, I can't even touch you. If you had my appearance, it would be different. You laughed with interest while saying this. Touch. Indeed, Chen Yuan is currently a black hole. Touching a black hole is something that no normal person would consider. Wait, why would you want to touch me? Does she have feelings for me? That can't be true. Chen Yuan didn't believe anyone could fall in love with a celestial body, especially someone as rational as you who shouldn't have such thoughts. Chen Yuan laughed. Let's talk after I devour that black hole in the Milky Way. Do as you wish. Yu was still casual, her unique neutral voice filled with laughter. Within the Celestial Emperor civilization, Lien, I'm a bit worried about the Celestial Emperor, Bing said, glancing at Lien with concern. Upon hearing this, Lien replied, To think that her own younger brother would choose to rebel only to be ultimately punished by the Celestial Emperor himself. As her sister, what must her feelings be like? It's hard for us to imagine. But even if we're worried, there's nothing we can do. After all, we are just warriors and cannot comfort the Celestial Emperor, Bing said. I never expected Lei would go to such lengths for the sake of researching consciousness. Sigh. Lei has already gone mad, Liang remarked. In his pursuit of consciousness and advancing technology, he has disregarded everything else. I just hope the Celestial Emperor's heart can bear it a little better. Chun Yuan activated the devouring mode, flying through the interstellar space while consuming the surrounding materials. Feeling bored, Chun Yuan struck up a conversation with you. Last time you were in such a hurry. What happened? Did another advanced civilization declare war on you? Not really, you said casually. The previous war was due to internal disputes within our civilization stemming from ideological differences that led to civil war. Since everyone came from a unified civilization, there was no technological suppression, making the conflict quite intense. But thankfully we triumphed in the end. Chun Yuan was slightly taken aback. A civil war? You gently responded, yes, a civil war. I mentioned it to you before, creating conscious life is prohibited in our civilization. We respect life and do not allow anyone in our civilization to create life. If life could be created, it would no longer be respected, and ultimately people would treat life like weeds on the roadside, pulling it out at will. However, within our civilization, one individual believed that to advance our technology, we must break this prohibition. He researched what he called more advanced consciousness technology. When the Celestial Emperor forbade him, he was imprisoned. Yet he not only escaped, but also used creation technology to produce a batch of 6th-generation gene artificial beings to rebel. His intention was to overthrow the rule of the Celestial Emperor. And then a conflict broke out. The situation escalated so quickly that I didn't even have time to greet you. You laughed casually. This situation is somewhat embarrassing to discuss considering it's a matter of our own civilization. Chun Yuan remarked, it seems that supporting the Celestial Emperor is not wrong. That person who wanted to create conscious life aimed to push his technology forward, and his intentions weren't entirely misguided. It appears that indeed it was the clash of differing ideologies that led to the war. While I can't really comment on this matter, I'm not in a position to judge. As long as advanced intelligent beings possess differing consciousness, differing thoughts are bound to arise. In an endless lifespan, contradictions will inevitably erupt due to differing understandings of the same matter. Someone once said this. If two independent life forms wish to avoid conflict, it is impossible. Unless, of course, there is only one person left in the world, then conflicts won't arise. You softly hummed, elongating her tone. What do you think? Is the prohibition against creating conscious, advanced, intelligent life right or wrong? Ya's voice carried a hint of confusion. Chun Yuan was slightly startled. Well, how should I put it? In fact, life has always been creating conscious, advanced, intelligent beings from the very beginning. Why do you say that? Ya's voice now held a touch of curiosity. Chun Yuan replied, isn't life reproducing? Isn't reproduction essentially creating conscious, advanced, intelligent life? Thus, creating conscious, advanced, intelligent life isn't inherently wrong. However, the Celestial Emperor's perspective does have its merits. I can't say that everything she thinks is wrong. Reproduction is creating conscious, advanced, intelligent life, isn't it? You repeated Chun Yuan's words, but reproduction and creating it with one's own hands carry different meanings and circumstances. She seemed quite perplexed. This question is too complex, Chun Yuan said. As for you, why are you overthinking it? You're not the Celestial Emperor. Let her ponder this matter properly. Don't think too much. If you do, be careful of going bald, Chun Yuan joked with you. You laughed. You're quite amusing. Your joke is really funny. I'm not an ancient human, so I won't go bald. Chun Yuan chuckled and didn't want to think too much further. He continued to fly. Chun Yuan. Ya's voice came again, carrying a hint of loneliness. Chun Yuan was slightly taken aback. What's wrong? Can you come over here for a moment? For the first time, Ya's usually cheerful voice turned gentle, almost like she was being coy. What was going on with her? Chun Yuan was a bit confused. He asked, what is it? I want to touch you. Ya elongated her voice, leaving him somewhat baffled. Chun Yuan did not answer her and remained silent while flying. He could feel that Ya wanted to be close to him, but since Chun Yuan was a black hole, she couldn't approach him, let alone touch him. Ya was his friend, and if possible, Chun Yuan wanted to fulfill her wish. But he did not want to become human, as that would contradict his goal. Chun Yuan glanced at a nearby planet and used his control ability to pull the planet before him, dismantling it into atoms to construct a human body. The appearance of that human body was an exact replica of Chun Yuan, but it lacked consciousness. What to do? Suddenly an idea struck Chun Yuan's mind. Perception ability. Chun Yuan's perception ability equated to his senses, including sight, hearing, touch, taste, and all perceptual faculties. This perception ability allowed him to view things from various angles. He could make this sense hover over the Milky Way, observing the entire galaxy. He could also place this sense inside a planet, perceiving everything within. But what if he transferred this perception ability to the perspective of that human body? With that thought, Chun Yuan decided to give it a try. He immersed his perception ability into the human body before him, arriving at the eyes. Matching perception ability with target, initiating match. Chun Yuan raised his hand, looking at his own palm. Once his perception ability matched this body, he could access all of its senses. This sensation was akin to becoming human. I never imagined perception could be used this way. Oh, it's truly fascinating. He retracted his perception ability from this body. Chen Yuan could see that the eyes of that body had returned to their previous emptiness, appearing devoid of any consciousness. This feeling was truly wondrous. Could it be that perception is essentially human consciousness? The human soul? Perhaps yes, or perhaps not. Yet Chen Yuan discovered one thing: when he retracted his perception ability, the body once again lost its vitality. This body felt like a container, a vessel for consciousness. Is the body merely a tool, with consciousness being the true essence of humanity? Forget it, Chen Yuan thought lazily. After all, he still had a long way to go to reach his goal, the black hole with a mass over 600 times that of the sun. Meanwhile, it seemed something was amiss with Ye. She had helped him a lot, so assisting her when she needed it wasn't too much to ask. Moreover, he had nothing else to do. He could indulge her request, visit her residence, and take a look around. Chen Yuan activated his perception ability, diving into that physical shell. Chen Yuan opened his eyes once more, instinctively glancing at the stars around him. Observing the universe with the naked eye felt different from perceiving it with his ability. Yeah. What is it? Her voice carried a hint of disappointment, lost in thought. Chen Yuan guessed it was because he hadn't answered her, leading to her low spirits. It was strange. Ye had always been so cheerful. How could her mood sour over such a trivial matter? Chen Yuan chuckled. Look at me. Look. How did you do that? Ya's voice held a note of shock and disbelief. She had been lost in her own world and hadn't noticed Chen Yuan until now. She seemed somewhat stunned. After all, in her view, transferring Chen Yuan's consciousness from the black hole to a physical body required understanding the use of dark information. Now that she realized Chen Yuan could do it himself, it naturally left her astonished. Chen Yuan asked, "Can you take me to your place?" Suddenly, Chen Yuan saw the space in front of him twist. A pitch-black round hole appeared before his eyes. A familiar figure emerged from that round hole, materializing before him. Dressed in silver armor that enveloped her tall frame, with silvery hair framing her exquisite face, her sapphire-like eyes sparkled with clarity and charm. It was Ye. She flashed a bright smile and said, "Let's go." She seemed to be in a good mood. Chen Yuan chuckled. "I thought you were crying earlier. It turns out I was overthinking it." Crying? Ye shot him a glance, saying, "I am a warrior. My blood can run dry, but to make me shed tears is impossible." As she spoke, Ye flew into the wormhole. Seeing this, Chen Yuan controlled his body with divine sense and followed her into the wormhole. The moment he touched it, Chen Yuan felt his vision darken, then brighten. Once again regaining his senses, he noticed the environment around him had changed. He stood in the void, gazing ahead. Suddenly, a door appeared ahead. It was pitch black inside, just like the wormhole. Observing the sudden appearance of the door, Chen Yuan looked at Ye, asking, "What is this?" Ye glanced at him, saying, "This door leads to my home. Generally, it's invisible. It only appears after entering the corresponding dark information password. People from our Tiandi civilization enter and exit through this door. High technology indeed." Chen Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Ye smiled. "Let's go." With that, she stepped through the door. Chen Yuan followed her inside. Once again, everything went dark and then brightened. What lay before him left Chen Yuan's eyes wide open. Before Chen Yuan was a colossal celestial system. It resembled a solar system. But what astonished Chen Yuan was that in the center of this celestial system, what should have been a star was a massive sphere composed of various unknown materials, slowly rotating and emitting white light. It resembled a gigantic light bulb. Of course, it was far more exquisite and grand than a light bulb. The moment Chen Yuan saw it, he thought of a term: artificial star. So far, he had encountered many civilizations, seen habitable artificial satellites and planets, but he had never seen a civilization that could create an artificial star. As Chen Yuan marveled, another thought crossed his mind. Raya had mentioned earlier that their civilization planned to relocate beyond the edge of the universe after finding it, and then establish a new universe outside of it. If they aimed to create a new universe, then creating a star was certainly not a stretch. Chen Yuan looked around. Surrounding that artificial star were a total of 8 planets. Wait. Chen Yuan was astonished to discover that they were not planets as he had imagined at all. Instead, they were isolated islands, planet-sized islands. These massive islands orbited the artificial star like planets. Islands resembling artificial planets. This was simply unbelievable. Chen Yuan also noticed that nearby one of the artificial island planets, there was a cluster of small floating islands, each with a door. Looking at those doors, Chen Yuan felt puzzled. What are they for? Those doors are entrances to wormholes. Ye smiled, saying, "Constructing wormholes takes varying amounts of time, depending on the length of the passage. Those wormholes lead to relatively distant places, making them difficult to build, so they were preserved. Their exits are located in various star systems that are relatively far from us." Star systems. This meant that these wormholes were gateways to star systems. In simple terms, the civilization you belonged to could instantaneously traverse star systems. Star systems, also known as cosmic islands, are places where countless stars, gases, cosmic dust, and dark matter are bound by gravity. Each star system contains a massive black hole that attracts other stars to orbit around it, eventually forming a colossal celestial system, which is a star system. The Milky Way is one such star system. Up to now, Chen Yuan had no idea how many tens of thousands of light years he had traveled, and he was merely strolling through the Milky Way. The nearest Andromeda galaxy is almost 254 million light years from the edge of the Milky Way. However, for the civilization you belong to, traversing between star systems with these wormholes was a matter of seconds. Advanced civilizations are truly fearsome. This is where I work, you introduced. Hearing her words, Chen Yuan looked around. The place you mentioned was a grand hall located on the largest island. The hall was spacious, and in front of it was a high staircase atop, which sat a grand and magnificent throne. This place resembled the throne room of a dictator. Is this really where you work? Chen Yuan glanced around, and then looked at you asking, are you a guard here? Upon hearing this, you smiled, and replied no. With her back to Chen Yuan, you ascended the staircase to the throne. She sat down and looked at Chen Yuan, saying with a smile, this is my position. Chen Yuan was taken aback, and said curiously, that position should belong to someone very important. As far as I know, the most powerful figure in your Tiandi civilization should be the Tiandi. In other words, you might be in the position of Tiandi. So, are you the queen of Tiandi? Ya's smile faltered. She shot Chen Yuan a glare and said, I am the Tiandi of the Tiandi civilization. Off. Chen Yuan was stunned. He said, I thought the Tiandi was a man, and it turns out to be you. Gradually coming to his senses, Chen Yuan remarked, no wonder you were reluctant to reveal your identity to me. It was because of this. I have been hiding it from you. Will you be angry? You looked at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan casually replied, what's there to be angry about? Not to mention, even couples have their own privacy, let alone we are just friends having our own secrets, and not wanting to share is quite normal. He looked around. He was a bit curious about Ya's identity before, but he never expected she would be the Tiandi. Now that he knew, it didn't matter much. After all, for a celestial body, who the leader of a civilization is not that important. Chen Yuan, would you come over and sit beside me? You asked. Chen Yuan was taken aback looking at you. You smiled at him and shifted her body to make space, patting the spot next to her. What does she want to do? Chen Yuan was puzzled. Suddenly, he recalled something. Previously, you mentioned she wanted to touch him. All right. With this thought, Chen Yuan understood her intention and walked over, sitting down beside you. Suddenly, he felt a slight warmth on his shoulder. He saw Ya's little head resting on his shoulder. Her face was filled with joy, seemingly very happy. What a strange woman. The human body is merely a tool composed of atoms. Even if they touch, what meaning does it hold? Forget it. Considering she is my friend, I will just keep her company. However, it was still too boring. Chen Yuan patiently stayed by her side. As time passed by, he felt like leaving. He said, Ye, is that enough? Ye was momentarily stunned, lifting her face to look at Chen Yuan. He added, I need to go back. Ye was slightly taken aback, glancing at Chen Yuan. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but held back. Then she revealed a bright smile and said, I'll see you off. You led the way through the wormhole. She brought Chen Yuan to his original body. This is where we part ways, Chen Yuan said. You can return now? You looked at Chen Yuan, remaining silent, and suddenly lunged at him. Chen Yuan was taken aback. You jumped into Chen Yuan's embrace, holding him tightly. She whispered in Chen Yuan's ear, whenever you think of coming to my side, I will welcome you. I am always waiting for you to return. Saying this, she released. Chen Yuan smiled at him, and her figure vanished. Clearly, she left using the power of the wormhole. Chen Yuan was stunned. What was this? This was somewhat bewildering. What was he supposed to do? Why did this scene feel reminiscent of some soap opera dramas from Earth civilization? Could it be that she really likes me? That's truly strange. Can someone really like a black hole? It's probably just the kind of bond between friends, Chen Yuan thought, retracting his perception, which returned to the black hole. His physical form was once again dismantled into atoms, dissipating in the interstellar space. Chen Yuan controlled the black hole and looked ahead, adjusting his trajectory to avoid colliding with the civilization where he was. After adjusting his course, he continued flying toward the black hole. Returning to the human sensation was not pleasant for Chen Yuan. It felt incredibly constraining, while the human body was indeed too small, and the field of vision was very narrow. When Chen Yuan was in the form of a black hole, he could see in 360 degrees without any blind spots, but once synchronized with human senses, the perspective changed completely. It was rather strange. Chen Yuan recalled something. During the time he was still human, more often than not, his body controlled his consciousness. Many people believe that the human body is controlled by one's own consciousness. In fact, that is incorrect. Sometimes it is not the consciousness that controls the body, but the body that governs the consciousness, which then directs the body. In simple terms, at times consciousness is merely a tool for the body. There are moments when a person can clearly know what they should do, yet their body compels them to act otherwise. For instance, forcing oneself to do 20 push-ups every day. Your consciousness might think that doing 20 push-ups is a trivial task, quite easy, yet your self-awareness does not dictate that you continue. For example, trying to lose weight by controlling food intake. But the body will inform your consciousness that it cannot do that, leading your consciousness to obey the body's commands, thus betraying its own intent. As Chen Yuan contemplated these thoughts, he recalled Ya's behavior. Her actions demonstrated that even advanced civilizations, as long as they are highly intelligent life forms, still possess emotions. Emotions are truly complex things. Chen Yuan gazed at the starry sky. To study them further would probably be more intricate than this universe. Chen Yuan was too lazy to think more. Being a black hole was much simpler. There was no need for extensive contemplation. Through his perception, he looked toward the location of the previous black hole, locking onto it and accelerating toward that direction. He didn't know how long he had been flying. Finally, Chen Yuan spotted his target, a black hole with a mass equivalent to 649 suns. The accretion disk of this black hole had vanished. Yet Chen Yuan focused intently on it. Through his perception, with this ability, he could see clearly into this pitch-black void that reflected no light. This black hole's mass was slightly less than double Chen Yuan's, and its event horizon radius was nearly double that of Chen Yuan's, approximately 2,000 kilometers. Conversely, Chen Yuan's consumption capability radius is 1 million kilometers. Thus, Chen Yuan didn't need to think much. He activated his consumption ability and approached directly. As Chen Yuan approached the target black hole, he could feel the gravitational pull emanating from it. By the time he sensed the black hole's gravity, the radius of his mass-devouring ability had already reached the target. Devour. The event horizon of the target black hole vanished, leaving only a singularity. The singularity transformed into golden light, slowly merging into Chen Yuan's body, becoming part of his mass. Before long, the target black hole, with over 600 solar masses, was completely devoured by Chen Yuan. Previously, he had over 300 solar masses and had devoured some stars along the way. Now, after consuming the target black hole before him, Chen Yuan's mass surpassed 1,000, reaching 1,002 solar masses. Just as Chen Yuan was thrilled about reaching over 1,000 solar masses, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, you have met the conditions to gain a new ability, division. The voice of the celestial devouring system continued. Hearing this, Chen Yuan paused slightly. Division. What kind of ability is that? You can now divide yourself into 2 equal parts, although your mass will also be divided equally. The mechanical voice continued. Now Chen Yuan understood. So this ability allows me to split into 2 black holes. The vastness of the universe makes it extremely difficult to find suitable targets, but if you split into 2, both black holes can devour together, which will indeed speed up the process considerably. But if I divide, will there be 2 separate consciousnesses? Chen Yuan expressed some concern. He did not want to end up with 2 consciousnesses like he had previously analyzed. If there were 2 entities, each with their own consciousness, conflicts would be inevitable. Even if the consciousness after splitting was still him, he did not want to take that risk. Chen Yuan asked, System, if I split, will the 2 entities have separate consciousnesses? After splitting, the body and various abilities can be used simultaneously, but there will only be 1 consciousness. The system's mechanical voice replied. In other words, there wouldn't be a situation with 2 consciousnesses. Good, Chen Yuan said. Then this ability seems quite impressive. So how many times can I split? Currently, you can only split once. Once? Chen Yuan felt somewhat disappointed. He had thought he could split infinitely, and if he could, each black hole could utilize the mass-devouring ability. That would mean countless terrifying vacuum cleaners. If numerous black holes swept through, it wouldn't take long to devour the entire galaxy. But unexpectedly, he could only split once. While having any ability was better than none, Chen Yuan comforted himself. Wait, if I split, can I merge back together? This question needed clarification, otherwise it would be disastrous if he got tricked. The celestial devouring system continued in its unemotional mechanical tone. Just like other abilities, once released, the divided mass will merge back together. Alright. With that, Chen Yuan felt relieved. Division. Chen Yuan's body split into 2 and a second black hole appeared beside him. The 2 black holes had the same mass and were very close to each other. However, there were no physical phenomena occurring between them, which was likely what was referred to as the reverse law ability. Chen Yuan looked at the other black hole beside him. Just as the system had said, the mass of the split black hole was equal to his current mass. Both were 501 solar masses. Close division. The black hole suddenly vanished. Chen Yuan's mass returned to 1,002 solar masses. It seems it really works. After confirming there were no issues, Chen Yuan activated his sensing ability and looked at the black holes closest to him. The closest black hole is ahead with 103 solar masses, while another is to the right with 682 solar masses. Perfect. Division. Chen Yuan split out another black hole. He then controlled both bodies with his divine sense to act simultaneously. They flew in 2 directions at high speed. Mass devouring. The event horizons with a radius of 1 million kilometers appeared simultaneously around the 2 black holes. The two black holes resembled two colossal primordial beasts, devouring all celestial bodies that passed by. With nothing else to do, Qin Yuan used his sensing ability to monitor the situation within the galaxy, with his primary goal being to discover new black holes, new targets to devour. However, at that moment, Qin Yuan noticed a strange sight. What is this? He observed 3 accretion disks appearing near the center of the galaxy. That meant there were 3 black holes devouring stars over there. But the problem was, these 3 black holes were too close together, weren't they? Black holes possess the ability to consume everything. Generally, the distance between 2 black holes is extremely far, often hundreds or thousands of light years apart. But the distance between these 3 black holes was only about 2 light years. Ordinarily, it was impossible for 2 black holes to be this close. What was going on? As Qin Yuan pondered, he instinctively focused his sensing ability in that direction. He concentrated his sensing ability, locking his field of vision around the area where the 3 black holes were located. Upon focusing his sensing ability, Qin Yuan was stunned. What is going on? He was shocked to discover that at the center of the galaxy there were actually tens of thousands of black holes clustered together. These black holes, like planets revolving around a star, were all rotating around the largest black hole at the center of the galaxy. At the center of the galaxy, it seemed like a gathering place for black holes with a multitude of them present. Currently, astronomers have proven through research that in the area with a diameter of 6 light years at the center of the galaxy, there are a large number of black holes estimated to be between 100 and 200. Is that a gathering place for black holes? What a great place. With so many black holes, if I go there, I can definitely devour to my heart's content. In an instant, Qin Yuan was filled with excitement. He simply abandoned the black hole he had intended to devour and changed direction, heading toward the center of the galaxy. As for the black hole that had split off, he let it continue to devour. After all, as long as he released it, the split black hole would return to him. Since that was the case, he let the split black hole acquire some mass first. He never expected to find such a good place at the center of the galaxy. Qin Yuan had always wanted to find black holes to devour, but suitable targets were rare and incredibly distant, often hundreds or thousands of light years away. Yet at the center of the galaxy, within a mere 6 light years, there were over 10,000 black holes. To Qin Yuan, this was simply a paradise for feasting. Discovering such a wonderful place, Qin Yuan was incredibly thrilled. However, the distance to fly to the center of the galaxy is quite far. It is estimated that it will take some time, but I don't know how much time. Hey, a voice from you came, and she said with great interest, "Do you want to learn how to create consciousness?" It sounded like she was in a good mood. In other words, has she recovered from her previous low spirits? Qin Yuan replied, "Are you going to teach me?" Qin Yuan now knows that Ye is the Heavenly Emperor, and he understands that in the dictatorial civilization of the Heavenly Emperor, whatever the Heavenly Emperor wishes to do, no one can interfere. Only she can govern others, and no one governs her. I reflected on what you said earlier, and I believe you are right. The creation of consciousness is not an impossible task. You said, however, the Heavenly Emperor's civilization has prohibited this matter for a full 700 million years, and changing this ban cannot be achieved overnight. So I can teach you, but the prohibition of the Heavenly Emperor's civilization will still be enforced. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan said, "Is that so? I don't mind if for me being idle is still being idle, and learning a bit more is just learning a bit more. By the way, if I am not mistaken, the creation of consciousness should involve operations related to dark information, right?" Qin Yuan said, "So you still need to teach me about dark information?" "You are half right and half wrong," you explained. Yes, indeed, consciousness is a form of dark information, but even without mastering dark information, consciousness can still be birthed. It just requires time for such consciousness to come into being. Using dark information to craft consciousness is actually similar to using dark information to construct memories. Another method of birthing consciousness resembles the evolutionary process we are familiar with, where life emerges from nothing, transitioning from having no consciousness to possessing consciousness, gradually unfolding over time. Of course, if you want to learn how to use dark information, I can teach you, you smiled and said. As long as you wish to learn, I can teach you anything. So kind. Qin Yuan said. Then can you teach me when I want to learn about wormholes? Wormholes are crucial. If I can construct a wormhole myself, I could instantly reach the center of the galaxy without wasting so much time. At that point, using wormholes along with my devouring ability, I could consume anyone I wish. That would be much more interesting. You said with great interest, "Of course I can." Isn't that too generous of you? Qin Yuan laughed happily, saying, "I remember you weren't like this. You really are a fool," she said with a hint of laughter in her neutral female voice. If you want to learn how to use wormholes, you must master the use of dark matter. To use dark matter and dark information, a medium is required. Simply put, normal advanced intelligent beings cannot see or detect the existence of dark matter. The existence of a medium allows us to see and use dark matter. We call the medium that enables us to see dark matter dark eyes. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan understood. No wonder you can see dark matter while I cannot. It turns out you use special tools. How do you create dark eyes? You said playfully. I have already told you how to create dark eyes. Have you told me? Qin Yuan was taken aback. You laughed. The existence of dark eyes has already been integrated into every cell of the sixth-generation genetic body. The sixth-generation genetic body is where the dark eye medium resides. It is precisely because dark eyes have been incorporated into our technology and bodies that we naturally possess the ability to use dark matter and dark energy. In simple terms, if you want to use wormholes, you must transform into a person. Qin Yuan pondered for a moment and said, can dark eyes be integrated into my body? Into a black hole? Are you dreaming? You asked with great interest. Well, you really are not polite, Qin Yuan said, feeling a bit frustrated. However, thinking back, he is indeed a black hole. Anything including photons that comes near a black hole can only be devoured. What could possibly exist within a black hole? That is simply impossible. However, there is one thing I must clarify to you. You said with great interest, with your current mass, using wormholes to traverse is impossible. To put it simply, even if you learn how to use wormholes, you cannot traverse through them. Your mass is too great for the wormhole to bear. It is likely to cause a rupture in space-time. Qin Yuan's goal is the wormhole, yet now he is told it cannot be used. This is somewhat troublesome. What a pity, you said playfully. It is not a pity. The wormhole that your own mass cannot use can be easily traversed when you transform into a person. The problem is I am a black hole, not a person, Qin Yuan casually replied. Forget it, let's not talk about that. Aren't you going to teach me how to create consciousness using dark information? You'll learn that first. You smiled and said, the use of dark information requires dark eyes. Simply put, you need to transform into a human. Okay, understood. In simple terms, it's treating the human body as a tool. Qin Yuan focused on a planet, disassembling it into atoms, then using those atoms to construct a body. He synchronized his perception ability with the senses of the body. He opened his eyes, raised his hand, and looked at it. At that moment, the surrounding space fluctuated. Ya's figure appeared in front of Qin Yuan. She looked at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan looked at Ya and asked, what should I do next? Ya's lips curled slightly upward. Activate the dark eyes. Silently chant in your heart to activate the dark eyes. The dark eyes will then activate. Activate the dark eyes. Qin Yuan silently chanted in his heart. Suddenly, Qin Yuan's vision changed. Everything before him transformed into emerald green code. Those codes were comprised of ones and zeros. The entire universe seemed to have become a world constructed of ones and zeros. This scene was very similar to the parallel universe Qin Yuan had previously entered. However, what felt different to Qin Yuan was that in the parallel universe, only celestial bodies and similar materials transformed into ones and zeros. But everything Qin Yuan saw before him, regardless of whether there was matter, there existed ones and zeros. Strangely enough, Qin Yuan noticed that these data were rapidly increasing at an insane speed. What are these? Yo explained, the zeros and ones you see are the components of dark matter and dark energy. Dark matter and dark energy permeate the entire universe and can be said to be omnipresent. When stars evolve to their end, all the material lost in the process ultimately transforms into dark matter and dark energy. Currently, the dark matter and dark energy in the entire universe are increasing rapidly, and the speed of this increase is astonishingly greater than the speed at which cosmic dust increases. The increase of dark matter and dark energy is the reason for the superluminal expansion of the universe. You said slowly, among them dark energy contains dark information. What I will teach you next is how to operate and use dark information to right consciousness. Dark matter, dark energy, and dark information are quite troublesome to master. However, with Ya's guidance, there are no issues. It just requires time. And Qin Yuan has plenty of time. As long as you learn dark information, you can observe the memories and thoughts of others. Memory. Qin Yuan paused. You wouldn't have delved into my memories, would you? You crossed her arms, looking at Qin Yuan with great interest, and smiled. What do you think? Memories are different from what you think. Although thoughts can be seen through dark information, memories inherently possess a memory bank. To access memories, one must enter the memory bank, while thoughts have no protection. Only through postnatal encryption with dark information can they be safeguarded. I am a principled person. I have no interest in peeking into others' memories. You looked at Qin Yuan with a smile. Looking at Ya's mischievous face, how could he not be skeptical? Qin Yuan asked, then how do I edit dark information? That's not difficult. You began to teach Qin Yuan how to edit dark information. Qin Yuan slowly followed Ya's teachings. Time flowed slowly. Qin Yuan lost track of how long it had been, only knowing that dark information was too complex. Fortunately, after a prolonged period of practice, Qin Yuan finally mastered the use of dark information and understood how to construct consciousness. You have mastered the method of constructing consciousness, you said. However, if you wish to create life, I advise against using sixth-generation gene bodies for that purpose. The functions of sixth-generation gene bodies are too powerful And if you create a new consciousness that you cannot control, the entity with the 6th-generation gene body will escape your control. If an individual with a 6th-generation gene body possesses an independent consciousness and is not under your control, it will become a disaster. Hearing this, Chun Yuan nodded. You're right to remind me, so I've decided to use this ability to create some primitive life. Primitive life? You pondered for a moment and said, so you want to create some primitive life without advanced intelligence? Exactly. I want to attempt to create a civilization myself. Do as you wish, you smiled. Chun Yuan found a planet. That planet orbited a yellow dwarf star. However, due to its location, the interior of the planet was like a hell on Earth, showing no signs of life. Chun Yuan directly disassembled that planet into atoms, sensing its conditions, and placed it into the habitable zone, then reassembled it into a new planet. The elements were rearranged according to Earth's elemental proportions. Moreover, since it was now in the habitable zone, it would be a planet capable of giving birth to life. Of course, this planet currently had no life. Do you plan to introduce the life you create into this planet? Ye inquired. Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan stood still, not moving. Ye looked at him and asked, aren't you continuing now? However, upon looking again, she found Chun Yuan's eyes were hollow, indicating his consciousness had clearly left his body. Chun Yuan's sensing ability had returned to his original form, which was within the black hole. He was flying through the vast interstellar space, hearing Ya's inquiry. Chun Yuan replied, that planet is not suitable for life, yet it needs time to nurture its own life. Once that place is entirely suitable for habitation, I will introduce those primitive lives. But why does your consciousness always like to leave the body? Why not stay in the body and keep me company? Ye asked, puzzled. Chun Yuan casually replied, to me the body is just a tool. I'm exasperated with you. Ye said, her voice filled with helplessness as she laughed. All right then. Chun Yuan didn't think much more of it. There was still some distance to his target, the center of the Milky Way galaxy. The Milky Way has a diameter of about 100 light-years and a thickness of about 1200 light-years. Currently, Chun Yuan was still quite far from the center of the Milky Way. Time flowed slowly. With nothing to do, Chun Yuan focused his sensing ability on the planet he had created. After a long period, life began to emerge on that planet. Plant life started to grow on that world. The entire planet was dyed greenish-blue by the greenery and the color of the oceans. It looked somewhat like the Earth of old. Chun Yuan transformed into human form and flew into that planet. He stood on the grass looking up at the sky. From this vantage point, the sky appeared azure blue with white clouds. Chun Yuan gathered the elements needed to construct living beings from this planet, and then formed the most primitive humans from those elements. With just a thought, tens of thousands of primitive people lay on the ground. Chun Yuan crafted the most primitive consciousness, almost akin to that of a beast, and implanted those consciousnesses into the primitive bodies. After completing all this, Chun Yuan departed. Afterwards, with nothing to do, he observed the lives of the primitive people. Their consciousness was very primitive, so their lives resembled that of beasts living each day in a manner akin to wild animals. At first, they were hunted by beasts, but later, through observing the lives of some beasts, they learned to search for food and hunt. They possessed the ability to learn, and they learned very quickly. By the first day, they already knew how to find food. However, the beasts on that planet also regarded them as food. By the time they learned to hunt and began their hunting, the 30,000 primitive people Chun Yuan had created had already dwindled to just over 10,000. Chun Yuan stopped watching. He had arrived at his target location, which was near the center of the Milky Way. Through his sensing ability, he observed the numerous black holes before him. Chun Yuan became excited. Let's get started. Dissolve splitting ability. In an instant, Chun Yuan's mass turned into 1632 solar masses. Along the way, Chun Yuan had devoured some stars to gain mass, while the black hole that had split off was continuously searching for other black holes to consume. Thus, it also gained quite a bit of mass. With this merger, Chun Yuan's mass skyrocketed to 1632. Through his sensing ability, Chun Yuan discovered many black holes near the center of the galaxy. The masses varied. The black holes on the periphery were smaller. Currently, Chun Yuan was right at the outermost edge of that cluster of black holes. However, even the smallest black holes had over 3,000 solar masses, which was quite terrifying. Yet Chun Yuan felt exhilarated. Now there was plenty to consume. Nearby where Chun Yuan resided, there were numerous black holes, many of which were suitable for him to devour. Chun Yuan aimed for the nearest black hole. That black hole had a mass of 3,138 solar masses, and Chun Yuan could currently consume black holes up to twice his own mass. With his mass at 1632, it meant he could devour black holes under 3,264 solar masses. And that black hole was just right. It was located very close to Chun Yuan, estimated to be less than a light year away. Chun Yuan set off. At his speed, it would take him just over a year to reach it. He was not in a hurry. With nothing else to do, Chun Yuan used his sensing ability to observe the planet he was cultivating. The primitive inhabitants had already crafted stone tools with a group hunting a wild beast. So fast. Have they learned to use stone tools so quickly? You must understand, under normal circumstances, transitioning from pure savagery to using stone tools takes a significant amount of time. Yet these primitive beings I created have managed to do so in just a few decades. Does this mean that although I haven't imparted knowledge to them, they possess a faster learning and creative capacity than mere savages? If they continue to develop at this pace, their progress will likely be rapid. Chen Yuan briefly glanced before retracting his gaze. Before long, Chen Yuan spotted his target, the black hole. He moved closer. As he approached, Chen Yuan immediately felt the gravitational pull of the target black hole, drawing him nearer. Chen Yuan did not resist the pull. Instead, he accelerated towards the target black hole. As the two black holes neared each other, Chen Yuan's material devouring capability reached the event horizon of the target black hole, stripping it away. Its mass was absorbed along Chen Yuan's event horizon. Before long, the target was completely consumed by him. Chen Yuan's mass surged to a terrifying level. His current mass was nearly 4,000 solar masses. The radius of Chen Yuan's event horizon also expanded significantly. However, this mass still paled in comparison to the event horizon capability given by the 1 million kilometers. More importantly, Chen Yuan's mass-devouring ability allowed him to consume celestial bodies up to twice his own mass, meaning he could now devour black holes of 8,000 solar masses. Comfortable. Next target. Chen Yuan used his sensing ability to search for the next target. 4,800 solar masses. That's too little. 5,900 solar masses still a bit low. This one at 7,432 solar masses. You are the one. Chen Yuan locked onto his next target and set off towards it. With nothing else to do, Chen Yuan flew while using his sensing ability to look at the supermassive black hole at the center of the Milky Way galaxy. This black hole was named Sagittarius A. Its mass is about 4 million times that of the Sun. The diameter of its event horizon is approximately 44 million kilometers. Nearly all stars in the Milky Way revolve around it, making it the focal point of the galaxy. You tell me, if I devour the black hole at the center of the Milky Way, will the galaxy fall apart? Of course not. If you devour it, you will become the center of the Milky Way and all other stars will revolve around you. However, those celestial bodies closer to the center of the Milky Way might not fare so well. Your ability to devour means that the combined mass will increase significantly, which could be fatal for those celestial bodies at the Milky Way center. Civilizations close to you may also be affected. Due to gravitational effects, they will be drawn closer to you and eventually consumed. As for those farther away, they will be fine. Anyway, you just need to devour. The civilization I belong to is far away from there and won't be affected at all. You was quite nonchalant. Oh, never mind, let things unfold naturally. Let's grow bigger first. Chen Yuan was too lazy to think further. For Chen Yuan, now devouring black holes smaller than twice his mass would pose no danger to him. All he needed to do was approach those black holes and take a bite. Though the distances between these black holes were not far, moving back and forth still consumed time. Chen Yuan's mass grew larger year by year. He had no idea how many years had passed. Chen Yuan, heading towards his next target, recalled the civilization he created. Using his sensing ability, he looked at that civilization. To his surprise, he saw two armies clad in iron and silver armor in battle, fighting fiercely with bloodshed all around. The entire planet was engulfed in war, with corpses scattered everywhere. Where there is consciousness, there are conflicts, especially with so many people. War is quite normal. Chen Yuan took no notice. Through the dark information, he checked the current population of humans on the planet. Wow, quite a lot. Over 60 million. The last time Chen Yuan checked, the population was only over 10,000, but now, to his astonishment, it had grown to over 60 million in such a short time. It seemed that those humans had adapted to the planet's environment. Moreover, judging by their architecture and attire, it appeared they had established a civilization. It resembled a medieval civilization. Chen Yuan wondered what would happen if they continued to develop. He retracted his gaze and flew forward. I will check back on that civilization later. Devouring the black holes surrounding Sagittarius A took Chen Yuan a long time. Chen Yuan had no idea how much time had passed. Finally, he had consumed all the black holes near Sagittarius A. At this moment, Chen Yuan's mass had skyrocketed to over 1.3 million solar masses. His event horizon also expanded to over 3 million kilometers. At this point, Chen Yuan had become a colossal entity. However, in comparison to Sagittarius A, the gap was still considerable. I have consumed them all, yet I still lag behind by 700,000 solar masses. Chen Yuan felt a bit frustrated. Never mind, let's check the outskirts and devour some other celestial bodies. With that thought, he controlled his body to fly outward. After spending so much time, I wonder how my civilization is doing. With that thought, Chen Yuan activated his sensing ability to look at the civilization he had created. Upon looking, Chen Yuan discovered that numerous cities, both large and small, had appeared on the planet. Those cities boasted high-rise buildings and even constructed roads where cars could be seen. So fast. This is somewhat similar to the Earth civilization before I reincarnated as an asteroid. It's too quick. The last time Chun Yuan observed that civilization, it was in the midst of a great war, but now the civilization before him was filled with cities currently developing its economy. However, for Chun Yuan, the speed of this civilization's development was truly astonishing, faster than he had expected. Yet do you think that the speed of my civilization's development is a bit too fast? Chun Yuan casually inquired of you. The genes of the civilization you established are not the genes of primitive humans. Their brain development is far superior to that of savages and primitive humans. Naturally, their starting point is much faster than other civilizations that evolved naturally. Generally, it would take tens of thousands of years for a savage civilization to evolve from pure savagery to this stage. But the civilization you have constructed is different. The civilization you established has already experienced 50,000 years. It is not surprising that it has developed to this extent in that time. You said casually, 50,000 years. Chun Yuan was slightly taken aback. Has it really been so long? For you, it hasn't taken that long, but you have been advancing at sublight speed. In just a few days in the universe, decades have passed for them. Naturally, their time would pass much faster, you said with interest. According to the theory of relativity, the faster the speed, the slower time will be. When the motion of matter approaches sublight speed, time will manifest differently. For Chun Yuan, not much time has passed, but for the civilization he created, tens of thousands of years have already gone by. So that's how it is, you gently said. By the way, the time here is also different from your time. However, because we use dark communication, the information transmission can ignore this time difference. Chun Yuan nodded. If you continue to fly forward according to your time, in another 3 years you will collide with a civilization. Oh, that means the trajectory needs to be changed. Chun Yuan was thinking when suddenly a beam of white light came rushing towards him. Boom. It directly struck Chun Yuan's body. Previously, Chun Yuan had condensed a body to observe his civilization. After all, to watch the development of his civilization, he needed to use dark information, which required the ability of dark vision. He had to condense a body, but he didn't expect that beam of light to directly hit Chun Yuan's physical form. Boom. The physical body shattered and was reduced to atoms. Chun Yuan's perception returned to the black hole, watching his physical form dissipate. He withdrew his gaze and looked towards the source of the beam. Directly ahead, not far from here, there was a planet. Beside the planet was a natural satellite which housed a gigantic black cannon. The cannon was aimed in Chun Yuan's direction. Chun Yuan sighed. These guys really have no fear of death. Haha, they are not fearless. On the contrary, they fear death very much. Yet chuckled. Occasionally advanced intelligent life forms appear beside a conscious black hole. They believe that advanced intelligent beings control the black hole. They think that by destroying your physical form made of atoms, your main body will not continue to threaten their civilization. They are mistaken. Your true form is the black hole, you said. So what do you plan to do? Chun Yuan casually replied, I plan to do nothing. Do nothing? Yes, do nothing. Does doing nothing mean you don't plan to change your path? Not changing, Chun Yuan confirmed. Haha, you laughed. What a do-nothing approach. This do-nothing could destroy an entire civilization. Life is precious, Chun Yuan stated, but unfortunately, I am not an angel. Since they chose to attack me, they are enemies. As enemies, why should I save their lives? Casually replied. Chun Yuan asked, are you going to stop me? Stop you? Yas's voice carried a hint of confusion. Chun Yuan replied, your civilization seems to value life highly. We do value life, but we value our civilization's life. As for other civilizations, it has nothing to do with us. Moreover, it is a natural law for a black hole to devour a planet. We will not act against nature, you said casually. Chun Yuan smiled. He couldn't be bothered to think more now. Let's see how that civilization reacts. The inhabitants of that planet had blue skin and 4 ears, yet otherwise resembled humans. They lived on that planet leading very ordinary daily lives, just like humans. They seemed unaware that the end was approaching. Beams of blue light shot from the artificial satellites, traversing light years to strike Chun Yuan. However, as they approached, all that energy was swallowed by Chun Yuan's gravitational pull, having no effect on him. That beam can shatter 6th-generation gene forms. It probably uses stellar energy to launch attacks, like a stellar cannon. This thing is somewhat effective against stars, but utterly useless against a black hole. As Chun Yuan got closer, the opposing side frantically launched various attacks at him. However, these attacks felt like mere tickles to Chun Yuan. No, in fact, at least tickling would provide some sensation. Their attacks had virtually no effect whatsoever. Over time, the target civilization seemed to have given up on attacking Chun Yuan. Meanwhile, Chun Yuan was already very close to the target civilization. He noticed that the planet's civilization had constructed 3 massive space airships. People rushed towards the space airships. Some fully armed individuals wielding weapons opened fire on the ordinary people rushing forward. The sounds of screams echoed. Near the space airships, numerous corpses lay scattered. Blue blood stained the ground completely. Why are they fighting? Chun Yuan asked, somewhat puzzled. The reason is simple. They have already given up on that planet. Currently, with that civilization's technology and energy, they can only support 500,000 people to leave the planet for space travel, while there are a total of 1.5 billion inhabitants on that planet. The powerful and influential people obtain tickets for those 3 space airships through their rights and influence, but others do not agree. Thus, ordinary people erupted into war against the upper-class individuals vying for the right to board the space airships. Naturally, war broke out and bloodshed ensued. Chen Yuan said how weak they are. Weak. These people rely on a planet, and when the threat to their mother planet arises, they have no means to cope with it. In the end, they chose to abandon over 1 billion people, only wanting to leave a few behind to survive. So weak these people. You smiled. Strength and weakness are relative. To ants they seem powerful, but to a black hole like you, they are naturally much weaker. Chen Yuan did not think much more. He used his perception ability to observe the movements of the four-eared humans of that civilization. The war continued, and fully armed soldiers were slaughtering those who tried to rush onto the airship. At this moment, a group of well-dressed individuals escorted by soldiers stepped over the blood and boarded the cosmic airship. The lights on the airship lit up. It seemed to be preparing for takeoff. However, at that moment, a disc-shaped, unidentified flying object flew across the sky, dropping 5 black unknown spheres onto the positions of the 3 cosmic airships. Boom! With 5 loud explosions, 5 massive mushroom clouds rose into the sky. The people on the ground and the 3 cosmic airships were all blown to smithereens, and everything turned into a sea of fire. The streets of the city were completely congested with cars, and those people saw the mushroom clouds. One by one, they got out of their vehicles and knelt down, their faces filled with despair. They actually blew up the cosmic airship, Chen Yuan said. What are they doing? You said with great interest. Not everyone is rational, as some feel that they cannot escape and do not want others to escape either. For various reasons, they chose to perish together. It's truly hard to understand. In that case, wouldn't their entire civilization be annihilated? Indeed, it has been annihilated. As time passed, Chen Yuan was getting closer to that planet, and the distance between them was no longer far. With nothing to do, Chen Yuan constructed a human body. He fused his consciousness into the body and flew into the planet. He controlled his body with divine sense, allowing it to hover in midair. He lifted his face and looked up, where he could see a massive black sphere in the sky. The entire sky was obscured by that enormous black sphere. From this angle, I look quite large. Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze and looked down. The people below were gazing up at the sky, each face filled with despair. Chen Yuan controlled his body with divine sense, landing on top of a tall building as he watched the people below. The entire civilization had lost its order, with robbery, murder, and other crimes unfolding. The roads were completely paralyzed, and all means of transport were abandoned. Suddenly, Chen Yuan heard a sound. He looked up to see a black disc-shaped flying object hovering in midair. The flying object slowly descended, landing not far from Chen Yuan. The hatch opened, and 2 blue-skinned, four-eared individuals stepped out from the craft. They approached Chen Yuan. One of them was dressed relatively elaborately, indicating a likely high status. He walked up to Chen Yuan, placed a hand on his chest, and slightly bowed, his expression showing respect. He opened his mouth. Clavbon SDFG. As soon as he spoke, Chen Yuan confirmed it. He could not understand what he was saying. Chen Yuan opened his dark eye, constructing a dark communication channel through dark information. Is there something you need? This way they could communicate directly with consciousness without needing words. The individual showed a hint of shock as he looked at Chen Yuan. I am the commander pal of this alliance, representing the entire Blue Star civilization, to speak with you. As long as you change your course and spare us, we are willing to worship you as a god. Whatever you want us to do, we will do, as long as you spare our lives. Pal looked at Chen Yuan earnestly, his voice filled with sincerity. Chen Yuan glanced at Pal and then looked up at the pitch-black black hole in the sky. I think you misunderstand. I did not come here to hear you say these things, Chen Yuan said slowly. I came here just to see how a civilization reacts when facing the end of the world. As for anything else, I have no interest. Pal's face involuntarily showed shock. His expression was grim. You are also human. Our civilization has a population of over 1.5 billion. You are also human. We have no grievances with you. Why do you want to kill us? Chen Yuan looked at Pal. You misunderstand again. I am not human. The one above your head is my true form. Pal trembled all over, unable to hold back, and stepped back a step. He looked at Chen Yuan's expressionless face, and Pal's complexion turned pale as paper. Bastard. The four-eared woman beside Pal could not suppress her inner anger, reaching for a long knife and lunging at Chen Yuan. The long knife slashed towards Chen Yuan. The blade hadn't reached yet. The four-eared woman's body, along with the knife, turned into atoms. Pal was taken aback, his pupils trembling, and his face turned extremely dark. Chen Yuan said, Are you angry? What is there to be angry about? Chen Yuan said slowly. Oh, it seems she must be a very important existence to you. Then I will return her to you. Saying this, he moved his hand. Atoms reassembled. Bones constructed, nerves emerged, muscles, blood, and so on. Gradually materializing. The four-eared woman reappeared before Pal's eyes. The woman stood firm again, slowly opening her eyes, looking at the four-eared man. Commander. Pal was momentarily stunned. How is this possible? He looked at Chun Yuan in shock. Chun Yuan said, the human body and consciousness are merely a collection of dark information and a pile of matter. Death is simply a return to the universe. I don't know what you have to be angry about. Saying this, he snapped his fingers. The woman's body began to turn into atoms. The woman was stunned. Commander. Pal watched her disappear from his sight again, his face flushed red as he suddenly lunged at Chun Yuan. He hurled a fist towards Chun Yuan's head. You devil. Pal's body also turned into atoms. Chun Yuan looked at the spot where Pal had vanished and said, you are mistaken again. I am a black hole, not a devil. He withdrew his gaze, standing at the edge of the building, watching the terrified people below. He looked up again at the black hole above. The black sphere was getting closer. The planet's crust ruptured, volcanoes erupted, and tsunamis swallowed the entire world. The entire planet echoed with terror screams and despair. Before Chun Yuan's event horizon even touched the planet, that planet was already torn into atoms by the terrifying gravity outside the event horizon, ultimately entering the event horizon, becoming part of Chun Yuan's massive mass. Chun Yuan was too immense. Upon entering the celestial system where this planet resided, all the stars and planets of the celestial system were attracted by Chun Yuan's gravity and swallowed by him. A celestial system entirely transformed into Chun Yuan's mass. Chun Yuan continued to fly forward, heading towards the next target. Chun Yuan. A soft voice echoed. What is it? You spoke gently. You've grown colder than before. Colder? Why do you say that? You may not sense it yourself, yet the human consciousness that once defined you is gradually being supplanted by another awareness. Your perspective has shifted from a human's vantage point to something altogether different, you murmured slowly. I fear it bodes ill. In the end, I worry you'll no longer recognize yourself. Her words stirred a quiet confusion in Chun Yuan. He had always been this way. Why had she suddenly declared him changed? As he pondered, memories surfaced, his past actions, then his present ones. In an instant he understood. It was a matter of perspective. Once he viewed all things through the lens of humanity, now most often he observed reality from the vantage of a celestial body. Chun Yuan had endured an unfathomable span of time. Across those eons, the subtle textures of human sensation had quietly faded. Perhaps only Ya's presence, her steady voice beside him, had preserved his capacity for emotion at all. If I lose emotion entirely, what separates me from the stars themselves, eh? Shall I confront a question as a man, or as a black hole? For a moment Chun Yuan stood adrift in uncertainty. You're overthinking, you said with a gentle smile. It's not so complicated. You are both human and celestial. The two need not conflict. You may see the world through human eyes, or through stellar ones. But, perhaps selfishly, I hope you never let go of your human consciousness nor your heart. At that Chun Yuan paused, faintly startled. He replied. I promise you. Good, you said. Your next destination lies far ahead, still a long journey. What do you say? Shall we visit the civilization you forged, this time as humans? Agreed. Before long, Ya and Chun Yuan, now in human form, stood before the planet he had created. Gazing upon the world below, Chun Yuan beheld its cities. How many millennia had passed since his last glance upon this civilization? The entire metropolis had transformed beyond recognition. At its heart rose a colossal spire, radiating outward, where countless towers arranged in concentric harmony. Above them floated endless aerial thoroughfares, every structure, every roadway forged from an unknown metallic alloy, suffusing the city with an unmistakable aura of advanced technology. Vehicle after vehicle, reminiscent of terrestrial cars, yet subtly distinct, sliced across those levitating highways at breathtaking velocity. What intrigued Chun Yuan most was their design: no wheels, no contact. Only silent, seamless suspension. Magnetic levitation vehicles. Propelled solely by magnetic fields, these craft moved dozens of times faster than conventional automobiles. Has this civilization mastered magnetic propulsion already? He mused. How swiftly they've evolved. Chun Yuan smiled faintly. You find it swift too? You turned, casting him a wry, knowing glance. Tens of thousands of years have elapsed since your last visit. How could it not be swift? Chun Yuan, and you descended into the city. Above, magnetically driven transports streamed ceaselessly across the sky. Below, pedestrians strolled calmly along broad avenues. Alongside them walked autonomous androids, indistinguishable in gait and grace from humankind itself. Some artificial intelligences were virtually identical to humans. Yet, as Chun Yuan and Yu walked, passers-by turned, eyes lingering, drawn irresistibly toward them. Whispers rose, though the language was alien to Chun Yuan's ears. Still, he knew how to read latent thought. When speech formed in the mind, its resonance left traces, an invisible script decipherable to one who perceived the dark information beneath. Words spoken aloud were mirrored in neural patterns. To perceive the dark information was to witness thought itself. Through his dark sight, Qin Yuan heard their inner voices clearly. Silver hair, sapphire eyes. Is she dyed? Wearing colored lenses? Or cosplaying? Still breathtaking. Maybe I'll try it myself. A silver-haired beauty. Such poise, such elegance. Is that man beside her partner? A pity. Beauty, beauty, beauty. Should I approach her? Better not. She's clearly taken. Qin Yuan fell silent. He had never imagined that the people of his own creation would so openly covet Ye. How curious. Yet it was unsurprising. Their biology mirrored humanity's. Judged by human aesthetics, Ye was undeniably peerless, a paragon of beauty. In nature, males instinctively pursue the most radiant females. It was only natural. Excuse me, may I have your contact details? A young man stepped forward, confident smile in place, addressing Ye directly. She regarded him, then offered a faint, knowing smile. Seeking to court me? He grinned, assured. Indeed. Ye tilted her head, arms crossed lightly. If you can best him, I'll consider your pursuit. She gestured toward Qin Yuan. The man followed her gaze and laughed lightly. My apologies, brother. Then without hesitation, he threw a punch straight at Qin Yuan's face. In that same instant, the man vanished, utterly impossibly. Not erased, but disassembled, reduced atom by atom. Invisible to the naked eye, his dissolution appeared as pure disappearance. Onlookers froze mid-step. Where did he go? Vanished. How? What just happened? The crowd stood dazed, baffled, most utterly unaware of what had transpired. All but one. Ye looked at Qin Yuan, her expression playful, yet edged with reproach. He merely approached me. Was such severity truly necessary? Qin Yuan paused, glancing at her. Severe? He sought to defeat me. I merely engaged him on my terms. He simply proved too weak. Ye sighed softly, a trace of resignation in her smile. Then let's try this. She stepped close, slipping her arm through his. With a teasing glint in her eyes, she murmured, Now no one will dare approach us. Qin Yuan nodded. An effective solution. Together they wandered the city, observing the civilization's evolution. After one full circuit, little remained to astonish. Yet Ye's presence continued to draw rapt attention from every quarter. Qin Yuan, growing restless, offered a brief farewell and departed. He resumed his voyage through the interstellar void, bound once more for his distant objective. How much time elapsed thereafter he could not say. Idle once more, he turned his awareness inward, toward the civilization he had birthed. He looked and faltered. Across the planet, firelight flared again and again until the entire world burned beneath a shroud of incandescent wrath. Through his perception, he saw it clearly: nuclear detonations, fission and fusion alike, ripping across continents. The civilization was engulfed in global war, its final cataclysmic nuclear conflagration. The civilization created by Qin Yuan is currently undergoing a nuclear war. Across the planet, one can see numerous craters left by nuclear bombardments. Within the planet, despair and death permeate the atmosphere. After a period of peaceful development, has this civilization once again been thrust into war? And a nuclear war at that. It seems this civilization is unlikely to survive, Qin Yuan muttered to himself. Do you wish to intervene? Ye inquired. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan casually replied, I gave them life and the opportunity to develop, but that does not mean I need to protect them. What if they cannot survive? Then let them perish. Life and death are their own choices. I have no intention of intervening. Qin Yuan, disinterested, retracted his gaze and flew for some time. Soon he spotted his target, a black hole with a mass equivalent to 839 suns. He rushed towards it and directly consumed it. The mass of the black hole became part of Qin Yuan's own mass. He activated his sensing ability to search for the next target, and upon finding it, continued flying in that direction. Bored, Qin Yuan once again used his sensing ability to observe the civilization he had created. He felt a spark of interest. He discovered that the civilization on that planet had not perished. A new city had emerged, and the technological advancement of these cities was even more pronounced than before. In the sky, various unknown flying vehicles moved in an orderly manner. Some people rode flying skateboards, whizzing through the air. Previously, there had been a gigantic skyscraper in the city center, but now the city was centered around a massive sphere emitting a blue glow. All buildings within the city were constructed around this giant sphere. Through his sensing ability, Qin Yuan was able to analyze the structural composition of the giant sphere. It was a star. No, to be precise, it was an artificial star. In nature, a celestial body must possess a mass of at least 80 Jupiter masses to undergo gravitational forces and achieve nuclear fusion, thus becoming the smallest type of star, a red dwarf. That is the case under natural conditions. With artificial intervention, one can create an artificial star, which is a small sphere that generates nuclear fusion on its own. Unlike natural stars, artificial stars can be very small, but possess immense energy. This civilization had made an artificial star the center of their city. This means they had begun to use stellar energy to meet the energy needs of their city. The ability to harness stellar energy implies that this civilization is now capable of utilizing a stellar cannon. Not only have they not perished, but their civilization has also progressed. Truly impressive, Chen Yuan mused, though he felt neither surprise nor any other emotions. His perspective on that civilization resembled that of a scientist observing lab rats. He did not care about the fate of the rats, he was only interested in observing any changes. Chen Yuan retracted his gaze and continued drifting through the vast universe. Currently his mass had reached 1.31 million solar masses. If he wished to consume the black hole at the center of the galaxy, he would need over 2 million solar masses. The distance to his goal was still quite far. Within the Milky Way there are numerous massive stars and black holes. There are enough for Chen Yuan to consume and become a supermassive black hole, though it would require considerable time. Currently Chen Yuan's sensing ability could encompass 3 galaxies at once. He noticed that in the Andromeda galaxy, which is closest to the Milky Way, there existed many massive black holes. The number of black holes there is significantly greater than in the Milky Way. The Andromeda galaxy is older than the Milky Way. As a result, many stars in the Andromeda galaxy have already evolved into black holes, far surpassing the number found in the Milky Way. It is larger than the Milky Way, with the total mass of the Milky Way being about 50% of that of the Andromeda galaxy. The Andromeda galaxy, the Milky Way, and the Magellanic Clouds, along with 50 other galaxies, form a small-scale group known as the local group. Andromeda is the largest in the local group, possessing the greatest mass, while the Milky Way ranks second. The local group is a typical sparse galaxy cluster with no significant trend of gathering towards a central point. There are 50 galaxies in total, with the Milky Way and Andromeda being the 2 largest. Chen Yuan pondered. If he could reach the Andromeda galaxy, he could rapidly grow into a supermassive black hole. But the problem is it is far too distant. Although Andromeda is the closest galaxy to the Milky Way, it is still 2.54 million light-years away. 2.54 million light-years. With that time, Chen Yuan would be better off consuming all the black holes in the Milky Way. What if I directly enter 4-dimensional space and use its jumping power to leap straight to the Andromeda galaxy? Would that be feasible? It is likely feasible. However, the issue is that during the jump, time would seem almost frozen for Chen Yuan. Though time appears frozen for him, in reality time would still pass. As a result, to the outside world, it would seem as if Chen Yuan had done nothing for several 100,000 or even millions of years. But so what? As long as I feel that I can quickly become a supermassive black hole, nothing else matters. The only concern is, after millions of years, will you still be alive? Perhaps I should mention it to her. I plan to enter 4-dimensional space for a time jump. I intend to visit the Andromeda galaxy. Is that so? Didn't you previously say that you wanted to live step by step in the 3-dimensional world, savoring your sweet and sour experiences? You said with interest, her voice laced with laughter. Are you going to slap yourself in the face so soon? Well, Chen Yuan replied, somewhat frustrated, it's not quite like that. I still want to experience the sweet and sour. But as you can see, the Milky Way is too vast, and the targets I wish to consume are too few. It feels like a waste of time here, so I'm thinking of speeding things up. All right, I understand your meaning, you said with a smile. You intend to use 4-dimensional space as a tool to quickly increase your mass. I get it. I knew there would come a day when you would utilize the power of 4-dimensional space. It's fine, don't worry about me, I'll be waiting for you. Ya's response was casual. Don't mind me, for me time is also inconsequential. A single blink and it's gone. Wait for me, Chen Yuan asked. Then I'm off. System disable my speed limit. Already disabled. Chen Yuan locked onto the location of the Andromeda galaxy, and with a slight movement, everything around him seemed to dissolve into particles. In an instant, the world before Chen Yuan flickered black and bright. He arrived once again in 4-dimensional space, observing fragments of memories. Chen Yuan sought out the memory fragment of his arrival in the Andromeda galaxy. His consciousness entered the Andromeda galaxy. Chen Yuan regained his senses. His figure appeared within the Andromeda galaxy. Boom. With a loud explosion, Chen Yuan witnessed the bright light produced by a supernova explosion. He gazed at the Andromeda galaxy before him. The Andromeda galaxy was extremely luminous, filled with many massive stars. Its number of stars far surpassed that of the Milky Way. More importantly, Chen Yuan could see countless black holes through the accretion disk of the black hole. Especially at the center of the Andromeda galaxy, the massive supermassive black hole had a diameter that encompassed a space of 12 light-years, surrounded by innumerable black holes. There were at least over 100,000 black holes of varying sizes. So this is the Andromeda galaxy. It's truly vast. The Andromeda galaxy has far more high-quality celestial bodies compared to the Milky Way. After all, it is an ancient celestial body compared to the Milky Way. For Chen Yuan, the best target now is undoubtedly the black holes clustered in the center of the Andromeda galaxy, which are the best locations for devouring. Therefore, Chen Yuan controlled his body to fly towards the largest supermassive black hole in the center of the Andromeda galaxy, greeting Ya as he flew. The dark information channel allows communication to ignore distance. Although the Andromeda Galaxy is over 2 million light-years away from the Milky Way, for dark communication distance can be disregarded. Are you still there? Chen Yuan was unsure how long he had spent jumping through time via the four-dimensional space, but at least it must have been millions of years. During the time jump, Chen Yuan's consciousness wandered in four-dimensional space, while his body, as a black hole, still existed in the three-dimensional world, flying at a superluminal speed. The faster the speed, the slower the time. To Chen Yuan it felt like just an instant, while for Ye, at least 1 million years had passed. Is she still alive? Realizing that Ye might have disappeared during this long passage of time, Chen Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety for the first time. When a person wears a mask for too long, that mask becomes part of them. As a black hole, Chen Yuan had been observing the world from the perspective of a black hole for so long that he had become indistinguishable from a true black hole. Ya's existence was the key to maintaining Chen Yuan's humanity. Without her to talk to, he would likely have been consumed by the long passage of time. For Chen Yuan, Ye was a presence more special than a friend. Realizing that Ye might be gone made him feel tense and uneasy. I'm here. Ya's calm voice carried a hint of trembling. Hearing her voice, Chen Yuan's anxious heart slowly relaxed. He sighed. As long as you are okay. Who said I'm not okay? You replied softly. For you this jump probably felt like less than a second, but for me it has been a full 20 million years. Time is cruel for sentient beings. Before you left I thought I could endure it, but later I realized I could not. Enduring the long solitude was too cruel. Ya's voice carried a hint of fatigue and helplessness. If you hadn't shown up earlier, I wouldn't have become so dependent on you. Let me spend this long time of solitude alone, without hope of your return. Oh, perhaps I could become a bit stronger. Hearing this rare complaint from Ye, Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback. In his impression, Ye had always been bright, sunny, and carefree. The only time she had lost her composure was after that battle, begging Chen Yuan to accompany her. Now this was her second moment of losing composure. Chen Yuan understood. Even though she was the ruler of the celestial emperor civilization, her essence was that of an emotional being. The loneliness brought by eternal life is unbearable for those who have emotions. It was the same for Ye. Chen Yuan remained silent. From the perspective of a celestial body, he didn't know how to comfort her. Let's change our perspective. With this thought, Chen Yuan pulled a planet apart, breaking it down into atoms. He constructed a body. His sensory abilities merged with the body. The sensory abilities connected with the organs of the body. Chen Yuan raised his hand and looked at it, thinking from a human perspective. Before he could contemplate further, he saw a rift open in the space before him. It was the mouth of a black hole, a wormhole. Ya's figure appeared before the wormhole. She was as tall and beautiful as ever. She was looking at Chen Yuan. Their eyes met. Thinking from a human perspective, it became clear. To Ye, he was her only friend, the only one she could talk to and confide in. Eternal life is lonely, and being the ruler of a civilization is also lonely. However, the torment brought by two lonely beings together is not simply 1 + 1 = 2. If in the future humanity truly possesses eternal life, how will they face loneliness? These questions need to be understood by others. And now Chen Yuan is Ya's only friend and the only one she can relate to. In this long passage of time, Chen Yuan had already forgotten what it meant to laugh. But he knew in his heart what he should do. He approached Ye, extended his hand, and pulled her into his embrace. Ye paused for a moment and slowly closed her eyes. Chen Yuan gently patted Ya's silver hair. I'm sorry. Just saying sorry won't help. Ye lifted her face, looking at Chen Yuan with a playful smile, saying, pair with me. Pair. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. Ye said, eternal life can lead to many strange things. So in our civilization, if a man and woman have feelings for each other, they can use the method of pairing to match their consciousnesses together. She looked at Chen Yuan. Once paired, I belong to you, and you belong to me. We are inseparable and serve as each other's spiritual pillars. Oh, Chen Yuan elongated his voice. Chen Yuan was stunned up. He snapped back to reality and began to understand what Ye meant. The pairing she spoke of is similar to the relationships between men and women in Earth civilization, right? Is she planning to marry him? Are you saying you want to be my woman? Chen Yuan was stunned. You fell in love with a celestial body. He found it hard to believe. He had speculated before, but never expected it to be true. Yeah, yes, so will you accept me? She looked at Chen Yuan with interest, her smile full of confidence. This. Chen Yuan instinctively scratched the back of his head and looked at Ye. It's too late to not accept now. Ye looked at Chen Yuan and said with a smile, you hugged me. In our civilization, when a man hugs a woman, it means you have already confessed to me, and I have accepted. You are my man. Looking at Ya's smiling face, Chen Yuan smiled helplessly. You are looking for trouble? I am a celestial body. Although I have human consciousness, I cannot change my existence as a celestial body. Moreover, from now on, I will continuously use time jumps in four-dimensional space, with each jump lasting several tens of millions of years. For you, it will be excruciating. That may not be the case. Ye crossed her arms and looked at Chen Yuan. During your time jumps, I have already resigned from the position of Celestial Emperor. Now I am a free person, and from now on I will always stay by your side and never leave you. Chen Yuan blinked and looked at her. Can you really do that? Do you think so? You revealed a proud smile. Let's try. As soon as Chen Yuan's words fell, his physical form disintegrated into atoms. Chen Yuan's consciousness returned to the black hole. The black hole's speed instantly exceeded the speed of light. Chen Yuan entered four-dimensional space. What do you plan to do? A voice echoed in Chen Yuan's mind. It was Ya's voice. Chen Yuan was taken aback. You came in with me. Under Chen Yuan's gaze, Ya's figure appeared in four-dimensional space. That figure was a phantom seemingly composed of consciousness. The phantom showed a noble and aloof smile towards Chen Yuan's position, crossing her arms and saying, "You don't think I can't enter four-dimensional space, do you?" Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. I thought you would be unable to do it. Superluminal speed is not a big deal for our civilization. Ya said with interest. Long ago we had already mastered the method of superluminal travel, and we also have ways to enter the four-dimensional space. But for us, entering four-dimensional space and becoming a being of that dimension is equivalent to a different kind of death. In this vast and ancient universe, there are many civilizations. Some of them, after reaching a certain level of development, choose to enter four-dimensional space and become higher-dimensional beings. Ya said slowly. Our civilization chose to forego entering four-dimensional space and instead decided to remain in the three-dimensional world, continuing our exploration of the universe. She glanced at Chen Yuan and smiled. The last time you planned to enter four-dimensional space, I also wanted to come with you. But at that time, I was the Heavenly Emperor responsible for the rise and fall of the Heavenly Emperor civilization. I couldn't leave. It's different now. Ya looked at the four-dimensional space before her and said, I am now a free person. I can accept the idea of entering four-dimensional space. I can accept this form of death. Hearing this, Chen Yuan retracted his gaze. Don't worry, we didn't come to four-dimensional space for death. I simply intend to use the power of this space to save some time on my devouring. In the end, we will still return to the three-dimensional space. Saying this, Chen Yuan focused his consciousness on a fragment of the future, specifically one where he arrived near the center of the Andromeda Galaxy. After selecting the fragment, Chen Yuan entered that future segment. Coming back to his senses, his consciousness returned to the three-dimensional world. He was currently situated near the center of the Andromeda Galaxy. Around Chen Yuan, countless black holes could be seen. So many black holes. Ya's voice came through. Chen Yuan's perceptive ability turned right to see Ya standing 3 kilometers away at the event horizon, arms crossed, gazing at the distant black holes. Observing Ya's demeanor, Chen Yuan said, Be careful, don't touch my event horizon, it could be deadly. Ya smiled and replied, Don't underestimate the technology of a top-tier civilization. Unless I get close to the singularity, your gravitational influence alone is not enough to engulf me. Just do what you want, Bill, stay by your side. Is that so? Chen Yuan pondered for a moment. Well, since he possessed the ability to control, even if she accidentally got captured by his gravity, he could protect her with his powers. Since she wanted to follow, he decided not to think too much. Ahead of him was the target black hole. That black hole had a mass of 1932 solar masses. This black hole was on the outskirts of the group, classified as a smaller black hole. Chen Yuan controlled his body and flew over the event horizons of both, touching. Chen Yuan's mass was far greater than that of the black hole before him. Engulfing it posed no challenge. He lunged forward. The black hole entered Chen Yuan's event horizon and was consumed by him. Afterward, Chen Yuan searched for the next target, flying while observing this unfamiliar galaxy. The focus was still on these clusters of black holes. There are many black holes gathering at the center of the Milky Way, and it seems the center of the Andromeda Galaxy has them too. What could be the reason? Gravity. A galaxy is a massive celestial system formed by the gravitational pull of a supermassive black hole. Ya answered with interest. Nearby celestial bodies are drawn towards the supermassive black hole and cluster inwards. Once clustered, they will inevitably merge. The closer celestial bodies are to the center, the more numerous they become. As their numbers increase, they merge into higher quality celestial bodies, naturally becoming black holes. Thus, celestial bodies closer to the center are of greater mass, while those further out are smaller. If you want to consume all these black holes, you might consider starting with the outer ones and then working your way in. So that's how it is. Due to the supermassive black hole, all celestial bodies are continually clustering inward. The nearer a celestial body is to the supermassive black hole, the greater its mass. This is a normal phenomenon. Chen Yuan also didn't think much more. He flew towards the next target while using his perception ability. He looked towards the Milky Way and checked on the planet he had created. Upon closer inspection, Chen Yuan was astonished to find that the civilization he had created had completely vanished. The entire planet was now covered by a thick atmosphere with a crimson ground. The temperature on the planet was extremely high, and looking up one could see thick clouds and flashes of lightning roaring across the sky. What happened to the civilization I created? Qin Yuan asked, full of confusion. Where did the people go? The civilization you created? Ya asked. Yes. Ya replied. Since the last time you performed a time jump through four-dimensional space, 60 million years have passed for that civilization. The original yellow dwarf star has begun to expand and heat up, and that planet is no longer habitable. The people of that civilization have already moved away thanks to technology. They are now located here. Ya provided Qin Yuan with a coordinate through a dark communication channel. Following the coordinates, Qin Yuan saw a new planet along with people living on it. Is the yellow dwarf star about to start expanding into a red giant? No wonder. Stars cannot remain unchanged eternally. The original star was a yellow dwarf, and after expansion, its volume increases and temperature rises. Naturally, the planet that was once habitable can no longer support life. It is normal for them to have moved away. Now the planet they inhabit orbits a large ring. That ring is somewhat similar to the one around Earth, likely also for the purpose of protecting the planetary environment. People live on the planet, and the city center still houses an artificial sun, while the city appears more technologically advanced than before. That civilization has begun researching genetic enhancement. Currently, their genetic bodies have reached the second generation, Ya casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback and said, they are also developing genetic bodies. Ya replied, however, the second generation is just about making people look more attractive. At their current rate of development, it will take them several billion more years to reach the sixth generation of genetic bodies. Qin Yuan retracted his gaze, looking at the vast starry sky before him. Never mind, I shouldn't think too much. I need to devour all these black holes in the Andromeda Galaxy as soon as possible. Once my mass reaches 2 million solar masses, I'll return to the Milky Way and have a good chat with the Silver Heart black hole. Within the realm of Earth civilization. Doctor, we have just discovered a black hole in the Andromeda Galaxy with the same mass as S7894, and it seems to have appeared out of nowhere over there. The doctor, dressed in a long robe, pondered, suddenly appeared. Is there any anomaly? The female researcher replied. It is currently located at the center of the Andromeda Galaxy, just like S7894, and it seems to be devouring other black holes. It appears to have its own consciousness, and there is a silver-haired woman accompanying it. The appearance of that woman was almost identical to the one captured by instruments during the observation of S7894 60 million years ago. Then it can be confirmed, the black hole that appeared out of nowhere is indeed the S7894 black hole. 60 million years ago, our scientists judged that it might have surpassed the speed of light and entered four-dimensional space. I never expected it to have gone to the Andromeda Galaxy. It probably found the number of black holes in the Milky Way too few, making absorption quite troublesome. S7894 is a terrifying existence. If it does not stay in the Milky Way, we should be grateful. As long as it exists, it is a threat to us at any time and place. Threat. I recall records indicating that it nearly collided with our planet several times, yet it altered its path each time, avoiding us. Another researcher said based on its actions, it can be confirmed that it is a conscious being. Moreover, it is aware of our existence and intentionally avoids us. Such an existence should be considered a friend to us. Indeed, you are correct. It has indeed altered its path multiple times to avoid colliding with us. However, this does not rule out its potential as a threat. 60 million years ago, it devoured a large number of black holes in the center of the Milky Way. As a result, celestial bodies in the outer Milky Way lost their gravitational binding and began to expand outward. Fortunately, it did not consume Sagittarius A, otherwise with its departure the Milky Way would have disintegrated. Without the gravitational binding of Sagittarius A, all stars in the Milky Way would become wandering stars. At that time, if they collided with stars from other galaxies, our home would likely be in peril. What you said is indeed true. The doctor slowly said, we have been observing S7894 for tens of millions of years, leaving behind a plethora of records. To us, S7894 is a very mysterious celestial body harboring many secrets. Moreover, through years of observation, it can be basically concluded that it is a celestial body with self-awareness. The doctor contemplated. Currently, we are researching dark information. According to existing theories, if the research on dark information succeeds, we will be able to communicate with other conscious beings. Perhaps by that time we will be able to communicate with it. Then we will know whether it is a friend or an enemy. It must be a friend, the young researcher said. If it were an enemy, it wouldn't have altered its path multiple times just to avoid us. The doctor nodded slightly. Perhaps. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan once again consumed a black hole with a mass of 2947 suns. He continued to fly towards the next target. With nothing to do, Qin Yuan used his sensing ability to observe the civilization in the Andromeda Galaxy. In a position relatively close to the center of the Andromeda Galaxy, there was a civilization. This civilization felt quite peculiar to Qin Yuan. It was an artificial planet composed entirely of metal. On the artificial planet, there was a group of beings made entirely of pure machinery. No flesh and blood, just purely metal with a core inside them. That core seemed to be their brain controlling their thoughts. It was remarkably similar to some shape-shifting entities from a science fiction blockbuster. Are they iron-based life forms? It shouldn't be iron-based life, as iron is too reactive for life to develop. That is artificial life. A gentle voice came through. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Artificial life? Yes, she replied. That civilization is called the Metal Civilization, and the planet they inhabit is a purely metallic planet. The entire planet is made up of metal. In the vast universe, there are various types of planets. Terrestrial planets, similar to Earth and Mercury. Gas giants like Jupiter and Saturn. Diamond planets. And this purely metal planet composed of iron and steel before us. This is a civilization established by highly intelligent robots created by another civilization. The existence of this civilization is due to two highly intelligent robots that escaped from a previous civilization and then through their own abilities utilized the resources of that metallic planet to create new intelligent machines. As time went on, they gradually evolved, eventually becoming what they are today. Listening to Ya's explanation, Chen Yuan never expected that the metal civilization had such a historical progression. The universe is vast and truly full of wonders. The robots varied in size, with the smaller ones estimated to be less than 10 centimeters, while the larger ones stood over 30 meters tall, resembling gigantic entities. They possessed their own sound systems and could communicate with each other. An evolving machine civilization is truly incredible. Chen Yuan instinctively glanced at Ya beside him. Upon looking, Chen Yuan was slightly stunned. At some point, an artificial planet had appeared beside him. The artificial planet was at a distance from Chen Yuan, positioned at a delicate spot, neither getting swallowed by him, nor being too far away, orbiting around him due to his gravitational pull. Within this artificial planet, Ya was sitting on a chair holding a cup of coffee and leisurely sipping. When did you create an artificial planet beside me? Ya smiled slightly. This artificial planet has been constructed for over 6,000 years. Who told you not to pay attention to the things around you? However, it's strange. I'm currently traveling at sublight speed. How is this planet not being flung away? Gravitational pull. Ya explained. Your gravitational pull is attracting this planet. The faster you go, the faster it goes. Speed is relative to this artificial planet. Your speed is consistent with it. You can think of it as if a rope is pulling it along. Many people believe that the early solar system was static. But in reality, the solar system is not motionless within the Milky Way. The sun revolves around the center of the Milky Way, rotating at a speed of 250 kilometers per second. As the sun moves, the planets orbiting around it, including Earth-like planets, also move in orbit around the sun. Listening to Ya's speech, Chen Yuan chuckled helplessly. However, it was also for the best. Although for Ya, she had an eternal lifespan, was not afraid of the pressures of the universe, and did not need to eat, drink, or sleep. But after all, she was still a person, and she had grown accustomed to life on the planet. It wouldn't do to have her accompany someone like Chen Yuan, a celestial body, all alone. Perhaps it was nothing for her, but for Chen Yuan it felt a bit unfair. However, when Chen Yuan devoured other black holes, this artificial planet would likely be affected, but given Ya's abilities, she should be able to handle it. He withdrew his gaze, and through his perception ability, looked towards the Milky Way. He wondered what had become of Earth's civilization. After all, Earth's civilization was the one he had previously been part of, and it was necessary to pay attention to his former civilization. With this thought, Chen Yuan fixed on the location of Earth's civilization and took a look. The scene that came into view made Chen Yuan pause in shock. Little Earth had changed beyond recognition. War was raging everywhere. Another war. Upon closer inspection, Chen Yuan realized that this time the war was not a civil war among Earth civilizations. It was a conflict between another civilization and Earth civilization. The advanced intelligent beings of that civilization were entirely blue, averaging 2 meters in height, with 3 eyes on their heads. The rest of their appearance was similar to that of humans. They wore silver battle armor and wielded weapons, engaging in combat with the people of Earth civilization. Various energy lights from weapons lit up within Earth civilization. Is this a war between civilizations? Chen Yuan muttered. Which civilization is Earth fighting against this time? Did Earth civilization start an interstellar war again? Ya's voice came through. Let me see. Oh, this time it's against the Blue Jade civilization. You said casually. Again. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback and asked, has Earth civilization fought against other civilizations before? Of course, he replied. Earth civilization has already undergone 3 interstellar wars. The first was when another civilization discovered Earth civilization and launched a colonial war intending to enslave them. But they misjudged their own strength against that of Earth civilization and were directly annihilated by a plasma cannon from Earth. The second time was when a group of criminals from Earth civilization escaped in a spaceship and discovered another civilization. Relying on their advanced technology, they attempted to colonize that civilization, but the other side resisted, subsequently studying Earth's technology to enhance their own development and eventually attacking Earth civilization. That war lasted for a while before they reached a truce. This time it was the third one. However, this time Earth civilization was in dire straits. The Blue Jade civilization is far more powerful than Earth civilization. Chen Yuan was slightly startled and asked how so. Ye gently explained, the silver armor of the Blue Jade civilization has the ability to analyze the weapons of Earth civilization. Simply put, the weapons of Earth civilization cannot harm the beings of the Blue Jade civilization. And the Blue Jade civilization can easily strike down Earth civilization. What do you think? Ye looked at Chen Yuan with interest, asking, do you want to help? Chen Yuan casually replied, no help needed. It had been tens of millions of years since he left Earth civilization, and after such extensive evolution, the current Earth civilization was no longer the one he once knew. To Earth civilization, Chen Yuan was a threat. For Chen Yuan, Earth civilization was just a slightly special civilization compared to some unfamiliar ones. After all, he had been a part of Earth civilization before his reincarnation. However, that alone was not enough to compel him to intervene. Moreover, did such an ancient civilization really need Chen Yuan's help? Even if he helped now, what about stronger civilizations invading Earth in the future? Would he have to assist again? Such a course of action would only lead Earth civilization to become increasingly dependent on Chen Yuan, rendering it weaker. It was better to let it face dangers on its own and grow stronger. Considering all these factors, Chen Yuan decided not to help. Well, fine then, you said casually. Chen Yuan retracted his perception ability. After an unknown amount of time, he arrived before the target black hole and devoured it. Then he altered his course and flew towards the next target. Using his perception ability, Chen Yuan locked onto the next target and headed for it. Are you curious about how Earth civilization is doing? Ye asked with interest. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan replied, let's take a look. Through his perception ability, Chen Yuan looked towards Little Earth. The war on Little Earth had ceased. Above Little Earth, a group of Blue Jade civilization beings patrolled the streets, weapons in hand. It seems Earth civilization has lost, Ya's voice echoed. Lost? Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned. You affirmed, after that war, Earth civilization, which once had a population of 500 million, has dwindled to less than 1 million, with 200,000 becoming slaves of the Blue Jade civilization and 800,000 forming guerrilla forces. That planet is currently occupied by the Blue Jade civilization. Chen Yuan pondered, so 800,000 became guerrillas. Who leads the guerrilla forces? Ye slowly answered, a person named Lin Zhan who possesses a third-generation gene body. Lin Zhan. Chen Yuan was slightly startled. The format of that name seemed very familiar. At this point, it seemed that if left unchecked, Earth civilization would inevitably face extinction. Should he let Earth civilization perish? Forget it. Chen Yuan pinpointed a planet not far from Little Earth. Chen Yuan's perception ability could traverse star systems, but he had never tried to use his control ability over such distances. Deciding to conduct an experiment, he locked onto that planet and used his control ability. The planet reacted to Chen Yuan's control. Seeing this, Chen Yuan felt relieved. Okay. His control ability had a range spanning star systems. He dismantled the planet into atoms. He directly reconstructed the atoms into a body. His perception ability synchronized with the body. Chen Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Although Chen Yuan's original body could not use wormholes or travel back to the Milky Way in four-dimensional spacetime, creating a clone in the Milky Way and controlling it with his perception ability was still feasible. Near the small Earth there exists an artificial satellite M3 inhabited by humans. Lin Zhan and the others of the guerrilla forces have infiltrated M3. However, the technology of Earth civilization pales in comparison to that of the Lanyu civilization. Although Lin Zhan and his comrades have been lurking and striking against the invaders of the Lanyu civilization for 10 years, they have still been discovered this time. Countless warships of the Lanyu civilization gathered around M3, with black warships of all sizes covering the skies above the star. The 300,000 guerrilla fighters were all trapped inside M3 by the army of the Lanyu civilization. Commander, a female warrior in black armor approached with a tense and serious expression. Please give the order. What should we do next? As the commander, Lin Zhan, clad in black armor, raised his face and gazed at the multitude of Lanyu warships above. He lowered his gaze, looking ahead. In front of him stood a large group of Earth warriors in black armor. They were neatly dressed, and their expressions were resolute, though their battle armor was already worn and tattered. With gritted teeth, he declared, "Fight. They want to kill us, then we must at least take a piece of them with us. Our Earth civilization is not so easily bullied. Everyone follow me, fight until the last drop of blood." At that moment, Lin Zhan saw the doors of the warships opening. One by one, the Lanyu people clad in silver armor stepped onto flying devices and flew out from the warships. The number of Lanyu people was vast, resembling waves of blue clouds sweeping towards them. Lin Zhan said with a stern face, "Everyone pick up your weapons and kill. Kill." The deafening roar of agreement erupted. Everyone raised their weapons and charged at the Lanyu people. In an instant, the guerrilla forces clashed with the Lanyu people. The sounds of battle echoed, drenched in blood. Various sounds continued unceasingly. The red blood of the guerrilla fighters mixed with the blue blood of the Lanyu people, and the ground gradually became littered with bodies. Lin Zhan stomped his foot, and the flying propulsion device behind him emitted a blue light as he appeared in front of a Lanyu person, slashing with his blade. The Lanyu person's body, along with the silver armor, was split in two. Blue blood sprayed forth. He hovered in midair and glanced down. Many of Earth's weapons could not damage the silver armor of the Lanyu people. To kill the Lanyu people, many Earthlings began to shift their strategy, using Lanyu weapons to fight against them. Some, through new research, developed some new types of weapons which had the drawback of being suitable only for close combat. By combining the power of the 5th-generation gene body with weaponry, they aimed to destroy both the enemy's silver armor and body. The power was strong, but the downside was evident: it could only be used in close combat. Currently, Earth civilization possessed only two types of weapons. One was to use Lanyu weapons against the Lanyu, and the other was to use their own close combat weapons. With the limited number of Lanyu weapons, many of the current warriors could only opt for close-range weapons. This led to an almost one-sided massacre in the ongoing war. Suddenly, a warship in the sky fired a searing beam of light, crashing into the crowd of Earth civilization. Boom! A group of comrades was turned to ashes while some lay on the ground in agony, crying out in pain. The technological gap filled Lin Zhan with despair. Lin Zhan had already slaughtered countless Lanyu people by now. His hands trembled, and his armor was stained with blood, the color a mix of his own and that of the Lanyu. He slowly descended to the ground, his face as pale as paper. Is Earth civilization really going to be extinguished? Commander. A female warrior approached, looking at Lin Zhan. Are you okay, Commander? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan shook his head. I'm fine, don't mind me, keep killing everyone we can take down is a victory. Commander, it seems the situation has changed, the female warrior said. Hearing this, Lin Zhan paused for a moment. Changed? The female warrior nodded. Lin Zhan looked ahead. He was taken aback. Above, a man and a woman appeared. The man flew in front, and he noticed 3 warships near him vanish into thin air. A group of Lanyu people standing on flying devices approached the man, wielding laser guns and firing a beam at him. He did not seem to move at all. The laser was suddenly blocked by an invisible barrier. The man cast a glance at the Lanyu people. I originally planned to deal with you later, but it seems that if I don't handle you now, you won't remain quiet, he said as Chun Yuan's thoughts shifted. The countless warships and surrounding Lanyu people all vanished into thin air. To be precise, they were directly disassembled into atoms by Chun Yuan. Only atoms are invisible to the naked eye, making it seem as if they had disappeared. Suddenly, there were no Lanyu people in sight, nor any of their warships in the sky. Seeing this scene, the people below widened their eyes, including Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan stared blankly at the 2 figures before him. Chun Yuan, and you landed in front of Lin Zhan. Chun Yuan looked at Lin Zhan and asked, do you wish to gain power, protect Earth civilization, and expel the Lanyu people from Earth? Lin Zhan was slightly taken aback. He did not expect this man to ask him such a question. He furrowed his brows, but nodded firmly, looking at Chun Yuan. I do. Chun Yuan said, then I need to make some modifications to your body, and I hope you can permit it. Lin Zhan was momentarily stunned. He glanced at Chun Yuan, then at Ya, and fixed his gaze back on Chun Yuan. As long as it can expel the Lanyu people from the small Earth, I am willing to do anything. Fine. Lin Zhan's body suddenly vanished into thin air. To be precise, he was disassembled into atoms by Chun Yuan. You killed him. A female warrior exclaimed in horror, gripping her weapon tightly and staring at Chun Yuan. Chun Yuan glanced at the female warrior and said, don't worry. At that moment, under the watchful eyes of all the guerrilla fighters, bones, nerves, muscles, flesh, skin, hair, and more began to be reconstructed before Chun Yuan. Chun Yuan mixed the energy material of the entire planet he brought with him with the atoms of Lin Zhan's original body, reconstructing Lin Zhan's form. Then he sent the preserved consciousness back into this body. Lin Zhan's figure appeared before everyone. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Chun Yuan. He raised his hands, staring in disbelief at his own hands. He looked incredulously at Chun Yuan. What have you done? Chun Yuan replied, I reconstructed your body while also copying the knowledge of utilizing some advanced weapons into your consciousness. You can use that knowledge to create weapons. I believe that with your current abilities, expelling the Lanyu civilization is no longer a problem. Having said that, Chun Yuan turned to Ya. Ya nodded slightly. The 2 figures vanished from their spot. The crowd stared at the place where Chun Yuan and Ya had disappeared, all of them in a daze, including Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan looked in disbelief at the spot where Chun Yuan and Ya had vanished. Someone trembled, whispering, could they be the legendary gods? Have the gods come to save us? Chun Yuan's perception returned to his true form. He looked at Ya, who had returned to the artificial planet, and asked, is this sufficient? Ya responded with a sound. With the 6th-generation genetic body paired with powerful weapons, he alone could obliterate a blue jade civilization. Don't underestimate the 6th-generation genetic body. Is it really strong? The genetic bodies of Earth civilization seem to be only at the 5th generation now. Humph. Ye scoffed, sitting in her chair with her legs crossed, and remarked, Earth civilization is different from ours. They upgrade their genes at while adding a new generation each time. Now they claim to be at the 5th generation, but in reality they are inferior to the 2nd generation genetic bodies of the Celestial Emperor civilization. The 3rd generation genetic bodies of the Celestial Emperor civilization possess formidable, self-healing abilities capable of regenerating wounds within minutes. Ye continued, look at Earth's 5th generation genetic body. Its self-healing ability is only 5 to 6 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. A minor wound takes a whole day to heal. It's utterly useless. You stated, the genetic bodies of Earth civilization cannot be compared to those of the Celestial Emperor civilization. Qin Yuan found this enlightening and decided not to dwell on it further. Qin Yuan did not wish to see the extinction of Earth civilization, and yet understood his thoughts. She would never betray him. With that, it seemed all would be well. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted nearby, illuminating the surroundings with a burst of light. Qin Yuan looked towards the source of the brightness and saw a supernova explosion. Qin Yuan withdrew his gaze and swiftly flew towards the next target. Time passed unknowingly, and he lost track of how long it had been. Through the black hole he devoured, Qin Yuan had significantly increased his mass. With nothing else to do, he once again used his perception to observe Earth civilization. Upon closer inspection, Qin Yuan felt a surge of joy. He saw that the little Earth had returned to its former peace, with people of Earth civilization going about their daily lives. The number of artificial satellites around the little Earth had increased significantly, many of which housed troops from Earth civilization stationed there. The human population on little Earth had reached 2.3 billion. All were people of Earth civilization. The Blue Jade civilization had vanished completely. Just as he had said, with Lin Zhan's 6th generation genetic body and the necessary weapons, the Blue Jade civilization stood no chance against Earth civilization. This was the dominance of technology. When technology reaches a certain level, one individual possessing such technology can alter the balance of power between two civilizations. It's truly terrifying how such a slight change could lead to the complete disappearance of the once dominant Blue Jade civilization. The power of technology is indeed formidable. Qin Yuan reflected with some sentiment. Certainly technology is the key to the strength of civilizations, came Ya's voice, to which Qin Yuan somewhat agreed. He glanced at Earth civilization and suddenly realized with astonishment that several planets next to little Earth were also encircled by rings. These rings served to modify the planet's environments. Could it be? Qin Yuan used his perception and indeed found that several planets near little Earth were already inhabited by many people from Earth civilization. The 3 planets orbiting the star outside little Earth were clearly not within the habitable zone, yet they had been forcibly transformed by technology to become habitable. Are they starting to colonize? Qin Yuan murmured. As civilization develops and technology advances, the lifespans of advanced intelligent life forms will grow longer, eventually reaching eternity. With extended lifespans, the population can only increase. Currently, although Earth civilization's technology cannot grant immortality, extending life to 1 or 2,000 years is certainly feasible. Ye softly said, if people do not die, their population will only grow. A planet cannot sustain such a large population, so naturally, they will have to choose to colonize other planets. Qin Yuan looked around and was astonished to find that on each planet there were 2 enormous statues erected. Those statues resembled the forms he had used to shape his own body, as well as Ya's likeness. They even have our statues. What's going on here? Ye laughed. They see us as saviors. We saved them when they were on the brink of extinction, so they remember us as their saviors. This is not surprising, Ye continued. If you reveal yourself to some primitive civilizations and offer them assistance, they might even consider you a god. You can explain that you are not a god, but as time passes, those people's descendants will still regard you as a deity. However, Earth civilization cannot be considered primitive. They simply regard us as saviors, and the statues were likely erected to express their gratitude. Qin Yuan nodded. I wonder how my civilization is doing, he murmured, and with that thought he used his perception to look at the civilization he had created earlier. Upon inspection, he saw that the planet was orbiting a yellow dwarf star. The civilization Qin Yuan had created featured several high-tech cities. People were bustling about in the cities. Meanwhile, in outer space, 2 fleets were engaged in a fierce battle with various lasers and explosions illuminating the dark universe. They're fighting. Yes, that's the war within the civilization. Another war. Qin Yuan felt somewhat disheartened. It hasn't stopped since the primitive civilizations. Ha, Ye chuckled. War never ceases. Where there are conflicts, there will be wars. Qin Yuan sighed, withdrawing his gaze and choosing not to think about it further. If they want to fight, let them fight. Qin Yuan continued flying toward the next target, having lost track of how much time had passed and how many black holes he had devoured. At that moment, a voice sounded. Conditions met. You have gained a new ability, Extreme Devour. The The celestial devouring system had not spoken for quite some time. Hearing this, Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback. Extreme Devour. What use is it? Extreme Devour allows you to consume all celestial bodies within a radius of 50 million kilometers that have a mass no more than twice your own. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan understood. Extreme Devour essentially increases the diameter of his event horizon. Currently, the diameter of Qin Yuan's event horizon is approximately 22 million kilometers. With this Extreme Devour, the diameter of the event horizon would double. It seems it's time to return to the Milky Way. Qin Yuan looked at himself. His mass had exceeded 2 million solar masses, reaching 2.4 million solar masses. The radius of his event horizon had also expanded to a terrifying extent. 2.4 million solar masses is about enough. Currently, there are still several black holes near the center of the Andromeda Galaxy, but those black holes have relatively low masses. The largest black hole is at the center of the Andromeda Galaxy. The mass of the black hole at the center of the Andromeda Galaxy is 100 million times that of the Sun. It would be quite challenging for Qin Yuan to attempt to devour it. Forget it, I might as well go back and play around with the Silver Heart black hole. Qin Yuan intended to directly enter the four-dimensional space and then head straight to the Milky Way. Wait a moment, came Ya's voice. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback. What's wrong? You said with great interest, don't rush into the four-dimensional space just yet. You might want to consider leaving the fairy star system first. In that case, you should see something interesting. Qin Yuan headed towards the Milky Way. After an unknown amount of time, he finally left the fairy star system. There was a distance between the fairy star system and the Milky Way, and within that distance the universe was empty, desolate. No matter could be seen. As Qin Yuan flew out of the fairy star system, he was stunned by the scene before him through his sensing ability. After Qin Yuan flew out of the fairy star system, he thought he should just fly out into space like before. But looking at it now, Qin Yuan was a bit dazed. Countless stars, dust clouds, planets, and moons surrounded him. Those stars emitted dazzling light, spiraling around Qin Yuan. There were countless stars, probably in the tens of millions. Had Qin Yuan seemingly become a star system? Unlike the fairy star system and the Milky Way, those celestial bodies surrounding Qin Yuan were all at a considerable distance. The ones that were nearby could not withstand Qin Yuan's gravitational pull and were absorbed by him. The distant ones had always gone unnoticed by Qin Yuan, but now he saw them. This scene left Qin Yuan a bit dumbfounded. What's going on? You chuckled. This is the group of stars you captured in the fairy star system. Isn't it strange? Qin Yuan said oddly, but I didn't encounter this situation when I was in the Milky Way. Who said that? You smiled and said, it's just that those celestial bodies were too far away from you and they were mixed in with the Milky Way, so you didn't notice them. The same applies within the fairy star system. There have always been many stars captured by your gravity around you. After all, your current mass is not small. Although the black hole at the center of the fairy star system is also massive, the stars that are far from that supermassive black hole have all been caught by your gravity. You just hadn't noticed it before, but now it looks truly beautiful. You exclaimed with great interest. Qin Yuan said, the stars circling me each represent a celestial system, and each celestial system may harbor civilizations. There must be at least tens of millions of stars here. Given my actions, won't their civilizations be in trouble? There will certainly be some issues. You smiled, but you don't need to worry. The universe is vast, and among the civilizations associated with these tens of millions of stars, only a few will encounter problems. You can only say they are unfortunate. When a supermassive black hole enters a star system, the supermassive black hole will compete for stars with another supermassive black hole in the star system, and they naturally compete through gravitational attraction. As a result, some stars follow the incoming black hole, while others stick with the original black hole. For the planets within the stars, they simply follow the stars. According to relativity, civilizations on the planets perceive themselves as almost stationary. They do not feel their motion. However, during the competition process, the likelihood of stars colliding with other stars increases. After all, both supermassive black holes are in motion. It's akin to a large and small star system merging and entangling. During their entanglement, collisions between stars are inevitable. However, the universe is vast. The distances between stars in different star systems are enormous. When two star systems intertwine, the chances of collisions between stars are also minimal. But as they come closer, the probability does increase somewhat. When Qin Yuan was flying in the fairy star system, the stars around him were actually following him. Some civilizations were destroyed due to his gravitational pull, though he himself was unaware of it. When celestial bodies gain mass, nearby civilizations will certainly be affected. The greater the mass, the stronger the gravitational pull. The stronger the gravitational pull, the larger the influence. With your current gravitational pull, entering any star system without affecting civilizations is almost impossible. Listening to you, Qin Yuan realized. Indeed, with his enormous mass now, when entering any star system, his gravity would surely draw away some stars. If the stars follow him, the planets with civilizations orbiting those stars will naturally be affected. This could be a bit troublesome. If they keep following me when I return to the Milky Way to devour the galactic center black hole, won't they perish? If you go back like that, they will die, you chuckled, so use the four-dimensional space. Once your speed exceeds the speed of light, you can disregard relativity and escape from them. Is that so? Chen Yuan said, all right. His speed instantly exceeded the speed of light. His figure vanished from the spot. When he regained his senses, he had already arrived in the four-dimensional space. What are you planning to do? You asked, head to the Milky Way and then to the galactic center black hole, or go directly to the galactic center black hole. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment. If he first went to the Milky Way and then flew to the galactic center black hole, his gravity would definitely pull in numerous stars and civilizations within those stars. Flying into the supermassive black hole afterward would likely result in many stars dying. Let's go directly to the central black hole, Chen Yuan replied. You casually smiled. Chen Yuan found segments of the future through the four-dimensional space and entered the future segment. He regained his senses and returned to three-dimensional time. Before Chen Yuan was the immensely massive galactic center black hole, also known as Sagittarius A. The event horizon of Sagittarius A has a diameter of 44 million kilometers. It looked extraordinarily massive. Gazing at this colossal entity, Chen Yuan said, "You keep your distance from me. I will use a capability shortly that will expand the diameter of my event horizon to 50 million kilometers. Stay away from me, and do not touch my event horizon." The event horizon of Chen Yuan has a diameter of 50 million kilometers, while the event horizon of the Silver Heart black hole has a diameter of 44 million kilometers. The event horizons of the two supermassive black holes collide with each other. Chen Yuan immediately felt the terrifying gravitational pull generated by the Silver Heart black hole. Being of lesser mass, he had no choice but to spiral around it due to its overwhelming gravity. Although it seemed that the event horizons of both had touched the essence of a black hole, is a singularity. Chen Yuan's limit of devouring had yet to reach the Silver Heart black hole, thus he could only spiral around it while gradually approaching. With the aid of the Silver Heart black hole's gravity combined with Chen Yuan's speed, the two grew ever closer. For Chen Yuan, this proximity occurred within mere seconds. However, as the Silver Heart black hole approached Chen Yuan's own black hole, the two were spiraling around each other at a terrifying speed. At this speed, nearly approaching the speed of light, time in the outside world seemed to slow down. Meanwhile, advanced civilizations within the Milky Way could observe this anomalous phenomenon. Within Earth civilization, a young male researcher in a white robe exclaimed, "This is strange. What is happening? All the stars in the Milky Way are accelerating towards the center of the Silver Heart." A female researcher looking at the data on her computer spoke up, "I won. What happened near the Silver Heart black hole?" A mechanical voice responded, "Not long ago, a black hole with a mass equivalent to 2.4 million suns suddenly appeared out of nowhere near the Silver Heart black hole, and it seems to be undergoing a merger. Due to the sudden increase in mass at the center of the Silver Heart, the gravitational pull intensified, causing all celestial bodies in the Milky Way to accelerate towards the center." What? The female researcher was taken aback. How is that possible? Such a massive object couldn't just appear out of nowhere. A black hole with a mass of 2.4 million suns thrown into the Milky Way would surely create chaos. The young male researcher's expression slightly changed as he asked, "Could it be S7894? What? The female researcher was startled. S7894? How could that be? It has been missing for over 50 million years since it disappeared beyond the Andromeda galaxy. Suddenly reappearing now. The female researcher pondered, could it be? Could it really be that it has entered four-dimensional space to await a jump, as some of the older predecessors suggested? Another researcher stood up, adjusting his glasses, and said, "I remember the renowned physicist Lindsay once stated that S7894 disappeared because it entered four-dimensional space, intending to perform a time jump." Lindsay suggested that its target was likely the Silver Heart black hole. Lindsay also calculated that it would appear in our Milky Way after 59,648,451 years. The male researcher adjusted his glasses and said, "I won. Calculate how many years it has been since S7894 performed the time jump until now." Calculating. The answer is 59,648,451 years. The male researcher said, "Then it must be correct. It has returned." Returned. Indeed, Lindsay's calculation was correct. It really is so. That celestial body which disappeared for over 50 million years has come back. As Chen Yuan's event horizon touched the singularity of the Silver Heart black hole, the event horizon of the Silver Heart black hole suddenly vanished. The event horizon is generated by the gravity of a black hole. However, when Chen Yuan's limit of devouring captured the mass of the other, the act of swallowing began. The other's gravitational pull would disappear. Once the gravity vanished, the event horizon would naturally cease to exist. Qin Yuan began to consume the mass of the silver heart black hole without hesitation. Time trickled by. The greater the mass of the other, the slower the devouring speed. Only when Qin Yuan's mass was sufficiently large would the speed of consumption quicken. However, the mass of the silver heart black hole before him was twice that of Qin Yuan, so the speed of devouring was naturally much slower. But Qin Yuan did not care if slow was just slow. Anyway, you belong to me now. Qin Yuan was quite excited. As time passed while Qin Yuan devoured the silver heart black hole, his event horizon naturally expanded. Nearby stars began to be drawn closer to Qin Yuan due to his gravitational pull. One by one they entered his event horizon and were consumed by him. Unsure how much time had passed, the mass of the silver heart black hole fully merged into Qin Yuan's body. His mass reached a staggering 7 million solar masses. The diameter of his event horizon exceeded the 50 million kilometers given by his limit of devouring. At this moment, the diameter of Qin Yuan's own event horizon was about 70 million kilometers. It was truly terrifying. Now this feels good. Just as Qin Yuan was rejoicing, a voice slowly sounded. So what's next? What do you plan to do? The voice of Ye was filled with interest, seemingly eager to see what Qin Yuan would do next. Qin Yuan, somewhat excited, replied, "Of course, I will continue to devour, continue to grow. The black hole in the Andromeda Galaxy has a mass of 100 million suns. Compared to it, I am still too weak." I knew it. Ye smiled and said, "However, you need to make a choice next." "A choice?" "Yes," Ye replied. "Use your sensing ability to look around you." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan activated his sensing ability and looked around. The scene before him left him in shock. All the stars in the Milky Way appeared like a spiral silver disk revolving around a massive black hole. And that massive black hole was him, positioned at the center of the silver heart. In other words, the moment Qin Yuan devoured the silver heart black hole, he had already become the silver heart black hole. All the other stars began to orbit around Qin Yuan. Now Qin Yuan was the center of the Milky Way. He was the Milky Way itself. You can escape them by jumping into four-dimensional space at superluminal speeds, Ye said with intrigue. Or you can choose not to escape them. However, if you do that, going to other galaxies would result in a collision between galaxies. Using sublight speed to carry these stars to crash into another galaxy would surely be quite a sight. Qin Yuan paused, asking, "Will there be a big problem?" "When I was in the Andromeda Galaxy, I was also flying at sublight speed, and it seemed there were no issues then." That's different," Ye laughed. "When you were in the Andromeda Galaxy, you initially spiraled around the black hole at its center for devouring. During that time, those stars continued to orbit the center of the Andromeda Galaxy. When you flew outward from the center, you gradually captured those stars and took them away from the Andromeda Galaxy, which resulted in fewer collisions. But this time is different. You are bringing the Milky Way to crash into another galaxy. The outcome will be entirely different. At sublight speed, both galaxies will likely meet their end. What choices lie before you now?" Ye asked with keen interest, as if eager to witness Qin Yuan's next move. Qin Yuan gazed upon the galaxies swirling around him. "What if I leap into four-dimensional space?" At this, Ye smiled faintly. "That is indeed the only viable path. Once you depart this galaxy, its stars will break free from your gravitational binding and become rogue stars. Should those stars drawn together by mutual gravity form loose associations, they may coalesce into open star clusters, celestial systems comprising dozens to hundreds of thousands of stars. Unlike galaxies, whose stars orbit a central supermassive black hole, star clusters are gravitationally bound ensembles where stars dynamically constrain one another. Should the Milky Way lose its central black hole, it would likely unravel into a scattering of open star clusters. The moment you exit the Milky Way, you cease to reside within it. You become part of the Milky Way star cluster." "Names are inconsequential," Qin Yuan replied. "Then, can civilizations survive under such conditions?" He mused. Such a shift would inevitably cause disruption, but it remains far less catastrophic than dragging an entire galaxy into collision with another. Rest assured, there is no cause for concern." Ye smiled casually. Losing the galactic core black hole would profoundly reshape the Milky Way, but for planets orbiting stars, its presence or absence bears little consequence. The cosmos is vast, interstellar distances immense. The probability of one star colliding with another remains vanishingly small. Hearing Ye's words, Qin Yuan relaxed. There was no alternative. This was the only way forward. What he sought was further mass, ever greater magnitude. How great precisely remained uncertain, but at the very least he intended to consume the Andromeda Galaxy first. "Are you ready to depart?" Ye asked, smiling. "Yes." "Where do you intend to go?" "Let me see." With that, Qin Yuan expanded his perception to its utmost limit. What unfolded before his senses left him utterly awestruck. Having absorbed the galactic core black hole, Qin Yuan's mass had surged to 7 million solar masses. As always, this increase amplified his divine sense perception and dominion. In this heightened state, his perception now encompassed hundreds of galaxies, and hundreds of star clusters. And what of his dominion? Instinctively, Chun Yuan extended his perception toward the nearest star, a colossal red giant. Its volume was staggering, more than 10 times the sun's diameter. Until now, his dominion had governed only planets. Never before had he attempted control over a star. He resolved to test whether his dominion could command such a celestial body. Focusing his power, he enveloped the star entirely and willed it to obey. The star convulsed inward violently. Boom! A thunderous detonation erupted. Yet the stellar matter poised to erupt outward in a cataclysmic blast was forcibly compressed back inward by Chun Yuan's unyielding dominion. The red giant collapsed relentlessly. Under Chun Yuan's unwavering gaze, his dominion compressed it atom by atom into a neutron star. The supernova explosion that should have followed was wholly suppressed, crushed into silence by his absolute control. Gazing upon the newborn neutron star, Chun Yuan flexed his dominion once more. Instantly, the neutron star disintegrated, shattered into atoms, then scattered into cosmic dust. So my dominion now operates flawlessly upon stars, even upon neutron stars, entities of extraordinary density and mass. Indeed, the greater the mass, the greater the power. Chun Yuan swept his perception across the void until he located the nearest black hole. It weighed 743 solar masses, and at that moment it was devouring a star, its accretion disk blazing with fierce luminosity. Chun Yuan directed his dominion upon it. With a single thought, the black hole dissolved, silently, utterly, into a cloud of dispersed atoms. Is my power truly this formidable? Even black holes yield to dissolution. A sudden thought struck him. He addressed the celestial devouring system. What is the maximum mass threshold upon which my dominion can act? The system responded in its usual mechanical tone. Dominion applies exclusively to celestial bodies whose mass is less than your own. Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan smiled. Then does this mean I may now command every celestial body within the Milky Way? Affirmative. Its voice remained cold, unchanging. Chun Yuan dismissed further contemplation. Scanning the expanse before him, hundreds of galaxies, hundreds of star clusters, he sought his next objective. His gaze swept across the void, then halted abruptly. A black hole lingered nearby, its dim accretion disk barely glowing. Around it stretched absolute darkness. No stars, no nebulae, nothing but that faint somber disk. It appeared to be a rogue black hole. How peculiar. Were it truly rogue, inertia would propel it along a straight trajectory. Could external galactic gravity be influencing it? Yet the surrounding void is absolute. No other galaxies lie near enough for gravitational influence. Strange indeed. Chun Yuan concentrated his perception, focused it fully upon the anomaly. What he saw froze him utterly. What is this? This was no rogue black hole. It was an entire galaxy. What is this thing? With intensified perception, he now discerned black holes unadorned by accretion disks, silent, dark, and countless. As he drew nearer, the sight before him stunned him into stillness. A black hole orbited not empty space, but a galaxy composed entirely of black holes. This was a black hole galaxy, a congregation of black holes of varying sizes, all revolving about a central supermassive black hole. Through his divine sense, Chun Yuan perceived the monstrous mass of the central black hole, 1,300 million solar masses. An incomprehensible scale. An overwhelming awe settled upon the void. A death galaxy, Ya's voice murmured softly. Chun Yuan turned. A death galaxy? Yes, she replied. That is how our civilization names it. When a galaxy endures for an unfathomable span of time, all else perishes. Stars collide, planets shatter, nebulae dissipate, until only black holes remain, silent heirs to entropy's reign. Ya added, the death galaxy you behold has endured beyond reckoning. Indeed, Chun Yuan murmured. Yet for me, it is perfect. Ya paused, then laughed, radiant and knowing. You speak truth. For you there exists no better place in all creation. As for civilizations like those, that galaxy is the grave of stars, and also the grave of the universe. Chun Yuan chuckled. Would your civilization fear it? The Heavenly Emperor civilization can go anywhere in the universe and live anywhere. Ya casually said, we can easily create an artificial sun within the death galaxy and build artificial planets, allowing us to survive there. For advanced civilizations that can freely alter the cosmic environment, this is trivial, Ya said. So shall we go? Chun Yuan began to move. The speed initially transitioned from stillness to superluminal, which naturally could not be achieved instantaneously. He needed to accelerate for a while. As Chun Yuan accelerated, the stars surrounding him also moved along with him. The moment his speed surpassed the speed of light, Chun Yuan's body vanished, entering four-dimensional space. The entire Milky Way immediately spread out, and its dispersion was extraordinarily rapid. However, in terms of perception, the field of view covered by his sensing capability was quite vast. From the perspective that could encompass the entire Milky Way, their dispersal speed did not seem particularly fast. But at a closer distance one would notice that those stars were frantically fleeing outward. The reason for this was that these stars had long been bound by the gravitational pull of the galactic center black hole. They needed a centrifugal force to counteract this pull, and the source of this centrifugal force was generated during their orbit around the black hole. When the black hole vanished, their orbital speed did not decrease at all, causing them to scatter directly. If time were accelerated to a certain speed, one would see the stars of the Milky Way fleeing like fireworks. The outer stars fled at a slower pace, while the inner stars escaped more rapidly. When the inner stars came into gravitational contact with the outer stars, gravitational attraction developed between the stars, pulling each other closer. Gradually, the connections formed clusters of stars, drifting through the universe. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan had selected a segment of the future, leaping through four-dimensional space, arriving at the Death Galaxy. Before him was a death galaxy filled with black holes. The masses of these black holes varied, but it was certain that they were sufficient for Qin Yuan to devour for a while. There was no need for Qin Yuan to activate extreme absorption, as his own temporal limits had already surpassed the diameter for extreme absorption. He found a target through his sensing ability and flew towards it. Using spatial jumps through four-dimensional space consumed only a few seconds for Qin Yuan. As he flew, he was somewhat curious about what the Milky Way looked like now. He subconsciously amplified his sensing ability and took a look. Previously, Qin Yuan had marked the small Earth and the civilization he created using his divine sense. Through the mark, Qin Yuan located the position of the small Earth. It was completely different from before. The entire surface of the small Earth was covered with a high-tech metallic surface with occasional artificially planted greenery. Aside from the ocean and some areas not yet artificially constructed, the rest was already filled with traces of human intervention. Inside the small Earth, there were cities built from unknown black metal and individuals wearing high-tech clothing never seen before. Of course, the changes in Earth civilization were not enough to pique Qin Yuan's interest, as he had already witnessed too many advanced civilizations. What surprised him was that the Milky Way had dispersed, yet Earth civilization had managed to survive. Qin Yuan expanded his perception. He then realized that the small Earth was located within a star cluster, a sparse cluster that appeared to contain hundreds of thousands of stars. Each star possessed its own planetary system. Has the once vast Milky Way with billions of stars now been reduced to just one star cluster? No, that's not right. Ya's voice was casual. Qin Yuan instinctively continued to amplify his perception. He discovered that in the vicinity of the original Milky Way there were now over 100 small star clusters. These star clusters were quite distant from one another, with the distance between any two clusters being tens of thousands of light years. To be precise, that was a distance of tens of thousands of light years, which was quite exaggerated even for Qin Yuan. Even if he flew at sublight speed, it would consume a significant amount of time. One must know that the flight speed of the Milky Way stars was much slower compared to Qin Yuan. How long would it take to travel such a distance? How long did this jump take us? Qin Yuan inquired. You replied casually, the Death Galaxy is very far from the Milky Way. This jump took about 130 million years. 100 million. I had no mental preparation and just traveled 130 million years. Qin Yuan was somewhat stunned. Qin Yuan regained his composure and adjusted his mood. Forget it. Time doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me either, you replied casually. Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback. He observed Ya beside him, using his sensing ability. Unbeknownst to him, Ya had created an artificial planet that orbited around Qin Yuan. Inside the artificial planet was a mini artificial sun illuminating a region. Ya was sitting beside the artificial sun, leisurely sipping tea. Perhaps sensing that Qin Yuan was looking at her, Ya lifted her face and looked in the direction of his sensing ability, playfully smiling, peeking at me. Is it because I'm too beautiful? Qin Yuan was taken aback. He smiled wryly. I really don't know what you're thinking to choose to follow me. Ya laughed. I don't know either. You know that high-intelligence beings have emotions, and emotions are uncontrollable. Once you like someone, it could be a flower pot or a ball, it doesn't matter, Ya chuckled. Qin Yuan was left speechless. I can't understand to forget it. However, it's been over 100 million years since we left Earth civilization, but why does it feel like there hasn't been much change? Ya laughed. Who said Earth civilization hasn't changed? Now they already possess the 13th generation of gene bodies and can withstand cosmic pressure with their bodies. The 13th generation. How does it compare to the Heavenly Emperor civilization? It's comparable to the 3rd generation gene body of the Heavenly Emperor civilization. As civilization develops further, there are only two methods of evolution. One is through technology and equipment for external reinforcement, and the other is genetic enhancement to become stronger. Currently, Earth's civilization has chosen genetic enhancement. However, their equipment evolution hasn't lagged behind. They should be able to develop further. Ya commented. Qin Yuan responded with a sound. We'll take a look at the civilization I created to see how they are doing. Qin Yuan had previously marked the civilization he created. Since the Earth civilization was fine, he believed that the civilization he created would also be unharmed. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan used his perception ability to take a look. Upon seeing it, he was stunned. The planet where the civilization he created was located was now in ruins. The planet was riddled with craters, clearly indicating that it had suffered extensive damage from many asteroids. Could it be that the civilization was destroyed by asteroids? But the problem is the last time Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze, that civilization had already reached a point where it could create artificial mini-suns and engage in interstellar wars. For that civilization, asteroids should not have been a significant issue. That's not the case. You softly explained the civilization you created destroyed the entire planet due to a civil war over 130 million years ago. At that time, the entire civilization had over 2 billion people, but it was reduced to 20,000. Later, these 20,000 were captured by an alien civilization, and after a long period, only a few thousand remained. Currently, they are in a planet called Wanyu civilization, living as ordinary residents of that civilization. Eventually, due to the numerous civilizations within Wanyu, a civilization war broke out. The civilization you created can be considered extinct. Chen Yuan felt a bit depressed. I created a civilization, and it ended up like this. But how do you know all this? Chen Yuan asked, puzzled. You replied, dark information. The experiences of a civilization are all stored in dark information. However, ordinary civilizations cannot collect this dark information, but I can. She smiled. Do you want to learn? Chen Yuan chuckled. Is there even a need to ask? You laughed. All right, then I'll teach you slowly. And what about the civilization? Do you want to try creating another one? You said playfully. Civilizations are highly evolutionary entities. Many civilizations perish before they even begin. Some civilizations last until they possess technology to leave their home planet, only to become embroiled in wars with other civilizations, ultimately leading to their extinction. If the civilization you created had not received your assistance, the chances of its extinction would not be small. I think developing to the point of engaging in interstellar warfare is already quite impressive. You praised Chen Yuan. Yes, you are right, that is indeed the case. Chen Yuan said the number of civilizations that can evolve to the end is exceedingly rare. A civilization like the Heavenly Emperor civilization, there may only be one in a trillion light years. About that, you casually smiled. So do you want to create another civilization? Of course, if I don't continue creating a civilization, wouldn't it be too boring to spend all this time? Chen Yuan said casually. You remarked casually, this thought of yours is somewhat dangerous. You are treating lives as toys. Well, that can't be said like that. I created them out of boredom, granting them life. I don't expect anything in return, just occasionally observing them. How can that be considered treating them as toys? Chen Yuan defended. All right, you said with an amused smile, I won't restrict you, do as you wish. Can I ask for your opinion this time? Do you plan to intervene or just watch them repeat their mistakes? Chen Yuan pondered for a moment. I think occasionally intervening should be fine. Haha, yes, occasionally intervening. It was unclear what she found amusing. Using his perception ability, Chen Yuan then used his control ability to recreate a planet capable of sustaining life in the habitable zone where the previous civilization was located. Then he left it there, allowing the planet to nurture life on its own. Once the planet had plants and animals, Chen Yuan placed tens of thousands of primitive humans on the planet. While Chen Yuan was on his way feeling idle, he glanced at the situation on that planet. During these tasks, he did not slow down his speed, quickly flying toward his target. The black holes became food for Chen Yuan. He would consume black holes that had a mass greater than his own. Countless years passed. Feeling bored, Chen Yuan again looked at his civilization. Upon looking, he saw towering skyscrapers and factories producing various steel products. The industrial age. That was fast. I wonder how far they will be when I look at them next time. Just then, through his perception ability, Chen Yuan saw 3 disc-shaped, unidentified flying objects hovering in space in front of his planet. Currently, the civilization Chen Yuan created was merely a medieval civilization just beginning to mass-produce steel and such, and it clearly lacked the technology to fly into space. In other words, these 3 unidentified flying objects belong to other civilizations. It seems they've been discovered, you said softly. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan asked, discovered? Yes. You casually said many primitive civilizations have natural barriers formed from the dust clouds left behind after being devoured, known as the Oort cloud. The remaining dust acts as a natural shield, blocking the prying eyes of nearby civilizations. This ensures the development of primitive civilizations. If civilizations with strange intentions see them, the consequences could be dire. They might be colonized. You smiled and said, now your civilization is in some danger. Sure enough, as you predicted, the 3 ships flew directly into the planet he created. This was not surprising. It was not to say that all civilizations were benevolent. Just as there were good civilizations, there were also bad ones. Some civilizations did not wish to be invaders, while others thrived on being invaders and colonizers. A planet capable of creating life is an incredibly valuable resource for civilizations that have just left their home planet in search of new life-sustaining planets. If those civilizations encounter a life-sustaining planet where the intelligent beings are merely low-level civilizations, the outcome is not hard to guess. The planet will be colonized and the intelligent beings will either be enslaved or slaughtered. Ye explained softly. After the 3 disc-shaped ships entered the planet, more than 10 outsiders armed with guns and wearing armor descended from the ships, each about 2.5 meters tall. They wasted no time raising their firearms and opening fire on the bewildered inhabitants. Blood and corpses stained the ground. It seems they intend to cleanse the territory, you said softly. Cleansing. You said the invading civilization you see is called the Alice civilization. Their home planet has become uninhabitable due to war. Many of their people have left their home planet in spaceships searching for habitable planets. They plan to kill all the indigenous people on that planet before colonizing it. For them, killing the indigenous people is a major cleansing. At that moment, Qin Yuan, through his sensing ability, discovered that shortly after the 3 saucer-shaped ships landed and began the massacre, a colossal spaceship flew overhead, accompanied by a swarm of saucer-shaped ships. Grouped together, there were at least several thousand saucer-shaped ships and one massive oval-shaped ship. The saucer ships varied in size. The smaller ones could carry only 1 or 2 people, while the largest could carry thousands. The largest ship could probably carry tens of thousands of people. Not long after the massacre of the indigenous people on the planet began, these ships arrived. This is a premeditated massacre. Qin Yuan immediately understood. That civilization had long discovered the civilization he created. The first 3 ships were merely vanguards scouting the way. The forces that followed were the main army. They clearly had planned this beforehand, intending to eliminate all the indigenous people on the planet for colonization. So many people, it seems they've been preparing for a long time. Qin Yuan said slowly. You said it seems your civilization is not very lucky this time. The last time you built a civilization, there weren't any natural defenses nearby, yet it still managed to develop into interstellar warfare. And now this civilization, still in the industrial stage, is about to be wiped out. What should we do? You asked, should we intervene? Qin Yuan replied, such foreign invasion cannot be resolved with the current development level of that civilization. We indeed need to intervene, otherwise they will face annihilation. Is it the same as the last time we went to the Earth civilization? Using the same method? Ye inquired. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan said the method from the last time was too troublesome. I have a simpler method. With Qin Yuan's words falling, the bodies of the alien invaders who were rampaging through Qin Yuan's civilization vanished into thin air, and the 3 saucer ships disappeared as well. All the thousands of spaceships in the sky above the planet vanished without a trace. To be precise, they did not disappear. They were all disassembled into atoms by Qin Yuan through his remote control ability. The control ability can manipulate any celestial body with less mass than Qin Yuan, meaning that as long as the mass is lower than his, Qin Yuan can crush a celestial body into pieces across star systems. Some may wonder, what about the lives inside the spaceships? Aren't they living beings? Can they be disassembled too? In fact, the definition of celestial bodies in Earth civilization is that all matter outside the Earth's atmosphere is considered celestial. If we truly define it, everything Qin Yuan sees can be classified as celestial bodies. The bodies of living beings are fundamentally composed of matter. A speck of cosmic dust is a small celestial body, and a living creature can also be considered a celestial body. You sat in her chair observing everything through the transparent display screen suspended in midair. She revealed a sly smile. I'm impressed, but I must say your methods are indeed simple. You don't even need to move. Qin Yuan replied, if there are simple solutions, I naturally prefer to take them. I don't want to tackle anything too difficult. You chuckled casually. Qin Yuan looked at the people on the planet through the vision provided by his sensing ability. The ground was littered with corpses, blood flowing freely, and those who had narrowly escaped had joy in their eyes from being saved from despair, but at the same time, there was a hint of confusion. They seemed unaware of what had happened. Seeing this, Qin Yuan withdrew his gaze. Ahead there was a black hole which was the target of Qin Yuan's action. The mass of the black hole before him was 3 times that of the silver core black hole. In other words, it had a mass equivalent to 12 million solar masses. After so long of devouring, Qin Yuan's mass had already surpassed that of the silver core black hole. Now his mass was about the same as this target at 2.6 times that of the silver core black hole. Extreme Devour. Although the event horizon of Extreme Devour was far smaller than Qin Yuan's current size, it allowed Qin Yuan to devour celestial bodies with mass greater than twice his own. Therefore, it was good to open it. Qin Yuan dashed forward. As he got closer, their event horizons touched, and Qin Yuan immediately felt the terrifying gravitational pull emanating from the black hole before him. Qin Yuan involuntarily spiraled around it, rapidly approaching the target black hole. He felt as if he were being led by it, but in reality, through the vision of his sensing ability, it could be seen. As the gravitational force of the black hole captured Qin Yuan, it was also captured by Qin Yuan's gravity. Both black holes were spiraling closer together. The event horizons of the 2 black holes had merged into one. However, due to the incredibly strong gravitational forces of the two singularities, neither could harm the other. In contrast to the consumption of stars which would break apart, due to gravitational forces, the approach of black holes was different. They had terrifying gravitational forces, hence their singularities would not be stripped away. They could only gradually draw closer due to gravitational attraction. When the two singularities came close enough, they would merge. The larger black hole would consume the smaller one. Chen Yuan's mass was smaller than that of the target, meaning that without any special circumstances, he would be consumed. But Chen Yuan possessed extreme devour. When the two approached closely enough, the position of the target black hole entered the range of extreme devour. In an instant, the gravitational pull of the target black hole vanished completely. Chen Yuan began to devour the target black hole. The singularity of the target black hole flew into Chen Yuan's singularity, merging into one, becoming part of Chen Yuan's mass. Mission accomplished. Chen Yuan's mass surged dramatically, becoming 5-6 times that of the silver core black hole. In other words, he had now achieved a mass equivalent to 20 million solar masses. This is an astonishing figure. Moreover, his event horizon reached a terrifying range spanning over 240 million kilometers. To put it into perspective, the diameter of the Sun is merely over 1 million kilometers. At this point, Chen Yuan could be considered a super colossal entity. My mass has increased significantly, and my event horizon has also expanded considerably. Comfortable. Alright, on to the next target. There are many black holes nearby, varying in size. The closest black hole to me has a mass equivalent to 300,000 suns, which is too small. A bit further, this one is good with a mass of 6 million suns. After confirming, Chen Yuan began to fly towards the new target. Chen Yuan noticed that within this dying star system, the black holes grew larger the deeper one went. At his current position, they were mostly in the range of hundreds of thousands to even millions of suns. However, there were no stars, planets, or even satellites to be seen in this dying star system, nor were there neutron stars or black dwarfs. This suggests that they have likely been consumed by other black holes. It can be confirmed that this is a very ancient star system. Moreover, it is a very concealed system. Without the presence of stars, it does not emit light. Even if some civilizations try to obtain information through instruments, it would be extremely difficult. Suddenly, Chen Yuan, having nothing to do, perceived a peculiar scene. Next to a black hole with a mass of about 1 million suns, there are 9 smaller black holes orbiting around it. Those 9 smaller black holes revolve around that massive black hole. It resembles a celestial system similar to the solar system. The area encompassed by this dying star system is immense. The distances between black holes are also quite large. Some smaller black holes naturally get captured by the gravity of larger black holes, becoming a black hole that orbits another black hole. How incredible! A black hole with such immense gravity actually becomes a satellite of other black holes. Compared to that massive black hole, the smaller black holes orbiting it seemed as insignificant as satellites. What you refer to as satellites, planets, and stars are merely celestial bodies of differing masses, you remarked with a sly smile. Whoever has greater mass will orbit around them, and this applies even to black holes. Indeed, that's true. Chen Yuan thought no more of it. Earlier, his attention was focused on the black holes around the central supermassive black hole of the galaxy, which was not surprising. However, seeing black holes orbiting around other massive black holes within the galaxy was quite interesting. It is important to note that this is not just a galaxy, but a celestial system where the entire system revolves around that supermassive black hole in the center. In other words, the massive black holes are orbiting the supermassive black hole, while the smaller black holes are orbiting the massive black holes. It felt quite novel. There's nothing particularly surprising about it. If you ask me, the most astonishing thing in this universe is you. A black hole with self-awareness. I bet no one would believe that, you chuckled. Chen Yuan was taken aback. So in that sense, it indeed makes sense. However, I remember there is an even more astonishing existence. What do you mean? Aren't you? Chen Yuan playfully teased ya. A girl who has fallen in love with celestial bodies is quite special. You laugh, saying, is that so? You indeed are a celestial body, but as a living being, I am essentially composed of elements from the universe. From a certain perspective, I can also be considered a celestial body. A genetic body beyond the 6th generation requires the equivalent of a planet's worth of matter and energy to form. A planet is also called a celestial body in your context, right? So in that sense, I am also a celestial body. A celestial body falling in love with another celestial body, I think that's not strange at all. Chen Yuan was stunned. He truly had no words left. The human body is composed of various atoms, and black holes are also made of atoms. The only difference is that humans have emotions and consciousness, while celestial bodies lack emotions and awareness. By this logic, even though you are a colossal black hole, now you are still a person. You chuckled. Chen Yuan was left speechless. What kind of absurd logic? A black hole capable of annihilating everything is a person. Chen Yuan was at a loss. Exactly, you said. Aren't you just a larger version of a person? Alright, let's stop this conversation for now. This logic left Chen Yuan rather frightened. Suddenly a voice echoed. Friend, can you hear my voice? This voice directly entered Chen Yuan's mind. This was a communication of consciousness. The voice belonged to a man. Hearing this voice, Chen Yuan was slightly startled. Someone is looking for you, you said playfully. Chen Yuan replied. I'll exit the dark communication channel for now. Oh, please wait a moment. Understood. Chen Yuan exited the dark communication channel connected to you. Who are you? How interesting, I never expected you to be a black hole with self-awareness. The man's voice carried a hint of curiosity as he said, let me introduce myself first. I am from the Li Yada civilization. I know that you seem to be capable of acquiring mass by devouring black holes, and I also know who your intended target is among the black holes. I just want you to alter your path to avoid colliding with the planet we reside on. What? You are in my intended path? Chen Yuan found it hard to believe. This is a dying star system filled with black holes. You live here? Yes, the man replied. All right, Chen Yuan said. I need to know your exact location to determine how to avoid you. Can you provide your location on? Yes, I can. I'll use dark information to inform you of my location. Each civilization has its own method of setting coordinates. He provided the method for setting coordinates, allowing Chen Yuan to find that location through coordinates. The coordinates of the Li Yada civilization are calculated with the supermassive black hole as the center. Through the information given by the other party, Chen Yuan learned their location. He looked over with his perception ability. Yet when he looked, he found nothing, just an empty expanse. After a moment of thought, Chen Yuan understood. Clearly, this civilization is similar to Yas, possessing advanced technology capable of hiding themselves using dark matter. However, even though they are hidden, they are still present there, which is why they want to communicate with Chen Yuan, hoping he will avoid them. What a peculiar civilization, Chen Yuan commented. All right, I understand. I will change my position. Thank you. The man's voice became much friendlier. Chen Yuan replied. However, I am still curious as to why you choose to live in this dying star system. Our civilization has always lived here, we are accustomed to it, so we have no intention of leaving. Has their civilization always resided within this star system? Jiang Yuan's thoughts stirred. If so, how long has his civilization dwelled here? After all, this is an exceptionally ancient star system. Its existence likely spans an immense, unfathomable duration. If that civilization had already existed within this system from the beginning, it must have taken root even before the birth of its first star. Jiang Yuan asked, did this star system once host stars? Of course, the man replied with a smile. Not only stars, but planets, moons, asteroids, and asteroid belts as well. Yet over time, the entire system has transformed beyond recognition. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan felt a subtle dissonance. May I ask, how old are you? How old? How old? The man burst into laughter, a laugh that left Jiang Yuan utterly bewildered. What's so amusing? Huh, I'm simply taken aback. He composed himself and smiled apologetically. Forgive my rudeness. It has been an exceedingly long time since anyone last asked my age. In our civilization, one never inquires after another's age. We rarely venture beyond our own domain. Indeed, I cannot even recall when last someone posed such a question to me. My own age escapes my memory. All I know is that at the moment of my emergence, this star system still gleamed with stars orbited by planets and moons. From our doorstep, we could once gaze outward and behold a sky ablaze with countless stars, until gradually all light faded, leaving nothing behind. The sole luminance remaining was our artificially forged star. Yet when we looked upward, all we saw was a sky veiled in the absolute blackness of a cosmic void, swallowed whole by the shadow of a singularity. For a moment the man fell silent, as if stirred by distant recollection, then smiled again. So much time has passed. I've truly forgotten my exact age. Let us set aside the matter of age. Tell me instead, though you possess human consciousness, why are you, in essence, a black hole? What transpired to bring you to this state? I am deeply curious to know. At this, Jiang Yuan paused thoughtfully. Though you wish to know, I cannot reveal it. My apologies. Huh. Perfectly understandable, the man chuckled. We've only just met. My name is Rex. I wonder what shall I call you? Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan. Ah, truly a human name. Not one a black hole would bear. You are without doubt human. Jiang Yuan fell silent once more, repeating almost instinctively the same exchange of names he'd shared long ago with you. Only now did Jiang Yuan realize it was a test. When you had first asked his name, she sought to confirm whether he was truly human. For a black hole bears no name. Only a sentient being does. After that inquiry, you must have already accepted him as human. This man, however, voiced his suspicion outright. Indeed, how could a black hole possibly bear a name? Huh. Apologies. I merely wish to understand your nature, not to probe deliberately. He deflected lightly. Jiang Yuan remained unperturbed. He sensed something familiar about this man, an uncanny resemblance to you. He only hoped this one wouldn't cling to him as persistently as she did. Though Ya's companionship was no burden, adding another man. especially one so earnest, was hardly appealing. Jiang Yuan said it's fine. Rex smiled. Would you care to visit my residence? Jiang Yuan paused, startled. Your residence? Weren't you just instructing me to alter my trajectory? In my current form, I doubt I could even fit through your doorway. That won't be necessary. If you're willing, I can provide you with a human vessel and safely transfer your consciousness into it. Then you may visit me as a human. Naturally arriving in your present form, the singularity is out of the question. Were you to approach thus, our entire artificial celestial infrastructure would vanish in an instant. Here it began, just as you had done. He wanted Jiang Yuan to become human. Jiang Yuan had assumed Ye's intent was intimacy, to stand beside her as an equal. Could this man harbor similar desires? Surely not. Reflecting, Jiang Yuan replied, becoming human isn't necessary. Very well, Rex conceded. Jiang Yuan gave it no further thought. He adjusted his course, steering clear of the coordinates Rex had mentioned, and resumed his journey toward his original destination. An intriguing individual, it seems. Ye's voice, rich with quiet amusement, resonated through the covert channel. Intriguing. Perhaps. Yet something feels odd. First he asked my name, then immediately proposed I assume human form. What precisely is he pondering? His civilization is a hyper-advanced one. Its people have transcended mortality. Their lives stretch effectively into eternity. Eternity breeds its greatest terror, solitude. He encountered you, a rare soul capable of meaningful discourse, and naturally yearned for conversation. Entirely natural. As for proposing human form, Ye's tone turned playful. He is testing you. Testing. You possess human emotion and cognition, but your physical essence is a black hole. This anomaly admits only two explanations. Either you are intrinsically a singularity that spontaneously awakened consciousness, or you were once human transformed into a black hole by some extraordinary cause. Should you be the latter, he assumes you would deeply desire human embodiment, and thus offered the proposal as a subtle gauge. Of course, should you have accepted, he would have honored the request. Simply put, his ultimate motive is fascination with you and a sincere wish to forge friendship. He and I share much the same impulse, you murmured softly. Jiang Yuan hummed in acknowledgement. So that's why you asked my name and urged me to become human. Ah, but that's mistaken. Yes, asking your name was a test, yet urging you to become human, that stemmed from entirely different motives. I wished you to become human because I had fallen in love with you, so that we might dwell together side by side. Though alas, what she left unsaid, Jiang Yuan understood all too well. Jiang Yuan had never entertained becoming human. Hey, Ye's voice cut sharply through his reverie. A mischievous smile flickered across her face. When will you become human again, even briefly, so we may meet face to face? Perhaps conceive a child together. What do you think? This. Jiang Yuan was utterly speechless. Enough, let me continue on my way. With nothing to occupy him, Chun Yuan stretched his perceptual horizon to its utmost. When the sight before him unfurled, a ripple of astonishment passed through him. Has my vision quietly reached this degree? As Chun Yuan's mass grew, the reach of his perception swelled with terrifying suddenness. Through his perceptive power, he could behold countless vistas. With ordinary human eyesight on a planet, gazing into the cosmos reveals a firmament of stars. A human eye sees only a finite distance. On Dichio, in perfectly clear air, the naked eye can discern the flicker of a candle some 27 kilometers away. But circumstances alter that. Lift your head in a city beset by light pollution, and the stars become all but invisible. Thus, to observe the heavens, while the sparsely polluted countryside is the best choice. On Dichio, absent light pollution and other interfering factors, the naked eye can make out three large celestial assemblies: the Xianu Galaxy, the Damai-Zhiluan star cloud, and the Xiaomai-Zhiluan star cloud. Yet, because Dichio has northern and southern hemispheres, one cannot actually see all three from a single vantage. The Xianu Galaxy is visible in the north, while the two Zhiluan clouds appear in the south. Chun Yuan's perception, however, produced a wholly different panorama. His awareness extended in a full 360 degrees, opening outward from him as a radius. He could also concentrate his attention in one direction, boosting the distance he perceived by multiple times. A person on Dichio looking up sees only a sparse scattering of stars. What Chun Yuan saw now were whole swathes of galaxies enfolding him, one after another. Their light stacked in three-dimensional layers. Layer upon layer. The light emitted by stars across hundreds of millions of galaxies connected together like human nerves. Only this enormous neural network was made purely of stars, an astonishing sight. His field of vision had become impossibly vast. These interwoven galaxies resemble neural strands, Chun Yuan murmured in wonder. A scientist had once proposed the same notion. The idea that the cosmos is one vast neural network sounded strange. Ordinary observers, after seeing the filamentary arrangement of galaxies, might draw that analogy. But when such a claim comes from a scientist, it becomes all the more startling. To disprove that the universe is a neural network would seem simple. Present a single phenomenon within the cosmos that differs from anything a neural network exhibits, and the hypothesis would fall. Yet up to now no observed phenomenon has offered a rebuttal. Do you think the universe could itself be a gigantic human? Chen Yuan asked. You did not refute him this time. It is possible, she agreed. Perhaps the universe is the brain of an enormous human being. Chen Yuan laughed. I was only teasing. If the universe were truly a human brain expanding at light speed, the head would surely burst. Speed is relative, you said. The universe indeed expands at the speed of light, but to a being of inconceivable scale that expansion would feel exceedingly slow. And it expands because it is growing. As it grows, the brain enlarges. The brain's growth is what we perceive as cosmological expansion. The notion left Chen Yuan feeling oddly unsettled. By the way, haven't you long sought the edge of the universe? Have you found it? He asked aloud. We haven't found it, you replied. The universe seems to have no edge. Perhaps our current civilization lacks the means to unravel the secret of its boundary. Chen Yuan hummed in response. Once we solve it, we'll know whether the universe is truly a giant. Not necessarily, you said casually. Chen Yuan blinked. Not necessarily. Yes, she smiled. If the universe is merely a fragment of a giant's neural mesh, the giant size would be terrifying. With the field we can currently perceive, we cannot even exhaust a tiny patch of that neural web. If you wish to know whether the cosmos is a giant, you must possess a field of vision that covers this entire swath of the universe. Of course, merely covering that span of sight would still be insufficient. Right now, we are like ants looking at a human. We can only perceive a sliver and have no conception of the whole creature. At Chen Yuan's hearing that, the point struck him. If the universe were but a neural fragment, then even finding its edge and leaving would not grant a view of its true body, like an ant glimpsing only a tiny fraction of a human. If one regards the universe as a neural network, then inhabitants of a single planet might be smaller than ants, perhaps smaller even than a single cell. The cosmos is indeed vast, Chen Yuan sighed. You smiled. Be patient. No matter how immense the universe, with the accumulation of time and your devouring ability, one day you might swallow the whole cosmos and finally see its full visage. Chen Yuan offered a wry smile. You flatter me too much. To devour the entire universe. By the time this universe fades, I doubt even then I could achieve it. The universe is boundless. At Chen Yuan's present rate, he would never consume it before its end. You laughed softly. Try nonetheless. Oh, I am eager to see what you can accomplish. If anyone can perceive the universe's truth. She lowered her voice. I believe that person would be you. Is the universe a giant? Chen Yuan murmured, his interest kindled. Very well, let me see how vast this universe truly is. He wondered what the universe's true face might be. With a hint of excitement in her voice, you watched as Chen Yuan fixed his gaze on a distant black hole, opened his extreme devouring, and lunged forward. To leave the universe and peer in from outside, he would first have to increase his mass further. After all, if one is only the size of a cell, one cannot glimpse the whole. Being as small as an ant would not suffice. First swallow this universe, the rest can be dealt with later. Bang! A burst of brightness appeared in Chen Yuan's field of vision. A star has died. After a star's death, a smaller mass may become a white dwarf, a medium mass may become a neutron star, while a massive star has a chance of becoming a black hole. In fact, white dwarfs, neutron stars, and black holes are all the results of stellar evolution leading to their ultimate demise. Since white dwarfs have the lowest mass, they still retain heat upon death, thus appearing white. However, once a white dwarf exhausts its heat, it will transform into a black dwarf. The transformation from a white dwarf to a black dwarf takes over 10 billion years. Theoretically, there are currently no black dwarfs in the universe. According to Chen Yuan's knowledge learned from Earth civilization, the age of the universe is approximately 14 billion years. The time required for a star to become a white dwarf and then a black dwarf far exceeds the current age of the universe, so there are no black dwarfs in this universe. This is also why Chen Yuan cannot see any black dwarfs. Many stars cannot escape the fate of death as time passes. Just like the supernova explosions that are often observed when a supernova explodes, it signifies that the helium and hydrogen inside that star have been completely consumed. Chen Yuan thought to himself, time will slowly pass and all stars will eventually disappear. Without those stars, I wonder what will happen to that civilization. Without stars, there is only death. You responded to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Death? That shouldn't be the case. You advanced civilization, aren't you? Artificial stars. You smiled. Hydrogen and helium cannot be created. Our civilization can use hydrogen and helium atoms to create artificial stars, but we cannot create hydrogen and helium atoms. Once all hydrogen and helium in the universe disappear, then all civilizations will perish, including me. Aren't you supposed to be eternally immortal? Chen Yuan did not expect that you could also die. Even my generation's body requires a supply of hydrogen atoms. You said, As long as I have one cell left, I can infinitely resurrect provided there are still hydrogen atoms in this universe. Moreover, as long as I stay in this universe, I am also consuming various atoms to maintain my body. If the universe runs out of hydrogen atoms, then I would only have one path left: death. Ye spoke casually, seemingly unconcerned about her own life. I don't want you to die, Chen Yuan said. Upon hearing this, a mischievous smile appeared on Ya's face as she crossed her legs and looked at Chen Yuan. Don't you care? Have you fallen in love with me? So now you're worried about me? Chen Yuan was speechless. It's been so many years, I wonder how my civilization is doing. Chen Yuan changed the subject. Through the perspective brought by his sensing ability, he looked towards the direction of the civilization he created. Upon looking, the scene before him made Chen Yuan feel a bit gloomy. The planet had already entered a new era. Skyscrapers and even spacecraft could be seen. However, wars were incessant. Some countries had already developed spacecraft, while others were extremely poor, seemingly regressing back to the industrial age. Countries in war zones were even less inclined to develop civilization. In other words, although these people were all created by Chen Yuan, their ancestors were the over 30,000 primitive people. Yet now they were fighting, embroiled in conflict. I really can't believe it, they are fighting again. Chen Yuan said, they were originally descendants of the 30,000 primitive people I created, all sharing the same blood. I could understand if they were invaded by others, but how come they enjoy fighting civil wars among themselves without any external invasion? I really can't comprehend this. Advanced intelligent beings are like this, Ye said. This is a struggle for resources. In primitive times, beasts would kill each other for food and mating rights until they got what they wanted. In modern times, with intelligence, they have even more to fight over, such as fame, status, wealth, power, and so on. When it comes to larger scales, they fight over resources. The resources of a planet are limited, taking a little means less for the future. Only by acquiring resources can a nation have the capacity to develop. Ye casually remarked, as civilization continues to develop, it will enter the nuclear age. If war breaks out during that era, a civilization could very well perish. A civilization that survives a civil war and depletes its planetary resources will then seek to the universe for resources. Ye chuckled, just like that civilization you previously annihilated, which was a civilization that survived after a civil war. Its own planet was nearly destroyed, so it had to seek resources elsewhere, which is the planet you created. However, they were quite unfortunate. After surviving the civil war and discovering a colonizable planet, they traveled thousands of miles only to be broken down into atoms by you. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback and helplessly said, there's nothing to be done. No matter what their intentions were, they are still invaders. Since they are invaders, death is what they deserve. If one wishes to kill others, they must naturally be prepared to be killed themselves. Chen Yuan thought no more of it and redirected his attention. Chen Yuan observed an intriguing phenomenon. A massive black hole and a smaller black hole were drawn towards each other by their mutual gravitational pull. The smaller black hole was spiraling closer to the larger black hole in a helical trajectory. Black holes devouring black holes. Interesting. As a black hole himself, Chen Yuan often consumed other black holes, but the problem was that his method of consumption was not normal. Although Chen Yuan was a black hole, he could accelerate his approach while also employing extreme consumption to directly deactivate the opponent's gravitational pull. What appeared before Chen Yuan's eyes were two genuine black holes. The gravitational pull of the smaller black hole was evidently less than that of the larger black hole, thus the smaller black hole approached the larger black hole at a faster speed. They were getting closer. If it went as imagined, the larger black hole would gradually swallow the smaller black hole. But just then, an unexpected situation arose. Chen Yuan saw the smaller black hole circling the larger black hole at an increasingly rapid pace. Suddenly, the smaller black hole was flung away by the larger black hole. To Chen Yuan, it felt like a ball flying in front of the larger black hole, only to be kicked away by the larger black hole. Isn't it that a large mass swallows a small mass? Chen Yuan said. Why was that small black hole simply kicked away? Ha, you laughed. Chen Yuan said, what's so funny? Wait, do you know what's going on? Of course I do, you smiled. After I match my consciousness with yours, everything you can see I can see as well. This? Never mind, you continued to share her vision, but it didn't matter. So do you know what's going on? Chen Yuan was quite curious about this. Just now it clearly seemed like the small black hole was about to be swallowed by the large black hole, but when they got close enough, the small black hole was just kicked away, which was really strange. It's so strange. Could it be that the small black hole isn't tasty enough? How do you think that large black hole is like you? Not tasty enough. You smiled so you can joke sometimes. Let me tell you, in this universe it really is large mass eating small mass. But there is a force that can counteract the gravity emitted by massive celestial bodies. Counteracting gravity. Are you saying it's centrifugal force? You responded, yes, centrifugal force. The large black hole you just saw spins at a speed too fast. The small mass black hole was tugged along by its gravity, causing it to accelerate desperately, and as a result it was thrown away due to its excessive speed. Between black holes, when the event horizons of two black holes are about to touch, they will produce a visual distortion due to their gravitational waves. It looks just like two balls colliding and denting inwards. Then, because the small mass black hole was moving too fast, it was kicked away. This scene was very interesting. It piqued Chen Yuan's interest. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan felt curious again. So if it were a star, would it also be thrown away? You laughed. Your question is really interesting. The reason the small mass black hole gets bounced away is that the small mass black hole itself also carries terrifying gravity. So when the small mass black hole and the large mass black hole get close to each other, although its mass is small, the large mass black hole still cannot tear it apart. When they approach each other, their gravitational fields will force their event horizons to dent. At that moment, if the centrifugal force acquired by the small mass black hole cannot offset the gravity exerted on it by the large mass black hole, it will be forcibly pulled in and swallowed by the large black hole. This is the domineering aspect of large black holes. However, if it were to be a star, don't even mention approaching the event horizon. Before even getting close, the star would already be torn apart by gravity. If a star is directly crushed, then there's no talk of escaping with centrifugal force. You smiled. Returning to the topic, actually the merger of black holes takes a long time. Did you not try it once before? They revolve around each other, and the sounds generated from gravitational waves and rapid movements, isn't it interesting? This reminded Chen Yuan of his first time swallowing a black hole. Indeed, during that time, he did not use his ultimate devouring ability and experienced a black hole merger. It was simply a case of a large mass swallowing a small mass black hole. Now, hearing you say this, Chen Yuan found it quite interesting. It is indeed quite interesting, but that's about it. However, black holes are truly domineering. Only black holes can contend with black holes. Celestial bodies outside of black holes are like mere dust to black holes. I rarely hear others boast about themselves like this. He casually said with a laugh. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan was taken aback. He almost forgot that he was now an extremely terrifying black hole. Chen Yuan chuckled. Well, from a black hole's perspective, I don't think it's much. I can only devour some celestial bodies that are a bit smaller than myself. Nothing impressive. Haha, you laughed. What do you mean it's nothing impressive? If someone else heard what you just said, they would probably be dumbfounded. With your mass. Currently, there is no civilization in the universe that can compete with you. None. Chen Yuan became a bit interested. Don't your advanced civilizations use dark matter? Isn't dark matter effective? Dark matter cannot attack black holes. You said softly. Dark matter is a type of substance that does not interact with any other matter. We can only use it to create wormholes or the like. Aside from that, it is of no use. You said you can think of dark matter as a non-existent substance like a ghost. They cannot interact with other matter, so naturally they cannot harm you. The power of a singularity is a force of destruction and endings, and no civilization can withstand it. You said with great interest. Of course, this specifically refers to supermassive black holes like you. If it were just a small mass black hole, it could still be dealt with. Deal with it. Chen Yuan became curious. How do you deal with those small mass black holes? You smiled. Black holes cannot be destroyed. To deal with small mass black holes, we actually use the gravity of another black hole to redirect them and protect our planets. A black hole is an incredibly terrifying existence. That is indeed a domineering existence. You said, you are not wrong about that. It's not self-praise, just a fact. Chen Yuan didn't know what to say anymore. He continued flying forward towards the next target. Bored, he saw his civilization and Earth civilization. After a while, Chen Yuan noticed that there was some activity in Earth civilization. They launched more than 10 gigantic warships. Those warships were enormous. Each one could probably accommodate over 100,000 people. Chen Yuan counted, and there were a total of 18 ships, which meant there were about 1 million people. What is Earth's civilization planning to do with so many people? You said softly, colonization. Colonization? Yes. You replied, the resources on their current celestial body have nearly been exhausted. If they don't leave now to find new resources elsewhere, they will be doomed. Looking at their trajectory, they should be heading towards the Green Forest civilization this time. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. Green Forest civilization. Yes. You sitting in her chair holding a glass of water, crossed her legs looking through the transparent display screen at the warships flying away. She pondered for a moment. The Green Forest civilization is the closest civilization to them, right in their path. That is a primitive civilization, which means that soon an advanced civilization will encounter a low-level civilization. It's just unknown how Earth civilization will act. Will it be a sweep or enslavement? Is this the Green Forest civilization? Chen Yuan felt a surge of interest. Where is the Green Forest civilization? Please give me the coordinates. You provided Chen Yuan with a set of coordinates. Through the coordinates, Chen Yuan saw the planet where the Green Forest civilization was located. The planet was green with large areas covered in green vegetation, hence the name Green Forest. Chen Yuan observed the people living within the Green Forest. Habitually, he referred to those who resembled humans from Earth as people. In reality, however, civilizations differ because the species that evolved into high-intelligent beings differ from humans, resulting in many high-intelligent beings looking different from humans. Nonetheless, Qin Yuan habitually regarded these high-intelligent beings as people. The individuals before him had skin resembling the plants, displaying a vibrant green color, and their bodies bore patterns reminiscent of chloroplasts. They had limbs and long tails much like lizards. The males stood around 2 meters and 6 centimeters tall, while the females were about 2 meters and 1 centimeter tall, appearing quite petite compared to the males. Of course, compared to humans of Earth, the green forest beings were significantly larger. At this moment, Qin Yuan saw a female green forest being wandering in the forest. She jumped down from a tree, grasped a vine, and gracefully leaped onto another trunk. Her tall and slender figure appeared exceedingly light. She possessed deep green eyes with a hint of black visible in the center. As she leaped, her tail seemed to serve as an additional hand. Through his sensing abilities, Qin Yuan could perceive the elemental composition of her body. The elemental composition was quite peculiar. Although they could be classified as animals, Qin Yuan noticed that they possessed chloroplast tissues, which are plant tissues that obtain energy through photosynthesis. Yet they had cellular structures of plants, which was very strange. However, if they were considered plants, they also had animal cells. It seemed to be a fusion of both plant and animal cells. Qin Yuan contemplated this and soon found it understandable. In this vast universe, such phenomena were not surprising. Humans obtain energy by consuming food, while plants acquire energy through photosynthesis and soil. The green forest beings likely utilized both photosynthesis and food consumption to acquire energy, possessing 2 methods of obtaining sustenance. Having transitioned from Earth civilization, Qin Yuan found the body proportions of the green forest beings to be quite aesthetically pleasing. Of course, their bodies were somewhat larger. However, from this perspective, it was still rather intriguing. The journey of the battleship from Earth to the green forest civilization took a considerable amount of time. In the meantime, Qin Yuan observed both civilizations. However, he did not constantly watch them, finding it somewhat tedious. As time passed, one day suddenly arrived. The battleship from Earth civilization has reached the green forest civilization. Do you want to take a look? Ya's voice carried a hint of excitement. Qin Yuan chuckled, saying, "You seem to have nothing better to do than keep an eye on them all the time." You responded with a hum. "Yes, it is indeed a bit dull. You never come to keep me company, you just fly through space every day. It wouldn't hurt to stop and spend some time with me occasionally. I'm not that bored, you know." Qin Yuan smiled and replied, "Aren't I keeping you company? If you want to chat, I'm here to chat, and you're just orbiting around that artificial planet of yours. That hardly counts as companionship. You're nearly a light year away from me. Plus, the kind of company I'm looking for is not this," you said playfully. Qin Yuan was taken aback, immediately understanding Ya's implication. He changed the subject, saying, "I've always been puzzled by one question. That civilization should be a primitive one, and such primitive civilizations likely do not know what kind of existence they are. They probably aren't even aware of the need to name their civilization. Would they call their civilization the Green Forest Civilization?" "I named them that," you said casually. "Look at their planet. Almost 70% of the surface is covered by plants, and their skin is also green. Isn't it quite fitting to call them Green Forest? A civilization of the green forests." "This," Qin Yuan chuckled wryly, "I find it quite awkward." Previously, the place where Qin Yuan lived had another interpretation of green forest, which also meant bandit. Although the pronunciations of green and bandit were different, it still sounded awkward to his ears. "Awkward? I think it's quite fitting," you responded nonchalantly. "All right, enough of that," Qin Yuan said. After successfully changing the topic, he added, "How are the Earth civilization and the Green Forest civilization doing now?" As he spoke, Qin Yuan used his sensing ability to gaze in that direction. At this moment, the battleship of Earth civilization had finally arrived above the planet of the Green Forest civilization. In Qin Yuan's view, the distance between the Green Forest civilization and Earth civilization was not that far, only about 5 light years away. At Qin Yuan's speed, he could reach it in just a few years. However, it took the Earth civilization over 30 years. The 18 massive battleships of Earth civilization slowly entered the atmosphere of the planet where the Green Forest civilization resided. Intense flames enveloped these 18 battleships. Yet before the advanced technology of Earth civilization, the heat generated by the atmosphere was nowhere near enough to harm the battleships. After entering the atmosphere, the battleships hovered in midair. The appearance of the battleships caused the green forest beings below to raise their faces, gazing up at the vast and colossal ships in the sky. The green forest beings, armed with bows and spears, appeared extremely tense. "What do you think the people of Earth civilization will do, eh?" Ye inquired. Qin Yuan replied, "As you mentioned before, there are 2 choices. One is colonization, and the other is extermination. In my opinion, there might even be a third option." "A third option?" Ya's voice hinted at curiosity. "What is it?" "Coexistence and peace. I believe the people of Earth civilization can peacefully coexist with the Green Forest civilization through communication," Qin Yuan said. Ye chuckled. So you're betting on the third option rather than colonization or extermination? Yes, Chen Yuan affirmed. At that moment, something flew out from the lower section of the battleship. That was hundreds of small spacecraft. Once the hundreds of small spacecraft flew out, the people piloting the ships began indiscriminately firing at the green forest beings below. The green forest beings clearly did not anticipate such a situation. When the bullets fired from the battleships pierced through their bodies, they seemed bewildered. Chen Yuan was equally taken aback. He never expected it to be neither colonization nor the peaceful coexistence he had envisioned, but rather the most brutal extermination. In a civilization, there are many different types of people. Ya casually remarked, as the population of a civilization grows, it will inevitably split into various factions, some advocating for peace, while others are more radical. The million individuals from Earth before us are but a tiny fraction within the current population of over 5 billion on Earth. They all belong to the radicals. Their purpose for coming here is colonization. As for the primitive inhabitants of that planet, they merely intend to sweep them away. Ya said, of course, if these colonizers were replaced by those who advocate for peace, the outcome might indeed align with your expectations. But for now, this is the result. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan fell silent for a moment, perceiving through his senses the slaughter of the people from the Green Forest civilization. Chen Yuan felt a sense of discomfort. Should we intervene? The Green Forest civilization has nothing to do with you, and it seems you have a different emotional connection to the Earth civilization. Currently, the technological advantage lies with the Earth civilization. All they need to do is watch, waiting for the Green Forest civilization to perish, and that place will naturally belong to the Earth civilization. Ya seemingly did not care about the survival or demise of a civilization. This was not surprising, as Ya possessed eternal life. She had witnessed too many civilizations rise and fall. The invasion of powerful civilizations leading to the extinction of weaker ones is a common occurrence in this vast universe. Perhaps every second in this universe a civilization meets its end. The universe is vast, and the existence of civilizations is numerous. They are born and then extinguished. Seeing yet another civilization perish did not stir any feelings within Ya. She simply wanted to know what choice Chen Yuan would make. Massacre and captivity. The only weapons of the Green Forest civilization were primitive spears and bows, leading to a one-sided slaughter. All Chen Yuan could see was death. A female inhabitant of the Green Forest was frantically trying to escape with a child in tow. In the distance, a man clad in powered armor raised his weapon and shot through the woman's head. The female inhabitant collapsed to the ground lifeless. The child, witnessing this scene, knelt on the ground in panic, shaking the woman's body vigorously and uttering incomprehensible words. Through the transmission of subtle information, Chen Yuan understood. "Mom, wake up. Wake up. What's wrong? Don't leave me." "Woo," the girl cried, shaking the female inhabitant with all her might. The man in powered armor glanced at the girl, expressionless, as he aimed his weapon at her. He pulled the trigger. However, a strange occurrence took place. At the moment his finger pressed down, it began to dissipate, as if blown away by the wind. The man's body vanished into invisible atoms, dissolving into the air. One by one, the invaders from Earth also transformed into atoms and dispersed. The 18 warships, swept away by the wind, vanished without a trace, like dust. The inhabitants of the Green Forest civilization gazed at this scene, each wearing expressions of confusion and disbelief. Only those who had lost loved ones continued to weep while holding their relatives' corpses. "Why did you have to intervene?" Ya's voice carried a hint of curiosity and perplexity. Chen Yuan replied, "Because I dislike this, so I changed it." Ya chuckled. But in this universe, there are many civilizations being invaded. You saved one Green Forest civilization, yet others will face the same fate as them. "I don't care about what I can't see. I only take action when what I see troubles me," Chen Yuan responded. That makes sense." Chen Yuan thought no more of it. He withdrew his gaze and continued to consume. Meanwhile, in the Earth civilization, Gus' fleet has been destroyed. The news of the annihilation of the Earth invasion fleet reached the command center located within the small Earth. As the commander, Lin Hong wore an expression of peculiar confusion. A senior officer in military uniform beside him said, "We spent decades infiltrating the Gula civilization to master their language and culture, hoping to communicate with them and gain their acceptance for coexistence. Just as the timing seemed nearly perfect, those idiots sent a fleet to resort to violent means for colonization. They must be desperate, knowing we could potentially coexist peacefully with them. They had the audacity to disrupt our peace with Gula. Isn't this a good thing?" Another soldier crossed his arms and remarked, "With Gus' fleet destroyed, doesn't that open up opportunities for us?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hong frowned slightly. "Opportunity? The cost of this opportunity is far too great. We must remember that the attack on the Gula civilization was carried out by our civilization, and as a result, they will harbor hatred towards us. The difficulty of negotiating peace afterward will be even greater. Although Gus is not from our nation, they bear a striking resemblance to us." If Gula sees their likeness, persuading them to accept us will be even more challenging, another soldier expressed agreement. More importantly, Lin Heng looked towards the officer delivering the information and asked, please elaborate on what exactly happened. The Gula civilization is merely a primitive civilization. How could they defeat Gus and his men? Well, the soldier replied, through our instruments we observed Gus' fleet invade the Gula civilization and slaughter their people, yet for some unknown reason the individuals from Gus suddenly vanished into thin air. It was as if they had evaporated, including the colonizers' warriors, and even the warships all disappearing without a trace. Lin Heng was taken aback. Could it be a weapon of the Gula civilization? No. Lin Heng shook his head. That's impossible. Vanishing into thin air. One of the soldiers seemed to recall something and said, I remember a long time ago we were invaded by an outside civilization, and when those two saviors appeared it was recorded that everything near them would disappear. Could it be? The saviors say. The soldier spoke with a grave and serious expression. Suddenly the entire conference room fell silent. Long ago two saviors emerged, saving a mere handful of people in the civilization of Earth at that time. But that event has passed into distant memory over an extended period. Although the story of the saviors saving humanity has been passed down through generations, in such a long time no one can ascertain whether it was true or false. Those who knew the truth have all passed away, leaving no one to prove it. Thus, that event can only be regarded as a legend. Therefore, when a soldier brought this legend to the conference room, it seemed somewhat strange. Lin Heng glanced at the silent soldiers, sensing the unusual atmosphere. He slowly pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, that event is not merely a legend. Everyone turned to look at Lin Heng. He noticed the expressions in the soldiers' eyes. Lin Heng said calmly, if you all know that story, then you should also know what those two saviors ultimately did, right? I know, a young soldier spoke up in agreement. Lin Heng said, then tell me. The young soldier responded, those two saviors granted power to Lin Zhan, and in the end Lin Zhan used his own strength to save this world, which ultimately led to the billions of people in our current civilization on Earth. Correct. Lin Heng looked around and said, so do you know why my physical fitness and abilities far exceed yours, allowing me to become the commander-in-chief? Hearing this, the soldiers turned their gazes toward Lin Heng. Could it be? Lin Heng slowly stood up, turning his back to the crowd, and said softly, I won't hide it from you, a Lin Zhan is my ancestor. Lin Zhan's genes are different from ordinary people. Starting from Lin Zhan's ancestors, the lifespan of every generation has become significantly longer, and the power of their genes has grown immensely. I have reached this point by relying on my family's genes. Lin Heng turned to look at them and said, if it weren't for this genetic heritage, I would have died in various wars countless times by now. Therefore, my survival can prove that those two saviors truly existed. Just now, Li Futang's speculation is likely correct. During that time, those powerful civilizations invaded Earth civilization, intending to annihilate us. They appeared to assist us, and this time, when we invade, they will assist the enemy. In other words, the saviors stand on the side of justice. They protect us, while also safeguarding weaker civilizations from external harm. Lin Heng paused and said, thus we must rely more on peaceful means to coexist harmoniously with the Gula civilization. Yes. The soldiers all stood up, responding loudly. Lin Heng nodded slightly. Our plan remains as before, to engage in talks with the Gula people, peacefully assisting in their civilization's development in exchange for coexisting peacefully with us. Yes. Dismissed. The soldiers dispersed. After leaving the conference room, they began to discuss among themselves. So the legend of the saviors is true. If it's true, then the demise of the Gus fleet was likely also the work of the saviors. A grand undertaking, that fleet had over 1 million soldiers and various advanced weapons and equipment. The saviors only needed a thought, and 1 million starry lions would vanish instantly. There's actually another matter. Do you know about S-7894? Hey, who in the entire civilization of Earth doesn't know about S-7894? That celestial body with self-awareness. It is said that it increased its mass by consuming asteroids and eventually turned into a black hole. Later, it swallowed the central black hole of our former galaxy. This directly caused our star Yayang to drift from its original orbit, wandering aimlessly. If it weren't for the good fortune of Yayang forming a cluster of stars, our artificial planet orbiting Yayang would have been rendered useless. Hearing this, the young soldier glanced at him and laughed, saying, that's right. Do you know that a woman has always been following S-7894? I've heard of this too. A woman following a celestial body, and that celestial body is a star. That's quite astonishing. Even now, I find it hard to believe that a human could be near a black hole. It's too strange. I think it's very strange too, so I specifically looked up some information and obtained a photo of that woman. Of course, because of the great distance, it has been processed by a computer and is somewhat blurry, but upon seeing the outline, I discovered something. The young soldier opened his book, handing a somewhat blurry photo of the woman to his companion. His companion took it and looked at it. This is really quite blurry. There's no way around it. getting a complete photo of the woman next to a black hole is too difficult. However, you can roughly see the outline. Did you notice anything? I didn't notice anything. The young soldier raised his hand, pointing in one direction, and said, "Look at her. Doesn't she resemble the woman in the photo?" His companion raised his face, looking upwards. There were two statues, the statues of the saviors, one male and one female. The young soldier was pointing at the female statue. "What are you talking about? How does this resemble anything?" His companion mumbled, lowering his head to look again, and he was slightly taken aback. He raised his face once more to look at the woman. His companion's expression changed. The design of the clothing, the hair color. It's too similar. Could it be that the female savior is the woman who followed the black hole? The young soldier nodded slightly. "I have this suspicion too, and I even think that the male savior is S7894. Huh. His companion looked stunned. He froze for a moment and said, "Are you crazy? A black hole? How could it turn into a person?" The young soldier laughed heartily. "I was just letting my imagination run wild. If that woman is the savior, then the male savior could only be S7894, only it would have her obediently following." "Impossible." His companion still found it hard to believe. The young soldier smiled. "Why is it impossible? We can currently use technology to create the bodies of characters from the Gula civilization, so if S7894 has consciousness, why can't it master such technology?" His companion was somewhat dazed. The young soldier chuckled. "No more talking, let's go. It's time to get to work." His companion watched the young soldier's back, then raised his head to look at the towering statues of the saviors. Could it be that the black hole is the savior? Chen Yuan lingered in this deathly star system, having nearly lost all sense of time. His sole objective now was to consume the colossal entity at the center of the Death Star system, a massive body with the mass of 5 billion suns. However, after this period of devouring, Chen Yuan's mass still paled in comparison to that of the supermassive black hole with 5 billion solar masses. He currently only possessed a mass equivalent to 60 million solar masses, far from that of the supermassive black hole. Yet Chen Yuan was not in a hurry. He had all the time in the world. He could not tell how long had passed. Every so often Chen Yuan could perceive the explosions of supernovae through his sensing ability. The brilliance generated by these supernova explosions was enough to illuminate an entire star system. Of course, being within the Death Star system, there were no supernovae occurring nearby. Yet here he could witness black holes consuming one another and smaller black holes being flung away by larger ones at any time. This area was filled with black holes. Chen Yuan once again consumed a massive black hole that was 1.9 times larger than his own mass. His mass surged to 200 million solar masses. The event horizon expanded to an astonishing degree, completely surpassing the supermassive black hole he had encountered in the Andromeda Galaxy. Yet with the increase in mass, Chen Yuan still could not hear the sounds of the celestial consumption system. Previously, when Chen Yuan had gained mass and reached a certain threshold, the celestial consumption system would provide him with auditory prompts for each instance of celestial devouring. But this time there was nothing at all. Was it possible that continuing to increase his mass would no longer grant him new abilities? Filled with doubt, Chen Yuan asked Celestial Consumption System, "How much longer must I continue to increase my mass before I can obtain new abilities?" Unable to answer came the voice of the Celestial Consumption System. Unable to answer. Chen Yuan fell into contemplation as the Celestial Consumption System felt akin to an artificial intelligence. As long as Chen Yuan had questions, it would typically respond, but he had never encountered a situation where it simply stated it could not answer. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Do you not wish to answer?" Silence. It seemed incapable of addressing this question. "Is there someone who forbids you from answering?" Still silence. "Can I obtain new abilities?" Unable to answer. As long as it concerned gaining new abilities, it could not provide an answer. Forget it. Chen Yuan shrugged off the thoughts. He regained his focus and slowly expanded his sensing ability to observe his surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yuan discovered that many small black holes had appeared around him. These black holes, captured by his gravitational pull, now orbited him like planets around a star. Among these black holes, there was even an artificial planet which orbited one of the black holes. Within this planet resided a person who was none other than Ya. If a star were not to orbit the nearest black hole, but instead forced to revolve around Chen Yuan, who had grown to such a massive scale, then an artificial planet could not withstand the gravitational pull of the surrounding black holes. It was quite clever. Chen Yuan did not dwell on it further and continued onward. His next target was a black hole nearing 200 million solar masses, an absolute behemoth. This target was already within close vicinity. As he approached, Chen Yuan inadvertently noticed that a group of small black holes also orbited near this black hole. Chen Yuan was closing in at sublight speed. The edges of the two supermassive celestial systems began to intertwine. However, the anticipated collision did not occur. This was because the small black holes on the periphery, while orbiting Chen Yuan, were too far away, resulting in their orbit taking an exceedingly long time. estimated to take thousands of years for a single revolution. When the periphery approached, there could be collision points between the small black holes orbiting Chunyuan and those surrounding the target black hole, but the likelihood of such collisions was minimal. As Chunyuan drew closer to the supermassive black hole, the distance between them diminished. The chances of collision between the small black holes orbiting Chunyuan and those of the target black hole began to rise dramatically. One small black hole orbiting him was captured by the gravitational pull of another small black hole near the target black hole. That small black hole broke free from Chunyuan's gravitational influence, and the small black hole near the target black hole also released its hold. The two black holes came together. Immediately afterwards, what Chunyuan had seen previously unfolded. The two black holes began to orbit each other, gradually moving closer. As their distance shrank, their rotation speed increased. The terrifying centrifugal force generated by their speed flung them outward, yet they were forcibly pulled back by the immense gravitational force. As time passed, their rotation speed continued to rise. The pitch-black event horizons appeared poised to collide, but just before contact, an unseen force seemed to obstruct their event horizons. It could be seen that as the two black holes' event horizons nearly touched, an invisible force stood between them. The two black holes, much like a ball blocked by an unseen object, began to concave inward. They then slightly separated before continuing to orbit each other. As time progressed, they drew closer again, only to be bounced back slightly and then pulled back together by gravity. This repeated many times. Their rotation speeds increased, and they got ever closer. That repulsive force could no longer withstand the terrifying gravitational pull they exerted on each other. Their event horizons made contact. Boom. The black holes merged in an instant. At the moment of merging, an invisible force spread out, distorting the surrounding space. A new black hole appeared in Chunyuan's line of sight. When I was a black hole consuming another black hole, I never expected such a sight would emerge. Chunyuan muttered to himself. He did not dwell on it further and continued forward. As Chunyuan drew closer to the target black hole, the phenomenon of black hole consumption increased. The two celestial systems began to merge as Chunyuan approached. The orbits of the small black holes surrounding them began to change. They no longer obediently orbited one of the supermassive black holes, but displayed a peculiar trajectory. It was evident that the influence came from both Chunyuan's orbit and that of the target black hole. Chunyuan paid no heed to these matters, nor did he care much about the black holes and whether anything would happen to him because of them. After all, there was no civilization within those black holes similar to the one he had encountered previously, which could only be described as a special existence. And that kind of special existence was likely unique within the entire star system. Therefore, it mattered little. Chunyuan charged towards the black hole ahead. It was just like how other black holes are pushed apart by an invisible force when they come close to each other. Chunyuan would also encounter that force, but the problem was that his speed was far too great. He was directly diving into the embrace of the opposing black hole. Moreover, he was moving at sublight speeds, so the repulsive force had minimal impact on him. Ahead lay the target black hole. Both Chunyuan and the target before him were supermassive black holes. However, from the perspective of the universe, even the largest was merely a grain of sand. Just as a small black hole devours another small black hole, Chunyuan, upon getting closer, would also have to orbit around the other due to their mutual gravitational pull. The target black hole was spinning at an extremely high speed, and the combination of that rotation and its terrifying gravitational pull forced Chunyuan to spiral closer to it. Of course, the target black hole also had to choose to orbit around Chunyuan. As Chunyuan accelerated towards it, he allowed it to approach him. The two black holes collided. The terrifying gravitational force pulled them into each other. The two singularities drew closer, crazily approaching one another. Ultimate devour. In an instant, the gravitational force of the target black hole dissipated. Chunyuan absorbed the mass of the target black hole, and the smaller black holes orbiting around began to stabilize, starting to move in orbit around Chunyuan. After devouring this target black hole with a mass close to 200 million solar masses, Chunyuan's mass skyrocketed. He now possessed over 360 million solar masses. His temporal limits expanded to a terrifying degree. Chunyuan was not satisfied. He continued to search for his next target. He magnified his perception range and looked around. A black hole with 3,000 solar masses. Too small. A black hole with 10,000 solar masses. Not acceptable. 100,000. Still not enough. This one 600 million solar masses. Good heavens. However, this thing is a bit far from me. According to the distance, it would take quite a while to reach. Never mind. Chunyuan couldn't be bothered to think too much and just flew forward. As time passed, he devoured more and more black holes, gaining increasing mass. Uncertain how much time had passed, Chunyuan finally arrived at his target, that colossal entity with 600 million solar masses. He gazed at this behemoth, which was almost twice his size. Yet there was no fluctuation in his heart. Chunyuan lunged forward. Just like before, there was no difference. He approached and devoured. In an instant, Chun Yuan's mass neared 1 billion solar masses, which was already several times larger than what he had observed in the Andromeda Galaxy. Still a little lacking. Chun Yuan activated his perception ability. This one is too small. 800 million solar masses. This one will do. However, it was still a bit distant. Never mind. Chun Yuan flew towards the next target. In this process, he passed by quite a few black holes. But these black holes were small in mass, and Chun Yuan had little interest. Some had decent mass, but he did not want to waste time. By the way, I almost forgot about this ability split. Although surrounded by this supermassive black hole with 30 billion solar masses, the total mass of the other black holes around it was not less than that. If I devoured all the other black holes orbiting it, I would definitely surpass this supermassive black hole. And splitting would give Chun Yuan another avatar, allowing him to acquire more mass more quickly. However, Chun Yuan had habitually used himself to devour, so he had forgotten about the avatar long ago. Split. Chun Yuan's body with a mass of 1 billion split into 2 black holes, each possessing 500 million in mass. Chun Yuan could control the 2 bodies through his spiritual sense, one continuing to fly towards the target, while the other began to devour smaller black holes. You have met the conditions and gained a new ability, unlimited splitting. A mechanical voice echoed in Chun Yuan's head. Chun Yuan was taken aback. Unlimited splitting. What? Chun Yuan shuddered. Did this mean he could continue to split himself? I say, celestial devouring system, I haven't spoken for so long that I almost forgot about you. I didn't expect you'd return to surprise me like this. Haha. Unlimited splitting. Chun Yuan transformed from 2 to 4, 4 to 8. 8 became 16. But similarly his mass began to decrease. Yet Chun Yuan didn't mind. Chun Yuan split into 31 avatars, one main body, and used his spiritual sense to control the avatars to devour other black holes while he continued to fly towards his target. As time went on, Chun Yuan's avatars acted like vacuums, devouring any black hole they encountered as long as it was less than twice their own mass. Finally, Chun Yuan saw his target through his perception. The supermassive black hole with 800 million solar masses. Now Chun Yuan had 31 avatars, and his own mass was down to 30 million solar masses. Naturally, he could not devour such a massive entity. Thus, Chun Yuan released the unlimited splitting ability. In an instant, all the avatars returned to Chun Yuan's main body. His mass surged immediately. His mass skyrocketed from 30 million solar masses to 16 billion solar masses. Feeling his mass increase, Chun Yuan's expression showed a hint of disbelief. Since it has increased so much. Chun Yuan looked at the target black hole before him. Earlier, I thought you were massive, but now it seems you are much smaller than I am. Come here. Chun Yuan employed his controlling ability. The opposing black hole was directly pulled towards him. Chun Yuan ceased his rotation, and the opposing black hole was forcibly restrained, unable to rotate. The body drew near to Chun Yuan, diving straight into his embrace. Devoured by Chun Yuan. In an instant, Chun Yuan's mass surged again. Now with the addition of this 800 million solar mass black hole, Chun Yuan possessed a staggering 24 billion solar masses. Chun Yuan gazed at the death planet, the supermassive black hole with 30 billion solar masses. It's your turn. Chun Yuan lunged forward. After some time, he reached the vicinity of that supermassive black hole. Ultimate Devour. Activating Ultimate Devour, he approached the colossal black hole at the center of the Death Star system. They spiraled closer together. The event horizon touched. They were about to make contact. In an instant, boom. Accompanied by a discordant sound of time and space, Chun Yuan successfully devoured the giant black hole. At this moment, Chun Yuan's mass soared to 54 billion solar masses. This was an extremely exaggerated mass. Chun Yuan came to his senses and looked around at the black holes. He spoke, "You should leave this star system first." What are you going to do? Ya's voice carried a hint of strangeness. Chun Yuan replied, "I am going to devour this entire star system." All right. You responded casually. Chun Yuan used his controlling ability to manipulate all the black holes in the Death Star system. Then he pulled them all towards him. Chun Yuan's controlling ability became an enhanced version of his gravitational pull. All the black holes of the Death Star system were frantically pulled towards Chun Yuan, rapidly flying towards him. However, as time passed, stars exploded, perished, and died one by one. Chun Yuan noticed that the stars around him were slowly extinguishing. When Chun Yuan came to his senses, he found that nearly half of the stars in the entire universe had vanished. He did not pay much attention to it. After Chun Yuan had devoured the last black hole in the dying star system, he took a look at himself. At this moment, Chun Yuan's mass had risen to a terrifying level equivalent to the mass of 100 billion suns, and the temporal limits had reached an alarming extent. Congratulations, you have met the conditions. Your perception ability has evolved into super perception. The mechanical voice of the celestial devouring system echoed in Chun Yuan's ears. Upon hearing this voice, Chun Yuan's heart stirred. Can perception ability evolve? What is super perception? Chun Yuan asked. What is the difference between super perception and perception ability? The difference between super-perception and perception ability is that super-perception allows you to observe the entire universe. The emotionless mechanical voice responded. Observe the entire universe. Could it be that? With this he could see the essence of the universe. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan suddenly became a little excited. Goodness. Super-perception. In an instant, Chen Yuan's field of vision expanded. As it grew larger, he gradually began to notice some oddities. What is happening? Chen Yuan was astonished to find that the entire universe had darkened. Previously, he could easily see a network of bright galaxies. But now the galaxy he saw was all pitch black. The shining stars had become a rarity. What happened to the universe during the time I devoured the dying star system? Why are there so many fewer stars? Chen Yuan was somewhat puzzled. Boom. Under the gaze of Chen Yuan's super-perception, another star exploded, illuminating its surrounding galaxy. But alongside its explosion, another star extinguished. Could it be that a long time has passed while I devoured the dying star system? There were far too few stars. As time flows, stars will also perish, which is normal, the voice of Yi chimed in. Chen Yuan had long been accustomed to Ya's sudden voice. He replied, forget it, no matter what, it has nothing to do with me anymore. He continued to amplify his super-perception. The galaxies became smaller and smaller, gradually transforming into a cosmic web. The cosmic web in Chen Yuan's vision also shrank. Eventually, Chen Yuan saw the full view of the universe. It was a massive sphere. The entire sphere enveloped all galaxies, all stars, all planets, all matter and energy within. This is the universe. The universe is a sphere. The origin of the universe came from a singularity explosion. It was an infinitely small, infinitely dense hot point that exploded due to unknown quantum effects. The explosive force caused this singularity to expand wildly. After 13.7 billion years, energy transformed into matter, becoming the universe we know. The singularity expanded in 360 degrees, hence it is possible that the universe is a sphere, an irregular sphere. This sphere looked like a bubble, its edges seemingly unstable. It appeared to still be expanding. However, due to its enormous size, even if its expansion speed was rapid from the edge, it did not seem very clear. Chen Yuan could only see the surface of the universe to confirm that it was a sphere, but his vision could not look beyond. In other words, with my current vision, I can see the entire universe, but I still cannot see what is outside the universe. However, I suppose I have found the edge of the universe. If I run towards the edge of the universe, I think I can leave the universe. Chen Yuan couldn't contain his strong desire for exploration and curiosity about what lay beyond the universe, and he located the nearest edge. He set off, flying in that direction. Ye accompanied Chen Yuan, chatting with him, passing the boring time. Time passed little by little. When Chen Yuan was bored, he would look at his civilization and Earth civilization. But after a long time, these two civilizations perished, one after another, obliterated in this vast universe. Chen Yuan did not attempt to save them again. Saving once was enough, but it was impossible to save a second time. As time passed, stars within the universe exploded in supernovae, one after another, each bursting forth the last brilliance of life, then completely extinguishing. The stars in the entire universe became fewer and fewer. The light also diminished. Chen Yuan did not know, nor did he remember, how long he had been flying. When Chen Yuan came to his senses, he found that the entire universe had turned pitch black. The only source of light was a red dwarf star. He gazed at the faint red light surrounding the red dwarf. Red dwarfs are the smallest stars, and because of their small mass, they have the longest burning time. A red dwarf can burn for over 100 billion years. When Chen Yuan transformed from Earth civilization into an asteroid, the universe was only about 13.7 billion years old. It takes a long time for red dwarfs to burn out completely, so it is not surprising that they do not extinguish. However, Chen Yuan did not expect that in the blink of an eye, all the stars had disappeared. Chen Yuan was somewhat puzzled. How long has it actually been? I cannot remember. Ya's voice came. I have not been keeping track of time either. Ya had previously mentioned that if all the stars extinguished, she would also perish. Through his super-perception, Chen Yuan could see Ya's appearance. Yi was comfortably seated on a sofa, her long legs resting on the table, leisurely holding a cup and sipping something. Perhaps noticing Chen Yuan's gaze, Yi revealed a smile. Are you worried about me? Chen Yuan averted his gaze. Not at all. Yi casually replied. Chen Yuan did not think much of it, and continued flying towards the edge of the universe. By the way, may I ask, is your civilization still around? It is still around, but it is quite difficult. So far we have not been able to find the edge of the universe. It seems that there is a force restricting us, preventing us from locating it. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. Can't you share vision with me? I just saw the edge of the universe. Didn't you see it? I saw it, but seeing it does not mean I can reach it. Your vision is different from what we see here, Yi gently explained. Chen Yuan did not fully understand, but as long as he was fine, that was good. He did not know how long had passed. The red dwarfs in the universe gradually extinguished. Chun Yuan noticed that surrounding those dimly glowing red dwarfs were gigantic rings, each encircling the few civilizations that existed in the universe. Red dwarfs are the last refuge after most stars have extinguished. Though their light is faint, it can still be harnessed thanks to advanced technology. Of course, as time continued to pass, Chun Yuan saw the colors of those red dwarfs gradually shift to brown dwarfs before they completely extinguished and turned into black dwarfs. As the red dwarfs gradually faded away, the entire universe was plunged into darkness. However, this had no impact on Chun Yuan, as his super perception did not rely on light to see. Even in total darkness, he could perceive everything within the vision provided by his super perception. It had simply been too long. Chun Yuan never expected that one day he would witness the demise of these stars before him. What about Ya? With the stars gone, did that mean the hydrogen was burned out? Chun Yuan glanced at Ya and found her lying on the bed comfortably asleep as if nothing was amiss. Although you could go without food or sleep, she often chose to rest. In her words, sleeping was also a form of entertainment. Through his super perception, Chun Yuan sensed that she was fine. Is she really fine? Was she tricking herself? It seemed strange. It shouldn't be this way. Concerned about her well-being, Chun Yuan felt a mix of confusion and relief upon seeing that she was all right. He continued to journey towards the edge of the universe. Time passed without him realizing how long it had been. Chun Yuan, a voice whispered in his ear. Chun Yuan looked at Ya through his super perception. There she was, still sitting on that sofa, crossing her legs, watching the transparent display screen that showed Chun Yuan as a black hole. Unlike before, the artificial star created by Ya had lost its light, and the inside of that artificial planet was shrouded in darkness. Noticing that Chun Yuan was looking at her, Ya smiled and said, "I think I've reached my limit." Limit? Chun Yuan was taken aback. What do you mean? It means I won't be able to accompany you any longer, Ya said casually with a smile. You'll have to continue the journey alone from now on. I believe you've already adapted to that loneliness. Compared to me, you can enjoy that solitude even more. All right, enough of that. I must take my leave now. With that, Ya slowly closed her eyes. A gust of wind blew past. Her body dispersed like ashes consumed by fire. Seeing this, Chun Yuan understood. Ya had not deceived him. To survive, she needed hydrogen. With the stars extinguishing in the universe, it meant that all the hydrogen was also exhausted. Without hydrogen, Ya could only meet her end. Yet until her last moment, she maintained a smile as she faced Chun Yuan. The stars may have extinguished, but there were still many hydrogen elements drifting in the universe. Ya had used those elements to sustain her body. However, as time passed, those elements were completely consumed. Ya formed a thin layer of skin with the last few atoms that made up her appearance. Now that final bit of atoms had also been fully depleted. With no atoms to support her, she faced death. In that moment, Chun Yuan felt a surge of inexplicable emotions rise within him. He had always believed she would always be by his side. Her demands from Chun Yuan were merely words, as she had never forced him to do anything. Chun Yuan thought she possessed eternal life and would never die, that she would accompany him until eternity. But he never expected this to happen so suddenly. So suddenly. She must leave now. She was special. His feelings for her were different from those he felt for other civilizations. She had always been by his side, unwavering in her companionship. And now she was gone just like that. No, this absolutely can't be. Wait, her consciousness. Her consciousness was her soul. When her body disappeared, her consciousness would follow. If he could use dark data to preserve her consciousness before it dissipated, then, when Chun Yuan left this universe for another, he could help her reconstruct a body. But Chun Yuan was shocked to discover that he was unable to do so. In this world, there was no hydrogen left, which meant there were no atoms left to form a human body. Without those atoms, there was no way to form a human body. If he couldn't create the 6th-generation genetic body, then Chun Yuan couldn't use dark energy to retain her consciousness. So is this it? No. You cannot die no matter what. You must not die. Wait. Chun Yuan's mind stirred. Right, the perception ability can only see within his own field of vision. But the celestial devouring system stated that super perception could see the entire universe. If he could see the entire universe, then could he also perceive dark matter and dark energy? Currently, he could control objects of lesser mass than himself. Could he also command dark energy and dark data? Let's give it a try. Chun Yuan calmed his mind. Super perception. As he focused on the thought of seeing dark matter, dark energy, and dark data. Everything before Chun Yuan transformed into a scene composed of zeros and ones. It worked. With the ability of super perception, it meant he could achieve this even without the 6th-generation genetic body. Chun Yuan looked towards the spot where Ya had died. Through dark information, he found her consciousness. Her conscious form resembled a person still sitting in her original position, merely gazing in a particular direction. That direction was where Ya frequently looked. In her previous field of vision, there was a transparent display screen, and whatever could be seen on that screen was either what Chun Yuan saw or Chun Yuan himself. Even in death, her consciousness still subconsciously maintained her previous actions. Did it mean that even in death her thoughts and feelings remained as they had been? Thinking of this, Qin Yuan could not think of anything else and felt his head heat up. A thought emerged in his mind. No matter what, I must save you. Qin Yuan used his control ability to bind Ya's consciousness, while isolating the surrounding dark data, preventing her from dispersing or being disturbed by other dark information. Ya's consciousness was led by Qin Yuan's control ability, flying along with him. Qin Yuan withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. To save her, there was only one method: leave this universe, travel to another universe, and search for the materials needed for the 6th-generation genetic body. Qin Yuan's speed instantly surpassed the speed of light. The moment he entered light speed, he transcended into 4-dimensional space. Qin Yuan knew where the edge of the universe was. He had already seen it. Thus, Qin Yuan planned to use his ability to leap through 4-dimensional space to fly towards the edge of the universe. Upon entering the 4-dimensional space, still in a state of super-perception, Qin Yuan's vision revealed a sea of green codes formed by zeros and ones. He glanced at himself. Previously, when Qin Yuan looked at himself, he couldn't see anything, but now he discovered that he was a humanoid figure composed of zeros and ones. He raised his hands, which were made of zeros and ones. Is consciousness different from the human body? Although my body is a black hole, my consciousness is still a human. Qin Yuan seemed to notice something and turned his head to the side where a female consciousness entity was following him. That figure was unmistakably Ya. Ya's consciousness entity quietly followed Qin Yuan without uttering a word. She was still there. Although she couldn't speak, her consciousness remained. As long as she was given a body, she could live. Realizing this, Qin Yuan's somewhat broken emotions improved a little. As long as he continued to move forward, breaking through the edge of the universe to find the next universe, she would be able to live. Qin Yuan gazed at the 4-dimensional space before him. The 4-dimensional space possessed timelines through which fragments of the future and past could be glimpsed. Qin Yuan flew forward. He sought the future fragment that represented his arrival at the edge of the universe. He flew ahead while the future fragments receded behind him. Each fragment represented events that occurred during different times. Through those fragments, Qin Yuan could understand what the future universe would look like. As the timeline progressed, red dwarf stars extinguished, and the entire universe was left with only dark white dwarfs, neutron stars, and black holes. As time passed, the white dwarfs and neutron stars were captured by the gravitational pull of black holes. The entire universe was devoid of any civilization. Now it was merely a vast graveyard of stars. After the white dwarfs and neutron stars were captured by the black holes, they began to draw closer to the black holes. The massive black holes slowly consumed smaller celestial bodies, growing into even larger black holes. As the timeline advanced, the universe was left with only black holes. This process had unknowingly spanned trillions of years. Yet Qin Yuan discovered that he had not yet reached the edge of the universe. Why? No one provided Qin Yuan with an answer. In the past, if Qin Yuan had asked why, you would have given him a reasonable answer and explanation. But now you could no longer respond to him or provide any explanations. Everything was left for Qin Yuan to contemplate. I am now in 4-dimensional space while my body is still in motion in time. I am moving at superluminal speeds, which makes me appear motionless from the outside. After entering 4-dimensional space, his body was still in 3-dimensional space. The reason many civilizations observed Qin Yuan suddenly disappearing was not that he vanished, but because in his superluminal movement his body remained still, leaving only a singularity, while the gravitational pull also disappeared. Only an infinitely small singularity existed, which is why no one could see it. Of course, in reality, Qin Yuan was still moving. He was chasing the edge of the universe. However, the problem was that the universe was expanding, and it was not a uniform collision, but rather an accelerated expansion. The current expansion of the universe had long surpassed the speed of light. And Qin Yuan's speed had also exceeded that of light, meaning he was racing against the edge of the universe. As to whether he could win, no one knew. Keep chasing. No matter what, he only had this one choice: to run forward. The future time fragments continued to retreat. As time passed, the white dwarfs and neutron stars had completely vanished, all consumed by black holes. The entire universe was left with black holes, and they were consuming each other. One after another, galaxies composed of black holes began to merge with each other. Scenes of black holes devouring black holes played out everywhere. Eventually, this scene gradually slowed down. Because the universe was far too vast, as the smaller black holes were nearly consumed, the remaining black holes were too distantly spaced to collide. Thus, the universe transformed into a world of black holes. The entire universe fell into silence and darkness. During this time, countless years passed. Tens of trillions of years. Hundreds of trillions of years. Who knows? Qin Yuan was also unclear. The only thing Qin Yuan knew was that he still had not caught up to the edge of the universe. The speed of the universe's expansion was too rapid. Qin Yuan was nearly in despair. That's right. Suddenly, Qin Yuan thought of a savior. The celestial devouring system. If I continue to devour, increasing my mass, I will surely gain other abilities, and perhaps these abilities will help me escape this universe. Shen Yuan wanted to ask the celestial devouring system if he could acquire that kind of ability, but the system would not reveal such information as he had previously inquired about abilities. So he refrained from asking. He abandoned the pursuit of the universe's edge. Shen Yuan changed his strategy, increase his mass, acquire new abilities. With this thought, Shen Yuan found one of the future fragments and dove into it. Split, split, split. Shen Yuan split 3 times, becoming 6 supermassive black holes, which collectively entered 4-dimensional space. Using the time-jumping ability of 4-dimensional space, he sought suitable devouring targets. Shen Yuan had previously stated that he wished to walk through his life step by step. Therefore, he did not intend to frequently use 4-dimensional space, but now Shen Yuan had abandoned that thought. Even if he didn't use 4-dimensional space now, continuing to fly like this would also be meaningless. Since it was all meaningless, why not choose a faster and more efficient method? Shen Yuan added 5 clones, frantically traversing this universe, devouring black holes of various masses. After a period of time, Shen Yuan would release 1 clone. He wanted to know whether he had acquired new abilities. But each time Shen Yuan was met with disappointment. Still nothing. Split, split, split. Continue to devour. Shen Yuan's mass had increased from an initial 100 billion solar masses to now 600 billion solar masses, yet he still had not acquired new abilities, and he continued to devour. After devouring another black hole, suddenly a bright light caught Shen Yuan's attention. He looked through that light. In the pitch-black universe, a brilliant firework suddenly erupted. What is this? There's still light in the universe. How could this be? Shen Yuan could be certain that there was no hydrogen left in the universe, no stars. Without stars, a supernova explosion was impossible. Yet something had erupted now. What could it be? Shen Yuan activated his super perception to see the light produced by the explosion. But he could not discern what had erupted. How strange. What could it be? Shen Yuan was puzzled, but did not think too much about it. He continued to use the 4-dimensional space to leap and devour black holes. Shen Yuan swallowed another black hole. A firework ignited again in this pitch-black universe. The light illuminated the surroundings. This time the appearance of that firework was within Shen Yuan's super perception. He knew what had exploded. Did the black hole explode? This was something Shen Yuan never expected. A black hole can explode. Although Shen Yuan found it hard to believe a small mass black hole had indeed exploded before his eyes. This left him greatly perplexed. The theory of black hole evaporation. In this world, there exist 2 types of particles: virtual particles and antiparticles. These 2 types of particles appear in pairs, move close to each other, and then annihilate each other. When this pair of particles appears at the edge of a black hole, one particle may fall into the black hole. As a result, the other particle cannot annihilate and will be emitted in the form of black hole radiation. This means that when a black hole does not gain mass, it will lose mass. In other words, even a black hole cannot exist eternally. As particles are emitted, the black hole will shrink further, eventually leading to a black hole explosion. At the moment of the black hole explosion, light is generated. This is the reason why Shen Yuan saw the explosion's brilliance in this dark universe. Of course, Shen Yuan was not well versed in these astronomical concepts. The only thing he knew now was that black holes could explode, meaning black holes could also disappear. If black holes can disappear, then I must seize the time to continue growing larger. With this thought, Shen Yuan continued to search for black holes to devour through the 4-dimensional space. Within the 4-dimensional space, time seemed non-existent under Shen Yuan's perception. However, through fragments of the future within the 4-dimensional space, he could see events occurring in the universe. As time progressed, black holes evaporated one after another, transitioning from supermassive black holes to small black holes, then exploding and emitting dazzling fireworks. One by one, black holes disappeared from Shen Yuan's view. Although the universe was vast, he could still see many black holes. However, the black holes were gradually decreasing. With each firework lighting up in the pitch-black universe, the cosmos became more empty. Shen Yuan's mass had increased to an unimaginable level. It was equivalent to several trillion solar masses. His temporal limits had reached an extraordinarily exaggerated point. Currently, there was no celestial body larger than Shen Yuan in the entire universe. Yet what filled him with despair was that he still had not received any hint of gaining new abilities. Time flowed on. In the universe, the last black hole exploded. Gazing at the splendid fireworks before him, Shen Yuan remained silent. The mass on him was also diminishing, but the rate at which he absorbed mass was faster than the rate at which he lost it, so his own mass increased, while other black holes evaporated and exploded, disappearing. The entire universe was empty, with only Shen Yuan remaining. That was not the last black hole. The last black hole is me. With only me left in the entire universe, what should I do next? It's impossible to gain mass now. Without mass increasing, I too will evaporate and eventually explode like those black holes. I have lived long enough. If I explode and evaporate, it doesn't matter. But Shen Yuan, situated in the 4-dimensional space, glanced at the consciousness entity beside him. But what about her? Is there really no way to bring her back to life? Will I just fade away in this universe, never able to leave it? I don't know what to do anymore. I'm lost. In the past, I had a goal. I could grow larger by devouring. Devouring celestial bodies to gain mass was my goal. Now I have another goal, which is to save you. But now I realize I cannot save her at all. Even for myself, I do not know how to save. Cheng Yuan looked at Ya's consciousness entity, then retracted his gaze and stared ahead. This was the four-dimensional space, and ahead was his future. He didn't care anymore. He flew directly forward. The future fragments around him whirled by like scenery on a moving vehicle. Cheng Yuan could see what would happen to him in the future. In the entire universe besides Cheng Yuan, there were also a few photons. These photons drifted in the universe like numerous little tadpoles, but in this vast cosmos, no matter how many there were, they were still just that. They could only move through the universe in the form of photons, unable to form true light, because Cheng Yuan had no black holes left to devour. Thus the antiparticles and virtual particles in him began to dissipate. His body was gradually diminishing. Although the rate of reduction was rapid, Cheng Yuan was moving within the four-dimensional space. The future fragments rushed past. In Cheng Yuan's view, the antiparticles and virtual particles were frantically escaping from him. The mass on Cheng Yuan was visibly decreasing. Cheng Yuan transformed into a minuscule black hole accompanied by an explosion. Boom! Cheng Yuan's consciousness vanished. Time continued to flow. The entire universe became void, devoid of anything. Cheng Yuan did not know how long had passed. When he regained consciousness, he heard a familiar voice. Congratulations, you have met the conditions to gain a new ability to traverse the universe. Do you wish to traverse to a new universe? Hearing this voice, Cheng Yuan was stunned. Traversing the universe. He could move to a new universe. Cheng Yuan subconsciously looked at himself. He discovered that only a consciousness entity remained. All his mass had vanished. He instinctively looked in one direction. There, Ya's consciousness entity was right beside him. Cheng Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Isn't this a scam? Cheng Yuan never expected that the ability of the celestial body devouring system did not depend on how large his mass was, but rather on what conditions he met. The ability to traverse the universe, evidently, could only be obtained after the black hole exploded. This was utterly deceptive. Yet Cheng Yuan had no way out. I want to traverse to a new universe. With Cheng Yuan's thought, his super perception ability re-emerged. Originally, Cheng Yuan could see one universe. Now he could see countless universes before him. Those universes floated in the dark cosmos like bubbles. Is this the universe? Truly incredible. I just wonder if other universes have hydrogen atoms. With that thought, Cheng Yuan subconsciously asked Celestial Body Devouring System, which universe has hydrogen atoms? But there was no response. That thing fell silent again. The implication was clear. It wanted Cheng Yuan to find out for himself. It is essential to find simplicity on one's own. Cheng Yuan's gaze locked onto a particular universe, the one closest to him, and notably smaller in size. The larger the size, the greater the likelihood of prolonged expansion. In other words, a smaller size implies a shorter duration, and the celestial bodies within it may also be relatively younger. With this thought in mind, he muttered, traversing the universe. As the words fell, Cheng Yuan felt a dimming of his consciousness. Then he regained his awareness. Upon regaining his senses, he looked at his own body. Everything before him left him somewhat dazed. He discovered that he had transformed into a small asteroid, both in size and mass. It was comparable to the moon in both size and mass. Do I have to start over again? Forget it. If I must start over, then so be it. Wait, where is Ya? Cheng Yuan felt a pang of panic as he activated his super perception ability to look around him. To his relief, he found Ya's consciousness hovering beside him. Seeing this, Cheng Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she was fine. Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss. In the universe he inhabited, the codes of zeros and ones were increasing frantically. Zeros and ones represent dark matter, dark energy, and dark data. However, Cheng Yuan observed that in this universe these zeros and ones were not only not increasing, but were actually decreasing. The expansion of the universe is related to the increase of dark matter and dark energy. It is precisely due to the increase of dark matter and dark energy that the universe expands. Yet in this universe, dark matter and dark energy were not only not increasing, but were in fact decreasing. This was extremely strange. Forget it. Cheng Yuan, not wanting to dwell on it, glanced at Ya beside him. I can see dark matter and dark information, which means although I have reverted to being a small asteroid, my abilities remain intact. This is quite convenient. Ya's dark information maintaining her human form also implied that Cheng Yuan's control abilities were still present. Despite his smaller size and mass, creating a new body for Ya should not pose much of a problem. As the surroundings became clear, Cheng Yuan used his super perception to survey the area. To his astonishment, the universe before him was vastly different from the dark void he remembered. This universe was remarkably bright, radiating light as if it were daylight. There were more strange phenomena. The nearest planet to Cheng Yuan was shaped nothing like the planets in his own universe. In Cheng Yuan's universe, the planets were all spherical, some even irregularly shaped. In contrast, the planet before him exhibited an eerie form. It looked as if it had been pressed into shape by a hand somewhat resembling the moon after a solar eclipse. It was quite bizarre. What puzzled Qin Yuan even more was that this planet did not rotate, but moved forward in a slow, linear fashion. What a strange universe. Forget it, that doesn't matter now. The most urgent task is to create a new body for you. Although the planet was strange, it would serve the purpose perfectly. Qin Yuan exerted his control over the planet. Qin Yuan felt a twinge of worry. He was merely a small asteroid now. It should be known that control abilities could only be exercised over celestial bodies smaller than oneself, who generally, it was impossible to control those larger. However, Qin Yuan decided to give it a try. The planet instantly disintegrated into dust. More accurately, it turned into atoms. Clearly my mass is smaller, yet my abilities still function. Qin Yuan was both surprised and delighted. What could be happening? Could it be that the conditions for using these abilities are not based on my current mass, but rather on the mass I have accumulated so far? Qin Yuan felt a surge of exhilaration. If that were the case, although he appeared as merely a small asteroid, the abilities he was employing were indeed based on his accumulated mass. In essence, he still remained a black hole. This is quite comfortable. Qin Yuan suppressed his emotions and began using the atoms of the planet to construct a body. After so many years of practice, he had become extremely familiar with the process of body construction. In no time, Yas's appearance, her figure, her silver-haired, delicate face, and tall stature appeared before Qin Yuan's eyes. This body was as beautiful as ever. However, she lacked a soul, merely a shell. Qin Yuan activated the dark data mode, using his control ability to integrate Yas's consciousness into the new body. Gradually, Qin Yuan could see the dark information merging with the body. The newly corporeal Ya remained with her eyes closed. Qin Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety. Although he had constructed countless bodies and was very skilled at implanting consciousness into them, he still felt nervous. So much time had passed. What if Yas's consciousness had been damaged? Or what if before he collected Yas's consciousness, it had already partially dissipated? Or what if other dark information had merged into her consciousness before he could gather it? What would happen if any of these scenarios were true? Would the Ya who came back still be the same Ya? What if she doesn't make it back? Qin Yuan's mind was flooded with worries, but for now he could only choose to wait quietly, waiting for her return. At that moment, Qin Yuan noticed Yas's eyelashes fluttering. She slowly opened her clear eyes, blinked, then lifted her face to look towards Qin Yuan. Ya suddenly revealed a familiar mischievous smile, crossing her arms against Qin Yuan. To think you could construct a body identical to mine, it seems you've been spying on me quite a bit, knowing me so well. You have to take responsibility. Qin Yuan was taken aback. He never expected that the moment she was revived, she would say such a thing. However, recalling Yas's personality, Qin Yuan soon relaxed. It seemed that all the worries he had conjured were unfounded. She was still herself. Qin Yuan let out a heavy sigh of relief, as if a great weight had finally been lifted from his heart. After so many years, it's normal to have glanced at you occasionally. Qin Yuan relaxed and began to joke, laughing as he said, "If you want me to take responsibility, I accept. I will take responsibility." You looked momentarily taken aback, then glanced at Qin Yuan with a smile. So this is another universe. You looked around, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. This is indeed a strange universe. Strange. Qin Yuan also felt puzzled. You nodded. This universe is different from ours. While our universe is expanding, this one is collapsing. Is this the collapsing universe? Qin Yuan pondered. I have noticed that the dark matter and dark energy of this universe are diminishing and the entire universe is contracting. How interesting, Ya remarked, glancing at Qin Yuan, revealing that familiar mischievous smile as she said, "So what do you plan to do next?" Is that the question again? Qin Yuan smiled wryly. But this time you've caught me off guard. I am somewhat lost. I don't know what to do next either. I have spent countless years in that universe, from the early days of devouring small asteroids to the eventual encounter with a supermassive black hole, experiencing its evaporation and explosion. I have no idea what I should do next. Eternal life brings nothing but loneliness, emptiness, and confusion. You need to set a goal for yourself, keep yourself busy, and make your life meaningful. That would make things interesting, you advised with a smile. So, does that mean I should swallow this universe too? What do you think? Qin Yuan laughed. Sure, I'll join you in that endeavor, you replied. Yas's confident and sunny demeanor remained as she smiled mischievously. You're something else, Qin Yuan said helplessly. Let's go. I need to see how large of a planet I can devour now. Can't you dismantle planets down to atoms? Ya asked with a laugh. Just break them apart and then devour them, right? That's a good idea. With you around, I feel like I don't need to think at all, Qin Yuan praised. You replied, so you finally understand my worth. However, it's not too late. You can take more time to get to know me. In truth, my benefits extend beyond this. Qin Yuan couldn't shake the feeling that she was hinting at something. Okay, I'll take my time to understand you better, he laughed, then changed the subject. How are you feeling now? Are you alright? Ya casually smiled and said, Don't worry, as long as you give me a single cell, I can survive, especially since you've helped construct my body. That's good to hear. Qin Yuan paused. Then let's set off. Wait a moment. You laughed. Can I stay on your body? Well, perhaps that's not a good idea. Although I am currently a small satellite and not very large, if I start to devour something, my body will undergo drastic changes, and it would be too dangerous for you to be on me. Qin Yuan thought for a moment and said, I don't mind that much. It's fine, you casually replied. If anything happens, I can leave through a wormhole quickly. I just want to see what it feels like to be on you, you giggled. Once you become a star, I won't get to enjoy that experience anymore. Qin Yuan chuckled helplessly. All right, it's up to you. Just let me know when I'm about to devour something. Okay, you said as she flew towards Qin Yuan. For Qin Yuan, an asteroid the size of the moon was incredibly small. Yet for a person, Qin Yuan remained a colossal figure. However, as you approached, her expression slightly changed. What's going on? She thought, having to fly back when trying to get closer to Qin Yuan. She hovered in space and said, this is strange. What's wrong? Qin Yuan asked, puzzled. When I got close to you, a force kept pushing me away. The closer I get, the stronger that force becomes, as if your body is repelling me, you explained. Is that so? Qin Yuan was also confused. You pondered for a moment, furrowing her brow. Please wait a moment. With that, she raised her delicate hand, opening a wormhole beside her, and stepped inside. Where did she go? Qin Yuan activated his super sensing ability and saw you. At that moment, she had already flown next to another planet. You approached that planet. As she got closer, it seemed a force was pushing her away. She was pushed back, and a hint of curiosity appeared on her little face. So that's how it is. What did you discover? Qin Yuan asked curiously. You replied. It seems this is a rule of the universe. Celestial bodies with mass seem to have a repulsive force, which becomes stronger the closer you get. Really? Is that a thing? Qin Yuan was taken aback and couldn't help but ask. Well, that's not surprising, you responded. In our universe, there is gravity. Have you ever thought about where gravity comes from? Is it because of mass that there is gravity? But who says greater mass must mean greater gravity? The rules were likely established by our universe. In other universes, there might be different rules. Where there is gravity, there is naturally a repulsive force. And the rule of this universe is repulsion. Repulsive force. The greater the mass, the greater the repulsive force. If a celestial body reaches the mass of a black hole, wouldn't its repulsive force even push out photons? You thought for a moment. Can you still use your sensing ability? Qin Yuan understood what you meant and said, let me check. With that, Qin Yuan activated his super sensing. Once it was activated, he amplified the range of the super sensing. Just as he had anticipated, his ability hadn't diminished, it was still capable of covering a vast area. If amplified to the limit, he should be able to see other universes. However, this time Qin Yuan was not looking at other universes, he wanted to see the situation in the present universe. After enlarging the range, Qin Yuan saw a celestial body emitting terrifying light. That body resembled a massive sphere enveloped in light. Surrounding it was something akin to a black hole's accretion disk, but this accretion disk was reflective, pushing photons away from the radiating disk, making it appear like a white light sphere with a radiating disk composed of photons beside it. That was not the light of a star. It felt as if the light was being forcefully expelled. Through his super sensing, Qin Yuan could ascertain the mass of this object. This entity's mass was equivalent to 30,000 suns, which could be said to be the mass of a black hole. Yet it was different from a black hole. It was repelling everything. A white hole. This is a theoretical celestial body. A white hole exists as the opposite of a black hole. While a black hole devours everything, a white hole expels everything. In the original universe, white holes are difficult to appear, but in another universe with different rules they may emerge. Indeed, there it is, a celestial body with the same mass as a black hole, however it is white. When those photons approach it, they are repelled, forming something akin to a black hole accretion disk around it, but that disk seems to be for emitting rather than absorbing. How fascinating! The forces here are completely opposite to those in our universe. Qin Yuan gazed at the celestial bodies floating around this universe, lost in thought. If the greater the mass, the greater the repulsion, then logically matter should not come close to other matter. So why do these celestial bodies exist? He pondered. If matter repels matter, then this world should not have celestial bodies at all. This question remained unanswered, until Qin Yuan, while traveling and consuming planets, caught sight of something familiar. A cloud of dust. In the universe where Qin Yuan resided, this was the substance from which stars were born. However, in this universe, matter experienced repulsion from one another. Could a dust cloud give rise to stars? Qin Yuan focused his attention on that dust cloud. Through his enhanced perception, he witnessed an astonishing scene. There was no gravity, yet these clouds of dust exhibited various forms of repulsion. These repulsions caused nearby matter to scatter. Some matter was pushed into collision with other matter, but once they touched, they could not separate. It was as if they merged into a singular entity. After contact, the materials connected no longer repelling each other, but instead creating a greater repulsion that expelled other matter. In this dust cloud, matter pushed against one another, merging in the process. The matter grew larger and larger. Upon seeing this, Chen Yuan began to understand how those planets were formed. The celestial bodies in this universe were not born from gravitational attraction, but rather from repulsion. It was other celestial bodies that through repulsion forcibly compacted the matter together. Once these celestial bodies merge, they will not move. Could it be due to gravity? Chen Yuan mused aloud. Otherwise, after merging, why wouldn't they disperse due to gravitational effects? He was puzzled. I estimate it's not due to gravity, Ye chimed in. Chen Yuan replied. If it's not due to gravity, then what is it? Ye chuckled. Let me ask you, atoms are composed of nuclei and electrons, but why do nuclei and electrons not exert force on each other, instead merging together? Because atoms are inherently a whole, there is no gravitational force between the nucleus and the electrons. This question was not difficult to answer. You said, this may be the rule of this universe, but when two pieces of matter come close here, they are recognized as the same matter, thus repulsion does not act upon each other. This explanation, Chen Yuan could only smile wryly. He found it somewhat incomprehensible, but had no choice but to accept it for now. Without universal gravitation, these planets would not orbit any celestial bodies. Their distribution compared to the universe where Chen Yuan originally belonged was far too uniform. There were no dense star systems, nor celestial systems like the sun. Almost every celestial body resided within its own little world. The entire universe was filled with various celestial bodies. Naturally, these celestial bodies were not static. They were also in motion. As they moved, their repulsion would push against other celestial bodies, while the opposing repulsion would also influence them. Chen Yuan observed this universe as if watching countless magnets, all positively charged, repelling one another. It felt quite intriguing. In such a universe, it's unlikely to give birth to civilization, Chen Yuan mused. If we consider it from the perspective of our universe, it indeed seems very difficult for civilization to arise. But that's only from the viewpoint of our universe. A life will find a way to survive, you remarked casually. Can life even exist in such a universe? This piqued Chen Yuan's interest. You see, without universal gravitation, a planet would struggle to remain in an habitable zone like Earth does around the sun. If it cannot enter that habitable zone, life would have a hard time emerging. Yet Ya's assertion intrigued Chen Yuan. Life would find its own way. In a universe governed by such rules, what kind of life could possibly survive? While pondering, Chen Yuan arrived at his target this time. It was a massive star with a mass comparable to that of the sun. Currently, Chen Yuan was but a small asteroid, and in comparison to a star of solar mass, the difference was immense. So vast it was indescribable. Yet Chen Yuan still felt a pang of confusion regarding the star before him. Celestial bodies become stars because their mass is so great that it ignites nuclear fusion due to collapse pressure. But in this universe where there is no gravity, how does it achieve nuclear fusion? Unless matter exerts gravitational attraction upon itself while repelling outward. Only then could it collapse under its own gravity to ignite hydrogen. But then the existence of white holes would seem less reasonable. You chuckled. Are you very curious about it? I'm a bit curious. That's simple, you smiled. You consume it, turn into a star yourself, and then you'll know. That makes sense. Chen Yuan nodded slightly. With a flick of his control, he forcibly disassembled the entire star into atoms without making a sound or stir. A star transformed directly into atoms. The atoms formed a sea of atomic structure that merged into Chen Yuan's body, absorbed by him. There exists gravitational attraction between matter, but due to the minuscule size of atoms, the gravitational force is negligible, especially with Chen Yuan's terrifying control over them. One by one, those atoms sank into Chen Yuan's body. Chen Yuan's mass visibly increased at a rapid pace. As his body expanded, Chen Yuan could feel it. The matter that he had consumed was bound by a force around him, yet simultaneously his body was generating repulsion. The repulsion of the inner matter was vigorously pushing the outer matter away, while the outer matter, emitting repulsion outward, also pushed inward, compressing the inner matter. Under normal circumstances, the outer matter would be expelled, but there was another force binding those materials tightly around Chen Yuan, preventing them from escaping his body. As his mass increased, so too did the repulsion. When Chen Yuan fully consumed the star with a mass comparable to the sun, the void of repulsion compressed the matter, while the binding force resisted this repulsion. Thus, under the influence of this mysterious force, the matter began to be repelled and pressed together. At the moment this pressure reached its peak, boom, Chen Yuan heard the familiar sound of an explosion. He saw his body rapidly expanding. Not long after, Chen Yuan's body swelled into a radiant star. This left Chen Yuan somewhat bewildered. It was different from before. Previously, when Chen Yuan had enough mass to become a star, he would pass out for a while. However, this time, he witnessed the process of his transformation into a star with complete awareness. However, Qin Yuan did not expect that the transformation from a small planet to a star would happen so quickly. So it seems that his previous long slumber after becoming a star was not primarily due to the transformation process, but rather because he had been asleep for a long time. Do you still have awareness? Came Ya's voice. Hearing this question, Qin Yuan replied, it seems different from before. My awareness hasn't changed as my mass increased. So do you understand now? Ya asked. Qin Yuan said, it's different from what we speculated. There is repulsion within the planet, but a force restricts the matter inside, preventing it from escaping. As the mass of the celestial body grew larger, the repulsion became stronger. The matter under compression eventually initiated nuclear fusion, igniting hydrogen, and then expanded into a star. Once it reaches this size, that force continues to bind the matter, and photons cannot be contained, so they disperse. This universe is how stars are formed, Qin Yuan said with a smile. It's truly incredible. You replied, indeed it's quite interesting, but it's a pity. A pity. You've become a star again. With you as a star, I can no longer reside within you. What a pity. This universe is truly unsatisfactory. It's unfortunate, you said with a hint of helplessness in her smile. It's really not great not being able to be with you. Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback. He smiled. Without saying anything, he focused his mind, and a nearby planet was disassembled into atoms. The atoms gathered around you, forming nerves, bones, and flesh. Qin Yuan's human form appeared beside you. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at you beside him. He smiled at her. Haven't I always been by your side? With that, Qin Yuan opened his arms to Ya, as if saying, aren't you coming over? You looked at Qin Yuan, stunned for a moment. Her face regained that mischievous smile. I never expected you to have this side to you. As she spoke, she slightly turned to look at the massive star in front of her. It wasn't the scene Qin Yuan had imagined, where she would rush over moved. Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback. What happened? He looked at Ya and saw the joyful smile on her exquisite face. Qin Yuan's mood lightened a bit. Is she happy? If she is happy, that's good. Qin Yuan smiled and flew to Ya's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, gazing at the star, which was his true form. Although Qin Yuan had always observed his body through supersensory ability, seeing his true form with his naked eyes felt somewhat novel. After all, the perspectives were different. Suddenly, Qin Yuan felt a slight warmth beside him. Ya had leaned closer to him, her head tilting slightly against his shoulder. Qin Yuan was stunned for a moment. He looked at Ya. What is it? He felt a bit confused and hesitant, but he still raised his hand, wrapping it around Ya, embracing her slender frame. Qin Yuan discovered for the first time. The one who had always been confident and proud, who could disregard life and death, was indeed so powerful that even Qin Yuan found it incredible. Yet such a person was so small and delicate. Not to mention, she didn't have the mass and size of the moon. Even compared to his current self, she seemed weak. What was happening? The powerful figure he remembered suddenly seemed so fragile. No matter how strong my awareness is, no matter how formidable I become, I am still a person. Ya leaned against Qin Yuan's shoulder with a smile on her face, looking at the star before them, saying, as long as one is human, one needs companionship. As long as one is human, everyone is weak, but seeks a reliance. She turned her face to look at Qin Yuan, revealing a playful smirk, saying, even the former celestial emperor is the same. With that, she stepped forward, treading through the vacuum, drawing near to Qin Yuan and leaping into his embrace. Qin Yuan was taken aback. She had clearly just answered him, meaning she could hear his thoughts. Right, I hadn't exited the dark communication channel, which meant she knew what I was thinking. This. Qin Yuan was somewhat dazed. He smiled helplessly, glancing at the mischievous smile on Ya's face. Qin Yuan felt a sense of resignation, and he smiled. Not thinking too much about it, he raised his hand gently to embrace her, stroking her silver hair. Do you know? You said, in Celestial Emperor civilization, many people possess infinite lifespan. While obtaining eternal life, the price they pay is eternal solitude. Some people regrettably seek companionship, so they spend time looking. But not everyone can find it, nor can everyone be there for each other. Many partners die after a war. Then they continue to spend endless time alone, tasting solitude while enduring the torment of longing. Later, more and more people chose not to seek partners, but rather to find an opportunity for death. To protect their civilization by sacrificing their lives is both an honor and an opportunity for redemption from eternal life. For those with eternal life, loneliness is a terrifying thing. It is far more frightening than death. You lifted her face to look at Qin Yuan, smiling as she said, before meeting you, I, like many others, considered ending my life by sacrificing myself. But upon meeting you, things changed. At first I was curious about you, then gradually realized that you were not a cold, lifeless celestial body, but a person with feelings and self-awareness. And then I don't know how, but I found myself drawn to you. It's quite strange how I find it strange myself. How could I fall in love with a celestial body? But it doesn't matter. Since I chose you, then it's you. She looked at Qin Yuan with that mischievous smile, saying nothing more. Qin Yuan opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He had never been one to talk much, let alone someone adept at expressing his feelings. He instinctively touched his nose, feeling a bit awkward. Seeing Chun Yuan's actions, Yi leaned closer, resting her head on his chest, remaining quiet. Chen Yuan placed his hand on her soft silver hair, remaining silent. With nothing to do, Chen Yuan continued to devour various celestial bodies to increase his mass. This time he was not picky. Whoever was nearby he would consume, for he was not in a hurry to enhance his mass. Previously, Chun Yuan's frantic desire to elevate his mass stemmed from his wish to acquire greater power to venture into other universes to save Yi. But now that Yi was alive again, it no longer mattered. Now Chun Yuan sought to gain mass purely out of curiosity to see what would happen if he continued to consume in this universe. Of course, he was not in a rush to unveil the mystery this time. If Chun Yuan wished, with his current strength, he could directly disassemble the white hole into atoms to consume. In that case, he could instantly transform into a white hole. However, that was unnecessary. The white hole was still quite a distance from Chun Yuan, and it would likely take millions of years to reach. If he wanted to get there faster, he would have to utilize the four-dimensional space. He was reluctant to use the powers of four-dimensional space. Time slowly passed. Chun Yuan consumed nearby celestial bodies without regard for their size, gradually moving closer to the white hole. Unbeknownst to him, time continued to elapse. One day, Chun Yuan was captivated by a planet. The appearance of that planet surprised him. It exhibited a blend of emerald green and blue-white colors. This color felt incredibly familiar to Chun Yuan. Green was the color of plants, blue represented the sea, and white represented clouds. Was this a planet teeming with life? Incredible. In this universe filled with repulsive force, there is actually a planet capable of nurturing life. What could the reason be? Chun Yuan looked around. Beside this planet was a yellow dwarf star. That yellow dwarf star was slowly rotating, and the planet was orbiting around it. Upon closer inspection, Chun Yuan realized that there was not just one life-harboring planet orbiting the yellow dwarf star, but a total of 9 planets surrounding it. This resembled a celestial system like Earth orbiting the Sun. This is truly astonishing. It looks just like a celestial system produced by gravitational forces. What is going on here? Clearly, the yellow dwarf star did not possess gravity. Chun Yuan found it hard to believe. However, as he observed, it suddenly clicked for him. The outermost 9th planet was not an ordinary planet. It had a colossal mass. The repulsive force generated by this massive body pushed all the nearby planets back toward the yellow dwarf star. Meanwhile, the repulsive forces from the yellow dwarf star and the other 8 planets mutually repelled each other, causing them to become inseparable. They could only be firmly pressed within this celestial system by the repulsive forces, forming a system similar to Earth circling the Sun. This was a rare situation caused by the influences of various repulsive forces. Shall we go take a look? Yi glanced at Chun Yuan. Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan replied him. Yi nodded. The humanoid forms of Chun Yuan and Yi traversed through a wormhole, arriving above the planet. Chun Yuan wished to observe this life-bearing planet up close. It had been a long time since he had encountered life. He wanted to take a closer look. As a star, he dared not step into this realm. The repulsive force generated by his mass would instantly disrupt the delicate balance here, and the life-bearing planet would perish. How could animals survive on a planet without gravity? If an animal jumped on this planet, would it be considered an outsider and directly repelled? Accompanied by these queries, Chun Yuan used his supersensory abilities to peer into the planet. Through this ability, he saw living beings. Plants and animals, among others, existed there. Moreover, he spotted a creature resembling a deer effortlessly hopping across a river that was 5 meters wide, landing gracefully. This scene indicated to Chun Yuan that this planet did possess gravity. It was just very weak. Chun Yuan was taken aback. Wasn't it said that there was no gravity? I believe it must be that mysterious force you mentioned that treats these beings born on the planet as part of its material. You analyzed. That seems to be the only explanation. From the looks of it, this planet is no different from those in our universe where civilizations arise. I wonder if there are any highly intelligent beings on this planet. Chun Yuan glanced around and suddenly caught sight of a peculiar scene. A creature resembling a deer on Earth was climbing a mountain, approaching a cliff ahead. It leaped with a height of 5 meters, intending to jump over the cliff. Suddenly, its body did not descend, but was pushed upward by a force. It floated upwards, soaring into space, leading to its demise. Was it because it had left the ground too far that the force deemed it an external object? How interesting, Chun Yuan muttered as he continued to search. He finally spotted it. When Chun Yuan saw the highly intelligent life form, he was momentarily astonished. Those highly intelligent beings were in fact plants. These plants had developed limbs and were predominantly emerald green. Some of them were rooted in place, while others wielded stone tools hunting wild beasts. Plants evolving into highly intelligent life forms. Chun Yuan had seen this in his own universe, but never expected to encounter it in this one. Reflecting on it, it seemed that plants were more likely to evolve into highly intelligent beings. On this planet, any jumping animal that leaped too high was at risk, while plants faced no such danger. In other words, plants had the opportunity to evolve into humanoid forms. Of course, these plants were certainly not ordinary. They were of a very special kind. Currently, these plants were half plant, half human, different from what Qin Yuan had encountered in his universe. This suggested that they were likely still in their primitive stage. They would continue to evolve. Plants evolving into highly intelligent beings hunting animals. Do plants kill animals? You also found it intriguing. What an interesting civilization. Qin Yuan chuckled wryly. For those animals, this is not amusing at all. Haha, true enough. Qin Yuan remarked, these civilizations are still very primitive and unable to communicate. Let's observe their development from a distance later. As he spoke, Qin Yuan noticed a small asteroid being flung toward the life-bearing planet by a larger celestial body. It was rapidly crashing toward the life-bearing planet. The appearance of this scene left Qin Yuan momentarily stunned. The asteroid was about to collide with the planet. Ye instinctively glanced at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan showed no reaction. Between the third and fourth planets, there was a small asteroid belt. If every time an asteroid flew by, Qin Yuan had to care for this civilization, it would be better to simply watch it perish. He understood Qin Yuan's thoughts and said nothing. The asteroid barreled straight towards the life-bearing planet. However, at that moment, an unexpected situation occurred. The asteroid slowed down as it approached the planet, gradually losing speed. When it was about to enter the atmosphere, it began to reverse its direction. It flew back into space from the atmosphere. This scene made Qin Yuan's eyes light up. Right, repulsion. In the universe where Qin Yuan resided, the reason asteroids posed a significant threat to Earth was due to three factors: the mass of the asteroid, its speed upon arrival, and the Earth's own gravity. The mass of the asteroid cannot be changed, and its speed in space is fixed, neither accelerating nor decelerating. However, when an asteroid is captured by Earth's gravitational pull, it gains acceleration under the influence of Earth's gravity. With time, its speed increases. The speed at which the asteroid strikes Earth will be terrifying, and combined with the asteroid's mass, it is enough to cause a mass extinction of civilizations within the Earth. But this universe is different. There is repulsion between every planet, and the force generated when the asteroid is flung out is gradually weakened by the repulsive force of the life-bearing planet, ultimately being repelled into outer space. It's as if the planets are protecting the civilizations within them, Qin Yuan remarked. You smiled. That can't be said entirely. The people of that civilization would still be directly ejected if they jumped high enough. True, but this is a major discovery. I never expected a universe filled with repulsion could birth highly intelligent life. It's truly fascinating. Looking at it this way, there might be other civilizations in this universe. You replied with an affirmative sound. Let's explore around. All right. They continued their flight. The influence of repulsion on this universe was immense. However, all of this was within Qin Yuan's understanding. Until one day, Qin Yuan witnessed a sight that exceeded his comprehension. He saw a girl flying in midair with a pair of wings. She held a bow and arrow, her gaze fixed on the prey ahead of her. Her prey was a creature that looked like a fish. The fish was swimming through space. The girl flapped her wings, adjusted her direction, and aimed her bow at the fish before shooting an arrow. The fish-like creature dodged by swaying its body. The girl furrowed her brow and chased after it. Qin Yuan was somewhat dazed by this scene. Is space not a vacuum? Can one fly in a vacuum? Moreover, the girl was holding a bow and arrow. What does this mean? Such a wooden bow and arrow should belong to a very primitive civilization. But how could this primitive civilization come to outer space? And she even had wings. Could it be? Qin Yuan opened his mouth and said, "Yeah." His voice echoed in this universe where sound should not exist. Ye turned her head involuntarily to look at Qin Yuan. A glimmer of surprise sparkled in her eyes. Can sound travel in a vacuum? No, that's not right. The vacuum refers to the universe where Qin Yuan was, but this universe might not be a vacuum. All the planets are filled with repulsion, meaning that air, oxygen, and so on could be expelled into space. This includes the seeds of life, water, and similar substances. Thus, in the universe where Qin Yuan resided, life could not exist in a vacuum, but in this universe, it is possible, because the vacuum of this universe is not a true vacuum. How interesting. I never expected to be able to speak in space one day. Qin Yuan looked at you. You said, it seems that the space of this universe is not a vacuum. Yes. Qin Yuan used his supersensory ability to look towards the location of the winged girl. Through this ability, he could see some plankton floating in the space. At the same time, Qin Yuan also saw a blue planet. The planet was entirely blue with vast oceans within and infinite water emanating from it. Countless droplets of water were likely expelled due to the planet's repulsion. They floated into space, surrounding the entire planet with various bright droplets. Those droplets reflected the light from nearby stars, creating a spectrum of colors. It looked incredibly astonishing. Qin Yuan confirmed through his supersensory ability that this planet is purely composed of water. It is estimated that because the planet's mass is very, even the force of its balanced state is not great, which also leads to some droplets being expelled by the repulsion. In the universe where Chun Yuan was, planets composed entirely of water also existed, but those planets did not expel water into outer space like this one. However, due to the presence of this water, many microorganisms appeared in this space, and microorganisms nurtured small creatures, which in turn nurtured larger ones. Humans are neither small nor large creatures. The reason why there were no living beings in the space of the world Chun Yuan previously inhabited was that, first, there was no air in space, and second, there was the pressure of space. Humans cannot breathe in space, nor can they adapt to the pressure of space. For highly intelligent life, their evolution is geared towards adapting to planetary environments, not to space environments. Yet here space is expelled by some planets, and then locked within a range by the repulsion of other planets. Combined with various random circumstances, this is how a place suitable for life to thrive came to be in this space. The winged girl seemed tired, her wings behind her gently unfurled, wrapping her into a circle. She hid within her wings and fell asleep. Chun Yuan looked at you beside him and said, "The reason you can fly is that you are using dark energy and dark matter to help you fly. The reason I can fly is that I use divine sense." She can fly? Is it because of those wings? Are those wings functioning in the air of space to propel her? Since those fish-like creatures can swim in this vastness of space, naturally winged beings can fly here. You casually remarked, "It's not surprising." However, not all space in the universe contains air. The water that nurtures life mainly emanates from the planet composed of water. The influence of those planets extends only to the nearby air, yet for an ordinary creature that area is already incredibly vast. Chun Yuan slightly amplified his super perception ability. He could see a large expanse near that water planet, filled with numerous creatures. Those creatures lived in the space surrounding that water planet. Chun Yuan could also see similar beings to the girl who were not far apart from each other. Some were hunting, while others concealed their bodies with their wings, allowing themselves to drift in space, resting and sleeping within their wings. "Interesting," Chun Yuan commented, glancing around. He did not dwell on it for long and continued flying towards the next target. Time passed slowly. Chun Yuan arrived before another star. This star possessed 5 times the mass of the sun. Currently, Chun Yuan had been devouring along the way, but because he did not selectively consume only large or small planets, he had not increased his mass significantly. At present, Chun Yuan's mass was merely 1 times that of the sun. However, the star before him was much larger, being 3 times the mass of the sun. Its volume was 5 times that of the sun. As Chun Yuan approached, he felt the repulsive force emanating from it, pushing him away and preventing him from getting closer. With a thought, the star possessing the mass of 3 suns instantly transformed into countless atoms devoured by Chun Yuan. Chun Yuan's mass and volume rapidly increased with the influx of the star's atoms. After an unknown amount of time, after consuming the mass of that star, his mass rose to 4 times that of the sun. His volume had also expanded to more than 6 times that of the sun. However, for Chun Yuan, this mass and volume were nothing significant. For someone who had already transformed into a supermassive black hole, Chun Yuan did not dwell on it and continued flying towards the next target. "Hey, look at me," a voice came from you. Chun Yuan was slightly taken aback and turned to look at her. He saw you flapping a pair of wings, soaring through the universe with a beaming smile, as if showcasing her invention. Advanced civilizations can use atoms as a foundation to construct their bodies. Who was once the empress of the Heavenly Emperor civilization, possessed the most advanced technology. Constructing a pair of wings from atoms to connect to her body was naturally an effortless task for her. You flitted about in the vacuum, flapping her wings. "I figured it out," you said. "With these wings, I've discovered that when I flap them, I can utilize the air currents as well as the omnipresent repulsive force in this universe to move. Although it's a bit slower, it's still quite amusing." You looked at Chun Yuan. "What do you think? Do I look more beautiful than usual this way?" Chun Yuan examined you. She had a delicate face and a tall figure. With genes that had evolved through countless generations, her physique was aesthetically pleasing and her features were impeccable. Now, with the addition of these wings, she exuded an even more unique charm. However, what attracted Chun Yuan's attention the most was Ya's mischievous grin. Chun Yuan chuckled. "You were already beautiful. Adding wings is merely icing on the cake, not a significant difference." Her smile grew even brighter. "Praise me more." "Well," Chun Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. "I'm not flattering you, I'm just speaking the truth." Then say more truths." "Don't be like that. I feel awkward." "What's there to be awkward about? Come on, say more truths to make me happy." Chun Yuan felt too awkward. "So do you think there are more advanced civilizations in this universe?" He hurriedly changed the subject. You casually replied, "Since there are lower civilizations, there must be advanced ones. It's nothing strange." Through his super perception, Chun Yuan observed this universe. It was too bright. This universe was far more luminous than the one he had previously inhabited. Like white holes which do not emit light, most of their illumination comes from the light emitted by other celestial bodies and surrounding photons. Light and photons are reflected 100, making it extraordinarily bright. Stars function similarly, also repelling light, though not as severely as white holes. Light is cast into space, illuminating the entire universe. This universe is exceptionally unique. However, from the perspective of those living in this universe, perhaps the universe I inhabited is the more unique one. Suddenly, through his super perception, Chun Yuan saw an image. 5 beings clad in white armor, wielding long swords and sporting wings, flew through space. These 5 beings were humanoid, adorned with wings, armor, and helmets. Yet what caught Qin Yuan's attention was their size. Their forms were enormous, with proportions similar to humans, yet towering at 5 to 6 meters tall, resembling colossal entities. Another civilization existed in space, but the advanced intelligent beings within this civilization were somewhat intimidating. Life nurtured within a planet can vary greatly in size. Within planets of equal mass and gravity, the oxygen concentration can determine the size of the beings inside. However, the restriction on biological size is not solely due to oxygen. The greater the mass of a planet, the stronger its gravity. If a planet's mass is excessive, the gravitational pull can be terrifying. To adapt to this gravity, the density of the beings inside would be considerable. In conditions with the same oxygen levels, these beings would be smaller, but possess high bone density. In space, there are no such gravitational restrictions. As long as the oxygen concentration is sufficient, beings can grow to any size. This includes advanced intelligent beings. Through his super perception, Qin Yuan discovered many winged giants gathering towards a specific location. In that location was a colossal creature resembling a shark, but of an immense size. It was estimated to be around 30 meters tall, with a length exceeding 60 meters. Surrounding this giant beast were countless winged warriors wielding weapons, fiercely attacking it. The roars of the beast and blood floated in space alongside numerous corpses of winged humanoid beings. A starry interstellar raid. This is truly brutal, Qin Yuan remarked, filled with emotion. This starry interstellar raid. This is truly brutal, Qin Yuan remarked, filled with emotion. Countless winged creatures joined the battlefield. That giant beast, having lost too much blood, gradually lost its strength and was ground to death. The winged creatures began to dismember the giant beast with sharp objects, dragging away piece after piece of its flesh. Qin Yuan observed them with heightened perception. He saw them flying off with the meat to a certain location. There Qin Yuan spotted a building that surprised him. The buildings were oval-shaped, resembling eggs floating in the void of space. In the center of this structure, there was a circular ring. They flew onto the ring, landed, and then opened the door on the egg to enter the building. It was clear that the egg-like structure was their home. The purpose of hunting the giant beast was likely to obtain food. Yet Qin Yuan didn't expect that these space creatures needed a house. The purpose of a house should be to shelter from wind and rain. What do they need a house for? Qin Yuan felt puzzled. A house is not just for sheltering from wind and rain, he casually remarked. A house can also serve as a tool for self-protection. When humans hide inside, others can't discern what it's like inside. If those winged creatures were to sleep outside unguarded, they would be easy prey for any hungry beasts. It's likely that would end in a swift demise. But if the beasts can't see them, they won't attack recklessly. You smiled, and said in simple terms, a house also plays a role in safeguarding oneself. Moreover, if there were no houses, wouldn't raising children be quite troublesome? This made Qin Yuan recall certain events from before his reincarnation. That's true. However, the creatures in space are indeed massive. The advanced intelligent beings here and those giant beasts are all larger than one another. Qin Yuan became interested. I wonder how big the largest giant beast in this universe could be. I'm quite interested too, he said softly. Qin Yuan continued his journey, his gaze sweeping over the floating egg-shaped structures in space. He withdrew his gaze. Roar. Suddenly a sound caught Qin Yuan's attention. It was not far away. Qin Yuan looked over. The scene before him left him in shock. A colossal creature somewhat resembling a whale was slowly swimming through the void of space. This massive creature was as large as a planet. When it opened its mouth, it could probably crush a planet the size of half the Earth. Why? What kind of situation could give rise to such a colossal being? Qin Yuan amplified his perception. Upon inspection, he was astonished. A sphere with a volume twice that of the sun captured Qin Yuan's attention. This sphere was incredibly vast and was entirely composed of water. Surrounding it were countless mists of water. Near this sphere, numerous creatures of various sizes were living in proximity. A star? No. The existence of this water star was beyond comprehension. Why does such a celestial body exist? Qin Yuan was curious. A water star with a mass equivalent to that of the sun and a volume comparable to twice that of the sun. Qin Yuan pondered. He had an idea. The reason he could ignite himself into a star was due to that mysterious force, but what if that force was very diffuse? If that force were too diffuse, it wouldn't react with the repulsion within him, making it impossible to compress atoms under pressure, ignite hydrogen, and initiate nuclear fusion. This water star was likely the result of that force being too diffuse, leading to such a situation. Incredible. Too incredible. Because of the existence of this water star, the area around it is filled with water vapor, and the oxygen concentration is extremely high, thus giving rise to interstellar beasts the size of planets. Those interstellar beasts, though as large as Earth, were still incredibly small compared to the water star, which was the size of 2 suns. Countless creatures of various sizes lived around the water star. Most either had wings or resembled fish in structure. These beings seemed to treat the void of space as the sky and the ocean, flying about freely. Animals need light and heat. In this universe, light and heat were abundant. Due to repulsion, light and heat were pushed away by the stars, unlike in the universe where Chunyuan previously resided. In the universe where Chunyuan was, due to gravitational forces, heat was confined within planets, and even light would be swallowed by black holes. In this universe, however, light and heat were expelled into space. Some areas were extremely hot, while others had temperatures just right for biological development. From this perspective, a universe full of repulsion is actually more suitable for animal survival. It's just that those animals need to live in space rather than on planets. Of course, there are creatures that survive on planets, but that requires very coincidental circumstances. This universe is really interesting. For the creatures in this universe, living in space is probably a normal occurrence, while our existence on planets is what seems interesting to them. You smiled and said. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with light while looking at the transparent display screen's images. She seemed very interested in this marvelous scenery. Chunyuan gazed at the universe filled with animals, taking on the perspective of an observer flying past from a distance. However, just then, a voice resounded in Chunyuan's mind. Do you possess wisdom? A female voice asked. Upon hearing this voice, Chunyuan paused for a moment. Someone was communicating with him through consciousness. Someone is looking for you casually remarked. Chunyuan nodded. It's about time. If there are advanced civilizations in this universe after such a long time, they should have discovered me. I'll have a chat with them. Himya replied nonchalantly. Chunyuan exited the dark communication channel connected to Ya and said hello. I didn't expect a celestial body with consciousness. The other party's voice carried a hint of interest. Upon hearing this intrigued tone, Chunyuan thought to himself. This feels somewhat familiar. However, upon reflection, no matter which universe it is, a celestial body with self-awareness can easily pique curiosity. For the advanced civilizations of this universe, it must be the same. Chunyuan casually remarked, is there something you need? Yes, she replied. Your existence is a matter of interest. What are you? Clearly a celestial body, yet possessing your own consciousness. How strange. Is it strange? Chunyuan asked. It is a bit strange. So what do you want to do? Who are you? I forgot to introduce myself. Not introducing myself is a bit impolite. She casually laughed and said, I come from the Silver Wing civilization, and I am also the supreme deity of this universe, the ruler of this cosmos, Navi. A god, eh? Chunyuan couldn't help but chuckle. I never expected that someone would actually claim to be a god. Chunyuan laughed aloud. Gods do exist. From a scientific perspective, when a lower civilization encounters a higher civilization, the lower beings may refer to the higher beings as gods when they do not understand the advanced technology. Ye had mentioned to Chunyuan that she once helped a lower civilization on a whim, and when those beings saw the technology she exhibited, they thought a god had descended. Hundreds of years later, that civilization even made a statue of Ye. This means that gods do exist. For lower civilizations, advanced civilizations are gods. However, Ye never claimed to be a god. Yet upon arriving in this universe, Chunyuan was surprised to find someone who would call themselves a god. Whenever I tell others that I am a god, their reactions vary. Some kneel immediately, while others like you are filled with doubt. Navi said, but that is not important. You only need to know that we, the Silver Wing civilization, maintain the order of this universe and its parallel realms. We do not allow any imbalance to occur, including the invasion of one civilization by another, and also a sentient star which, through its activities of devouring other celestial bodies, affects certain developing civilizations, leading to their destruction. Navi said, if you disrupt the balance of this universe, then as gods we will not sit idly by. This was a threat. Up until now, Chunyuan had never been threatened. He had never imagined that one day he would be threatened. Threatening a star? From her prideful words, it was clear that her civilization possessed the capability to annihilate a star. Life is precious. Chunyuan suddenly said, I never intended to interfere with those evolving lives. However, your threat makes me feel quite uncomfortable. I dislike your condescending way of speaking. Regardless of who it is, being threatened will make anyone unhappy, and Chunyuan was no exception. He respected life and the process of evolution and would not interfere unless the other party was deliberately seeking destruction. But when threatened, that was a different matter. Navi smiled slightly. Do celestial bodies also feel uncomfortable when threatened? It seems you are not a celestial body, but merely a human. I attempted to access your memories through consciousness, but they are locked away, preventing me from perceiving them. There are not many individuals in this universe capable of such a feat. To my knowledge, the ability to lock one's thoughts is something only our Silver Wing civilization possesses. So tell me, which individuals from our Silver Wing civilization have you interacted with? What kind of existence are you? What is your purpose? Hearing this, Chen Yuan understood. The consciousness Navi referred to was actually the application of dark matter and dark energy. She wanted to use dark information to access Chen Yuan's consciousness, but was blocked by the information vault created with Ya's assistance. In this universe, only the Silver Wing civilization possesses dark information technology, so she assumed that a star with consciousness and Chen Yuan's dark information vault were created by someone from the Silver Wing civilization. That was indeed a big misunderstanding. However, this also allowed Chen Yuan to understand. No wonder she referred to herself as the ruler of the universe. It seems that among the civilizations in this universe apart from their own, no other civilization utilizes dark energy. We come from another universe, one that is different from yours. Chen Yuan explained, the technology of the Silver Wing civilization in your universe indeed gives you the confidence to call yourselves gods, but in our universe there are many who use dark information. You come from another universe. Navi's confident voice took on a hint of seriousness as her words fell. Suddenly, in front of Chen Yuan, a dark wormhole appeared. A figure stepped out of the wormhole. It was a woman with golden hair clad in silver armor with a pair of white wings behind her. She flapped her wings, hovering in the void of space. She raised her face and looked at the star before her, saying, "You come from another universe." At such close range, an ordinary person would have likely been burned to a crisp by the heat radiating from Chen Yuan. But she was not. This meant that her body, like Yas, had undergone genetic modification. I already said whether you believe it or not, that is your business. Chen Yuan said casually, "If there is nothing else, please do not disturb me. I prefer peace and quiet." Navi's expression was indifferent as she raised her hand, and a rock flew behind her. She tucked her wings away and sat on the rock, crossing one leg over the other, and observing Chen Yuan with interest, saying, "The universe is vast, and time is long. Why not sit down and chat? I don't think there's much to talk about between us." Chen Yuan thought poorly of her. "I believe there is much we can discuss." Ya's voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. A wormhole appeared in front of Navi. Seeing the wormhole, Navi furrowed her brows. Ya's graceful figure appeared before the wormhole. She glanced at Navi and smiled, saying, "Seeing the wormhole I used, you should understand that we possess the ability to control dark matter, right?" Navi's brows relaxed slightly. "Not only the Silver Wing civilization can create wormholes, but I can be certain that you do not belong to those civilizations, nor do you belong to my Silver Wing civilization." Navi said, "It seems you were not lying. You indeed come from another universe." Another universe. Navi looked at the two parallel universes. A parallel universe refers to a universe on a different timeline. This means that Chen Yuan is located in the current universe. However, in another time and space there exists a universe similar to this one. The two universes do not exist in the same space, but progress in parallel. To simply comprehend a parallel universe means there exists one version of you in this universe and another version of you in a parallel one. That is the parallel universe, two nearly identical worlds running parallel along the timeline. In other words, when Chen Yuan tried to save Ya, he did not use a parallel universe because all parallel universes corresponding to Chen Yuan's universe share the same timeline. That means in that timeline, Chen Yuan's universe lacked hydrogen atoms, so other parallel universes have already experienced stellar extinction and all hydrogen atoms have vanished. Simply put, even traveling to a parallel universe bears no significance. Now Navi suspects that Chen Yuan and Ya come from a parallel universe. "We do not originate from a parallel universe," Ya said casually, "but from another universe that has already perished, so we came to your universe. We are not well acquainted with this universe. Since you are the sovereign of this universe, it is fitting to make friends. Perhaps we will need your assistance." "The universe has died." Navi furrowed her brow again. "Has it collapsed?" "No," Ya replied. "The laws of our universe differ from yours." Ya said, "Our universe is expanding." "Expanding?" Navi looked at Ya, frowning. "How is that possible? Dark matter has been consumed continuously. The universe has been collapsing, yet your universe is expanding. Dark matter and dark energy are transforming into new matter absorbed by celestial bodies. Without dark matter and dark energy, the universe collapses rapidly. Currently, the rate of collapse has even surpassed the speed of light. What about your universe?" Navi glanced at Ya. This universe is completely opposite to Chen Yuan's. The cosmic expansion arises because dark matter and dark energy increase, causing the universe to swell. But in this universe, the opposite occurs. Dark matter and dark energy convert into matter, leading to cosmic contraction. You said, "Our celestial bodies are continually shrinking, converting matter into dark matter and dark energy, which causes the universe to expand. Long ago, the expansion rate already exceeded the speed of light." Hearing this, Navi was momentarily stunned before smiling faintly. How fascinating. Such a phenomenon truly exists. Navi seemed incredulous. "Wait, At that moment Chun Yuan spoke. You said dark matter and dark energy can transform into matter. This was unexpected for Chun Yuan. The reason this universe collapses is because dark matter and dark energy are converting into matter. Chun Yuan looked at Ya. Isn't it said that dark matter and dark energy do not interact with any matter or energy? If dark matter and dark energy could turn into matter, then Chun Yuan would not have struggled so desperately for hydrogen elements from the start. Upon hearing this, Ya and Navi both looked at Chun Yuan. Ya smiled slightly. Indeed, that is the case in our universe, but in this universe, I am not so sure. You looked at Navi. Chun Yuan also turned to Navi and asked, if dark matter and dark energy can transform into other matter and energy, are you able to achieve this conversion? Navi stood up slowly saying, the conversion of dark matter and dark energy is not something achievable by humans. Even our Silverwing civilization lacks such technology. Of course, if you manage to develop this technology, do let me know. Navi glanced at Chun Yuan, who was like a star. Indeed, the conversion of dark matter and dark energy into other matter and energy obeys the laws of this universe. Artificially forcing this conversion would evidently require extremely advanced technology. If dark matter truly can be converted into other matter, it would mean that matter within a universe could perpetually regenerate. Destroyed stars could be rebuilt. Any element could be recreated. The sole question is how to utilize the omnipresent dark matter and dark energy in this universe and convert them into desired matter. Humans cannot achieve it, but it is possible in this universe. Yet the transformation of dark matter and dark energy causes a problem, the collapse of this universe. If this continues unabated, one day the entire universe will either undergo a great cosmic rift or collapse into a singularity. In that case, this universe and the civilizations within it will cease to exist. Thinking of this, Chun Yuan looked at Navi. Do celestial bodies in your universe lose energy? I recall that celestial evolution. Chun Yuan began, then paused. He was about to say to Navi that as dark matter and dark energy convert into matter during celestial evolution, matter also converts back into dark matter and dark energy. Yet as soon as he spoke, Chun Yuan felt something was amiss. In Chun Yuan's universe, the existence of dark matter and dark energy results from celestial evolution causing consumption of matter and energy. The lost matter and energy convert into invisible dark matter and dark energy. However, celestial evolution in Chun Yuan's universe relies entirely on the terrifying pressure caused by gravity. But the universe before him is very peculiar. It possesses repulsive force. Repulsive force rarely causes consumption of matter and energy, though a mysterious power counters this repulsion, igniting some stars. Yet this mysterious power appears unreliable at times, such as with water stars. In this universe, the matter and energy consumed during celestial evolution converting into dark matter and dark energy are far less than the speed at which dark matter and dark energy convert back. We are searching for the edge of the universe. Since you come from another universe, do you know where the edge lies? Navi's voice came. Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan was slightly taken aback. He looked at Navi, the edge of the universe. If you are searching for it, isn't it rather easy to find? Your universe resembles a bubble currently contracting. This means that if you continue flying straight outward, you can reach the universe's edge. This puzzled Chun Yuan. In his universe, he could not escape the edge because it was expanding faster than light beyond his reach. But this universe is rapidly contracting. How could they not find the edge? Simply flying in one direction should lead them there. It's not that simple. Nawe glanced at Chun Yuan. My people have been searching, but they still can't find it. Searching in a straight line yields no results. From what you say, it sounds easy. So can you tell me how you and your beloved came to this universe? Did you simply fly in a straight line, crossing the edge of the universe to reach this side? Nawe looked seriously at Chun Yuan. Being called beloved by Nawe brought a smile to Ya's face. Chun Yuan surveyed Nawe and said, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure. I acquired a certain ability by chance, or rather a kind of principle. This principle grants me the ability to traverse the universe. Frankly, I haven't reached the edge of the universe yet. I've only seen glimpses of what the universe looks like and glimpses of its edge through this ability. Principle. Nawe looked at Chun Yuan incredulously. She paused for a moment and said, if that's the case, then so be it. It seems you can't help me either. After all this talk, let's get back to the point. Nawe looked at Chun Yuan solemnly. The Silverwing civilization has spent tens of millions of years and paid a great price to establish cosmic order. The Silverwing civilization has engraved the belief of safeguarding the balance of civilizations into their souls, Nawe continued. Now you are a colossal entity. Your every action could potentially lead to the destruction of a civilization. If you were merely a celestial body, it wouldn't concern me, but since you possess consciousness, I must take responsibility. If you indiscriminately slaughter those civilizations, then you are our enemy. Hearing this, Chun Yuan began to understand the Silverwing civilization. They were indeed a grand protector. Their intention was to safeguard civilizations across the universe. They were concerned that Chun Yuan might accidentally annihilate a civilization. That was why they came to discuss matters with him. The earlier threat was also for the purpose of protecting those civilizations. Chun Yuan replied, "That's not a problem. As long as those civilizations do not actively attack me, I will not interfere with them. You can rest assured about that. I believe no civilization would willingly attack a self-aware star," Nawe assured him. As she spoke, Nawe raised her hand, and a wormhole appeared beside her. She was preparing to leave. "Wait a moment," you suddenly spoke up. Nawe looked at you. You gazed at Nawe and said, "I have a proposal. I wonder if you would be interested." "A proposal, eh?" Nawe appeared puzzled. You continued, "I want to visit your civilization to experience your technological advancements, and at the same time I can teach you the technology from my universe. It's a form of technological exchange. The universe I come from is different from yours. I believe the technology from your universe can assist me, and the technology one possess would surely pique your interest." Was you planning to study and learn? Chun Yuan thought for a moment and understood. As the former emperor of the Heavenly Empire, you naturally had a keen interest in advanced technologies and civilizations. Of course, the most important aspect was researching how to convert dark matter into other substances. Although Nawe didn't mention it, they were undoubtedly conducting such research. If you could engage in technological exchanges with the Silver Wing civilization, she would surely gain more knowledge. Nawe looked at you and asked, "Does your beloved agree?" You turned to Chun Yuan and smiled. "So my dear, do you agree?" "I respect your wishes," Chun Yuan replied casually. "I knew it." You shrugged casually, looking at Nawe with a smile. "He won't interfere with my decision." Nawe nodded slightly. "Then let's go." As she spoke, Nawe spread her wings and flew into the wormhole. You followed suit, flapping her wings and entering the wormhole. The wormhole disappeared. Witnessing this scene, Chun Yuan retracted his gaze and continued flying toward his next target. Ye had synchronized her consciousness with Chun Yuan. Wherever Ye was, and whatever she was doing, as long as Chun Yuan wished to know, he could find out. There were hardly any secrets between them. Even if they were apart, aided by dark communication channels and wormholes, distance became irrelevant. Moreover, Chun Yuan thought that since he had been by his side for a long time, letting her go out to explore the world and experience different cultures was also a good thing. Chun Yuan didn't dwell on it and continued to fly forward. "I'm here," Ya's voice came through. Chun Yuan chuckled. "With a wormhole, it should be instantaneous. What is there to report to me? Is this girl worried that I might miss her?" You laughed and said, "Do you know what I saw?" What did she see? Chun Yuan activated his super perception ability. He looked in Ya's direction. Upon seeing it, Chun Yuan's eyes brightened slightly. A man-made water star lay ahead, surrounded by immense pebble-like structures. Some winged warriors of the Silver Wing civilization were flying around these gigantic pebble structures. Did beings with wings really enjoy constructing houses that resembled pebbles? Suddenly a thought crossed Chun Yuan's mind. Could it be that those winged civilizations I saw earlier were taught by these silver wing beings to build pebble-shaped houses, eh? Recalling their claim to be gods wishing to protect all civilizations in the universe, it seemed quite plausible. The Silver Wing civilization probably had contact with many lower civilizations. The intervention of advanced civilizations into lower civilizations can have a profound impact. Regardless of whether the advanced civilization approaches with goodwill or hostility, the effect on the lower civilization is significant. The culture and technology of advanced civilizations during this intervention will subtly transfer to the lower civilizations. The technology of lower civilizations will rapidly develop under the influence of advanced civilizations. Whether the advanced civilization comes with benevolence to spread technology or with malice to invade, both will accelerate the cultural and technological advancement of lower civilizations. Of course, invaders might annihilate the lower civilizations, which is a different matter. If not destroyed, then the technology of the lower civilization will undoubtedly grow. After the Silver Wing civilization made contact with that civilization, they likely imparted their architectural culture to them. This space is not lacking in light and heat. Thus, whether civilizations can exist in space depends more critically on the presence of water-like planets. If such planets composed purely of water expel water into space, then life can survive in space. All the buildings of the Silver Wing civilization were constructed around that water star. How interesting. I plan to learn from their knowledge here. Gaining a deeper understanding of this universe is also a worthwhile endeavor. If you miss me, just say so, and I will be there in a second, you said playfully. Chun Yuan smiled helplessly. All right, if I miss you, I will let you know. As time passed, you shared with Chun Yuan the matters of the Silver Wing civilization and the intelligence she had gathered. The people of the Silver Wing civilization refer to the force that limits repulsion as repulsive force. The greater the mass, the greater the repulsive force. Interestingly, when there is water within a celestial body, the repulsive force diminishes, and vice versa. It is for this reason that the birth of life in space occurs. Currently, some researchers in the Silver Wing civilization are studying how to convert dark matter and dark energy into other forms of matter and energy. I plan to collaborate with them, utilizing their technology along with my own for research. If we can figure out how to convert dark matter and dark energy back into new forms of matter, I believe our universe might be saved. Hearing this, Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. Are you planning to create celestial bodies in our universe again? Yes, don't you think that sounds fascinating? Chen Yuan pondered for a moment. The universe has been expanding, and the reason for this expansion is that the material and energy consumed by celestial bodies are being transformed into dark matter and dark energy. This means that the universe we inhabit will no longer continue to expand. If we can convert the dark matter and dark energy back into celestial bodies, then the universe will begin to shrink again. Yin nodded in agreement. Indeed, the laws of our universe differ from those of this universe. This means that the celestial bodies we create will revert back into dark matter and dark energy, which we can then transform back into celestial bodies. This infinite cycle would ensure that the universe persists. Chen Yuan smiled. That's a wonderful idea, but considering that the Silverwing civilization has spent so long studying the conversion of dark matter and dark energy, without any results, do you think you can achieve it? Actually, we of the Heavenly Emperor civilization have also been researching how dark matter and dark energy can be converted into other forms of matter and energy. I know all the results of those studies. However, at that time we still could not convert dark matter and dark energy into matter. But now it's different. In this universe, dark matter and dark energy are continuously being converted into other forms of matter and energy. As long as we study their conversion process and combine the research results of the Silverwing civilization with those of the Heavenly Emperor civilization, I believe it will only take some time to achieve it. You seem quite confident. The Heavenly Emperor civilization, where you belongs, might not be the most powerful civilization in Chen Yuan and Yas universe, but it is still considered an advanced civilization. Compared to the Silverwing civilization, the Heavenly Emperor civilization is certainly not behind. The technology developed by the Heavenly Emperor civilization combined with that of the Silverwing civilization, along with the inherent dark matter transformation in this universe, explains why you is so confident. If this can truly be accomplished, then, according to the law of conservation of energy, as long as Ya and Chen Yuan agree, the universe will not die. Even if it expands, it can be halted. Even if it collapses, it can also be stopped. But is it really that simple? Chen Yuan didn't want to think too much about it. He gazed at the star before him, which had a mass equivalent to 5 suns. With a thought, the star transformed into countless atoms, merging into Chen Yuan's body, absorbed by him. Chen Yuan's mass and volume continued to increase. He felt that as he grew larger, the repulsive and attractive forces also intensified. The matter within him was pushed outward by the repulsive force, while the attractive force pressed this energy back. Chen Yuan shifted his gaze, selecting the next celestial body, and continued to fly forward. As time went on in the Silverwing civilization's Silverwing Research Institute, let's talk about that celestial body with self-awareness. The speaker was a woman from the Silverwing civilization named Yin. She had long been researching how to convert dark matter into other forms of matter. Thus, when you proposed to conduct this research with Nawe encouraged you to collaborate and communicate with Yin. Over time, the two became relatively familiar with each other. Yin looked at you, a smile on her face, filled with curiosity. Yin had a special identity. Not only was she a female warrior, but she was also the queen of the Silverwing civilization and the sister of Nawe. Within the Silverwing civilization, there are 2 queens, Nawe and Yin. Nawe oversees management, while Yin leans more towards research. Yin's personality seems to be curious about many things. Of course, she was also curious about that celestial body with self-awareness. Yin crossed her arms and turned her face to look at you, smiling. You have been with that celestial body all this time. Sometimes that celestial body even transforms into a human to chat with you. What is your relationship with them? You replied casually, I won't hide it from you. He is my man. Yin chuckled. So his true form is a human, but due to some factors he has taken on that appearance, right? You did not wish to brush off Yin and continued with her research. Upon hearing Yin's words, you paused slightly, turned her face to look at Yin and smiled. Perhaps that's the case, or perhaps it isn't. But is that question really important? Of course it's important, Yin said. If his true form is a celestial body that has merely evolved into one with self-awareness, then being with him means you are with a monster, right? Ya's smile vanished. You'd better watch your words, she said, slightly angry. Yin smiled upon hearing this. It seems he is quite important to you. What I said earlier may have been a bit excessive, but I can assure you I spoke the truth. A celestial body with self-awareness is just a monster, isn't it? Moreover, if you are with him, what would your offspring be like? Ya extended her hand, and a silver longsword appeared within it. With a twist, she slashed at Yin. PFF. The sound of flesh separating followed. An arm fell to the ground. It was Yin's arm. The longsword turned again, its tip aimed at Yin's throat. Yin was slightly startled, glancing at the longsword in Ya's hand, her eyes filled with a hint of novelty. Ya's expression turned cold. I warned you to mind your words. Even if what you said is true, if it makes me uncomfortable, I will not spare you. Yin looked at Ya and instead revealed a smile. This body of mine has been enhanced. Currently, there are weapons in this universe that can harm me, but those weapons can at most leave some wounds. However, it's rare to find one like yours that can directly sever my arm. As she spoke, the severed arm transformed into countless atoms and reassembled at Ian's shoulder. The bones, muscles, and nerves were forming. Her arm grew back. Ian smiled and said, "Sorry, I take back my earlier rude remarks. I was just curious about whose technology is stronger between yours and mine, and it seems I have my answer now." Ye sheathed her sword and said, "Your personality is truly infuriating. With a character like yours, you wouldn't be liked here, would you?" Ian crossed her arms, laughing. "Not necessarily." You glanced at Ian. Ian smiled, saying, "I do speak directly and act the same way, which might upset some people, but efficiency is my strength." Ian continued, "And efficiency is my charm." Ian added, "There are quite a few who like me." You replied, "Oh," as she continued her research, ignoring her. Ian, beaming with joy, leaned closer and asked, "What material is your weapon made of? Can you teach me?" Upon hearing this, you replied indifferently, "I'm not in a good mood right now. Let's talk when I'm feeling better." Ian sighed, showing a helpless expression, and shrugged. "All right then." Chen Yuan, as usual, focused on a celestial body closest to him, a star with a mass equivalent to 300 suns. Fixing his gaze on that target, he flew toward the star. He had just set off when a voice rang out. "You cannot swallow that star." It was the voice of Na Wei. Chen Yuan was taken aback. "Why not?" "The repulsive force of this star is crucial for maintaining the life zone of nearby civilizations. If you swallow it, that life zone will collapse and the civilizations within will face extinction. So, does that mean I need to change my target?" This left Chen Yuan feeling somewhat frustrated. That star was the closest to him. If he abandoned it, he'd have to choose a more distant star. Chen Yuan felt annoyed. He stopped in place, lost in thought. Now he had two options. One was to directly swallow that star, disregarding the fate of the civilizations dependent on it, and then engage in battle with the Silver Wing civilization. The second option was to obediently avoid it and seek out another star. Life is precious, and the evolution of life is incredibly difficult. Every civilization has the potential to give rise to existences like Ye. Casually extinguishing a civilization was unacceptable to Chen Yuan. Yet having to heed others' warnings and change his mind left Chen Yuan rather displeased. Devouring these celestial bodies can increase your mass and size, but is it meaningful to grow just for the sake of growing? Na Wei inquired lightly. "Are we discussing the significance of an action?" Chen Yuan replied slowly. "If nothing unexpected happens, your universe will face extinction in 1,000,000,000,000 years." He continued, "All civilizations in the universe will perish alongside its demise. In other words, you will die, and everyone will die. So does what you're doing now hold any meaning? As you've said, your Silver Wing civilization has spent billions of years establishing an orderly universe, allowing civilizations to thrive under your protection. But does that hold any meaning? Someday, all civilizations, including yours, will vanish. What you are doing will cease to exist on that day. So, is there any meaning to it? Nothing lasts forever. Since nothing is eternal, there will inevitably come a day of extinction. So since everything will perish, does what you are doing now have meaning? Even if you accomplish something or not, in the end, nothing remains." Chen Yuan mused. "Are the things we are doing now meaningless?" Na Wei fell silent for a long while. Chen Yuan finally said, "In truth, nothing has inherent meaning, but living in the moment, I just wish to do what I love. I simply enjoy the process of searching for celestial bodies and devouring them." Na Wei chuckled. It was unclear what had suddenly amused her. Chen Yuan felt somewhat baffled. Na Wei smiled, saying, "You are right, indeed it has no meaning. The reason we in the Silver Wing civilization wish to protect those civilizations is simply because we want to." "Well, that's correct then," Chen Yuan replied casually. Na Wei suggested, "How about this? I can tell you about nearby celestial bodies that can be devoured without affecting those civilizations. This way you won't harm those fragile civilizations, and you can still satisfy your desires. Is that all right?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan was instantly pleased. He had no intention of harming those civilizations, but he had been troubled by it. In this universe filled with repulsive forces, many celestial bodies influence each other. Consuming one might alter the positions of others, potentially turning some life zones into death domains. After all, this universe is not like Chen Yuan's universe. In Chen Yuan's universe, advanced intelligent life residing on planets can continue to survive as long as the positions of their home planets and the stars they orbit remain unchanged. But this universe is different. Simply put, if Na Wei doesn't inform Chen Yuan which celestial bodies can be devoured and which cannot, it would be challenging for him to judge which ones might impact other civilizations. Now, with Na Wei's assistance, the matter became much easier. "All right, I will send the information to you using dark messaging." Chen Yuan received the coordinates and navigable routes of the celestial bodies from Na Wei. Chen Yuan, following Na Wei's map, controlled his body with divine sense and flew toward the next target. Time passed slowly. That day, Chen Yuan encountered an interesting celestial system. Two stars flanked a planet. Due to the peculiarities of this universe, some stars are stationary. Both of those stars happen to be immobile. Between the two stars was a planet pushed toward the left star by the repulsive force of the right star. After flying a distance, the planet was then pushed toward the right star by the left star's repulsive force, and then pushed back again like a ping-pong ball being batted around. Chen Yuan was somewhat mesmerized by this scene. He remarked, "You all seem to be playing ping-pong." Just as he was lost in thought, a voice came through. Dear and neutral female voice was sweet and quite annoying. Despite Chen Yuan feeling goosebumps, he still felt uneasy when he suddenly heard those words. Act normal. Chen Yuan couldn't help but retort, "This kind of coquetry doesn't suit you at all." Haha, you laughed. What doesn't suit me? I think it suits me quite well. Chen Yuan felt somewhat helpless. He couldn't find a way to retort. You cleared her throat, saying, there's another battle happening over there. A battle? Chen Yuan was taken aback. Yes, the Silver Wing civilization, you replied casually. Civil war, it's quite brutal. War, huh? No matter if it's a lower civilization or a higher one, they cannot escape the fate of war, Chen Yuan said. Are you alright? I don't want you to get caught up in it. Is the Silver Wing civilization inferior to the Heavenly Emperor civilization? Is that so? Chen Yuan suddenly realized something was off. Indeed, the Heavenly Emperor civilization survived until the destruction of the universe, an ancient civilization. The universe where the Silver Wing civilization currently resides is still a young universe, so it cannot compare with the Heavenly Emperor civilization in terms of time. And the strength of a civilization is related to its age. The older the civilization, the more powerful it is. However, at that time, the Silver Wing civilization claimed to be the strongest in this universe, and Chen Yuan thought he could compare it with the Heavenly Emperor civilization. Now that he thought about it, it seemed indeed inferior. Civilizations should resolve their own internal conflicts. But how about you? How is your research going? Let them resolve their own internal conflicts. It's impossible to intervene. What I care about is how your research is progressing. Guess. Ya's voice was filled with interest. What's there to guess? It's just two outcomes. One is completed and the other is not. Chen Yuan said transforming dark matter into other substances is nearly impossible. I guess you haven't completed it. As Chen Yuan's words fell, a wormhole appeared beside Chen Yuan. Ya's figure appeared beside the wormhole. Looking at Chen Yuan, she revealed that familiar mischievous smile. Watch. Saying this, Ya raised her hand, pointing towards a direction ahead. That area was empty, void of anything. Suddenly, under Chen Yuan's gaze, in that empty space, some atoms gradually began to appear. The atoms quickly merged towards the center, slowly forming a celestial body that began to grow. It transformed into a small asteroid, then its size continued to increase, becoming a gas giant-sized wandering planet. The gas giant continued to grow. It grew from the size of Earth to the size of Jupiter. Jupiter's size continued to expand. In just a few seconds, a gas giant-sized planet appeared in the previously empty space. Chen Yuan was shocked. Through his heightened perception, he could confirm that those atoms had appeared out of nowhere, not sourced from cosmic dust or other planets, but materialized from thin air. Or more precisely, the atoms that formed the gas giant were converted from dark matter. Has he succeeded in her research? This was something Chen Yuan had never anticipated. All right. You looked at Chen Yuan and said with a smile, now we have three choices. One is to stay in this universe and continue to devour those celestial bodies. The second is to explore other universes. The third is to return to our universe and recreate celestial bodies and civilizations. With your kind of technology, why bother devouring anything? Chen Yuan felt a bit speechless. You could directly use dark matter to create other substances and simply provide Chen Yuan with the material instead of searching for celestial bodies to devour. Wasn't this nonsense? You chuckled indeed. By the way, Chen Yuan looked at Ya and said, is this the result of your joint research with the Silver Wing civilization? Does that mean the Silver Wing civilization also possesses this technology? Ya casually replied, this technology primarily involves programming dark matter and dark energy to recreate other materials. The process is quite complex and requires powerful data processing capabilities. Given the current data processing capabilities of the Silver Wing civilization, to program a substance the size of a planet would likely take about 1 million years. As for whether the Silver Wing civilization can survive for 1 million years or whether this technology can endure, that's all uncertain. As the queen of the Silver Wing civilization, Na Wei was blown to pieces during this internal conflict. To recover it would likely take her thousands of years. Na Wei was blown to pieces. Chen Yuan didn't have a very good impression of her. She always carried herself with an air of superiority. But her appearance made it clear to Chen Yuan that she was there to protect those civilizations. Had her body been destroyed, Chen Yuan didn't want to think too much about it. For this universe, Chen Yuan was merely a passerby. Chen Yuan said, let's go. We will return to our universe, recreate celestial bodies, and revive our universe. Wait a moment. Chen Yuan disassembled the gas giant into atoms and constructed a body coming to Ya's side. He extended his hand towards Ya. She looked at Chen Yuan's outstretched hand. She raised her face and looked at Chen Yuan. What is this? Chen Yuan said, just give me your hand. Ya blinked her eyes momentarily unsure of Chen Yuan's meaning, but still extended her hand, placing it in the palm of Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan held Ya's hand. Let's traverse the universe. With the use of his ability, Chen Yuan's heightened perception rapidly expanded. He saw countless universes and immediately locked onto one, the universe he was familiar with. Begin the traversal. But when this thought crossed his mind, he tightened his grip on Ya's hand. Soon after, Chen Yuan felt his consciousness fade. When he regained his senses, Chen Yuan looked at himself. Upon inspection, he was stunned. There was nothing. He had become a consciousness entity. Chen Yuan turned to look at Ya, but he could see nothing. In an instant, Chen Yuan's heart tightened, and he quickly used his heightened perception. Through the dark matter pattern, Chen Yuan could see the dark matter and dark energy permeating throughout this universe, while he also saw Ya as a humanoid consciousness entity. Ya's body was composed of ones and zeros, and her hand was being held by Chen Yuan's consciousness. Seeing Ya's consciousness entity, Chen Yuan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. But then a sense of unease arose in Chen Yuan. He never expected that traversing the universe would lead to his entire physical form disappearing. If that were the case, could you still use her technology? If she couldn't, they would have to go to another universe and reconstruct her body. Just as Chen Yuan was thinking this, Ya's consciousness entity moved. The consciousness entity raised its hand. Under Chen Yuan's gaze, points of atoms appeared out of nowhere in the empty universe, transforming into a cloud of cosmic dust. Within this patch of cosmic dust, 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, nerves, flesh, bones, muscles, and skin began to appear. These were 2 bodies, one belonging to Chen Yuan and the other to Ya. The 2 bodies were constructed and embraced each other. Seeing this, the consciousness entity, Chen Yuan, looked at the consciousness entity Ya. You seem to be looking at Chen Yuan, and she seemed to smile. Chen Yuan also smiled. So mischievous. Chen Yuan didn't think too much about it. He took Ya's hand and flew forward. The 2 consciousness entities entered each other's bodies. Chen Yuan slowly opened his eyes and looked at Ya in his arms. Ya's eyelashes fluttered, and she also opened her eyes, raised her face, and looked at Chen Yuan. Their eyes met. Ya revealed a playful smile. Now you are no longer a sphere, but a person. Chen Yuan smiled helplessly, raised his hand, and gently tapped her nose, laughing. All right, stop being mischievous and get to business. Serious matter. Ya glanced at Chen Yuan. What serious matter? She revealed a playful smile. I think what we are doing now is the serious matter. Chen Yuan stroked Ya's silver hair and smiled. Didn't you say that we need to bring our universe back to life? Now is the time to get serious. Let's transform the dark matter and dark energy of our universe into other forms of matter and energy. Upon hearing this, Ya looked at Chen Yuan. Then she emerged from Chen Yuan's embrace and looked around, observing the pitch-black universe before her. Actually, when you used your controlling ability to fix my consciousness, even though I couldn't speak, I could see everything you did. Ya looked at Chen Yuan, her trademark mischievous smile appearing. I saw you working hard to revive me, desperately, trying to run to the edge of the universe, using the powers of the 4-dimensional space you dislike. I also saw the look of anguish on your face when you witnessed my physical body dissipate. In the end, feeling that you could not save me, you even accelerated time, wanting to join me in death. From that moment on, I knew I hadn't followed the wrong person. You smiled. I just didn't expect that your usual indifferent demeanor would change so resolutely at a critical moment. You were so adorable at that time. Chen Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. Let's not talk about this. Ya slightly turned her body to look at the surrounding dark universe. Let's get started. Saying this, Ya raised her delicate hand. With a wave, as if performing magic, clouds of dust began to appear in this universe. Before long, these dust clouds covered the entire universe. Naturally, if Chen Yuan were to look at this universe with the naked eye, he wouldn't see anything. With just his naked eye, Chen Yuan wouldn't see anything, including himself and Ya. After all, at this moment, the universe was pitch black, devoid of anything. Chen Yuan was currently using super perception, which allowed him to see everything in this universe. Now the entire universe was filled with clouds of dust. The layers of dust clouds were thick and abundant, visible everywhere. Although he didn't know how you achieved this, the sight was enough to astonish Chen Yuan. How did you do this? Chen Yuan looked at Ya. The mass of these dust clouds is no small number. They could make up millions of star systems. Just with a wave of her hand, she could obtain the mass of millions of star systems. That's too exaggerated. Ya glanced at Chen Yuan, smiling. This isn't my power. I merely triggered a chain reaction in the dark matter and dark energy permeating this universe. In simple terms, I just activated the switch to transform them into other forms of matter and energy. Just like in that universe we visited before, allowing the universe to convert dark matter and dark energy into other substances. When the time is right, I will just stop it. With this, we can enjoy the spectacle of the universe being reborn in this universe, Ya said, crossing her arms, smiling at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan looked at Ya's confident and happy demeanor. His mood also lifted considerably. Now the entire universe was filled with dust clouds. These dust clouds were dispersed microscopic matter. Over time, these materials would gradually gather, eventually forming new celestial bodies under the influence of gravity. Whether stars, planets, satellites, or black holes. In simple terms, dust clouds are the nutrients for various celestial bodies. They just need to wait for time, and the dust clouds can give rise to new star systems. But that would take too long. Chen Yuan had a thought. His control could manipulate anything with a mass lower than what he had accumulated. Naturally, dust clouds were no exception. Chen Yuan pulled large amounts of dust clouds over and molded them into a mass. When these materials came together due to the pressure Chen Yuan provided, these materials were directly compressed into a massive celestial body. This celestial body possessed the mass of a sun. It was a planet with the mass of a sun as it had yet to ignite. The larger the mass, the greater the gravity. This enormous celestial body began to contract due to its own gravity. Boom. The hydrogen contained within could no longer withstand the terrifying pressure and temperature, igniting instantly. Nuclear fusion commenced. This celestial body began to expand rapidly. Flames erupted. In this pitch-black universe, light appeared once again. When nuclear fusion began, this celestial body became a star. It was a yellow dwarf star possessing the mass of the sun. However, it had just erupted, belonging to a young star. A young star refers to those stars that have just formed not long ago. These stars are different from middle-aged and old stars. Newly formed stars exhibit frequent activities such as solar winds, flares, and so on. These stellar activities can easily damage a planet's atmosphere. Without an atmosphere, life cannot survive on a planet. The sun that Chen Yuan was familiar with was a middle-aged star, relatively stable compared to younger stars, which do not frequently exhibit stellar activities. Of course, the sun is no longer present. Currently, in this universe, only the newly appeared star remains. The light of the star illuminated the surroundings. Looking at the star before him, Chen Yuan had another thought. He molded 8 planets to orbit around this star. He placed the 3rd planet in the habitable zone, simulating the solar system. The first 4 were terrestrial planets, while the last 4 were gas giants. He established an Oort cloud in the outer region. Thus, a brand new celestial system appeared before Chen Yuan. You looked at the celestial system before her, lifting her face to glance at Chen Yuan, smiling. Are you going to create a civilization again? Chen Yuan looked at you. After all, an empty universe doesn't look good. I do have a suggestion. You said actually there are 2 methods to create a civilization. 2 methods. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. What methods? You looked at Chen Yuan, a smile appearing on her face. The first method is just like what you did earlier, directly molding humans from atoms. There's another method. Ya's smile took on a slightly mischievous tone. That is, the 2 of us can be the first man and woman of a civilization. Chen Yuan coughed lightly. All right, let's not joke around. It will take some time for this celestial system to become suitable for life. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment. He said, in the meantime, we can utilize the new technology you've acquired to accomplish something significant. He looked at Ya and said, I want to try what happens if I devour all the matter and energy of a universe. Ya glanced at Chen Yuan and asked, are you planning to devour a universe? Yes, Chen Yuan replied, I intend to give it a try. Currently, my super perception allows me to see the entire universe. I believe my control ability will enable me to manage the matter of an entire universe without issue. At that time, I will consume all the matter of that entire universe, and I want to know what it will become. Ya looked at Chen Yuan with her captivating big eyes and smiled. Whatever you plan to do, go ahead and do it. All right. Chen Yuan activated his super perception, expanding it to its limits. He glanced at the various universes of different sizes and chose one that was roughly the same size as his current universe. The universe where Chen Yuan resided was clearly an old universe belonging to a state of demise. If it was roughly the same size, it meant that this universe was also an old universe, which indicated that it was just as empty as his current universe. Chen Yuan turned to Ya and reached out his hand. Ya looked at his hand and smiled, taking his hand as she joked, are you that afraid of me getting lost? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan replied, I'm just afraid it will be troublesome to find you again. Ya laughed. You truly do not know how to say sweet words. Chen Yuan awkwardly scratched his nose. Traversing the universe. After deciding on the next universe to go to, Chen Yuan and Ya disappeared, arriving in another universe. Chen Yuan looked at himself and then at Ya, discovering that both he and Ya had once again transformed back into their consciousness forms. As a consciousness, Ya was different from the one after her death. She now possessed her own awareness. Ya raised her hand. 2 bodies were constructed by Ya. Chen Yuan and Ya regained their physical forms. Ya looked at the empty universe before her. She then turned to Chen Yuan and playfully smiled. What should I do? Chen Yuan instructed, transform all the dark matter and dark energy of this universe into matter. All right. Ya began to act. In an instant, this seemingly empty universe again began to manifest clouds of dust. Dark matter started converting into other forms of matter. This was not limited to one location, or rather everything was undergoing transformation. All over the universe, clouds of dust were forming at an incredible speed. As dark matter transformed into other materials, the universe, which had previously displayed no motion, began to collapse. The speed of this collapse exceeded the speed of light, yet from the perspective of superperception it appeared almost unchanged. The size of the universe was simply too vast. Extreme devouring. Controllability. Chen Yuan activated extreme devouring. In an instant, a black hole with a diameter of nearly 1 billion kilometers appeared within this universe. The dust that had just been born from the universe quickly drew close to Chen Yuan. The physical form could not withstand the terrifying pressure and was compressed into a single mass. As the amount of matter increased, Chen Yuan once again transformed into a singularity. Upon becoming a singularity, the entry of other materials caused the singularity to rotate. As the singularity spun wildly, the boundary of nearly 1 billion kilometers began to rotate, forming an enormous accretion disk outside the boundary. Of course, within this point where light could not reach, the accretion disk was invisible. Chen Yuan's consciousness was clear. He could feel the changes in his body. He was within Chen Yuan's time boundary. Since Chen Yuan used his control ability to protect Ya's body, she would not be devoured by him. He looked at everything before her face filled with wonder. It's so vast. Although I had seen this scene as a consciousness after my death, seeing it with my own eyes now feels immense. Chen Yuan wanted to know what would happen if he devoured all the matter of the entire universe. The dark matter of this universe was converted into matter that Chen Yuan could consume through Ya's technological prowess. The speed of this conversion was extremely fast, but Chen Yuan's devouring speed was not slow either. However, Chen Yuan needed to control all the matter of the universe to converge towards him, which required traversing a vast distance. This meant that if Chen Yuan wanted to devour all the matter of the entire universe, he would need to spend an incredibly long time. Hundreds of billions of years, or even trillions of years. But Chen Yuan did not mind. He just wanted to know what would happen when he completely consumed all the matter of a universe. Let's go. A voice echoed. Upon hearing this voice, Ye paused slightly and looked at Chen Yuan beside her. He had already reconstructed his body using other materials and transformed back into human form. Chen Yuan smiled at Ye, saying, "Let's return to our universe." Ye smiled back. "Don't you need to stay in this black hole?" Chen Yuan replied, "That would be so boring. This devouring process takes an exceedingly long time. I have already used my control ability to cause all the matter of the universe to converge here. Those materials are currently coming towards me at sublight speeds, being devoured by me. What is needed next is time. It does not matter whether my consciousness is present or not." He looked at Ya and said, "During this lengthy process of devouring the universe, I need you to accompany me. Although I do not intend for us to be the first man and woman of our universe, it is still possible to build a small nest together." Ya's eyes sparkled with a hint of light as she smiled. "Is this a proposal?" Chen Yuan was taken aback. "Do you have proposals in your Heavenly Emperor civilization?" Ya crossed her arms and looked at him, smiling. "Our Heavenly Emperor civilization does not engage in such practices. If two people see eye to eye, they will simply be together." Chen Yuan laughed. "Then I respect you. Oh, let us follow your Heavenly Emperor civilization's way. Let's go." "All right." Ya shrugged. As time passed, it was unclear how long had gone by. The black hole was spinning wildly, devouring all the surrounding matter. This universe seemed to have its rules altered by Ya beginning to convert dark matter into other forms of matter. As new materials were generated, dark matter decreased. As dark matter diminished, the universe began to shrink and collapse. The converted materials were gradually consumed by Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's mass grew larger day by day. Although in this vast universe that amount of matter seemed insignificant, over time it added up. His mass increase was truly terrifying. Every time the universe shrank, Chen Yuan's mass increased. With the passage of time, the speed of the universe's collapse accelerated. Chen Yuan was quite casual now. Unlike the universe that was being devoured by him, the current Chen Yuan, transformed into human form, was situated within his own universe. Within the dust clouds that permeated the entire universe, countless new stars were being born. Chen Yuan resided on a planet within the celestial system he had created. As time passed, this planet had transformed into a beautiful blue planet. Oceans, plants, and animals had emerged on this planet. You built a house in the style of a celestial emperor civilization. Chen Yuan and you lived in this room. That night, they stood on the balcony gazing at the night sky. Chen Yuan looked up at the night sky. The sky was filled with stars. Seeing these stars, Chen Yuan remarked, "When I first arrived here during the night, I looked up and saw nothing. Now it's great, so many stars." Upon hearing this, Ye turned her head to glance at him. She smiled and said, "Stars." Chen Yuan chuckled, reaching out to gently embrace Ye, and said with a smile, "I told you before, I wasn't originally a celestial body but a human. In my civilization, we called these glowing objects hanging in the sky stars. At the time of naming, they didn't know about celestial bodies or stars. There was no need to hide anything from her. He could just tell her. During this idle time, Chen Yuan and you became familiar with each other's civilizations, even teaching each other their languages. While residing on this planet Chen Yuan, and you communicated using the language from Chen Yuan's world, unlike before when they communicated directly through consciousness. You rested her small head on Chen Yuan's shoulder, gazing at the myriad stars. Your civilization's language is really interesting. Chen Yuan smiled. Language is just a tool for communication. Compared to language, you are much more interesting. Chen Yuan gently stroked Ya's silver hair. This was the truth. With such a long span of time, if it weren't for her companionship, he would have probably found it unbearable. He was momentarily taken aback. She lifted her face to look at Chen Yuan, then rolled her eyes at him, withdrawing her gaze to stare at the stars in silence. Yet the corners of her mouth lifted, and her clear eyes sparkled. It was clear she was very happy. Seeing her happiness, Chen Yuan felt happy too. Chen Yuan gazed at the stars, pondering, I wonder how the other universe is faring. With that thought, he activated his super perception. He magnified his super perception. Chen Yuan saw countless universes and found the one that was currently being consumed by him. He took a glance. Chen Yuan suddenly realized that this universe was considerably smaller than it had been at the beginning, reduced by a third. This was quite terrifying. One must understand that the volume of a universe is immensely vast, so much so that it is difficult to describe in words, yet this universe was now one-third smaller. What about me? Chen Yuan's super perception entered the universe. Looking closely, he was somewhat surprised to find that although this universe was being devoured, it had birthed quite a number of stars. Of course, the reason new stars were born was that these stars were too far from Chen Yuan's main body. Their positions were almost at the edge of the universe. Although Chen Yuan had used his control ability to pull them toward his main body, even so it would take millions or even tens of millions of years for them to reach his location. During this time, they naturally merged with other matter and gave birth to stars. This universe, which originally had no stars, was now densely populated with them. In the center, an immensely colossal super black hole was rotating, surrounded by a massive accretion disk. The space occupied by the temporal boundary emitted by this black hole accounted for a full 1,000th of the universe's volume. In this universe, all matter was attracted by the gravitational pull of this black hole. They all revolved around it, drawing closer. And this black hole was Chen Yuan's main body. Seeing the size of his own mass, Chen Yuan felt a shock. Although he had thought from the beginning that his mass would become immense as he continued to devour, seeing it with his own eyes still left him in awe. It could actually be this large. Wait a minute. Now that this universe has shrunk to only 2/3 of its original size, my volume is increasing. If I continue to devour, does that mean this universe will keep getting smaller while I get larger? In other words, eventually, I will reach the edge of the universe, right? Chen Yuan's heart was suddenly filled with anticipation. If I touch the edge of the universe, what will happen next? He was very interested to find out. However, at the current rate, it seemed that reaching the edge of the universe would take some time. He could only take it slow. With that thought, Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze. His consciousness returned to Ya's side. Chen Yuan came back to his senses and turned to look at Ya. She was gazing at him. Their eyes met. Ya smiled. What happened? Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. What? Ya rolled her eyes at Chen Yuan and turned to go inside. Watching Ya's back, Chen Yuan snapped back to reality. Are you asking about the situation in that universe? That universe has shrunk, reduced by a third in size, and my volume and mass have also increased significantly. Chen Yuan followed Ya into the room. Ya sat down in front of the vanity, smiling as she picked up a comb to groom her long silver hair. I never expected to devour a universe. I never thought about what would happen after devouring one. Ya looked at herself in the mirror and said with a smile, I'm quite looking forward to it. However, at this rate, it will probably take a very long time to completely consume that universe. In the meantime, let's do something else. Ya approached Chen Yuan, took his hand, looked at him with a smile. Do something else. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. What? Ya's face turned slightly red, and she rolled her eyes at Chen Yuan, silently leaning into his embrace. All right, enough of the games. Ya said softly. Chen Yuan chuckled, raising his hand to gently embrace her, stroking her hair. Chen Yuan pondered to himself. Devouring a universe. What will it ultimately become? His heart was full of anticipation. If he devoured that universe and then consumed other universes, what would happen then? Would he get bigger and bigger? As time passed, Chen Yuan observed through his heightened perception that his own body was growing larger while the universe was becoming smaller. Thus, countless trillions of years slipped by. The edge of the universe collided with the edge of the black hole. In that instant, the entire universe was swallowed by the black hole, collapsing into its body. Becoming one with the singularity of the black hole, Chen Yuan felt a terrifying energy gathering within his body at that very moment. With a thunderous boom, the singularity, which possessed infinite mass, infinite density, and infinite gravity, erupted in an explosion. The entire singularity suddenly expanded at a rapid pace. Chen Yuan's consciousness faded away, and he knew nothing at all. Meanwhile, at that moment, the singularity swelled like a balloon from its center. This was the theory of the Big Bang. Some believe the universe originated from a singularity explosion. An unknown factor caused the singularity possessing infinite mass, infinite density, and infinite gravity to explode. After the explosion, the body rapidly expanded. After Chen Yuan swallowed the universe disappeared, and this singularity took its place. Due to unknown reasons, he too experienced the effects of a singularity explosion. His body began to swell. All the matter he had previously absorbed exploded instantaneously, rapidly expanding Chen Yuan's form. His rate of expansion was incredibly fast. The event horizon vanished the moment the universe was consumed, leaving only the singularity of Chen Yuan, which began to expand. Its edges resembled the surface of a bubble, rapidly increasing in size. Within this bubbly substance there was nothing but dark matter and dark energy. The dark matter and dark energy filled the expanding space, which continued to grow. This continued for an indeterminate amount of time. Gradually, Chen Yuan's consciousness began to awaken. Once aware, he looked at his own body. He was stunned. What is this? Chen Yuan was astonished to discover that within him countless stars were being born, forming galaxies, which interconnected into a cosmic network. It looked incredibly brilliant. Seeing this left Chen Yuan somewhat dazed. Have I become the universe? The mass of a universe, could this be the mass limit of a black hole? When it reaches the mass limit of a black hole, will it trigger a singularity explosion, ultimately transforming into a universe? This feeling is truly extraordinary. Suddenly Chen Yuan heard a voice. The old universe dies, and a new universe is born. Have we still not escaped the fate of extinction? Why can't a new universe be born? Giving birth to a new universe is so difficult. Sigh. Various voices of complaint echoed in Chen Yuan's consciousness. These voices kept coming, leaving Chen Yuan a bit dazed. He curiously used his heightened perception to look around who was speaking. There was no sound at all. Under the gaze of Chen Yuan's enhanced perception, he could see other universes of varying sizes. Is this auditory hallucination? Chen Yuan muttered to himself. Yet he felt it shouldn't be, it should not be an illusion. I don't want to die. Even if I must perish, let me give birth to a new universe first. What should I do? If I continue to expand, everything will end. If I keep collapsing, I will also cease to exist. Suddenly various voices echoed in Chen Yuan's mind again. Hearing these, Chen Yuan froze. Who is it? Who is speaking? But still there was no response. It was inexplicable. Chen Yuan felt perplexed. Just then an unexpected thought crossed his mind. Giving birth to a new universe. It seemed that the owners of these voices all desired to create a new universe. But the question was, who would think of giving birth to a new universe? Suddenly a chill ran down Chen Yuan's spine, although he had no goosebumps. It was the universe. Only the universe would wish to give birth to a new universe. This meant that if the universe wanted to create a new universe, it could only rely on the civilizations within itself, using technological power to leave the universe, and then give birth to a new universe outside. However, if the universe keeps expanding and collapsing, civilizations would perish. A dying civilization could not leave the universe to create a new universe. So the universes were worried, fearing that their own collapse or expansion would kill those civilizations. In other words, the voices Chen Yuan just heard were emitted by those universes. In other words, the universe's life. Chen Yuan felt a sense of shock. But why didn't they respond when he spoke just now? Upon further reflection, Chen Yuan realized. Having become the universe, he could hear the voices of the universe. Additionally, he could translate languages he didn't understand, allowing him to comprehend what these universes were saying. However, these universes did not possess abilities like Chen Yuan's, meaning they could not understand what he was saying. Moreover, these universes were each speaking their own words, indicating there was no communication between them. Thus, they could not understand what Chen Yuan had said. Chen Yuan looked at the various new and old universes before him. He was dumbfounded. So the universe isn't a giant. The universe itself is a life form. Is the universe relying on the technology of civilizations to reproduce itself? Then, Chen Yuan expanded his heightened perception to its limit. Through his heightened perception, Chen Yuan could see swathes of universes densely clustered together. Some were large, some small. In this pitch-black world, countless universes existed. These universes were not lifeless. They possessed consciousness and were living entities. Chen Yuan found it hard to believe. He could not fathom it. If I continue to consume and completely devour these universes, what will happen then? But the problem is, do I still have a way to continue consuming? Chen Yuan had already transformed into the universe, but the universe does not exist within the universe. Inside the universe, there are laws, some repulsive forces, and some attractive forces. Outside the universe, there are no repulsive or attractive forces. Chen Yuan relied on gravitational forces to gain mass for consumption. But what about now? Can he still consume? Celestial body consumption system, do I still have a way to continue consuming? You have met the conditions and gained a new ability, universe consumption. A mechanical voice resonated in Chen Yuan's mind. Chen Yuan's heart jolted. Universe consumption. You can consume universes smaller than yourself. Just a touch is needed to initiate the consumption. The mechanical voice continued to speak. Thinking of this voice, Qin Yuan's heart raced as he gazed at the nearby universes of various sizes. Then let's begin. Did you forget something? Just as Qin Yuan was about to set off to begin devouring, a voice echoed in his mind. Hearing this voice, Qin Yuan smiled. I'm back. It's been over 360 million years. You said leisurely. Qin Yuan wryly smiled. I didn't expect that after devouring a universe I would end up unconscious for so long. I've kept you waiting alone for 300 million years. My apologies. Ya's uniquely neutral female voice carried a hint of laughter. Fortunately, when I made up my mind to be with you, I had already prepared myself mentally. Otherwise, enduring 300 million years all at once would be unbearable even for me. It's alright, during these 300 million years, I also kept myself busy, so it wasn't too boring. Busy? Qin Yuan asked with curiosity. Doing what? Civilizations can be quite chaotic, right? They can easily face extinction, so I learned from the Silverwing civilization. In the universe we inhabit, I established a new civilization called the Justice Civilization, aimed at protecting weaker civilizations from threats posed by others and upholding justice. You casually laughed. In this way it was quite a good way to pass the time. Qin Yuan chuckled. It seems that although I was unconscious during this time, I actually did something good. I helped the universe give birth to a guardian. A guardian? Really? I feel like I've also been assimilated by you, treating those vibrant lives as toys. In the past, I would never interfere with the development of other civilizations. You said leisurely, but it doesn't matter. By the way, you just woke up. Are you in such a hurry to set off? Speaking of which, you paused for a moment. She gently said, come back and keep me company. Oh, I miss you so much. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. Qin Yuan couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of joy. Having devoured a universe, he himself had also become a universe. For a moment, he felt empty, as if his inner self were hollow. Hearing Ya's voice and her longing for him, Qin Yuan suddenly realized something. Indeed, he was no longer that wandering planet. He now had a home, and someone was waiting for him there. Qin Yuan looked around at the universe of varying sizes. Let's take it slow for now. Having just transformed into a universe, Qin Yuan still had many things he didn't understand. With this thought, he asked, is my physical body still there? Yes, I've been protecting it all along, you gently replied. It's still in that place. Qin Yuan activated his heightened perception and found his house. The room looked just as it always had, with the environment unchanged from 300 million years ago. After such a long time, planetary tectonics would inevitably cause changes in the environment. Yet nothing had changed here, which only left one possibility. You had been interfering with the environmental changes all along. With the technology you currently possessed, she could freely transform the matter within the universe. Keeping the environment in a small part of a planet unchanged would be exceedingly simple. Qin Yuan found his physical body lying on the bed. Consciousness transfer. Qin Yuan slowly opened his eyes and looked at the familiar ceiling. Qin Yuan had lived in this room for countless amounts of time, and nothing had changed. Qin Yuan got up. You're back. With the sound echoing, Qin Yuan turned his face to look. He saw Ya clad in silver armor with a long sword at her waist, silver hair cascading naturally behind her, and a red cape flowing behind her. She looked heroic as she gazed at Qin Yuan, a smile gracing her face. Am I handsome? Hearing this, Qin Yuan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He got up, sat on the edge of the bed, and smiled. Handsome, too handsome. Maya is the most handsome of all. I'm going to wear this every day now as the queen of the Justice Civilization, leading them, managing them, ensuring they maintain justice and peace across the universe. Suddenly, her armor vanished, leaving her in a casual shirt as she walked over to Qin Yuan. Accompanied by a waft of fragrance, Ya leaped into Qin Yuan's arms. She wrapped her arms around his neck, gazing at him with a smile. When facing you, I don't need to be handsome, just need you to like me. So many years have passed. How many people are there in your civilization now? Over 300 million, all warriors with 6th-generation gene bodies. Over 300 million, all 6th-generation gene body warriors. Qin Yuan murmured, looking at Ya. He said, won't it be hard to control? Ya chuckled, saying, all my warriors come from other civilizations. I spend a year selecting a warrior only after fully understanding their personality. Do I communicate with them and bestow upon them the 6th-generation gene body? When I meet them, I tell them I am a god. I am the will of the universe, then demonstrate my powers, solving all their problems, and allow them to become divine, granting them the 6th-generation gene body. You smiled. In over 300 million years, I've only summoned just over 300 million warriors. That's not too many. Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback. He smiled helplessly. So that's your fun each year? Of course it's not just that. You said occasionally when something happens in some civilizations, I can also keep myself busy as a form of entertainment. And meanwhile promote the justice of the Justice Civilization. All right. You gazed into Qin Yuan's eyes. She asked, what about you? How have things been? Previously, when I connected with your consciousness, I could see the scenes you saw, but after you fell unconscious, I couldn't see anything. It wasn't until today that I heard your voice again from the dark communication channel. Saying this, she leaned against Chun Yuan's chest. Chun Yuan stroked her hair. After I devoured that universe, a singularity explosion occurred, and then I fell unconscious. When I woke up, I realized I had become the universe. The strangest thing is I heard many voices, all coming from other universes. It seems the universe is life. He was taken aback looking up at Chun Yuan. The universe is life. Chun Yuan nodded. They all possess consciousness and purpose. They all seem to want to give birth to new universes. Like animals. You slowly closed her eyes, so that's how it is. The universe is not a giant, but a life form. So does that mean the universe is actually a monster, a super monster? And we are living beings inside that super monster. What are your plans next? You glanced at Chun Yuan. Chun Yuan replied, I want to continue devouring. I want to know what will remain in the outside world if I consume the entire universe. The universe has no gravity. Can you really devour it? You looked at Chun Yuan, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Chun Yuan said, after becoming the universe, I gained a new ability. As long as my edges touch the edges of other universes, I can devour them. In other words, as long as I wish, I can consume all universes. However, aside from the ancient universes, the others contain stars and civilizations within them. Devouring a universe might be catastrophic for the civilizations inside it. The merging of universes has surpassed my comprehension. What will happen then, no one knows. Indeed, this left Chun Yuan somewhat bewildered. When Chun Yuan viewed the world from the perspective of a universe, he perceived the universe as a whole, a singular entity, and the other universes as such. But the issue is that it is not so. Many universes contain galaxies, stars, planets, and even other civilizations and galaxies within them. If I devour other universes, the galaxies and civilizations within them will also be consumed by Chun Yuan. This means that if Chun Yuan wishes to devour the universe without harming the civilizations within, he has only one choice: to consume those universes that no longer harbor civilizations. However, such universes are quite distant from Chun Yuan. Chun Yuan pondered. In that case, I can only devour some universes without civilizations. Those universes are estimated to be quite far from me, and devouring them will likely take a very long time. That time will be measured in billions. You smiled. Then during this time I will accompany you. Hearing this, Chun Yuan smiled. All right. If only traveling during such a long period of time, it would indeed be too dull. Chun Yuan said, I will first revert to the universe and see how to control my body to approach the other universes. You responded with an Chun Yuan's consciousness left. He returned to the universe. Chun Yuan looked at the dark world around him, observing the floating universes, each resembling bubbles of different sizes. Chun Yuan activated his super perception, searching for one universe at a time. He sought out those universes devoid of galaxies. Eventually, Chun Yuan found one. This universe was more than 6 times larger than Chun Yuan's size, but its total mass was only 1/5 of Chun Yuan's. He realized that the volume increases or decreases based on the amount of dark matter and dark energy. Currently, Chun Yuan was merely a young universe, meaning he possessed less dark matter and dark energy than that universe, which was entirely composed of dark matter and dark energy. With less dark matter, naturally, Chun Yuan would not be considered overly expanded, hence his smaller volume. However, in terms of total mass, Chun Yuan was greater. This indicates that the mass between universes varies. Some have more mass while others have less. System, my volume is smaller than the other, but my mass is greater. Can I devour it? The ability to devour other universes is determined by their mass, not their volume, came the mechanical, emotionless voice of the cosmic system. Upon hearing this voice, Chun Yuan responded with an He locked onto the position of the target universe and directed his divine sense to move the entire universe toward that direction. As Chun Yuan used his divine sense, he realized he was moving. However, his speed was extremely slow, or perhaps incredibly fast. The universe was too vast. Even if Chun Yuan were to move at superluminal speeds, from an external perspective, his speed still appeared very slow. There was still a long distance to the target universe, and at this speed, Chun Yuan had no idea how long it would take to approach it. Chun Yuan could jump to a 4-dimensional space to take a look, trying out the spatial leap of the 4-dimensional space. No, that's not right. Right now, Chun Yuan wasn't limiting his movement speed, which meant he was already moving at superluminal speed. Yet he had not entered 4-dimensional space. What was going on? This was incorrect. A universe itself includes 11 dimensions of space. Currently, Chun Yuan was within the 11-dimensional space, but he was using the super perception ability of 3-dimensional space, so he was unaware. Being in 11-dimensional space, he naturally could not enter 4-dimensional space. Chun Yuan felt somewhat baffled. In other words, after becoming a universe, is it impossible to utilize the leap ability of 4-dimensional space? Well, if I can't use it, then so be it. At this speed, the time required to touch the target universe ahead would be far too lengthy. If his consciousness remained attached to this universe, it would be too monotonous and tedious. It was much more interesting. With this thought, Chun Yuan was about to return. But at this moment, through super perception, Chun Yuan saw a scene that left him astonished. He saw a creature resembling a whale. This creature was enormous, half the size of a universe. It had no eyes but possessed a large mouth. Its entire body was pitch black with stars swirling around inside it. It was swimming through the gaps between universes. Though this creature was only half the size of a universe, this was in terms of the universe's perspective. In other words, this being was significantly larger than stars and similar entities. Estimating its mass would be insufficient to describe it, even 1,000,000,000,000 times that of the sun. After seeing this being, suddenly it opened its mouth and directly devoured a small universe. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yuan was stunned. This being is devouring a universe. Is that small universe collapsing? This creature treats the collapsing universe as food. Qin Yuan noticed that the devoured universe merged into the creature's body, becoming one with it. The galaxies within that creature brightened slightly. This creature also contains galaxies, which means this being that devours universes is also a universe. Qin Yuan was shocked. Qin Yuan magnified his super perception and continued to observe. In fact, within a spherical universe, there were many such whale-like universes. They were smaller than ordinary universes, but larger than those small universes. They were devouring those smaller universes, and after consuming them, their bodies became even brighter, but they did not increase in size. This must be the real cosmic life form. Incredible. Wait a moment. The universe itself is a life form. I just thought that all cosmic life forms are spherical and bubble-like. However, other shapes are also normal, like this whale-like shape, which is not impossible. Outside the universe, it truly is a realm of wonders. The colossal beasts, which possess a network of galaxies within them, are clearly part of the universe. They are alive and can devour other universes. As long as something is smaller than them, they can consume it. Truly an unbelievable existence. Moreover, they swim freely between the gaps of the spherical universe. It is important to know that the volume of the universe is unimaginably vast. Moving even a little distance in a short period is akin to moving at superluminal speeds. Their seemingly casual speed implies that they are moving at a truly terrifying velocity. It's hard to believe such a universe exists. Qin Yuan glanced at those beings, and he chose not to think about it further. Instead, he resolved to begin consuming the universe, curious to see how he would transform as his size increased. Qin Yuan utilized all his divine sense to propel the entire universe towards his next target with the utmost speed, feeling the universe gradually moving. Qin Yuan allowed it to continue moving while he withdrew his consciousness to find Ya. With nothing to do, Ya guided Qin Yuan into the civilization she had established. Before Qin Yuan appeared a celestial system. At its center was an artificial star roughly the size of the sun. Surrounding the artificial star were 8 artificial planets, which were not spherical, but shaped like islands. Qin Yuan had seen such a celestial system before in the Celestial Emperor civilization. Clearly, this was Ya replicating the model from the Celestial Emperor civilization to establish this righteous civilization. Ya brought Qin Yuan to the largest island planet, which was also the closest to the star. They entered the planet. Qin Yuan looked around. The area was filled with architecture from the Celestial Emperor civilization. In the center stood the largest and most luxurious building. Ya led Qin Yuan into that building. They entered an incredibly spacious room. Ya looked at Qin Yuan and smiled, saying, "This is the Queen's palace. When you are not here, I reside here to handle various matters." Qin Yuan nodded slightly. "Your Majesty." At that moment, a golden-haired woman in silver armor approached, respectfully bowing to Ya. Ya nodded slightly. She turned to Qin Yuan and said, "This is Yuan, my left wing, simply put, my right-hand assistant, who helps me manage various matters." You displayed a respectful demeanor, but also a hint of confusion as she looked at Qin Yuan, her eyes filled with perplexity. "Your Majesty, who is he?" You revealed a smile. "He is Qin Yuan, my beloved." Yu's expression changed in shock as she gazed at Qin Yuan, the creator god Yuan. Yu hurriedly bowed to Qin Yuan. "Yue, greetings to the creator god." Watching Yu's flustered and astonished demeanor, Qin Yuan fell silent. He helplessly looked at Yu. What exactly had she instilled in them? "The creator god. You may leave now." Yu smiled. "I think he has something to say." "Yes." Yu respectfully bowed and turned to leave. Qin Yuan watched Yu's retreating figure as the door slowly closed. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Yu. "Why do I suddenly have such a title?" Yu crossed her arms, smiling as she said, "I created this righteous civilization in the name of the master of the universe, and every female warrior I brought in has been granted divine positions. As for you, you must have a divine position too." Qin Yuan found it amusing and exasperating. This is chaos. Divinity does not exist. All of Ya's abilities stem from advanced technology. Of course, in the currently revived universe, all civilizations are still very young, and naturally no civilization can comprehend the technology she possesses. Technology that cannot be understood is naturally referred to as divine power. Ya claims to be a deity and establishes a divine civilization. I believe that as long as Ya wishes, no civilization in the universe would doubt it. Granting divine positions allows for better management. For example, the one overseeing all the civilizations in the Eastern universe, I call her the Eastern deity, while the one in the West is the Western deity. This way it corresponds perfectly to the regions they manage. You playfully smiled. I have also ranked these deities in hierarchy. You and I are the highest, so they must bow to us when they see us. Alright. Chen Yuan found it unbearable. He couldn't help but pinch Ya's nose, saying with resignation, this is too awkward calling ourselves deities. I felt embarrassed when I heard the Silver Wing civilization calling themselves deities. And now here we are again. Chen Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. Claiming to be a deity is a title used by lower civilizations for higher civilizations, where those who know nothing refer to themselves as gods. Chen Yuan didn't mind, but now it has become a self-proclamation, which is quite uncomfortable. You nestled into Chen Yuan's embrace. It's not awkward, it makes it easier for us to manage the other civilizations and facilitates our rule. Besides, isn't it more fun this way? She lifted her face to look at Chen Yuan, revealing a playful smile. This way it won't be too boring. Let the other civilizations acknowledge us as deities, then worship us. Then we can provide them with assistance as well, which is a win-win. Chen Yuan was helpless. He smiled. Okay, but just because you're playing doesn't mean you should take it too seriously. He stroked Ya's hair and said, I don't want you to become too obsessed with power. I won't. You smiled. As long as you want, I can give up this power at any time and wander the world with you. Hearing this, Chen Yuan recalled how Ya had voluntarily given up her position as the Celestial Emperor to be with him. Chen Yuan trusted her. By the way, Ya lifted her face looking at Chen Yuan and said with a smile, during the time you were unconscious, I researched the technology for creating a new universe, and I have succeeded. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Succeeded? Yo affirmed, looking at Chen Yuan at the same time. I also discovered the reason we were unable to find the edge of the universe before. Chen Yuan's body trembled. Found it? Yes. Ye looked at Chen Yuan and said the universe you saw before was perceived through your abilities. In reality, the entire universe exists within an 11-dimensional space. What you saw was the edge of the universe within that 11-dimensional space, which we as beings of 3 dimensions cannot perceive. Unless we have the ability to enter the 11-dimensional space. Only when we are in the 11-dimensional space along with this universe can we see the true edge of the universe. Otherwise, even if we move and truly reach the edge of the universe, we won't realize that it is the edge of the universe. The space-time at the edge of the universe is interconnected, meaning that if one exits from the eastern edge of the universe, one will return from the western edge. This is why walking in a straight line does not lead to the edge of the universe. The 11-dimensional space. 0 dimension is a point. 1 dimension is an infinitely long line. 2 dimensions form a plane woven from countless infinitely long lines. 3 dimensions are a space composed of countless planes stacked together. 4 dimensions are spaces that overlap, intertwined with a timeline. That timeline is unidirectional. One can look back and see events of the past, but one's own body cannot return to the past. 5 dimensions represent the growth of any moment in the 4-dimensional timeline, where countless timelines emerge from a single moment. Simply put, it is a moment that presents countless possibilities, which is 5-dimensional. 6 dimensions are referred to as parallel spaces, which are not parallel universes. 6 dimensions arise when timelines are distorted and intertwined due to the effects of gravity and mass forming a space. At this point, the future and the past intertwine, which constitutes parallel space or 6-dimensional space. In 6 dimensions, one can traverse both the past and the future. Up to 6 dimensions, the dimensions have not yet detached from the universe, remaining within a single universe. In fact, all dimensions share a commonality, perceiving the former as a point and then adding another line, which we call a dimension. 7 dimensions consider 6 dimensions as a point, adding a dimension referred to as the starting point of time, which means the period immediately following the Big Bang. The starting point of time connects countless temporal singularities, forming space, which is 7-dimensional. This represents the starting times of countless universes detaching from the dimension of a single universe. 8 dimensions encompass the countless universes within all timelines. 9 dimensions involve altering the cosmic timeline through gravitational effects, resulting in overlaps of universes along the timeline. To enter 9 dimensions means being able to traverse into parallel universes through gravitational influence. 10 dimensions represent countless cosmic timelines coexisting within a single space. 11 dimensions introduce the dimension of memory and perception. Simply put, the countless universes seen by Chen Yuan through hyperperception exist within the 11-dimensional space. However, Chen Yuan himself was unaware of this. An advanced intelligent life form, if she wishes to see those countless universes, must step into 11-dimensional space. This is the reason why so many civilizations desperately seek the edge of the universe, yet cannot find it. The edge of the universe does not exist in the 3-dimensional world. Just like an ant in a 2-dimensional world cannot find the edge of the earth. If an ant cannot find the edge of the earth, people in the 3-dimensional world naturally cannot find the edge of the universe in the 11-dimensional space. Upon hearing Yas's explanation, Chen Yuan awakened to the realization. So that's how it is. Chen Yuan looked at Ya and said, in other words, if we want to leave this universe, we must enter 11-dimensional space. Ya nodded, a smile emerging as she looked at Chen Yuan. It's not just that. If I want to create a new universe, I must enter 11-dimensional space, otherwise it cannot be done. A universe encompasses dimensions like space and time. To create a universe is akin to creating a starting point of time. You looked at Chen Yuan. What do you think? Would you like to try taking me to see 11-dimensional space? That way I could create a new universe. You gazed at Chen Yuan with great interest. The location of a universe is indeed 11-dimensional space, though Chen Yuan, as a being of 3-dimensional space, had not realized this. But now with Yas's hint, Chen Yuan finally awakened to the truth. No wonder he moved at superluminal speeds, yet did not enter 4-dimensional space. It turned out he was already in a higher dimensional space. No wonder he could see the edge of the universe with hyperperception, while those advanced civilizations could never find the edge of the universe. It became clear that the universe does not exist in 3-dimensional space. What about you? Do you want to go? Chen Yuan looked at Ya. You shook her head. Forget it. Forget it. Chen Yuan was taken aback. You said I'm worried that if I go I won't be able to come back. Not able to come back. Chen Yuan chuckled. There's no need to worry. I will protect you. You smiled slightly, resting her little head against Chen Yuan's chest. Returning from a higher dimension to a lower dimension is a very difficult task. You possess extraordinary abilities. You can stay in 11-dimensional space and freely move between various dimensions, but I cannot. If I were to reach that dimension, I might not be able to return. She lifted her face to look at Chen Yuan. So let's forget about it. If I reach that dimension, I won't be able to stay by your side. Yas's eyes gazed forward, glimmering with a hint of light, and a smile graced her face. Yet that smile lacked the confidence and carefree spirit it once held. It seemed she was still somewhat uncomfortable with the thought of not being able to stay by Chen Yuan's side. Chen Yuan smiled, hugging her and gently stroking her silver hair. The distance between us is not far. It's merely the distance of 3 or 4 universes. For me, returning to your side is just a matter of an instant. From my perspective, you have always been by my side, never leaving. Yas's lips curled into a slight smile. It seems my guidance during this time has had some effect. You are becoming increasingly eloquent. She looked at Chen Yuan, laughing. However you dare to say that 3 or 4 universes away is not far? I suppose only you would be brave enough to say that. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan chuckled. All right then, since we are not creating a new universe, let's get down to business. Business? You looked at Chen Yuan in confusion. Chen Yuan smiled. It's the matter you often bring up to provoke me, the business. Upon hearing this, Yas's exquisite face flushed. She shot Chen Yuan a glare. They'll tell you how to create a universe. You can create it yourself? You displayed a mischievous smile. Chen Yuan laughed, changing the subject. Huh? What's wrong? Don't you want to handle business anymore? Upon hearing this, Yas's face turned even redder, hiding her face in Chen Yuan's embrace. Stop joking around. Chen Yuan chuckled. If creating a universe were as simple as you said, it wouldn't be difficult at all. One only needs to create a singularity of infinite mass and infinite gravity, cast it outside the universe, and then use some special technological means to induce a cosmic explosion. Then it will naturally form a new universe. This process is akin to creating an artificial star, with artificial stars relying on nuclear fusion. Creating a singularity of infinite mass, however, utilizes gravity. In fact, singularities that give birth to universes are virtually present in any universe. That is a black hole. As long as a black hole generates a big bang and spits out consumed matter, it could become a universe itself. Chen Yuan gazed at the black hole before him, pondering how to bring such a black hole outside. Chen Yuan counted his abilities and realized that he had no capability to take this object beyond the universe. Chen Yuan could traverse the universe and even transform into the universe itself, but it seemed he lacked the ability to directly pull something else and run into the world outside the universe. Divine Sense could control a material to move at superluminal speeds, allowing that material to traverse 4-dimensional space. But how could one reach 5-dimensional space, or even the 11-dimensional space of the universe? This knowledge was absent from Chen Yuan. It could be said that it was severely lacking. Wait a moment. I almost forgot. Chen Yuan's consciousness returned to his original form, which was the universe itself. He looked at the various universes before him, all of different sizes. Now Chen Yuan was a universe situated in 11-dimensional space. This meant that these materials appeared to him as the matter of 11-dimensional space. Chen Yuan gazed at the universe closest to him. That universe was filled with a network of galaxies, and within these networks the shadows of black holes could be easily seen. With a thought, Chen Yuan used his control ability to seize a black hole that was closest to the edge of the universe. He controlled it and pulled it away from the universe's edge. As time passed, the black hole moved away from the edge of the universe under Chen Yuan's watch. The bubble-like universe trembled slightly as the black hole detached from its body. The black hole was separated from that universe. At the moment of detachment, the temporal boundaries surrounding the black hole vanished instantly. Outside the universe, gravity did not exist. Once it reached the outside, the black hole's gravitational pull was instantaneously stripped away. Only a singularity remained, exceedingly small and almost invisible. Of course, even the smallest things could not escape Chen Yuan's superperception. At that moment, it was influenced by quantum factors from outside the universe. The singularity began to expand. The Big Bang of the singularity commenced. Although it was called a Big Bang, Chen Yuan saw no sparks, only the singularity rapidly expanding. It expanded at a terrifying speed. As the singularity grew, its edges resembled bubbles, while the dark matter and dark energy within quickly increased, rapidly filling the entire singularity and pushing it outward. So this is the Big Bang of the singularity. When I exploded back then, I couldn't see my own situation. Now I can finally witness it. Chen Yuan felt a surge of joy. Watching this singularity grow rapidly was quite pleasing. However, it truly resembled a balloon being inflated, expanding rapidly. Congratulations, conditions met. Divine sense ability evolved into cosmic divine sense. A mechanical voice echoed in Chen Yuan's mind. Congratulations, conditions met. Control ability evolved into cosmic control. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. He almost forgot about this system since it hadn't spoken until now. This announcement thrilled Chen Yuan immensely. Cosmic divine sense. Cosmic control. What did that mean? Was it a cosmic level divine sense and control ability? Could it be? Chen Yuan had an idea. Cosmic divine sense. He activated his cosmic divine sense and began to control his own movement. Chen Yuan moved. His speed was not slow. He flew a considerable distance in an instant. As a universe, Chen Yuan was immensely vast. In just a brief moment, moving slightly meant he was already advancing at a speed surpassing light, and now moving such a large distance in an instant indicated that his speed had reached an incredible level. Is this cosmic divine sense? Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Suddenly, Chen Yuan noticed a scene. He saw a universe resembling a whale approaching the new universe he had just created. The whale universe opened its massive mouth and bit down on the mini-universe, which was only the size of 10 million suns. In an instant, that mini-universe was swallowed by the whale universe. The whale universe swam away, flicking its tail and shaking its fins. Chen Yuan thought the whale universe only devoured collapsed universes. He never expected it to even consume newly born universes. What to do? If I want to continue creating new universes, I must deal with these whale universes. Wait a moment. Chen Yuan noticed that the movements of those whale universes followed a pattern. They moved like planets orbiting a star, with each whale universe orbiting around a specific spherical universe. In other words, the new universe I just created happened to be located next to the spherical universe that the whale universe orbited. Forget it. Chen Yuan couldn't be bothered to think too much. Creating a new universe wasn't a difficult task. This is a perfect opportunity to give it a try. He found a nearby universe that was not surrounded by whale universes and chose a black hole near the edge of that universe. Cosmic control. Chen Yuan activated cosmic control. Previously, when Chen Yuan used his control ability to detach a black hole from a universe's body, it took a considerable amount of time. However, this time, he utilized cosmic control. He quickly separated the black hole from that universe's body. The process was incredibly fast. It felt as simple as pulling something out of water with his hand, as easy as drinking water. Once the black hole left the universe, the event horizon was instantly stripped away. Only a singularity remained, which began to expand at that moment. The Big Bang of the singularity began once more. Seeing this, Chen Yuan was instantly thrilled. He was not excited merely because he had successfully detached the singularity from the universe, but because of the powerful mobility brought by cosmic control. To be able to drag a black hole out of the universe in an instant, this speed had already surpassed common sense. Even superluminal speeds could hardly describe the terrifying velocity brought by cosmic control. What a relief. Never mind, let's devour a universe first and see how it feels. With this thought, Chen Yuan used his cosmic divine sense to control his body and flew toward the target universe. Now Chen Yuan's speed increased significantly. His previous speed felt like that of a snail. Of course, this was from the perspective of the universe. From an ordinary human's perspective, the speed of the cosmic snail had already surpassed light. Speed is relative. The relative perspective between the human eye and the universe's view is different. Unintentionally, Chen Yuan's super perception captured a fascinating scene. He saw ripples forming at the edge of a whale universe. 3 unidentified beings flew out from the universe's edge. Through his super perception, Chen Yuan could see 3 humanoid beings. Those 3 humanoid beings were about the size of a human. They were entirely gray, with 3 fingers on both hands and feet, and deep gray suckers visible on their fingertips. They wore helmets and armor exposing only their hands and feet. Are these highly intelligent beings? Did they come out from within the universe? Wait a moment. These advanced intelligent beings with suction cup hands did not emerge from a spherical universe, but from a whale universe. Does it mean that whale universe is the new universe they created? If advanced intelligent beings have mastered the method of creating universes, then they must also have a way to become 11-dimensional beings. Then they could find the edge of the universe, leave the mother universe, and use the materials within the mother universe to create a new universe outside of it. Then they would migrate to the new universe. Since it was created using materials from the mother universe, the new universe must be smaller than the mother universe. So, if advanced intelligent beings created a new universe, what shape would they shape it into? Spherical, or in various shapes? Or could the whale universe that Chun Yuan saw, which surrounded the spherical universe, be the new universe created by these 11-dimensional intelligent beings? At first, Chun Yuan speculated that the whale universe was devouring some collapsed universes. But now he feels he was wrong. The whale universe is devouring other universes birthed from the mother universe. These advanced intelligent beings do not allow other civilizations from their mother universe to create new universes. They do not permit other civilizations to escape from the mother universe. Therefore, they created this whale universe to devour other new universes birthed from the mother universe. The form of the universe itself is like a bubble, while those shaped like whales are artificial universes. They are also weapons created by these advanced intelligent beings to eliminate other civilizations. Those advanced intelligent beings raised their faces looking in the direction of Chun Yuan. They wore helmets obscuring their eyes, making it impossible to determine if they even had eyes. But Chun Yuan could tell they were staring at him. Previously, the first new universe Chun Yuan created was formed using black holes from their mother universe. It is likely that Chun Yuan's actions were detected by them. 3 advanced intelligent beings flew to 3 corners. They raised their hands towards Chun Yuan. Seeing their actions, Chun Yuan was slightly taken aback. What does this mean? Are they going to attack me? Can 11-dimensional intelligent beings destroy a universe? Suddenly, Chun Yuan felt a sharp pain. The sensation flared and vanished. What was going on? Chun Yuan felt puzzled. Suddenly, Chun Yuan realized. This stabbing sensation did not come from his body, but from his consciousness. Chun Yuan's consciousness was under attack. In an instant, Chun Yuan understood. They were attacking his consciousness. They may not be able to directly destroy a vast universe like Chun Yuan, but they knew that a universe is primarily controlled by a singular consciousness. Thus, they intended to obliterate Chun Yuan's consciousness directly. This would be tantamount to killing Chun Yuan directly. A mental attack. How impressive. If I were just an ordinary universe, perhaps this mental attack could have directly annihilated me. But unfortunately, my consciousness is connected to my divine sense, and the strength of my divine sense is equal to that of the universe. You cannot destroy my physical body and expect to destroy my consciousness. Your thinking is truly elaborate. The consciousness of an ordinary universe is actually quite weak, likely equivalent to that of a wild beast. With the technological capabilities of an 11-dimensional civilization, it would be easy to directly destroy the consciousness of an ordinary universe. But the problem is Chun Yuan's consciousness is not merely consciousness. He also has his cosmic divine sense as protection. To eliminate Chun Yuan's consciousness, they must first obliterate his cosmic divine sense. And it seems that with their technology, they cannot achieve this. The 3 advanced intelligent beings also seem to realize that the situation is not right. They turned and flew towards the whale universe. It seemed they intended to retreat, thinking of running. Too late, Chun Yuan thought. Those 3 advanced intelligent beings disintegrated into atoms like dust in the wind. Chun Yuan's gaze fell upon the whale universe. Cosmic control. The whale universe seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand. The invisible hand suddenly yanked, and the whale universe was instantly torn in 2. The star network within the universe flew out from the whale universe one after another. A star flew out, its flames gradually dissipating. Losing the effect of gravity, its body disintegrated, slowly vanishing until nothing remained. Other neutron stars, white dwarfs, planets, and satellites. These celestial bodies reliant on gravitational forces turned to ash and dispersed one after another upon losing the universe's encasement. Only black holes, once emerged, lost their gravitational pull and the time boundary vanished. Next came the singularity explosion. One black hole after another began to transform into new universes. Based on the mass of the black holes, the new universes varied in size. The original whale universe, however, completely disappeared. Not a single civilization within it survived this cosmic rending. Chun Yuan watched the celestial bodies escaping from within the whale universe, disintegrating as they vanished one by one. This sensation was quite novel. A universe was thus annihilated by Chun Yuan. He had no desire to overthink it, and continued to control his body as he flew toward his targeted universe. The civilizations within the whale universe had attacked Chun Yuan, which implied malice towards him. If Chun Yuan were to devour the whale universe, it was likely that those civilizations would merge into his being. This was not something Chen Yuan wanted to see, so, instead of devouring the whale universe, it was better to directly obliterate it. Isn't this a bit excessive? A voice resonated in Chen Yuan's mind. Upon hearing this voice, he replied, excessive. You destroyed a universe. Every civilization in that universe is dead, including some benevolent ones. Who are you? I am an intelligent being from the 11-dimensional space. I have been watching you since you appeared in this 11-dimensional space, and know that you are not an ordinary universe, but a life form with self-awareness and emotions. I have been observing you. Oh, Chen Yuan was not surprised at all. It was normal to be noticed by others when there were highly intelligent beings in 11-dimensional space. Chen Yuan said, do not forget, I am a universe. To me, the universe is a whole. Since the civilization of that universe attacked me, it is they who must be destroyed. As for whether other civilizations within the universe are evil or benevolent, that is not for me to consider. You can call it excessive or label me a demon, that is just my style of doing things. If you believe what you did was wrong, then come and stop me, or come to destroy me. That is all. Hearing Chen Yuan's words, the voice fell silent. Chen Yuan had no intention of befriending the owner of that voice, nor was he interested in knowing their thoughts. Watching his body move along the trajectory approaching the target universe at a constant speed, Chen Yuan withdrew his consciousness. He returned home. Chen Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the familiar ceiling. The bedroom was somewhat dark. Had night fallen? Chen Yuan got up and glanced out the window. Looking through the window, he could see the night sky outside filled with stars. This universe, which had already perished, was now regaining its vitality. Just as Chen Yuan was about to get out of bed, his hand brushed against a familiar warmth. He regained his senses and looked at the familiar figure beside him. He was lying next to him, eyes closed, seemingly asleep. You did not need to eat, drink, or sleep. For her, as long as there were substances in the universe that could satisfy her cellular needs, she could live forever. However, the solitude brought by eternal life made her dislike always being awake. Sleep thus became a way for her to pass the time. Of course, sleep now also served another purpose for her. It provided an excuse for Chen Yuan to accompany her every night. She was sleeping soundly. She was different from the humans Chen Yuan was familiar with. She was born with a head of silver hair, smooth and straight. Her appearance was unlike that of earthlings, with sapphire-like eyes and skin as smooth as jade. She had a tall and perfect figure. Her beauty was beyond reproach. Of course, after so many years, Chen Yuan had seen countless civilizations and experienced many beautiful things. But no matter how beautiful, it could not be eternal. Just like flowers, they would eventually wither. Matter would always disappear. However, memories can be infinitely prolonged, and perception exists beyond space-time and memory. For yet, even if her body perished, she would always retain memories of Chen Yuan. Her perception and memories of Chen Yuan were eternally unchanged. This was her unique aspect. Chen Yuan looked at Ya's charming little face and smiled. He raised his hand, pulled the blanket, and covered her slightly. Of course, for Ya, it didn't matter whether the blanket existed or not. This was merely an instinctive action by Chen Yuan, a habit left over from before he turned. Chen Yuan got out of bed. He walked out on his own and came to the balcony. He gazed at the myriad stars in the sky. Observing this universe as a person, all one can see is the light emitted by these stars. Humans are such insignificant beings. In a universe, planets are as numerous as the sands on a beach, yet humans are but a speck within that sand, much smaller than the sand itself. A meteorite or a star's movement can easily obliterate a civilization. The birth of a human is quite difficult. The rise of a civilization is influenced by too many factors. External factors, internal factors. There are so many. If one is not careful, a civilization could vanish. How fragile it is. From a human perspective, Chen Yuan could deeply feel the insignificance and powerlessness of humanity. From a cosmic perspective, one might even say that humanity is invisible. What can humanity do in this vast world? What is the meaning of living? Reproduction, inheritance. But what is the purpose of reproduction and inheritance? Humans are natural beings born in the universe. But are humans truly a product of nature? Did the universe deliberately allow humanity to be born, then use humans to help itself propagate a new universe? So does this mean that humans are actually created by the universe? As Chen Yuan pondered deeply, he thought, isn't living just about finding the meaning of existence? A voice suddenly sounded nearby. Upon hearing it, Chen Yuan instinctively looked back at Ya. Ya stood at the door in a thin shirt, arms crossed, looking at Chen Yuan with a symbolic, mischievous smile. Living inherently has no meaning. It's about letting oneself find meaning. If everything must have a meaning, wouldn't that be too meaningless? Ya glanced at Chen Yuan mischievously, saying, of course, if you really want to find a meaning for yourself, you can consider reproducing the next generation as the meaning of living. I can help you. Is there really no meaning? Chen Yuan raised his hand, stroked the back of his head, looked at Ya, and smiled. Wouldn't that meaning be too superficial? Ya said with a playful smile, living beings inscribe their experiences and memories into their genes, then convey them to the next generation through reproduction. The experiences gained through reproduction are relatively few, but as time passes and generations continue to reproduce, once a certain amount of time accumulates, evolution will occur. Reproduction is the key to biological evolution. This meaning is not superficial. Rather, it can be said that humanity's evolution from primitive beings to advanced intelligent life is based on reproduction. Reproduction is not only not superficial, but rather a magnificent act, a great thing for living beings. As she spoke, Ye walked up to Qin Yuan and looked at him. She smiled and said, when an advanced intelligent being possesses eternal life, they will have much free time, and with free time comes the opportunity to ponder many issues. The more one thinks, the more one feels their insignificance while also feeling loneliness, emptiness, and confusion. Ye looked at Qin Yuan and smiled. Then consciousness will be consumed by loneliness, emptiness, and confusion. In the end, those who cannot find the meaning of existence will not be able to continue living. And my meaning of life is you. Ye smiled and said, as long as you exist, my life has meaning. If possible, I also want to become the meaning of your existence. Qin Yuan opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. He reached out and embraced Ye. A smile spread across her face, comfortably resting in Qin Yuan's arms. Antiparticles and virtual particles appear in pairs, and then vanish in pairs. The meaning of the appearance of antiparticles is to find virtual particles and annihilate together. The meaning of the appearance of virtual particles is to find antiparticles and annihilate in pairs. The meaning of my existence is to find you. Qin Yuan laughed. This girl certainly knew how to speak. However, she was not wrong in what she said. Life is inherently meaningless. One is born to seek meaning, or perhaps has already found that meaning and is moving toward it. For Ye, Qin Yuan was her meaning. But what is my meaning? To consume the universe and explore all its secrets. Qin Yuan looked at the person in his arms who was utterly obedient to him. He recalled the intense unease and despair he felt when she vanished from his sight. Perhaps he did not realize when it began, but Ya's existence had become exceedingly important to Qin Yuan. Without her, he could not ascertain what he might do. Is that so? Has she become the meaning of my life? Qin Yuan dismissed the thought. In the 11-dimensional space, the universe he controlled was advancing in that vast 11-dimensional realm, slowly approaching the target universe. However, even with the propulsion of cosmic-level divine, since the distance between universes was astonishing, and closing the gap was not something that could be achieved in just a day or two. At Qin Yuan's current speed, it would take tens of thousands of years. During this time, Qin Yuan accompanied Ye as they wandered around. They arrived at the civilization previously created by Qin Yuan. He landed on the ground, glanced at the cement beneath his feet, and then looked around at the dilapidated buildings. So many years have passed, yet this civilization seems to have made no progress at all, Qin Yuan muttered. Ye responded, this planet has experienced 11 civilizations. This is the 12th one. Among the other 10 civilizations, some have already migrated to other planets while others did not survive. Currently, this civilization is a pre-nuclear civilization as nuclear weapons have not yet been developed. However, the entire planet is now in chaos with battles raging everywhere. I see, that makes sense. I thought it was strange that after so many years this civilization showed no signs of progress. He realized that so many civilizations had been replaced. Interesting. At this moment, people nearby began to look over at them, both men and women alike. To be precise, they were all gazing at Ye beside Qin Yuan. This was not surprising. This civilization was crafted by Qin Yuan based on the standards of ordinary humans. From the perspective of ordinary people's aesthetics, Ya's beauty and figure could only be described as perfect. It was only natural for her to attract attention. Qin Yuan was too lazy to care. Suddenly, he felt a slight warmth in his arm. Startled, he turned his head to see Ye linking her arm with his. Watching Ya's actions, Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile. Just then a sound echoed, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qin Yuan looked up and saw countless fighter jets flying in from the distance. It's the Sinrin's bombers. Those vile Sinrin, do they intend to bomb us? Anger, fear, and despair echoed around him. So many bombers, they plan to obliterate this entire area. Qin Yuan muttered. At that moment, a group of people rushed out from a nearby building. These individuals were different from ordinary people. They were fully armed, holding firearms, and looking up at the bombers in the sky. Brotherly, one of them called. The man coldly frowned and said, everyone split up immediately and take the nearby civilians to the bomb shelter. Hurry. Yes. Everyone dispersed, beginning to evacuate the nearby ordinary people. One of them noticed Qin Yuan and Ye. He approached and said, you two come with me, or I'll take you to the bomb shelter quickly. Qin Yuan and Ye exchanged glances. Qin Yuan said, just a few missiles, they don't have the right to make me run. The man was taken aback. You. Li glanced over and said, I go take care of the others and get them to the bomb shelter. These two want to die, ignore them, move quickly. Every person saved counts. The group was busy rescuing people, and the atmosphere was tense. But clearly the enemy was not planning to give them much time to save others. Whoosh. As the bombers approached, missile after missile was dropped from them, pouring down like rain. The bombers targeted the very city where Chen Yuan was located. Up! A voice of despair rang out. Many people did not have time to reach the bomb shelter, and most of the armed individuals had not yet entered. As the missiles fell in droves, Li shouted, "Everyone lie down." Those who could not reach the bomb shelter hurriedly dropped to the ground. Almost everyone in that vicinity lay down except for two individuals, Chen Yuan and Ya. Chen Yuan observed their actions. In this situation, they have no time to reach the bomb shelter or find cover. Lying down is primarily to prevent injuries from shrapnel caused by missile explosions, right? Chen Yuan did not understand these things well. "You all hurry up and lie down." Li saw that Chen Yuan and Ya were still standing and hurriedly shouted. Seeing Li's expression, Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze. He looked up at the descending missiles and thought, no matter how long it takes, wars between civilizations will never cease. It's ridiculous that I can't even take a walk in the civilization I created. The noise of the bombers was deafening, and the surrounding clamor was overwhelming. Li could not hear Chen Yuan's muttering. He could only stare at Chen Yuan and Ya. In his view, this person was doomed. At that moment, just before the missiles fell, they all vanished. Along with them, the group of bombers that were about to fly away also disappeared. Witnessing this scene, Li's expression turned to one of shock. What was going on? Where did the missiles go? Where did the bombers go? Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze and looked at Ya beside him, saying, "So boring, let's go back." Ya replied with a soft mm. Chen Yuan opened a wormhole. A pitch-black wormhole appeared before everyone's eyes. Chen Yuan took Ya and entered the wormhole. Before everyone's eyes, the two vanished, and the wormhole slowly closed and disappeared. Everyone stared wide-eyed at this scene. What? What just happened? Li stood up, looking at the spot where the wormhole had vanished. Who were those two? Did they make the missiles and bombers disappear? This is too strange. Li was also filled with confusion. Who exactly are those two people? Brotherly, someone nearby chimed in, looking pale. He said to Li, the person just now seemed to say he was here to take a stroll in the civilization he created. He created the civilization. Li was taken aback. So that man is the creator god of our world. How is that possible? Why not? Didn't you see him erase those bombers and missiles? Who but a god could accomplish such a feat? Uncertain how much time has passed. Perhaps thousands of years, or even over 100,000. The universe formed from Chen Yuan's true self finally arrived at the location of his target universe. Chen Yuan's consciousness had been observing the actions of the universe. As the true self approached the target universe, his awareness returned to the universe. Before him was a spherical universe 6 times larger than himself, yet only 1/5 of Chen Yuan's mass. This was a dead universe filled entirely with dark matter and dark energy, with no stars visible within it. If allowed to develop naturally within this universe, it would no longer expand or collapse, but would maintain its current size indefinitely. In this universe, time seemed to lose its meaning. Everything inside would never change. Chen Yuan controlled his body to make contact with this dead universe. The frothy edge made contact at one point. Suddenly, Universe Devourer was activated. The dead universe seemed to be influenced by a terrifying pull, drawing its entire being closer to Chen Yuan. All the dark matter and dark energy it contained detached from its body, flooding into Chen Yuan like a tidal wave. His size rapidly expanded at a visible rate akin to a balloon being inflated. Of course, Chen Yuan knew that his increase in size was not due to air, but rather the dark matter and dark energy pouring into him from this dead universe. As Chen Yuan's size grew, the opposing universe's size diminished. This continued for a while until the target universe was completely devoured by Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's size was now over 5 times greater than before, with an increase in mass of 1/5. The entire mass of the dead universe had become Chen Yuan's mass. With the increase in mass, the range of my perception will also expand. After this enhancement of super perception, what else will I be able to see? With that thought, Chen Yuan enlarged the range of his super perception. As his field of vision widened, he began to see more and more universes. These universes varied in size. The largest were thousands of times greater than Chen Yuan, while the smaller ones were quite miniature. However, with Chen Yuan's current range of super perception, he could only see these universes. If he expanded further, he could see nothing else. Chen Yuan retracted his gaze. It seemed that to gain a clearer view of more universes, he needed to acquire more mass and abilities. With this in mind, Chen Yuan selected his next target universe. This universe was at a distance, one that was twice his size, but only 1/3 of his mass. It was just right for Chen Yuan. He controlled his massive form and flew toward that direction. The distance was somewhat far, so it would take some time to reach. Back already. As Chen Yuan returned home, he heard a voice. He opened his eyes, glanced at the familiar ceiling, and then turned his face to look beside him. There lay Ya, watching him with a mischievous smile. Their eyes met. Chen Yuan slowly sat up, leaning against the headboard. How long has it been? For Chen Yuan, he had merely reverted to the universe and devoured a dead universe. The process took no more than a few minutes. Yet time was different in 11-dimensional space compared to 3-dimensional space. Just a few minutes in his perception translated to several months here. It was astonishingly swift. To Qin Yuan, it was merely minutes while here it had already been months. The time did not align. However, it was natural for the 11-dimensional space to differ from the 3-dimensional space. By the way, the timelines of parallel universes are the same as ours. So do you think there is a version of us in the parallel universe? Upon hearing this, you smiled. If all goes normally, there should be. In simple terms, a parallel universe is one that resembles ours. The timeline of that universe overlaps with ours, but belongs to a different spacetime. If there are no surprises, there should be a planet in this universe at this location, and in the same position in the parallel universe, there will be a similar planet. In the parallel universe, there would be someone who looks exactly like oneself. For those in the parallel universe, the universe we inhabit is also a parallel universe. Generally speaking, parallel universes are like the literal meaning parallel to each other and not intersecting. This means there is no way to travel between them. However, extreme gravitational forces can disrupt the balance between two parallel universes, creating points of intersection in their spaces. This is why after Qin Yuan first transformed into a black hole, he gained the ability to transcend parallel universes. The gravity of the black hole is sufficient to disrupt the balance of parallel universes, leading to points of intersection. As a result, Qin Yuan obtained the ability to traverse parallel universes. Being idle is boring, Qin Yuan said, let's go take a look at the parallel universe. Wherever you go, I go. Ye casually stated her position. Qin Yuan smiled, aren't you worried about your righteous civilization? It's fine, I have 2 assistants and they can handle things. The technology of the righteous civilization is enough to deal with other civilizations. I'm not worried about any issues. Saying this, she glanced at Qin Yuan and revealed a playful smile. Besides, nothing is more important than being with you. Qin Yuan smiled. Qin Yuan had been to the parallel universe once. It had scared him back, then making him think he was dead. Now he wanted to go again. The 11-dimensional universe actually contains various parallel universes as well. However, they are not easy to find. Thus, Qin Yuan decided to use his ability to traverse parallel universes this time. Taking Ye along, they began their journey through the parallel universe. Just like before, everything they saw was composed of codes of 1s and 0s. Previously, Qin Yuan had no idea what this was about. Now he understood. These 1s and 0s represented dark matter and dark energy. In other words, upon reaching the parallel universe, Qin Yuan naturally activated another mode in his perception ability, the dark matter mode, allowing him to see the dark matter and dark energy of this universe. Qin Yuan turned his head to glance at Ye beside him. He found that Ye had already become a consciousness entity. Qin Yuan also transformed into a consciousness entity. It seemed that traveling to the parallel universe, like traversing to other universes, resulted in the disappearance of mass. Ye, as usual, raised her slender hand. 2 bodies were outlined. The consciousness of Qin Yuan and Ye entered the 2 physical forms. Qin Yuan looked through his physical eyes at this parallel universe. Upon seeing it, everything that entered his sight left Qin Yuan somewhat dazed. It was completely different from what he had imagined. Since it was a parallel universe, it should resemble the universe Qin Yuan inhabited. In other words, if Qin Yuan's universe had stars, then this universe should have a similar star. But what he saw before him was entirely different from his expectations. This parallel universe contained only dark matter and dark energy. Nothing else existed. In other words, this parallel universe was a dead universe. A dead universe, a concept that Qin Yuan never anticipated. Shouldn't a parallel universe be similar to the universe we just inhabited? How can it be a dead universe? Qin Yuan was puzzled. This universe was permeated with dark matter and dark energy, yet no celestial bodies were visible. This is completely a dead universe. Why? Wasn't it said that a parallel universe should resemble the one Qin Yuan had been in before? But the disparity is too great. This is indeed a universe parallel to ours. Ye smiled, seemingly unfazed. It seemed that the outcome before her was not beyond her expectations. Qin Yuan said, shouldn't parallel universes be similar to ours? Ye explained, parallel universes are indeed similar to ours. They are like universes that run parallel to our timeline. If nothing unusual occurs, they will develop into an existence identical to ours. However, there is an anomaly in our universe. An anomaly? Qin Yuan looked at Ye. What anomaly? Ye glanced at Qin Yuan and smiled. Our universe has you as an anomaly. Qin Yuan was taken aback. Me? Yes. Ye continued. In this world, there are countless parallel universes. From the perspective of other parallel universes, ours is one among them. Under normal circumstances, all parallel universes corresponding to ours should also enter a state of death, like this one. But our universe has an anomaly. Ye looked at Qin Yuan. That anomaly is you. Without your existence, I would not be able to resurrect. Without my resurrection, I wouldn't be able to discover a method to convert dark matter into other substances, and the universe wouldn't revive. And you are the only celestial body with self-awareness. Your abilities transcend the laws of 11-dimensional space. In simpler terms, there is no existence like you in other parallel universes, so they cannot resurrect. Thus our parallel universe has become an exception. You looked at Qin Yuan with a mischievous smile. I knew it would be like this. I'm very special. There is no second me in other parallel universes. Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback. No, Qin Yuan didn't think he was special. Suddenly a light bulb went off in his mind. He understood. It was the celestial devouring system. Just as he had said, this thing transcended the laws of 11-dimensional space and broke free from the constraints of time. Thus, Qin Yuan possessing the celestial devouring system became an existence beyond the laws. The universe where Qin Yuan resided was able to revive due to the emergence of the celestial devouring system, which resulted in the current Qin Yuan, while other parallel universes without the celestial devouring system ended up as they are now. In other words, these parallel universes were all the same before Qin Yuan reincarnated as a self-aware planet. It was only after Qin Yuan reincarnated as a self-aware planet that these parallel universes and the universe where Qin Yuan resided began to develop differently. And the result was that the universe where Qin Yuan resided revived while all other parallel universes perished. So that's how it is, Qin Yuan understood. Wait a minute, does this mean there was a me in this parallel universe before, but that me did not reincarnate as a small planet? Then, what happened to that me? Did the me in other parallel worlds age and die? Qin Yuan looked at the graceful beauty before him. What about her? Because she had said that if I had not appeared, she had already considered sacrificing her life in the war to gain glory, while abandoning her life, freeing herself from immortality. Did the versions of her in other parallel universes ultimately die in a form of suicide, just because the celestial devouring system did not appear? As a result, the universe was destroyed, and the fates of two individuals changed. It felt just like the butterfly effect. The butterfly effect refers to a chaotic phenomenon. A butterfly flaps its wings in one place, and then 2 weeks later a tornado occurs in another place. The reason is that when the butterfly flaps its wings, it stirs a weak airflow, which influences other airflows nearby. The weak airflow affects the larger airflow, and eventually layer by layer it culminates in a tornado. Parallel universes are similar. Although many aspects of parallel universes are alike, there might even be someone who looks exactly like oneself. Due to some detail changing over time, it can lead to significant differences between parallel universes and the universe we inhabit. For example, in another parallel universe, because a physics teacher praised that parallel universe's self in school, that self became a physicist. Everything is possible. Parallel universes can be said to be infinite. At every point in time, an infinite number of parallel universes are born. However, currently Qin Yuan's existence is very special. In many time scales, there is no celestial devouring system. From the moment he reincarnated as a small planet, everything became different. Can we go back to the past? Qin Yuan looked at you. He wanted to see how his self in this parallel universe ultimately left this world. Upon hearing this, you smiled. Of course we can, but there is a condition for going back to the past. Condition? Yes, we are currently in 3-dimensional space. If we enter 4-dimensional space, we can see parts of the past and future. However, in 4-dimensional space, the timeline is a straight line. We can only move forward and not backward. In 4-dimensional space, we cannot return to the past. Only when all time scales intertwine and distort can we have the opportunity to reach another point in time from this point, which means going back to the past and moving toward the future. That dimension is 6-dimensional space. You looked at Qin Yuan and said with a smile, if you want to traverse the past and future, you must enter 6-dimensional space. 6-dimensional space. How do you enter 6-dimensional space? Qin Yuan pondered. You said, enter 4-dimensional space, apply infinite gravity within 4-dimensional space to twist and interweave the timescales inside. Then we can traverse to the past and future. Using gravity in 4-dimensional space. Qin Yuan thought for a moment. So we must first enter 4-dimensional space. To enter 4-dimensional space, one must exceed the speed of light. How do we do that? Qin Yuan's true form is the universe, and even if the universe moves at superluminal speeds, it cannot enter the 4-dimensional space because the universe itself resides in the 11-dimensional space. Within the universe, it is inherently a 3-dimensional space. Qin Yuan knows how to return from the 11-dimensional space to the internal 3-dimensional universe, but he does not know how to enter the 4-dimensional realm. In fact, it is extremely difficult for higher dimensional beings to return to lower dimensions. It is said to be harder than lower dimensional beings transforming into higher dimensional beings. Wait a moment. Qin Yuan suddenly had an idea. The true form is the universe, and the universe cannot enter the 4-dimensional space. But now both he and Ya's physical bodies and consciousness are situated in this 3-dimensional space. If that is the case, then can't he and Ya achieve superluminal speeds right now? This way they could enter the 4-dimensional space, right? Let's give it a try. Qin Yuan looked at Ya and extended his hand towards her. Come, I'll take you to the 6-dimensional space. Ya glanced at Qin Yuan, pursed her thin lips, and revealed a smile. Just remember to bring me back. Of course. Chun Yuan controlled himself and Ye with his divine sense. Currently, Chun Yuan possesses the cosmic divine sense and uses it to control their physical movements. To exceed the speed of light is naturally effortless. Let's go. Chun Yuan and Ye began to move. Their speed was increasing. The speed reached its limit. Chun Yuan and Ye both came to a halt, as if time had momentarily paused. When a material exceeds the speed of light, it appears motionless from an external perspective. Yet Chun Yuan and Ye had already entered the four-dimensional space. Chun Yuan looked at this familiar four-dimensional realm, and then at his own body and Ye's body. He discovered that they had both transformed into consciousness entities. Their physical bodies had not entered. Within the four-dimensional space, countless time fragments existed. Behind Chun Yuan and Ye were fragments of past time, while ahead were memories of the future. Chun Yuan and Ye could move forward, but they could not retreat. They could see both the future and the past, and could move towards the future, but could not return to the past. This is the four-dimensional space. This is the four-dimensional space. Ye looked around, and then turned to Chun Yuan. What do you plan to do next? By introducing an infinite gravitational pull into the four-dimensional space, it would distort the timescales within, allowing these timescales to overlap with each other. This would enable them to traverse from the now point to either the past or the future at any chosen point. Reaching the future from the four-dimensional space is actually just a gradual movement through time to a future point. If they could enter the six-dimensional space, they would be able to freely shuttle to any point in both the future and the past. But now the question arises, after entering the four-dimensional space, how does one enter the six-dimensional space? My control ability allows me to manipulate gravity. I can control all the gravitational forces of my own body. My true form is the universe, and the gravity contained within the universe is represented by the celestial bodies within me. In other words, my control ability can manipulate the gravity of the entire universe. Moreover, the gravity I control does not necessarily have to be from my own universe. It can also be the gravity from other universes. Since my true form is an 11-dimensional being, I cannot fail to create a six-dimensional space. Cosmic control. Chun Yuan made an attempt. The larger the celestial matter, the greater the gravitational pull. However, Chun Yuan's control ability allows him to manipulate gravity, and this gravity does not necessarily have to be from his own body. It could also be from other locations. When Chun Yuan utilized cosmic control on a void space, expanding the gravity in that area, would that create gravity? The answer is, it would. The moment this thought occurred to Chun Yuan, a point appeared within the entire four-dimensional space. This point instantly transformed into a black hole spinning rapidly. In that instant, the once orderly four-dimensional space began to descend into chaos. The straight time scales began to twist and intertwine. Countless time fragments were drawn into the black hole by its gravitational pull. Chun Yuan held Ye's hand and flew into the black hole together. The surroundings darkened. Consciousness faded. After an unknown period, Chun Yuan opened his eyes again. He still retained the form of a consciousness entity, and Ye was right beside him. Chun Yuan looked around. Upon glancing, he saw countless time fragments appearing before his eyes. These time fragments no longer had a sequence, but were dispersed everywhere. Fragments of past, present, and future coexisted in abundance. These time fragments were indistinguishable from the past, the future, and the present. The starting point and end point of time are interconnected, intertwining the past, future, and present. You looked around. This is the six-dimensional space. Seeing this six-dimensional space before him, Chun Yuan used his super-perceptive ability to locate fragments of the parallel universe's past. Alright, I found it. Chun Yuan turned to Ye and smiled, saying, let's go, we are headed there. Upon hearing this, Ye responded with a soft The two arrived at a fragment of past time. Their consciousness entered that time fragment. Chun Yuan returned to the parallel universe. Here it was in the past. At that moment, the parallel universe was filled with bright stars. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. Chun Yuan looked towards the source of the light, where a star had exploded. Chun Yuan withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. Before him, a yellow dwarf star spun with 8 planets orbiting around it. Among these 8 planets, there was a familiar blue planet. It was Earth. Of course, this was the Earth located in the past time frame of the parallel universe. At this moment, Earth was still blue, with the neighboring giant planet Jupiter slowly rotating. Is this the past of that parallel universe? Quite intriguing. Ye looked around, her eyes gleaming with a hint of light. Chun Yuan observed Ye, who was still in the form of consciousness, and raised his hand. Dark matter transformed into atoms which gathered ahead, outlining 2 bodies. Chun Yuan and Ye reattached to their new forms. Ye looked at Chun Yuan. Where do we go next? Chun Yuan glanced at Ye, smiled, and said, I plan to see the me from this parallel universe. You mean the you before you reincarnated into a celestial body with self-awareness? Ye looked at Chun Yuan, her smile brightening. Chun Yuan nodded. However, the me in the parallel universe will probably differ somewhat from the me in our universe. Then let's go see. Ye had no objections. Chen Yuan activated his super perception covering the entire Earth. Through this heightened sense, he found another version of himself from the parallel universe. This other self was riding an electric bike, wearing a delivery uniform, and was busy delivering food. Upon seeing this, Chen Yuan was taken aback. In the original universe, Chen Yuan was a freshly graduated university student majoring in design, spending his days doing graphic design work. Yet this him in the parallel universe was a delivery worker. Though different, it seems we are all just working stiffs. Even in a parallel universe, can one not escape the fate of being a working stiff? At this moment, the Chen Yuan of the parallel world corresponds to 10 years after he obtained the cosmic devouring system. Clearly, this version of him did not acquire the cosmic devouring system. He is just an ordinary person. As time passed, night fell. Chen Yuan returned home and looked around his room. The location of his room and other aspects were also different from those of Chen Yuan. After all, it is a parallel world, while similar many details lead to differences. At that moment, Chen Yuan saw a woman in his room. The woman was busy in the kitchen, and upon hearing some noise, she stepped out to take a look. She smiled at Chen Yuan and said, "You're back." Chen Yuan replied with a grunt, took off his takeout uniform, and then went to the bathroom to take a shower. Chen Yuan looked at the woman. To his surprise, he actually knew her. Wasn't she his high school classmate Yu Xiaoyuan? Could it be that in this parallel universe, the me married Yu Xiaoyuan? After finishing his shower, Chen Yuan came to the kitchen, gently wrapping his arm around Yu Xiaoyuan's waist. Yu Xiaoyuan's cheeks were flushed, but she wore a smile. She lifted her face and looked at Chen Yuan, saying, "All right, stop joking around. I'm cooking. You must be hungry, we can eat soon." Chen Yuan smiled. Watching this scene, he confirmed that it seemed this version of himself in the parallel universe already had a wife. If I had not encountered the cosmic devouring system in my universe, would I also have a life like his? Although it was evident that this version of himself in the parallel universe was also quite tired, it was clear that when he was with Yu Xiaoyuan, he seemed relaxed and happy. For this version of himself in the parallel universe, Yu Xiaoyuan was likely the meaning of his existence. As time passed, the self in the parallel universe lived a mundane life day by day. During this time, he changed jobs a few times and later had children, starting a small business. He sold fruits and similar items. However, business was tough at first, so he switched to other ventures. Thus, he continued this mundane existence day after day. His children grew up one by one, leaving his side to form families elsewhere. He and Yu Xiaoyuan gradually grew old. In the end, the elderly Chen Yuan fell ill and died on the hospital bed, surrounded by a group of people, all of whom were his relatives. With her hair completely white, Yu Xiaoyuan sat in a chair gazing at the deceased Chen Yuan, her withered hand tightly grasping the hand of the elderly Chen Yuan. It was unclear what she was thinking. For a person, the journey from birth to old age and death is a long span of time. But for the current Chen Yuan, it felt like a blink of an eye. Watching the younger version of himself in the parallel world happily living with Yu Xiaoyuan, then seeing himself age and die, it was merely a few decades. Life is truly short, Chen Yuan said instinctively. You responded, but it was still a wonderful life. Wonderful. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. This version of myself in the parallel universe lived such an ordinary life. Birth, work, aging, illness, and death. Where's the wonder in that? Ye casually chuckled. He procreated and also exerted all his efforts to protect the next generation. Those jobs, though ordinary, were their endeavors and struggles for survival. Just like in primitive times where primitive humans risked their lives hunting for food to survive. In this era, work may seem ordinary, but it is also crucial for obtaining food and procreating the next generation. Ordinary people have lifespans of no more than 100 years. To be able to protect and raise the next generation in that short span of a century is already a commendable warrior. In my view, his life was already quite wonderful. Of course. Ye turned her face to look at Chen Yuan, saying, compared to you, I believe no one in any universe has a life more splendid than yours. Chen Yuan smiled helplessly. He pondered for a moment. Yeah, if we go back to the past now, to when he was still young, and change his genes to make him a powerful being to alter his future, is that possible? You said actually the parallel universe we are currently in is no longer the same as the one we were in before. Huh? Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. What? You crossed her arms. When you travel back to the past, you are indeed using the time scale of the previous parallel universe, but the moment you step into this time scale. At the time point we entered, countless new timelines had already split off, each with different parallel universes. And within those timelines our existence was added. The timeline of the original parallel universe still exists unchanged. What we changed were the other parallel universes that were born after we entered this parallel universe. Saying this, it sounded quite confusing. Simply put, initially the parallel universe where Chen Yuan and Yo existed was a single line. Then when they traveled back to the past, they arrived at a point on that line. That point then extended into other lines, and Chen Yuan and Yo were progressing on different lines. Meanwhile, the original line still exists in this world. So if you want to go back to the past to give the version of him in the parallel universe power, it would mean you are creating a new parallel universe, and the final result won't alter the future of the original parallel universe. At this point, you looked at Qin Yuan and smiled, but it just adds another outcome. Qin Yuan understood. In other words, this parallel universe cannot be changed anymore. Even if Qin Yuan goes back to the past and alters it, he would only be creating another parallel universe. This parallel universe would not experience any changes. Idle time is still idle. Qin Yuan looked at you and said, let's go back and give it a try. Upon hearing this, you smiled all right. Qin Yuan and you entered the six-dimensional space, together traveling through time and space. Once again, they returned to the past of the parallel universe. Qin Yuan saw another version of himself, freshly showered, sitting on the sofa watching television. Qin Yuan asked, can I meet my past self? He had once heard about a time paradox. If a person could travel back in time, they must not meet their past self. The explanation was this: when you were a child, you had never seen your grown self, but once you grew up and traveled back to the past, you met your younger self. This would create a paradox. You had never seen yourself as a child, yet you went back and met your childhood self. Consequently, the timeline would become chaotic, supposedly leading to an infinite time loop. Considering this paradox, Qin Yuan had such a question. Of course you can, you said casually. When you step into the past, a parallel universe has already been created. Meeting your past self occurs only within that parallel universe. The impact does not extend to your original universe. It will only affect this newly emerged parallel universe. As long as any matter exists, it possesses energy. In this world, there is no matter devoid of energy. The only distinction lies in the magnitude of that energy. The time paradox states that if a person travels to the past, they cannot meet their past self, otherwise it would lead to a time paradox. In reality, when a person travels to the past, even if they do nothing, their very existence becomes a time paradox. This is based on the premise of having a single timeline. However, in this world, there are countless parallel universes and numerous timelines. When a person travels to the past, even if they do nothing, new parallel universes will emerge. Because even if they are unable to do anything, the energy they emit will influence everything around them. Just like the butterfly effect, even if the emitted energy is minimal, it can cause a chain reaction by affecting other energies. This leads to the accumulation of greater energy. If a time paradox exists, it doesn't matter whether one meets their past self. The time paradox has already formed. The only way to explain this time paradox is through parallel universes. When parallel universes exist, the time paradox itself ceases to exist. Do you want to meet your parallel universe self? You asked, curiously glancing at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan replied, I'm just asking casually. I want to give him power, but that doesn't necessarily require meeting him. Why do you want to give him power? You looked at Qin Yuan with curiosity and said, another person from the parallel universe. Although he looks like you, he is not you. Giving him power seems to have no meaning. Qin Yuan said, not everything has to have meaning. I want to give him power, and that alone lacks meaning. If I had to find meaning, I could only say that I am too idle. Saying this, Qin Yuan transformed dark matter in the void into atoms, and then rebuilt a body with the atoms. With a thought, Qin Yuan caused the other him to fall into a coma. Using his control ability, he extracted the other him's consciousness from the body. He then exchanged the newly constructed sixth-generation gene body with the other him's physical form, reintroducing the other him's consciousness into the sixth-generation gene body. An ordinary person possesses a sixth-generation gene body. You crossed her arms and smiled wickedly, saying, that woman from Yuan is probably going to have a tough time. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback as he looked at you. He was somewhat confused about what you was implying. However, once he understood, he smiled noncommittally. Her perspective on things is always so sharp. Qin Yuan did not think more about it. The other Qin Yuan woke up. Upon awakening, he seemed oblivious to anything unusual. He continued living his life as usual. But as time passed, he began to notice his differences. This damn electric bike has run out of power. Qin Yuan tugged at the immovable electric bike, unable to hold back his complaints. He picked up his phone and checked the time. In 10 minutes, if I don't make it, this delivery will be for nothing, and I might even receive a complaint. What to do? The electric bike is dead. If I push it over, everything will probably be ruined. There's no choice. Qin Yuan set the electric bike aside. He grabbed the takeout and started running. As he ran, whoosh, Qin Yuan moved like the wind whizzing past. Those cars were slower than he was. Qin Yuan stopped and looked back at the cars behind him, then at his own feet, his expression filled with astonishment. What is this? From that day on, Qin Yuan discovered more and more of his differences. He was no longer satisfied with an ordinary job and began to earn money through the conveniences provided by the sixth-generation gene body. Previously, he was just an ordinary person facing various situations where his only choice was to endure. After gaining power, he initially resorted to physical violence. But later he began to resolve conflicts through lethal means. Eventually, the judicial system of civilization sought to apprehend Qin Yuan. As a result, all those sent to arrest Qin Yuan were killed. Eventually, even the military was dispatched. Boom, boom, boom. Looking at the missiles lighting up the Earth's surface. Standing in space, Chun Yuan's brow slightly relaxed. Having gained power, Chun Yuan single-handedly turned the entire Earth civilization upside down. In the end, those civilizational forces, seeing that they could not handle Chun Yuan, each sought to negotiate with him. He gained a territory of his own and established a dictatorship that belonged solely to him. Beautiful women surrounded him. Observing this, Chun Yuan outside of space remarked, "You really know how to enjoy yourself." Chun Yuan noticed the gaze beside him and turned to look at Ya. Ya smiled at Chun Yuan and asked, "Are you envious?" Chun Yuan blinked, feeling that Ya's smile was somewhat off. Chun Yuan laughed, saying, "Although he looks like me, there are still differences. I'm not interested in these things." Ya responded, "You are indeed different from him. His desires are very primitive." Though humans are said to be advanced intelligent beings, at the end of the day, they are still a type of biological entity. Biology exists for reproduction. After gaining wealth, power, and status, it is normal for him to think about reproduction. That is a very primitive desire. Chun Yuan's response was casual. As time passed, due to the sixth-generation gene body possessing eternal lifespan. Thus, the other Chun Yuan would not age or die. However, his loved ones were different. One by one, his loved ones aged and passed away, dying before his eyes. First his wives, then his sons, and finally his grandsons. Initially, he would remarry. However, as the relentless passage of time continued, his new wives died, his new children died, and his new grandsons died. Only he remained alive. Eventually, he stopped remarrying. Within his territory, all sorts of people lived, but by his side, only he was left. Later, he abandoned wealth, status, and power. He didn't know how much time had passed. He ran alone to the entrance of a volcano. He leaped into the crater. His entire body was instantly engulfed by the magma. "Do you want to commit suicide?" Chun Yuan murmured. Unfortunately, the temperature of the magma could not dissolve the sixth-generation gene body. He floated up, resting on the surface of the magma. His face was filled with despair, and his eyes were a dull gray. Seeing this, Chun Yuan said, "Let me help you." He altered the other Chun Yuan's body structure, removing its resistance to temperature. The other Chun Yuan's body was slowly consumed by the magma. Realizing that his body would be burned to death by the magma's high temperature, he first froze in surprise. Faced with death, a serene smile appeared on his face as he slowly closed his eyes. Another Chun Yuan perished in the magma. This was a death he sought himself. Seeing this, Chun Yuan recalled the old him who died of old age in that parallel universe. He possessed immense power and eternal life, yet in the end he chose to end his own life. In this lifetime, one could say he did as he pleased, pursuing whatever he desired. But in the end it resulted in such a fate. Chun Yuan remarked, "I can't help but feel that he lived a happier life than his natural death." A voice, elegant and clear, replied, "Human desire is endless." He was merely an ordinary person who suddenly gained tremendous power, and his own desires swelled beyond measure. Desire drives him to fulfill his own cravings. He continued, "But once all desires are satisfied, what remains is an endless void. The only thing that could fill that void is the family he holds dear." He added, however, he also possessed something else, which is eternal life. Faced with the passage of time, he was fine, but his loved ones kept passing away one by one. He remarked, with each loved one he lost, the void in his heart only grew larger. Ultimately, when all of his loved ones had died, there was no one left to fill that void. Consumed by intense loneliness and emptiness, the only thing he could do, as previously mentioned, was to take his own life, ending it in a certain manner. You looked ahead and said this kind of death is indeed not as easy as that old him in the parallel universe. She added, "At least in death, there were people by his side." Chun Yuan instinctively turned his face to look at Ya beside him. Ya was staring ahead, lost in thought. In this parallel universe, there was another Chun Yuan, but there was also another Ya. What about that Ya? It is likely that the Ya with eternal life, without encountering Chun Yuan, would also be unable to bear the weight of loneliness and ultimately choose to end her life. In other words, only the universe where Chun Yuan's true self and Ya's true self reside is special. Only in that universe would they not face death. Ya had been speaking of the weight brought by eternal life. However, Chun Yuan, who already possessed eternal life, had never felt much of anything. The companionship that Ya provided was also the reason Chun Yuan felt no loneliness. There might be another reason as well. Chun Yuan silently pondered. After becoming a celestial body, my consciousness and emotions were unconsciously consumed by this vast universe. Gradually, I began to view the world from the perspective of a celestial body. For celestial bodies, emotions are fundamentally non-existent. He continued, "If it weren't for Ya's appearance, I might have completely discarded my emotions. My emotions have likely faded, and the weight of loneliness has also diminished for me." Chun Yuan glanced at Ya beside him. It was she who maintained his consciousness, preventing his emotions from being entirely consumed. She reminded him that he once was human. Chun Yuan slowly extended his hand and grasped Ya's. Ya was taken aback for a moment and looked at Chun Yuan. Their eyes met. Ya's lips curled slightly as she asked, shall we go back? Chen Yuan nodded, let's go back. The two of them returned to the six-dimensional space. They found the previous fragments of future time. The two returned to the timeline of the future. Upon returning to the future, Chen Yuan and Ya re-entered that parallel universe. This parallel universe was just as empty as when they first arrived. Dark matter and dark energy permeated everywhere. Just as before, there was not a hint of change. Traversing parallel universes, Chen Yuan and Ya vanished from their original spot. They returned to their room, just having arrived back. A voice rang out. Have you finally returned? It was a strange voice, abrupt and unexpected. Chen Yuan turned towards the source of the voice. Upon looking, he discovered an unknown creature hovering in midair. This creature was entirely gray, clad in armor and wearing a helmet. Its hands had two swollen fingers, and on the inner sides of the fingers, two suction cups were visible. Beneath the armor, its lower body had 6 tentacles resembling octopus legs. In one hand, it held a blue sphere. It was small, estimated to be only half a meter tall. This entity hovered in the air, staring at Chen Yuan and Ya. Through the helmet, one could see its eye, which was singular and blue, gazing at Chen Yuan and Ya. They exchanged glances. Chen Yuan looked at the creature before him. The creature spoke in a sharp voice, I am from the Time Management Bureau of the FMU 8935 universe in the 11th dimensional space. You have traversed without permission, and for that I must arrest you. As soon as it finished speaking, it tossed the blue sphere in its hand. The blue sphere transformed into 2 blue ropes, which shot toward Chen Yuan and Ya. The 2 ropes vanished into thin air the moment they got close, dismantled into atoms by Chen Yuan's control. The creature was momentarily taken aback and said, resisting arrest is against the regulations of the Time Management Bureau. Unauthorized traversal and resistance can result in immediate execution. As the words fell, a wave of consciousness struck towards Chen Yuan. He felt a slight pain in his consciousness, but soon felt nothing at all. Chen Yuan frowned slightly, looking for death. Using the power of cosmic control, that creature was dismantled into atoms and dissipated. Chen Yuan constructed 2 bodies. Chen Yuan and Ya regained their physical forms. It seems like it was waiting for us. It knew we would appear here, Ya whispered. After all, it is a higher dimensional being. It would not be surprising for them to know at which point we returned after time traversal. I will collect its dark information to see what this Time Management Bureau truly is. This being was a higher dimensional entity from the 11th dimensional space. Chen Yuan previously had no knowledge of this, but it was not strange because he had never utilized the ability to traverse the 6th-dimensional space before, but this time he did. Using it naturally triggered the arrival of these entities. However, Chen Yuan did not understand the organizations constructed by these higher dimensional beings. He needed to gather intelligence. Dark information records all memories of a being's life. When a being dies, this information drifts out into the external world. Through his control ability, Chen Yuan could collect this information while reading it. After looking at it this way, he finally understood what this Time Management Bureau was. 11th dimensional life believes that freely traversing the past and future generates countless parallel universes. However, the number of parallel universes that can be birthed from a single universe is not infinite. In theory, it is possible to infinitely generate parallel universes, but in reality, it does not work that way. As more people traverse the past, the number of parallel universes will increase significantly. This ultimately leads to temporal instability and the destruction of spacetime. If phenomena of temporal destruction occur, entire clusters of universes would face annihilation. Therefore, some of the 11th dimensional beings formed the Time Management Bureau with the purpose of terminating unauthorized time travel to prevent such phenomena of temporal destruction. And that creature was indeed from the Time Management Bureau. The scientist Hawking conducted an experiment. The hypothesis was that future humans possess abilities beyond those of the past. He then sent a letter to the future inviting future beings to a banquet he was about to hold. However, the outcome was that during the banquet, only Hawking was present and no one else attended. Consequently, some concluded that future humans had not invented time machines and lacked the ability to traverse to the future. Yet the appearance of the Time Management Bureau suggests another explanation. Even if the letter sent by Hawking reached the hands of future beings, they may have already mastered the technology for time travel. Is it possible that the reason future beings did not attend is due to an unknown force limiting them, preventing them from utilizing time travel? The emergence of the Time Management Bureau has informed Chen Yuan that there is an organization that prohibits advanced intelligent beings from engaging in time travel. In other words, even if future humans know how to traverse the past and future, they cannot actually do so. If they were to invent and utilize time travel, they would be arrested or killed. I never expected such an organization existed in this world, Chen Yuan murmured. He casually remarked, the universe is vast, and beyond it lies even more expansiveness filled with all sorts of bizarre individuals and strange organizations. This is not surprising at all. She looked at Chen Yuan with interest and asked, so what are your plans next? Chen Yuan replied, since they came to visit us, isn't it rather strange if we don't pay them a visit? Therefore, I think we should go visit them. It would be a good opportunity to gain more knowledge. You smiled, I'll accompany you. Chen Yuan replied with an affirmative sound. The FMU 8935 universe is uniquely coded distinct from others. From the hidden information of this time manager, Chen Yuan could access its memory data and naturally knew the position of the FMU 8935 universe within the 11-dimensional space. That universe's location is very distant from Chen Yuan's home universe. If the home universe were to fly there, it would take an estimated number of trillions of years. However, Chen Yuan does not plan to let the home universe fly there. He intends to visit the other side with his physical body. As for the method, it is not difficult. Simply using the method of traversing the universe to reach the FMU 8935 universe would suffice. The reason these time managers can come to the universe where Chen Yuan resides is also due to a technology called cosmic jumping. However, their technology can only allow them to jump within a distance of 5 to 6 universes. They are unable to ignore distance and jump to any universe as Chen Yuan can. Chen Yuan and Yo arrived at the location of the Time Management Bureau in the FMU 8935 universe. The bureau is situated within a city on a planet. The laws of this universe adhere to gravity, which is similar to the universe where Chen Yuan resides. This is a city, but it is quite different from the cities Chen Yuan knows. Because on the streets of this city, the appearances of the passers-by are all quite different. All of them are advanced intelligent beings, but their appearances are bizarre and varied. Some have a single eye, some have no eyes at all, and others have 6 or 7 eyes. Some have just one leg, while others have no legs and only wings. Some have many tentacle-like limbs. Some are as tall as 5 or 6 meters, while others are only a few centimeters in size. These advanced intelligent beings coexist within this city. It is evident that these individuals do not belong to the same civilization. It is highly likely that this place gathers countless civilizations. This is quite rare in the universe where Chen Yuan previously resided. In some universes, most civilizations exist independently and do not infringe upon one another. In others, civilizations engage in fierce battles, causing great destruction. In some universes, most civilizations coexist peacefully and share resources. Meanwhile, in the current universe, the civilizations appear to be relatively peaceful. Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. In front of him stood a massive building. This building is the headquarters of the Time Management Bureau. Chen Yuan entered the Time Management Bureau with Ya. Upon entering, Chen Yuan felt a slight brightness before him. It was an incredibly spacious hall. In the center of the hall there was nothing, but around the edges were countless tables, each with a time manager seated behind it. They wore helmets and armor with many documents laid out on the tables. They all seemed to be deeply engrossed in their work. Can I help you too? A voice came from the side. Chen Yuan looked towards the source of the voice, where a time manager sat behind a table. Due to the helmet, his eyes and mouth were obscured. Yet through the consciousness translation, Chen Yuan sensed a tone of goodwill in its voice. It felt like the warm greeting of a store clerk upon entering a shop. With this, Chen Yuan understood. This is the office of the Time Management Bureau. He and you walked towards that direction. He looked at it and said, I previously traveled back to the past and changed some things. Just as Chen Yuan's voice fell. In the hall, everyone stopped their work and turned to look at Chen Yuan. He noticed their gazes, but was unbothered, quietly observing the people in front. The time manager said, so you are a time criminal. Not quite, Chen Yuan replied lightly. You sent someone to arrest me, and I killed that person. I came here to inform you not to provoke me. As Chen Yuan's words fell, all the time managers in the hall stood up. They extended their hands and blue spheres appeared in their palms. Countless blue spheres transformed into ropes, darting towards Chen Yuan. These ropes are not just ordinary ropes. They are composed of consciousness, matter, and energy. In other words, if bound, not only the body, but also the consciousness would be restrained. Facing the multitude of incoming ropes, Chen Yuan concentrated. The ropes, controlled by the cosmic authority, flew into the air and then reversed back. Instead of binding Chen Yuan, they ended up ensnaring themselves. The time managers were tied up like rice dumplings collapsing to the ground. What have you done? One time manager shouted. Chen Yuan replied, I told you not to provoke me. It seems communication has failed. Since you choose to use force, then let us use force. With a thought, the entire headquarters of the Time Management Bureau vanished into thin air. Everything inside, including life and matter, was entirely dismantled into atoms by Chen Yuan. The headquarters of the Time Management Bureau is now just a massive pit. Chen Yuan and you float above the pit. You glances down at the pit, then looks around before raising her face to look at Chen Yuan. Inside a Time Management Bureau, there are many lives. These lives include not only the managers of the Time Management Bureau, but also those who seek help or have been captured. These individuals vanish along with the dismantling of the Time Management Bureau. Do you think what I'm doing is cruel, eh? Chen Yuan inquires. Ye is momentarily taken aback by the question. She smiles and says, nothing in this world is eternal. All life will eventually die, whether it is sooner or later, it makes no difference. You are merely accelerating their process. She continues, as for cruelty, that term should not exist. From ancient times to advanced civilizations, creatures have fought over territory, food, and mates, resorting to burning, killing, and plundering. He says casually, it's all for their own interests. There is no such thing as cruelty in this world. Chen Yuan replies, previously I destroyed a universe. Some said I was cruel for doing so. But in reality, I have long forgotten what cruelty means. He adds, death is merely the destruction of the physical body. Consciousness disperses into the universe, transforming into dark information. Ultimately, it combines with other dark information, and when the next life is born, that dark information will attach itself to the new life. Death is not true death, it is merely a form of rebirth. He crosses her arms. In a universe, there are 6 dimensions. Within these 6 dimensions, energy is conserved. Once energy is depleted, it transforms into other forms of energy. When a person dies, their energy remains and then transfers to other matter. From a certain perspective, a person is also a collection of matter and energy. Death is merely the process of matter transferring to other matter and energy transforming into other forms of energy. Ye glances at Chen Yuan casually. This is one of nature's phenomena. How can it be considered cruel? Chen Yuan is momentarily taken aback and nods slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sound emerges. Chen Yuan looks up. A giant mechanical entity towering at least 20 meters high hovers in midair. It has a pair of blue pupils, and its eyes are fixed on Chen Yuan. At this moment, 3 wormholes appear beside it. One giant mechanical entity after another emerges from the wormholes. The 3 giant mechanical entities focus their attention on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan says, "You step aside." Ye responds with an mm, and her figure vanishes from the spot. The 3 giant mechanical entities clearly have their targets set on Chen Yuan. They pay no attention to Ye. The instant Ye's figure disappears, the 3 giant mechanical entities move. One of them appears in front of Chen Yuan, its mechanical hand resembling a sharp claw. A claw strikes towards Chen Yuan. Bang! Chen Yuan's body splits in 2, instantly severed in half. It's important to note that Chen Yuan's body is a 6th-generation genetic body possessing immense defensive capabilities. Even a nuclear bomb could not harm him. Yet the claw of this mechanical entity is capable of slicing Chen Yuan in 2, which fascinates him. After cleaving Chen Yuan in half, the opponent does not stop. It immediately reduces Chen Yuan to atoms. At this moment, another giant mechanical entity releases a blue net. The net envelopes Chen Yuan's consciousness. These giant mechanical entities are likely the pinnacle weapons of this civilization. Chen Yuan finds them quite interesting. Ignoring the net, Chen Yuan directly activates his super perception. The super perception covers one of the giant mechanical entities. The ability to perceive inherently possesses the capability to analyze and reconstruct all material components. Super perception is the evolution of this perceptual ability, allowing access to even more information. Moreover, super perception transcends time, enabling him to almost instantaneously record the structural composition of the giant mechanical entity. At this moment, the net has already enveloped the location where Chen Yuan is situated. It is a net composed of dark matter and dark energy capable of binding Chen Yuan's consciousness. With such a net in place, Chen Yuan cannot escape using only his consciousness. But it doesn't matter to him. He doesn't need to flee. Using his cosmic control, he dismantles the net. Since you have destroyed my physical body, I shall borrow your physical forms for a while. In an instant, all 3 giant mechanical entities are disassembled into atoms by Chen Yuan. The atoms of the 3 giant mechanical entities reassemble. Under the influence of Chen Yuan's control ability, these atoms are reconstructed, forming a brand new giant mechanical entity. Chen Yuan's consciousness enters the giant mechanical entity he has fabricated. The consciousness connects with the giant mechanical entity. Chen Yuan opens his eyes. He raises his mechanical arm and gives it a shake. This thing is quite interesting. Suddenly, countless wormholes appear around Chen Yuan. One giant mechanical entity after another emerges from these wormholes. Seeing this, Chen Yuan says, "Oh, you plan to use these to kill me. Unfortunately, you overestimate your abilities. Since I have nothing better to do, I might as well play with these beings from the 11 dimensions." A giant mechanical entity lunges towards Chen Yuan. Bang! Chen Yuan's arm is pierced by the claw. Chen Yuan pays it no mind, swinging his sword. He is about to strike the opponent. Suddenly, the opponent's figure vanishes from sight. Chen Yuan is momentarily stunned. Wormhole. Chen Yuan's attack misses. Bang! A muffled sound follows. A laser penetrates Chen Yuan's body. His abdomen is pierced. Chen Yuan understands. I was naive. He first employs cosmic control. Facing this ability, they cannot escape. However, if he doesn't use the control ability and instead relies on his own capabilities to confront these entities unknown, it would mean facing all the technologies they command. These giant mechanical entities can effortlessly utilize wormholes with great proficiency. They can achieve instantaneous movement. If Chen Yuan attempts close combat with his sword and still gets hit, that would be quite strange. One giant mechanical entity after another launches an attack on Chen Yuan. The mechanical entity that Chen Yuan just constructed is battered beyond recognition by the swarm of mechanical entities. Enough, I'm done playing. A black hole appears at Chen Yuan's location. Whoosh! The giant mechanical entities about to attack direct their strikes into the black hole. His entire body is engulfed by the black hole, and under its terrifying gravitational pull both his body and consciousness are swallowed by the black hole. Black holes can alter the structure of space-time. This means that once a black hole appears, wormholes cannot be utilized. Countless giant mechanical entities are consumed one by the black hole. The black hole expands. The surface of the planet begins to crack. Countless materials, including living beings, are swallowed by the black hole. In a short time, the entire planet is devoured by this suddenly appearing black hole. Nothing remains. A planet has been destroyed and all its inhabitants have vanished. You stands at a distance gazing at the rotating black hole and the accretion disk swirling around it. They are all dead. Chen Yuan's body appeared beside you. With this, I believe the Time Management Bureau won't come looking for trouble anymore. Hearing this, you instinctively glanced at Chen Yuan. She said, according to the memory of that time manager, the Time Management Bureau still has several branches in other locations. Aren't they going to eliminate all of them? Let them be, Chen Yuan replied. I don't wish for them to cause me trouble, but if we wipe them out, there will be no one to restrict others from traveling back to the past. As parallel universes increase, it will lead to the obliteration of time. The erasure of time could destroy the main universe and other parallel universes birthed from it. If it becomes severe, it may even affect other universes. My true self is the universe. I do not wish to be affected. Having them around can act as a limitation, which is not bad. As long as they don't come looking for trouble, I won't bother with them. Chen Yuan turned to Ya and said, let's go back. In simple terms, it's just about utilizing them a little. You nodded. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot in from one direction, heading towards Chen Yuan at superluminal speed. You glanced over and frowned. Be careful. Saying this, she moved to shield Chen Yuan. The white light struck Ya, enveloping her completely. Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Under Chen Yuan's gaze, Ya vanished into thin air. Both her physical form and consciousness were gone. Seeing this, Chen Yuan's heart sank. What just happened? Gone. Dead. Even if her body was shattered into particles, there should still be consciousness left. However, using his super perception, Chen Yuan could neither see Ya's dark energy nor her material composition. That was an unknown weapon. That weapon caused you to disappear into thin air. What was going on? What exactly was happening? The thought that you might vanish from his side and he might never see her again left Chen Yuan alarmed. Chen Yuan clenched his fist. He had thought that all emotions had faded away, yet he felt a surge of anger bubbling up from the depths of his heart. He amplified his super perception. In an instant, he located the source of the white light. A time manager holding a cannon-shaped weapon was aiming this way. It pulled the trigger. Another beam of white light shot towards them. The white light was traveling at superluminal speed towards Chen Yuan, but it needed some time to reach him from that time manager. Chen Yuan focused his thoughts. Using his control over the universe, the white light dissipated instantly. The time manager's body seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand. Pressure from all directions enveloped the time manager, crushing him into a mass of blue blood mist. He didn't even have the chance to scream. He was directly killed by Chen Yuan. The consciousness of the time manager appeared within Chen Yuan's super perception. Chen Yuan used his cosmic control ability to grasp the consciousness. He delved into its memory storage. After reviewing it, Chen Yuan understood. A dimensional strike, huh? Currently, the only universe he occupied was a three-dimensional space. That cannon was a dimensional cannon. It could directly blast a three-dimensional being into two-dimensional space. In other words, he had been blasted into two-dimensional space by this dimensional cannon. She was neither dead nor vanished. She had simply moved to another dimensional space. Seeing this, Chen Yuan felt a slight sense of relief. As long as she was okay, there was no problem. His cosmic control ability was like a hand grasping the remaining consciousness of the time manager. The hand tightened suddenly. The time manager's consciousness shattered in response, dissipating into specks of dark energy. Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze. Looking at the spot where Ya had disappeared, he pondered. The next question arose. How could he enter two-dimensional space to rescue her? Chen Yuan knew the methods to enter four-dimensional and six-dimensional spaces, but how could he enter two-dimensional space? This was something Chen Yuan did not understand. As some scientists said, it is more difficult for high-dimensional space to enter low-dimensional space than it is for low-dimensional space to enter high-dimensional space. Suddenly, it seemed that Chen Yuan thought of something. He turned to look behind him. At the spot where the time manager had died, that cannon-shaped dimensional strike weapon was still there. That's right, I can use this thing. He controlled the weapon with his cosmic control ability, aimed it at himself, and pulled the trigger. A beam of white light shot towards Chen Yuan. Boom. Chen Yuan felt a flash of brightness before his eyes. When he regained his senses, the scene before him left him somewhat dazed. He found himself standing on white paper with the sky completely dark and empty. This world resembled a realm upon a sheet of paper. The ground was merely a sheet of paper with length and width, but no height. Chen Yuan looked at himself and found that he appeared quite normal. For someone standing on the paper, he indeed had height. Because this was two-dimensional space, while Chen Yuan's body was that of a three-dimensional being. Even when entering two-dimensional space, he was still a three-dimensional creature. So if there is no way to return to three-dimensional space after entering two-dimensional space, will I be trapped here forever? How interesting. In other words, that dimensional strike weapon merely confines a person in low-dimensional space without the ability to kill. However, if that person is an ordinary individual, they would be unable to obtain food and would eventually die. Of course, some high-dimensional beings, if they have no means of leaving two-dimensional space, would also be trapped here for life. This is a prison of low dimensions. Chen Yuan opened his super perception and expanded its range. Soon he found his target this time, Ya. He traversed through a wormhole, arriving beside Ya. Ya was standing on the empty paper looking up with a relaxed demeanor and a smile on her face. Looking at Ya's expression, Chen Yuan said, "You were blasted into two-dimensional space by someone using a dimensional strike weapon, and yet you can remain so relaxed. It's quite strange." Strange. Ya's lips curled into a slight smile as she turned to face Chen Yuan, saying, "I am relaxed because there is no pressure. Because I know you will definitely come to rescue me. Since you will come to save me, I should be happy. Why should I feel pressured?" Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. He helplessly said, "All right, this is not a good place. Let's go home." Saying this, Chen Yuan extended his hand towards Ya. Ya revealed a smile, raised her hand, and placed it in Chen Yuan's palm. "How do you plan to leave this two-dimensional space?" Ya looked at Chen Yuan curiously. Chen Yuan glanced at Ya and said, "There are plenty of ways for me to leave a two-dimensional space. Let's go." A creature cast into a two-dimensional space finds it exceedingly difficult to return to three-dimensional space unless equipped with the corresponding technological capabilities. Perhaps some may suggest accelerating to the speed of light. However, in reality, it is different. In two-dimensional space, if the speed reaches that of light, what one enters is not four-dimensional space. One could say it is another form of three-dimensional space. This space, defined by length, width, and time as dimensions, forms an alternative three-dimensional space. Yet in that realm, it still does not count as entering the original space. Of course, this is not a concern for Chen Yuan. For him, this body can merely be considered a mere avatar. His true body resides in 11-dimensional space, and whenever he wishes, he can pull his consciousness back into that 11-dimensional realm. Besides this method, Chen Yuan possesses other abilities. For instance, traversing the universe. Chen Yuan's ability allows him to directly traverse into the three-dimensional space of the universe. All along, he has utilized this skill for his journeys through three-dimensional space. Therefore, for Chen Yuan, this prison made of two-dimensional space is utterly ineffective against him. With a mere thought, he traversed back to their own universe with Ya. The space transitioned from two-dimensional to the familiar three-dimensional realm. As he gazed at this three-dimensional space, he looked at Chen Yuan and said, "Truly impressive." Chen Yuan replied, "It's nothing special." He opened a wormhole. Chen Yuan led Ya through the wormhole back home. He glanced at Ya and said, "I have some matters to attend to, and it will take me a long time to return." Ya was momentarily taken aback. Her enchanting eyes gazed at Chen Yuan as she smiled and said, "It's all right, I'll wait for you." Chen Yuan nodded slightly. Chen Yuan's consciousness returned to his cosmic body. At this moment, his cosmic embodiment was just as before, hurtling towards the direction of the next cosmic target. However, all this time, Chen Yuan felt he might have misunderstood certain aspects. The celestial devouring system granted him abilities including divine sense and control, all originating from his true body. Then the question arose, why does my body disappear, leaving only my consciousness when I use the ability to traverse the universe? Does this mean that using the ability to traverse the universe causes all accumulated matter of my body to vanish? The celestial devouring system, as its name suggests, requires devouring to acquire mass and volume. If traversing the universe directly results in a loss of matter, then it contradicts its purpose. Unless I have been misunderstanding this ability all along. The reason my physical body disappears when I utilize the traversal ability might be due to my own mass being insufficient, not matching with my ability to traverse the universe, hence causing the disappearance of my body. If that is the case, it means as long as my mass is sufficient, I can use the ability to traverse the universe to carry my mass and consciousness together. And this is the true method of utilizing the ability to traverse the universe, isn't it? In other words, the ability to traverse the universe is not meant to allow Chen Yuan's consciousness to traverse. Rather, it serves the purpose of enabling Chen Yuan to devour celestial bodies. Like other abilities, he thought, let's give it a try. Chen Yuan used super perception to lock onto a distant target universe. If this attempt fails, the mass acquired from this universe will also disappear. It doesn't matter. If it fails, I can always create another universe. With this determination, Chen Yuan focused on the target universe, whispering to himself, "Traverse the universe." In an instant, the cosmic body vanished into thin air. Within the location of the target universe, another universe appeared out of nowhere. Inside the target universe, a universe of even greater mass emerged. The arrival of this universe instantly tore the fabric of the target universe apart. Dark matter and dark energy erupted from the rift. Chen Yuan came back to his senses. As expected, at this moment it seemed Chen Yuan's judgment was correct. The ability to traverse the universe indeed serves the purpose of celestial devouring, and Chen Yuan had been using it incorrectly all along. Cosmic devouring. As Chen Yuan made contact with the universe, it was like a deflated balloon, all its mass rushing into Chen Yuan's body. His volume and mass grew rapidly at an observable rate. This target universe was instantly devoured by Chen Yuan. One universe had vanished, and Chen Yuan's volume and mass swelled further with the influx of the target universe's mass. I always thought that to approach other universes I could only rely on moving my divine sense to increase speed. Now it seems I misunderstood. It turns out that traversing the universe is meant to bring the universe closer to other universes for devouring. It appears this time has been wasted. Knowing I can utilize the ability to traverse the universe to approach other universes makes Chen Yuan feel quite pleased. Let the journey of cosmic devouring begin. Is it the Time Management Bureau? Although the Time Management Bureau consists of 11-dimensional beings, they reside within one universe after another. Only when they need to conduct affairs in 11-dimensional space do they return, which is somewhat similar to Chen Yuan. Initially, Chen Yuan had intended to teach the Time Management Bureau a lesson, letting them know they shouldn't provoke him. But now Chen Yuan regretted that decision. The moment the Time Manager's shot struck Ya, he had already changed his mind. All universes where the Time Management Bureau exists must be devoured. However, up to now I have yet to devour a universe that possesses civilization. When one universe devours another, will those civilized star systems be harmed? Or will they be completely unscathed, directly devoured by me? If so, then devouring the universe they inhabit won't kill them. Never mind, it doesn't matter. As long as they enter my body, I can use my cosmic control ability to crush them one by one. Chen Yuan made up his mind. Previously, he had used dark information technology to read others' memories and thus knew the locations of all Time Management Bureau members. The Time Management Bureau is spread across many universes. Some of these universes possess greater mass than Chen Yuan, while others have less. Chen Yuan locked onto one of the smaller mass universes. Traverse the universe. Suddenly, within a whale-shaped universe filled with stellar networks, another universe appeared out of nowhere. The mass of that universe was more than 5 times that of the whale universe. As the universe appeared, the entire whale universe was instantly torn apart. Celestial bodies flew out from the rift. Cosmic devouring. Chen Yuan began to devour the matter of this whale universe. The whale universe, like a deflated balloon, had its matter frantically pouring into Chen Yuan's body, being consumed by him. As the celestial bodies within the whale universe entered Chen Yuan's body, they were automatically disassembled into atoms, transforming into cosmic dust. Upon witnessing this, Chen Yuan felt relieved. In other words, everything within the whale universe except for dark matter and dark energy would turn into cosmic dust. New celestial bodies would be reborn within Chen Yuan's body, and these celestial bodies would no longer be the ones devoured by the whale universe. They would be entirely new celestial entities. Naturally, what was consumed from the whale universe by Chen Yuan was not just celestial bodies, but also the highly intelligent life forms within its civilizations. From a certain perspective, living beings are also a type of celestial body. They too would be disassembled into atoms and become cosmic dust. In simple terms, if Chen Yuan devoured an entire universe, then all civilizations within that universe would face extinction, including those from the Time Management Bureau. In a short span of time, an entire whale universe was consumed by Chen Yuan. "You are becoming more and more excessive," a voice echoed once again in Chen Yuan's ear. The voice carried a hint of annoyance. It had already appeared once when Chen Yuan tore apart a civilized whale universe. This was the second time this voice had emerged. Hearing it, Chen Yuan said, "Have you come again? It seems you are quite concerned about me. As soon as I act against a civilized universe, you pop up. So what are you?" The voice slowly responded. "I am Lan, the master of this cosmic pool. This cosmic pool is under my jurisdiction, including you. I advise you not to devour pregnant universes. If they are merely dead universes, it is of no concern." A pool. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. Pool. You are merely a newly born universe, so it's normal that you don't know. The area you are in is what we call a pool. Your section is a cosmic pool. Regardless, I must warn you again. Those pregnant universes are always on the verge of birthing new universes, and witnessing them give birth is something I enjoy. I warn you, if you dare to devour those pregnant universes, be careful that I might destroy you. Warning. Furthermore, this fellow's statements were truly peculiar. If civilized universes are referred to as pregnant universes, However, in a certain sense, if a universe nurtures civilization, then that civilization could potentially generate new universes which indeed could be termed as pregnant. Cosmic pool. This sounded strange. How does that fellow's terminology resemble a fish pond? The universe is itself a large organism, and fish are also a form of life. If it calls this area a cosmic pool, isn't that equivalent to saying it's a fish pond? It said that this cosmic pool is under its management, but what exactly is it? Previously, it claimed to be an 11-dimensional life form. But now it seems that it is not merely an 11-dimensional life form. Chen Yuan asked, what exactly are you? It resembled a person in 3-dimensional space, while the universe appeared as fish it raised. Chen Yuan inquired, who exactly are you? That is not important. What matters is that I have already stated I do not permit you to devour other pregnant universes. Lan said. Chen Yuan replied coolly, it is impossible for me to agree to that without any conditions. According to your statement, the Time Management Bureau attacked me, and I am not allowed to retaliate. There is no such rule. Unless you can handle the people from the Time Management Bureau. Time Management Bureau. Those who do not allow others to traverse into the past. Lan said. Yes. Lan pondered for a moment. Dealing with them is not difficult for me, but the issue is that I do not intend to help you. I also do not wish to be warned by you. Chen Yuan was too lazy to say more. Then there is nothing to discuss. Be quiet. Do you really think I cannot handle you? Lan's voice carried a hint of annoyance. I initially thought you were special and wanted to keep you, but now it seems that is not possible. At this moment, above Chen Yuan's head, a massive black portal appeared. An incredibly gigantic hand emerged from the black portal, reaching towards Chen Yuan. The hand resembled a human hand with 5 fingers and a wrist, but its skin was transparent, allowing a network of star systems to be seen within. That gigantic hand was so large that it was even bigger than Chen Yuan's cosmic body. The hand grasped Chen Yuan. His entire body was held tightly in the palm of that hand. A force surged. Chen Yuan's body felt as if it were a ball tightly gripped in the palm. Subsequently, his entire body was pulled towards the massive wormhole by that hand. Immediately after, Chen Yuan's consciousness faded to black and then brightened. What he saw left him somewhat dumbfounded. A giant. This was a true giant. The giant stood before Chen Yuan. The giant's form resembled that of a human female, but her skin appeared like the edge of the universe, entirely transparent, revealing a dense network of star systems inside. This giant was a humanoid universe. She was extraordinarily vast, with that hand holding Chen Yuan, who was incarnated as a universe. Was this giant the owner of that voice? Lan. Chen Yuan, using his heightened perception, looked behind him. Behind Chen Yuan was a supergiant sphere. This massive sphere encapsulated countless universes. Seeing this, Chen Yuan was instantly shocked. This giant sphere was what the giant referred to as the cosmic pool, and inside it were those universes. This giant raises those universes. Chen Yuan could not fathom that the secret beyond the universe was like this. Originally, I intended to keep you, but now it seems I no longer need you. The giant Lan spoke. After speaking, she brought Chen Yuan as a universe to her mouth. She opened her mouth to bite at Chen Yuan. Was she planning to swallow Chen Yuan? As he saw her mouth approaching closer and closer, traverse the universe, Chen Yuan's body instantly vanished. The giant Lan looked at the suddenly disappearing Chen Yuan, slightly taken aback. He can run like this. What exactly are you? Chen Yuan's figure returned to the cosmic pool. As he devoured the surrounding universes, he reflected on the scenes he had just witnessed, feeling somewhat incredulous. The universe. Actually, all exists within a sphere, and this sphere is being raised like an animal by that giant. Is this the secret of the universe? Is this the secret of the universe? Chen Yuan found it hard to accept. He never imagined that the secret he had longed to see would be such a terrifying matter. I have already warned you that I do not permit you to devour other pregnant universes. You are devouring again. Lan was angry. A large hand appeared from the void, once more reaching towards Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan gazed at the enormous hand reaching out before him. His eyes fell upon the network of galaxies within the hand. In an instant, the galaxy network detached from the hand under the influence of Chen Yuan's control. As the galaxy network separated from the hand shrank at a visibly rapid pace. Lan seemed to sense something was amiss. It hurriedly withdrew its hand. Bastard, what have you done to me? Lan exclaimed angrily as she questioned Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan replied calmly. I haven't done anything, merely extracted the substances that constitute your body from within you. You scoundrel. Lan's voice was laced with fury. Sensing her anger, Chen Yuan said, bring forth any abilities you have. However, no response came. Lan fell into silence. Upon seeing this, Chen Yuan understood. It seemed that this creature was merely large in size. It claimed to be an 11-dimensional being. Now it appeared that it indeed hadn't deceived Chen Yuan. It was truly an 11-dimensional being. Unlike those highly intelligent beings that traverse from 3-dimensional space to 11-dimensional space, it does not mean they are 11-dimensional life forms. Rather, they are merely 3-dimensional beings residing in 11-dimensional space. Currently, it is estimated that there are only the cosmos as 11-dimensional beings. And Lan, despite being a giant, is essentially a universe, a humanoid universe. It simply possesses a higher intelligence and consciousness compared to other spherical or whale-like universes. However, even though it is an 11-dimensional being, it seemingly lacks any more powerful technological means. It relies solely on its massive form to attack others. Yet, even in that capacity within this cosmic pool, the only one capable of resisting her might be Chen Yuan. To annihilate Lan. If it truly came down to it, that could indeed be accomplished. Chen Yuan discovered that his control over the universe could affect the insides of any cosmos. In simpler terms, he could dismantle all the substances within Lan's body. In essence, he could directly disassemble Lan's physical form. If that were to happen, she would certainly perish. But the issue was that Chen Yuan did not know Lan's location. He attempted to activate his super perception. He maximized the range of his super perception. Chen Yuan had already devoured 2 universes. His mass and volume had increased tremendously. His super perception was also enhanced. However, even with his super perception at maximum, he could only see vast stretches of universes, not the world beyond this cosmos. In other words, he could not locate Lan. Humph. Chen Yuan let out a slight hum of displeasure. It didn't matter. Not being able to find her now did not mean he wouldn't later. As long as he continued to devour universes, increasing his mass and volume, his super perception ability would further enhance. Once he found Lan's location, he could traverse the cosmos and reach her. Chen Yuan obtained the cosmic locations from the Time Manager. One universe after another, he consumed them with the passage of time. Chen Yuan did not know how much time had passed. Utilizing his ability to traverse the cosmos in conjunction with cosmic devouring, he ingested those universes and increased his mass and volume. He no longer needed time to approach other universes. Chen Yuan could freely devour them. After consuming the universe where the Time Manager resided, he changed direction to consume those dead universes. His size and mass were rapidly increasing at a visibly perceptible rate. During this time, Lan also ceased to trouble Chen Yuan. Perhaps she realized that she could not contend with him. Chen Yuan continued his devouring, unaware of how much time had elapsed. He utilized his super perception, extending its range to the limit. Chen Yuan beheld the full scope of the cosmic pool. These universes were enveloped within a sphere, that very sphere being what the outside giants referred to as the cosmic pool. And outside this cosmic pool, Lan stood there gazing at it. The hand that Chen Yuan had injured had already healed. Healed has she? How did it recover? Suddenly Chen Yuan recalled the moment he nearly faced her devastating bite. Could it be? She can absorb the mass from other universes to replenish herself. Chen Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. If that were the case, it would imply the reason she governs this cosmic pool is that she is waiting for these universes to expand, then devour them to gain mass for herself. In other words, the universe where Chen Yuan previously resided could also be consumed by her. He never expected it. The cosmic pool is indeed a fish pond. Traverse the cosmos. Chen Yuan's body vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, his form was within Lan. Lan was taken aback. You scoundrel. Get out of me. There was a hint of panic in her voice. Chen Yuan didn't bother with pleasantries. Cosmic devouring. The celestial bodies within Lan surged into Chen Yuan. Inside Chen Yuan, they transformed into cosmic dust. His body expanded at a visibly rapid rate. No, no, Lan screamed in terror. Because Chen Yuan was devouring too quickly, Lan's body was torn apart. Countless celestial bodies burst forth from the rips. Some became Chen Yuan's mass and volume, while others that were not consumed simply vanished. Lan's entire form disappeared. After Chen Yuan absorbed Lan's mass and volume, his body began to transform from a spherical shape. Limbs sprouted from his body. He regained his senses and found himself transformed into a giant. To be precise, he had become a humanoid universe. He stood upon the void, gazing at the vast cosmic pool before him. This cosmic pool was immense. Yet compared to the current Chen Yuan, if he curled up, he would be as large as this cosmic pool. Chen Yuan raised his hand, clenched it, and observed the galaxy network swirling around his hand. Truly astonishing. He looked at the cosmic pool. This thing is also quite remarkable. If the universe where I was born, the Earth, resided within Lan's body, that isn't completely impossible. Forget it. Chen Yuan was too lazy to ponder further. After being away for so long, you must be worried. Chen Yuan's consciousness departed from this unimaginably vast body. He returned to his familiar home. Upon arriving home, Chen Yuan opened his eyes. He looked at the familiar ceiling before him. Taking a deep breath, he slowly rose. As he stood up, he felt something beside him. Turning his head, he discovered Yi lying next to him. With her eyes closed and brows slightly furrowed in her sleep, she seemed to be dreaming of something unpleasant. It was pitch black around, and outside the window was equally dark. Clearly it was already night. She was sleeping right beside him. A long time had passed, and this body without consciousness was merely an empty shell. Yet she had accompanied this empty shell for so long. Chen Yuan lay back down. He looked at her furrowed brow with affection. He gently raised his hand, stroked her brow, and then gazed at her softly, saying, "Girl, I'm back." It was uncertain whether the sleeping her heard this, but Chen Yuan could see her slightly furrowed brow slowly relaxing. Seeing this, a smile involuntarily appeared on Chen Yuan's face. Chen Yuan glanced at Ya's relaxed demeanor and smiled. He gently stroked her silver hair, feeling the softness of her strands. At that moment, the corners of Ya's mouth subtly lifted. "You're back," a voice came. Hearing this, Chen Yuan returned to his senses. He looked at Ya. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her clear and captivating eyes, gazing at Chen Yuan. Their eyes met. A smile appeared on Ya's face. Chen Yuan withdrew his hand, gently pinching her small nose, and laughed. "Did you miss me?" Upon hearing this, Yu adorably wrinkled her nose, then smiled, while looking at Chen Yuan, saying, "Of course." She leaned closer to Chen Yuan, resting her small head against his chest. "Do you know how long you've been gone?" Chen Yuan lightly embraced her, stroking her soft hair, and gently asked, "How long?" "A full 35,670,000 years." Yu softly spoke. Chen Yuan realized that his time away had been quite lengthy, but he hadn't expected it to be this long. Clearly, he had the ability to traverse the cosmos to assist him. He was merely searching for targets and devouring them, yet he never imagined that such simple tasks would take so much time. Chen Yuan felt somewhat helpless. "Some things happened, so I was delayed. Fortunately, you informed me to wait for you when you left." You looked at Chen Yuan, her lips curling into a playful smile. Otherwise, waiting for such a long time would probably have been very hard. "Can you give me some compensation?" You asked, looking at Chen Yuan. "Compensation?" Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. He looked at her and chuckled. "What kind of compensation?" "I waited for you for so long, you left me alone in an empty house for so long," you gently said, smiling. "So I should get some compensation." "The compensation I want is for you to tell me about what you did during that time." She looked at Chen Yuan, her eyes shimmering. "I want to know what my man was doing out there." Chen Yuan chuckled, holding Ya's hand, and said, "Even if you didn't ask, I would still tell you about these things. It turns out that the universe we are in is located within a cosmic pool." Cosmic pool. Yes, outside the cosmic pool, there are some gigantic universes that resemble humans, and those giant universes possess advanced intelligence akin to humans. They manage the cosmic pool we are in, much like a fisherman manages a fish pond. At that time, I was thinking of devouring the universe where the Time Management Bureau is located. In its eyes, I must have appeared as a bad fish eating the fish it raised, so it wanted to eliminate me. I spent some time taking care of it, Chen Yuan said, glancing at Ye, his voice softening. "That's what I was doing out there during this time." That's quite a summary," Ye smiled. "Fighting such beings must be very dangerous, right?" "You didn't even tell me. Although I can't be of help, at least let me know." As she spoke, she leaned her small head tightly against Chen Yuan's chest. "If something happens to you, I can go accompany you." Chen Yuan smiled wryly. "Accompany your head? What are you saying?" Ye chuckled. "I can't be without you, nor can I leave you." Chen Yuan laughed, but felt helpless. He gently stroked Ya's hair, holding her tenderly, remaining silent, simply savoring their existence together. Unknowingly, Ya had become an irreplaceable presence for Chen Yuan. No matter how one looked at it, Chen Yuan still possessed human emotions. He was half a celestial body devoid of feelings, and half human. Humans are social animals. When you spend a long time with the people around you, feelings will naturally develop. Chen Yuan's feelings for Ya had unknowingly reached a point where he could not let go. For Ya, Chen Yuan was completely the meaning of her life. If something happened to Chen Yuan, then for Ya, living would have no meaning at all. Thus, realizing that something might happen to Chen Yuan, she would say that if something happened to him, she would accompany him. The term murder-suicide was something Chen Yuan always thought did not exist, as those two characters were very distant from his past self, but now he suddenly realized he was wrong. Murder-suicide is not far away, or it is right before him. For both Chen Yuan and Ye, they had become inseparable. The two fell asleep. Unknowingly, the night passed. The next morning, Chen Yuan accompanied Ye on a walk along the streets of Justice Civilization. Ye looked at Chen Yuan and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan pondered for a moment. He said, "Currently my main body has left the cosmic pool and arrived at the location of the giant universe I mentioned earlier. He'll take a look at what is out there, and I will know how vast the world is beyond." Ye smiled. "You're still the same as before, with no changes at all." Hearing this, Chen Yuan turned his face to look at Ye. He smiled. "No, I've changed." Ye was puzzled. "How have you changed?" Chen Yuan reached out and embraced Ye. She was taken aback, her face slightly reddened as she looked at Chen Yuan. Looking closely at Ya's face, Chen Yuan said, "Although I thought that way, now I feel I should take the time to properly accompany you and make it up to you." Upon hearing this, Ye broke into a mischievous smile, wrapping her arms around Chen Yuan's neck and looking at him quietly, saying, "Let's see how you perform. If you make it up, well, I have a reward." "Reward?" Chen Yuan laughed, saying, "All right, my beautiful queen." Ye was surprised but smiled. "You're quite the talker." "Your Majesty the Queen," a voice came. Hearing this, Chen Yuan and Ye both turned to the source of the voice. A female warrior descended from the sky, saluting Chen Yuan and Ya. This woman was none other than Ya's bodyguard. Yin looked at Ya and said, "Your Majesty, there is a Leisha planning to invade T-23 civilization with its subordinates. What should we do?" Leisha. Chen Yuan curiously looked at Ya. Ya smiled. "That is the name of a bug queen from a bug civilization that appeared during your absence." Bug civilization. Chen Yuan became even more interested. He had seen many civilizations: mammalian civilizations, plant civilizations, mechanical civilizations, and high-intelligence civilizations, all of them. Bug civilizations must exist in this vast universe. Just by coincidence, Chen Yuan had never seen one with his own eyes. Chen Yuan remembered that in ancient times, Earth had no humans. At that time, there was always a conflict among three types of beings: mammals, oviparous creatures, and bug-like beings. Before Chen Yuan reincarnated, humans were the dominant mammals on Earth. In ancient times, it was a competition of size and brute strength. There was a period when bug beings were more gigantic and most of them were predators, while mammals and oviparous creatures were the prey. Later, after a great catastrophe, the situation reversed. The bugs became the prey while mammals and oviparous creatures turned into predators. Eventually, the situation reversed again. After many occurrences, it was only then that humans took over Earth, leading to the subsequent development of Earth civilization. The Chongzhou civilization is quite literally a civilization of insects, you said. Yet those insects have highly evolved, possess intellect, and even command certain advanced technologies. In recent times, they have been invading other civilizations, vying for their resources, you said. Such incursions often spark interstellar wars. As a civilization of justice, we ought to shield others from invasion. Yet we cannot simply annihilate an invading people, for that would be to destroy a civilization itself. That would betray the very justice we proclaim. I wish for every civilization to grow and strengthen, not for us to save one while erasing another. So you glanced at Chen Yuan. I have always wiped out the Chongzhou that invade other worlds and then left them be. However, those Chongzhou reproduce so rapidly that within a few years their numbers recover after an extermination, and then they mount another invasion. They have launched well over 100 such campaigns by now. Chen Yuan frowned slightly. Over 100. You kill them 100 times, and they still keep invading. Are the Chongzhou that foolish? No, that cannot be. Chen Yuan pondered. A civilization capable of interstellar war cannot be so stupid. Knowing they cannot prevail, they still invade. Could it be that invasion is not their true purpose? Ya hummed and smiled. I suspected as much. Indeed, conquest is not their real aim. They are in fact courting death. Courting death. Chen Yuan looked at Ya. She explained rapid reproduction is the Chongzhou's strength and also their fatal flaw. Their prodigious breeding makes them hard to exterminate. That is an advantage. Yet that same abundance devours a planet's resources, and the inevitable outcome is cannibalism among their own kind. To forestall that collapse, Leisha launches an interstellar invasion every 50 years. If the invasion succeeds, colonization follows naturally. If the invasion fails, it serves as a population check, easing the burden on the homeworld. Chen Yuan folded his arms. So Queen Leisha is rather cunning. One can only say she is not foolish. You looked at Chen Yuan and smiled. Do you have any thoughts? Thoughts? Chen Yuan mused. Which planet hosts the Chongzhou civilization? I want to see it. You nodded. I will take you. She raised her hand and opened a wormhole. She looked to Yin. As always, eliminate any invading Chongzhou. Yin replied, understood. You turned to Chen Yuan with a mischievous smile. My dear, let us go. Chen Yuan laughed, lifted a hand to stroke Ya's hair, then took her hand and stepped into the wormhole with her. Through the wormhole, Chen Yuan and Ya emerged into space. Chen Yuan gazed ahead. A jade-green planet floated before them. 20% of the planet was ocean, 80% was land. Upon that land rose innumerable structures. Unlike human architecture, these constructions were vast mounds of earth, pyramid-like in form. Each mound bore many openings, and those hollows teemed with Chongzhou inhabitants. Such great earthen mounds were everywhere. They appeared to be the Chongzhou's dwellings, while outside swarmed Chongzhou creatures. The Chongzhou varied wildly in size, some towering 20 meters tall, like monsters, others scarcely a few millimeters. Many of the Chongzhou stood upright and walked much like humans, though they possessed 2 pairs of arms and 2 pairs of legs. A number of Chongzhou clustered around a colossal starship outfitted with gear as they diligently repaired the vessel. Beyond the novelty, Chen Yuan felt another impression. Sheer multitude. There were simply too many Chongzhou across the continent. They crowded together so densely the land seemed like a living aggregate. Chen Yuan folded his arms. Judging by their numbers, it is hardly surprising Leisha wages perpetual interstellar war. At this scale, the planet's resources cannot withstand their consumption. Ya hummed. A numerical advantage serves the Chongzhou in war. In times of peace, it is akin to suicide. If I were Leisha, I would choose the same course. Ya continued, but persisting in such actions forever is not wise. For the Chongzhou civilization, it may be of little consequence, but for those they invade, it is a crushing blow. Were it not for our just civilization's protection, those worlds would long since have been destroyed. So you said I have modestly assisted the invaded civilizations accelerating their development. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow and looked at her modestly. You hummed that civilization was once pre-nuclear. I sent an envoy to share technology with them. Now they are spacefaring. They do not wish to be perpetual victims. They are already plotting when to strike the Chongzhou civilization ally. You smiled, then there will be quite a spectacle. Chen Yuan smiled helplessly. You girl, modestly. You effectively lifted that civilization several levels. It matters not, you said, folding her arms and looking at Chen Yuan playfully. If it's entertaining, that's enough. Chen Yuan could only force a wry smile. He reached up and tweaked Ya's nose. You little brat, how can you treat civilizations like toys? It's just too dull otherwise. Ya pouted adorably, smiling at Chen Yuan. Without toys, life is far too boring. Or you could be my toy, she suggested with a mischievous grin, eyeing Chen Yuan with evident delight. Chen Yuan laughed, truly impish. He looked back at the Chongzhou planet. If you help that civilization wage interstellar war against the Chongzhou, one of the two will inevitably be extinguished. And what then? Will you intervene? That I shall not concern myself with, you said lightly. I am the queen of a just civilization. My duty is justice, to protect the weak from aggression. If they fight, you hit me, I hit you. Then it is beyond my remit. Chen Yuan laughed. Very well, then let us watch the spectacle unfold. With time to spare, spending it with her would be, he thought, a pleasant thing. As time passed, the civilization protected by you finally decided to fight back. They piloted fleets of ships and warships. Rushing away from their home planet, Chen Yuan also caught a glimpse of the highly intelligent beings of the civilization protected by you. These highly intelligent beings resembled humans to some extent, yet they were also quite different. Their bodies were more petite than those of humans, especially the females, who were estimated to be under 1 meter and 30 centimeters tall. Aside from being smaller, their eyes were all red. On their heads one could see a pair of fox ears, and they had fluffy tails behind them. Did this civilization evolve from foxes? Chen Yuan found it somewhat novel. You said not at all. Although their ears and tails look like familiar foxes, they are actually not. I refer to such primates as fox monkeys. Though they are primates, they possess ears and tails similar to those of foxes. After a long evolution, they eventually transformed into their current form. She glanced at Chen Yuan and playfully said, the girl with those ears and tail looks quite cute, don't you think? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan looked at those girls with fox ears and tails aboard the warships. The universe is vast, and the evolution of civilizations is indeed peculiar. However, it was not surprising. If humans could evolve from ancient apes, why couldn't other civilizations evolve from other animals? It was indeed not surprising. Looking at those girls with fox ears and tails, they were quite adorable by Earth's aesthetic standards. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement, saying they are indeed quite cute. Are they cuter than me? At that moment, you stepped forward, standing in front of Chen Yuan. She looked at Chen Yuan with a smile. A pair of snowy white fox ears emerged from above her head, and a fluffy white fox tail slowly unfurled behind her. She playfully gazed at Chen Yuan. Seeing this, Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then he helplessly smiled, saying, really now? He raised his hand and gently scratched her little nose, laughing. Why do you want to try everything? Previously she had tried to grow wings, and now she had transformed like this. You looked at Chen Yuan and giggled because you like it. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Chen Yuan extended his hand, gently holding Ya's hand, looking into her eyes, and said with a smile, just because I find them cute doesn't necessarily mean I like them. In my eyes, in this universe, there is no one cuter or more beautiful than you. Even if you don't have fox ears and a fox tail, to me, you are still the most beautiful one. Upon hearing this, you looked at Chen Yuan and asked, really? Chen Yuan smiled and said, I don't like to lie. You beamed. She stepped lightly, treading on the void as she leaped into Chen Yuan's embrace. Chen Yuan gently held you, softly stroking her hair. He glanced at the fluffy ears on Ya's silver hair and instinctively touched her fluffy fox ears. They were incredibly soft to the touch. One must admit the charming Ya combined with her ears and tail became even more enchanting. Although there were others in that civilization with ears and tails, few chose pure white like Ya. With her figure, appearance, and skin like jade, it truly elevated her charm several levels. A smile graced Ya's face as she gently asked, do you want to touch my tail? Chen Yuan was momentarily surprised, his face reddening as he awkwardly rubbed his nose. Ya lifted her face, looking at Chen Yuan with a playful grin. Are you not going to touch it? Chen Yuan smiled wryly, saying, all right, be good, stop teasing. Ya slightly turned, snuggling into Chen Yuan's embrace. Chen Yuan held her shoulders, watching the distant ships that had flown far away. What is the name of that civilization? They call themselves the Blue Star Civilization. Ya crossed her arms, saying, many civilizations refer to themselves this way because many planets are blue. Thus I refer to them as the Fox People Civilization. It must be said this is indeed the case. For Chen Yuan, the distinctive feature of this civilization is that all are highly intelligent beings evolved from fox monkeys. If Chen Yuan were to address them, he would call them the Fox People. Yet for themselves they consider themselves just ordinary people. They wouldn't think that having tails and ears makes them special. Just like humans on Earth, even knowing their ancestors were ancient apes, they wouldn't refer to themselves as ape people. Thus, the naming conventions of certain civilizations revolve around their planets. Blue planets are hence called the Blue Star Civilization. There are too many overlapping names. Although their language differs from Chun Yuan's due to consciousness translation, it ultimately becomes the Blue Star Civilization. What about the Insectoid Civilization? I bet its original name isn't the Insectoid Civilization, is it? Chun Yuan asked with interest. You replied, yes, the Insectoid Civilization calls itself the Earth Civilization, but I still prefer to call them the Insectoid Civilization. Earth Civilization because they originated from the Earth. Is that so? Interesting, Chun Yuan remarked. Is it interesting? You smiled looking at Chun Yuan. Is it more interesting than me? Chun Yuan helplessly smiled. You are the most interesting. That's right, you laughed. Chun Yuan felt helpless. This girl had become very fond of being spoiled and enjoyed being coaxed during this time. Indeed, in the past he was extremely independent, but since she fell for Chun Yuan, she increasingly desired interaction with him and had become more reliant on him. Though helpless, the feeling of being relied upon by her was still quite nice. As time passed, an interstellar war broke out between the Insectoid Civilization and the Fox People Civilization. The battles were fierce with wreckage and corpses scattered in the void. This war lasted a very long time, estimated to have lasted over 10,000 years. The insectoid numbers were vast, but with Ya's assistance, the technology of the Fox people was slightly stronger than that of the insectoids. Ultimately, the insectoid numbers drastically diminished, and to survive, the Insectoid Civilization declared surrender. Afterward, the Fox People Civilization chose to colonize the Insectoid Civilization. Thus, the cultures of the two civilizations slowly merged together. However, wherever there was colonization, there was resistance. Even though the Insectoid Civilization had already declared surrender, there were still some radicals who continued to fight against the Fox People Civilization. Chun Yuan and you did not pay much attention to the further developments of these two civilizations. They lived in their own world. After spending a long time with Chun Yuan once again withdrew his consciousness back into the cosmic entity. He began to examine this brand new time and space before him. Looking down, it seemed as if there were a floor below radiating a blue light. He stepped onto this floor as if this space possessed gravity. He activated his super perception. Instantly, the range of his super perception expanded to the maximum. What kind of space is this? Chun Yuan did not know. Outside the cosmic pool, what it was, Chun Yuan did not understand. But he wanted to know if this world had an end. Expand your perception. In this vast space, Chun Yuan suddenly discovered that there was not just one cosmic pool. Within this immense expanse, there were countless cosmic pools. Beside those cosmic pools, there were giants one after another. They stood by the pools like giants tending to fish, gazing intently at the cosmic pools. These giants had arms and legs resembling humans, yet they lacked eyes and facial features. They faced the cosmic pools, and even without eyes, one could sense they were fixated on the pools. They were observing the scenes unfolding within the cosmic pools. Seeing this, Chun Yuan withdrew his gaze and located the nearest giant. The cosmic giants possessed consciousness. This meant that if one wished to learn more, they could communicate with the giant. Communication required proximity to let it know that one was of its kind. He glanced at the unknown blue ground beneath him. Should he walk over, or should he use cosmic consciousness to fly there? Let's give it a try. Chun Yuan controlled his body with cosmic consciousness and began to fly slowly towards the nearest cosmic giant. This speed was already exceedingly fast. Although Chun Yuan appeared to be moving slowly, he had covered an entire cosmic diameter's distance in just this moment. This was an exceedingly exaggerated speed. However, due to his enormous size, even a cosmic distance was merely a fraction of a finger's length for him. 1 second for a distance of a cosmic diameter was truly extraordinary. Yet it was still too slow. He could traverse the cosmos, but given Chun Yuan's current mass and size, if he used cosmic traversal, his body would penetrate the giant's universe. Even that cosmic giant would instantly rupture. Kill it, then obtain the dark information. No, there was fundamentally no dark information in this space. If the cosmic giant died, it was uncertain if any dark information would remain. Chun Yuan wanted to uncover the secrets of this universe, the secrets of this space. Therefore, he could not simply kill the cosmic giant. If I don't use cosmic consciousness, can I reach it with this body? With this thought, Chun Yuan's body descended. He stepped on the blue ground and walked towards the nearest cosmic giant. This step crossed a cosmic pool. This speed could not even be described as exceeding the speed of light. Yet from a distance, it merely appeared as if he had taken a single step. To an outside observer, his speed did not seem fast. It was merely because of his colossal size that it appeared so. He resembled a human casually taking a step. But that step encompassed a cosmic pool. This feels much faster. This speed was considerably quicker than moving with the support of cosmic consciousness. Forget it. Chun Yuan was too lazy to think further and walked beside the nearest cosmic giant. Hey, he greeted with a voice. The giant, covered in a network of galaxies, turned its face towards Chen Yuan. Yet it had no eyes, only a face filled with a galactic network. But Chen Yuan could ascertain that it was looking at him. Is there something you need? He questioned, somewhat puzzled. This was a form of conscious communication. Chen Yuan replied, I want to know where we are now. Is there anything beyond this space? Can you tell me? It glanced at Chen Yuan, then withdrew its gaze. This is an 11-dimensional space, and beyond it is the void. The void. The void is simply the absence of anything. Chen Yuan's heart trembled. He lifted his face and looked above. He could see clusters of stars above. Stars. Those were clearly not stars. They were likely the light emitted from the cosmic pools. Due to the vast distance, they appeared like stars. What shape does this space take? An irregular spherical shape. What happens if I forcibly leave this space? Annihilation. Is that so? This was the final secret of the universe, the end of the universe. So the universe does have an end. Chen Yuan withdrew his thoughts and looked at the giant. Thank you. The giant continued to gaze at the cosmic pool, not minding Chen Yuan. Seeing this, Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze and walked back on his own. He returned to the position of his cosmic pool and stared at the pool before him. Is it over? Has it truly come to an end? So what can I do next? Chen Yuan felt lost. For Chen Yuan, exploring the secrets of the universe had always been his aspiration, but now the universe had reached its end. What else can I do? Chen Yuan's consciousness departed. He returned home. Back already. As soon as he arrived home, he heard Ya's voice. Hearing that voice, Chen Yuan sat up slightly at the edge of the bed and looked at Ya. She wore a white shirt, sitting before the vanity, combing her silver hair with a brush. She tilted her face and looked at Chen Yuan, a smile spreading across her face. Chen Yuan approached her from behind. Let me help you. As he spoke, he took the brush from Ya's hand and gently began to comb her soft silver hair. Watching Chen Yuan's actions, Ya gazed at Chen Yuan in the mirror, a slight smile on her lips. Do you have something on your mind? Chen Yuan replied, something on my mind. Well, not exactly. It's just that I've reached the end of the universe. It has ended. There is no way to continue increasing my mass and size. What should I do? What should I do next? That's not too bad. Ya's voice echoed. Hearing this, Chen Yuan regained his focus and looked at Ya. Good. Ya flashed a mischievous smile. Wasn't your wish to know what the end of the universe is, eh? Now that your wish has been fulfilled, isn't that a good thing? After so many years, it has finally come true. She gazed at Chen Yuan in the mirror and said with a smile, congratulations. Chen Yuan paused slightly. Indeed. If viewed from another angle, hadn't I essentially realized my wish? Since I've achieved my wish, shouldn't I be happy? It's just that there's nothing left to do, Chen Yuan said. Ya smiled, standing before him, her blue eyes gazing at Chen Yuan. How can there be nothing to do? Ya reached out, holding Chen Yuan's hand. She looked at him and said with a smile, don't you still have me, eh? Though we've been together for so many years, you still haven't fully understood me. She looked at Chen Yuan and revealed a playful smile. Now that you have some free time, we can truly get to know each other. Fully understand. Chen Yuan felt puzzled. Oh, what did she mean? Ya nestled into Chen Yuan's embrace. Chen Yuan paused slightly, raising his hand to gently stroke her soft silver hair. I love you, whispered Ya's voice in his ear. Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned. As far as Chen Yuan knew, there was no expression of love in the civilization that corresponded to these three words. The Tiandi civilization would never say phrases like I love you or you love me. If they were to be attracted to each other, they would naturally come together. This phrase is something that only Earthlings would use. Ya was not an Earthling, which means she was imitating Earthlings to express her love to Chen Yuan. Coming back to his senses, Chen Yuan revealed a smile. To devour celestial bodies and gain mass was Chen Yuan's initial goal. But now he had already seen the edge of the universe. Even if he continued to gain mass, it seemed to have no meaning. Once this matter lost its significance, Chen Yuan was left with only one meaning to accompany the one before him. I love you too. Ya raised her face to look at Chen Yuan. Their gazes met. Chen Yuan chuckled. Well, don't you have other things to busy yourself with today? Ya smiled brightly. Of course not. I am the queen of the justice civilization, and ordinary matters do not require my intervention. Moreover, Ya looked at Chen Yuan. Nothing is more important than you. To her, Chen Yuan would always be her number one. Chen Yuan smiled. What did you mean when you said I haven't fully understood you? He was somewhat curious about what you had said earlier. Ya laughed, a smile on her face as she said, you have always focused on devouring celestial bodies to gain mass while searching for the edge of the universe. There are many things about me that you do not know. She wrapped her arms around Chen Yuan's neck, a mischievous smile on her face as she looked at him. I can teach you a little every day, allowing you to gradually understand me. Looking at Ya's mischievous smile, Chen Yuan chuckled. All right. Since he would be quite free in the coming days, he decided to go along with her wishes. He did not know how much time had passed. In the universe, everything remained the same as usual, with civilizations constantly warring against one another. Chen Yuan, having nothing to do, accompanied Ya while using his heightened perception to observe various civilizations. Chen Yuan discovered that civilizations resembling humans were not rare among these universes. In fact, they were quite numerous. Even on Earth, it was not uncommon for two unrelated individuals to resemble each other perfectly among the population. Within the cosmic pool, there were countless universes, and within those universes there were innumerable celestial bodies. The sheer number of celestial bodies gave rise to an exceedingly vast array of civilizations. Under such circumstances, it was not surprising to encounter civilizations that looked exactly like humans. However, regardless of the civilization, war was inevitable. First came civil wars within planets. If fortunate enough to escape, interstellar wars would begin. On this day, Chen Yuan was observing these civilizations' wars as usual. However, there was one civilization's technology that piqued his interest. He saw a gigantic mechanical entity floating in midair. Within this giant mechanical body was a pilot who was controlling it while focusing on a distant artificial planet. That artificial planet belonged to the enemy civilization of this pilot, inhabited by a highly intelligent mechanical civilization. At that moment, the pilot raised a massive hand, aiming it at a nearby planet. Accompanied by a terrifying gravitational pull, that planet was torn from its orbit by an invisible force. The giant mechanical entity waved its hand. The planet flew through the air like a stone being flung. It crashed violently into the planet where the mechanical civilization resided. This was the first time Chen Yuan witnessed such a method of warfare between civilizations. The civilization that operated the giant mechanical entity had developed technology sufficient to apply force to a planet, and their method of attack was to control planets and hurl them as projectiles at enemy civilizations. This process consumed an immense amount of energy, but this single strike was enough to destroy most opposing civilizations. The planet quickly sped toward the planet of that civilization. In that instant, the two planets collided, producing a sound. Boom. This planetary collision was nothing like when Chen Yuan devoured planets. It was not gentle at all. This time the collision resulted in a massive explosion. The two planets instantly disintegrated, with magma spilling from their interiors. Huge fragments of the shattered planets scattered in all directions. It was evident that the civilization inside could no longer exist. After this act, the giant mechanical entity under the pilot's control ignited its thrusters, which emitted blue flames, and flew away. Attacking with planets. Why not directly exert force on the civilization itself? Wouldn't that be faster and simpler? I guess there must be some hidden dangers in doing so, Chen Yuan speculated. But after a moment of thought, he considered asking. Chen Yuan could read others' hidden information, essentially accessing their memory banks to gather their thoughts. However, he did not intend to do so, as it seemed meaningless. Thus, Chen Yuan decided to go and ask directly. Cheng Xian, as a warrior, had only one mission this time: to destroy that damned mechanical civilization. Cheng Xian's civilization was similar to humanity. They had been at war with the mechanical civilization for 2 million years. The mechanical civilization had always been the invaders, encroaching upon his civilization. Finally, 2 million years later, their technology had reached a point where they could annihilate the mechanical civilization in one fell swoop. He was the key figure executing this mission. The operation went smoothly, which relieved him. Little one, wait a moment. Upon hearing this voice, Cheng Xian paused slightly. He looked forward and saw a dark portal opening in the vacuum. A man appeared beside the portal, as if materializing from thin air. He floated in the void, looking this way. Seeing this scene, Cheng Xian was stunned. The man before him was dressed lightly, with almost no equipment covering him, let alone a space suit. How could such a person survive in a vacuum? What was that black portal? Could it be a wormhole? Cheng Xian was somewhat shocked. Can a human traverse a wormhole? His civilization could already use wormholes, but it was impossible for a person to enter a wormhole without any protection. It was essentially a death sentence. His civilization required thick protective suits to enter a wormhole. But this person appeared just like that. Who was this person? Cheng Xian halted his actions and looked at the man in front of him, saying, "Who are you?" Chen Yuan, upon hearing this, crossed his arms and gazed at the massive mechanical entity before him. This thing was also a mechanical entity, but it was different from the one encountered in the 11-dimensional space. Both in performance and material, it was not the same. The performance of this mechanical entity was far inferior. Of course, that was because of the different dimensions. Chen Yuan said, "Who I am is not important. I am here only to ask a question and hope you can answer truthfully. You can pull a planet with this thing. Oh, why not directly pull the planet where the mechanical civilization resides, instead of pulling other planets to smash into them? What is the reason?" Cheng Xian glanced at Chen Yuan. This question pertained to the military secrets of their civilization. Cheng Xian warily observed Chen Yuan as the giant mechanical body assumed a battle stance. He stared at Chen Yuan with utmost vigilance. The man before him was very dangerous. "This matter concerns our military secrets. Oh, I cannot disclose it to you," Cheng Xian said cautiously. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan crossed his arms. "I don't particularly enjoy delving into others' memory banks, as it feels improper. However, since you have denied me, there's nothing I can do." Chen Yuan, lacking interest in further conversation, directly accessed Cheng Xian's memory bank. The civilization Cheng Xian belonged to evidently was not an advanced one, as their memory bank was not locked. With just a thought, Chen Yuan could see whatever he wished. As he observed, he quickly understood. That technology required two devices. One device was the giant mechanical body, while the other needed to be installed on the surface of a planet. Only with these two devices in mutual response could the giant mechanical body drive the planet. In other words, installing the giant device within a planet was a prerequisite. The civilization Cheng Xian belonged to could not possibly install the giant device on the planet of the mechanical civilization. Even installing that device on a planet near the mechanical civilization was done with utmost caution, fearing detection. It took them over 3,000 years to accomplish that. It was indeed a long period. So you require a device powered by energy. It seems that it's not that you are unable to directly use power against the mechanical civilization, but that your power has conditions, eh? Upon hearing Chen Yuan speak, Cheng Xian's expression changed dramatically, staring at Chen Yuan in disbelief. How do you know? Chen Yuan looked at Cheng Xian. I told you I can access your memory bank and read your memories. To prove my point, I can also reveal some information. Do you have a wife and a 2-year-old daughter? Hearing this, Cheng Xian's expression showed a hint of shock. He found it hard to believe. For someone from a lower civilization, the technology of advanced civilizations was beyond their comprehension. Now Chen Yuan had gathered all the information he wanted. It was time to leave. With that thought, Chen Yuan opened a wormhole. Stop! Cheng Xian's voice echoed. Hearing this, Chen Yuan paused slightly. Cheng Xian, feeling anxious, said, Who exactly are you? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan slightly turned his body to glance at the giant mechanical body, casually saying, Do you want to know? He was free now and up for a chat. Cheng Xian replied yes. For Cheng Xian, he could not determine whether the person before him was friend or foe, but he was certain that this person was very powerful. If such a powerful individual were an enemy, it would be catastrophic. He wanted to know whether this person was truly an enemy or a friend. Chen Yuan crossed his arms and said, Let me put it this way, the universe you currently inhabit was created by me and my woman. According to her address for me, you should call me the creator god, right? Chen Yuan murmured. He still felt some resistance to calling himself a god. But since he was asked about his identity, he could only reveal it. Cheng Xian was slightly taken aback. Creator god. Chen Yuan replied, just like that. As he spoke, he looked towards the two planets that had collided and shattered. He raised his hand, pointing in that direction, and under Cheng Xian's watchful gaze, Chen Yuan clenched his fist. The two shattered planets were forcibly drawn together by a terrifying force. They then compressed against each other. Ultimately, they were crushed into a new planet that was larger in volume and mass than the previous two combined. Witnessing Chen Yuan effortlessly create a planet, Cheng Xian was left dumbfounded. He gazed in disbelief at the reborn planet, swallowed hard, and then looked at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan retracted his hand, turned around, and stepped into the wormhole. His figure vanished before Cheng Xian's eyes. Cheng Xian stared at the slowly closing wormhole, feeling somewhat incredulous. Creator God. Does such a being truly exist in this world? As a warrior, Cheng Xian had never believed in gods, but after witnessing the power wielded by Chen Yuan, his conviction was shaken for the first time. On the other side, Chen Yuan was pondering. Today was indeed an eye-opener. He never expected there were civilizations that used planets as throwing weapons. However, the destructive capability of that thing is indeed considerable. An ordinary civilization clearly could not withstand such an attack. Chen Yuan muttered to himself, wondering what he was saying. A voice emerged beside him. Accompanying the voice, he approached, looking curiously at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan instinctively raised his hand, gently scratched her little nose, and smiled. I just saw a civilization using planets as throwing weapons. I found it quite intriguing. Upon hearing this, he laughed and said, Planetary throwing weapons. It's not only planets that can be used as throwing weapons, satellites and asteroids can also be utilized in such a manner. You may not know this, he continued. I once observed a civilization that indeed employed celestial bodies as throwing weapons. Chen Yuan remarked, That's interesting. The universe is vast and civilizations are indeed diverse. He looked at Chen Yuan and chuckled, saying, Seeing you so bored, why not create a civilization to play with? Nurturing a civilization sounds quite fascinating to me. Really? Chen Yuan contemplated for a moment and replied, All right, I will give it a try. Chen Yuan found an empty space. Utilizing dark matter and dark energy, he created a new celestial system within this void. 8 planets orbited a star. Chen Yuan flew into a planet located in the habitable zone. With a thought, one body after another began to take shape. As time passed, one figure after another appeared before Chen Yuan. He did not create too many, but rather 7 individuals. Once these 7 individuals acquired their bodies, they looked at each other and then at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan extended his hand, causing various weapons and armor to appear before them. He looked at them and said, I have instilled in you the methods of survival. You seven should live well here, after some time I will come to check on you. With that, Chen Yuan's figure departed. Upon seeing this, the seven picked up the weapons and armor and went hunting for food. As time passed, it was unknown how many years had gone by. Chen Yuan returned to that civilization, discovering that it had grown from the original 7 individuals to over 30 million. Skyscrapers soared in the city. This civilization had entered the modern era. In the city, there stood a massive statue surrounded by 7 smaller statues, all 8 statues capturing the gaze of passers-by. The colossal statue was that of Chen Yuan, while the 7 smaller statues depicted the forms of the 7 individuals he had first created. Chen Yuanfei hovered in the air, gazing at the civilization below. If so, this civilization will eventually become just like any other civilization, won't it? If that is the case, then allowing this civilization to continue discovering seems utterly meaningless. In the end, this civilization will still face extinction. It would be no different from before. What should I do? Chen Yuan thought of something. Now that I am the universe, it seems that the universe possesses the ability to modify its laws. The ability to modify laws is akin to some universes having gravity, while others possess repulsive forces. These attractions and repulsions are the laws of a universe. Chen Yuan could also modify the laws. The question was, how could he alter them to make this civilization more interesting? Chen Yuan fell into deep contemplation. However, Chen Yuan still couldn't think of anything interesting. He was too lazy to ponder further. With Chen Yuan, present, the lifespan of this universe could be considered eternal. It transformed into dark matter and dark energy, and Chen Yuan, could revert this dark matter back into its original form. Therefore, this universe knew no death. Chen Yuan lived through this eternal time. When they had nothing else to do, they would study technology together, pursuing breakthroughs. The edges of universes and other universes are actually interconnected. Hearing this from Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. Not at all. There is a great expanse between universes, they are not connected. Ye smiled and replied, they are interconnected, it's just that what we see differs from reality. I have researched that the edges of the universe have bilinearity. You can think of it as a membrane belonging to the universe or as a large wormhole. That wormhole envelopes the entire universe. However, under normal circumstances, this wormhole is located within the 11th dimension where we cannot see it. Just because we cannot see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Once you enter that gigantic wormhole, it will connect like the tangled roots of a tree linking itself, while also connecting to other universes or parallel universes. You said, during this time I have researched the ability you possess to traverse universes. That ability actually utilizes the wormholes of the universe for instantaneous movement. Looking at Chen Yuan, you continued, I attempted to connect the edges of the universe using wormholes so we could enter the edges of other universes through this wormhole. Hearing this, Chen Yuan's heart jolted. This meant that the ability to traverse universes was not a violation of the laws. You glanced at Chen Yuan and smiled. Also about the devouring ability you previously possessed. If the devouring ability is explained through technology, it is essentially the disassembly of celestial bodies into atoms, causing them to lose their gravitational pull. If you have mass, you can then devour them. As for divine sense, no explanation is necessary. The essence of human consciousness is dark energy, and divine sense also belongs to dark energy. The driving of the body by divine sense is essentially utilizing dark energy. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment. What about the ability to control? The control ability means managing celestial bodies smaller than you. You looked at Chen Yuan and said, haven't we been using this ability all along? As she spoke, you turned her gaze to a cup on the table. The cup suddenly disassembled into atoms. Witnessing this, Chen Yuan was instantly enlightened. Remote control of matter is essentially a method of utilizing dark matter. This ability had long been known to you. Could this be the essence of the control ability? Hearing this, Chen Yuan looked at you. Are you suggesting that the system I possess is created by someone else? You replied, it's certainly a possibility. Based on your analysis, indeed the celestial devouring system could be created by someone else. But anyone capable of creating such a thing must belong to a highly advanced civilization. However, the problem is as of now we have yet to discover any such advanced civilization. If such a highly advanced civilization exists, you said, they probably do not wish to be discovered by you, and with our abilities we likely wouldn't be able to find them either. Chen Yuan chuckled. Chen Yuan contemplated and looked at you. By the way, do you think we could possibly create a celestial devouring system? Of course it's possible. You replied, ever since I learned about that thing you mentioned I've been researching it. There's still one theoretical problem that needs to be solved, and if we resolve it we can create it. Chen Yuan said, You looked at him curiously. Are you thinking of creating something similar? Yes. Chen Yuan glanced at you and said, in this universe I have you, but in other parallel universes both you and I have perished. Therefore, I want to change those parallel universes. He looked at you and said, if we could create a celestial devouring system here and send it to the me in the parallel universe. Then that parallel universe would also become like ours. I would meet you, and you would fall in love with me. As he spoke, Qin Yuan reached out, resting his hand on Ya's delicate face. Ya's eyes glimmered with a hint of light. She raised her gentle hand, holding Qin Yuan's hand, looking into his captivating eyes, her lips curving into a smile. Are you planning to help the me in the parallel universe pursue the other me in other parallel universes? Qin Yuan chuckled. You could say that. So do you think it's a good idea? Qin Yuan wrapped his arm around Ya's waist, pulling her into his embrace, looking at her. So do you think the other me in the parallel universe would be willing to be pursued by the other you in the parallel universe? Ya smiled and slowly leaned her little head against Qin Yuan's chest. I think she would be more than willing. Before I met you, my life was like a stagnant pool of water. It was only after meeting you that my life gained color. Without encountering the me in the parallel universe, their lives would become stagnant as well. Ya lifted her face to look at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan smiled. Good. Rather than developing a civilization and watching it come to fruition, Qin Yuan intended to do something far more meaningful. Creating a celestial devouring system and then providing this system to his counterpart in other parallel universes. This was far more meaningful than what lay before him. He looked at Qin Yuan and smiled. Honey. Qin Yuan gazed at the beautiful Ya before him. It's nighttime. Oh, we should sleep. Sleep. He noticed Ya's cheeks turning slightly red. Qin Yuan chuckled. This girl. All right, let's sleep. Previously, Qin Yuan and Ya had been idle with nothing to do, but in this eternal time, having each other's company was never boring. Now, with each other's companionship while conducting research, their days passed in a relaxed and pleasant manner. As time passed, the research on the celestial devouring system gradually deepened. One day, Ya opened her small hand, revealing a particle glowing with blue light. What is this? Qin Yuan looked at Ya with confusion. Ya replied, this is the celestial devouring system. Off. Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Ya smiled, saying, this object possesses all the functions of the celestial devouring system you have. It can attach itself to a person's consciousness. With it, that consciousness will not disappear and can continue to retain awareness. Attached to the consciousness. Qin Yuan glanced at Ya. You said, I have programmed a lot of technology into this object and also installed an intelligent system similar to the one that talks to you. You could say it's identical to the celestial devouring system you possess with almost no difference. Qin Yuan looked at the small blue object, saying, I never expected you actually made it. He turned his gaze to Ya, smiling. You truly deserve the praise. Flattered by Qin Yuan's compliment, Ya smiled and looked at him. So shall we give it a try? Of course. Let's go to the parallel universe and find ourselves. All right. Qin Yuan took Ya to a parallel universe. This parallel universe was shrouded in dead silence, devoid of anything. Qin Yuan and Ya entered the sixth-dimensional space, traveling back to the past of the parallel universe. They returned to the timescale when Qin Yuan acquired the celestial devouring system. Qin Yuan gazed at the blue earth before him, activating his super perception ability to locate his parallel universe self. That self was lying on a bed, fast asleep. Upon seeing that version of himself, Qin Yuan felt a sense of familiarity. The room of this parallel universe's self was identical to the bedroom where Qin Yuan used to live. For instance, the cup on the table, that familiar computer, and so on. Everything was so similar. Indeed, some parallel universes differ, but some parallel universes are just like the main universe. It's you. Qin Yuan glanced around, raising his hand. Dark matter coalesced into a small asteroid. Qin Yuan separated the consciousness of his sleeping self from his body. He pulled it closer. Qin Yuan looked at Ya. Ya smiled and raised her hand. The blue particle flew into the consciousness before them. Once the particle entered the consciousness, it fused directly with it. Qin Yuan tossed the still sleeping consciousness into the asteroid, linking the awareness of the two. Qin Yuan looked at Ya and said, let's step back and observe. Ya had no objections. The two of them moved away. The asteroid began to orbit the sun under its gravitational influence. It became a small asteroid located between Earth and Mars. As it continued to rotate, time passed slowly. The Qin Yuan within the dwarf planet remained asleep. Seeing this, Qin Yuan turned to Ya. Ya smiled, saying, the fusion of the consciousness and the particle requires a long period of time. During this time, the consciousness cannot awaken. Qin Yuan withdrew his gaze, looking ahead. The asteroid orbited the sun, perhaps due to Earth's stronger gravity, causing the asteroid to deviate from its orbit. The deviation was slow, but increasingly brought it closer to Earth. The people on Earth seemed to have noticed the approaching asteroid. They were nervously advancing their technology. Civilizations successively launched rockets, sending nuclear-armed vessels into outer space. The vessels flew to the location of the asteroid. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion, a mushroom cloud erupted from the asteroid, but the asteroid was as large as the moon, and the extent of the explosion barely harmed it. Thus, one after another, vessels carrying nuclear weapons were sent to the dwarf planet. However, these vessels did not detonate, but were sent to the asteroid one by one. Seeing this, Qin Yuan seemed to realize something. Time passed without him knowing. The number of nuclear bombs on the asteroid increased, until one day the asteroid's speed could no longer withstand the sun's gravity, and its orbit underwent a significant change, approaching the orbit where Earth was located. The orbits of the two came into contact. The asteroid was captured by Earth's gravity, starting to move closer to Earth. Just then, Chen Yuan, attached to the asteroid, regained consciousness. Where am I now? Why is it so dark? Where are my hands? Where are my feet? Where did my body go? What is happening? What is going on? He couldn't speak, only expressing these thoughts through his consciousness. When the distant Chen Yuan heard these words, he trembled all over. Such familiar words, weren't these exactly what he had said when he discovered he was attached to the asteroid? Chen Yuan observed the scene before him. Next, he saw the familiar sight. A spacecraft flew out from Earth. A few people landed on the asteroid. They installed a certain device. The three separated the asteroid, then accompanied by a loud explosion. Boom! The entire asteroid was shattered into pieces. Fragments of the planet flew everywhere, some entering Earth as meteors or meteorites, while others flew outward, entering the embrace of Mars. Some bypassed Mars and continued to fly outward, plunging into Jupiter's embrace. Others flew out too quickly, and due to being captured by Jupiter's gravity, became its moons. Don't worry, you said casually with a smile. After his body is shattered, his consciousness will attach to one of the fragments. Even if his body is gone, his consciousness will still exist. Currently, his luck is relatively good. The fragment he attached to is in the orbit of that gas giant's moon. This was too familiar. Chen Yuan felt as if he were looking at himself. How could this be? How is this possible? Chen Yuan couldn't help but voice his thoughts. You looked at him, asking, "What's wrong?" Chen Yuan pondered for a moment, then looked at Ye and asked, "Will that particle-like thing still exist after entering the consciousness?" "Of course." Chen Yuan asked, "Is there a way to see its existence?" Ye replied, "I set a password, as long as you access the memory bank of the consciousness and input the password. You can separate that thing out." Chen Yuan said, "Try accessing my memory bank and inputting your password." "My." Ye appeared somewhat puzzled. "Let's give it a try." Ye observed Chen Yuan's serious demeanor. She found it odd. She realized that when she found Chen Yuan, it was not within the solar system. It was long after Chen Yuan had left the solar system that Ye discovered him. Therefore, she was unaware of what had happened to Chen Yuan in the solar system. Otherwise, upon witnessing the current scene, she would have realized what was happening. But now all she had was confusion. "Then I'll give it a try." Ye opened Chen Yuan's memory vault. "This password is merely a key, and the key corresponds to the lock I created. Without that lock, entering the key is equivalent to nothing. A normal person would not react at all. This password is only useful to the consciousness that possesses that thing." She entered the password. Upon entering the password, a blue aura emanated from Chen Yuan's body. Seeing this, Ye was momentarily stunned, her disbelief evident as she gazed at the scene before her. A blue particle detached from Chen Yuan's body. She stared at the blue particle before her. Ye's eyes reflected the blue light emitted by the particle, her small mouth slightly agape, revealing a look of disbelief and wonder. She lifted her face to look at Chen Yuan. Instead, he smiled and said, "Just as I guessed. It truly is you." He looked at Ye and said with a smile, "You are the one who shaped who I am now." As he spoke, he raised his hand and slowly embraced Ye. Ye was momentarily taken aback. Feeling the warmth of Chen Yuan's embrace, her eyes trembled slightly as she slowly closed them. What exactly is going on? Hearing Ye's words, Chen Yuan looked at the floating blue particle before him and said, "In six-dimensional space, every moment in time can overlap with another. To put it simply, the future version of you and me sharing the same thoughts as the present you and me entrusted the celestial devouring system you invented to my past self. And that led me to meet you." Ye slowly adjusted her emotions, revealing a smile. "So should we thank ourselves?" Chen Yuan chuckled. "I'm not interested in thanking myself. I don't feel the need for that." He glanced at Ye and said with a smile, "If I must express gratitude, then I should thank you." "And then I must thank you," Ye said playfully. "Without you there would be no me," Chen Yuan said. "Without you there would be no me either," Ye replied. They exchanged glances and shared a smile. The celestial devouring system was once again absorbed back into Chen Yuan's body as he left with Ye. "Actually, I've always been worried. Who gave me this celestial devouring system? What was the intention of the one who provided me with this system? Were they acting with good intentions or malice? Or did that person just see me as a guinea pig for research? Moreover, I thought that the one who could study such things must be from a highly advanced civilization. Certainly one I couldn't contend with. I have always been filled with fear, dreading that person might suddenly appear and become my enemy. Then everything would be over. I never expected that the one who invented the celestial devouring system would actually be you. Did you expect that?" "Actually, I didn't expect it either. I always thought the abilities you gained from the celestial devouring system were something that transcended the laws. I nearly considered that thing to be divine. Indeed, when we fail to understand that technology, we tend to regard it as a divine power. Only when we master that technology can we realize that it is merely a form of technology. Of course, none of this is important. While speaking, Qin Yuan and Ye had already returned home. Ye looked at Qin Yuan, who was facing her, as she stepped closer, arms wrapped around his neck. She gazed into his eyes, her sapphire-like pupils shimmering with a unique brilliance, and said, "To me you are the meaning of my life." Qin Yuan looked at Ya's mischievous smile. He helplessly raised his hand, holding hers, and said with a smile, "You were once the emperor of the former heavenly empire, now the queen of the justice civilization, the creator of this universe. If others saw you in such a loving moment, their eyes would surely pop out." Ye playfully replied, "Isn't that your fault? If you weren't here, I wouldn't be like this. But the problem is you are right here." With her statement, Qin Yuan had nothing more to say. He picked Ye up in his arms and carried her towards the bedroom. Ye looked at Qin Yuan, her clear eyes filled with deep affection. It was unclear how much time had passed. Qin Yuan discovered an interesting individual in a civilization of tree people. Though referred to as tree people, they were actually plant beings resembling humans. These beings had limbs and facial features like humans, but were covered in structures resembling green leaves, their bodies of vibrant green adorned with patterns like chloroplasts. As for how this civilization was, Qin Yuan didn't hold much interest. What mattered to him was one individual among them. That individual was a tree girl. She possessed two personalities. According to Earth civilization, it would be termed dissociative identity disorder. Interestingly, these two personalities surfaced at different times, one in the morning and one at night. Though she was one person with two personalities, she lived as if she were two individuals. "Darling, what are you looking at?" A voice came from beside him. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Yuan turned to look at Ye. Ye had a pair of tall rabbit ears and wore a white shirt, looking at Qin Yuan with a playful smile. Qin Yuan shifted his gaze back to the tree girl in the three-dimensional scene and said, "I'm watching her." Ye paused, slightly glancing at the tree girl, and said, "What's so special about her? Am I not prettier?" She leaned closer, wrapping her arms around Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan coughed lightly and said, "All right, be good, don't be naughty." Ye responded with a playful, "Oh, what's wrong with her?" Qin Yuan explained, "She has dissociative identity disorder, with two personalities appearing in the morning and at night. It's not unusual." Ye remarked, "An individual consciousness can harbor countless consciousnesses, and these can adjust to form a unified consciousness." Qin Yuan was taken aback, looking at Ye. "You know?" Ye replied, "Of course." She looked at Qin Yuan and smiled. "If you praise me for being cute, I'll tell you more." Qin Yuan chuckled, saying, "All right, you are cute, the cutest of all in the universe." "That's just insincere," Ye said, rolling her eyes at him. "I'm not listening." She turned her back to him. Qin Yuan smiled wryly. He approached Ye, wrapping his arms around her waist, drawing her slender form into his embrace. Ya's lips curled up slightly. Qin Yuan kissed her cheek and said, "You truly are adorable." "All right," Ye laughed. "In fact, within a single consciousness, there are many consciousnesses. These consciousnesses manage various human emotions, desires, and so forth, and when these consciousnesses come together, they form a complete consciousness. Under normal circumstances, these consciousnesses adjust one another, creating a collective consciousness made up of many consciousnesses. Just like the consciousness between you and me. However, if the adjustment fails, part of the consciousness becomes uncontrollable, splitting into two or more consciousnesses. In fact, whether it is a highly intelligent life form or a human being, there are countless consciousness entities. Each consciousness entity possesses an independent personality akin to having numerous voices speaking within the brain. Moreover, each voice issues different commands. The human brain contains a total of 14 billion nerve cells, and anatomists have divided the brain into over 200 regions. The regions of the brain are as numerous as the celestial bodies in the sky. It is precisely because of the vastness of the human brain that countless consciousness entities arise. If a brain functions normally, these consciousness entities will collaborate to form a complete consciousness entity, which will govern the human being. However, if an accident occurs in the human brain and it loses its coordination ability, those uncoordinated consciousness entities will emerge, vying for dominance with the main consciousness entity. As a result, situations of dual personalities or even multiple personalities may arise. This explanation, however, is somewhat inadequate. Let's consider a simpler example. Many people might have had such an experience. When faced with a choice, or in the simplest case, when you see a news headline on your phone about a girl being bullied. At that moment, a certain emotion will arise within you, which is anger. You feel an urge to slap the perpetrator. Yet at the same time, another emotion arises. What does this have to do with me? Of course, this is the mindset of some individuals. Some have a stronger main consciousness and only feel anger, unable to perceive other emotions, while others, with a less potent main consciousness, may exhibit this contradictory situation. These two thoughts represent a contradiction. One is excitement while the other is indifference. Consequently, many different emotions and thoughts arise. Some thoughts you can perceive clearly, while others you may only sense slightly, but cannot grasp. This demonstrates that humans possess many different consciousnesses. In normal circumstances, the main consciousness coordinates the other consciousnesses, allowing the main consciousness to manifest. Let's take another example. Please turn off the phone in your hand. When you read this sentence, one consciousness directs you to do so. However, at the moment you wish to act, another consciousness negates your intention. The thought process of consciousness transpires in an instant. It is nearly impossible to measure in seconds, even surpassing a person's reaction speed. The speed of consciousness thought seems to transcend dimensions. Chen Yuan glanced at Ya and said, "Girl, do you think my current consciousness is still the same as before?" Upon hearing this, Ya looked at Chen Yuan, smiled, and slowly approached him, gazing into his eyes, saying, "Let's put it this way. People have many personalities. We can regard each of these personalities as a consciousness. For example, bravery, indifference, kindness, and cowardice. When the consciousness of bravery becomes stronger, the consciousness of cowardice diminishes. When the consciousness of indifference grows stronger, then kindness will shrink. A person can only choose a few of the more intense consciousnesses to form the main consciousness entity. Initially, a person may embody cowardice and kindness, but as time passes, cowardice may fade away, replaced by bravery. Kindness may also vanish, supplanted by indifference." You looked at Chen Yuan and said with a smile, "A change in personality does not mean that person is no longer themselves." You slowly leaned closer to Chen Yuan, resting her small head against his chest. "Regardless of which personality governs your consciousness, you are still my man. Only you are qualified to embrace me." Chen Yuan chuckled, slowly drawing Ya into his arms, gently stroking her hair. "Actually, I think your consciousness entity has changed as well." Chen Yuan said, "The old you was never this fond of being spoiled, this clingy." Chen Yuan laughed. You looked up at him, revealing a mischievous smile as she asked, "Do you like it?" Chen Yuan gazed at the exquisite face before him. He chuckled, leaning in to touch his forehead against. "Yes, I like it." "Then that's fine." You smiled and said, "The main consciousness entity can change depending on the person I face. When I'm with you, I'm just a woman who loves to act spoiled and clingy. When facing others, I can be an aloof queen instead." "Oh, is that so?" Chen Yuan laughed and said, "My queen." Upon hearing this, you shot Chen Yuan a glare. "Call me my queen." "Yes, my queen." You giggled, raising her small hand to poke Chen Yuan's nose, teasing. "You rascal." Chen Yuan held Ya's small hand and looked into her eyes. You gazed back at Chen Yuan, her sapphire-like eyes trembling slightly as she slowly closed her eyes and tilted her face upward. Looking at the face so close before him, Chen Yuan momentarily froze, cleared his throat, and said, "I'm going to take a walk in the plant civilization." As he spoke, he released Ya's waist. Yu was taken aback only to see Chen Yuan open a wormhole, his figure vanishing on the spot. Upon seeing this, a playful smile appeared on her face. Chen Yuan arrived at the plant civilization. He gazed at the lush green environment before him. Chen Yuan's brows slightly relaxed. "Who are you?" A voice came from behind. Chen Yuan turned around and saw a tree-like girl. The girl was petite, appearing to be around 1.4 meters tall. Her entire body displayed structures resembling chloroplast cells, with numerous plant cell-like grids covering her, emanating a greenish glow. Her eyes were green, akin to emeralds. Her hair was also green, cascading naturally behind her. Behind her, a long tail resembling a vine grew. It was daytime, and the personality she was currently using was Manla, a gentle and kind persona. Chen Yuan said, "My name is Chen Yuan." Manla looked at Chen Yuan, sizing him up, and softly said, "You are different from the people here. Where do you come from?" She seemed curious. Chen Yuan replied, "I come from a distant place not within your world. I am here to find you." "Find me?" Manla looked at Chen Yuan, a hint of doubt in her eyes. "Why?" Chen Yuan said, "I have a way to separate you from Hey Manla. Would you like that?" He wanted to conduct an experiment. To be honest, Chen Yuan had never separated a consciousness into two halves before, and he wanted to try it out. Upon hearing this, Manla said, "Hey Manla. Separate? What are you talking about? Hey Manla is my sister. You want me to separate from her? Why would I want to do that?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan immediately understood the situation. Manla and Hai Manla, these two consciousnesses exist independently. When Manla falls asleep, Hai Manla awakens. Manla has never seen Hai Manla in her life, but she is aware of her existence. People around her have told her about Hai Manla, and Hai Manla has even written letters to Manla claiming to be her sister. Manla's naive personality leads her to believe that Hai Manla is truly her sister. Currently, this trance civilization is in a primitive societal state. As for the dual personality, they do not consider it a disorder. They merely think of it as the sister and the younger sister being born into the same body. Due to Manla's gentle nature and Hai Manla's assertive character, Manla's parents view Hai Manla as the older sister and Manla as the younger sister. Thus, Manla struggles to understand what Chen Yuan means by separation. Chen Yuan looked at Manla and said, "Let me put it this way, do you want to see your sister?" Upon hearing this, Manla's eyes lit up as she replied, "Yes." Chen Yuan nodded slightly. "I have a way to let you see your sister, but I need you to cooperate with me. Are you willing?" Manla glanced at Chen Yuan, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I can cooperate, but will anything happen to my sister?" Her concern is for her sister, not herself. She is truly a kind and innocent girl. However, Chun Yuan already understood her character and gave it little thought. Of course, she won't have any problems. Chun Yuan dislikes forcing someone to do things unless that person is actively seeking their own demise. In the absence of someone seeking their own demise, Chun Yuan is always willing to communicate with others. He proceeds with actions only after obtaining their consent. Regarding the separation of consciousness, this is the first time Chun Yuan intends to do so, but he does not mind. If something goes wrong, he can always recreate a new consciousness using dark information. Manla's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light as she looked at Chun Yuan and said, "Then I am willing." Good. With Manla's agreement, Chun Yuan had nothing more to say. In a thought, Manla's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Her gentle expression turned cold and fierce. Manla stared at Chun Yuan, and upon seeing him, her brows furrowed sharply as she reached for her bow and arrow. The long arrow was drawn back on the bowstring, its tip aimed at Chun Yuan. "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan crossed his arms and looked at Manla. Her reaction was far greater than Manla's. It was filled with hostility. Clearly, Manla had already regarded Chun Yuan as an enemy. Chun Yuan said, "I come from a distant place, and my purpose is to find you." "Find me?" Manla frowned deeply. "What do you want from me?" "I don't know you. You are currently standing in the territory of the Lebu tribe. Leave immediately, or don't blame me for being rude." "Compared to Manla, you are quite unlikable," Chun Yuan said, unfurling his brows. Manla was taken aback. "Manla? Did you meet Manla? What did you do to Manla?" Watching Manla's expression change, it was clear that despite being two personas, Manla was concerned for Manla, and Manla was also concerned for Manla. Two personalities in one body, showing mutual care. This meant that both personalities had developed feelings for each other, sisterly affection perhaps. Truly interesting. Individuals with split personalities actually harbor such feelings for their other persona. Chun Yuan said, "Yes." "You." Manla grew furious, aiming the arrowhead at Chun Yuan's arm and releasing it. The long arrow shot forth, slicing through the air toward Chun Yuan's arm. Just as the arrow was about to strike Chun Yuan, it vanished into thin air. Manla was taken aback, furrowing her brows again as she knocked another arrow. However, the moment she touched it, the bow and arrow in her hand also disappeared into thin air. Chun Yuan extended his hand. He forcibly extracted a humanoid consciousness from Manla. This was a humanoid consciousness. Chun Yuan separated the part belonging to Manla from Manla. Manla's consciousness appeared, but to Chun Yuan's astonishment. Although these two are independent consciousnesses, they share certain functions. This means that if one consciousness is extracted, the other will become incomplete. "Let's make a copy." Chun Yuan casually gathered some dark energy and used it to replicate Manla's consciousness, thus completing Manla's consciousness. Chun Yuan used matter to replicate Manla's body. Then he placed both consciousnesses into two separate bodies. Manla and Manla stood facing each other. Both slowly opened their eyes. They looked at each other. Their gazes met. Manla's eyes trembled slightly as she parted her lips. "Sister Manla." Manla looked at Manla, her expression showing a hint of surprise. Manla raised her hand, examining her own hand, then turned to Chun Yuan. "What have you done?" Chun Yuan crossed his arms. "I conducted an experiment, but you don't need to worry, it won't cause you any harm." "Thank you." Manla looked at Chun Yuan with joy, expressing her gratitude. Manla was momentarily stunned as she glanced at Chun Yuan, and then at Manla. "Manla, why are you thanking him?" "What's going on?" Manla replied, "He just arrived here saying he would let me meet Sister Manla. I really wanted to see Sister Manla, so I agreed. And I ended up meeting Sister Manla. Oh, I never expected that. Sister Manla looks exactly like me." She smiled. "Truly, she seems like my sister. Not just seems like, she is exactly the same. It's just that Manla has a more aloof aura. Even if their appearances are identical, the differing auras make them appear somewhat different." Manla looked at Manla, took a deep breath, and then looked at Chun Yuan, saying, "I misunderstood you. I thought you were a bad person. I'm sorry." She slightly lowered her head and offered an apology gesture to Chun Yuan. Chun Yuan looked at Manla and turned to leave. A wormhole appeared, and he entered it to depart. "You're back." He glanced at the returning Chun Yuan. Chun Yuan replied, "I discovered that the two personalities share part of their consciousness." "Yes, that's how it is." You smiled. "The consciousness in one head is intertwined. Losing coordination means certain consciousnesses take the lead, not that the uncoordinated consciousness will take the lead and become an independent persona. And that doesn't mean you can just cut them out." Chun Yuan nodded as he watched the scene ahead. In the image, Manla and Manla were chatting. Manla's cold face bore a hint of a smile. It was evident that the two were quite happy. Two personalities in one body can actually become friends. How interesting. To become one's own friend. In general, it is impossible for personalities to become friends with each other. They cannot even perceive each other's existence. It's only through their parents or letters that they can communicate, ultimately realizing they have an older sister or a younger sister and developing a sisterly bond in the process. This leads to the current situation, which is indeed very special. Some personalities may become aware of another personality, realizing that the other is vying for control of their body, leading to conflicts and even fatal outcomes. The minds of advanced intelligent beings are indeed mysterious. Chen Yuan looked at Ye, who was leaning against the railing, her big eyes gazing at him with a mischievous smile. He affectionately raised his hand and playfully pinched Ya's small nose. Ye adorably wrinkled her nose, and then smiled, leaning closer to Chen Yuan, gently wrapping her arm around his, and said in a spoiled tone, "All right, enough of the research, it's getting late, we should sleep now." Chen Yuan glanced at Ye, who was looking at him with eager eyes. He smiled helplessly, looking at the sky. Indeed, it was getting late. The night sky was filled with stars. Chen Yuan held Ya's hand, leading her into the house. Once inside, he got into bed. As soon as he got on the bed, Ye snuggled up to him. Chen Yuan lay on the bed while Ye nestled against him like a little cat, eyes closed, resting her head on his arm, her slender body completely hidden in his embrace. A satisfied smile adorned her delicate face. Chen Yuan chuckled helplessly. "I really don't understand why you like this so much." He stroked Ya's soft silver hair. Ye replied with a slight smile, "Being by your side and feeling your presence is wonderful. I really enjoy this feeling. Perhaps it's because I am a woman that I prefer this." Ye lifted her face to look at Chen Yuan, saying, "You men always like to wander around." Chen Yuan was taken aback, smiling wryly as he lifted his hand and pinched Ya's small nose, making her adorably scrunch it up. "Don't pinch my nose, it might get damaged," she said. Chen Yuan chuckled. "Oh, you mischievous girl, we're just looking for something interesting to do. We can't always stay together. That wouldn't be good. What's wrong with that? You are my man and I am your woman. We should be together," Ye replied with a sly smile. Chen Yuan sighed. "All right, be good." He gently pulled Ye into his arms, saying, "Sleep now." She replied, and they lay together, not knowing how much time passed. On this day, Chen Yuan witnessed a forest fire caused by dry weather in a civilization. Observing the flames, Chen Yuan had a unique thought. Previously, he had read some novels, particularly those belonging to Western literature, which spoke of magic and similar concepts. People could control flames to attack. They referred to such attacks as magical attacks. Fire is essentially a form of matter. It exists in a high-temperature gaseous or plasma state. Everyone knows about high-temperature gases, and the plasma state refers to a condition where electrons within atoms escape the nucleus attraction at high temperatures, resulting in positively and negatively charged particles. The heat generated by matter comes from the kinetic energy of its molecules. Most molecules possess two types of energy: molecular kinetic energy and molecular potential energy. Temperature arises from molecular kinetic energy, which refers to the energy produced by the random motion of molecules, and that energy is heat. Chen Yuan raised his hand, holding a cube of matter. He controlled the molecules within the cube to move chaotically, colliding with other molecules. Under Chen Yuan's control, the speed of the disordered molecular motion increased. Whoosh! A fireball appeared in Chen Yuan's hand, slowly burning while suspended. The cube shrank as the flames emerged. This is the essence of fire. The magic in Western novels is a figment of imagination and does not exist. However, utilizing technological means, it may be possible to replicate those magics that do not exist. Interesting, Chen Yuan thought, looking at the fireball in his hand. He waved his hand. A fire dragon soared into the sky, and upon witnessing this scene, Chen Yuan's brows relaxed slightly. If we could turn the methods of material condensation and ignition into genes, people could fabricate flames out of thin air. That would be quite interesting. By the way, Chen Yuan said, "Does absolute zero exist anywhere in the universe?" "It does not exist," Ye replied. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback, looking at Ye. "It doesn't exist. If you mean outside the universe, then it exists, but within the universe it is impossible. So how do you plan to create a magical civilization?" Ye asked, curiously looking at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan replied, "Since it's a magical civilization, it must involve the use of magic. Those who use magic are called magicians, and they can harness the powers of nature such as fire, water, wind, earth, or even trees." The term magic originally referred to something incredible. When someone performs an act that evokes a sense of wonder and cannot be easily explained, it is considered magic. Thus, people began to refer to such incredible acts as magic. However, someone wrote stories that endowed the term magic with another meaning, leading to the profession of magician. In the stories, magicians can achieve many incredible feats. Chen Yuan said, "Therefore, I plan to create a civilization where everyone possesses these abilities. I intend to create a gene that incorporates technology within it, allowing them to harness these powers and become true magicians." Chen Yuan looked at Ye, smiling. "Isn't that interesting?" Ye's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she laughed. "That kind of world would indeed be quite fascinating. Currently, I know how to use fire by controlling matter with technology to gather it together." Chen Yuan raised his hand, saying, "Then I make the molecules within the matter move in a chaotic manner. When the speed of this chaotic motion increases to a certain degree, flames will appear." Whoosh! A flame erupted from the palm of Chen Yuan's hand, burning steadily. "With flames, I can manipulate these high-temperature materials to change their forms. For example, like this. The flame transformed into a fire dragon swirling around Chen Yuan under his control. Ya's eyes shimmered with wonder as she smiled. It looks quite beautiful. Chen Yuan nodded. As long as we codify the process into a program and implant it into the gene fragments, those who possess those gene fragments can use fire magic directly even if they don't understand the underlying principles. We just need to teach them the password to activate this program. You nodded slightly. So now that fire magic is sorted, what about the others? For instance, water magic. Chen Yuan said, water magic requires us to first obtain water. He opened his hand. Hydrogen and oxygen are all around in the air. Our genes possess the ability to control atoms, so controlling hydrogen and oxygen is naturally not difficult. By bringing the hydrogen and oxygen together and igniting them with flames, we can generate water. As he spoke, a water sphere appeared in Chen Yuan's hand. Water consists of 2 oxygen atoms and 1 hydrogen atom, and under normal circumstances, letting hydrogen and oxygen come into contact and then igniting them will yield water. Of course, we have another method. Chen Yuan said, we can directly control the oxygen and hydrogen atoms in the air, forcing them to combine and create water molecules. The oxygen and hydrogen atoms in the air were swiftly drawn over by Chen Yuan's ability, coalescing in the palm-sized water sphere. It gradually increased in size. In a short time, the water sphere that was originally the size of a fist had expanded to the size of a basketball. Chen Yuan then manipulated the water, transforming it into a water dragon that circled around him alongside the fire dragon. Just like with water magic, we only need to codify this process into a program that can automatically activate with an input password. Then those who possess this gene can use water magic. Chen Yuan looked at the water dragon. As for ice magic, that is relatively easy to achieve. We simply need to lower the kinetic energy of the water molecules during condensation, and the water will naturally transform into ice, thus becoming ice magic. As he finished speaking, the water dragon, circling around Chen Yuan, transformed into an ice dragon. Chen Yuan said, as for wind magic. Chen Yuan pondered. In stories I have read, one can compress the wind, turning it into a tangible force that can cause harm. The essence of wind is the movement of air. What is the essence of air? Simply put, when water is still, it is water. When it flows, it is running water. Air is the same. When air is still, it is air, and when it moves, it is wind. We refer to the movement of air as wind, not as flowing air. The essence of wind speed is the speed of air movement. The generation of wind is much simpler than that of fire and water. We just need to utilize our control over air molecules to make the air flow, and then wind will be produced. When we control air molecules to move at extremely high speeds, even invisible wind can generate destructive power. With a thought from Chen Yuan, a large tree nearby snapped in two. Boom! The tree fell to the ground. It broke in two because it was struck by air moving at terrifying speeds. The air with speed is wind. It was cut down by the wind. As for Earth, that doesn't need much explanation. Chen Yuan said, our current gene structure possesses the ability to control various atoms. Earth magic is essentially the ability to control soil. As long as one can control atoms, they can freely manipulate the soil. For plant magic, we can utilize the materials from the soil to create life, thus allowing for the transformation into plant magic. Hearing Chen Yuan's words, Ya's eyes sparkled as she smiled. That is indeed quite interesting. So let's do it then. Chen Yuan nodded. We will only provide those humans with the gene fragments for using magic, while other aspects such as their bodies will be modeled after ordinary people. Upon hearing this, you said, all right, let's choose a place to create those humans with magical genes. Sounds good. And so they did. Magic was created here by Chen Yuan. The essence of magic on Chen Yuan's side is technology. However, he utilized programming to embed certain steps into the gene fragments. Chen Yuan and Ye found a location and created a planet where humans could survive. Later, they produced 100,000 humans with this gene fragment and placed them on a planet. After completing all of this, Chen Yuan and Ye settled down in a place observing these newcomers with magical gene fragments like experimenters studying lab mice. Afterward, with nothing to do, Ye imitated other civilizations, creating races with gene fragments inspired by plant civilizations, and also created biological races resembling creatures with tails and ears. Time passed slowly. Chen Yuan and Ye would occasionally come by to take a look. However, as time passed, their visits became less frequent. A full 10,000 years had passed. With nothing to do, Chen Yuan and Ye wandered around this civilization together. Is this a magical weapon shop? Chen Yuan looked at the weapon store in front of him with a hint of curiosity. Ye turned to Chen Yuan and asked, shall we go in and take a look? Chen Yuan nodded, saying, let's have a look. As he spoke, he led Ye into the weapon shop and glanced around at the various weapons. The store was filled with cold weapons resembling those from the medieval times on Earth, with little distinction. However, something caught Chen Yuan's attention. It was a staff, but unlike any ordinary staff, the top was embedded with a lustrous gem. Can this thing be used as a weapon? Chen Yuan looked toward the shopkeeper and asked, what is this? The shopkeeper, a young girl, replied, "This is the staff of a third-tier magical beast, the Wind Wolf, embedded with the Wind Wolf's magic crystal. When wind mages use wind magic, they can harness the power of the magic crystal to enhance their spells." She smiled and added, "Are you interested, customer?" Magical beast. Magic crystal. As the creator, Qin Yuan was puzzled by these sudden appearances. He had read about magic in novels before and knew that magic crystals originated from magical beasts. But the problem was this world was created by him. He did not create magical beasts, nor did he create magic crystals. Yet according to the girl's words, there are magical beasts in this world, and magical crystals within them. Perhaps sensing Qin Yuan's confusion, Ye spoke up saying, "That was created by me." Qin Yuan was taken aback and looked at Ye. Ye smiled and explained, "I have also researched certain civilizations that imagine magical novels, and those novels included magical beasts and magic crystals, so I made some too. I created magical beasts with magical genes, and to enhance their abilities I established a storage system. The storage system actively collects surrounding materials and stores them. For instance, for magical beasts with water magic genes, I created a storage system that absorbs oxygen and hydrogen atoms from the air, placing it within the beast's mind, so when the beast releases water magic, it can directly acquire the necessary atoms from the system. And then humans can hunt magical beasts to obtain those magic crystals." She continued, "Magic crystals are storage tools for atoms, helping both magical beasts and humans to cast spells." Ye laughed and said, "Isn't it fun?" Qin Yuan smiled wryly and replied, "You are quite mischievous." The young girl listening to their conversation was momentarily taken aback. Qin Yuan shifted his gaze and set the magic staff down, noticing a sword displayed nearby. The hilt was also embedded with a magic crystal. Seeing this, Qin Yuan felt puzzled. While the existence of the magic staff was understandable, what did it mean for a sword to also have a magic crystal? Isn't magic supposed to be long-range? What does embedding it in a melee sword mean? Qin Yuan picked up the sword and looked at the girl, asking, "Shopkeeper, what kind of weapon is this? What is its use?" The girl snapped back to reality. Although she was filled with questions, her professional demeanor took over as she smiled and said, "This is an enchanted sword which can enhance the combat ability of a magic swordsman. It contains a fireball's magic crystal, which enhances the power of fire magic." Enchanted sword. Qin Yuan was somewhat confused. He inquired, "Aren't spells all long-range? What is a magic swordsman?" The girl was taken aback and looked at Qin Yuan strangely, asking, "You don't know what a magic swordsman is?" A magic swordsman is a swordsman who uses magic. Some swordsmen will infuse magic into their swords, for example, condensing flames on the blade to create a flame sword, significantly increasing their attack power. Or they can use wind to enhance their speed in close combat. Magic swordsmen primarily focus on swordsmanship, while also practicing magic, making them much stronger than pure magicians or pure swordsmen, though the training is quite arduous. Is that so? Qin Yuan was puzzled again. So pure swordsman. Is pure magic not viable? Is magic weaker than swordsmen? The girl looked even more confused, observing Qin Yuan curiously. She replied, "Not everyone can become a magician. One must have a magical talent to become a magician. Those without magical talent can only rely on honing pure swordsmanship to enhance their abilities." Qin Yuan was stunned and asked, "Magical talent? What's going on?" He furrowed his brows. Qin Yuan distinctly remembered that everyone he created had magical gene fragments, indicating that everyone should possess some form of magical talent. "I suspect that during the process of inheritance, some individuals lost their magical gene fragments," he said. Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback and looked at her. He continued, "Gene fragments can be inherited, but during the process, some may be lost. Some individuals may even experience degeneration, so it's likely that some people's gene fragments have regressed." Gene degeneration and fragment loss. This is a plausible scenario. "It seems that while we were away, this world underwent tremendous changes," Qin Yuan remarked. Upon hearing this, he smiled, saying, "I find these changes quite interesting." "Interesting? Why do you say that?" Qin Yuan looked at Ye. She replied, "If we were to remain aloof, controlling everything and having everything develop as we expected, it would be rather dull." Thinking of this, Qin Yuan pondered, "Randomness." "Yes, randomness," Ye agreed with a laugh. "Who wouldn't enjoy games with an element of randomness?" Qin Yuan chuckled, saying, "You have a point there." The young girl observed the two, filled with doubt, but she didn't voice her thoughts. What mainly caught her attention was the odd clothing and appearance of the two. Although their attire was unusual, the fabric was rare, and the woman was stunningly beautiful. Such individuals were certainly not ordinary. The girl had a good eye for people. However, she naturally wouldn't believe that Qin Yuan and Ye were some kind of deities just because she couldn't understand their conversation. She simply thought that Qin Yuan and Ye were a somewhat peculiar wealthy couple. Qin Yuan glanced around the weapon shop, contemplating. He wanted to know what kind of currency was used in this world now. The level of civilization can often be gauged by its form of currency. In primitive civilizations, there is no concept of currency, they rely on barter. Then comes material currency like copper coins and silver ingots. Barter material currency, paper money digital currency. However, even if he wanted to know, Chen Yuan couldn't directly ask. Chen Yuan also did not intend to directly read the other party's memories. So what should he do? Here's my proposal. Chen Yuan turned to the young woman and said, young lady, your shop sells wands and enchanted blades. Do you also purchase magic crystals? Young lady. A faint twitch tugged at the corner of her mouth. The man before her appeared no older than 18 or 19, nearly her own age, yet he had just addressed her so condescendingly. She composed herself and offered a polite smile. If you have them, and the price is reasonable, we would certainly acquire them. Chen Yuan replied, very well. Chen Yuan raised his hand. Hydrogen and oxygen atoms began converging in midair until a vivid azure sphere materialized within his palm. Perfectly spherical, about the size of a clenched fist, the object pulsed with latent energy, pure water essence forged from hydrogen and oxygen atoms. The young woman watched, her pupils trembling ever so slightly. Chen Yuan extended the crystal toward her and asked, would your shop accept a specimen like this? She examined the orb closely, her eyes wide with astonishment. It was undeniably a magic crystal. Yet, something was profoundly extraordinary. There are 3 traditional criteria for assessing a magic crystal's quality. First, its shape. The rounder it is, the denser and purer its magical resonance. Second, its hue. Water element crystals manifest in 3 primary shades, greenish, bluish, or azure, with azure denoting the highest grade. Third, its size. Larger crystals inherently contain greater reserves of magical energy, a self-evident principle. In practice, the largest commonly encountered crystals measure no more than 3 finger widths in diameter. Yet this one spanned the full breadth of a human fist. It was without question an unparalleled azure tier water element crystal. She steadied her breath and said, please wait a moment. I must summon my father for such an exceptional piece. Chen Yuan nodded. Go ahead. She hurried into the shop. Faintly, Chen Yuan heard her voice echo from within. Father, remarkable business has arrived. Remarkable business. Chen Yuan glanced idly at the crystal resting on the table, then folded his arms and met Ye's gaze. Their eyes locked in quiet understanding. Ye smiled. Amusing. Chen Yuan sighed faintly and lifted a finger to gently tap her nose. You little one. At that moment, footsteps echoed from inside, deep, heavy, urgent. A middle-aged man rushed out of the shop. Bare-chested, his torso rippled with thick, corded muscle. Sweat glistened on his dark, sun-baked skin, an unmistakable testament to relentless physical discipline. His gaze swept over Chen Yuan, and then fixed upon the azure sphere resting on the table. His eyes lit up instantly. He strode forward and seized the crystal with calloused hands, turning it over reverently. By the heavens, what an extraordinary water element crystal! Its purity, its sheer scale, a true paragon, nay, a sovereign among crystals. I've never laid eyes on one so immense in all my life. He looked up at Chen Yuan. Is this yours? Chen Yuan gave a quiet nod. The man beamed. I'll take it. How much gold coin do you require? Gold coin. So this world still relied on tangible currency. Given its medieval, pre-industrial aesthetic, cold steel, no gunpowder, it was hardly surprising. Chen Yuan replied, name your price. I'll accept whatever you offer. The man blinked, studying him curiously. Chen Yuan added, I'm unfamiliar with your market standards. Ah, I see. The man paused thoughtfully. Well then, crystals of this caliber typically fetch around 5,000 gold coins on the open market. However, my humble shop cannot presently liquidate 5,000 coins. Would this arrangement suffice? 600 coins up front, and you may select any weapon from my inventory as partial compensation. Once accumulated, they'll total 5,000. Does that suit you? Chen Yuan answered, simply agreed. The man's face brightened. Excellent. He produced a leather pouch and handed it over. Chen Yuan accepted it, opened the pouch, and withdrew a single coin, circular, solid, cast purely from refined gold. Unremarkable in every visible aspect. The man declared, now feel free to choose any weapon from my stock. Chen Yuan responded, no need. With that, he returned the coin to the pouch. No need. The shopkeeper froze, bewildered. Chen Yuan placed the pouch upon the table and turned to Ye. Let's step outside for a stroll. The shopkeeper stared dumbfounded at their retreating figures. Once beyond the threshold, Chen Yuan and Ye walked away, until a voice called out behind them. Chen Yuan turned. The shopkeeper had dashed after them, halting breathlessly before them. What on earth are you doing? You're refusing both the gold and the weapons, and yet you've given us the crystal. Why? His expression twisted with confusion and disbelief. Huh. The man stood utterly stupefied. Why? Truth be told, when Chen Yuan had readily accepted the 5 Ethisan coin valuation, the shopkeeper had harbored quiet doubts, suspecting forgery. But now seeing him reject both payment and reward, walking away with utter nonchalance, left him thoroughly baffled. Chen Yuan regarded him calmly. The reason is simple. I have no use for gold coin. I merely wish to observe what your world's currency looks like. My curiosity satisfied, nothing further remains to be done. Huh. The shopkeeper's bewilderment deepened. He could not fathom it. Chen Yuan rubbed his nose lightly. Fine. Since you're so perplexed, I'll show you. He raised his open palm. One by one gleaming gold coins manifested in midair, materializing effortlessly upon his hand, accumulating rapidly. Gold consisted solely of gold atoms, shaping them into coins required only precise atomic reconfiguration, a task simpler for Qin Yuan than drawing breath. Within moments his palm overflowed with coins. The shopkeeper staggered backward speechless. Passers-by halted, drawn irresistibly to the spectacle. Gold coins. Is that real gold? What sorcery is this? Coins cascaded onto the cobblestones in shimmering torrents as Qin Yuan released them from his grasp. Above the growing pile, new coins flowed forth like liquid light, spontaneous, ceaseless, building a gleaming mound that swelled higher with each passing second. The shopkeeper gaped, jaw slack with disbelief. Qin Yuan, noting the swelling crowd, met his gaze. Do you understand now? The shopkeeper stared, uncomprehending. Qin Yuan said these coins belong to all who witnessed them. Take what you wish. He turned to Ya. Shall we go? She smiled softly. Yes. And together they departed. Behind them the crowd surged forward, scrambling wildly over the golden heap. Qin Yuan did not look back. Gold, like diamonds, is merely a rare elemental substance. Yet once imbued with artificial meaning, its perceived worth inflates beyond reason. To labor desperately, even risk one's life for such transient symbolism, truly a profound folly. Qin Yuan and Ya arrived at a tavern where they found a place to sit down. They ordered some food, but of course Qin Yuan's purpose was not to eat. Qin Yuan and Ya's bodies had undergone extensive research during this time. They were no longer the so-called sixth-generation genetic bodies. Qin Yuan had lost count of how many times their bodies had been upgraded. He was also too lazy to keep track. Therefore, neither of them knew which generation of genetic bodies they were at. Once a body reached the third generation of the Heavenly Emperor civilization, there was no need to eat. Now Qin Yuan and Ya's bodies naturally needed no sustenance. Qin Yuan brought you here mainly out of boredom. He wanted to find something interesting to do. At the tavern one could gather intelligence and see firsthand what the people of this civilization were currently doing. Of course, Qin Yuan could also use technology to directly observe the development process of this civilization, but that would be rather uninteresting. While listening to the conversations of the patrons in the tavern, Qin Yuan suddenly felt a warmth on his arm. When he came to his senses, he noticed that Ye had stealthily moved closer, her arm brushing against his. She wore a flirtatious smile, lazily gazing at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan blinked and withdrew his gaze, saying the people of this civilization have more going on than those of ordinary civilizations. You replied. Qin Yuan glanced at her again. Ye rested her elbow on the table, crossed her legs, supported her chin with her hand, and stared at Qin Yuan with wide eyes, a smile on her face. Qin Yuan averted his gaze, deep in thought. Have you heard? The second son of the Li family, Li Fu, went into the forest yesterday with some people. He returned this morning, and wow, was his haul impressive. How impressive? Someone became intrigued. I heard that this time he returned with 5 wind wolf magic crystals, 3 flame tiger magic crystals, and some assorted other magic crystals. Way too many. Wow. Wind wolf magic crystals. The wind wolf uses wind magic and runs incredibly fast. The flame tiger is ferocious, and ordinary people can't handle it unless they've reached the level of a first-tier mage. Could it be that Li Fu has become a great mage? Of course. Li Fu's father is a great mage, and with the bloodline of a great mage, it's easy for him to become a first-tier mage. Through the gathered information, Qin Yuan discovered that the people of this civilization were all interested in hunting magical beasts for magic crystals. Inside this tavern, the discussions were all about magical crystals and related topics. How could this be? Ye casually laughed, saying this is not surprising. Magic crystals are a reservoir of material. The more material stored in the reservoir, the faster and more powerful the magic released by the mage. In other civilizations, factions often engage in military competitions, which essentially boil down to a contest of combat power. Such is the case in those civilizations, and this civilization is no exception. Magic crystals can make magic faster and more powerful, which essentially enhances military strength. Ye smiled, thus it is no wonder that many people pursue magical beasts. Qin Yuan looked at Ye. Her clear eyes remained fixed on him. Noticing his gaze, Ye smiled. Qin Yuan asked, why do you keep staring at me? Ye laughed, because you're handsome. Qin Yuan felt a bit helpless and withdrew his gaze. Dear. Ye leaned closer. Hearing this, Qin Yuan looked at Ye again. Upon closer inspection, he realized how close Ye had gotten. Their faces were just inches apart. Ye gazed into Qin Yuan's eyes, slowly leaning her face closer. Qin Yuan felt a gentle warmth on his lips. Ye pulled back slightly, looking at Qin Yuan's eyes with a playful smile. Qin Yuan smiled helplessly, saying, all right, stop being mischievous. After all these years, she still loved to engage in intimate acts. Ye lazily leaned against Qin Yuan, her small head resting on his shoulder, her little face beaming with a relaxed smile as she looked at Qin Yuan's demeanor. Ye had been with Qin Yuan for an extremely long time, and her feelings for him had never changed. She still loved him deeply, and from the moment she decided to follow him, Qin Yuan was all she saw. After such a long time, if it were an ordinary person, their love would have transformed into familial affection. Passion would have faded into dullness. But regardless of how time changed, Ya's feelings for Chen Yuan remained filled with love and passion. Unlike Chen Yuan, whose mindset had become as still as dead water since he transformed into a celestial being, showing no ripples of emotion. Only when Ya was by his side did her occasional unexpected actions evoke ripples in his heart. The ripples were small but lingered for a long time. Chen Yuan looked at Ya's lazy appearance, smiled, and gently wrapped his arm around her, giving her shoulder a light squeeze. Ya beamed. Chen Yuan looked at the people in this civilization and remarked, "This civilization is indeed, as I expected, completely different from others. Because of the integration of magical genes, the entire civilization has begun to develop around them, which is quite interesting. However, it still feels boring." Chen Yuan observed everything around him, feeling no trace of anything interesting. His mood remained as stagnant as a pool of dead water. "You said indeed it is." She lifted her face to look at Chen Yuan, who replied him. "You smiled. We could go to a parallel universe, create a civilization there, and then throw the ordinary versions of you and me from that parallel universe into this civilization to experience it. What do you think?" Chen Yuan blinked and replied, "That sounds somewhat interesting, but it seems that you in that parallel universe already possess extraordinary technological power, right? That's simple. We can use our technology to strip away the powers of my counterpart in that parallel world while simultaneously making another you from a different parallel universe stronger. Then we can throw the you and I from the parallel universe together and see if something amusing happens. How about that?" She looked at Chen Yuan with great interest. Hearing this, Chen Yuan pondered amusing things. "You smiled. It's just to see if the me from that parallel universe would fall in love with you, or if the you from that parallel universe would fall in love with me instead." Chen Yuan thought for a moment and said, "That does sound quite interesting. All right, let's do it this way." Great. It was too boring and there was nothing to do. It was just right for an experiment, using another version of myself and another ya from a parallel universe for the experiment. It should be quite interesting. As soon as it was said, it was done. Chen Yuan and ya traversed through the six-dimensional space back to 10,000 years ago, before Chen Yuan transformed into a planet. This six-dimensional space was utilized within this universe, but when the two crossed into the past, it effectively created another parallel universe. This parallel universe was no longer related to the one where Chen Yuan and ya resided. They first found a place to create a brand new planet capable of sustaining life, and then introduced various magical gene-infused creatures. After a development of 10,000 years, the humans on that planet established their own rules and civilization. Chen Yuan and ya each found their counterparts in this parallel universe. Ya restricted the genetic entity of her other self, turning her counterpart in the parallel universe into an ordinary person. Chen Yuan also found another version of himself who had created a body possessing second-generation genes with full magical attributes. Then Chen Yuan brought his counterpart from the parallel universe and ya into the realm of magical civilization. After completing these tasks, Chen Yuan and ya exchanged glances. Ya smiled and said, "That's enough." Chen Yuan crossed his arms and looked at the blue planet before him. He activated his super perception ability, observing the other version of himself and the other ya on that planet. The two of them were thrown into a cave by Chen Yuan. Now the other ya possessed scientific knowledge, but her body was that of an ordinary person, as she couldn't control matter and thus couldn't utilize her scientific abilities. In simple terms, the current ya was just an ordinary person with knowledge of science. The other Chen Yuan, however, was different. He possessed a second-generation genetic body which, compared to the current Chen Yuan, was naturally inferior and still required food and rest. But compared to ordinary people, his physical fitness was several tiers above, and he also possessed fragments of full magical genes, meaning he was quite powerful. Of course, the Chen Yuan from this parallel universe had no knowledge of this. He was unconsciously transformed by Chen Yuan. The Chen Yuan and ya on the planet were both with their eyes closed, sleeping their consciousness yet to recover. Not long after, Chen Yuan woke up first. Upon awakening, he looked around in confusion, turning his gaze towards the sleeping ya. Seeing this, the space ya instinctively looked at Chen Yuan and said, "Do you think the you from this parallel universe would do something strange to her while she sleeps?" Chen Yuan replied, "This is me from our universe. Although I am currently in another timeline, it is still me, and I know myself well. While I was indeed interested in the opposite sex back, then I would never take advantage of someone while they are asleep." With her arms crossed, ya smiled and said, "Let's see." The first awake Chen Yuan looked around the cave before turning to ya beside him. When he saw ya, his eyes brightened slightly, seemingly stunned by her beauty. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Yuan reached out his hand towards the sleeping ya. The space ya noticed this, her eyes gleaming slightly. She looked at Chen Yuan and said with a smile, "It seems that you weren't being honest back then." Chen Yuan heard this and felt a bit puzzled. Could it be? He pushed ya gently and said, "Wake up, wake up." It turned out he had no intention of doing anything. He simply wanted to wake up the unfamiliar girl before him. The sleeping ya slowly opened her eyes. At first she looked a bit dazed, but then she turned to Chen Yuan. Upon seeing him, you paused slightly and slowly sat up, looking at Qin Yuan and asking, "Who are you? What have you done to me?" Qin Yuan replied, "That's what I want to ask you. Who are you? Where is this? How did I end up here? What are you trying to do to me?" Yu was taken aback, furrowing her brow as she looked at Qin Yuan. It seemed she began to realize something as she raised her hand to examine it. "Is it gone?" Qin Yuan asked. "Gone? Gone what?" Yu glanced at Qin Yuan and replied nothing. She then got up and left. Watching Yu leave, Qin Yuan hurriedly followed. Yu turned back and asked, "Why are you following me?" Qin Yuan was taken aback and said, "You're a girl, and this is a deep forest. If I don't follow you, how can I protect you?" "I don't need your protection." Yu averted her gaze. Qin Yuan felt a bit awkward, but did not leave. Instead, he continued to follow Yu. The space Yu observed this scene and smiled. She looked at Qin Yuan and said, "How interesting. When I first met you, you found it annoying that I followed you. This time, however, it is I who find it annoying that you follow me." Qin Yuan crossed his arms and replied, "The time, place, and circumstances of our meeting are different, so the situation is also different." "Then why do you think he is following her?" Qin Yuan replied, "It's simple. He doesn't know what to do. In this unknown environment, he would feel anxious and fearful. Humans are inherently social animals, and their instinct is to follow someone they see, as there is safety in numbers. This is a self-protective ability etched into human genes." He nodded and said, "However, there may be some trouble ahead." "Trouble?" "Yes, after they leave the cave, they will enter a forest filled with magical gene creatures. That you is currently an ordinary person, and that you still don't realize your strength, thinking you're just an ordinary person. If those magical gene creatures attack them, it is likely to be very troublesome." Indeed, just as the space Yu was saying this, within the forest, a creature resembling a unicorn with a wolf-like body suddenly leaped out from the underbrush. It pounced fiercely towards the nearest Qin Yuan. Upon seeing this, Qin Yuan's expression changed drastically, and in a panic, he instinctively raised his hand, wanting to protect himself. In that instant, Qin Yuan's brain nearly ceased to think. At that moment, the unicorn wolf had already lunged at him. Seeing this, Yu moved, placing her body between Qin Yuan and the unicorn wolf. She waved her hand, trying to push the unicorn wolf away. If she had still possessed the power of her genetic body, she could have easily killed that unicorn wolf with a single strike. But unfortunately, she was now just an ordinary person, or rather just a frail girl. Trying to push away a unicorn wolf that stood as tall as an adult was simply impossible. As a result, Yu was knocked to the ground. She fell, wincing in pain. At that moment, the unicorn wolf's claws pressed down on her shoulder, its gaping mouth open wide as it lunged for Ya's throat. In a panic, Yu could only raise her arm, attempting to shield herself. Otherwise, she would be bitten to death. The unicorn wolf bit down on her arm. "Oh!" Yu let out a heart-rending scream. Her arm was crushed under the unicorn wolf's terrifying bite, strength, her bones fracturing. Beside her, Qin Yuan watched this unfold, his mind blank. A surge of intense fear and tension overwhelmed him, and his inner fear told him that he must run. He was just an ordinary person, and staying would surely lead to his death. But he had just seen that the unfamiliar girl before him had saved him, and now he watched as she was about to be killed by the unicorn wolf. Qin Yuan gritted his teeth and charged at the unicorn wolf, raising his fist. "Get away!" he yelled, throwing a punch at the unicorn wolf. At the same time, the unicorn wolf suddenly jerked its mouth, tearing off one of its arms. Qin Yuan's fist struck the unicorn wolf's head. Boom! With a loud crash, the unicorn wolf's head caved in. Its body flew over 10 meters, crashing into a distant tree. That tree, which was thick enough for 3 adults to hug, trembled from the impact. The unicorn wolf lay on the ground motionless. Qin Yuan stared at this scene, momentarily stunned, unable to believe what he saw in his hands. He didn't have time to think further. He looked at Yu beside him. One of her arms was gone, blood pouring out, her face as pale as paper. Suddenly, she slowly closed her eyes. She fainted. Qin Yuan looked at Yu, who was in a coma. "What should I do? What can I do? The bleeding must be stopped." Qin Yuan panicked. He took off his shirt and wrapped it around the wound where Ya's arm was severed. The blood quickly soaked through the fabric. In the void of space, Qin Yuan and Yu watched the scene before them. Qin Yuan said, "Did you just voluntarily save me back there?" "Why, oi?" Upon hearing this, Yu replied, "If I saw a stranger being killed by another creature in front of me, I wouldn't care. But if it were someone I had exchanged a few words with, it would make me uncomfortable. I assumed that me back then must have simply wanted to save you, mistakenly believing that I still possessed powerful genes, which is why I acted that way." Qin Yuan nodded, saying, "The cost is not small. Let's just keep watching for now." In the forest, Qin Yuan stopped Ya's bleeding and carried her back to the cave. Yu remained unconscious like this. Thus, Qin Yuan took on the task of caring for her. He relied on the survival knowledge he learned from television to find water. After a whole evening, he still couldn't find any. Starving and feeling dehydrated, he took a nap. The next day, he discovered a small stream and made a cup out of large leaves to bring water back for Yu. However, Yu was still in a coma and unable to drink. Looking at her, Qin Yuan glanced at the water, gritted his teeth, and swallowed some himself. Then he leaned close to her face and used his mouth to feed her the water. In the void of space, Chun Yuan felt a gaze upon him after witnessing this. Chun Yuan slightly turned his face to look at you. With hopeful eyes you said, "Darling, I want to drink water." Chun Yuan's mouth twitched as he replied, "Be good, don't fuss." "Darling," you clung to Chun Yuan's arm, shaking it, and acting cute. "You never fed me water like he did." Chun Yuan smiled wryly. When he first met you, she was already a 6th-generation gene body, not needing food or drink, let alone being fed water. She didn't even drink herself. "How about I feed you?" You looked at Chun Yuan with anticipation. Chun Yuan said, "All right, be good. Let's just wait and talk about it later." "Woo-woo." You puffed out her cheeks, looking unhappy. This girl was becoming more and more like a little girl. Chun Yuan chuckled. "Okay, I'll feed you." MMM. To appease her, Chun Yuan fulfilled her request. Inside the cave, after solving the water issue, he applied the outdoor survival knowledge from television to start a fire using friction. He collected firewood and other tools outside the cave and worked hard for a day, but couldn't start a fire. In the end, he crazily smashed the fire-starting tools on the ground and kicked them. Releasing his frustration, he eventually fell asleep on an empty stomach. The next day, he continued to try to start a fire. After expending great effort, he finally managed to light a fire by the evening of the second day. Once the fire was lit, he was exhausted. He once again fell asleep with his hungry body. It wasn't until the third day that Chun Yuan made a barbecue with the meat of a horned wolf. On that day, you woke up. She felt very weak, but wanted to get up. Chun Yuan comforted her, telling her to rest while he handled everything. You didn't say anything. She just quietly looked at Chun Yuan, accepting his arrangement. With only one arm left, and having lost a lot of blood, many things were inconvenient for her. Chun Yuan took complete care of her, feeding her water and food. As time passed, Ya's gaze towards Chun Yuan began to change slightly. They would chat and talk about their previous identities. "I remember before coming here I was sleeping, and then when I opened my eyes I was here. What about you?" Chun Yuan looked at Ya. You said, "I remember I was doing research, then I lost consciousness and woke up here just like you. It's a bit strange. My strength seems to have increased here, and my physical fitness is much better than before. Do you feel anything special?" Chun Yuan thought since he continued to change, this girl before him should have changed too. You looked at Chun Yuan and shook her head, saying, "I'm the same as before, nothing has changed." Here you lied to Chun Yuan. In the void of space, Chun Yuan was puzzled. Why is she lying? You said, "Before I met you, I was a warrior of the Celestial Empire civilization." To her, you were just a mortal, while she was like a goddess. The reason she lied was that she wanted to be the weaker one, wanting to be the weak one before your eyes. Chun Yuan said, "Do you want to be taken care of?" You gave Chun Yuan a sidelong glance. "You fool." Chun Yuan was slightly stunned. How did he become a fool? Inside the cave, Chun Yuan and you chatted, and then fell asleep. That night the weather seemed a bit cold. You lay on her side, looking at Chun Yuan beside her. Chun Yuan had his eyes closed, curled up, slightly frowning, clearly feeling a bit cold. There was some distance between them. You looked at Chun Yuan, then slowly got up, walked over to him, lay down, and rested her small head on Chun Yuan's chest. Chun Yuan was very tired and fell into a deep sleep, perhaps feeling the warmth. His brows relaxed. Upon seeing this in the void of space, Chun Yuan was stunned. Why? Was it really that casual? He didn't dare to voice this thought, fearing that you would get angry. You said, "I never expected that in another parallel universe, even if you hadn't turned into a planet, I would still fall in love with you." She looked at Chun Yuan and casually smiled. "There's no particular reason. At that time, I was under the torment of eternal life, contemplating death. At that moment you appeared and cared for me like this. It would be impossible not to be moved. So it was like this." After a night passed inside the cave, Chun Yuan slowly opened his eyes and saw Ya nestled in his arms. It seemed she also felt it, slowly opening her eyes and looking up at Chun Yuan. Their eyes met. Ya's stunning little face revealed a lazy smile. "You're awake." Chun Yuan didn't speak. He just gently stroked Ya's cheek with his hand and then leaned down. He kissed Ya. You was slightly taken aback, looking at Chun Yuan as she slowly closed her eyes. In the void of space, Chun Yuan fell into silence. "So romantic," you said with emotion, looking at Chun Yuan with great anticipation. Chun Yuan was lost in thought. How could it be like this? Suddenly he thought of something. It wasn't strange. At that time he hadn't turned into a celestial body. In other words, his feelings hadn't been weathered by time, and now he was just a normal man. When a beautiful girl willingly embraced him, it was natural that he couldn't resist. "Hubby," a voice came from beside him. Chun Yuan came to his senses and looked at Ya. She leaned closer, wrapping her arms around his neck, gazing at him with glistening eyes. Chun Yuan was speechless. This girl. Chun Yuan had no choice but to pick up Ya and find a planet. He established a room and stayed with her to rest for a while. While accompanying Ya as if on a honeymoon, he observed the parallel universe's self and another Ya. Within the realm of magical civilization, after that kiss, the relationship between another Chun Yuan and another Ya seemed to naturally evolve into a romantic one. Chun Yuan's mood improved significantly. He worked harder every day. After eating the meat of the horned wolf, he chose to hunt the surrounding beasts and gather wild fruits for food. When Chen Yuan planned to go out hunting, Chen Yuan stood at the cave entrance looking at you. He said, "Be careful in the cave by yourself. I won't be far away. If any danger arises, call for me, and I will return immediately. I left a fire inside the cave for you. Remember to add some wood. I've placed the wood inside. The flames can drive away beasts and provide you with protection. You mustn't get into trouble, understand?" As he spoke, Chen Yuan raised his hand and gently caressed Ya's cheek, feeling reluctant to part. Upon hearing this, Ya smiled, lifting her hand to cover Chen Yuan's hand, pressing it against her face. She closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of his palm, and said, "I won't be in any trouble." Unable to hold back, Chen Yuan stretched out his arms and tightly embraced Ya. Ya was slightly taken aback, feeling Chen Yuan's embrace. Her eyes trembled slightly as she slowly closed them, a smile appearing on her face. She raised her only arm and wrapped it around Chen Yuan. The two reluctantly said their goodbyes. Only then did Chen Yuan leave, turning back to glance after 5 steps. Under Ya's smiling gaze, he slowly disappeared into the forest. In an alien world, Chen Yuan was lying in bed watching this scene. He found it hard to believe that it was he who had created this. Chen Yuan glanced at Yu beside him. She was lying next to him, looking at Chen Yuan. Their eyes met. Yu smiled and slowly leaned closer, saying, "I never expected you to have such a clingy side. He is from a parallel universe, so he is somewhat different from me." He hasn't transformed into a celestial body and hasn't experienced so much space wandering, so his emotions are still very pure. Yu nestled in Chen Yuan's arms, gazing at him. Chen Yuan raised his hand to stroke Ya's hair, observing the other self and the other Yu in this scene. In the scene, Chen Yuan hunted creatures in the forest for food. Clearly, he did not dare to stray too far from Yu's location, so he searched in the nearby woods. Currently, Chen Yuan had realized that his body was different from before. Although he still felt nervous and uneasy when encountering magical beasts, he was more capable. However, the second-generation genetic body provided him with reaction speed, agility, and strength sufficient to handle these dangers. Chen Yuan killed a wild boar-like creature with his bare hands. Yet hunting that wild boar took him a whole day. By the time he returned with the boar, it was already evening. After bringing back the wild boar, Chen Yuan saw Yu waiting for him at the cave entrance. Seeing him return, Ya's eyes brightened slightly, and a smile appeared on her face. Chen Yuan was startled when he saw Ya. He hurriedly put down the wild boar and ran to her side, saying, "Why did you come out? Didn't I tell you to stay in the cave? There's a fire there to protect you. What are you doing out here? It's so dangerous. What if you catch a cold with the wind out here?" Yu was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, "Because outside I can see you the moment you return." Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He opened his mouth but didn't know how to respond. He slowly closed his mouth, reached out, and embraced Yu, kissing her. Watching the two in the scene, Chen Yuan said, "Is this guy the only way to express feelings?" You said, "I think it's quite good, very direct, and it conveys emotions well. Why don't we try it too?" As you spoke, Chen Yuan could feel her leaning closer. He responded, "Good." You glanced at Chen Yuan's profile, noticing his awkwardness. She smiled, raised her hand, and traced her finger across his cheek, saying, "You are really interesting." Chen Yuan scratched his nose, unsure of what you meant by interesting. Forget it, it didn't matter. He continued watching the two in the scene. Within the scene, after being intimate, Chen Yuan and Yu parted ways. Chen Yuan looked at Yu and said, "I was careless. From now on, I will also make a fire outside the cave. This way you can wait for me by the campfire when I return." Yu responded with an smiling. Chen Yuan said, "All right, it's chilly outside. You should return to the cave first while I prepare food." "Okay." Just like that, Chen Yuan maintained his food and water supply through hunting and gathering water from a nearby creek. Days passed by. Chen Yuan and Yu felt that staying in this wilderness every day was not good, so they decided to go out for a walk to see if they could find anyone. They planned to ensure they had food and water. With only one arm, Yu seriously made 2 water bladders from animal skins to hold water. After that, the two set off. Chen Yuan tightly held Ya's hand, fearing she would get lost. The two cautiously walked along the creek's edge. Along the way, they encountered many wild and magical beasts. Whenever they encountered such creatures, Chen Yuan immediately protected Yu behind him, shielding her from the attackers. Watching the scene before him, Chen Yuan pondered and said that Yu has lost her powers and become so weak, yet how can she still be so happy every day? He discovered that although the other Yu had become an ordinary person and lost an arm, whenever she saw Chen Yuan, a smile would appear on her face. Her eyes sparkled with joy. It seemed that becoming an ordinary person and losing an arm made her even happier. Beside her, Yu laughed and said, "Silly, who doesn't like being protected?" Although she had become an ordinary person and lost an arm, she was cherished by another Yu, pampered every day. How could she not be happy? "If it were me, I'd be happy too." Yu looked at Chen Yuan and smiled, saying, "What if I became an ordinary person and let you protect me? Would that be okay?" Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. He glanced at Yu beside him and said, "It would be easier for you to possess power than for me to protect you." Simply put, if she turned into an ordinary person, he would restore her to her current state. You puffed her cheeks, saying, really? Chen Yuan looked at you, leaned in, and touched his forehead to hers, saying, even if you aren't an ordinary person, haven't I always been protecting you? Upon hearing this, he was slightly taken aback and smiled, saying, that's true. But is the difference really that significant? Chen Yuan pondered. Despite not having transformed into a celestial body, not having experienced cosmic travels, and his emotions untouched by the eternal passage of time, he still placed such importance on love. As time passed, the two encountered humans. However, these humans were not good people. Hand over the magic crystal, and I can let you go. The speaker was a middle-aged man in a black robe, his face lined with wrinkles. 6 swordsmen, each wielding a long sword, had already surrounded Chen Yuan and Ya. The middle-aged man fixed his gaze on Chen Yuan, and Ya, saying, you two are quite lucky to have killed so many magical beasts. Fortunately, we followed the trail of their corpses and caught up with you at last. Hand over the magic crystal, and I can let you go. Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the middle-aged man holding a magic wand, and then at the swordsman beside him. He squeezed Ya's hand. This is what you want, right? Saying this, Chen Yuan tossed the bundle on his back onto the ground. The beast-skin bundle opened, revealing the magic crystals inside. Chen Yuan said, here you go. Can we leave now? The middle-aged man squinted slightly. Not bad, you have some sense. He turned to his men and said, let him go. The swordsman stepped aside to create a path. Chen Yuan held Ya's hand and walked towards the path. Wait a moment. Suddenly, the swordsman lifted his sword and blocked Chen Yuan's way. Chen Yuan was taken aback, looking at the middle-aged man who had spoken, asking, what do you mean? The middle-aged man chuckled, saying, I said that as long as you hand over the magic crystal, I would let you go, but I never said I would let her go. You can leave, but she stays. Chen Yuan's expression darkened slightly. What did you say? His fists clenched tightly. The middle-aged man casually remarked, my men haven't seen a woman in half a month. You know how men are, they can't do without women. Leave her, save your own life. Oh, I think it's worth it. No. Chen Yuan glared at the middle-aged man, saying, how dare you? He released Ya's hand and lunged at the middle-aged man with great speed. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted slightly. Suddenly, a sword swept towards Chen Yuan's face. Chen Yuan's pupils narrowed. He quickly bent backward, tilting his head just in time to narrowly evade the strike from the swordsman standing beside him. The swordsman lunged at Chen Yuan, swinging his long sword at him. Chen Yuan dodged repeatedly. Though he lacked experience battling humans, he had hunted countless magical beasts and wild animals to survive, and his body had adapted to combat. Dodging came naturally to him. Finding an opening, Chen Yuan delivered a punch directly to the opponent's throat. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the swordsman's body flew backward. His throat twisted. The man lay on the ground motionless. Observing this scene, Chen Yuan remarked, quite interesting. When ordinary people fight, they instinctively strike at the easiest targets. For instance, the face, abdomen, or shoulders. However, the face, abdomen, and shoulders cannot cause significant harm. There are many weak points in the human body. The most lethal point is the throat. A punch to the face or head with normal human strength cannot kill. But a strike to the throat could break the neck, resulting in immediate death. Chen Yuan's punch just now was meant to take the opponent's life. And he had clearly succeeded. After dealing with this, Chen Yuan turned to look at the middle-aged man who was about to make a move. If you don't want her to die, then stop. Chen Yuan was taken aback. He turned to see a sword pressed against Ya's neck, the blade tightly against her skin with a visible line of blood. Chen Yuan was stunned. Yeah, his mind went blank. The swordsman glared at Chen Yuan, saying, if you dare to move, she will die immediately. Chen Yuan's eyes glistened with tears. He clenched his fists but found himself powerless. Slowly he knelt down, saying, please don't kill her. Let her go. They'll give you anything you want, just don't kill her. Haha. The swordsman displayed mocking smiles. The middle-aged man also sneered, weren't you quite arrogant a moment ago? Now look at you. Clang. A sword was thrown beside Chen Yuan. The swordsman said, if you don't want to die, use this sword to cut off your own arm. Chen Yuan looked at the sword before him, trembling as he slowly reached out toward it. Chen Yuan. Suddenly you spoke up. Chen Yuan was startled, lifting his face to look at you. Ya's exquisite face bore a smile as she looked at Chen Yuan, saying, the happiest thing in my life is meeting you. No matter what, I don't want to be a burden to you. You must live well even without me. As she spoke, she leaned her neck forward and twisted it. The blade sank into her neck, slicing through her throat. You glanced at Chen Yuan, revealing a smile as her eyes slowly closed. Her body gradually fell. Thud. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yuan felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. His eyes widened, mouth agape, disbelief etched on his face. Yeah, this can't be, it's impossible. He felt regret. No, I can't. Impossible. Chen Yuan's pupils reddened, his voice grew frantic. What have you done? The middle-aged man stared at the scene in shock, looking at the swordsman. The swordsman, upon hearing this, looked at the woman lying on the ground, then at the blood on his blade, and said, I didn't kill her, she did it herself. The middle-aged man exclaimed, how can there be such a woman in this world? You all must die? Chen Yuan's voice trembled. Hearing this, the middle-aged man turned to Chen Yuan. Chun Yuan picked up the long sword from the ground, his pupils bloodshot, tears glistening, his gaze fierce like a beast. You all must die. Chun Yuan's voice boomed, producing sound waves that sent the leaves in the entire forest rustling. Chun Yuan charged at the swordsman, stained with blood. With one strike, the swordsman's body was cleaved in two. Blood sprayed everywhere. Chun Yuan lunged at the other swordsman, gritting his teeth, blood seeping from his gums. After slaying several more swordsmen, only the middle-aged man remained. The middle-aged man raised his magic wand, pointing it at Chun Yuan. Mother of the earth, heed my call, arise. Sword of the earth. Soil gathered before him, forming a sword. Chun Yuan, wielding the bloodstained sword, charged at the middle-aged man. The sharp sword, composed of earth's atoms, stabbed toward Chun Yuan. Chun Yuan did not evade. The sharp sword pierced through his body. He disregarded it and closed in on the middle-aged man. Realizing he had entered Chun Yuan's attack range, the middle-aged man's face turned pale. Madman. He panicked and took a step back. Chun Yuan swung his sword. The middle-aged man's body was split in half from head to toe. Blood sprayed everywhere. Chun Yuan glanced around at the disfigured corpses and released the long sword from his grip. Clang. The long sword fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Chun Yuan, cradling his broken body, walked to Ya's side. He stared blankly at Ya's corpse, lifting his hand to rest on her cheek. Chun Yuan recalled the moments he shared with Ya, tears streaming down his face as he slowly embraced her body. Whoa, he sobbed. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the forest. Chun Yuan cried out loudly. Watching this scene, Chun Yuan sighed helplessly. As a second-generation gene body, although possessing greater strength and some self-healing abilities, if you continue like this, you are basically doomed. This is too fast. You are forcing me to take action. Forget it, Chun Yuan said. Let me help you this once. Suddenly, Chun Yuan felt an emptiness in his embrace. He was momentarily stunned, and when he regained his senses, he found that Ya had vanished into thin air. What is happening? At that moment, something began to gather under Chun Yuan's gaze. Bones, nerves, muscles, blood, skin were slowly being reconstructed. Ya's body reappeared before Chun Yuan. Seeing Ya in front of him, Chun Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his body. The sharp earth sword that had pierced through his chest disappeared, leaving behind a hole. Something was coalescing, reconstructing bones, flesh, and nerves inside the hole. Chun Yuan's body returned to its original state, and at that moment, Ya's body was also fully formed. As her body tilted downwards, Chun Yuan quickly reached out to catch her, preventing her from falling. He looked at Ya's face. Ya's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Chun Yuan. Their eyes met. Ya smiled at Chun Yuan, raising her hand to rest it on his face, saying, I didn't expect to see you again, it's wonderful. Chun Yuan's eyes lit up, a smile spreading across his face as he held Ya's hand. Yet his tears continued to flow uncontrollably. She was alive. He didn't know why, but she was alive, and that was enough. Chun Yuan kissed Ya, who had her eyes closed, her arms wrapped around his neck. After a long while, they separated. Ya looked at Chun Yuan's face, raised her small hand, and wiped away his tears, smiling. All right, stop crying, I'm fine. Chun Yuan held Ya's hand tightly, looking at her. He said, that's great, you're fine, it's truly wonderful. Looking at the scene before him, Chun Yuan rarely showed a smile. Ya glanced at the two figures in the scene and turned to Chun Yuan. Seeing the smile on Chun Yuan's face, she also smiled and said, you smiled. Chun Yuan was slightly stunned and turned to Ya, asking, did I smile? Is that strange? Chun Yuan replied, I often smile. Ya said, where is the frequent part? The smiles before were too perfunctory. Human emotions at the beginning are like uneven, rough stones. They are very individualistic, but over time emotions tend to be smooth like rough stones tossed into a river, the edges gradually worn down by the flow named time. In the end, the rough stone becomes quite rounded, just like a pebble. By that time, emotions become harder to emerge. And you? Ya raised her hand, playfully poking Chun Yuan's face with her finger, saying, you've spent too long alone, for a long time you've been solitary. You gradually got used to loneliness and your emotions have been worn down further. That pebble has been smoothed to the point where it is almost unrecognizable. I rarely see you smile, I mean a genuine smile. In this world, it seems nothing can make you laugh sincerely. Hearing this, Chun Yuan looked at Ya and smiled. You are mistaken. He raised his hand and gently stroked Ya's soft silver hair, saying, in this world, as long as you are here, I will definitely be able to smile. Ya smiled, nestled in Chun Yuan's embrace, saying, Besides me, I think everything else is just material to you, devoid of emotion. Chun Yuan smiled and said, just as you said, one must seek the meaning of existence, and my reason for existing might just be you. Ya smiled sweetly. She raised her face, gazing at the two figures in the scene above. Ya said they look very happy. Chun Yuan replied, In the scene, another Chun Yuan was intimately with another Ya. Chun Yuan glanced at Ya and said, your hands. Ya looked at her hands. Both of her hands were restored. Seeing this, Ya smiled. It seems someone doesn't want us to die. Someone? Chun Yuan asked, who? Ya replied, who else? Of course it was the one who brought us here. Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback. As someone from modern Earth who had read many web novels, he felt that he was just caught up in the trend of transmigration. He had never thought that his and Yas' appearance here was orchestrated by someone else. Who has such power to move us from our world to here? Qin Yuan said. Yu was slightly taken aback looking at Qin Yuan. She said, as far as I know, there are quite a few such individuals. Qin Yuan looked at Yu asking, as far as you know. You said, I am not from the same world as you. I come from a civilization called the Celestial Emperor Civilization, which belongs to a higher civilization. Our technology can create new bodies and can also transfer a person's consciousness into another body. She looked at Qin Yuan saying, in that vast universe, there must be civilizations with technology more powerful than mine. Oh, it could be those individuals who did it. Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback. Why would they do this? What benefit is there in bringing us to this place? You looked at Qin Yuan smiling. I don't know about that. Qin Yuan couldn't understand either, nor did he want to think about it anymore. He stood up and said, if that's the case, I should thank them. Thank them? You looked at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan nodded, looking at you. Thank them for allowing me to meet you. And thank them for bringing you back to life. Upon hearing this, you smiled. Then I should also thank them. She stood up, looked at Qin Yuan, and said with a smile, thank them for allowing me to meet you. Qin Yuan smiled, extending his hand to you. You reached out her hand to him. Qin Yuan held Yas' small hand, leading her away together. The two walked for quite a while. Finally, they left the forest and arrived outside. They discovered a small town, inhabited by humans. In the scene, seeing this, Qin Yuan wanted to continue watching what they would plan to do next when a voice came from beside him. Dear. Qin Yuan came to his senses, looking at you beside him. You looked at Qin Yuan, her eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation. It's night. Oh, we should sleep. Qin Yuan blinked, smiling as he said, all right. Qin Yuan glanced at you beside him. She was sound asleep with her eyes closed. He recalled what you had said before. Emotions at the beginning were like stubborn stones, only to be shaped over time. Emotions are smoothed out by time. The older one gets, the more polished their emotions become, like pebbles that have been worn down. And Qin Yuan was even more so. The time he had endured was excessively long. If it weren't for you always being by his side, he would have likely forgotten that he was ever human, completely becoming an emotionless celestial body. Emotions come from the brain. The brain controls a person's feelings, memories, and so on. This means that if some details of the brain are altered, a person's emotions will change. If I change the part of my brain that stores emotions, will that also change my feelings? Qin Yuan withdrew his gaze and looked at the starry sky. If my emotions change, does the changed me still remain me? Qin Yuan closed his eyes. A person from birth to adulthood to old age. Throughout this process, one's personality and emotions are constantly influenced by the outside world and will change due to external impacts. If personality changes, and that person is no longer the same, it would be quite strange. Now another Qin Yuan, before he was thrown into the magical civilization, was still the Qin Yuan who had yet to become a celestial body. Qin Yuan could fully sense that this other Qin Yuan was different from himself. Because Qin Yuan's emotions had changed significantly over the passage of time. But he was still himself, still Qin Yuan. He would not change simply because his emotions had changed. Thus, if emotions change and personality changes, a person remains fundamentally the same. Qin Yuan slightly turned his face to glance at the sleeping Yu beside him. Frankly, although Yu had always accompanied him, Qin Yuan was certain that he had feelings for her. Yet he still felt that something was missing. Is it passion? Yes, it is passion. Qin Yuan seemed to lack passion for everything. He appeared indifferent to the world. Qin Yuan resembled a stagnant pool, calm and devoid of ripples. Only certain actions by Yu could slightly awaken the waters, creating a ripple. But that was only the extent of it. Qin Yuan looked at Yu beside him. Since I have nothing to do, let's change things up a bit. Qin Yuan closed his eyes. Changing his own emotions was a simple task for Qin Yuan. By merely altering the structure of his brain, he could change his emotions. However, all this time Qin Yuan had been accustomed to controlling his body purely with consciousness rather than using his brain to influence his emotions. In simple terms, Qin Yuan had always regarded his body as just a tool, never utilizing his brain. But this time Qin Yuan wanted to give it a try. He aimed to change his emotions through his brain and then gain emotions by altering his brain. He sought to transform that emotion which had been worn down to nearly invisible granules back into the sturdy feeling it once was. Qin Yuan deliberately heightened his feelings for Yu. His consciousness merged into his body, sinking into his brain, connecting with his brain. At that moment, this body was truly his own, not merely a tool. After resolving everything, Qin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Qin Yuan got out of bed, raised his hand, and looked at his own hand and body. His mood showed no fluctuation. It feels like there's no difference. No effect. Qin Yuan muttered. He instinctively glanced at Yu beside him. Upon seeing her, Qin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. A long-forgotten emotion surged within him. This feeling was strange. Yu wore a thin white shirt that clung to her figure. Her sleeping face was truly beautiful. Her skin was very fair, as if made of congealed fat. Her thin lips were delicate and youthful. It seemed she was having a good dream as the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. Though she slept with her eyes closed, she gave Chen Yuan a powerful sensation. So captivating. Chen Yuan found it hard to tear his gaze away. What is this feeling? Chen Yuan didn't know, but this sensation intrigued him. Desire. Chen Yuan felt a potent desire bubbling up from within. His heart beat steadily, and at times he even felt as if his heart had stopped. Yet at this moment, the accelerated heartbeat particularly captured Chen Yuan's attention. His blood was boiling. This feeling was wonderful. He was still alive. Chen Yuan had a fleeting illusion. The version of him that had lost emotions felt like a corpse. In that moment, he felt alive. Blood, heartbeat, emotions, love. Chen Yuan looked at his hand. To be alive, this is what it feels like to be alive. The old me was a walking corpse, merely a shell with consciousness. How interesting. Beside him, Ya's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a lazy, sleeping face, and turned to look at Chen Yuan. Seeing Chen Yuan gazing at her, Ya's eyes glimmered with a hint of light. She showed a lazy smile and asked, awake. Chen Yuan looked at Ya and suddenly broke into a smile. Upon seeing Chen Yuan's smile, Ya was slightly taken aback, her eyes filled with a trace of confusion. Chen Yuan unexpectedly leaned closer to Ya. Their faces were nearly touching. Ya blinked, saying, darling, what is this? The moment she saw Chen Yuan's smile, she sensed something was off. The man before her seemed somewhat different. Chen Yuan remained silent as he kissed Ya. Ya froze. Chen Yuan held Ya's hand, pressing it against the bedclothes. If a person loses their emotions, that person is no longer human. Are they a beast? Or merely a celestial body of stone? They can be anything, but should never be called human. When one possesses emotions, only then are they truly human. If a person falls in love with another, then the so-called love will arise. Love consists of many emotions leading to various phenomena. Physiological desire, simply put, is a strong impulse to procreate with the other person. Possessiveness, the desire to own everything about the other. This desire can lead to jealousy and other situations exhibiting exclusivity. In simple terms, if you fall in love with someone, just seeing that person of the opposite sex talking with your beloved, even if it's just a few words, can make you uncomfortable. At the same time, you will constantly worry about the other person. Just being unable to see them will make you restless, fearing something may have happened to them, leading to endless anxiety. Unique and irreplaceable, when love appears, the other person becomes a one-eo vacant existence in your eyes, while others of the opposite sex will seem as insignificant as weeds by the roadside, only she will shine. Besides this, there are many other phenomena. A month later. Alright, stop messing around. Ya's face was flushed, her big eyes glanced at Chen Yuan, somewhat coy and timid. Yet there was a smile on her face, filled with sweetness and happiness. Chen Yuan looked at Ya and smiled. Isn't this what you like? Ya rolled her eyes at Chen Yuan and said, but you can't keep coming like this. It's been a month and you're at it day and night. Her face was red, her little head resting on Chen Yuan's chest. Looking at Ya's timid appearance, Chen Yuan smiled. The previous Ya was like a mischievous kitten, always finding ways to tease Chen Yuan. But now she was like a tamed kitten. Chen Yuan held Ya's small wrist and lifted her hand, looking at her delicate fingers. Her hand was truly small. Ya was tall, but still shorter than Chen Yuan. Her hand was more slender than Chen Yuan's, appearing somewhat long and fair. Like a piece of art. Chen Yuan opened his palm, placing it against Ya's hand, saying, your hand is a whole circle smaller than mine. Upon hearing this, Ya replied, I'm a girl, you're a boy, of course there will be differences. Chen Yuan said, how come I never noticed before? You were always focused on other things, how could you pay attention to me? Ya said softly. Chen Yuan, upon hearing this, turned his face to look at Ya. Ya was looking at her hand, noticing the movement on this side. She turned her face to glance at Chen Yuan. Their eyes met. Chen Yuan smiled. It seems a month isn't enough to fully understand you. We can take more time, after all we have plenty of it now. As he spoke, he slightly turned to lean closer to Ya. Ya's face turned red. How can you understand someone like that? Her little head rested on Chen Yuan's chest. Chen Yuan laughed. That's a quicker way to understand. Didn't you like pretending to be a rabbit or a fox before? That felt quite interesting. How about trying again? I won't try that. Ya blushed and said, no way. Moi. Chen Yuan laughed. Didn't you used to like it? Who likes it? I don't like it at all. Stop messing around. Ya's face turned red. Chen Yuan said, actually, I don't know why, but I suddenly want to see you with rabbit ears and a rabbit tail, or fox ears and a fox tail would work too. He whispered in Ya's ear, come on, be good. Ya blushed. No. No. Stop messing around. It's been a month already. Be obedient. Chen Yuan gently coaxed. We have so much time, it's fine. Then I promise you with rabbit ears and a rabbit tail to make you happy. Just for today. Ya said coyly. Seeing Ya's expression, Chen Yuan smiled. All right. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. The next day, Ya woke up feeling weary. She saw Chen Yuan, who was looking at her with a smile, his eyes filled with possessiveness and affection. Today let's switch to a fox. Chen Yuan said with a smile. Ya was taken aback. What are you doing? We agreed on just one day. She puffed out her little cheeks. Chen Yuan looked at Ya somewhat puzzled. Do you have other things to do? Upon hearing this, you replied, nothing, it's just that we can't keep doing this, but it's not good. Her face slightly flushed. Although you enjoyed being with Chen Yuan, not leaving the bedroom for a month felt too indulgent. You had indeed wanted Chen Yuan to be more proactive, but now that he was too proactive, she found it overwhelming. Previously, Chen Yuan had promised her they'd only do it yesterday, and today, he would let her off. But he actually lied to her. This made you feel a bit wrong that this guy was deceiving her. Looking at Ya's puffed-up face, she looked unhappy. Chen Yuan smiled gently. Do you know? Upon hearing this, you lifted her face and looked at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan said, it wasn't until today that I realized how beautiful you are. Looking at the tenderness and love in Chen Yuan's eyes, you felt a sweetness in her heart. Chen Yuan tucked a few strands of messy hair away from her cheek and behind her ear, looking into her eyes. All this time I've been focusing my thoughts elsewhere and not accompanying you. This is my fault, so I want to spend more time with you. He looked at Ya and said, I don't know why, but now when I see you I can't help myself. Can I? Be my woman, let me know you completely. Ya's eyes glimmered. She looked at Chen Yuan. Hearing this, Ya's heart warmed. The feelings of grievance vanished, leaving only joy. She smiled. You thought it's rare for him to be so proactive, so I'll indulge him this time. The result was another month later. Ya slowly opened her eyes, and as usual she once again saw a handsome smiling face. Chen Yuan looked at Ya and smiled. Are you awake? Then shall we continue? Ya was taken aback and said no. She hurriedly hid her body in Chen Yuan's embrace. All right, stop messing around. Can you take me out for a walk? This time she chose to change the topic. They couldn't just stay here forever. Chen Yuan looked at Ya and pondered for a moment. Although he still felt a bit unsatisfied, it was indeed not good to stay here all the time. Let's go out and relax. When two people are together, an interesting phenomenon occurs. When one is proactive, the other tends to become passive. The simplest example is when two people live together. Both are clean people. However, if one person is always diligent in tidying up, the other will have nothing to do and will gradually become lazy. That lazy person will develop a habit. But if that person who hasn't yet developed laziness is placed in another environment with someone even lazier, they will become diligent due to their love for cleanliness. It's similar to the current situation. If two people are together and one is more proactive, the other will slowly become passive. When Chen Yuan was as cold as an ice block, you would be a bit more proactive. When Chen Yuan's desire for you made him very proactive, then you would become passive. You was clearly intimidated by Chen Yuan directly taking him out of the room. They arrived at the vast grassland of the planet. Looking at the lush green grassland before her, Chen Yuan glanced around, but his gaze unconsciously fell on Ya. At that moment, Chen Yuan recalled how you used to always stare at him. At that time, Chen Yuan couldn't understand why you had to keep staring at him, but now he understood. Because he couldn't help but focus his gaze on her, wanting to see what she was doing. Upon looking, he found that you was also looking at him. Their eyes met. Ya's face turned red as she quickly looked away, not daring to look at Chen Yuan. Seeing this, Chen Yuan smiled. If it were in the past, you would surely have provocatively flashed that teasing smile at Chen Yuan. But after those 2 months, she clearly seemed a bit intimidated. This contrast made Chen Yuan amused. Chen Yuan looked at you before him. You wore a white shirt paired with casual jeans, embodying the attire of a modern individual. You had previously researched the Earth civilization where Chen Yuan resided, and to pique his interest, she always dressed in the fashion of his era. It must be said she was stunning. Or rather, with her figure, grace, and beauty, she would look beautiful in anything. With her back to Chen Yuan, Ya opened a screen. Gazing at the screen, it displayed another Chen Yuan, Enya from a different world. She stood there back, turned to Chen Yuan, who was admiring her silhouette. The wind brushed against her thin shirt, clinging to her form. Her waist was slender, and her legs, molded by the fabric of her jeans, were long and straight, like finely crafted works of art. So beautiful. She tied her long silver hair up, revealing her fair, slender arms. You was fixated on the screen, unaware of Chen Yuan's gaze upon her. Chen Yuan's eyes grew warm. He stepped closer to Ya, extending his hand to embrace her waist, pulling her tall and slender figure into his arms. He leaned in and kissed her cheek. Ya felt her body soften, tilting her face slightly to look at Chen Yuan. What are you doing? She asked playfully. Chen Yuan smiled. What are you looking at so mesmerized? Ya shot him a glance, saying, of course I'm looking at another you and another me from this universe. Chen Yuan chuckled. What's so great about that? Am I not more appealing? The familiar words slipped from his lips, evoking a moment of surprise from him. He recalled what Ya had once told him. At that time, she had expressed similar sentiments. This indicated that her feelings back then were akin to his own. Ya shot him a glare, saying, shameless. Chen Yuan smiled wryly. This girl, her response seemed somewhat different from his own at that time. Is this the difference between male and female? Chen Yuan lifted his face, looking at the screen. Inside the screen, 2 months had already passed. In a parallel universe, another Chen Yuan and Ya had integrated into a small town. They had hunted magical crystals in the forest to exchange for gold coins, then bought a house in the town. They lived in that small town. The other Qin Yuan became aware of the existence of magic, and through the power granted by his magical genes, he successfully grasped magic. However, the other Yu remained an ordinary person. Although her hands had healed, she possessed no power. The money earned from the magical crystals they hunted was nearly spent. Qin Yuan re-entered the magical beast forest to hunt for magical crystals, securing their means of survival. Yu, not wanting to be a burden, chose to use the beast skins obtained from Qin Yuan's hunts to make leather and sell it. Thus, tailoring and hunting became their daily routine. Though ordinary, it was delightful to see the joy radiate from Ya's smile. Conversely, Qin Yuan appeared quite tired, yet upon returning home and seeing Ya, he could still smile. In the past, he would have found it difficult to understand what this meant. But now Qin Yuan understood. For this parallel universe's Qin Yuan, this parallel universe's Yu was everything to him. As long as he could return home and see her, he was happy. Everything was worth it. For this parallel universe's Ya, although she had lost her 6th-generation genetic body and became an ordinary person, she had gained what she desired. Eternal life brought endless loneliness and suffering. The existence of this parallel universe's Qin Yuan perfectly filled her solitude. However, it seemed Qin Yuan's performance was too impressive. Gradually, others sought to form teams with him. One person's strength was limited, and Qin Yuan needed experienced individuals to help hunt. Thus, Qin Yuan joined an adventure group specializing in hunting magical beasts. In this group, there were 2 young girls who clearly had a fondness for Qin Yuan. Outside the screen, Qin Yuan observed the 2 girls who had been actively courting the other Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan said, "Do you think he will end up with a harem like I did in our previous experiments?" Yu turned to look at Qin Yuan and replied, "I don't know. After all, this parallel universe's Yu is different from the current Yu." She averted her gaze. Hearing this, Qin Yuan laughed. "Are you really that lacking in confidence?" Yu casually remarked, "After all, in biology, males instinctively seek out other females to enhance their chances of passing on their genes. Besides, the civilization he belongs to doesn't have a monogamous system. If he were to start a harem, it wouldn't be surprising." Hearing this, Qin Yuan said, "Let's make a bet." "A bet?" Yu looked at Qin Yuan asking, "What kind of bet?" Qin Yuan smiled. "Let's bet on whether he will do something to betray the other Yu." "I bet he won't. If I win, for 100 years you have to obediently follow my orders, doing whatever I ask of you. How about that?" Upon hearing this, Yu became intrigued, smiling. "All right, I'll bet he will. If he does, then for 100 years you must listen to me." Qin Yuan chuckled. "It's a deal. It's a deal." Qin Yuan's confidence stemmed from the fact that the Qin Yuan before him was essentially his former self. He understood his own character. Although that self indeed had the common faults of a male, he was very honest. So honest that when a seductive girl lay beside him, he wouldn't do anything at all. As time passed one night, to hunt magical beasts, sometimes it was necessary to venture deep into the forest, leading the entire adventure group to spend the night there. A girl from the group approached the other Qin Yuan and confessed her feelings. "Qin Yuan, I like you," the girl said, blushing. Qin Yuan, who was eating roasted meat, paused, slightly glancing at the girl beside him. Observing this scene on the screen, Yu turned to Qin Yuan, smiling. "See." Qin Yuan replied with a smile, "It's not over yet, don't rush." Yu nodded and turned her gaze back to the screen. The Qin Yuan in the screen, upon hearing the girl's confession, looked at her. He wore an apologetic smile, saying, "I'm sorry, thank you for your kindness, but my partner is waiting for me at home." With that, he stood up and was about to leave. The girl was momentarily stunned, quickly rising to say, "I don't mind if you have other women." Qin Yuan paused slightly, taking a deep breath, and replied, "I'm sorry, but my heart can no longer accommodate anyone but her." With that, he walked away. Watching Qin Yuan's retreating figure, the girl was momentarily taken aback, frozen in place. Observing this scene, Yu was slightly stunned, turning to Qin Yuan, saying, "He actually rejected her. How can you be so sure he won't start a harem?" Qin Yuan looked at Yu and replied, "Because this parallel universe is modeled after my past. I know myself. He is not so casual about relationships." Yu bit her lip. Observing her demeanor, Qin Yuan chuckled. "All right, don't be upset. How about this? Tell me what you plan to make me do if you win. Perhaps I can consider it." Yu glanced at Qin Yuan, saying, "You've already won. Shouldn't it be you who speaks and me who listens?" Yu looked at Qin Yuan with curiosity. Qin Yuan smiled, extending his hand to gently embrace her waist, then gazed at her face. "The question is, I want to listen," Qin Yuan said. "If you win, what do you plan to make me do for 100 years? Hearing this, Yu looked at Qin Yuan and smiled. "If you want to know, I can tell you. If I win, I forbid you from touching me for 100 years. "My." At this, Qin Yuan was somewhat taken aback, asking, "Why? I remember you always wanted me to touch you before. Why would you make such a request now?" Yu looked at Qin Yuan, her face flushed, her small head resting against his chest, saying, "But it can't always be like that, right? You don't let me go every day." Qin Yuan chuckled. He smiled and said, "But you were looking forward to every night, so why are you scared now that I'm being proactive?" "Well, that was only every night, and you are more exaggerated than a beast during the breeding season." Ya's voice became somewhat weak. Her face turned even redder. She never expected that one day she would be somewhat afraid of Chen Yuan. To be precise, she felt both love and fear. Chen Yuan looked at you pondering for a moment. Since you don't like it, then fine. Chen Yuan said, actually I used to treat my body as a tool, never merging my consciousness with my mind. Therefore my body felt just like a stone to me, no different. Until recently, I adjusted the cells in my brain to enrich my emotions. And I don't know why, but when I see you I can't control myself, and just want to devour you bit by bit. Chen Yuan smiled, and said, but since you don't like it, then never mind. As long as I revert to how I was before separating my consciousness from my mind, I think I should become the way you used to like me. Hearing this, he was slightly taken aback. She raised her face and said, the way I used to like. Chen Yuan lovingly caressed Ya's face, looking into her clear and captivating eyes. He smiled and said, it was when my emotions weren't so rich, when I was cold to you. Back then I felt that everything in this world was composed of matter and that people were not fundamentally different from stones. Seeing anyone was like looking at stones by the roadside. Chen Yuan smiled and said, it feels completely different from now. But since you don't like it, then never mind. Chen Yuan smiled and said, I'll just return to how I was before. Yu was slightly stunned as she looked at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan slowly released Yu. Indeed, the current feelings were completely different from before. But if she didn't like it, reverting to the old self was also fine. After all, for Chen Yuan, gaining emotions was merely a fleeting whim. Whether or not he had them was inconsequential. Don't. Upon seeing Chen Yuan about to let her go, Yu suddenly nestled back into his embrace. Hearing her plea, Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback, looking at Yu in his arms. He gently embraced her, stroking her hair, saying, didn't you say you didn't want me to touch you? As long as I revert to how I was before, I promise I will never touch you again. Don't say that. Yu snuggled in tighter. You are you no matter what, I like you. I don't dislike you touching me. Hearing this, Chen Yuan looked at Yu, asking, then what about just now? I was just joking. Yu raised her face and softly said, I don't dislike you touching me, in fact I quite like it. It feels too depraved. Saying I won't let you touch me for 100 years was just a joke, I didn't really mean it. Hearing this, Chen Yuan looked at Ya's exquisite little face, smiling. How can that be considered depraved? Yu replied, isn't it? Back when we were together, a kiss or holding hands was enough. And during this time, you every day. Like this. How can that not be depraved? Almost not leaving the bedroom at all. Listening to Ya's neutral voice, Chen Yuan smiled. I don't know what's wrong either. Ever since I changed my emotions, whenever I see you, I just can't control myself. I think this is what they call the power of love. You are right, reproduction is indeed an animal instinct. When I see you, I don't want to control that instinct at all. Chen Yuan stroked Ya's soft hair, holding her tightly, saying, I don't want to control that impulse. It feels unbearable if I try to suppress it. At that point, I only had two choices. One is to indulge in it, and the other is to give up on my emotions. Actually, sometimes there can be such a scenario. When one person falls for another, not seeing them can be very torturous. A single word from the other person can linger in your mind. You will have thoughts about what the other person thinks of you, along with a strong impulse to hold them in your arms. Various emotions will hover in your mind. Sometimes for various reasons, some questions won't get a response from the other party. And those emotions and thoughts will linger in your mind. When emotions go unanswered, it can lead to a very torturous situation. Sometimes you might wish to erase all your feelings just to escape that emotional turmoil. Chen Yuan has a strong possessiveness towards you. Being rejected by the girl he loves feels unpleasant. Of course, for an ordinary person, even if it feels bad, they can just endure it. It's merely a bit frustrating. But for Chen Yuan, it's simple. He doesn't need to endure. He can directly erase this feeling. When Chen Yuan expressed his impulses towards her, you felt a warmth in her heart. An inexplicable emotion surged within her. She understood. To be honest, although Yu has lived for so long, don't be fooled by her always appearing like an older sister, seemingly rich in experience regarding emotional matters. In reality, she was merely experienced as an observer. When it came to practical operation, she was still a beginner. After hearing Chen Yuan's words, she understood. She realized why this man suddenly became like an insatiable beast. It turned out he had regained the emotions he had lost. Upon hearing his impulses towards her, she also understood that this was his feeling for her. In an instant, Yu felt happy. She lifted her face to look at Chen Yuan, her face slightly flushed, saying, no need to revert back. I quite like the current you. Chen Yuan was taken aback, replying, didn't you say that the current me is not good? You said, it's not that bad. Her face flushed. It seemed she remembered his shortcomings. Chen Yuan glanced at Yu, leaned closer to her ear, and said, if I don't revert back, how can I restrain my impulses towards Yu? Or should I just not restrain myself? Yu blushed and whispered, just hold on a little. Chen Yuan smiled, then pretended to be helpless, saying, but if that's the case, I will feel quite uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Yu hesitated slightly. Could it be? Yu had always been a woman, she had never experienced what it felt like to be a man. Regarding Chen Yuan's words, she was momentarily unsure if he was being genuine or not. Chen Yuan helplessly said, all right, then I'll hold on. Even if it's uncomfortable for you, I can only endure it. Don't. Upon hearing this, you felt a bit reluctant. Chen Yuan looked at Ya and asked him. Ya's little head leaned against Chen Yuan's chest, her face blushing. Although it feels so depraved, if you're uncomfortable then don't hold back. Yo is yours. I will listen to you. You replied to Chen Yuan in her uniquely gentle and neutral voice. However, after saying that, even she felt her face grow hotter. For a moment, you felt her cheeks warming up. Chen Yuan smiled as he held Ya in his embrace. Ya, blushing, looked up at Chen Yuan with her big eyes, which were still glistening with moisture. Chen Yuan chuckled. This is what you said. Ya's elongated voice came as her little head rested against Chen Yuan's chest. I said that. When had Ya ever had such experiences before? She was a pure warrior, and in matters of love, she had seen many breakups and reunions through her eyes, yet she had no experience in feelings. Just like sometimes, it wasn't consciousness controlling the body, but rather the body controlling consciousness. Certain hormones released by the body could cause the brain to react and generate specific emotions. These emotions can indeed dominate consciousness. With a little teasing from Chen Yuan, her brain had already heated up, leaving it completely blank. She was already unable to remain clear-headed. With Chen Yuan's coaxing, she was almost compliant to his every whim, hardly able to think too much. Human emotions begin as stubborn stones, and over time they are worn down by the passage of time. From the initial stubborn rock, they transform into smooth pebbles. However, the actual situation is quite different. Emotions as time passes will indeed be smoothed out. Yet at the same time, they can also be enhanced due to other stimuli, turning back from pebbles to stubborn stones. The reason Chen Yuan's feelings had remained unchanged was that he had never integrated his consciousness with his physical body. Simply put, he had always cast his feelings aside, so naturally there was no stimulation. But Yu was different. She had always used her feelings, yet until now there had been no stimuli around her, so she had gradually become calm. But now it was different. With a simple stimulus from Chen Yuan, emotions naturally filled her mind, allowing her to be swayed by her own feelings. Naturally, she could no longer remain clear-headed. The result of this was being taken advantage of by Chen Yuan. Whatever he did, she could only obediently cooperate. So comfortable. This was Chen Yuan's feeling. He had never felt this comfortable before. Before he transformed into a celestial body, he was just a worker going to work and coming home every day. After becoming a celestial body, he lost his feelings. He had only one thought, which was to devour and then uncover the secrets of this world. He cared for nothing else. The reason people feel satisfied is that they have things they desires. When what one desires is fulfilled, only then can they experience a sense of pleasure. If a person has no desires, then naturally there can be no talk of satisfying desires, much less obtaining true happiness. Regaining feelings allows human desires to influence one's thoughts. When desires are satisfied, one can reap joy. However, desires can sometimes be endless. Some people cannot find satisfaction because they have an insatiable desire, while others can control their desires, thus finding contentment. Currently, what Chen Yuan wanted was just one thing, Ya. And Ya was right beside him, or as long as Chen Yuan desired, he could have her. Thus Chen Yuan stayed by Ya's side, not knowing how much time had passed. That day, Chen Yuan lay on the bed, watching Ya beside him. Ya had her eyes closed, sleeping soundly like a little kitten. A satisfied smile graced her small face, though her fair cheeks still held a hint of a blush. Sunlight spilled over her silver hair shimmering with a faint glow, making her look exceptionally beautiful. After a while, Ya's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a lazy, sleeping face. She glanced at Chen Yuan. Their eyes met. She appeared a bit fatigued, seemingly lost in thought. Chen Yuan smiled, gently lifted, and tucked her hair behind her ears, saying, "Awake." You regained some energy. As she looked at Chen Yuan, her face slightly flushed, and slowly nestled into Chen Yuan's embrace, saying, "You bad egg." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan laughed. During this time, he had earned quite a few new nicknames, and this was one of them. Chen Yuan chuckled. "Why do you call me a bad egg? I remember you used to call me dear. Am I not lovable anymore? That was before. Now you are just a big bad egg." You blushed. You love to bully people so much. Chen Yuan laughed. "Is that so? But I think I can bully some more." "Bad egg." You blushed. "Okay, stop messing around. Today, can you accompany me out for a walk? I haven't been outside for a long time," you said in a charming tone to Chen Yuan. This little act of charm amused Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan laughed. "Is that so? I remember not long ago we only went out once 6 months ago. You remember? That was 6 months ago. You're simply a devil. You've locked me up for half a year." You blushed. "What do you take me for?" She complained, though the corners of her mouth were slightly lifted and her face was flushed. Seemingly shy yet pleased. It seemed somewhat different from her complaints. Chen Yuan smiled. "I treat you like a treasure." "All right." Yo insisted. "Let's go out for a walk. Stop being like this." Her face flushed. Chen Yuan smiled. "All right, I'll listen to you. Let's go out for a walk. Where shall we go?" He held Ya's small hand, looking at her hand, and then at her. He smiled and kissed her hair. Ya slowly closed her eyes, sweetly saying, "Anywhere is fine." Just can't stay in the bedroom all the time. She certainly couldn't continue to stay here. This man was simply a great beast. He was so depraved. The old him was like a block of ice. Now he was like a ball of fire igniting at a mere spark. Since Ye wished to leave the bedroom, they decided to step outside for a stroll. To Chen Yuan this posed no difficulty whatsoever. Ye rose from the bed, slipped on her shirt, and seated herself before the vanity mirror without a word. She began brushing her hair. Chen Yuan gazed at her slender, graceful back, and then drew near, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Ye watched him in the mirror, her reflection meeting his gaze. A soft blush bloomed across her cheeks, yet a gentle smile curved her lips. "I'm brushing my hair, don't tease me." Chen Yuan smiled in return and glanced at her reflection in the mirror. There in the glass stood a vision of exquisite beauty. He leaned closer, nuzzling his cheek gently against hers, deepening the flush upon her delicate face. Chen Yuan chuckled. "From now on, perhaps you should avoid wearing jeans." Startled, Ye turned slightly toward him in the mirror, her brow furrowing with quiet curiosity. "Then what should I wear?" Chen Yuan laughed outright, leaning in to whisper near her ear, "Jeans are simply too inconvenient." Her cheeks flared anew. She pivoted sideways and playfully swatted at him with a small clenched fist. Of course it was pure affectionate teasing, no force behind the gesture. With a light laugh, Chen Yuan swept his arm around her once more, drawing her firmly into his embrace. Trapped in his arms, Ye flushed deeply and murmured, "You grow bolder each day." Chen Yuan grinned. "Do I? I hardly think so. I find this perfectly natural." "Natural? Not in the least. I've lived many years and witnessed countless things, but never encountered a scoundrel quite as incorrigible as you." Her cheeks remained rosy as she spoke. It was indeed curious. Across so many civilizations, if Ye had ever observed them closely, she would surely have seen such behavior. Truly aberrant conduct abounded, yet she claimed never to have witnessed it. Only one explanation remained: Ye simply did not concern herself with matters concerning men. Chen Yuan laughed softly. "If you've never seen it, then behold, you see it now." Ye wriggled lightly in his hold. "Enough, let me go. I need to dress." "Not unless you promise," he teased. She tilted her head, shot him a mock-stern glance, her face radiant with crimson, and said nothing. After a moment's hesitation, she murmured, "All right." It was after all no great concession, and so wrapped in tender intimacy throughout the morning. They finally stepped outdoors, onto a vast emerald green grassland. Ye summoned a translucent projection. Within it appeared Chen Yuan and Ye from another parallel universe. In the image, the other Chen Yuan, perhaps just returned from a hunt, spotted the other Ye and lifted her effortlessly, carrying her toward the bed. What followed in the projection quickly grew inappropriate. Watching it unfold, Ye flushed deeply and abruptly shut off the display. Why turn it off?" Chen Yuan laughed, then studied her with amused fascination. Still blushing, Ye cast him a playful, exasperated look. "No wonder you're the same person. Even across universes, your mischief remains unchanged." Chen Yuan burst into hearty laughter, so much so that Ye's cheeks burned even brighter. "Terrible rascal," she whispered, turning slightly away to face the breeze, her back to him. For a moment, she seemed uncertain how to proceed. Chen Yuan watched her silhouette, her slender frame clad in a light shirt and a black pleated skirt, her long pale legs tapering gracefully downward. She wore small black leather shoes. Tall and elegant, her shirt clung delicately to her narrow waist, her shoulders were fine-boned and refined. Her neck was long and poised, her skin luminous as freshly set cream. Chen Yuan had always known Ye was beautiful, but since regaining his capacity for emotion, he realized her beauty transcended mere appearance. A single glance sent his blood surging, an irrepressible urge stirred within him, to hold, to cherish, to claim. He stepped forward. His hand reached out, encircling her slender waist, drawing her close against him. Ye stiffened. Her cheeks warmed, and she dared not turn to meet his eyes. "Don't tease." He lowered his face, slowly pressing a tender kiss to her cheek, deepening her blush further. Breathing in her subtle, singular fragrance, he lingered. "Don't tease," she whispered, turning fully into his arms. "Good man, please stop thinking only of such things, won't you?" Chen Yuan smiled. "Agreed, I'll stop." He studied the soft flush staining her cheeks, and found her all the more endearing. How strange. He had discovered something quietly fascinating. Once he had been composed, self-assured, and always the one to initiate, to provoke, to flirt with him. Now everything had shifted. His own ardor had left her breathless, flustered, undone. She responded with bashful delight, her coyness deepening with every advance he made. "So, what shall we do next?" he asked, voice warm and teasing. Ye paused, lifting her face to meet his gaze. As she reflected, she noticed something profoundly different from before. In times past, Chen Yuan had always sought out adventure, while she simply followed beside him, initiating flirtation, savoring the thrill of his polite refusals. This time, however, she had suggested a walk, and yet Chen Yuan showed no intention of pursuing anything else. His eyes, it seemed, remained fixed solely upon her. The realization warmed her heart. To be the sole focus of her beloved's attention filled her with quiet joy, yet you refused to surrender entirely to indulgence. She needed to shift the mood to steer their day toward something new. Meeting his gaze, she said, "It's been ages since we visited the magical civilization. Shall we go there today?" Chen Yuan smiled. "As you wish." Then with a playful glint in his eye, "But first, a kiss." Blushing, he leaned in slowly and brushed her lips against his cheek. Chen Yuan beamed. "Such a good girl." She gave him a mock scolding look. "I'm no child. Why do you treat me like one?" He laughed. "Aren't you truly?" She paused, studying him thoughtfully. He smiled warmly, drew her close again, and gently clasped her small hand in his. "Look at these tiny hands, so small, your frame, so delicate. Truly like a child's. But even so, what a lovely, captivating child. Gazing at you, I ache to devour you whole." Ya's face flared crimson. Enough. She remembered then. It was true. This man saw her as a child, doted upon, cherished, coaxed with tenderness. He even soothed her as one might soothe a child. Yet inexplicably, she surrendered completely to his care. A single murmur, a single kiss, and her thoughts dissolved into blissful emptiness. She could only yield to his whims. Yet she knew without doubt that his love was sincere. Still, Chen Yuan's restraint seemed increasingly fragile. You turned to face him, fully lifting her flushed face. "Let's save those things for tonight. Please, no more teasing now." Chen Yuan smiled gently. "Agreed. To love someone is to yearn instinctively, to protect, and to possess. To shield them from even the slightest harm, to spare them the tiniest hardship, and yet simultaneously to claim their heart, their presence, their very being. To soothe their anger, to cradle them like a child. Such feelings dwell in all hearts. But in reality, few ever succeed in treating another with such boundless childlike tenderness, because it demands a depth of devotion few can sustain." Chen Yuan, and yet entered the realm of magical civilization. Looking at the magical civilization before them, it had barely been a year or two since their last visit. Thus it seemed that there was hardly any change. Chen Yuan glanced at Yu beside him. Of course, for Chen Yuan, now Yu was the most important. As for everything else, it wasn't that significant. It was just that Yu wanted to come here, and Chen Yuan accompanied her to catch some fresh air and observe the development of this civilization. At that moment, a voice called out, "Look over there." Hearing the voice, Chen Yuan followed the direction Yu was pointing. There was a building that wasn't particularly strange. It was a weapon store selling various weapons, with a display of different kinds of weapons set out in front of the entrance. Some of these weapons particularly caught Chen Yuan's attention. "Is this a gun?" Chen Yuan picked up a handgun from the display. "Is it really a handgun?" It was just that this handgun was different from the ones Chen Yuan had seen before. It had a similar shape, but was black, feeling cold to the touch, and somewhat heavy. This weight was heavier than that of an ordinary handgun. Moreover, there was no magazine or chamber, but its shape was similar, and it had a trigger, making it look like a handgun. Additionally, there were other peculiar items on the display. Those items resembled firearms. "What gun?" "That's a magic cannon." A voice chimed in. Chen Yuan turned to see that it was a girl speaking. The girl examined Chen Yuan curiously and said with such strange clothes, "You must be from out of town, right? You don't even know what a magic cannon is." Chen Yuan exchanged glances with Ye. He replied to the girl, "We indeed come from afar. We just arrived here." "What is a magic cannon?" This was odd. This was clearly a magical civilization, so how could there be firearms? The girl showed a proud smile and said, "Since that's the case, let me explain it to you." She appeared cheerful, likely a hospitable person. She said with a smile, "A magic cannon contains a magic crystal. You can use magic on the magic cannon, and it will condense a magic bullet inside. When you pull the trigger, the magic bullet will be shot out." She picked up the magic cannon, aimed it at a direction, and pulled the trigger. Boom. Accompanied by a muffled sound, a tree not far away had a dent formed in its trunk with a small stone inside the dent. That was a small stone. Upon seeing this, Chen Yuan's heart stirred. That was magic. It was earth magic. With this, Chen Yuan understood. These were the new weapons developed. After acquiring the magical genes provided by Chen Yuan, they combined the magical genes with firearms to invent this magic cannon. By merging the power of magical genes with firearms, they could unleash tremendous destructive force. Impressive, right? The girl looked at Chen Yuan and proudly said, "This magic cannon was made by me." Hearing this, Chen Yuan nodded slightly. "It is quite impressive." He glanced at the other firearms on the table. This meant that this magical civilization, although having magical genes, was also developing technology. However, this technology primarily revolved around magical genes. With these firearms, it meant that this magical civilization would gradually evolve. This piqued Chen Yuan's interest. What else could this magical civilization research and develop? The girl, seeing Chen Yuan's praise, said with a smile, "So would you like to buy one?" Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback as he looked at the girl. She had helped him, should he return the favor? Thinking of this, Chen Yuan smiled at the girl and said, "I have something even better." The girl was startled. Something better? She furrowed her brows and said, "Are you saying you have weapons that are more powerful than those in my store?" "You're just boasting," the girl remarked. "I don't believe you." Chen Yuan chuckled. "If you don't believe me, let me show you." With that, he raised his hand, revealing a metal sphere. Seeing the metal sphere, the girl crossed her arms and said, "Isn't that just a ball? What's so impressive about it? Is it better than my magic cannon?" Chen Yuan replied, "A ball." He smiled, "Do you really think this is just a ball?" Saying this, he placed the metal sphere on the table. Once the metal sphere was placed on the table, it suddenly spread out like a liquid with life. The girl was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening. Chen Yuan glanced at the girl, then looked at Yu beside him. Yu was watching Chen Yuan with great interest. Chen Yuan turned, and their eyes met. Chen Yuan smiled at her. Ya's face flushed, and she shot Chen Yuan a glare before shifting her gaze back to the metal sphere. The sphere spread out, transforming into a metallic handgun. The girl stared wide-eyed. "What is this?" Chen Yuan picked up the handgun and aimed it at a distant tree, pulling the trigger. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, the bullet shot out, penetrating the thick trunk of a nearby tree. The girl's eyes sparkled. "Is this a magic cannon?" The girl looked at the handgun in Chen Yuan's hand. The metal sphere actually turned into a magic cannon. How fascinating. Chen Yuan chuckled. This thing can do more than just turn into a magic cannon. In fact, it transformed into a handgun, not a magic cannon. But Chen Yuan was too lazy to explain, feeling it was easier to just say it was a magic cannon. He placed the handgun back on the table. Under the girl's watchful gaze, the handgun transformed once more. It turned into a shape resembling a small person. This shape was like a female figure, but without facial features, merely a small figure made of metal. Once it appeared, it began to dance on the table. So amazing. The girl watched with her eyes glimmering with excitement. "How does this metal move?" She was filled with curiosity. Chen Yuan smiled and said, "This is a nanobot." Nanobot. The girl looked at Chen Yuan curiously. Chen Yuan explained, "Nano means small in our language, and a bot is a humanoid object made of metal that lacks consciousness but follows commands. Nanobots are tiny robots that can perform a variety of tasks due to their small size. If someone gets injured, these can be poured directly into the wound, and the nanobots will help repair the injury." Of course, even if Chen Yuan explained this to the girl, it wouldn't be of much use. She definitely wouldn't understand. The girl didn't comprehend, but it didn't hinder her appreciation of the object. The girl looked at Chen Yuan and said, "This thing is amazing. Can you sell it to me?" Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Hearing this, Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. This was interesting. The girl, being from the weapon store, was supposed to sell weapons, yet she wanted to buy from Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing Chen Yuan smile, the girl revealed a look of confusion. "What's wrong?" Chen Yuan chuckled. "It's nothing, I just find it amusing, nothing more." Upon hearing this, the girl said, "Amusing?" Chen Yuan replied, "You are selling weapons, and I am just a customer, yet you ask me how this item is sold. Isn't that quite interesting?" He glanced at the girl and smiled. The girl furrowed her brow. "Are you making fun of me?" I am not," Chen Yuan replied with a smile. "I just find it interesting." "Oh, I am not making fun of you." The girl looked at Chen Yuan, her brows slightly relaxing. "It doesn't matter if you do, your weapon is indeed quite unique." Nanorobots, the name is indeed peculiar. I've never heard of it before. The girl said, "Can this thing turn into a magical gun? Can it transform into other things?" She looked at Chen Yuan curiously. Chen Yuan said, "Well, it can transform into many things. For example, it can turn into an arm." As Chen Yuan's voice fell, those mini robots began to change. They slowly spread out. What was originally the size of a fist now gradually grew larger, transforming into a metal arm the size of an adult's limb. Seeing this, the girl's eyes sparkled with novelty. An arm. She looked at Chen Yuan, "But what use does such an arm have?" Chen Yuan crossed his arms and looked at the girl, saying with a smile, "Of course, it possesses the functionality of a normal arm. Simply put, if this is attached to the arm of someone who has lost it, that person will be able to operate this arm, effectively restoring their limb. The nanorobots can adjust their functions. Besides being able to heal others' injuries, they can also adjust themselves to mimic human cells. Whether it be bone cells or nerve cells, they can all be imitated. Therefore, transforming into an arm is essentially no different from a normal arm. When attached to the body, the arm made of nanorobots will connect with the wound of the severed limb, merging with nerve, bone, muscle, and other cells. One can obtain a new arm. Due to the unique nature of the nanorobots, the new arm, in terms of strength and functionality, is even more formidable than one's original arm. Of course, even if Chen Yuan explained this technological knowledge to the girl before him, she would not understand. After all, the civilization she belonged to was one of magic, and though it had some technology, its terminology was entirely different from Chen Yuan's. Upon hearing that the arm could function like a normal one, and even allow a severed limb to be restored, the girl's eyes lit up. She excitedly stepped forward, reaching out to grasp Chen Yuan's hand. Chen Yuan was taken aback. He looked at the girl. He noticed her excitement and asked, "What's wrong?" The girl said, "No matter what, I want you to sell me this thing, okay?" She looked at Chen Yuan and said, "My father needs that item." Her eyes glistened with tears as she gazed at him. Chen Yuan looked at her and asked, "Needs?" "Yes." The girl said, "My father is a blacksmith. Previously, he would go out searching for better stones, but during an accident, he lost his arm. Losing an arm as a blacksmith is a matter worse than death for him. After losing that arm, my father fell into despair He no longer forges iron and only knows how to drown himself in taverns, living a drunken and dreamless life, seeming as if he no longer wants to live. I want to help my father. The girl raised her face looking at Qin Yuan and said, I beg you. Looking at the girl's tear-filled eyes and her pleading expression, Qin Yuan observed her and smiled, saying, this item is quite expensive. The girl bit her lip. I know, but no matter how expensive it is, it cannot compare to my father's importance. Oh, but what does that have to do with me? Qin Yuan pondered for a moment, looking at her. Qin Yuan did not know her father, nor was he interested in knowing him. For Qin Yuan, someone he had not seen, no matter what, was none of his business. However, seeing the girl's despondent and pained expression and recalling the cheerful demeanor she had just shown, Qin Yuan thought for a moment and said, all right then. The arm transformed back into a metallic sphere. Qin Yuan reached out, holding the metal sphere and handing it to the girl. The girl was slightly taken aback. She lifted her face to look at Qin Yuan. Although unsure of what Qin Yuan intended to do, she instinctively reached out her hand to accept it. Qin Yuan smiled. It's a gift. As long as you place it at the site of your father's severed arm, it will transform into an arm, becoming your father's arm. Gift? The girl was stunned. She looked at Qin Yuan and said, such a precious item, how can it be given away? The girl said this won't do. She appeared somewhat anxious. She looked at the nano-robots and then back at Qin Yuan. She wanted it badly, but her moral constraints prevented her from accepting it so easily. Qin Yuan looked at the girl and said, this item is valuable to you, but to me it is useless. After saying this, Qin Yuan turned to Ya and said, let's go. Upon hearing this, Ya responded affirmatively and stepped forward to follow Qin Yuan. The girl stood there gazing at Qin Yuan and Ya's departing figures, her eyes glimmering. Qin Yuan was not lying. This nano-robot could be constructed by him with just a thought. Its rarity is comparable to the sand on the ground. For the girl in need of it, it is an extremely precious item, but for Qin Yuan, it is akin to waste. Qin Yuan did not know who the girl's father was, nor was he interested in knowing. He did not feel that the man's severed arm was any of his concern. However, the girl's cheerful and warm smile was something Qin Yuan had just witnessed. Since a single grain of sand could restore her smile, it was worth it. Benefactor. Suddenly a voice called out from behind. Qin Yuan paused slightly and turned back to look at the girl. The girl said, my name is Sally. What is your name, benefactor? Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback. He smiled and said, I am just a passerby who no need to know my name. He raised his hand and waved, walking away. Sally watched Qin Yuan's receding figure, her eyes shimmering, looking at the metal sphere in her hand. Qin Yuan and Ya had walked a distance away. Qin Yuan looked at Ya, who was gazing at him with great interest, a smile on her face. Qin Yuan grinned. What's wrong? Do I look handsome now? Ya laughed. I just find it interesting. I've never seen you actively help others before. After regaining your emotions, you seem a bit different from the old you. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan laughed. Haven't you already experienced my differences? You were begging just this morning, and now you seem much more spirited. Upon hearing this, Ya's face turned red, and she glared at Qin Yuan. Naughty boy. Unbeknownst to them, night had fallen. Qin Yuan, and you returned home. Do you want something to eat? A voice came. Something to eat. You smiled and said, let's have something to eat. Ever since they became the 6th generation of gene entities, Qin Yuan and Ya no longer needed to eat. Their bodies derived energy from various substances. Hearing Ya wanting to eat something felt somewhat strange to Qin Yuan. He looked at Ya and smiled. If you want to eat, then go ahead and get something to eat. Qin Yuan was indifferent. Qin Yuan sat at the dining table looking at the food laid out before him. He picked up the still and used utensils, enjoying the food. He pierced a juicy piece of meat with his fork, gazing at it. He brought it to his mouth, savoring the taste of the food. Qin Yuan was deep in thought. Ordinary organisms feel hungry after not eating for a while. What is the principle behind hunger? Qin Yuan raised his face and looked at Ya. Ya smiled. Ordinary people have different bodies than ours. They have stomachs, and when there is food in the stomach, they feel full. But when the stomach is empty, it contracts. At that time, the brain generates a hormone that tells us we are hungry. Qin Yuan relaxed his eyebrows slightly. So the feeling of hunger is actually the brain telling us. You replied. Regarding the feeling of hunger, someone conducted an experiment. The brain has many functions, and one area secretes fullness hormones. When a person eats and approaches fullness, that area secretes such hormones to inform the body that it is full. Some scientists conducted an experiment for this. They removed the area of a cat's brain that secretes fullness hormones. As a result, the cat kept eating. Even when its stomach was full of food, it continued to eat until it died from overeating. Because that cat did not feel full. Qin Yuan became interested. He looked at Ya and said, what about taste? People often say that there are sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty tastes, Qin Yuan said. But where does the taste come from? Ya said, taste has 5 types: sour, sweet, bitter, salty, and fresh. She smiled. Spicy, however, is not a taste. Spicy is merely a sensation of pain. If you eat something spicy, break it down, and apply it to a nerve area such as on your arm, you can still feel the same sensation. It's just that the sensation of pain mixed with the taste of food makes people mistakenly think that spiciness is a type of taste. You looked at Chun Yuan and smiled. As for the essence of sour, sweet, bitter, salty, and fresh, it is actually material. Their molecules interact with our sensory receptors, the taste buds, and then transmit to our brain, transforming into taste. In fact, all substances have taste, including gases like oxygen that we think have no flavor. You said, the reason we cannot detect those tastes is that our bodies have evolved and lost the ability to distinguish those flavors. Interesting, isn't it? You smiled. Is spiciness a sensation of pain? Chun Yuan smiled. That is indeed quite interesting. You said also sweetness. Everyone likes sweetness. The reason we like it is that sweetness represents sugar, and sugar is a source of energy for the body. Since the body needs it, our brain tends to favor the flavor of sweetness. It's not that we are born liking sweetness, but rather it's a feeling developed through evolution over a long period aimed at encouraging our bodies to seek out energy-rich foods. You looked at Chun Yuan and said, for bitterness, many people dislike it because most poisonous foods are bitter. She looked at Chun Yuan and smiled. Over time, as the human body evolved, there was initially no bitter taste, but the body evolved to develop the sense of bitterness to avoid such flavors. Chun Yuan nodded. So the emergence of taste is a result of evolution. There was once a time when there was no such thing as taste. You nodded slightly. At first there were no taste buds. Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan's heart stirred. Indeed, in the beginning, single-celled organisms had no taste buds. This means that taste is something that evolved to ensure the survival of the species, to avoid poisonous foods and to obtain high-energy foods. That's really interesting. Chun Yuan smiled. He looked at Ya and said, by this reasoning, then reproduction. Ya's face turned red and she shot Chun Yuan a glance, slightly turning away and not looking at him. Of course, continuity is very important. Without continuity, a species would perish, you said. To ensure the continuation of life and the passing of genes, reproduction is essential. Chun Yuan, upon hearing this, pondered. Is it really that important? Shouldn't we put in some effort? You turned her face, shot Chun Yuan a glance, her face slightly reddened. Effort for what? She withdrew her gaze. The reason for continuity is that ordinary people's body cells will eventually age and die, so they need to pass on their genes to continue. The continuation of genes equates to another form of eternal life. That way genes have time to gain experience and evolve. We have already achieved immortality, we are already eternal. If we wish, we can evolve our genes at any time. To us, continuity has no significant meaning and reproduction holds no purpose. Moreover, Ya's face slightly flushed. She turned her face to look at Chun Yuan and said, you bad guy don't plan on having children. Chun Yuan chuckled, smiling. After all, as you said, we possess eternal life, continuity holds no meaning. Why would we need children? He stood up and moved beside you, cradling her in his arms. Ya's face turned red. She looked up at Chun Yuan. No children, no reproduction, then why are you still so mischievous? Chun Yuan looked at Ya and smiled. Isn't this what you like? Who likes it? All right, that's what I like. Ya's small face rested against Chun Yuan's chest. Her eyes closed, her cheeks slightly flushed. You've become naughty. Though she said so, she made no resistance. Chun Yuan laid you down on the bed. He looked into her eyes. Their gazes met. Chun Yuan raised his hand, gently caressing her cheek. Ya's eyes trembled slightly as she looked into Chun Yuan's eyes. She bit her lower lip and slowly closed her eyes. Chun Yuan observed Ya's expression, smiled, leaned down, and kissed her. As time passed, it was unclear how long had gone by. 1 year, 2 years, or even 10. Chun Yuan had stopped keeping track of time. On that morning, Chun Yuan rose from his bed. He glanced at you beside him. You was sleeping soundly with her eyes closed, a picture of exquisite beauty. Chun Yuan's heart was filled with love. He lifted his hand and gently brushed Ya's hair. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Chun Yuan. Their gazes met. Ya smiled at Chun Yuan, raising her small hand to hold his, her eyes shimmering with affection. Chun Yuan smiled back, quietly watching her. He didn't speak. Observing Chun Yuan's reaction, Ya closed her eyes and slowly nestled into his embrace, whispering, have you noticed the changes in yourself? Chun Yuan paused. Slightly changes. Ya lifted her face, looking at Chun Yuan with great interest, and said with a smile, yes. Changes. What changes? Chun Yuan asked with a smile. You replied, if this were 5 years ago, the moment I got out of bed, you would definitely want to do something with me. But as time has gone by, you no longer think of those things. Hearing this, Chun Yuan was taken aback for a moment. He pondered for a bit. Indeed, when Chun Yuan first synchronized his consciousness with his brain, he was filled with impulse upon seeing Ya. But now, although he felt love when he saw Ya, those impulses had quietly faded away. In the past, he would always want to hold Ya in his arms every day, but now just looking at her was enough to suppress that impulse. So does that mean emotions have faded? Chun Yuan looked at Ya. Ya nodded, saying, I've mentioned before that human emotions are like uneven stones, rough and irregular. When something stimulates those emotions, they react intensely. However, as time goes by, the sensitivity of emotions to stimuli diminishes, and the emotional system, initially like a rugged stone, gradually becomes smooth like a pebble. This means that all emotions will lose their essence. You lifted her face, looking into Chun Yuan's eyes, smiling. This is why your consciousness was so impulsive when it first synchronized with your brain. So do you think it's better for me to be impulsive or to be like this now? Chun Yuan asked with a smile. Ya's cheeks flushed as she leaned her small head against Chun Yuan's chest, saying, I don't mind as long as it's you, anything is fine. Hearing this, Chun Yuan felt joyful. Chun Yuan thought for a moment and said, I think resetting emotions a bit would be better. Ya's face turned completely red as she looked up at Chun Yuan, saying, You bad guy. You're trying to torment me again. Huh. Chun Yuan laughed. Seeing him laugh, Ya playfully raised her hand and lightly punched his chest. Chun Yuan held Ya's hand, pulling her into his embrace. He stroked her silver hair while Ya slowly closed her eyes, resting against his chest. Chun Yuan said emotions should not be indifferent. A bit of passion makes things more interesting. If they grow cold, it becomes meaningless. An eternal life without a bit of passion, what's the point of that? So, from now on you'll have to work harder. Ya looked up, her big eyes gazing at Chun Yuan, saying, You're really bad. But what you said is indeed true. In an eternal life, emotions will gradually fade. No matter how strong a person's willpower is, over time, they will lose the passion they once had. If life loses its passion, then it's nothing more than a living corpse. She looked at Chun Yuan and said, I agree that we should rediscover our emotions. But, Chun Yuan looked at Ya and asked, But what? Ya looked at him with a mischievous smile. I still prefer the feeling of taking the initiative, but when you take the initiative, I feel like I have no ability to resist. Isn't that normal? In biology, it's the male that takes the initiative, Chun Yuan remarked. Ya closed her eyes, resting her small head against his chest. Whatever you say. Chun Yuan looked at the closed-eyed Ya. His interest piqued. He said, Ya. Ya softly responded with a gentle Chun Yuan said, Our current bodies don't need sleep, but if our bodies were like those of ordinary people, what would happen if an ordinary person didn't sleep? Upon hearing this, Ya slowly opened her eyes and replied, Death. Death, huh? Yes. Sleep has many functions. First, it can reduce energy loss. While a person is sleeping, the energy loss is at its lowest. At the same time, the body's energy synthesis level also enhances. The energy gained in the body is synthesized into storable energy like glycogen. And also, sleep promotes waste elimination. You said softly, when our brains are active, they produce metabolic byproducts, in other words, a pile of waste. When we sleep, those wastes are cleaned out. At this point, you looked at Chun Yuan and said, If those wastes aren't cleaned out, the brain will become sluggish. She smiled and said, Let me tell you something interesting. I'll explain it day by day. If an ordinary person doesn't sleep, after 24 hours without sleep, a person will be very excited and happy. It continued. Chun Yuan was stunned. 24 hours without sleep, and they can still be excited. At first there will be fatigue, but after that excitement will set in. The brain releases a hormone called dopamine. The reason we feel happy is due to the presence of dopamine. When we encounter joyful events, dopamine is released, allowing us to feel excited and happy. When our brain senses that the body is lacking sleep, it releases dopamine to compensate for the lack of sleep. That's why we feel very excited and happy. When there's an excess of dopamine, anything you see can easily make you happy. You looked at Chun Yuan, smiling. That's why you can be amused easily. Your sense of humor is quite low. Hearing this, Chun Yuan recalled his late-night experiences before reincarnating as a small asteroid. During those late nights, initially there would be some fatigue, but after a period the body would become excited and no longer feel tired. Is this due to dopamine? You rested her small head on Chun Yuan's arm softly, saying, Then as time passes, that feeling of excitement will gradually fade and a person's memory will start to weaken. As excitement gradually faded, a person's memory began to weaken and their reaction time increased, becoming somewhat sluggish. You nestled comfortably in Chun Yuan's embrace, sharing her knowledge about sleep. After 48 hours without sleep, a person's immune and judgment abilities would be impaired. You lifted her face, looking at Chun Yuan, and said, Then you will feel nauseous, and your hearing, vision, and touch will deteriorate, and your temper will worsen. The reason for this is that there are many areas in the human cerebral cortex. You know, hearing, vision, and touch are all connected to the brain. When the brain doesn't get rest, it starts to slack off. Chun Yuan responded with a sound of acknowledgement, and then if it reaches the third day, you will feel extremely fatigued with your body only thinking about sleep, unable to focus on anything else, and your memory will deteriorate further. What others said moments ago will be forgotten in the next second. It's just like being drunk. You continued, this is because your brain is filled with waste that hasn't been cleared away. At this point, you paused, looking at Chun Yuan with a smile, saying, The waste is the metabolic byproduct of the brain, and some of that residue can turn into toxins. Elderly humans can develop a condition known as Alzheimer's disease caused by those toxins. Chun Yuan held Ya's small hand, looking at her with keen interest, asking, What if I don't sleep for 4 days? If you don't sleep for 4 days, you will see many hallucinations. The people you see may appear distorted, and sounds will emerge from around you. You laughed and said in simple terms, everything in the world becomes strange. That's hallucination. Hallucinations don't necessarily require 5 days to occur. It depends on the individual's constitution. Some people may experience hallucinations after just 1 day without sleep. That's interesting. What about the 6th day? Chen Yuan looked at you laughing. You laughed, saying on the 6th day your language ability will nearly vanish, your speaking speed will slow down, and your speech will become unclear, almost devoid of logic. Your ability to act will also diminish because the brain cannot rest and the waste accumulates too much. It will no longer be able to coordinate your body. After that, you will experience a special situation. You rested her small head against Chen Yuan's chest, saying some cells in the brain will secretly sleep. This is called microsleep. You may not be asleep, but some cells will be for a short duration, only a few seconds. You smiled, saying you might think you're still awake, but some cells in your head are already asleep. This is the reason why you forget what you just said in the next moment. Is there anything else peculiar? Chen Yuan pondered for a moment and asked. For ordinary people, it's rare to endure such conditions for 10 days. By the 10th day, the body will exhibit all the symptoms I mentioned earlier. The heart rate will increase, and there will be a risk of sudden death at any moment. This is because the body does not get rest and remains in a prolonged state of stress. That state releases certain hormones, which can accelerate the heart rate and spike blood pressure. At that point, even a very healthy person could suddenly die. You turned to Chen Yuan with a smile, saying, of course, that's for ordinary people. Our bodies are different. Each of our cells possesses powerful capabilities. During operation, they consume energy, but automatically absorb external substances to replenish their energy. In simple terms, we live, consume automatically, and replenish naturally, requiring neither rest nor food. Of course, after all, our bodies are products of technology, but ordinary beings cannot function like us. You looked at Chen Yuan, leaned closer, and slowly closed her eyes. Chen Yuan pondered, if we talk about sleep, when do you think ordinary people should sleep each day? You replied, if it's us, we can naturally go without sleep forever. But for ordinary people undergoing evolution, the best time for sleep is at nightfall. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Nightfall? Yes, you affirmed. When it gets dark, that's the best time to sleep. Chen Yuan couldn't help but glance at you. Those civilizations that have invented light usually go to sleep much later. You smiled and said, from my perspective, that's a violation of the laws of nature. When organisms evolved from primitive to highly intelligent life, most had 2 types, those active during the day and those active at night. The humans you mentioned are daytime creatures. When they evolved into highly intelligent beings, they were active during the day and slept at night. Therefore, the genes for being active during the day and sleeping at night are embedded in their DNA. Engaging in activities at night using artificial light is essentially going against nature. You looked at Chen Yuan, displaying a playful smile. However, with the development of civilization, the human body will gradually adapt. Eventually, it will slowly acclimate, and the genes will evolve, allowing the body to adjust to the night. Of course, that kind of evolution and adaptation requires an incredibly long time, probably tens of thousands of years. Chen Yuan held Ya's small hand, laughing. All right, let's handle something serious now. Yu was taken aback, looking at Chen Yuan. Something serious? Chen Yuan laughed. It's the serious matter you've often looked forward to. Understanding the look in Chen Yuan's eyes, you blushed. Did you reset your feelings again? Chen Yuan laughed. No, it's just, you're too adorable. Ya's face turned red as she slowly hid her small face in Chen Yuan's embrace, saying, you're a bad guy. Chen Yuan gently stroked Ya's hair. Suddenly remembering something, he asked. Before I became a celestial body, had the people of Earth already undergone genetic evolution to adapt to night activities? Of course not. Genetic evolution takes a very long time. The Earth civilization you belonged to when you transformed into a celestial body had not yet reached that level. Oh, well then, let's get back to the serious matter. Rogue. Time passed gradually. The universe created by Chen Yuan and Yu once again began to expand, causing celestial bodies to gradually disappear. After the expansion ceased, the power of technology would be used to reconstruct the universe. Chen Yuan and Yu continued to accompany each other, living on together. Time passed, and Chen Yuan pondered the question, what is happiness? Upon hearing this, Yu looked at Chen Yuan and replied, are you talking about dopamine? The human brain secretes dopamine, which can stimulate the body, making one feel excited and happy. Yu gazed at Chen Yuan and smiled, saying that is the essence of happiness. Hearing this, Chen Yuan looked at Yu and asked, are you happy? Yu looked at Chen Yuan, revealing a smile. As long as I am by your side, I am happy. Chen Yuan slowly lay back on the bed, staring at the familiar ceiling. So if a person lacks dopamine, they cannot experience happiness. Yu gradually nestled into Chen Yuan's embrace. Chen Yuan stroked Ya's hair. This was the reason why he had not felt happiness since transforming into a celestial body. The secretion of dopamine comes from the brain, while Chen Yuan's consciousness was almost disconnected from it. Thus, he was unable to feel happiness. Only now, as his consciousness connected with the brain, could he experience joy. The desires of the body and the happiness produced were intertwined. This resulted in the current Chen Yuan. So what is true happiness? Is obtaining desires and achieving them considered happiness? Chen Yuan looked at the Ya in his arms. No, that's not right. If dopamine is the essence of happiness, then happiness is merely a form of physical stimulation. In other words, happiness itself has no inherent meaning. Satisfying desires results in happiness, and desires are the key that drives human action. If humans lack desires, if one has no appetite, they would not cultivate food or hunt for sustenance. If one had no reproductive desires, humanity would fail to propagate, leading to the extinction of the human race. In other words, desires are essential for human development. Driving people to satisfy desires and attain happiness is not a form of degradation, but rather a necessity for human evolution. You nodded, saying, however, human desires are endless. If left unchecked, they can lead to self-destruction. Desires cannot be eradicated, but they should not be excessively indulged. She lifted her face to look at Chen Yuan and said with a smile, finding the right balance is the most important thing. Chen Yuan nodded slightly. At that moment, a question arose in his mind. Previously, the cosmic giant he encountered mentioned that this world consists of only 11 dimensions. Is it truly limited to 11 dimensions? Beyond 11 dimensions, is it merely emptiness? If one steps into it, would they truly perish? Could that cosmic giant have deceived him? Chen Yuan felt a hint of doubt. This doubt needed verification. But how could he verify it? The only way to verify it was to experience it himself. However, if he were to break through the 11-dimensional world and reach the void, his consciousness might disappear, leading to death. Yet Chen Yuan wanted to see. He had a strong curiosity and a desire for knowledge compelling him to explore. But Chen Yuan instinctively glanced at Yu beside him. Yu was gazing at him, smiling. I knew this day would eventually come. Only you can verify what lies beyond the 11 dimensions, and only you can see it. You will go there sooner or later. Yu slightly raised her face, kissed Chen Yuan's forehead, and revealed that familiar smile. I will wait for your return. Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned, looking at Yu as he nodded slightly. His consciousness left his body, returning to his true form. His body transformed into a cosmic giant. He looked at the cosmic pool before him, raised his face, and gazed into the void above. This cosmic giant was different from a human brain. It had no emotions, nothing at all. Chen Yuan looked around. This world was within the 11-dimensional space. Beyond the 11 dimensions lay the void. Let's go. His massive body soared upwards, heading towards the vast emptiness above. Time passed second by second. He did not know how long it had been. Perhaps 10,000 years, 100,000 years, a million years, or even 10 million or a billion years. Finally, Chen Yuan touched that pitch-black void. He crossed the dark border and stepped into the void. Upon entering the void, Chen Yuan's massive form vanished. His consciousness followed suit. Nothing remained. The 12-dimensional space represented an end. In our known world, there is no infinity. Everything has an end. The 12-dimensional space signifies the conclusion. Upon entering this dimension, everything will come to a close. The end of matter, the end of consciousness, the end of all things. This is the 12 dimensions. Yu was unaware of what transpired here. She was not in the 11 dimensions and could not sense what happened there. Time passed slowly. As usual, she waited for Chen Yuan. Yu stood on the balcony gazing at the starry sky. She waited with anticipation, smiling. Yet the waiting time felt too long. The universe died once and she used technology to revive it. Then the universe experienced death again and she revived it once more. After 3 such instances, the smile on Ya's face completely faded. She was still waiting, but she could no longer maintain her consciousness. She feared she couldn't bear the loneliness and might give up her life. She wanted to continue waiting for Chen Yuan. Thus she chose to close her eyes and fall asleep. And so she lost track of how much time had passed. The entire universe had died. Yu slept in this dead universe, her body fading away due to the lack of material sustenance. Only her consciousness floated in this universe that had expanded to its limits. In this universe where all celestial bodies had perished, time seemed to lose its meaning. After an unknown amount of time, a voice rang in Ya's ear. Yeah. Her thoughts returned. Her eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. She found herself lying on a familiar large bed. Beside her, Chen Yuan was above her, looking at her with a smile awake. Ya's eyes trembled, slightly glistening with light, and she smiled. She leaped into Chen Yuan's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and closing her eyes. Welcome back. Chen Yuan smiled, gently stroking Ya's hair. I have returned. The 12-dimensional space signifies an end. Matter, consciousness, and everything that exists and does not exist will meet their end upon entering the 12-dimensional space. However, an end does not equate to a conclusion. An end is also a beginning. This is why Chen Yuan was able to return. Chen Yuan, exhausted after a long day, returned home and tossed his briefcase carelessly onto the sofa before shrugging off his suit jacket and letting it fall aside. He took a shower and walked back into the bedroom, his hair still damp. As usual, he sat down at his computer, opened several chat groups, and browsed what netizens were discussing. Have you heard? Jia Corporation is developing a 4-dimensional holographic game. One said to project consciousness directly into the virtual world via a neural headset. But it's still in development. Who knows how many years before such a game becomes reality? Chen Yuan read these messages silently. Chen Yuan murmured to himself, a neural headset. If it truly materializes, wouldn't that be like stepping into another world? No, that can't be right. NPCs in games are merely programmed entities, likely capable of uttering only a handful of scripted lines. It probably won't differ much from today's games. He continued scanning the chat for a while, then suddenly sensed light behind him. Startled by the anomaly, he instinctively turned his head. Under his gaze, shimmering green digits, ones and zeros, appeared floating in midair like cascading lines of code. Glowing with an ethereal emerald luminescence, the digits drifted and reconfigured themselves, slowly coalescing into the unmistakable shape of a headset. The green radiance bathed the entire room in an otherworldly glow. Chen Yuan's pupils contracted sharply as he rose, instinctively staring at the hovering device. What was this? For a moment, he stood frozen, unsure how to react. Then the green light began to fade, revealing instead a sleek black headset, suspended motionless before him. Futuristic and unervingly weightless, it hung in the air before him. As Chen Yuan gazed at it, fragments of earlier chat group conversations flickered through his mind. Could this actually be that neural headset? Yet its appearance defied all logic. He felt deep unease and glanced warily toward his bedroom door. Should he flee? No. This was his bedroom, his sanctuary. Why should he run? If anyone ought to vanish, it was this thing, not him. Still, the scene before him was profoundly uncanny. The headset hovered perfectly still, defying gravity physics reason. Chen Yuan drew a slow, steadying breath and stepped forward, summoning courage. He wanted to understand what this object truly was. Humanity has always trembled before the unknown, and Chen Yuan was no exception. His pulse quickened with each step. He raised his hand toward the headset. The instant his fingertip made contact, the device surged forward, slamming violently into his skull. Chen Yuan's pupils constricted, too fast to evade. Just as he braced for impact, the headset pivoted midair and settled seamlessly onto his head. Through the visor, torrents of binary code, blinding streams of ones and zeros, raced across his vision. A searing pain lanced through his temples. Instinctively, he reached up to tear it off, yet his fingers brushed only his own scalp. The headset had vanished, as if erased from existence. When Chen Yuan regained his bearings, the cascading digits had disappeared too. In their place floated a translucent interface, crystal clear and eerily familiar. It resembled the UI of games he'd played before. Is this the four-dimensional holographic game? Chen Yuan froze, stunned. Could that headset truly be a neural interface? And have I just logged into the game? He scanned his surroundings. Yet, this was still his bedroom. He hadn't left at all. After a pause, he pondered. Could someone have built this game upon the template of reality itself? Is this bedroom merely a perfect replica, while I'm already inside the game? He turned toward the full-length mirror and saw his own reflection unchanged. Only the headset forcibly affixed moments ago had vanished without trace. That sight confirmed his suspicion. No, I don't want to be in this game. I need to return. He studied the interface and lifted a finger to manipulate it. Then, a button caught his eye, gleaming with quiet promise: exit game. Would it work? Someone had delivered this headset to him, trapping him inside. Would they really allow him to simply walk out? Regardless, it was worth trying. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan tapped the button. Instantly, vertigo seized him, spinning his world into chaos. Darkness swallowed his consciousness. He blinked, disoriented, only to find himself lying beneath a transparent dome, gazing up at a sky ablaze with stars. His surroundings had transformed utterly. Bewildered, he pushed open the dome and rose to his feet. "Hail, divine sovereign!" A voice rang out. Chen Yuan startled, turning toward its source, to see a golden-haired woman with wings kneeling nearby. He surveyed the devastation. Shattered robotic husks littered the ground alongside countless fleshy corpses, mangled, lifeless, strewn across the broken earth. Metal and flesh lay intermingled. The air hung thick with the coppery stench of blood. In the distance, fractured buildings sprawled amid ruin. Above, the heavens glittered, not only with stars, but with two moons, one vast, one smaller, both suspended high in silent majesty. The dome enclosing him resembled a sci-fi cryopod. "I just exited the game, so why am I back inside it?" he whispered, scanning for the interface, hoping to trigger escape once more. The golden-haired woman lifted her face, her gaze locking onto his. "Your Highness, the place you just left was the game. This is reality. You were confined within that neural pod for 600 million years. Your consciousness trapped, your memories repeatedly erased. Our people sacrificed everything to rescue you. I am the last survivor, and at last I have brought your consciousness back from the abyss. Divine Sovereign, justice now demands your power." Her voice resonated with solemn urgency, leaving Chen Yuan dazed and speechless. Her words eluded him, but but his eyes locked onto the crimson trail at her lips, the blood soaking her tunic and the fist-sized wound gaping in her chest, oozing scarlet. The metallic tang of blood filled the air, too visceral, too real for mere simulation. Then, a sharp rustling sound cut through the silence. Chun Yuan whirled toward the noise, to see two mechanical hounds charging toward them, towering over a meter-tall, forged of gleaming steel, each bearing 6 crimson eyes. One lunged straight for Chun Yuan, the other for the winged woman. His face paled. He didn't hesitate, just spun and fled. These steel hounds stood a full meter tall. Even an ordinary dog bearing its fangs would unsettle most people. Yet these were 3 times the height of any earthly canine. Wild dogs rarely exceed 40 centimeters. These beasts towered at a full meter. Their jaws bristled with razor-sharp metallic teeth. No pleasant sensation awaited a bite. At the thought, Chun Yuan's blood ran cold, his very veins freezing solid. "Run! What are you doing, divine sovereign?" A voice called out. He glanced back, only to see the golden-haired woman soaring on gossamer wings hovering midair. She pressed a hand to her chest wound, her sapphire eyes wide with disbelief. Divine sovereign? What absurd, cringeworthy title was that? Chun Yuan was utterly bewildered, yet there was no time to dwell. Behind him, pounding footsteps grew deafeningly close. He twisted his head, just in time to see the steel hound hurtling toward him. His pupils contracted, then the beast launched itself. A wave of icy pressure slammed into his back, propelling him forward. He tumbled violently, thudding to a stop. Ignoring pain, he rolled sideways, just in time to see the hound descending upon him. Its claws slammed onto his chest. A sickening crack echoed, the sound of ribs splintering under crushing force. Driven by immense momentum, the hound's talons crushed bone and viscera alike. A metallic warmth flooded Chun Yuan's mouth, blood spilling from his lips. The hound reared back and unhinged, its maw jaws widening toward his skull. Chun Yuan's pupils trembled, locked onto that ever-expanding darkness. Panic seized him. He flailed, raising his arm instinctively to shield his head. The hound struck, its teeth sinking deep into his forearm. Agony erupted, white-hot and immediate. A guttural scream tore from his throat. He felt every serrated edge of those steel teeth biting into flesh, grinding against bone. His arm would shatter, it would break. He thrashed, his free hand clenched into a fist, and drove it with desperate strength into the hound's skull. Thud! The impact reverberated like striking iron. Skin split across his knuckles. Warm blood, his own mingled with iron, dripped from his lips, tracing paths down his ears and neck. He tasted it, but ignored it. Survival was paramount. He needed his arm intact. He refused to watch it severed before his eyes. Yet the hound was colossal and impossibly heavy. His punch had no effect. Struggle was futile. As his arm neared snapping, despair washed over him. Then, light flared beside him. A sharp slicing shank pierced the air. Before Chun Yuan's stunned eyes, the hound's head and torso split cleanly in two. He lifted his gaze, breath catching. There stood the winged woman, sword drawn in her right hand, her left pressing hard against her chest wound. Her brow furrowed, jaw clenched tight. Then she kicked the hound off Chun Yuan with brutal force. The hound flew backward, a heavy arc, before crashing onto the ground with a thunderous boom. Chun Yuan staggered upright and glimpsed the second hound cleaved cleanly in half, lying inert on the blood-soaked soil. His chest ached with a deep, hollow indentation, his arm burned with fiery agony, and blood pulsed steadily from the wound. That pain, raw, undeniable, told him this was no simulation. Perhaps, as the golden-haired woman claimed, this was reality. "Thank you," Chun Yuan blurted out instinctively. She frowned slightly. "Divine Sovereign, please do not speak so. I am your humble servant. All things in this world were forged by your will. You are its sovereign creator. You misunderstand me. I'm merely an ordinary man. If I were truly as great as you claim, I wouldn't be lying here like this. I think I'm going to die." He looked down at his left chest, where the hound's foot had driven inward. That was where the heart lay. Was his heart crushed? He stared and froze. The indentation had vanished. His chest was whole again. The searing pain in his right arm faded, unnoticed, until he lifted it. Tooth marks remained, but they were already sealing, knitting together before his eyes. Within moments, every wound vanished. Even his torn clothing regenerated, restoring itself to pristine condition. The blood was gone. The metallic taste in his mouth, gone. "What is happening?" He replied softly, "So long as this world endures, the divine sovereign cannot perish. That enemy knew your destruction was impossible, so he erased your memory, imprisoned your consciousness in the game for 600 million years, rebooting your mind endlessly, cycle after cycle. Over eons, even your memories dissolved. I am your loyal servant. You are the architect of all creation. So long as you feel no fear and believe in yourself, nothing in this world can stand against you. I couldn't even defeat one steel hound. How could I possibly be a creator?" He offered a wry, hollow smile. yet paused seeing Ya's unwavering conviction. He fell silent, then froze. A new sound, soft rhythmic, stirred the air. His pulse quickened. He whirled, moonlight illuminating the slope beyond. There, emerging from the shadows, were more steel hounds. And more, and more. Dozens of them, six-seed metallic relentless, poured onto the ridge like a tide. Countless as ants stretching beyond sight. They spotted Chen Yuan and Ya, their crimson eyes blazing. With a unified surge they charged, earth-trembling dust rising in thick clouds. They came like a churning ocean, relentless devouring. Chen Yuan's pupils quivered, not from injury, but from dread. Though healed, his arm throbbed anew with phantom pain. A chill spread through his limbs, so intense he could almost see himself torn apart limb from limb. Divine Sovereign, you haven't reclaimed your power yet. Flee now, I'll hold them back. Ya's voice cut through the chaos. Chen Yuan jerked, watching as she stepped forward, placing herself squarely before him, her expression cold, resolute, fixed on the onrushing tide. Her body was drenched in crimson. From the wound in her chest, blood had soaked her tunic, staining it deep red from collar to hem. Her sword gleamed, coated in the same blood. These machines bore no life fluids. Every drop was hers. She stood before him, frail, wounded, bleeding, but unbroken. To let her face this legion alone was certain death. Yet if she held them off, he could escape. Escape. Abandon a girl who'd given everything, so he could flee. What kind of man would that make him? A fierce burning heat surged from his core, scorching away the cold, flooding his limbs with defiant fire. If she feared no death, why should he? Chen Yuan inhaled deeply and stepped forward, planting himself beside her. He turned, surprised. Chen Yuan stared ahead, clenched his fists, and spoke, voice low but steady. Teach me how to wield my power.